I was suddenly taken away by a team of armed police in the middle of class. In the interrogation room, the police and experts looked at my file with grave expressions. Lu Feng, right? We've investigated some things you did during the holidays. We hope you'll answer truthfully. I nodded obediently. What did you do during this holiday? I worked part-time at my uncle's agricultural machinery factory. The other party was clearly dissatisfied with my answer and immediately raised their voice. Cooperate properly. Tell the truth. I still replied obediently. What I said is the truth. The middle-aged policeman grew irritated, but then it occurred to him that the other party was just going through the motions here, so he lost the will to argue further. Fine, let's say it's work study. Then explain what your work study job entailed. Providing customers with product modifications, after-sales service, and some value-added services. Hearing this answer, the middle-aged policeman's mouth twitched again. He then picked up the documents and began reading aloud. Then explain how modifying gas canisters into mortars works, the lathe operation method for precision improvement in cutting steel pipes for rocket launchers, and the plan for converting tractors into universal track tanks. Do you realize your actions have violated the law? The policeman's expression turned stern, though he didn't know how the other party had accomplished all this in an agricultural machinery factory. Any single one of these offenses alone carried a sentence of 3 to 10 years. I remained unfazed. During summer break, I took some time to pass the bar exam, specializing in international law, laws of war, espionage law, smuggling law, and arms trafficking law. May I ask which specific provision I've violated? The middle-aged policeman was momentarily speechless. Just then, a uniformed middle-aged man walked in. Looking at me sitting across from him, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. So young. It's hard to imagine that all those farm tools bordering on weaponry were modified by this college student before him. The middle-aged man composed himself and got straight to the point. I heard your agricultural machinery workshop offers modification services. Can you retrofit a decommissioned J-10 fighter jet? The middle-aged policeman suddenly felt the world had turned upside down. He instinctively looked at me, waiting to see how I'd respond. Hearing the soldier's question, I was visibly stunned for a moment. After a brief pause, I nodded and replied honestly, sure, I can modify it into a 6th-generation Skyward version, but it's very expensive. Are you sure you want to proceed? The entire interrogation room fell into dead silence in an instant, with everyone looking at me in utter disbelief. You really can modify a J-10, kid? Alright then. The soldier nodded and turned to the middle-aged policeman, whose mouth was still hanging open in shock. I'll take him with me first. The middle-aged policeman nodded, stepped forward to help me open the small stool, and watched the two leave with a strange expression. After leaving the enforcement office, I followed the other person into a military green jeep. The jeep sped through the streets and soon drove into a factory in the suburbs. As soon as I entered the factory, I saw several 5-man squads of soldiers in combat uniforms, fully armed. These squads patrolled the factory in a spider web formation, with a level of alertness far exceeding that outside the factory. Seeing this, I understood this must be the factory where the retired fighter jet was stored. Arriving at a massive warehouse, I immediately saw a colossal object inside, with its blue-gray paint, streamlined design, the serial number printed on the tail, and the dense battle scars covering its surface. I quickly recognized it as a retired J-10 fighter jet. Chen Yiming spoke up, pointing at the fighter jet nearby and asking, if we let you modify this retired fighter jet, could you do it? I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I first examined the fighter jet in front of me, then had a sudden idea and began exchanging for the J-10 6th-generation Skyward fighter modification plan. After completing the exchange, I looked up at Chen Yiming and said, I can modify it. Then, puzzled, I asked, did you send dozens of armed police to arrest me just for this? Chen Yiming also seemed a bit embarrassed. There was some misunderstanding with the police. They thought we had discovered a criminal. So, for a moment, I didn't know what to say either. After calming down, I turned to Chen Yiming and said, modifying the J-10 into a 6th-generation Skyward fighter will take about 15 to 20 days, with a budget of 10 million. Chen Yiming nodded, I'll give you 1 month. With a budget of 10 million for the modifications, I'll handle all the required materials. There's just one requirement, make the modifications look as realistic as possible. I was a bit confused. What do you mean by as realistic as possible? After Chen Yiming left, I began carefully studying the modification plan. After calling for the necessary materials, I stared at the battle-scarred J-10 fighter in front of me, deep in thought. The primary function of a fighter jet is to engage in aerial combat, and the most critical factor affecting its efficiency is undoubtedly its takeoff method. Currently, the J-10 requires an extremely long runway for takeoff, which wastes a lot of time. But since this is an extreme modification, I should try something different. My mind quickly flashed through the principles of 6th-generation air combat fighters, and I eventually found the most suitable solution in the relevant data: vertical takeoff. If this takeoff method could be achieved, the time saved would be substantial. On the ever-changing battlefield, every second wasted could lead to dramatic shifts in the situation, making the importance of such modifications self-evident. Moreover, to ensure the fighter jet could evade radar detection, I made extensive modifications to the fuselage's integrity. The smoother and more streamlined the exterior, the better it could avoid radar detection. For the most critical component, the wings, I opted for hidden split-wing technology. As for the core engine parts, I directly chose a small nuclear fission reactor, which not only saves energy but also allows the fighter to engage in prolonged high-altitude combat. Once the modification direction was set, I dove right in. The overhaul took over half a month, during which I even got a work pass from Chun Yiming, attending classes during the day and modifying the J-10 at the factory at night. With the principles and techniques exchanged from the system as support, the tedious tasks of disassembling and modifying the fighter proceeded in an orderly fashion under my hands. It's safe to say that my understanding of the J-10 now matches or even surpasses that of its original designers. Backed by this technical prowess, the progress of upgrading the J-10 into a sixth-generation Skyward fighter advanced day by day. After more than half a month, I nodded in satisfaction at the mostly modified fighter. Then, I opened Chun Yiming's contact and sent over an image of the strikingly futuristic fighter, along with a message, "We'll be done here very soon." Meanwhile, in the office, Chun Yiming, who had just finished work, saw the picture I sent. Staring at the fighter jet in the image, Chun Yiming's eyes widened. He had never seen such an exaggeratedly designed aircraft before. Traditional fighter jets are typically assembled from a main body, wings, and numerous components, but the one I sent appeared to have its main body and wings seamlessly integrated, with no visible assembly joints. Its highly streamlined design looked as if it had been lifted straight out of a sci-fi movie. After so many years in the military, Chun Yiming had never encountered a fighter jet with such a striking design. It was a shame it wasn't a real sixth-generation aircraft. Chun Yiming's eyes were filled with regret. The real reason he hired me to modify the J-10 wasn't to breathe new life into the retired fighter jet but to create a diversion at the upcoming airshow, masking the true aircraft under development. Looking at the image I sent, Chun Yiming nodded in satisfaction. Though it wasn't an actual sixth-generation fighter, the highly deceptive exterior proved that hiring me for the modification was a very wise decision. The day before the airshow arrived, freshly printed promotional posters were pasted on the walls of a military-industrial building in the Southern Theater Command of Dragon Country, drawing high praise from several leaders. Goodness, if I didn't know the truth, I'd really think our country had made another breakthrough in fighter jet technology. Wang Lian was fully aware of Chun Yiming's plan. Looking at the poster, Chun Yiming's eyes were filled with admiration. Honestly, I never expected Lu Feng to achieve this effect. At its current level of completion, it's absolutely convincing enough to fool anyone. Meanwhile, aboard a private jet, two elderly men in their 60s or 70s, with gray hair but full of vigor, were also paying close attention to the airshow. Elderly took out a set of blueprints from his bag and continued discussing them quietly with Zhao Kongping beside him. Political Commissar Song Guoming of the military district happened to catch a glimpse of the blueprints in their hands, and his gaze immediately sharpened. Though he couldn't understand the technical details, the blueprints included an incredibly detailed rendering of a fighter jet with an exaggerated design, sleek contours, a seamless fuselage, and a flight posture resembling that of a swift cloud swallow. Is this the sixth-generation fighter jet? Looking at the rendering, Song Guoming couldn't help but marvel. If this fighter can be successfully developed, our military region might have the chance to be among the first to deploy sixth-generation jets. Unfortunately, these issues weren't so easily resolved otherwise. These national talents wouldn't have been burning the midnight oil. Song Guoming sighed inwardly with regret. Soon, the plane landed, and everyone returned to the southern military region. Wang Lian led Song Guoming into the military-industrial building and stopped before a promotional poster. "Chief, look, this is what we've prepared during this time." To be honest, I didn't expect the completion level to be this high. Forget fooling people. Even if we handed this to the research institute as a reference, it would probably pass muster, Wang Lian said enthusiastically. Meanwhile, as he stared at the promotional poster on the wall, Song Guoming froze. Why did this poster look so familiar? It was as if he had just seen it. Wang Lian, standing beside him, was equally baffled. This poster couldn't have been leaked, so how could Song have seen it before? Shaking his head, Song Guoming dismissed it as fatigue. At the same time, the military personnel had already arrived at the factory, ready to transport the fighter jet I modified to the airshow venue, and Lu Feng was called over. Conduct a final check of the fighters. In the warehouse, Lu Feng climbed up and down and performed a meticulous inspection of the fighter. Finalized. Everything's fine. If the military had sent an airman, it could have been driven away on the spot. Thinking, he opened the door to the warehouse, and in the meantime, the warriors who had been waiting outside the warehouse for a long time also cast their eyes over curiously. Next, everyone all but froze. Everyone stared wide-eyed and dead at the huge black shadow in the warehouse. Jaws almost dropped. What's going on? Didn't the Major General say that what they're coming to deliver this time is a model of a fighter jet converted from a J-10? What the hell is this? With the warehouse door open, the crowd then saw that a fighter jet with an extremely exaggerated shape and full of sci-fi colors was parked inside. Silver gray paint with a very streamlined exterior. The whole body was as if it was made of one piece, without any extra parts. The whole fighter. It's like it's made after alien technology from a sci-fi movie. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Same, comrade. The soldier in charge of carrying it swallowed and spoke dryly. Are you sure? This is what we're moving. Is it really not the latest product from the institute? He didn't say this last one, but the shock in his eyes spoke for itself. He stared at Lu Feng dead in the face, wanting the other party to confirm it one last time. If it's really the wrong carry, that could have serious consequences. While looking at his shocked reaction, Lu Feng shook his head. This is the one. No mistake. You guys figure out how to carry it. Hear this. The crowd also dropped their hearts, though the heart was overwhelmed with shock. But the other side has all but guaranteed it, and the airshow side is waiting. No time to waste. So, gathered his emotions briefly, the leader of the soldiers waved his hand, and the crowd immediately began to carry it. With a button press, the top of the warehouse opens, heavy-duty cranes arrive. The large cargoes designed to carry the fighters drove in as well. Be careful, the lead soldier commanded loudly, watching nervously as the crowd secured the steel cables to the surface of the fighter. The large cranes started to run. Soon, this sixth-generation Skyward was slowly lifted up. The soldier at the head of the group watched the scene nervously. Fear that a soldier in charge of operating the crane, a careless operation, produced damage. But the good thing is that everyone is quite professional. With a bang, sixth-generation skies toward a steady landing on a large cargo shipment. Checked again. After making sure that the fighter has not been damaged or even worn out during handling, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, comrade, for cooperating. The soldier in the lead saluted Lu Feng. Thank you for your contribution to this airshow. You're welcome. Lu Feng waved his hand. Feel free to contact me if there's a problem with the fighters. I offer aftermarket here. Good. A brief conversation. The soldiers got on the freight and left quickly. Lu Feng also closed the warehouse and went back to school. The distance between the warehouse and the airshow location is not far. A few short hours. The cargo then arrived at the airshow site. At this time it is still on lockdown and no outside visitors are allowed. So this airplane, too, was kept in absolute secrecy during the handling. Place it in the center of the airshow and cover it with a black cloth. After making sure there are no problems, the soldiers then left. And in the meantime, after a busy day, lying in bed ready to take a break, political commissar Song Guoming, but toss and turn how can not sleep. The publicity picture he had just seen was still hovering in his mind at the moment. Strange. Song frowned. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he felt. The promotional image he just saw himself is the same as the airplane he saw in that rendering of the two nationalists. It's just too much of a resemblance. It shouldn't. Song Guoming muttered under his breath. Thoughts tumbled through his mind. The development of the sixth-generation fighter jet? That's an absolute secret. It's impossible to leak. But, why is it yet so similar to the promotional picture? So similar? The best way to figure it out is to have two of the state's best men come and take a look at it for themselves. But it's too late in the day. The two statesmen were very old and quite tired from a day's flight, so it was not a good idea to disturb them. And he was just feeling the similarity of the two pictures now. It would be a little bit less than nice to disturb the other side because of that little thing. Never mind. The airshow starts tomorrow. We'll talk about it then. Time quickly came to the next day. Today, it's the official opening of the airshow. The airshow center is officially open. The large exhibition square was packed with people, professionals from all relevant fields, all gathered here. There was a great deal of jubilation. Guests. The person in charge of hosting the airshow opened his mouth and drew everyone's attention to him. I believe everyone came to this airshow with curiosity in their hearts about the aerospace prowess of our rabbits. And today, we also have two guests from the space sector. Quite heavyweights. With that, he pointed his hand. Immediately after that, two old men with gray hair, but full of essence, appeared in front of the crowd. Let's give a warm welcome to the director of the Aviation Research Institute, Elder Li Dioli, and the vice director of the Aviation Research Institute, Elder Zhao Kongping. Elder Zhao. This statement was made. The scene was in an uproar. Those present were in the field of aviation, quite accomplished. How can one not have heard the great names of these two? President and vice president of the Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Arguably the top two people in the entire rabbit. In the field of aviation. I'll go. It's even elderly. I was reading the literature written by Elderly when he was young over and over again the other day. I didn't expect to meet a real person so soon. I have so many questions. I hope I can ask Elderly and Elder Zhao this time. In front of these two greats, our problem is as simple as 1 + 1. In the field of aviation, It is estimated that in the whole of Rabbit, no one can be found with higher attainments than these two. Just as the airshow center was in full swing, Song Guoming, who hadn't slept well all night, once again found Minister Wang. Minister Wang, let me see the publicity charts prepared earlier again. Good. Minister Wang didn't say much, and directly found that propaganda picture in the computer and opened it. Next, Song Guoming was completely confused. It's absolutely identical to the rendering he saw on the plane. Exactly. Chapter 8. Something big is going on. The drawings are leaking? Song Guoming stood behind Minister Wang. Looking at the promotional image on the screen, his face kept changing. He wasn't sure before. After a night of thinking about it and now seeing this promotional image again, he was almost certain of it. The fighter in this promotional picture was practically identical to the rendering he had seen earlier in the plane. From the two state soldiers. Something's wrong. Something big is going on. This thought was born in Song Guoming's mind, and his face instantly became serious. Old King. He looked at Minister Wang and asked hastily, "Where did you get this promotional image? This one?" Minister Wang hadn't realized Song Guoming's change at the moment. Pointing to the picture on the screen, he said, "This picture was given to me by Yiming. According to the original plan, we need to modify a retired J-10 so as to confuse the public and cover up the purpose of our real R&D fighter. So Yiming found a genius at modding, and this picture is what the other guy sent." As he said that, a look of admiration also appeared on his face. Seriously, the effect of this publicity picture has far exceeded our expectations, and when it's released, it will definitely attract most of the outside world's attention. It could even have some deterrent effect on out-of-state forces. We won't have to worry about being disturbed by the outside world with the 6th-generation fighters we've been working on. Song Guoming, on the other hand, was not the least bit happy. Instead, he was alarmed. Genius of modification? So the other guy isn't from our unit? Yeah, then what the hell is he? Song Guoming asked hurriedly. Minister Wang was a bit surprised and couldn't understand the other party's panic for a while, but still, he patiently explained. "I heard Yiming say that the other party is a current sophomore student at Southwest University of Science and Technology, who works part-time at an agricultural machinery factory during summer vacation, modifying many agricultural machines for export to foreign countries. Seriously, I have a feeling that the other guy is measured, or else he'd have to be arrested for arms trafficking, given the extent of his modifications to farm machinery." After Minister Wang finished, he then asked about the doubts in his mind. "Is there something wrong with this promotional image?" Song Guoming shook his head, his face gradually becoming gloomy. "Ikimoku may be in a big mess." "What?" Minister Wang's face changed drastically. Song Guoming, on the other hand, first calmed him down and then briefly told him what he had seen on the airplane. When he finished, he pointed to the promotional image that was still stuck on the computer screen. His face was grave. "I can confirm that the fighter in this propaganda picture is exactly the same as the one I saw in the hands of the two nationalists. So, the secret of the development of the 6th-generation fighter jet has most likely leaked out." Song Guoming is not saying these things out of thin air, although he didn't know what kind of person Lu Feng was in the other party's mouth, but it sounds like it would be rather unusual. A junior in college can convert farm machinery into munitions. What's the big deal? How many researchers from the institute could not complete a large number of agricultural machinery modifications and export them in a short period of time? A college student did that? How is that possible? So in his opinion, at the very least, Lu Feng's identity would be worth another in-depth investigation. Most importantly, how could such a core research secret as a 6th-generation fighter jet be in the hands of such a person whose identity is in doubt? Since the other side can pass this picture to the military, so is there a possibility this picture was passed through his hands and into the hands of offshore forces as well? Research secrets leaked. This means that all the hard work they've been doing is likely to be for naught. After all, in the current international situation, Jam, Sakura, and many other countries are keeping a close eye on the rabbits. As soon as there's a breeze on the rabbit side, the other side will then take precautions at the first opportunity. And a core secret like the 6th-generation fighter, even if they only get a rendering, the other side will gather a strong research team in the first place, analyze it and prevent it. In this way, the two nationalists of the Aerospace Research Institute and countless researchers have been working on it for several years. It would all be for nothing. And hearing Song Guoming's words, at this moment, Minister Wang was also completely confused, full of disbelief. How is this possible? Song Guoming, however, shook his head. The best case scenario now is that Lu Feng is actually someone inside the R&D group, and Chen Yiming somehow contacted the other side and got the drawings from the other side for the exhibition. Yiming wouldn't make such a cheap mistake. Minister Wang frowned, his eyes thick with worry. Song Guoming, on the other hand, didn't have the heart to care about that anymore. What he just said is still the best case scenario. If this Lu Feng is a spy sent to the rabbit by foreign forces, That's where the consequences are really unimaginable. Have the promotional images been sent out yet? Has been sent. Minister Wang sighed. And it's been out for a while, so I guess a lot of people have seen it by now. Find a way to withdraw it and try to eliminate the impact. Song Guoming decisively gave the order. Then call Yiming over and you ask him nicely to figure out the situation. I'll go inform the 2 state officials and discuss exactly how this matter should be resolved to minimize the impact. Sigh. Song Guoming then walked quickly out of the office. Come to the airshow center. 1 in. Song Guoming then saw that Li Dayou and Zhao Kangping, the 2 great men of the state, were being surrounded by a group of people related to the aerospace profession. A variety of specialized questions were asked, and although the 2 nationalists are tired, they see so many young people in the country who love space and want to develop in this field. It was also enthusiastic in answering all kinds of questions. Elder Li, Elder Zhao. Just then, Song Guoming walked forward and spoke in a low voice, and the 2 scowled, then smiled and looked around at the crowd. I have some things to discuss with the 2 nationalists, so I'm going to have to pause the question period. Sorry guys. When he finished, he invited the 2 statesmen backstage. Sit on the couch. Li Dayou took a sip of water before looking at Song Guoming. Political Commissar Song, calling us over in such a hurry. Did something happen? On the side, Zhao Kangping also cast a curious gaze. Song Guoming, on the other hand, let out a bitter laugh. Elder Li, Elder Zhao, something big has happened. Saying that, he took out his cell phone and found the publicity picture that Minister Wang had sent out and handed it to the 2 of them. See this picture. The 2 statesmen froze in unison. As soon as he grabbed his phone, he kept zooming in on the picture, looking at it in immense detail. Then, big surprise, this is the 6th generation fighter? How did you get it? Li Dayou asked incredulously. Song Guoming then briefly told the whole story. This picture, now, has been spread as a promotional image. The secrets we've been keeping are likely. It's leaked out. Chapter 9. Who leaked it? The drawings leaked? Hearing Song Guoming's words, the 2 state officials, Li Dayou and Zhao Kangping, froze, followed by a surge of anger that rose quickly. They can't imagine it at all. When exactly did the closely guarded research secrets get into someone else's hands? The main thing is, confidentiality was leaked and they didn't know about it until now. Both joined the institute at the age of less than 30. It's been all about the rabbit's aviation. Several technological blockades have been broken, which has given rabbits a place in today's international situation. And today researching the 6th generation fighter. It's so that the rabbits can equal or even surpass the forces outside the borders of the parties in this era of rapidly advancing technological levels. For this 6th generation fighter, the 2 statesmen, plus countless researchers, had studied it for nearly 20 years. Now the 2 are dying. The only remaining wish is to see the development of a 6th generation fighter jet. But now, it's amazing that such confidential information has been leaked. Exactly who? Don't you want to die? Dare to do such a thing that harms the country and the people? Anger. Li Dayou also realized that anger would not solve things at all, so asked in a hurry, what the hell is going on here? How did the drawings get leaked? And how did you guys know about it? Song Guoming briefly explained the matter. Listening to him, the 2 nationalists were instantly confused. That's outrageous? The 2 had thought that the matter would involve rabbits and other forces outside the country, and would even rise to the level of an international conflict. But, how come? Listening to Song Guoming, this matter was like an oopsie? A moment of silence. Li Dayou spoke again. Regardless, the wannabe swappers must be brought under control as soon as possible. And in the meantime, Chen Yiming also received a call from Minister Wang. Hey, old Wang, what's the matter with calling in such a hurry? Yiming, you're in big trouble. Minister Wang's urgent voice came from the phone. Chen Yiming froze, somewhat confused. What's the big deal? What is it? How do you not know that yourself? Thinking, he immediately opened his mouth to inquire. What do you mean? What happened? Can't explain it in a moment. Where are you now? I'm still in the office. Wait. Minister Wang on the phone said something and then was hung up, while Chen Yiming was still confused. The office door was then opened vigorously from outside. Immediately followed by Minister Wang hurriedly walked in, grabbed Chen Yiming and yanked him out. Follow me. Take me where? Chen Yiming was dumbfounded. Never mind that. Come with me. Remember, whatever you are asked later, just answer truthfully. Chen Yiming was dumbfounded, but seeing the other party's very serious expression, he nodded. Soon he was taken to the airshow center, coming before Song Guoming and the 2 state officials. Just stop. Chen Yiming then saw the promotional image displayed on Song Guoming's still not holographic cell phone. Another look at the 2 state officials who were furious as hell. It was immediately clear. Sorry. He smiled shyly at the 2 Kokeshi and hastened to explain. Yesterday the 2 of you traveled a long way, so I didn't have the heart to bother you last night. And today, in a moment of negligence, I forgot to give you a copy of the publicity map. That's right. Chen Yiming thought it was because he hadn't given the two nationalists a copy of the propaganda map to distribute. Listen to his explanation. The two nationalists on the opposite side of the room were almost laughing with exasperation. Ikimoku. Minister Wang on the side hurriedly opened his mouth, frantically hinting, "Who told you to say that? Hurry up and explain your mistakes or no one can protect you." Error? What mistake? Chen Yiming was completely confused. It's not just forgetting to give the two nationalists a copy of the propaganda map. Is it that serious? Before he could ask, Li Dao took Song Woming's cell phone, pointed to the publicity picture on it, and asked seriously, "Let me ask you, where did you get this picture?" Pictures? Chen Yiming was dumbfounded. "I shot it with my own hands." Handshot? Listen to the other side's answer. Li Dao was so exasperated that he almost couldn't catch his breath. It took half a day to smooth out the breath. Sixth-generation fighters aren't even built. What they have in the hands of the Institute are still just renderings. Where did you get the actual picture? Tell the truth and hurry up and explain. On the side, Song Woming warned sternly, "It's not too late to explain things clearly, but if you're still playing dumb here, you know the consequences. Account for." What? Chen Yiming was completely confused. He didn't even know what had happened, so naturally he wasn't sure exactly what the other party was letting account for. Of course it's an account of how exactly you leaked state secrets. Song Woming was going to be furious. If it wasn't for the presence of the two state officials, he would have had to give this meddling fellow a bit of a look. Sure, the reason for being so angry. Top reasons. It's the sixth-generation fighter jet on this propaganda picture that's an important national secret. It even concerns the South Heavenly Gate program that has been in preparation for years on the rabbit side. Once leaked, the consequences are unimaginable. And hearing Song Woming's words, Chen Yiming's face changed drastically. Leaking state secrets yourself? But what kind of secrets have you actually leaked yourself? Minister Wang, on the side, saw that Chen Yiming had not opened his mouth. It was also a rush. Chen Yiming was the key cultivator of their military region, and the two have been friends for years. If you give up early now, you can find out the real culprit behind the scene, and maybe you can even fight for leniency. But if we keep dragging this out, not to mention political Commissar Song, even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't protect him. Yiming, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and tell us exactly how you got that publicity picture. Minister Wang immediately voiced a hint. Chen Yiming also reacted, anxious. Elderly, Elder Zhao, political Commissar Song. I really didn't leak any secrets. That drawing you guys are talking about was really sent to me by that student I was looking for. Wait. Listening to Chen Yiming's words, Li Dao suddenly opened his mouth. One pair of eyes stared dead at the other. Did you just say, the other side gave you a drawing? Yeah. Chen Yiming was startled by the other party's fierce eyes and subconsciously replied, in accordance with the plan, I got a student to modify the J10 so as to do a cover-up. That student was also very dedicated and sent me a copy of the schematic drawings after completing the modifications. Chen Yiming didn't know. His own words directly angered the two old men opposite him to the extreme. Where are the drawings? Bring them out. Ah, good. Chen Yiming took out his cell phone, opened the chat with Lu Feng, and handed it over. Li Dao took it and quickly looked at it with Zhao Kongping and the two of them, but as they watched, the hearts of the two men grew cold. It's like falling through the ice. It's over. Li Dao let out a long sigh. Somewhat numb. The most important part of the engine. Leaked. Chapter 10. Whoever drew this drawing is a genius. It's over. Look at the drawings in front of you. Li Dao and Zhao Kongping, the two nationalists' faces were ashen. Originally thought, the only thing that has leaked out is the appearance of the Generation 6 fighter. Although, forces outside the country can take countermeasures by making guesses about the functions of warplanes by their appearance. But speculation is just speculation after all. With only promotional images, the other side will have to judge by appearance, unable to fully counteract. But now they had, however, gotten the drawings of the 6th-generation fighter jet from Chen Yiming. In this drawing, almost all the secrets of the Generation 6 fighters are labeled, even the most central part of the engine. It's all documented in the drawings. That's a big deal. With this drawing, it also meant that the results of their hard research for more than 10 years were displayed in front of the outside world without any concealment. Not only can the enemy take countermeasures in advance, it is even possible to be on the same starting line with them in the field of 6th-generation fighters through this drawing. A decade of hard work. It's all been done for someone else. Think about it. The two state officials were instantly enraged. Severe punishment. It must be severely punished. This drawing has always been kept only within our research institute, and it's impossible for anyone not even involved in this project to have access to it. Zhao Kongping said in a gruff voice. Old Li, the seriousness of the matter this time may be even worse than we imagined. That's why we should hurry now and find the assholes who stole the core secrets and leak them out before we find out who's behind it. Makes sense. Li Dao nodded. The one that had access to this drawing and leaked it. The only people who could be inside the R&D group are those within the R&D group. Realize this. The two no longer dared to waste time. A phone call. Straight away, the R&D team's congregation, all of them, were called in. At the urging of Li Dui, the study group crowd did not dare to slow down. Soon there was a knock on the door of the room. Dean Li. Aha. With a gloomy face, Li Dao raised his eyelids and looked at the people in the research team and said in a cold voice, "All here? Arrived." The leader of the research team responded with a voice, and at the same time, there was some curiosity in his heart. Didn't we say we'd let everyone relax? Why the sudden rush to get everyone here? Could it be that the previous research, something went wrong? Just as he was wondering, Li Dao, however, couldn't help himself. Grimly, he spoke. The drawings of the 6th generation fighter, leaked. What? The crowd was stunned, followed by a look of confusion. It shouldn't. The drawings are a state secret. It was usually kept in several layers of encryption and was even guarded. How could it have been leaked? Just then, the team leader spoke up, his face growing harder. Could it be that we have a spy within? We suspected as much. On the side, Zhao Kongping opened his mouth. Just who leaked the secrets? Now come forward and cooperate with the investigation, and give an account of the black hand behind it for leniency. Let me remind you, don't be obstinate. Don't underestimate the strength of our country. Even if you don't come forward, you'll end up being investigated by us. When the time comes, consequences, think it through. Zhao Kongping followed the advice, but what he didn't expect was, while listening to his words, the people present remained in a state of confusion. For a long time, no one came forward. See this scene. The expressions of the two state officials became more and more ugly. What? Think I'm kidding? Li Dao snorted coldly and directly tapped his cell phone out. Look, it's not a drawing of a 6th generation airplane. Why is it in someone else's chat log? Give me an explanation. Hearing this, the crowd immediately stepped forward. Looking at the drawings on the screen of his cell phone, he began to compare them carefully. A moment passes. The expressions on the faces of the people in the research group gradually became incorrect. The more you study, the more you control. The puzzlement on the faces of the crowd just grew deeper and deeper. This isn't right. The team leader looked at Li Dao and Zhao Kongping with a face full of surprise. Elder Li, Elder Zhao, is this really our drawing? This research is progressing much faster than we can. A bitter smile spread across the team leader's face, and hear his words. Li Dao and Zhao Kongping, however, froze. What do you mean? The drawings are being worked on faster than ours? React. The two men quickly stepped forward and grabbed the phone, hastily verifying it. Gradually, the two statesmen also got excited. Incredible. This is unbelievable. Things were too urgent before, so the two state officials didn't study the drawing. Now compare carefully. Just realized, the difficult points that had been bothering them were all perfectly solved? How is this possible? To know, these technical difficulties have plagued the entire institute for several years. It is also because of these difficulties. It's what has delayed the research on the 6th generation aircraft, until now. But, it's amazing how all of these difficulties have been solved perfectly. What exactly is the person who drew this drawing? Li Dui started brainstorming, but could never figure out when such a character had appeared in his own institute. At this time the people in the research team, too, were once again studying it. Look at the precise calculations on it, and heavenly-like thinking. The crowd couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of themselves. The person who drew this drawing is simply a genius. I can't believe there's this line of thinking. Why didn't I think of it before? Look here guys, isn't this the subject we've been working on? It's actually so simple. What the hell is wrong with the brain of the person who drew this drawing? Is this really someone from our institute? When did our institute have such a number one genius? Watch the constant yelling. Not at all like a bunch of highly educated people in the institute's congregation. Song Guoming and Minister Wang, who were on the side, were also confused. What's going on here? Aren't we looking for a spy within the research team? What's with the study of that drawing all of a sudden? And, it looks like this drawing that Chen Yiming handed over still has a high gold content? However, at this time, the crowd at the institute did not have the heart to pay attention to him. Is this the golden question? It's so high. It's like 3 or 4 stories high. No one explained it to him. Looking at the drawing at the moment, the crowd was caught up in their research. Quickly, transmit this drawing to the institute's headquarters. Stop all research and verify the authenticity of this data with all your might. Li Dao looked excited and ordered hastily. The crowd in the study group hastened to comply. Log on to the intranet and transmit the drawings. Then the crowd was plunged into anxious waiting. Everyone stared nervously at the screen, and a dead silence fell over the room. Old Song, who was watching from the side, was a bit nervous. Even his movements were careful. Time passes little by little. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Chat interface. The news finally came again from the headquarters of the Scientific Research Institute. Data verification successful. Alright, Chapter 11, Suspicious. 6th Generation Fighter unveiled. Verified successfully. All correct. Saw the message from the Research Institute headquarters. The crowd of the study group, as well as the two nationalists, froze in unison. Next, success. The data is all correct. Oh my god, it's actually really okay. All those outlandish thoughts turned out to be correct. The problems that have plagued us for so many years have actually all been solved. A crowd of people from the institute who had been rooted in aviation for many years and rarely showed any outward sign of emotion got excited. Even others shed tears. Tears of joy. Finally, see hope. Watch the response from the General Research Institute. Lee Dayo was in old tears. Rabbit technology has advanced by leaps and bounds over the years though, but it's still quite an interlude compared to Eagle Jam. Throughout the Scientific Research Institute, countless researchers went forward and backward, working day and night on their research. It's all about rabbits being able to catch up with, if not surpass, Hawk Jam and technology. One of the most significant programs, it's the Southern Heavenly Gates program. And the most important thing in the Nantenkan program is the 6th Generation Fighter. Lee Dayo originally thought, one may not see a Generation 6 being successfully developed in one's lifetime. But I didn't expect it. Actually at this airshow organized by the military. An airshow to cover up 6th generation aircraft research. Seeing hope. Nope, not just hope. According to the data on the drawings, it is almost certain that the technical difficulties of the 6th generation aircraft have been broken through. Old Lee. Just then, Zhao Kongping even choked up a bit and opened his mouth. Finally, there is hope. Exactly. Li Dui nodded. Calming his emotions, he did a brief calculation in his head. Soon, an answer is calculated. With these drawings, we can definitely develop the 6th generation aircraft in the shortest possible time. By the time we get to the international joint military exercises in half a year's time, our 6th generation planes will, inevitably, bring the world a huge surprise. Nowadays, countries are conducting scientific and technological research in various fields. There is naturally a lot of research on similar 6th generation aircraft among them. But, everyone's progress is the same, held back by a series of technical difficulties. And rabbits are different. Wait until the 6 is developed, pull it up to a joint military exercise and show it to Eagle Sauce as well as other countries. Whether it will be a surprise or a shock then is not certain. Sure, the primary purpose of the crowd was not to scare the crap out of Eagle Jam. Rather, it's about elevating the rabbit's status in the international arena. With the successful development of the 6th generation aircraft, the rabbits may even have the possibility of international dominance by then. And in the meantime, look at the excited crowd. Song Guoming, Minister Wang, and Chen Yiming were all still a bit confused. What's the situation? Why is everyone getting excited? The three were not in the field of aviation or even advanced intellectuals, so what the crowd was saying, they basically couldn't understand. But just by looking at the expressions on the faces of the three of them, Song Guoming also understood the situation. Things are turning around, so am I okay? Feeling the atmosphere in the room gradually easing, Chen Yiming said weakly. Until now, he hadn't been able to figure out what was going on. He himself had merely found a college student to be in charge of war machine modifications, then took a promo picture, just got pulled in by the crowd and said a bunch of weird stuff, and that he leaked state secrets. You know, leaking state secrets is a felony. At that time, don't say whether he will be able to keep his status as a major general or not. It's probably all going to jail. So, during this period of time, Chen Yiming had been trembling with fear. Sensing the change in atmosphere, he hastened to ask a question. And hear his words. Li Dao turned his head and said with a deep expression on his face, things are bigger. Ha! Chen Yiming was completely flustered. Li Du was not teasing him either. Things are, indeed, bigger, in all of Blue Star. This kind of international secret R&D department definitely does not have one of their institutes. Maybe it was some other institute that made the breakthrough before they did. And that modification genius that Chen Yiming had called might be from one of the top institutes. But how exactly did Chen Yiming contact the other side? And why would the other party give this drawing to Chen Yiming? It's not just Li Dui. Zhao Kongping's thoughts at this moment were exactly the same as his. But the problem is, the other party's motive, but the two were slow to think of it. Glancing at each other, the two of them then looked at Chen Yiming. You say this drawing was given to you by a modding genius you found? Yeah. Hearing the other side say things are bigger, Chen Yiming's heart was like ashes. Subconsciously, he thought he had actually leaked a state secret. But seeing two nationalists coming to ask themselves questions, with the attitude of confessing to leniency and resisting to severity, Chen Yiming hurriedly explained, the modding genius I found was actually a student at Southwest University of Science and Technology, and I just had him make a model. Other than that there wasn't much communication, let alone disclosure of state secrets, and the two nationalists across the street. Instead, his explanation was automatically ignored. Attention was focused entirely on the first half of the sentence. A student? Or Southwestern Tech? Lee Dewey frowned. He still knew a lot about this college. To be able to enter this school, none of them are 1 in a million academics. But if it's really like what Chen Yiming said, the other side not only modified the fighter, but also completed the drawings. The main thing is to overcome the technical problems that have plagued them for many years. Don't even talk about Southwest Tech. Even if it was a great school, he didn't think anyone in it could do it. Think about it. He realized at once. This student in Chen Yiming's mouth, definitely not simple. And watch the two men fall into deep thought. Chen Yiming thought that he hadn't explained himself clearly enough, so he proposed. If you two statesmen have any doubts, I can take you both to see the student. It's not very far from here. No. On the side, Song Guoming sternly stopped it. Let these two men of state meet with an unidentified man. What if something goes wrong? Who can afford the consequences? While Li Dayou and Zhao Kongping listened to Chen Yiming's suggestion, they were a little moved. After all, the other party was the one who had solved the technical difficulties of the 6th-generation fighter, and the other side sent this drawing to the rabbit military. This at least shows that the other side is friendly to the rabbits. If only we could ask each other questions and learn something. Wouldn't that be profitable? With that in mind, the two statesmen were about to nod their heads in agreement. But just then, knock knock, there was a knock on the door of the room. Come in. Li Dayou opened his mouth. Immediately after that walks in an airshow worker, Political Commissar Song. The airshow has already begun. Is it time to start displaying the future fighter model exhibition? Line. Song Guoming subconsciously nodded his head. Although this drawing is dubious, but that's just a model after all, so nothing should go wrong. The staff member whirled away. On the side, Li Dayou and Zhao Kongping, however, were a bit curious. Let's go and see what kind of fighter jet this genius who has solved many difficult problems has transformed. With a wave of his hand, Li Dayou led the crowd of the research team out. Song Guoming and the others rushed to follow. Soon, the crowd arrived at the showroom. In front of them, it was the future fighter plane that was covered by the curtain. Distinguished guests, next to the warplanes, the airshow staff spoke enthusiastically. Future fighter aircraft model exhibition, now open. When he finished speaking, he grabbed the curtain's hand and yanked hard. Just a clatter, skyward to the 6th-generation fighter jet, officially unveiled. Chapter 12. Are you sure this is a model? The moderator's voice rang out. The gazes of everyone present all gathered in an instant. The reason for the crowd to attend this airshow, just wanted to see it over such a long period of time. There are no new advances in the field of aerospace for rabbits. And the airshow started. As soon as the crowd entered, just saw this huge shadow shrouded in black cloth. All those who came to visit were aroused by its curiosity. Now, the black cloth was finally lifted. A huge shadow full of sci-fi colors, presented to all. Just a glance, all those who attended the exhibition froze. The large airshow center, hundreds of people attending the exhibition collectively held their breath. The scene fell into dead silence. I don't know how much time has passed. A gasp suddenly erupted from the crowd. My God, this is a model of a future fighter jet? This is too realistic. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Throughout the scene, exclamations of shock erupted one after another. Look at the material of this model. You guys, it's made of real aerospace metal. It's too much of a sacrifice. And the operation room inside can be seen clearly through the glass. This is not like a model at all. My God, is this really just a model? Why do I get the feeling that the organizers of this airshow are using the excuse of displaying models to show us the latest research results of the Space Research Institute? There was a lot of chatter in the crowd. Some, even, wanted to go up and take a closer look, but it was quickly stopped by the staff. And in the meantime, Li Dayou, Zhao Kongping, the research team crowd and Song Guoming arrived late. Follow the exclamations of the crowd as well as the sight. Soon, the crowd at the institute, too, saw the 6th-generation skyward fighter that had been kept under a curtain. A researcher at the first moment of seeing the fighter. One didn't hold back and exploded. The others held back though, but it's also not too far off from him. Everyone stopped where they were, open mouth and wide eyes. His lips mumbled half a dozen times, but he couldn't squeeze out a word. A good half day. Li Du was the first to come back to his senses. Looking toward Chen Yiming, who was following the crowd, his face was odd as he said, "Is this the fighter jet that you were talking about, that college student converted?" "Yeah." Chen Yiming nodded. That little guy was very responsible. Not only did he do the whole job by himself, but he did a pretty good job on the detail part. Just some of the exterior metal splices, for example, were made quite flat by him, and if you didn't look closely you'd think they were die-cast from a single sheet of iron. Chen Yiming said, not sparing any praise in his words, but as he said it, he realized, one's own suspicion doesn't seem to have been cleared, just because Lu Feng's identity is odd. Realizing this, he shut up in a hurry. However, Li Dayou and Zhao Kongping looked at each other rather surprised. Go over there. After saying that, the two nationalists walked towards the sixth generation of Skyward fighters. The rest of the crowd rushed to follow. And seeing the two nationalists coming along, the people who had been paying attention to this fighter jet model immediately shifted their attention to the two nationalists. Elder Li is here, and Elder Zhao. No wonder the two bigwigs walked away just now, so it's for this time to make an appearance. Is this fighter the latest from the Aerospace Research Institute? It's hot. Worthy of being the two top bulls in the field of rabbit aerospace, actually able to research such a sci-fi-filled fighter. It feels like in a short while, we rabbits are all going to enter the world of sci-fi under the leadership of the big boys. The onlookers didn't mince their rainbow farts in the least. The two statesmen, on the other hand, smiled and greeted the crowd, didn't answer much, walked right up to the fighter and looked it up and down carefully. Watch and see. The two men's expressions grew serious. Previously, they had felt that Chen Yiming's description was too exaggerated, but now I see a real fighter jet model. Not to mention, just the surface craftsmanship is not for the faint of heart. This is especially true for the articulation areas between the wings as well as the fuselage. The metal material is spliced without a trace. It's like a whole plate of steel. It's made exactly according to the drawings. 1-to-1. Li Dayou's heart tightened. Glancing at each other with Zhao Kongping, he realized that the other party was equally full of seriousness. Since the other party was able to come up with complete drawings, that it would be entirely possible for the other side to, as per the drawings, create a true sixth-generation Skyward fighter. We're both thinking, should we notify the military to hurry up and clear the area? Suddenly, and here are the instructions, a voice rang out. When the two Kokushin looked over, they saw one of the people in the scientific research team, who was currently pointing at the explanatory presentation on the booth about this fighter model. The two men walked over in a hurry. This was followed by a small piece of white paper with a brief description of the functions of the fighter model: vertical takeoff, holographic stealth, radar stealth, power packs and a nuclear fission reactor. The crowd on the sidelines saw the long list of names that existed only in science fiction. Big shocker. Has the technological level of our rabbits advanced to such an extent? It's amazing how the country has all become so strong. It feels like it's standing up straighter. Are these technologies real? Power module uses nuclear fission. The crowds who came to visit the airshow were talking. Both were shocked at the technology displayed above this description. After all, they had never heard of these things, let alone seen them. On the other hand, the two state officials, Li Dayou and Zhao Kongping, were relieved. The two had determined that this so-called introduction to the features was something that could be read as a complete science fiction book. All that tech in front of it makes sense. Something about nuclear fission in the back or something. Just pure fantasy. That way, the two wouldn't have to worry about secrets leaking or anything like that. Elder Li, Elder Zhao. Just then, a visitor to the exhibition opened his mouth with an expectant face. Since this fighter was researched by the Research Institute, could the two of you explain this fighter to us? This statement was made. Many have responded. Yeah, we can't understand any of the sci-fi terms on here. Explain it to us. Pick a little something that won't leak and reveal it, just to satisfy our curiosity. Tough on the two state seniors. Look at the expectant crowd. The two of them, Li Dayou, who were already not worried about the leakage of secrets, were also coming to leisure at this moment. Nodding to the crowd, he smiled. Sure, next, let us take you on a fantasy tour of the future of warplanes. Chapter 13, is it true? I'll go. It's a lecture by the big man of the country. Everyone sees the opportunity. This kind of opportunity probably doesn't come around much in this lifetime. Ready to take notes already? I never thought I'd hear a lecture from a big shot from the aerospace field in my life. What a burn. Hearing Li Dayou's words, everyone in the room perked up. Everyone pulls out the book they carry or turns on the recording ahead of time. After all, standing in front of him is the director of the Space Research Institute, one of the two top nationalists of rabbits in the field of aviation. It is very rare for an ordinary person to meet these two, not to mention listening to his old man's lectures. If you can learn a little bit, it's a great benefit. And looking around at the people so excited, Li Dayou also smiled and slowly pressed down with one hand. Soon, the entire convention center then quieted down. This time it's not so much a lecture as it is a chance to take you through a fantasy of future warplanes. It's perfectly fine for people to think of it as an after-dinner tea party and say whatever they want. Hear this. People can't help but be a little disappointed. But still, I was excited to participate. After all, this is more or less a chance to get up close and personal with the big boys. Li Dayou took a look at the function introduction of this warplane model. Then pointing to the top, vertical takeoff, he said, Do you know how vertical takeoff is achieved and how it differs from the common takeoff pattern we use in fighter jets today? The onlookers shook their heads for a moment. Li Du also took advantage of this to open up the conversation. That's actually quite understandable. Our current fighters use a conventional takeoff mode, and we all know exactly how it works. Fighter jets are driven onto an extremely long runway when they take off. Turbine rotation provides the power to propel the fighter jet forward quickly, and when the forward speed reaches a point, the pilot can adjust the wings to change the airflow around it to complete the takeoff. Speaking of which, Li Dui looked around. Seeing the onlookers all start nodding, it was obvious that they all understood what he had just said. Only then did he continue. And with this mode of takeoff, there are two great drawbacks. The time taken to take off is too long and the takeoff site is too demanding. Vertical takeoff mode, by contrast, solves both problems perfectly. Said, Li Dio walked towards the fighter jet model behind him and pointed to the nozzle on it. During takeoff, these nozzles flip down to provide lift, and while cruising, these nozzles turn back to a horizontal position to provide forward momentum. This makes the site less demanding for the fighters when they take off and land. People can try to think about it. Li Dio's voice paused as he spoke. Let's assume that on an aircraft carrier, all the other countries use conventional fighters and we use vertical takeoff and landing fighters. What will be the result when the war breaks out? With that, he looked at the crowd expectantly. Just then, a boy with glasses and a plaid shirt obviously studying science raised his hand. The result is that the carrying capacity of our carriers far exceeds that of other nations, so that when war breaks out, we can quickly seize air control and strike at the enemy. Exactly. Li Dio nodded approvingly. Turning the tables, he said, as you listen, you may think that this is a good feature to implement. After all, it sounds like it's just adding a mechanical module that allows the nozzle to achieve a flip. But I will tell you this. This is a feature that is actually very difficult to implement. To achieve vertical takeoff and landing, the nozzle flip is only the first step. And secondly, we need to reduce the weight of the fuselage. Otherwise it will be difficult to get the fighter up in the air with just the uplift provided by the nozzles. And by reducing weight, that means the stiffness of the airframe may be reduced. Derek Lee doesn't mince words about the technical difficulties on this. And the crowd was listening, also thinking, how exactly to maximize weight reduction without compromising the functionality of the fighter, and the stiffness of the airframe. And in the meantime, listening to Li Dio's narration, Chen Yiming also curiously came forward. He used to be a pilot by trade, familiar with many kinds of fighters. He felt something was wrong at the first sight of this model. This stuff, it's just too much like the real thing. Just as he was about to post up and take a closer look, Ikimoku, Zhao Kongping suddenly spoke out, smiling, you send 2 men, go to the cockpit and take 2 pictures to show the interior. Okay, Chen Yiming immediately nodded his head. Think about it. Instead of going to call someone, he climbed up himself, climb up the steel ladder and open the dome into the cockpit. Chen Yiming immediately sensed that something was wrong. It can't be a real fighter jet, can it? Looking at the operating console in front of him that was filled with a sense of technology, Chen Yiming's entire body froze, subconsciously shrinking his arms and legs, afraid of being careless and touching something that shouldn't be touched. What if it takes off? This is still at the airshow venue. No, it's just a model. I'm afraid of something. With that, he subconsciously gripped the joystick of the fighter in front of him. Next, Chen Yiming's mind instantly exploded. Feeling the touch coming from his hand, Chen Yiming's entire body was bad. This isn't right. Why hasn't Yiming come down yet? Zhao Kongping cooperated with Li Dio again and interacted with the crowd for a while. Suddenly, he noticed that Chen Yiming seemed to have been in the cabin for half a day. Why isn't there any movement? With that in mind, the 2 men went to an observatory off to the side. But just then, inside the cockpit, there was a sudden mechanical beep. Driver detected in position. 6th generation skyward. Being prepared for takeoff. System self-testing. Chen Yiming's entire body was confused. Isn't this a ING model? How do you start self-checking? Not reacting yet. On the LCD screen in front of him, even Chen Yiming's driver status was displayed. System detects life fluctuations in the vicinity, automatically switching to vertical takeoff mode. Inside the cockpit, the smart beep sounded again. Subsequently, the entire fighter, suddenly, let out a piercing alarm tone. Warning, fighter jets are preparing to take off. Please stay away from the surrounding area as soon as possible. Warning, fighter jets are preparing to take off. Please stay away from the surrounding area as soon as possible. Warning, a sudden, piercing beep. The word spread throughout the venue in an instant. Everyone in the room was confused, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Isn't this a ING model? This is also. It's so realistic. An onlooker pulled out his cell phone and started filming with an excited look on his face. The model is too realistic. And it even comes with its own beep system. Yeah, if I hadn't said anything, I would have thought it was a real fighter jet. Hurry up and film it. It's simply the most golden program of this airshow. The people around them were incredibly excited. Some of the people who had been stunned and confused were now coming to their senses. Pull out your cell phone and turn on recording. And in the meantime, the two nationalists, Li Dayou and Zhao Kongping, were standing on the observatory. The two men watched the commotion in the cockpit. See the entire cockpit. All the screens lit up. The main thing is, at this moment, Chen Yiming was all pale. The two men realized at once that something was wrong. This can't be a real fighter jet. The sirens grew more shrill. Li Du also realizes, the fighter in front of you is most likely not a model. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Chapter 14, Fly if you can. Everyone, evacuate now. Li Dayou came out with a loud roar. The hoarse voice overpowered the alarm for a moment. The crowd that was originally still excited to shoot. All were confused when they heard Li Dayou's roar. What? Why are we evacuating? Isn't this a model? It was the soldiers in charge of the patrol who reacted the fastest. They didn't know what was going on either though, but hearing Li Dayou give the order, and the increasingly urgent sirens, instantly, he realized something was wrong. Evacuate, quickly, put down your cell phone, stop filming and withdraw. Several soldiers stepped forward, immediately stopping the crowd around them still filming. The crowd was organized to quickly evacuate quickly in all directions. The crowd withdrew in a daze. After organizing the evacuation, Song Guoming was also puzzled. Quickly coming to the observatory, he inquired to the two state officials who were looking tense. Elder Li, Elder Zhao, what happened? Listened to his questions. The two statesmen lapsed into silence for a moment, although they did panic for a moment just now. But, if the fighter in front of us is a true 6th generation Skyward, the two men still can't believe it. Just kidding. Do you really think it's that easy to build a 6th generation fighter jet? Not to mention how outrageous the features on it were according to the description of the features on the front of this fighter. Even with really complete drawings, trying to make a Generation 6 fighter jet is also nearly impossible. A breakthrough in principal difficulties does not mean that technical difficulties can also be ignored. Let's say the nuclear fission power module above. How can this be true? So even though they had just seen it, all kinds of equipment all activated in the operating room. The sharp, piercing siren was also heard. It was also completely unbelievable that the one in front of him was a real 6th generation fighter. It's outrageous. If anyone can really make a 6th generation fighter, that must be a character that all countries are fighting over. What's with sending this fighter, which hasn't even been introduced yet, to a rabbit airshow? There may be some problems here, but you don't have to worry. Looking at the somewhat nervous Song Guoming, Li Dayou opened his mouth to comfort him. Think of it as a surprise drill. Line. Song Guoming didn't understand what he said for a moment, but still, he subconsciously nodded. Just then, the walkie-talkie that Song Guoming had pinned to his shoulder suddenly made a sound. Political Commissar, this is Chen Yiming. I have a problem here. Song Guoming froze. Problems? To the side, the two statesmen also focused their attention. Eyes exchanged, signaling Song Guoming. The latter pressed the intercom. Roger, Yiming, what's the problem on your end? Go ahead. Here's the thing. I'm in the cockpit of this fighter model, and now the cockpit is showing a startup prompt. What do I do? Startup tips? Hearing this, Song Guoming's heart fluttered. Subconsciously, he looked to the two statesmen for help. Li Dayou and Zhao Kongping were also a bit confused, but after a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Then start it up. I guess it's just a simulation program. Good. Song nodded and pressed the intercom again. Ikimoku. It can be activated. Copy that. Chen Yiming's reply came over the intercom. In the meantime, in the cockpit, hearing Song Guoming's reply, Chen Yiming sighed in relief. Since the political commissar's side has said that it can be activated, what does one have to be afraid of? After all, the political commissar is now standing with two nationalists. What are the two men of state? Leader in rabbit aviation, two top bulls. In this regard, they say one and no one dares to say two yet. If Kikuchi says it can start, then it's absolutely fine. I guess I'm scaring myself. It's obviously a model. Why am I so nervous? Although so to speak, but hold the joystick and feel the touch coming from your palm. Chen Yiming couldn't help but still be a bit nervous. Years of experience as a pilot had taught him that this thing was definitely not simple. This Lu Feng kid, he's making it a little too realistic. Spitting out a sigh, Chen Yiming reacted again. This fighter jet is a retired J-10 converted. It's not unusual to be more realistic. With that in mind, he reached out his hand and was about to press the start button. But just then, there was a click. Chen Yiming only felt his body tighten, as if it was deadlocked by something. Looked down, so it's seatbelts, only to see the latch that suddenly popped up behind the cockpit and had locked his body in place. This Lu Feng is really good, even making this thing look like the real thing. With that, he was about to reach down and undo the latch. Fighter jets have seatbelts that are locked tight for the safety of the pilot during flight, but there's no flying going on right now. Not to mention that Chen Yiming was wearing his regular clothes. Being locked up like that felt a little uncomfortable all of a sudden, but just as his hand touched the latch, ready to open it, the smart beep sounded again. Fighters activated. No violations allowed. Chen Yiming froze. Forget it. If you don't solve it, you don't solve it. Although one is not flying a real airplane right now, but it's a good habit to keep thinking. Chen Yiming also didn't care about the deadbolt, stretched out his finger, and pressed the start button. Follow closely. A series of startup prompts went off. Fighters are warming up. Pilots, please make final preparations before takeoff. Detecting that the surrounding environment is not suitable for taxiing takeoff, the takeoff mode has been changed to vertical takeoff and landing. Default altitude, 18,000 meters. Chen Yiming froze. Isn't this fighter a model? How is it getting more and more outrageous? Even with the whole flight altitude thing? Holy, Lu Feng, you kid is really able to organize. A model that makes you hold so many flowers around. Dropping. Pressure release device on standby. Dropping. Super vector engine is starting up. Listen to these increasingly specialized cues. Chen Yiming was relieved. What super vector engine? Is this real? Skimming his lips, Chen Yiming somewhat wanted to laugh. Are you kidding me? Why don't you really fly me if you can? He had just finished his sentence. Next, a blood-curdling mechanical sound then came from within the fuselage. The crowds of onlookers on the outside saw it. Those two spouts, which had remained horizontal, suddenly began to slowly flip over. Follow. Boom. A deafening engine sound was heard. Everyone in the entire venue was taken aback. Everyone's eyes looked at the fighter jets not far away in disbelief. This movement, is it really from the model in front of you? It's a bit realistic. It couldn't be a real fighter jet, could it? Chapter 15 Sound Wave Simulation. Is this a prank? Boom! A dull roar suddenly erupted from the massive fuselage. It's like a beast that's been awakened. All the people present were frightened by the loud voice, causing their movements to stall and their faces to turn pale. This sound. Something's wrong, isn't it? It can't be true. It's not just them. On the observatory, Li Dayou and Zhao Kongping, who were originally confident, were also frozen in place at this moment. Being the president and vice president of the Aerospace Research Institute, two of the top gurus in the field, the rabbit is one of the few nationalists. To put it in no uncertain terms, the two of them, Li Dayou and Zhao Kongping, have touched more airplanes than any normal person has ever eaten. So, upon hearing the dull, loud sound, the two instantly realized that something was wrong. It's not the roar of a fighter jet engine, is it? The two nationalists could not be more familiar with this sound. The face changed drastically. Hell, isn't this supposed to be a model? Does it have to be so real? Li Dui smacked his lips a little. Zhao Kongping was equally appalled. Song Guoming, who was on the side, was even more nervous. Looking not far away, a steady stream of huge fighters emitted a roaring sound. Thinking to myself, it can't be a real fighter jet. No way. Just as he was about to confirm it towards the two state officials, the walkie-talkie, on his shoulder, rang again. Chen Yiming's panicked voice came out. Report to the political commissar. Report to the two nationalists. Cockpit alerts that the engines on this side of the plane have been started and that the scheduled altitude is 18,000 meters. Please instruct me from the top on what I should do next, said the official word. Chen Yiming shivered a little. Political commissar. I have a feeling this stuff could be real. Hear this. Song Guoming became even more nervous. Hastily, he turned his head to look at the two state officials, his eyes full of help. Just kidding. How could he do that? You're just a political commissar yourself. Aside from being a better shot, he wasn't even as good as Chen Yiming in the aerospace field. And hearing Chen Yiming's words, for his part, Li Dayou shook his head. No way. Are you kidding me? If this is a real sixth-generation fighter, then wouldn't all our years of research be a joke? On the side, Zhao Kongping agreed. It's like this. There's no chance at all that a sixth-generation fighter will be developed in the immediate future. Even NASA on Eagle Jam's side of the fence definitely hasn't made a true Generation 6 fighter plane with the technology we have now. Hear this. Song Guoming also understood. He nodded. If that's the case, then this should just be a prank. Yeah. Took off vertically and also flew to an altitude of 18,000 meters. Even if he didn't know anything about warplanes at all, it can also be heard that this is almost impossible to achieve. Well, don't get too nervous. On the side, Li Dayou also organized his emotions. Start analyzing the word. First of all, at the current level of technology, a sixth-generation fighter plane can never be manufactured. Not to mention we can't make it, even at Eagle Jam's industrial level. You probably don't understand how much is required at the industrial level to try to realize a Generation 6 fighter. Li Dayou's voice trailed off. A moment of silence passed before this was spoken. First of all, from a cosmetic point of view, the craftsmanship required for the shell of this fighter is a rather difficult to produce. Do you see this layer of metal casing he has? Does it look like it's made with a high degree of precision? Indeed. Song Guoming nodded. From the outside, the metal of the fighter's shell looked as if it had been seamlessly pieced together. The whole fighter is very beautiful in both shape and physique. Yes, elegant. The term is rarely used to describe an industrial vehicle. But at the moment, the word was put on this fighter, but not in the least. It was because the exterior design of this fighter plane was just too sci-fi. The whole fighter seems to be made in one piece, plus very smooth lines. It looks like it was lifted out of a sci-fi movie. But the problem is, this fighter plane, it's not a showpiece. Because of its performance both in terms of wind resistance and its ability to avoid radar signals, it's all pretty awesome. The only fighters that can do both are a group of drones that Rabbit can do today. But the problem is, this fighter obviously has a carrying capacity. After all, Chen Yiming was still locked in the cockpit at the moment, so that alone is the hard part. It just seems to be extremely difficult to solve in the eyes of Li Dui. And on this fighter plane, the biggest challenge is the power issue. Able to send a multi-ton fighter plane through vertical takeoff and landing, directly to the height of 18,000 meters. To the knowledge of Li Dui, today's Blue Star, no other country can do it. Not to mention the nuclear fission power engine which, according to the function description, is completely impossible to realize. A combination of conditions. Li Dayo was in complete disbelief that this was a real fighter in front of him. Just kidding. If you're talking about a real 6th generation aircraft, ing ate it straight away. While thinking about it, he also gave Song Guoming an explanation. But the other man was listening to the clouds. I see. Just then, Song Guoming looked at the two and said, so, it's completely impossible for this fighter to be real. The engine sound just now should be a sound wave simulation. It's totally fine as a prank, isn't it? Is the way to go. Li Dui nodded. Seeing this, Song Guoming intended to press the intercom and pacify Chen Yiming, but he hadn't opened his mouth. Chen Yiming's voice sounded again. This time, Chen Yiming did not speak. What came over the intercom was a rather cold mechanical beep. Wings are deploying. Is deployed. The engine is recharging. Is recharging. Engine jets are turning over. A series of beeps sounded. Although it had been determined that the one in front of him could not be a Generation 6 aircraft at all. But listen to these very professional words. Li Dayo and Zhao Kongping were still made to feel a sense of shock, accompanied by a beep from the intercom. The two statesmen looked up. Just see the spout under the fuselage, literally flipping over. From horizontal, flip to vertical down to the ground. Follow closely. The fighters are beginning the countdown to takeoff. 6th generation fighters will take off in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. Listen to the smooth, rhythmic sound of the countdown. Li Dayo and Zhao Kongping, their faces became more and more odd. The surrounding onlookers were also confused. It was originally intended to go up for observation. After hearing the countdown, subconsciously retreat. Withdraw a safe distance. 3, 2, 1. In plain sight. Countdown to 0. Follow. The roar sounded again. Only this time the roar didn't come from the engine, but from the two vents. Immediately following the crowd, they saw blazing flames shoot out from underneath the fighter jet. Huge war machine. This moment is also under this ascending force. Slowly lift off. Chapter 16, The Real 6th Generation. Blocking information. Hot flames blazed out from two large spouts. Concrete floors begin to redden and even crack. Even the temperature around them began to slowly rise. And the process of running the nozzle is not reaching its limits all at once. Instead, it's a small but slow output. Until the end. Full power. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw the fighter plane, which they had been using as a model, gradually detach itself from the ground. Begin liftoff. And that speed. It's getting faster and faster. From the beginning, off the ground, in 2 or 3 seconds, it climbed a few dozen meters. Now this, the remaining soldiers in the arena, and the airshow workers, exploded instantly. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief, rubbing eyes and pinching flesh. Clearly the pain comes. It was followed by a shout-out. This is not a dream. It's really flying. This is still a model? When did models get this realistic? Realistic indeed. Now it's no different from a real fighter jet. Since we can take off, does that mean that all those features that we dismissed as fiction before are real? My God, I didn't come to see the airshow. Is this the launch of our Rabbit 6th generation fighter jet? Everyone was confused, followed closely by a lapse into excitement. This is really, it's so magical. The airplane that has been used as a model by the crowd. Just now, it actually made beep after beep. Very realistic. At first, the crowd thought it was the designer of this fighter jet who was doing the whole job. But I didn't expect. Engines start. Nozzles flip. A short 10-second countdown. The whole fighter then went into operation. Now it's even flying. The researchers who were mixed in with the crowd at this time were not so excited. They looked at the airplane that was still rising fast. One's eyes were wide and mouths open, drooling uncontrollably. Each one of them looked like they had seen something unbelievable, and they were even a bit incoherent. My God, this is even true? The vertical takeoff and landing flight pattern has been breached, but from the mode of operation just now, this fighter didn't do any functionality reduction at all. Not to mention the fact that functionality description even has more functions than our previous fighter. Man, I can barely talk. Is the 6th generation fighter really realized? The researchers, who had been keeping quiet and uncharacteristically quiet. It's a shock at the moment. It made the whole airshow center noisy, but in the end it was all overshadowed by the roar of the fighter's engines is all. And in the meantime, on the observatory, the two nationalists, Li Dayou and Zhao Kongping, looked at the still rising fighter jets. The two men's eyes almost went straight. Scalp numbness. I can't believe it's really a true Gen 6? Where's the promised model? How could the two statesmen not believe it? They haven't even been able to break through the principle of a 6th generation fighter yet. And yet it has been built? It was also shipped to the Bunny's Airshow Center to provide conventions? Who the hell is it? The two men's minds were filled with doubt. But before he could think much about it, his attention was once again drawn away from the fighter in front of him. At this point, with the full force of several engine nozzles, 6th generation fighters that had been pushed hundreds of meters into the air, so much so, that the crowd, with great difficulty, could only look up and watch against the heat, but even that feeling is hard. The crowd also couldn't afford to bow their heads or even blink. It's outrageous to know. This fighter jet flew from the ground, hundreds of meters into the air. It didn't even take 3 seconds. This speed, it was like being plucked up out of thin air by an invisible hand. And this is getting faster and faster. It seems like it never ends. Target altitude, 18,000 meters. Li Dayou was filled with horror and murmured out, "It can't be true." And in the meantime, watching the surroundings rapidly decline, Chen Yiming sat in the cockpit, his entire body messed up. How did it really fly? Where's the promised model? Lu Feng, you kid, you don't have to be so real if you want to be realistic. Look around at the rapidly descending landscape. How could he not realize that this fighter beneath him was climbing rapidly? As a pilot, Chen Yiming has flown many fighter jets, but it's really the first of its kind in this takeoff mode, to the extent that, originally well trained, he didn't even know what to do at the moment, other than clutch the joystick with both hands in a death grip. Fighters climbing, current altitude, 200 m, fighters climbing, current altitude, 500 m, fighters climbing, current altitude, 800 m, the beeps kept ringing in his ears. Hearing Chen Yiming's brain went blank. If I remember correctly, the previous target altitude was 18,000 meters I believe. At this rate, I guess we'll reach it soon. What should I do then? Watching the fighters rise quickly into the air, shrinking out of sight, the two statesmen also gradually came to their senses. Now it was rather certain that this must be a real airplane, and it utilized many technologies that even the Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics had yet to break through. But another question comes next. Such a warplane suddenly took off inside Rabbit airspace. Isn't that a bit hasty? If you don't stop it, it's going to get worse. Think about it. Li Dayou was also too late to discuss with Zhao Kongping. Immediately looking behind him at the stagnant Song Guoming, he eagerly said, "Hurry up, blockade the news. Don't let the news of this fighter out." Ah, yes. Song Guoming also reacted, pressing the walkie-talkie on his shoulder. Velocity began to make arrangements. Follow closely. The people who had been forcibly evacuated outside the airshow center earlier were also talking at this moment. They all heard that one loud engine roar just now. That one just now. It couldn't be a real fighter jet and not a model, could it? I suppose so. After all, it's so well made and the warning just now was very real. Most of all, why evacuate us if the model is okay? Good thing I took the video earlier. I'll have to go back and study it later. Note to self, don't ever leak the video you just made, or it's a walking $500,000. The crowd was talking. Just then, look at the sky. You guys, a surprised roar rang out, followed by everyone subconsciously looking up. But when they look at it, everyone was stunned. What the heck is that thing? Flying up from the center of the airshow? Chapter 17, saying good model, did you really fly? Watching the rapidly rising shadows in the sky, the crowd froze for a moment, followed by a reaction. In the sky, it couldn't be the same model they visited earlier, could it? You call this a model? Can your home model fly? In a split second, the crowd, which had been discussing it enthusiastically, became speechless, eyes relative. The shock in his eyes could not be concealed in the slightest. Watching the fighter jet in the rapid ascension, the hearts of the people gradually reacted. Isn't that a description of Rabbits have come up with a state-of-the-art 6th-generation fighter? Does that mean? What was written on that previous feature sheet? Is it all true? Vertical takeoff, holographic stealth, radar stealth, nuclear fission reactor power modules. Our rabbits, have they become so powerful? Moment. A sense of pride that comes with it. All people say that when the country is prosperous and the people are at peace, only when the country is strong can the people be stabilized. But now, the country has become so powerful. Wouldn't that mean that everyone's life would be getting happier too? Think about it. There was just a wave of anticipation and excitement on the faces of the crowd. There are some students who are still in school and are even more determined to shine in the field of aviation. A few were originally planning to study abroad. But now, out of a hair, what other country can now beat rabbits in this area of spaceflight? And in the meantime, the staff of the military district also received orders, came from all sides and began to evacuate these crowds that had gathered again. Hello, the convention is now over. Thank you for your participation. Please maintain an orderly exit. Thank you for your cooperation. The staff spoke official jargon, their faces serious. Nothing else too much was said, but the more it proves, the less simple this thing is. And on the other side, Airshow Center, the two statesmen also took action after giving their orders. With the fighters rising quickly into the air, the original military walkie-talkies no longer work. We must contact Chen Yiming as soon as possible. Li Dui's eyes burned. This was a fighter plane that Chen Yiming must have flown for the first time, so it must be fairly unfamiliar. Although it was also the first time that Li Dui and the others had seen an actual airplane. But, at least they've been studying this for more than a decade, right? Might just be able to offer some help. Sure, the main objective was to keep the plane plus Chen Yiming alive, in case there is any slightest mishap that leads to a plane crash. The consequences are unimaginable. Thinking of this, Li Dao, Zhao Kongping and Song Guoming next to him, three immediately started trying to figure out how to make contact. Is it connected to the satellite signal? Li Dao looked at Song Guoming. The latter operated the device in front of him for a while before finally nodding. The link is up. Now we're just waiting for Yiming's side to pass the application so we can get in touch with him. Hearing this, Li Dao nodded, then stared nervously at the screen of the wireless communication device in front of him. Hurry up and get through. And in the meantime, the plane is still rising rapidly. Inside the cockpit, Chen Yiming, however, eased over a bit. As a soldier, it is often important to remain rational in critical moments. So after a brief moment of shock, Chen Yiming repeatedly took deep breaths and finally stabilized himself. But the problem is, what should I do next for myself? The fighter jets are lifting off, but they're getting faster and faster. If we keep this up, we're really going to reach the 18,000 meters set as the goal. What should one do then? Nope. Is there any way to stop the liftoff and land back on the ground? Just as he was about to ask a question, suddenly, intelligence system beeps sounded on their own accord. Wireless communication system request for connection detected. The system automatically starts parsing the news channel. Parsing complete. Please choose 1. Agree to answer. 2. Reverse monitoring. Listen to the beep. Chen Yiming froze, spinning around. His face changed drastically. What kind of tech is this? It can still be played like this? Connecting to the wireless signal. This is well understood. But listening in reverse along the wireless signal is a bit of magic, isn't it? Sure, the system was written by a normal person and not a hacker? Thinking. Although Chen Yiming was incomparably shocked right now, but he also quickly realized, this wireless signal was most likely the military or even the two Kikuchi trying to find a way to contact themselves. After all, the previous military intercom was, at the moment, defunct. Song Guoming, on the other hand, was accompanied by two nationalists from the Aviation Academy. The other side must have come to save themselves. Think about it. Chen Yiming decisively chose to agree. Immediately following, the pale, but incredibly excited and exuberant voices of the two nationalists resounded in the cockpit. Li Dao, hey, can you hear me? Yiming? Zhao Kongping, Comrade Yiming, please make sure you stay calm. You'll be fine. Trust us. Song Guoming, listen to the arrangements of the two state officials, both of whom are top scientists at the Aviation Academy, and can certainly help you. The voices of the three men took turns ringing out, and listened to those familiar voices. Chen Yiming also gradually calmed down. Yeah, there are two nationalists in. What one is afraid of? Thinking about it, he took a deep breath in and let it out slowly. Yes, Political Commissar Song, Elder Li, Elder Zhao. Just then, on the observatory, Minister Wang hurriedly ran in, his face incredibly serious. I'm afraid it's going to be impossible to keep things under wraps. There are just too many people who saw the fighters lift off. Hear that? Although the crowd had prepared for this, they were helpless at the moment. No way. Usually when fighter planes are invented and tried out they choose seas, deserts where no one lives. And this fighter, but it was at the airshow center. Not only were there people who came to the airshow to see it for themselves, even the people living around them saw the scene. With so many pairs of eyes watching, it's hard to guarantee that information won't be compromised. In that case, it's better to do your best to conceal as much as you can, Lee Dayo said helplessly and turned his head to look at the black dot in the sky that was getting smaller and smaller. We have more important things to do right now. Their primary purpose now. It's all about ensuring the safety of the airplane and the pilot. He was about to get in touch with Chen Yiming to inquire about the situation over there. Suddenly, a staff member on the sidelines spoke up. Real-time shared imagery of the fighters has been connected. Hear this. The crowd turned their heads in a hurry and looked at the screen over there. Only on that screen, the system prompts of the war machine also appeared in front of the crowd. At this point, the fighters are flying at an altitude that is still climbing, and it's getting faster. The projected target of 18,000 meters above sea level. Going down at this rate, just 30 seconds? Chapter 18 Breaking the Speed of Sound. It only takes 30 seconds to ascend to 18,000 meters? Look at the estimated time on the screen. Li Deyo and Zhao Kongping immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Even a couple of the research team members, also looking at the number with disbelief. One time, everyone is afraid to speak. Sure there are no errors in the data transfer? Li Deyo looked at the staff aside and asked out loud. The other man examined it and nodded in the affirmative. There's no problem with the transmission, at least on this side of the device. If this data isn't right, then something will only happen on the fighter side. Can get the pilot to confirm it. Aha. Li Deyo nodded. Spin said, connect with Chen Yiming. Good. Without saying a word, the staff member pressed the communication button directly in front of him. The call between the two parties was reconnected. Yiming, my side has just received data feedback from the fighters. This side shows that the target altitude of the fighters is as high as 18,000 meters, and the prediction is that it will only take 30 seconds to ascend to this altitude? Is this data different from what you're showing on your end? Chen Yiming finished, followed closely by the crowd shutting up. Even the breathing had slowed down considerably, quietly waiting for a reply from Chen Yiming. Not a moment too soon, Chen Yiming's voice rang out, slightly flustered. No problem, that's what the fighter's display predicts. This statement was made. The scene was in uproar. The two nationalists, as well as the research team present, couldn't help but open their mouths wide, full of disbelief. 30 seconds to ascend to an altitude of 18,000 meters. That's an exaggerated statistic. Can it really be done? That said, will this fighter misrepresent its value? After all, this figure is just too exaggerated. That's over 2,000 kilometers per hour if that speed is maintained. This is still a vertical takeoff, forced upward by the nozzle's propulsion. If we switch to taxiing, does break 3,000? It's too much. Even the peak speed of our current state-of-the-art fighters isn't that much. The crowd was talking, full of horror. This figure sounds very exaggerated, but after careful calculations, the crowd realized that it's more exaggerated. Is this really a real-life speed? The fighters must have misrepresented their numbers. The crowd at the institute couldn't believe it. But, at this very moment, the sixth-generation fighter high in the sky was still transmitting back its current altitude by way of satellite signals. Current fighter altitude, 1,028 meters. Current fighter altitude, 1,320 meters. Current fighter altitude, 1,675 meters. Almost every second, the fighter's altitude climbed to the next notch. And it's getting faster. 3 short seconds. It then climbed sharply by almost 1,000 meters. Looking at the real-time feedback from the data, the institute's crowd is almost numb. And look at the crowd's reaction. Song Guoming, who was on the side, was full of confusion. Isn't it a good thing that Elder Li's fighters are climbing fast? In his opinion, the biggest benefit of a vertical takeoff is the ability to reduce a fighter's preparation time. The faster you go, the more time you save. Isn't that the effect the crowd is looking for? But how? The crowd looks like they've seen a ghost? And listen to his words. The two nationalists took a deep breath and slowly came back to their senses. Calming his emotions, Li Deyo slowly opened his mouth. Being fast is definitely a good thing. But the problem is, this is just too fast. Just think for a moment what the concept of reaching 18,000 meters in 30 seconds really is. Hear this. Song Guoming began to think in his mind. Soon, he came up with an answer. Over 2,000 kilometers per hour. Song Guoming's eyes widened. What does that mean? The speed of liftoff alone would take you across the entire rabbit in an hour. Looking at his reaction, Li Deyo on the side also opened his mouth to explain. This fighter is now taking off vertically at speeds in excess of Mach 2. This speed is already more than the J-20's top cruising speed. What you may not realize is that vertical takeoff is not the same speed as cruising, and it requires an extremely high level of propulsion that the engine can provide. At least to my knowledge, the most advanced engines in the world currently don't do this, Lee Dewey said, pausing. Looking to the screen to the side, the status of the fighters was displayed in real time. It was determined that at such high speeds, the fighters did not incur the slightest damage. The horror in his eyes grew more and more intense, and at such high lift speeds, wing tolerance is also an issue. But from the current stage, the fighters' wings are taking it perfectly. Hear this. How does Song not know what he is witnessing? An engine far beyond the world's technological level just showed up as a rabbit? Realizing this, he felt his head suddenly get a little dizzy. The whole thing is a little bit of a flutter. Let's bunny, when did it get so powerful? Just as he was thinking, aside from the communication device, once again, the intelligent beat shared by the fighter side sounded. The fighter's altitude has exceeded 3,000 meters at this point, and the nuclear fission reaction power module is beginning to increase in power. Power module in preparation. Hear this. The crowd on the side, who were still thinking, suddenly stared in disbelief. What do I hear? A nuclear fission power module? You really did? No way. One researcher couldn't help but voice his disapproval. What is nuclear fission? That's something that exists in science fiction. How can that be in reality? And it was actually installed on an airplane. Seriously, if only nuclear fission could be made controllable. Shouldn't that be the first thing you do to provide resources for the country? Who in their great wisdom would take something that has been coveted by countless nations and actually fit it on an airplane? It's such a waste. But just as they were thinking, the voice of the intelligence system sounded again. Preparations complete. Nuclear fission power module being brought up to speed. Next, thousands of meters above. As the system beep sounded, the nozzles of the fighter's engines widened again, like a volcanic eruption. Intense crimson flames erupted violently. Boom! A loud bang rang out from the sky. Even the crowd still on the ground could hear it clearly. There's no time to react yet. The two nationalists then saw that the speed of the fighters displayed on the screen was rapidly spiking. 270 meters per second. 310 meters per second. 350 meters per second. Break the speed of sound. Looking at the speed that had already broken the speed of sound and was continuing to rise, Li Deo and Zhao Kongping both a bit numb. Where's the promised aerodynamics? The thing. It doesn't make sense at all. But the two didn't have time to think much about it. Another loud sonic boom was heard ringing through the sky after the engines exploded in power. It's as if the air is being torn apart. Extraordinarily harsh. The large city of Xi'an. It was also instantly enveloped by this sonic boom. Everyone heard it loud and clear. Look up in horror, and saw nothing. Chapter 19 Ascending Speed. Mach 3. Holy, what was that noise just now? Did something explode in the sky? But I don't see anything. The sound just now sounded sharp, as if something had broken through the sound barrier. Just kidding, there's nothing in the world that's that fast. By the way, there was an explosion over at the airshow just now, so it can't be a fighter jet taking off. If it's a fighter jet, breaking the sound barrier is still a breeze. The entire city of Xi'an, everyone, if anything, heard the loud noise just now, mistaken for the sound of a fighter jet in flight. Actually, it's still a real fighter. But here's what they didn't expect. The fighter wasn't cruising as fast as they thought it would. Instead, they fly vertically, and in the meantime, after hearing the pop, observatory, everyone was confused. Crazy. Has the world gone mad? Why does it break the speed of sound when it's obviously taking off vertically against the nozzle? To know, fighter jets are able to break the speed of sound with more than just high-powered engines and aerodynamics. It's with multiple additions that a fighter can explode to high speeds. But now, that's a vertical takeoff for a fighter jet. Those two wings that provide air turbulence. What a complete side effect now. Under these conditions, speeds can still reach the speed of sound. Is it true that aerodynamics no longer exists? Everyone on the scene was a little confused. Recall the voice of the intelligence system that just came from the communication device. Nuclear fission reaction power module. The crowd gradually understood. Is this the legendary power flying brick? But even then, they were hard to believe. A nuclear fission reaction module has been worked on and mounted on a fighter jet. And what kind of material is the wing of this fighter plane made of? Is it true that the wings don't deform at these speeds? Just as the crowd was shocked, the numbers on the screen, still in flux. The altitude of ascent exceeds 5,000 meters, and the rate of ascent, too, has reached a jaw-dropping 650 meters per second. This number seems small, but it's already twice the speed of sound. The main thing is that number, and it goes on and on. It's hard to imagine how this fighter's power module actually works. Is it true that there won't be any accidents at such a fast speed? Raidu murmured, his greatest fear. It is the provision of such powerful power that the internal engine fuel will run low early as a result. To know, it's not in the military zone right now. There is also no equipment that can be refueled in the air. If the fuel runs out, The result that the 6th generation and Chen Yiming faced was nothing but organic destruction. Don't be so nervous. Just then, Zhao Kongping could see that something was wrong with his old buddy. Licked his dry lips. Comforting. Did you hear that system voice just now? At least judging from the previous situation. This system is still intelligent and shouldn't misjudge the airframe situation. Hear this. It took a moment for Li Dui to remember. Before the fighters were taking off, it seems that the site environment has also been tested. It was determined that there was no suitable space before the vertical takeoff mode was selected. In that case, one's own worries were a bit redundant. Think about it. He sighed in relief. Just as they were planning to ask Chen Yiming's current situation, the communication device, however, came from Chen Yiming's alarmed voice. What's going on? Why is it getting faster and faster? Mach 3. Is this really the speed a fighter jet should be going? It's still a vertical takeoff. Is this the horror of the 6th generation? Why is the fuselage so sturdy and the wing so stable at such speeds? And this horrible engine. What kind of technology is used in it? I feel that this engine, not to mention airplanes, even rockets can be pushed by installing a few more. Is it really a good idea to put equipment like this on an airplane? Chen Yiming asked a series of questions. Through the communication device, it reached the ears of the crowd. Next, everyone was silent. The two statesmen, and the crowd from the research team. They opened their mouths, but for a moment they could say nothing. As the top group of rabbits in the space field, what each of them has learned is quite rich. Even take out any one of them and they can be professors in universities. But now, looking at the ever-changing numbers on the screen, as well as the many questions that Chen Yiming yelled out, the crowd can't help but fall into self-doubt. They feel as if what they have learned has been completely overturned. The main thing is, originally they had the complete drawings and expected to build the 6 in another 6 months. At the moment have some uncertainty up. Is it really possible to build such a fighter jet in half a year? And in the meantime, the rate of climb of the 6 is still rising. Seconds quickly break 1,000 and are heading straight for 2,000. Most notably at such exaggerated speeds. Chen Yiming in the cockpit surprisingly felt all good except for being a bit overweight. Gradual. The feeling of being overweight is also gone. As the fighters slowed down, all the nozzles began to work together. On the verge of reaching the intended location, the 6th generation fighter jet began to slow down automatically, followed by an eerie stance, stopping high above the sky. Yes, it didn't start sailing, or descending. Instead, it hovered very smoothly in the air. The crowd on the observatory looked at the information coming from the screen. One with a numb expression. They're powerless to spit. Forget it. It's just a few decades of knowledge. So lose it. This stuff is beyond our comprehension. Everyone, nowadays, has stopped bothering with aerodynamics and such. They only hoped that the warplane would return without incident. Then pull into the space yard. Allow them to delve into it for a bit. Yiming, may I ask what the status is on your end? Li Dayo pressed the communication button and said loudly. Report, I feel, all is well. That's good. Li Dayo breathed a sigh of relief and followed up with an order. Now I need you to take control of the fighter and fly it to the military area and land it. Can you do that? It's okay. Chen Yiming replied loudly. When the communication is closed, Chen Yiming is numb. How do I control this? But it's a good thing he's a pilot by trade. The controls of the 6th generation fighters are also all simplified and intelligent. After simply fumbling around for a while, Chen Yiming mastered the basic operation. Just as he was about to sail back to the military area in his airplane, the screen in front of you again listed several options. Please select your desired navigation mode. 1. Low-speed cruise. 2. High-speed cruising. 3. Extreme cruise. 4. Adaptive cruise control. Chapter 20. 4. 5 times the speed of sound. You call that low-speed cruising? Look at the text on the screen. Chen Yiming was a little nervous. He recognized all these words and knew quite well what they stood for. As per his original driving habits, that's definitely a speed pull full. But now, he was piloting a never before seen, and the world's first ever, 6th generation fighter plane. Just based on that exaggerated vertical rise speed just now, he knew this fighter was far from the ones he had flown before. So, before figuring out the specific functions of the fighter, Chen Yiming simply didn't dare to mess around. Who? Located first. Chen Yiming exhaled a long breath. With that, he said to the intelligence system, select. To select the nearest military district as a target. There were a few seconds of silence. Just as he thought, in the cockpit, the voice of that intelligence system sounded again. The nearest military district has been selected as a target for you. Please select cruise mode. Look at the font on the screen. Chen Yiming hesitated for a while and finally chose adaptive cruise. This cruise mode is, in general, very intelligent. It detects what's going on around the fighter, and the driver's driving habits. This gives the most appropriate model. Choose success. Current mode is, adaptive cruise. See the text display. Chen Yiming did not let up. holding the joystick in a death grip with both hands. Slowly push. Gradually, the nozzles underneath the fuselage began to cooperate with each other and eventually all became horizontal. The fighters also began to fly, in their normal attitude. Finally, nothing went wrong. Chen Yiming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. Just when he thought that he could just sail to the military zone in a fighter plane, suddenly, a huge shove came. Before Chen Yiming could react, he felt that his entire body was dead slapped on the seat. What is this? Chen Yiming repeatedly took deep breaths. After all, the fighters are sailing at the moment. If some missteps occurred due to panic, don't talk about your own little life. Now he was in the air above the urban area, but any accident would hurt the lives of countless people. Deep breathing still works well. Soon, Chen Yiming calmed down. Follow closely. The voice of the intelligence system also rang in his ears. Adaptive cruise control activated. Currently in low-speed cruise. Cruising at low speeds. Feeling the huge feeling of pushing back. Chen Yiming's mouth twitched and looked at the screen. Only the current speed was being clearly displayed on the upper position of the hourly speed. 3,690 kilometers per hour. Mach 3. You call that low-speed cruise control? Chen Yiming was about to collapse. Sure enough, one still can't trust this fighter too much. Say yes to low-speed cruise and you give me the whole Mach 3. So if I cruise at highway speeds, does that just turn me into a light? It was being mentally spat out. Instead, the voice of Li Dayo came from the communicator. What's wrong with you? Tell you to drive slow and steady. You drive to Mach 3? Hurry up and slow down. Listening to Li Dayo's slightly reprimanding voice, Chen Yiming was on the verge of tears in his anxiety. Li Lao, I don't know I just turned on the adaptive mode, and then the adaptive mode was adjusted to low-speed cruise, and then, it was over Mach 3. What? On the observatory. Listening to Chen Yiming's words, Li Dayo's eyes were wide open. Is that speed a low-speed cruise? The people who set up the speed system are more or less faulty. Li Dayo spat in his mind. Subconsciously, he looked aside at the screen. It was showing the status of the fighters in real time, but when he looked at the speed column, that's when he realized, the speed is surprisingly still going up. The original Mach 3 speed, it continues to rise, and it was rising fast, coming to Mach 3.6 in the blink of an eye. That's nearly 4,500 kilometers per hour. The main thing is, there was no sound of a mode change coming from the communicator, only Chen Yiming's shriek. That means, now have a 6th-generation aircraft that's still in low-speed cruise? Li Dayo thought for a moment and came up with this answer, followed closely by the whole thing being bad. Mach 3.6 speed. Put it on an unusual fighter and it's already cruising at high speed, and still low speed on this 6th-generation fighter, not to mention the highway on top, and even extreme cruising. Holy, how fast would it be if it was on top speed? What the hell is the design of this fighter's engine? I can't wait to take it apart. Mach 3.6 low-speed cruise, unheard of. Is there only one mode for this fighter? At this rate, the fighters will soon reach their destination. But the question is whether the driver can stabilize the brakes at these extreme speeds or not. I wonder just how terrifying speed would be if such a warplane were to turn on its extreme cruise mode. The crowd murmured and marveled. It's not that they haven't seen it, just such as still in the war machine. It's really too rare. Nope, it's just unheard of. At the moment they couldn't even think about the gold content of this fighter. This engine alone is enough to shine in many industries. Just as they were marveling, the staff aside suddenly let out a shriek. The speed has reached Mach 4.5. What? Li Dayo's face changed drastically. Hurriedly, he came to the screen and stared dead at the numbers on it. It was realized that the speed of the fighters was still rising as the crowd was shocked. In just a few moments, it came to Mach 4.5. That's over 5,000 kilometers per hour. The main thing is, at such extreme speeds, the fighter jet feeds back, still in low-speed cruise mode. Look at the message on the screen. The people present were speechless for a moment. Can't even find a word to describe how powerful this fighter is. And, at such extreme speeds, there is another very serious issue to consider. That's, with that kind of speed, can the driver stand it? Mach 4.5. That's 4.5 times the speed of sound, even if the driver is protected by the cockpit at the moment. But the inertia that comes with such extreme speeds is not something the average person can handle. Thinking of this, Li Dayo hurriedly inquired, Yiming, how do you feel now? The comm channel was silent for a moment. Chen Yiming's reply did not come for a long time. Just when the crowd was alarmed and thought Chen Yiming had lost consciousness under such inertia, the voice of the intelligence system came again. Pressure relief device system. Activating. Chapter 21 Defying Aerodynamics. Pressure relief device system. Activating. Starting successfully. Just the moment the intelligence system voice rang out. Inside the cockpit, Chen Yiming, who was deadlocked in the driver's seat because of the increasing speed of the fighter jet, was deadlocked in the driver's seat. there was a sudden pneumatic sound in his ears. It was as if some air pressure device had been activated. Next, the original strong inertia caused by the excessive acceleration was disappearing little by little. Chen Yiming only felt his body relax. Gradually, the hands were able to move. The body no longer feels like it's being weighed down with 1,000 pounds. The whole thing was a lot easier. What's this about? Chen Yiming was a bit confused and didn't react for a while. At the moment he felt like he was even moving around. Turning his head toward the outside of the cabin, he saw that at that moment the fighter was still in a state of rapid speed. The surrounding scene flew backward and withdrew. It's a lot faster compared to before. Immediately afterward he craned his head to look at the screen in front of him. Current speed, Mach 4. 5. Current mode, low-speed cruise. Chen Yiming was somewhat speechless. That's 5 times the speed of sound, and it's still cruising at low speed. Is this fighter, really, not the only mode? He wanted to spit in his mind. Soon, however, something very serious was realized. With such massive acceleration, surprisingly, he didn't feel a bit of inertia anymore. The fighter's flight speed went from 0 to Mach 5 now. It took less than a minute. The most noticeable thing you feel as a driver at such extreme speed increases is inertia. And with such huge numbers, as a driver if not adequately protected, under this powerful inertia, it was very likely that the internal organs would be deflected, the bones would be crushed, and so on. Even with cabin protection, it shouldn't be better for the driver either. But now, Chen Yiming, however, could not feel the slightest discomfort? No, to be precise, it should have been just after that system alert and then some sort of pneumatic device was triggered in the cabin, and then the inertia in me was cancelled out. Thinking that, Chen Yiming began to slowly move his hand and lift his foot. Sure enough, no feeling of being affected by inertia at all. He couldn't help but be a little appalled. And just then, in the communication device, Li Dao's voice also came to mind. Yiming, how do you feel now? Li Dao's voice was urgent, and Chen Yiming hurriedly replied, I feel good right now. Immediately following that, he recounted what had just happened, and then, the entire comm channel went silent. On the observatory, listening to Chen Yiming's reply, the 2 nationalists, as well as the many research team members present, all looked at each other with horror. As a pilot, Chen Yiming is not tech-savvy. He could only feel the effects of that so-called pressure release device. Thought this was some kind of emerging technology, but Li Dui understands. Zhao Kongping also understands. In a state of acceleration that counteracts the acceleration of gravity, Li Dao murmured and opened his mouth, slowly swallowing a mouthful of water. Eyes wide, throat dry. It took a long time to squeeze out a sentence. This should already defy physics, right? Yeah. Zhao Kongping was equally very shocked. He always felt, this time the 2, who had originally come to find inspiration, were at the moment like they had come to an airshow to open their eyes. What an eye-opener. To know, with the current state of affairs in the Dragon Kingdom today, there is not the slightest thing that can be done about the inertia caused by continued acceleration, because that's the basis of physics. It's like a rocket. The astronauts will also feel this almost crushing force during rapid liftoff, but astronauts can only fight hard with their physical prowess. Ditto for fighter jets. But I didn't expect. What used to be solved only by training pilots to resist stress is now solved by a technological device. That just defies physics. And in the meantime, the 2 men also noticed that the speed of the fighters continued to rise. In the time it took a few people to talk, it went from Mach 4.5 to Mach 5. Is there something wrong with this fighter's data? Li Dao returned to his senses and frowned as he looked at the speed of the fighters displayed in real time on the screen. In just a few seconds, another Mach 0.5 speed increase was achieved. In his perception, the only device capable of such terrifying speed is a missile. It wasn't so much that the propulsion module behind the missile was strong, but because the missile was light enough. The opposite. If you zoom in on the missile to the same level as a fighter jet, the propulsion module behind that missile would need to be enlarged countless times to make it work as well. But the problem is there really such a thing as a push module? And in the meantime, under Chen Yiming's manipulation, the 6th generation Skyward is heading towards the nearest southern theater. It's finally almost here. Looking at the destination that was getting closer and closer on the map, Chen Yiming sighed in relief. Just park the fighters smoothly in the war zone. One's self can be liberated. The pressure to fly this fighter is just too much. Until now, the speed of the fighters has been soaring. Luckily, its interior comes with its own cruise control. Otherwise, if we let him operate it, one misstep and the fighter could be far off course. That's not even the most important. Most importantly, in case it triggers some device that shouldn't be touched, in case of an accident, then even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to pay for it. And in the meantime, Southern Theater, Radar Department. Something is approaching. The radar man's face was instantly serious as he watched the screen. The small red dot that kept rushing closer and closer to his side. He immediately pressed the communication button and connected the call with Chiwei, the head of the radar department. Reporting to the minister, radar has detected something approaching rapidly in this direction, and it's fast. According to measurements, this thing is traveling at over Mach 5 and will reach us soon. Immediate targeting and real-time tracking. On the other end of the communication device, Chiwei ordered immediately after hearing the radar man's report. Soon, a middle-aged officer in his 40s or 50s then barged in. It was Chiwei. He first looked at the red dot that was blinking on the screen. With a serious face, he looked to the others and asked, "Is it possible to ascertain information about the UFO? The target has been targeted as per your instructions, but the specifics cannot be determined at this time." The radar man replied immediately. Seeing the situation, the soldiers on the side also began to guess with their own experience. Could it be a probe from another country breaking into rabbit territory? It's quite possible. After all, this is just too fast. If it's fitted with a high horsepower, lightweight probe, it does have the potential to achieve that speed. These people are really against the law. How dare they trespass our airspace? I think we can try to intercept it, and when we find out exactly which country's probe it is, we'll put direct international pressure on them. The crowd was talking, but just then, Chiwei, who was still contemplating on the side, suddenly saw the flashing red dots on the screen. Much faster. What's going on here? He was so alarmed that he hastened to look aside to the radar man, and the other side made the first calculations. The minister, opponent's speed, has reached Mach 10. Mach 10? Chiwei's eyes widened. Spinning around, one realizes that can do this at this speed. It's not likely to be a detector. It shouldn't be a missile. Sound the alarm. Chiwei's face changed drastically, and he gave the first order. This thing isn't a probe. It's probably a missile. Sound the alarm immediately. Chapter 22, Unidentified Flying Objects, Air Raid Crisis. See that speed. The whole radar department. It was a big shock. Being the most versatile and most equipped radar department in the Rabbit Southern Theater, they are much more functional than one would think. In case of war, this radar section will encircle the entire southern part of the Rabbit, detect enemy incursions in the first instance and take counteraction. But the problem is, there's no war going on right now, is there? How is it that there are UFOs coming this way? The crowd at the radar department was a little puzzled, and for specific information about this UFO, it's also a bit confusing. At first, they speculated that it could be some unreported fighter plane of the Rabbits, but the problem is, this UFO is just too fast. Just detected. The other side then has Mach 5 speed. What kind of speed is that for a fighter jet? Not to mention, the short time the crowd talked, the speed of this UFO just doubled right over. Mach 10. Now the crowd was sure. This thing is definitely not a fighter, because internationally, the most advanced fighter jets could never reach this speed. There is no other explanation than missiles. But the problem is, this is the Southern Military District, and it's still in Rabbit territory. How could there be a missile attack? You know, the Rabbit is now very powerful, especially on the border. It's hard for enemy planes to fly in, let alone missiles. The enemy country is expected to detect a missile on the Rabbit side just as soon as it is launched. Before the missiles even entered Rabbit airspace, countless warplanes were already outside the country ready to intercept. How did this happen? Not only did they fail to intercept it, they let the missile fly into the Rabbit's belly. Most importantly, it's amazing that the border guards haven't passed on any information at all. Could it be our Rabbit's own missiles? Thinking of this, Chiwei immediately looked at the communication soldier on the side. Get me the missile department. Now. Yes. Phone call connected. Chiwei immediately asked at the other end. Are you conducting missile experiments without notifying the radar department? Do you guys realize what serious consequences this will cause? Chiwei rebuked angrily, but the words weren't finished. It was heard innocently from across the room. No, we didn't launch a missile. Besides, such a low-level mistake. Listening to the other side, Chiwei froze. Hang up. A frown creased his brow. If it was a missile launched by the missile department, that's fine. After all, you don't bomb your own people, do you? But if the UFO information cannot be determined, that's a problem. Activate level 1 air raid siren. Yes, as a large button, red in color and indicating danger, was pressed. In a split second, an ear-piercing air raid siren sounded. Various departments of the Southern Military Region, 2, received the news at the first opportunity. Hurry up and evacuate. Entering underground air defense facility. Catch the speed. Run for it all. The entire Southern Military District. Soldiers who were still training were turned around and evacuated towards the underground air defense facility. It's not just them. Various departments, 2, received the news at the first opportunity. Emergency dismantling of all types of critical equipment. Then carry it carefully. Under the threat of Mo Ming, The crowd didn't dare to take the slightest chance. All of these devices contain the work of countless scientists. If damage occurs, it would take quite a bit of wasted time to try to rebuild it again. The main thing is, the huge amount of data and information inside will all be lost. This loss, even for a rabbit, it's kind of a hard hit. And in the meantime, the piercing air raid sirens, it also rang throughout the city. Everyone doesn't know what's going on, but the hearts of the populace were inexplicably hung tight as they listened to the increasingly urgent sirens. But cities are not military zones. Everyone just scurried out of the office building and just stood in the street not knowing what to do. But the good thing is that at this point, a military vehicle came quickly. A soldier, dressed in a green uniform, jumped out of the car. Sound the air raid warning. Everyone evacuate towards the safe zone. Everyone follow me. There's plenty of time. People, don't crowd. Soldiers took upon themselves the responsibility of evacuating people. Take the people standing in the street, bewildered, and head quickly toward the nearest bomb shelter. Some old people with inconvenient legs were even carried directly on the soldiers' backs. The original tumultuous streets. It became instantly organized. The moment. None of the crowd knew what was going on though, but looking at these soldiers, an inexplicable sense of security rose in his heart. Soon, the people on the streets were then evacuated and hid inside the defense and control facilities. Soldiers, on the other hand, stayed behind to calm the people. And in the meantime, Airshow Center, the air raid siren sounded likewise. And the alarm is stronger here. The security lights on the walls came on, a red glow illuminating almost every corner. It makes one look at it and realize that something extraordinary is going on. And originally, Li Dao, Zhao Kongping and the people in the research team who were still observing the data of the fighters. There was also a flurry of amazement. An air raid siren? How did it come about so suddenly? And look at the severity of this. Or is it a level 1 air raid siren? Isn't this an alarm used only in times of war? Is it possible that enemy countries are hitting us while we are working on the 6th generation fighter? Who the hell has the audacity to take a life? But the crowd thought long and hard. Nor can I think of any other ungrateful person who would mess with rabbits in today's international situation. Therefore, the crowd subconsciously looked towards Song Guoming who was on the side. Because the air raid sirens come from the military district. This military political commissar. He must know something. But when everyone looked at Song Guoming, only to find that the guy's face was as dumbfounded as theirs at all. Apparently didn't realize what was happening either. Just then, tick-tock, a sharp beep sounded. Radar department? Looking at the message on the interface of the communication device, Song Guoming was a bit surprised, but still decisively chose to connect. Just got through. Chi Wei's urgent voice then came, reporting to the commissar. Level 1 emergency. Unidentified flying object detected over the southern military region. Suspected missile attack. We have taken steps to evacuate the population. Please give the commissar instructions on what to do next. Missiles? Assault? Hearing those two words, Song Guoming's eyes widened. When did you discover the missiles? Tell me the details. Song Guoming said, and also led the Tuguisher as well as the crowd from the research team towards the air defense facility to evacuate. Our radar department has just detected an unidentified object flying at speeds in excess of Mach 5 and heading rapidly toward the military area. Originally I thought it was a probe, but in the blink of an eye it picked up speed to Mach 10, so my department decided it must be a missile. Wait, listening to Chi Wei, Song Guoming suddenly stalled in his steps and quickly doubled back. Looking at the data of the fighters displayed in real time on the screen, he opened his mouth and asked, "What's the speed of the missile now?" Chapter 23, The Missiles Are Out. Hearing Song Guoming's question, Chi Wei also froze for a moment. Spinning around, he had the radar man report the UFO's current speed. He just relayed it to Song. A sigh of relief was heard across the room. Old Chi, you've got it wrong. Mistake? Chi Wei was a bit confused. And across the table, Song Guoming said with a smile, "That's right, you got it wrong. The UFOs you detected were not missiles of any kind. It's a fighter jet, and it's our own." Hear this. Chi Wei froze straight away. What the hell? A fighter? How is that possible? Chi Wei was filled with disbelief. At first he had wondered if the UFO could be an airplane, but when he saw the thing's exaggerated speed, then the idea was simply discarded. He couldn't help but ask, "Commissar, you aren't mistaken, are you? This thing is flying at Mach 10. What kind of fighter jet has a speed that reaches Mach 10? As head of the radar department, Chi Wei was exposed to quite a lot of fighters, too. He knows, currently internationally, even in Eagle Jam, which is the most advanced in the field of aviation, and definitely can't make a fighter jet capable of speeds up to Mach 10, because it's not simply a matter of engine power. Rather, it involves multiple aspects. Not to mention, just now, Song Guoming said that this fighter jet with a speed of Mach 10 is still our rabbit's own? Since when did we rabbits develop such an awesome fighter jet? Song Guoming couldn't believe it. But just then, he suddenly received a message. Open it up at. You have been granted access to view satellite imagery, followed closely by Song Woming's voice. I've unlocked access to view satellite imagery for you, so see if that UFO you're talking about is an airplane or not. Hear this. Chi Wei is still a bit skeptical. Open the satellite image. Soon, the image of an exaggerated, highly sci-fi fighter jet then appeared on the screen. And, alongside the image, the fighter's data was labeled. Speed, Mach 10. Mode, low-speed cruise. Coordinates, exactly the same. Look at the data above and verify it a few times. Finally Chi Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. The coordinates are exactly the same and the speed of exaggeration is exactly the same. But the problem is, why low-speed cruise? But Chi Wei didn't dwell too much on the issue. Instead, he looked at the beautifully shaped fighter jet on the screen and drifted out of focus. Elegant. It's so elegant. That's right. Even when flying at high speeds like Mach 10, nothing unusual happened to this fighter. However, it looks incredibly smooth. This can only mean one thing. The aerodynamics taken by the shell of this fighter are at the top of their game. Upper and lower air spoilers are consistent, and the disaggregated wings are constantly being adjusted, resulting in whatever situation is encountered. This fighter can all fly smoothly without any bumps. This is actually a real fighter plane. Chi Wei was dumbfounded. It's not just him. All the members of the radar department came together at the moment, when they saw that the unidentified flying object that was traveling at a rapid speed of Mach 10 was really a fighter jet. All wide-eyed. Old Chi, don't be too nervous. It's just a flight test. I forgot to inform you guys about it. Chi Wei was a bit stunned, but where it's changed to other departments. No matter who the other party was, after making such a big mess, Chi Wei was definitely going to scold him back. But, looking at the fighter jets flying rapidly on the screen, Chi Wei had nothing but excitement in his heart. We rabbits in aviation finally got up. Observatory. Hearing the conversation between Song Woming and Chi Wei, Li Dui and the red man from the research team also reacted. Surprisingly, it made a mess. This is really. Li Deo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. But it wasn't Song Woming's fault. After all, who would have thought that something that was supposed to be a model would suddenly fly? And, the various manifestations are extremely exaggerated. Vertical lift, speeds in excess of Mach 3, horizontal cruise, it reaches high speeds of Mach 10 in low-speed cruise alone, though it seems likely to them that this rate is likely to be misrepresented. But, that's pretty awesome too. But just as a few people were shaking their heads and laughing, to the side, Zhao Kongping suddenly spoke out. Old Li, did you just hear what radar said? What? Li Daiyou was flabbergasted. Zhao Kongping, on the other hand, swallowed and said in an astringent voice. He said, radar department detected the fighter jet traveling at speeds up to Mach 10. So what's up? Li Daiyou said subconsciously, but halfway through the sentence, he froze. Before that, they had thought that the fighter's data had been misrepresented. After all, Mach 10, the speed, is just too much. Mach 10, that's 250 kilometers per hour. You know, it's only 40,000 kilometers around the blue planet. That is to say, at the speed of this fighter jet, if you want to go around the world for a week, in just under 3 hours, this speed, is it real? It was for this reason that the crowd was slow to believe. But the data detected by the radar department today matches perfectly with the data coming back from the fighters in real time. What does that mean? This meant that everything that had gone on before was correct, and that the fighter was really flying at Mach 10. Li Dui's voice was dry. The original smile on his face disappeared. The entire group was in a state of unmitigated shock. It's not just him. Everyone present was shocked by this horrifying figure. One time, the entire observatory fell into dead silence. A good half hour. The crowd just reacted. Li Daiyou's brows wrinkled as he looked at Zhao Kongping. This fighter, which institute actually came up with it? It's questionable though, but at the moment he had the answer in his mind. And next, Zhao Kongping also spoke the speculation in his mind. If we have to find one, then only Lin Zifu, the chief engineer of Xinfei's 601 Research Institute, is the most likely. Hear this. Li Daiyou nodded in recognition. The people in the research team on the sidelines, on the other hand, were wide-eyed. Lam Chuk Fu, that's a name that could ring a bell in their aviation field. I didn't realize the other side hadn't moved for so long. As soon as he came out of the mountain, he made such a horrible war machine out of it. And just as the crowd continued to speculate, Chi Wei, on his side, confirmed that the crisis had been lifted, so he made a direct call to the missile department. Hello? Crisis averted. The reason for this alert is that political commissar Song's side was conducting a secret test flight of a new fighter and forgot to inform us and made a mess. Your side can be deactivated as well. What did you say? The roar of the Minister of Missiles came over the phone. The air defense system has automatically launched an interceptor missile and you're telling me this is a secret flight test? Chapter 24 Mach 20 Rush. Over. Just now, after receiving a message from Chi Wei, the head of the radar department. The missile department didn't react at first, but to try not to make a scene, the entire department was immediately canvassed on the missile department's side. After determining that they hadn't conducted a missile test in the intervening time, they fell into a deep thought. Why would Chi Wei ask such a thing? Before they could think about it, suddenly, a level 1 alarm was sounded. It took a moment for the missile division's side to react as they watched the warning lights that glowed brightly, since the radar department detected the missile. And if there have been no recent missile tests on their side, then there is only one possibility: enemy attack. Realize this. The missile department was immediately put on full alert. Although I don't know what kind of desperado dares to mess with us rabbits in this peaceful era, but now that I'm here, I'll make sure you don't come back. Thinking about it, the missile department's side also scanned for UFOs nearly 20,000 meters above the ground. These guys really go to great lengths to stay off the radar, the Minister of Missiles said in a deep voice. A sardonic smile appeared on his face immediately afterward. Trying to threaten our territory in this way? You're looking down on me. Bunny. Missiles detected. The Minister of the Missile Department wasn't even a little bit flustered. This blatant intrusion into our airspace. As soon as they are scanned by radar, air defense systems automatically intercept them. Whatever you are, if you dare to violate our airspace, try our Dongfeng Express first. He was thinking. The missiles used for the interception were also launched soon after. Just as he was sitting peacefully, waiting for a loud noise to come from the sky, the phone suddenly rang. What? Not a missile? It's the new test flight airplane from the political commissar and their side? There are still our pilots up there? Why the hell didn't you say so? I fired my missiles. Hearing the words of the Minister of Missiles, Chi Wei was alarmed. Blanche, I don't see you so quick in your usual maneuvers. When it comes down to it, you're really out of your mind. But Chi Wei wasn't too good at blaming the other side. After all, he was the one who made the mistake in the first place. And the minister struck so quickly to be able to protect the people of this city. That's not a ING missile. Now that's a real mess. Not only do you have to blow up your own new airplane that you just developed, but you even have to take one of the pilots. The pilots are the real babies compared to the airplanes. The cost of training a well-trained pilot is considerable. It could be said to be 1 in a million, or even 1 in 100,000, 1 in a million geniuses. And the pilots that the country has trained with extreme resources, about to be killed by a missile because they did their job wrong? This, one thought, Chi Wei just couldn't help but shudder. In a hurry, he said, then what are you waiting for? Stop the missiles now. It's a missile, and it's a missile automatically fired by the air defense system. How am I supposed to stop when it's already fired? Opposite. The Minister of Missiles also sounded angry. He said in a hushed voice, I'm telling you, this launch is still the most powerful CJ-9 missile inside the air defense system. You know the exact parameters of this missile. Once fired, it cannot be withdrawn, and it's impossible to even change the trajectory, let alone stop it. Hear the name CJ-9. Chi Wei's heart also stuttered. This missile was certainly familiar to him. That's a big hit with the rabbit military. This missile also has a nickname among the troops, Regulus Arrow, because after this missile was launched, it was just like the Regulus Arrow that Neza shot back then. Do not stop until you destroy the target. That is to say, the only way to stop this missile is to blow up the fighter. It's over. It's over. Chi Wei had a deadpan look on his face. I had thought that I could still be considered a credit for recognizing the danger in time. But now, instead, a pilot is about to die because of his own job mistakes. In time, don't say that the top is to blame. Simply resign yourself. Nope. At that time, I guess I won't even have a chance to resign. Odds are, the next moment, someone will be escorting him to a court-martial. Nope. Things aren't handing over the end now. Depressed for a moment, Chi Wei snapped back. If you can't solve it yourself, it's a sign of your own incapacity. There are still 2 other nationalists there. There must be something they can do. Thinking of this, he hastily pulled out his cell phone. Make the call. And in the meantime, Sung is standing on the observatory, looking at the 2 Kokeshis and the crowd of the research team, guessing the engineer of this fighter. They go from top to bottom, inside and out. Almost all of the names of people who could potentially make this fighter were given. The name Lin Zifu was finalized. Song Guoming, though not too familiar with the name, but a vague feeling like I've heard it somewhere before. It was hard to remember for a while. Just then, the crisp ringing of a cell phone. Chi Wei? Seeing the incoming message, Song Guoming froze for a moment. Hasn't the problem been solved? Didn't we already find out that it wasn't missiles flying in the sky, but fighter jets? Why are you calling again? Song Guoming couldn't figure it out, but chose to connect anyway. But it just connected. He then heard Chi Wei's voice. Commissar, it's bad. Something's wrong. Chi Wei's voice came through the receiver. It's loud. It was so big that it made Song wonder if he himself had turned on the Exodus. Smiling apologetically towards the two Kokeshi, who had been interrupted in their discussion, and the research team, he frowned. What's all the fuss about? It's no good, Commissar. Just now when I got the message to the missile department, they've already launched missiles to intercept the airplane. What? Song Guoming froze, his eyes wide. Don't they know that's the fighter we're test flying? They didn't know until after they launched the missiles. Asshole. Song Guoming cursed angrily. And is there any remedy now? Like changing the trajectory, detonating early, or disabling him would work too. If you can't, just launch another missile out and blow this one up first. That's not just a new fighter. It's got our pilots on it. Song Guoming asked eagerly. What answered him was Chi Wei's helpless sigh. Commissar, I've mentioned all of what you said, but it's no use, because the missile that was launched over at Missile Division, it was a CJ-9. What? Song Guoming's eyes widened. Chi Wei, however, did not know the expression on the other party's face at this time. Still speaking dully, not only can the CJ-9 not be rerouted, it can't be withdrawn, let alone pre-detonated with a missile, because the CJ-9's terminal velocity, but it's Mach 20, Chapter 25, Zero Threat Level, Mach 20. Hearing Chi Wei's words, Song Guoming, including the two nationalists who came over, as well as the hearts of the research team were all cooled down. Originally, they thought that what the missile department had launched was just an ordinary missile. This is because ordinary missiles generally travel at about Mach 10. At this time, the speed of the fighter piloted by Qin Yiming also came to Mach 10. At the same speed, the two remain hundreds of kilometers apart. As long as Chen Yiming was now flying the fighter in the opposite direction, with the speed of the fighter, he kept his distance from the missile. Then it's possible to run out of missile fuel before they catch up with you. A missile that loses fuel will be no threat. In their minds, it was the only solution. But the missile division actually launched a Red Shield CJ-9 missile. What? And to hear the sad news, the two state officials, Li Duyou and Zhao Kongping, changed their faces drastically. The hearts of all the people in the research group also instantly fell to the bottom from the excitement they had just experienced. They didn't think that a test flight of a fighter plane would result in such an accident. Originally in their projections, it won't be long before the fighters can fly to the military area. Then all of them rushed over to dismantle and study the fighters. Though they haven't overcome the technical difficulties of the 6 yet, but with a prototype, it wouldn't take much time for them to get all the technology down, and then make a rabbit's own 6th generation plane. But I didn't expect the hope that is so hard to see. How long has this been going on? They haven't even seen all the features of this fighter, and it's all going to be over? It's over. It's really over. Li Duyou wanted to cry. The missile, Red Shield CJ-9, was the one he knew best. Extreme speeds of up to Mach 20 and won't stop until they get there. Before having a big killer with such terrifying speed, the original speed is still considered a very exaggerated 6th generation fighter, but at the moment is not a chance to win. Elder Li, a research team member on the sidelines, made a dry sound. If the Generation 6 fighter can still maintain Mach 10 speed, it will take at least 10 minutes for the missile to catch up with it. But for the last 10 minutes, we can't seem to do anything. Not necessarily. Zhao Kongping made a sound and came to Song Guoming to ask quickly. If we send out warplanes now to help Chen Yiming intercept the missiles, what is the success rate? Elder Zhao, I've thought about this solution you mentioned. But, Song sighed, what we're doing with our fighters now is still a traditional takeoff and landing mode. It's a long time to waste just taking off. And the speed of both the fighters and the Red Shield missiles are beyond the reach of these ordinary fighters. Can't even follow, let alone intercept. When Song Guoming finished speaking, he saw the two nationalists, as well as the research team, hanging their heads. The thought of the dawn of the 6th generation is just around the corner, but all they can do is watch the vis get blown up. Even Song Guoming could empathize with this feeling of powerlessness. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked Chi Wei, isn't there anything at all that can be done? Are we just going to watch the missiles blow up the fighters? On the other end of the phone, Chi Wei was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, there is one way. Unless the fighter can go faster than Mach 20 and maintain that speed all the way for 7,000 kilometers. In that case, the fuel in the missile propulsion module will be depleted, so fighters can avoid being blown up. Chi Wei said, his voice getting smaller and smaller at the end, because he knows it's impossible. In the current world, there are simply no fighters capable of speeds in excess of Mach 20, not to mention maintaining a speed of Mach 20 all the way through 7,000 kilometers. With the Rabbit's current technology, the most advanced fighters have a combat radius of just over 1,000 kilometers, and now trying to ditch the missiles. Instead, you need to fly a full 7,000 kilometers. It's just not going to happen. Think of it here. He's also a little disheartened, even mentally prepared to be court-martialed. and on the sidelines, the two nationalists and the research team crowd. It was more of a silence. At this moment, they no longer had the heart to speculate on who the person who had researched this fighter plane was, because this fighter is about to be destroyed. It's too late to research. It's about to get blown up. And just then, the missiles were also detected by satellites. It was displayed on a screen in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, a new alert came from the top of the screen, reporting to the political commissar. The Red Shield missiles are now flying toward the fighters at Mach 6.5 and getting faster. A staff member on the sidelines hastened to report. What about the Generation 6? The Gen 6 is now at Mach 12, but it's growing in speed much slower than a missile. With this trend, it won't be long before the Vis catch up, and the staff member said and closed his mouth. And the crowd understood. Even if the 6 could maintain a high speed of Mach 12, but the Red Shield missile has a terminal velocity of Mach 20. With such a huge disparity in numbers, the end is set. Don't be nervous. Just then, Song Guoming spoke out to comfort the crowd. Even if the missile's speed goes up to Mach 20, it's going to take a long time to catch up with the fighter. In the meantime, we might just be able to come up with a solution. Song is not talking nonsense either. At least at the rate we're going, missiles can't catch up with fighters in a very short period of time. And plenty of time means plenty of variables. At least now, a solution came to Song's mind. If Chen Yiming were to fly toward other places with missile launch bases, then notify another missile base to launch missiles in advance to intercept the Red Shield CJ-9 while Chen Yiming's fighters fly over. Though this is highly dangerous and requires a great deal of tacit understanding on several fronts, but it's the only way. Come to think of it, Song Guoming also didn't dare to delay, and immediately told Chen Yiming about the current matter and the way he had thought of. What? Inside the cockpit, Chen Yiming was dumbfounded. What a sin one has created. Not only were they sparingly flown in this rarefied airplane, now, and being chased by homegrown missiles? That's some rotten luck. Chen Yiming was in pain, but just then, the fighter's intelligence system voice rang out. Fighter detected being targeted by missile. Retrieving target threat level. Retrieved from. Retrieval complete. Danger level 0. The intelligence system's voice was mechanically cold, but at this moment, to Chen Yiming's ears, it was indeed incomparably pleasing to the ear. And in the meantime, intelligence system alert sound. It was also transmitted through the communication system to the ears of Song Guoming and the two Guesher, as well as the people in the research team. Listen to this, especially with the 0 threat level at the end. Everyone is stupid. This system isn't malfunctioning, is it? That's a state-of-the-art domestic missile. Red Shield CJ-9A. Missiles capable of extreme speeds in excess of Mach 20. I can't believe it was ruled. Threat level 0? Chapter 26, Far from the Limit. A voice was heard from the fighter's intelligence system. Everyone froze. Is this fighter having system problems? Song Guoming thought in his mind, but he didn't dare say it, because the fighter had brought them too much unbelievability. What if this fighter, indeed, can get rid of this threat? That meant he didn't have to contact the other missile bases. After all, if one takes his approach, it's a big risk. Even, it may make a mess. For example, the cooperation is not close. Failed to stop the Red Shield CJ-9. Instead, they intercepted the 6th generation. That's a lot of crying to do. I hope it's okay. Song Guoming thought in his mind. And just then, once again, the voice of the intelligence system came out of the communication device. Missile speed Mach 10. Distance to fighter 500 kilometers. Threat level being calculated. Calculation successful. The missile has a threat level of 1. Hear this. Song Guoming hurriedly looked at the screen to the side. Just see the data detected on the screen. The speed of the Red Shield missile is now exactly Mach 10. And the missiles are just shy of 500 kilometers from the fighters. 2. Minute by minute. So precise? Song Guoming froze. Even the two state officials on the side, as well as the people in the research team, were a bit surprised. Since this fighter calculates so accurately, does that mean, and there's nothing wrong with the fighter's calculations in terms of threat level? The threat is 1. One of the research team, lost in thought, tried to say, doesn't this one represent a level 1 threat? Hear that? The crowd nodded. Spin began to weigh in his mind just how threatening this level 1 threat was. Look at it the way rabbits are traditionally calculated. 1. Generally, is the most threatening. Instead level 2. Level 3. All much better than level 1. If that's true, Li Dayo frowned. Doesn't that mean that the fighter isn't actually out of danger? This statement was made. The crowd, which had just sparked a little hope, once again fell silent. And just then, Chen Yiming's voice suddenly rang out. Yes, this one is a level 1 threat. But, Chen Yiming looked at the screen and said with an odd expression on his face, the top of the fighter shows a threat level of up to 1,000. This statement was made. It's like a shock wave. On the observatory, hearing Chen Yiming's words, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? Hazard level up to 1000? And now the danger level is only 1? What's the difference between that and no threat? And just as the crowd was thinking, the system beep came yet again. Missile speed Mach 13, 350 kilometers from a warplane. Threat level being calculated. Calculation successful. The missile's threat level is 1. Hear this. The crowd was speechless for a while. What the hell is going on with this system? A level of threat that actually doesn't even carry becoming? That's a Mach 3 increase in missile speed. And it's only 350 kilometers away from the fighters. 2. That's nearly a quarter of the distance shortened. But even so, the threat level calculated by the system is actually still 1? Sure, this system, there are no problems? Even at this moment, Song Guoming all wanted to question Chen Yiming properly. Is he looking at it wrong? The highest threat level is 1, I think. And listen to the system. Chen Yiming, who was originally relieved. Suddenly, he was nervous too. That's right. He also subconsciously thought when he heard the system beep, there must be something wrong with this broken system? The Commissar, Missile and I are getting closer. What do I do? Chen Yiming, who was somewhat at a loss for words, instantly became a bit flustered, although he was as a pilot. But it's also true that in times of peace, there was no war. The main thing is, now chasing him is still the bunny's most technologically advanced missile. To no rabbit with this missile. But it has deterred many countries that were playing with the idea of rabbits. Mach 20 after all. Even the world's most advanced fighter jets wouldn't dare face this missile head-on. Not to mention, such exaggerated speed. Even if the rabbit launches this missile directly into another country, with their missile interceptor system, it would have been difficult to effectively intercept this missile as well. Not to mention the power of this missile. It's already unknown how many TNT equivalents it's equivalent to. If it does get blown up, then there's only one thing that can happen to him. There are no bones left. After all, the altitude he was at was still 18,000 meters. Even if it's just a blown wing, falling down, there was absolutely no way he could have survived either. So, in the face of this situation, Chen Yiming inevitably still panicked, and listened to his pleas for help. On Song Guoming's side, he was quick to calm down. Out loud, he warned, Yiming, the only way now is to escape the war machine as soon as possible. With the altitude where Chen Yiming was now, even if it is ejected from the cabin, I'm afraid it's not safe either. After all, that's nearly 20,000 meters up. But the problem is, without cockpit separation, the only thing that will happen is that the missiles will catch up with them and blow them up. And with the cockpit separated, there's a small chance of survival. It's a little better than sitting in the cockpit, waiting for a missile to come by. And hear the suggestion. A look of heartache also showed in the eyes of the two nationalists and the people in the research group. But a thought. The cockpit escape would have saved at least one pilot, and not much more. In the cockpit, Chen Yiming also searched quickly. But look for it. Chen Yiming grew desperate. Political Commissar. Chen Yiming's voice gradually trembled. I didn't find a button for cockpit separation. What? Song Guoming froze. He hadn't thought about it. A fighter jet this advanced has no cockpit separation? Could it have been an oversight on the part of the designer? The Song Guoming people were dumbfounded. There was no cockpit separation. That meant Chen Yiming couldn't escape the fighter. Had to wait for the missiles to come through. Everyone panicked. Now this probably won't save anything. And just then, the war machine prompted again. Threat level rising. Fighters begin to accelerate. And hear this. Everyone froze. Ladeo craned his head to look aside at the screen. It shows that by this time the fighter was traveling at Mach 12. It's Mach 12. Can it still pick up speed? The crowd was all dumbfounded. And just then, Chen Yiming's voice rang out. The fighters have been cruising at low speeds just now. Now, it's switching to high-speed cruise. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at each other. Originally, it was thought that there was a problem with the system that was grouping all the speeds into one cruise mode. But now, Mach 12 seems far from the limit of this fighter. Chapter 27 Extreme Speed Mode. Just as the crowd was surprised, Mach 12, surprisingly, is far from the limit of this fighter's time. In the meantime, in the cockpit, Chen Yiming was also a bit nervous. After all, the Red Shield CJ-9 missiles from the rabbits were less than 300 kilometers away from him at this point. Just get caught up, then he himself would certainly be blown up to his bones. Last-ditch effort. Chen Yiming was also a bit nervous, even sweating on his palms. He clutched the joystick with both hands. Dark gritted his teeth and then started pushing. Powerful damping sensation from the hand. Still, Chen Yiming could clearly feel that the joystick in his hand was being pushed forward by himself. Next, a powerful push came. Fighters are entering high-speed cruise mode. Release pressure device being adjusted. Adjustment complete. Chen Yiming only felt a lightness in his body. The dissimilarity that had just arisen immediately afterward was swept away. Look to the screen. In the next second, Chen Yiming's entire body was dumbfounded. Only the numbers representing speed on the screen were seen to be climbing rapidly. Political Commissar Song. Yiming is really on high-speed mode. On the observatory, the staff member suddenly spoke up. He pointed to the numbers on the screen with some disbelief. The speed of his fighters is climbing rapidly now. Hear this. The crowd, which was still dumbfounded, immediately reacted. One by one, they rushed around and stared dead at the big screen in front of them. The staff also began to explain at this point. He was seen pointing to a small red dot located at the back and spoke. This little red dot, that's the Red Shield CJ-9 missile, and now he's coming up to Mach 15. This statement was made. The hearts of the crowd tightened. How long has it been? Has it been a minute yet? Surprisingly, the speed went from Mach 13 to Mach 15. This number sounds small though, but realize that Mach 1 is equivalent to double the speed of sound. A Mach 2 boost, that's a boost of almost 2,500 kilometers per hour. How is this not shocking? If it were any other fighter, it would probably have been blown up by this Red Shield missile an unknown number of times by now. Hear that number. Li Dayo slowly spoke out. The speed of an unusual fighter jet that can come to Mach 2 or Mach 3 is quite good. 2-digit speed. It literally kills those gold-looking fighters in a minute. But what shocked them the most was this 6th-generation aircraft piloted by Chen Yiming. In the face of a chase by Red Shield missiles traveling at speeds in excess of Mach 15. Surprisingly, still in communication with them at this moment? What's the speed of a Generation 6 now? Li Dayo asked hurriedly, and a staff member, looking at the numbers on the screen, swallowed. Dryly, he spoke. The speed of the Generation 6 aircraft, now, has come to Mach 17. The main thing is, that there is no smooth curve to the speed increase of the Generation 6, but, rather it goes up instantly. This statement was made. The crowd that was still excitedly watching the screen. All stupid. How much more? Song Guoming's entire body froze, stuttering a bit in confirmation. Didn't wait for the staff to respond. He then immediately rushed to the screen and quickly searched it for the current speed of the 6th generation. Mach 17. Exactly. On tap speed growth graph. Just the first few seconds. The 6 also maintains a speed of Mach 13. Then, in a flash, there was no warning. The speed increased steeply to Mach 17. Song Guoming even felt that the chart in front of him could no longer be described as a curve diagram, because of the lines representing the speed of the 6. It's straight up and looks like a stick straight in the chart. Elderly. Song Guoming felt that the charts in front of him had touched the blind spot of his knowledge. He hastily looked at the two state officials on the side, only to find that both Li Dayo and Zhao Kongping, even the congregation of the study group, it's all one expression at the moment. People are stupid. How on earth did this happen? Li Dayo murmured out, eyes full of disbelief. As director of the Space Research Institute, he's also been deep in engine power for several years. In his understanding, no matter what the propulsion device, there is definitely a smooth curve in speed at startup, because with any device, a long lead time is required. This Generation 6 in front of us, on the other hand, can increase its speed from Mach 13 to Mach 17 in a split second. There's only one way to explain it, and that's... Li Dayo's voice was dry as he said these words that even he could not believe. That's Mach 17, which is far from the top speed of this fighter. This statement was made. The hearts of the people hastened to reject it. That's Mach 17, and that's not terminal velocity? How is that possible? There was no time to retort, followed by another change in the device on the side. The missile has reached its speed limit, which is Mach 20, and the speed of the Generation 6, which followed suit, increased to Mach 20. The staff struggled to explain what was happening now. The surrounding crowd was struck by lightning. They were beginning to fail to comprehend the situation before them. Mach 20. That's 20 times the speed of sound. How the hell did this happen? It's hard to understand. But, just then, Chi Wei in the communicator spoke. I still say that although this fighter has reached Mach 20, the crisis is not over. The only way to get rid of the missiles completely is to run out of fuel for the missile propulsion modules. That means the fighter will have to fly a minimum of 7,000 kilometers. Hear this. The crowd realized that they had been too happy too soon. 7,000 kilometers and still at such top speeds. The fuel to be consumed by fighter jets will rise exponentially. The average fighter jet, on the other hand, usually flies around 1,000 kilometers. And in the meantime, Chen Yiming also heard the crowd's discussion. After a moment's thought, he spoke. Commissar, Elder Zhao, I'm going to switch the fighter to extreme mode. Hear this. Li Dayo and Zhao Kongping, who were still somewhat sorry, were instantly stunned. This is upgraded to Mach 20. I can't believe it's speeding up. The engine of this fighter jet, is it really a nuclear fission reactor, as it says in the manual? Although the crowd did not understand, but since Chen Yiming had said it, then this was the last hope. Thinking of this, Song Guoming hurriedly opened his mouth. then switch to extreme mode. Yes, Chen Yiming nodded, joystick in hand, push forward again, a push to the end. Next, he felt the whole fighter change. Countless holes appeared on the surface of the originally smooth fuselage. The air passed through it with a whistling sound, and in the tail section of the plane, several hidden nozzles were also extended at this moment, arrayed in jetting fiery flames. At the moment, the sixth generation looks nothing like as graceful as it did before. Instead, it revealed a sense of hideousness. It was as if a beast that had been feeding slowly suddenly lit up its claws and teeth after spotting its prey. Corresponding to this, the speed of the fighters began to rise wildly, entering top speed mode. Current fighter speed is Mach 22, entering top speed mode. Current fighter speed is Mach 27, entering top speed mode. Current fighter speed is Mach 30. Mach 30 already? On the observatory, look at the little red dot on the screen that is urgently accelerating. The two state officials, as well as the crowd present, were all dumbfounded. This speed is already catching up with rockets, isn't it? Song Wuming's voice was a little dry, and Chen Yiming's voice sounded at that moment. With the speed up to Mach 30, his whole body was much more relaxed. The moment even flirted easily. I originally thought this red shield was very powerful, but now it seems that it's not that great. Chapter 28 Missiles behind you? Listening to Chen Yiming's words, the crowd was speechless. Who was the one who was so frightened by the red shield missiles that he couldn't speak in full just now? Now that the fighters are up to speed, you're loaded? But what shocked the crowd the most was the speed of this fighter. Mach 30, far beyond Mach 10 of red shield. At that speed, there's no need to fly 7,000 kilometers. Just put some distance between them and make the red shield missiles lose their target. In time, the sixth generation would have been saved naturally. Think about it. Li Deo as well as Zhao Kangping's face became much better. Even the corners of his mouth welled up in a smile. Originally, I thought the six was going to die this time, but I didn't expect. I can't believe I just saved it. It's like a surprise. Think about it. They just can't help but start to look forward to it. Even started planning in my mind the dismantling process afterward. Be sure to study this fighter in the shortest possible time. When the time comes, put it in an international airshow. Show those out-of-state forces who's really number one in the world. And just as they were thinking, suddenly, on the side, Song Wuming spoke up. Chen Yiming, start slowing down. When these words came out, the people around them instantly froze. And upon hearing these words, Chen Yiming was stunned for a moment. Commissar, I was just kidding. Hearing Song Wuming's words, Chen Yiming subconsciously assumed that political Commissar Song was upset with himself for mocking the red shield missiles, so he hastened to explain. But as soon as he finished speaking, then he heard Song Wuming speak very seriously. I'm not kidding you. Chen Yiming wanted to cry. But military orders are like mountains. Since Song Wuming had given the order, then even if he couldn't figure it out, he still had to do it. And just then, Song explained, you're not paying attention. The red shield missile is over the city at the moment, and according to this missile's operational program, if it loses its target after following it, the red shield missile doesn't return the way it came, nor does it fall automatically. In order to prevent our missiles from being taken and studied by the enemy, in the runtime program, we set the activate self-destruct mode whenever we lose track of the target program, and at this moment the red shield missiles are over the city if they self-destruct. The consequences are unimaginable. Hear this. Chen Yiming then understood. Drop your speed in a hurry. After the fighter's speed increased to Mach 30, it quickly lost some distance to the red shield missiles. He didn't know how far away it was before the missile lost its target. But if you don't slow down, it is expected that the red shield missiles will soon activate their self-destruct mode. Compare the safety and security of a city. If he could only choose one, Chen Yiming would definitely choose the one who hit the missile to be himself. Soon the speed was reduced to Mach 20, and in the meantime, the crowd on the observatory, too, realized the seriousness of the matter. Is only going to be able to fly 7,000 kilometers this way? A member of the research team, with a gray face. So much for hope. I can't believe it was overthrown again so soon. On the other hand, Li Deo shook his head. Things aren't as bad as we thought. When these words came out, the crowd immediately looked towards him, and at that moment, Li Deo took out his cell phone and unfolded a map. You guys, now Chen Yiming is in this position, right? The crowd nodded. Immediately after that, he saw Li Deo make a stroke to the right, and an azure blue color appeared on the screen. At a few hundred kilometers, it's the ocean. Missiles blowing up over the city would jeopardize the safety of the population. And what if it blows up over the ocean? This statement was made. The crowd responded immediately. Yeah, the sea, but there's nothing there. As long as Chen Yiming brings the missiles over the sea and then dumps them before, wouldn't that have no side effects? Realize this. Hope immediately blossomed in the eyes of the crowd that was originally somewhat dejected. And Song Guoming also reacted and spoke in a hurry. Yiming, you will now immediately direct the missiles to the nearest sea. When the time comes, we'll turn on extreme mode and detonate the missiles over the waters. Hear this. Chen Yiming also immediately replied. Yes, he was originally a little discouraged. Immediately start adjusting your navigation at this moment. Target the nearest sea area. Even he reduced the speed of the fighter again. Keep the distance between the missile and yourself, within 300 kilometers. Then reverse direction and flew towards the nearest sea. Seeing the little red dot on the screen representing the 6th generation aircraft, it managed to turn around and keep the distance between the aircraft and the missiles at about 300 kilometers at all times. Song Guoming let out a sigh of relief. But this matter is far from over by now. There's a naval base in Rabbit Waters. They need to be notified quickly, so they don't make any more messes. Song Guoming thought. An urgent call was made to the head of the naval base in the nearby waters. At this point, naval base. The man in charge was at the moment observing the situation in the nearest sea. Just then, the phone rang. Political Commissar Song of the Southern Military Region? The man in charge froze. Though I don't know why the other person called him or her. But when people of their rank are contacted, it must be something big that's going to happen. Could it be that neighboring countries are making moves? The person in charge thought and rushed to the phone. Before he had a chance to speak, he heard Song Guoming's urgent voice ring out. We have a fighter heading your way. Please take action. Fighter? The man in charge froze. Is that a big deal? Wouldn't it have been easier to just check in? And worth a phone call? And he hadn't had time to ask. Immediately following that, he heard Song Guoming say, the fighter was followed by a missile. A Red Shield CJ-9. The fighters are now locked onto the missiles and need to be detonated at sea. Please take steps to minimize the damage as soon as possible. Listening to Song Guoming's words, the person in charge froze for a moment. Fighters? Missiles? Or is it the Red Shield CJ-9? And that's when it happened. A message came in from the Navy's radar department. Reporting to the chief, our radar scans picked up a fighter jet traveling this way at a speed of Mach 20. And behind this fighter, there was a missile. Please instruct the chief. Listening to the news coming in from the radar department, the head of the Navy was outright dumbfounded. That's quite a missile. That said, what the hell is Mach 20 anyway? Have fighter jets, nowadays, developed to this level? Remember, this matter must not be divulged. It belongs to the top secret of our rabbits. Song reminded. I know, the head of the Navy hastened to say. Hang up. Then the arrangements were urgently started. Notify all patrol planes over the waters to be on the lookout. There's a fighter jet heading our way right now. Don't block it. Be sure to stay away because this fighter is followed by a missile. Soon, his message then reached all the pilots. The moment the combatants still patrolling the sea heard the news from their superiors, haven't had a chance to respond yet. A fighter jet was seen, flying at a high speed of Mach 20, fast enough to leave a trail of stubble. And behind this fighter, there was also a missile following it. Chapter 29, the crisis is over. What is this? Looking at the unfamiliar fighters that flew by so fast from the side that they couldn't even make out the shadows, and the missiles that follow the fighters, the pilots at the naval base were, at once, confused. Tanji, did you guys see the fighter just now? What model was that? And how did it go so fast? One of the pilots said over the comm channel as he raced away. Didn't see it. It was so fast. I didn't even react before it flew away. And in a flash it flew out of the radar scanning area that came with my fighter, like a ghost. And the missile behind it, I heard the chief say it looked like Red Shield? The pilots flying the patrol planes immediately discussed it over the comm channel. That's right, the Red Shield CJ-9, with an ultimate speed capable of reaching Mach 20 speeds, is powerful. Mach 20? But I see he's being walked by that fighter. Does that mean that fighter jet speed, too, reached Mach 20? How is it possible that is the newest model fighter on the Air Force side? This is too much. This is the first time I've heard of a fighter that can break head speed with a missile. Naval base, all the pilots are in awe, simply because the scene, it was so bizarre. Fighter jets that go faster than Mach 20, unheard of, but they didn't dare discuss it in depth. After all, the chief had personally explained it. What just happened is a state secret. Tell them all to keep their mouths shut, and if anyone leaks, waiting for a court-martial will be the end of it. And in the meantime, in the cockpit, Chen Yiming clutched the joystick in front of him as he drove the fighter toward the empty sea. Start accelerating at the same time, where no one can see. The 6th generation of Skyward is, once again, in top speed mode. The claws and teeth that had just been collected were once again revealed. Several air tunnels that appear on the fuselage. The nozzles at the rear have even gone from 4 to 8, simultaneously spewing out fiery flames. Current mode, extreme mode. Fighter's current speed, Mach 22. Fighter's current speed, Mach 25. Fighter's current speed, Mach 28. Under Chen Yiming's manipulation, the speed of the fighters began to soar. and the missiles, which had been keeping a steady distance of 300 kilometers from him, were gradually thrown out of sight. Eventually, a boom exploded over the waters. At this time, Chen Yiming had already pulled up the speed of the warplane, much higher. Looking down, only a blazing fire bloomed in mid-air. The calm surface of the sea was even blown out of a crater by the force of the impact. It was a wave. A large portion of the sea, all began to stir. See here. Only then did Chen Yiming breathe a sigh of relief. This power, if you are blown up squarely, not to mention fighters, even aircraft carriers will be crippled. And in the meantime, far away from the crowd in the city, also faintly, the sound of a missile explosion was heard. Commissar, the missile exploded. The staff spoke up. The crowd looked to a screen to the side and saw that the little red dot that had been trailing the 6th generation fighter had disappeared. The head of the Navy also called. Song Guoming connected and explained briefly with the other party. Hang up. The brow that had been frowning finally stretched. Crisis averted. Hard work, guys. This statement was made. The hearts of the crowd, which had been hanging in the air, were finally released. This has nothing to do with us, Li Dayo said with a bitter smile. We didn't do anything to help, and there wouldn't have been much we could have done if it weren't for the exaggerated performance of this fighter. Yeah, I really didn't think there'd be a time when we two old things couldn't intervene in this spaceflight thing. Zhao Kongping also smiled and opened his mouth, but the two were not chagrined. As long as they can build a 6th generation fighter for the rabbits, it's good for them, no matter who gets the credit. I really didn't think that this fighter could explode to an extreme speed of Mach 30. I had thought it was really going to be the end this time. One can only say that Chen Yiming's ability to survive this time relies solely on this fighter, far beyond the extreme speed of the Red Shield missiles. I'm already wondering what this fighter's engine is actually made of. The crowd in the study group was talking. Everyone had a strong look of anticipation in their eyes. Now that the crisis is lifted, that means they can finally work on this fighter. Song Guoming on the side also understood, said into the calm. Yiming, now that the crisis is lifted, you can return to the southern war zone. I've already notified that side. There won't be anything more, just drive there peacefully. Yes, in the cockpit, Chen Yiming replied loudly. The crisis had been lifted, but there was still a bit of an adrenaline rush when I thought back to the loud explosion that had just occurred. Reposition navigation to the southern theater of operations. The fighters located high in the sky reverse direction and took a dive. Lower it to the right height and flatten it violently. The whole process is silky smooth. This is a much better drive than the previous J-10. Chen Yiming heartily exclaimed. The joystick was pushed to the bottom, maintaining a speed of Mach 30 as it raced toward the southern theater. At this point, the pilots at the naval base were also wide-eyed after hearing the loud explosion. Haven't had a chance to spit on the comm channel yet. Immediately after that, he saw a strange-shaped fighter in the distance, which was flying rapidly towards this side. Extremely fast. Heads up, there's something flying due east. It flew right past me. It's so fast, it's impossible to see. It should be the fighter just now. How do you feel that the speed is much faster than even before? It can't be. Just now the speed of this fighter was already as high as Mach 20. How can there be any improvement? You guys look at the radar. A yell rang out over the comm channel. The pilots rushed to look at the radar screen in front of them. Above it, a small red dot is moving fast, and off to the side, the real-time speed of this little red dot was displayed. Mach 30. Watching this scene, all the pilots were dumbfounded. Mach 30. Something's wrong with my radar. I'm showing Mach 30 on my side as well. What's going on? It can't all be broken. There are already fighter jets that reach speeds of Mach 30? That's already comparable to a rocket. All of you, cut it out. This news must not be leaked out. This could be our rabbit's latest great power tool. Chen Yiming maintained extreme speed. Soon the fighters landed in the southern theater. Song Guoming had greeted him in advance, so the journey was unimpeded. All the patrol fighters, they voluntarily gave way. About an hour later, Song Guoming, Li Dayo, Zhao Kongping and the people from the research team also arrived here in a bus. The car door opens. Two oldest men, the first to step off the bus. Li Dayo and Zhao Kongping did not look like old people at all at the moment. The pace was extremely fast, almost a jog to the fighter jets parked in the plaza. Looking at the beautifully shaped, Technicolor fighter in front of him, Li Dayo and Zhao Kongping were so excited that they couldn't help but reach out their hands to caress it. Feeling the real touch coming from their palms, the two nationalists burst into old tears. Finally, saw the fighter in person during his lifetime. Old Li, did you see that? See, the two were speechless. There was a long silence as he looked at the fighter in front of him. It took a long time to gather his emotions. Zhao Kongping opened his mouth. Old Li, hurry up and contact Lin Zifu and ask if this thing is actually something their institute came up with. In their eyes, in the entire rabbit, the only one with the strength to come up with the fighter in front of him was the Shinfei 601 Research Institute. In the meantime, Shinfei 601 Research Institute. In the conference room, Lin Zifu sat at the first place and looked at the research team members in front of him and opened his mouth. So far, we've been working on the Generation 6 for 13 years. It's been a tough 13 years for everyone. Day and night, every day. Everyone's efforts were not in vain. By now, we have made a considerable breakthrough in the development of the 6th generation aircraft. At this rate of progress, it is estimated that in another 2 or 3 years, we will be able to make the world's first 6th generation airplane. Keep up the good work in the coming days, everyone, for the sake of rabbit aviation. When Lin Zifu finished speaking, the entire conference room burst into loud applause. There was excitement on everyone's face. One thought, he would make a great contribution to the aviation industry of the Dragon Kingdom. The crowd was thrilled, and at that point, the door to the conference room was suddenly knocked on. Immediately followed by Lin Zifu's assistant walked in. Elder Lin. Elderly called and said he has something to ask you about the Generation 6. Lin Zephyr was confused. A 6th generation plane? Just had a breakthrough on my own side and called to ask. How did the other guy know? Chapter 30. I haven't worked it out yet. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Lin Zephyr thought to himself. Although they belong to different institutes, but we all have the same purpose. We are all fighting for rabbit aviation. And everyone's goal, too, is a 6th generation aircraft. So in the time before, Lin Zifu hadn't talked to Li Daiyou and Zhao Kongping either. From concept to design, just about the specific core technology above, all will be coincidentally hidden. After all, we all belong to different institutes. It still can't be done without leaking the efforts of the many researchers under it. But there's just some progress on my own side right now. Li Daiyou called right away, and he still couldn't help but be flustered for a moment. Raising his hand, he signaled the crowd to wait a moment. Lin Zifu quickly returned to his office and picked up the phone. Hey, Lao Li, I'm in the middle of a meeting. What is it? Lin Zifu, is there a breakthrough in the research of the 6th generation aircraft on your side? Hear this. Lin Zephyr's heart died at once. How long has this been going on? On your own side, you've only just announced it, right? That's all you know? Lin Zephyr had originally thought that he would put the news out when the 6th generation aircraft began to be made. But, that's how the other side knows? Lin Zephyr was a bit confused. For a moment he slowed down again and questioned into the phone. How did you know? I saw it with my own eyes. At this point, in the Southern Theater, Li Daiyou looked at the 6th generation fighters in front of him and rolled his eyes. Thinking to myself that this guy really likes to act. The vis are being sent over. And act like you don't know anything? And hearing Li Daiyou's words, Lin Zifu was also baffled. With your own eyes? Where did you see that? Lin Zifu only felt like his brain was a bit muddled. Gradually, he responded. Could it be that Li Daiyou is working undercover on his side? Thinking of this, Lin Zephyr was instantly a bit angry. Though that said, there is a bit of an open and shut battle going on with everyone. But, the reason for this is simply to give both departments some added incentive to do research. When the Generation 6 is actually researched, surely the drawings and data will be made public in several institutes. After all, we're all fighting for rabbit spaceflight. But what he didn't expect was, in order to run yourself ragged in terms of the speed of research on the Generation 6 aircraft, this guy Li Dewey, how dare you plant an undercover agent on your side? He couldn't help but crack up at the thought. Li Daiyou, you're too disrespectful for an old man. How dare you use such underhanded tactics in order to press me on the research progress of the 6th generation aircraft? I'm telling you, no matter what you do, our research institute will also absolutely develop a 6th generation fighter before you do. Opposite. Li Daiyou, who was suddenly scolded, was suddenly confused. It's not. What are you yelling at me for? Obviously you are the one who loaded the cup into my face, and you are still angry on it? Li Daiyou is also a grumpy person. Without further ado, he argued with Lin Zifu on the phone, watching two nationalists, who were quite prestigious in the rabbit, bickering with no regard for image. The eye color of the people around them, too, gradually became odd. It lasted about 10 minutes. The two were also a little tired of arguing. Li Daiyou sipped his water and said with great displeasure, "Don't you give me any more of your platitudes. I'm right next to the 6th generation now." What? Hearing this, Lin Zifu was infuriated and laughed. Good. I've just had a technological breakthrough on my end. But it's still a long time before a fighter is made. You're standing right next to a Generation 6 fighter, aren't you? Think about it. Lin Zephyr didn't talk nonsense. Turn on the video. You're not standing next to a 6. Turn on the video so I can see it. In his opinion, Li Dewey is purely here for the trouble. Still standing next to the 6. What an international joke. Have you made the Generation 6 mechanism yet and you're standing on it? But just as he was thinking, an invitation to a video call from Li Daiyou was suddenly sent over. Still have the guts to post it? Lin Zephyr froze and immediately connected. Immediately following, he saw a blowing bearded Li Daiyou on his cell phone screen. Still talking tough to me here, are you? look at what this is? Lee Dayo snorted coldly and turned the cell phone camera. The screen lagged for a moment. Next, a fighter jet with a very familiar shape then appeared in front of his eyes. See here. Lin Zephyr all but froze, hurriedly pulling out the conceptual drawings of the 6th generation aircraft. Contrast that with the fighter jets on the screen. Exactly the same. What's going on? Lin Zephyr instantly froze. No, no, no. How can there be a Generation 6 being made now? Definitely a model. By the way, isn't there an airshow going on over in the Southern Theater of Operations these days? This old boy came here to swindle me? Lin Zephyr thought in his mind. The shock in his heart eased quite a bit. Old Lee, I know you have a deep obsession with the 6th generation. I also know you want to be the first rabbit to invent a 6th generation airplane. But isn't it a bit unorthodox of you to swindle me with a model? Not to mention rabbits. If you look at the entire blue planet, which country can make a 6th generation airplane now? That's a bit of a clumsy lie you're telling. To be sure, you call this a model? Hearing this, Lee Dayo was instantly exasperated and laughed. He had watched, with his own eyes, the fighter take off vertically at Mach 3, and then throw off the red shield missiles at Mach 30. Now you're telling me it's a model? Whoever has a model this awesome, give me a dozen first. Thinking about it, Lee Dayo also slowed down. Wait, with the attitude of Lin Zephyr. This fighter jet, isn't it also from Lin Zephyr's side? Who the hell is that? Lee Dewey was in a quandary, and looking at him with a serious face as he explained. Lin Zephyr also had a puzzled look on his face. Old Lee, what the hell is going on? Lee Dayo briefly took what had just happened and explained it, including the story of the fighter taking off vertically, being locked on by the red shield missiles during the voyage, and then breaking out into extreme speed to shake off the red shield missiles. Listen. Lin Zephyr was also confused. Really? He just can't believe it. With his own research on the 6th generation aircraft, even if he made it now, he would not be able to do the effect that Lee Dayo was talking about at all. Right? Mach 30. Are you sure it's not a rocket? But looking at Lee Dayo's serious face, he didn't look like he was lying. You're in the Southern Theater now? Lin Zephyr opened his mouth and asked. Location identified. Lin Zephyr also stopped delaying. Looking aside, he instructed his assistant. Lee, quickly help me arrange a trip to Xiang City, the fastest possible. I'm going to Xiang City right now. Lin Zephyr looked eager. He wanted to see the site. Is what Derek Lee said true or not? Which fighter? Is it a 6th generation or a model? Chapter 31. You call this a student? Hang up the video call. Looking at the screen that was returned to the desktop, Lee Dayo and the others fell into doubt. It's not just him. Zhao Kongping on the side, as well as the people in the research team were all a bit confused. Not that. Did Lin Zephyr of Shinfei's 601st Research Institute make this Generation 6 plane? And the crowd agreed. Nowadays, if Rabbit had to find someone who could make a Generation 6 airplane, it would be Lin Zephyr. But watch and listen to the conversation the two just had. The crowd also realized. The 6th generation aircraft in front of us, it really doesn't seem to be produced by Lin Zephyr. Why else would he have argued with Lee Dukwoo? And why would he have rushed over here? Zhao Kongping and Lee Dayo looked at each other. A bitter laugh. I thought we had found the person who made this fighter. Now it looks like we were wrong. And who exactly is the person who made this fighter? Was thinking. Suddenly, there was a sudden shriek from one of the research team. Elder Lee, I remember. Remember anything? The man had a serious face. I remember earlier at the airshow, that Major General said that this fighter, he had someone modify it. Why don't we go and ask him first? Maybe we can follow the trail and find out who made this fighter. Hear this. Lee Dewey tapped his head. Yeah, this fighter jet is not the model used to hide the airshow. And wasn't it Chen Yiming who was in charge of modeling before? Thinking about it half a dozen times here. Myself, why don't you just go and ask? Thinking of this, he brought his men directly to Chen Yiming. Elder Lee, Elder Zhao. Chen Yiming saluted the two nationalists, his face joyful. Thinking back to the scene where he had just piloted his fighter and shrugged off the red shield missiles, he was excited. And seeing the serious expressions of Lee Dayo and Zhao Kongping, he immediately put away his playful smile again and asked, Elder Lee, Elder Zhao, is that what happened? Aha. Lee Dayo nodded, pointing to the 6th generation plane on the side. There's something I want to know about this fighter. No problem. Chen Yiming agreed painfully. I've already gotten a good idea of what this fighter can do, so feel free to ask and know everything. Not this one. Lee Dayo waved his hand and opened his mouth to ask. Who was the person you contacted earlier that was in charge of this fighter modification? Ha? Chen Yiming froze for a moment. He thought he was going to come in handy. It's a guy who works part-time at a farm machinery plant. Part-time job? Yeah. Our side found out his record of modifying agricultural tools and selling them to overseas battlefields, so we thought he had some ability in modification and specially hired him to modify the J-10. This fighter is a converted J-10? Hearing Chen Yiming's words, Li Deo stared wide-eyed at the 6th-generation aircraft next to him. Where can you see the J-10? Where is this remodeling? Totally made a new fighter plane, I guess. And what's more? Details? Tell us some details, Li Deo said eagerly. Details? Chen Yiming pondered for a moment and spoke. He came to me for $10 million in modifications. Who asked you that? Li Deo glared and said with hatred. What I'm asking you to tell me is the details of the identity of the person who modified the fighter. Oh. He is a college student, attending Southwest University of Science and Technology, sophomore this year. I heard that his academic performance is good. Southwestern Tech, sophomore, still a student? Li Deo heard the news he wanted, but the doubt between his brows became heavier. Not only can you convert farm machinery into munitions and sell it outside the country, it was also able to modify the J-10 and even converted it to a 6th-generation plane that they never worked on. You call this a student? But Chen Yiming said so, and he couldn't doubt it. After all, Chen Yiming was certainly not going to lie. If the Lu Feng in your mouth is really a college student, then he is definitely not an ordinary college student either. Li Deo came to be interested. Do you know his address? I'd like to visit where he works. No. Chen Yiming nodded. Just as he was about to contact the car, on the side, Song Guoming suddenly spoke. Elder Li, Elder Zhao, Elder Lin's side will be arriving soon. Why don't we wait? Li Deo then remembered. Lin Zephyr should be on his way by now. It probably won't take long to get over here. Okay, let's wait for him then. Li Deo nodded. After all, the other side is also on the front line of researching the 6th-generation aircraft. Wait for the other side to come over and study this off-the-shelf 6th-generation plane first. Then decide if you want to visit that place where Lu Feng works. Both of you, let's go take a rest first. Seeing the two statesmen nodding in agreement, Song Guoming suggested. No need. Li Deo waved his hand and looked at the 6th-generation aircraft in front of him, his eyes incomparably excited. I'll be fine right here. Don't mind me. Got it. Then Zhao Kangping's attitude must be the same. Song simply shut up. Quietly, he watched the two nationalists, as well as the crowd of the research team, study the 6th-generation aircraft around the one in front of him. After about 2 hours, Song Guoming suddenly received a phone call. Arrived? Okay, I got it. After instructing the communication soldier beside him, Song Guoming then looked at Zhao Kangping and Li Deo. Both of you, Elder Lin has arrived with his research team. Okay, let them come over. Li Dui nodded. It didn't take long. Lin Zifu then led a group of people and walked over with great vigor. See the huge fighter jet parked in the center of the square. Lin Zifu froze. It wasn't real before in the video. Now to the sight. He felt it immediately. The oppressive feeling from this behemoth. What a 6th-generation plane. Lin Zifu was a bit surprised, but there was still some skepticism in his heart. So, just a wave of his hand. The people behind them then opened the boxes they had brought with them and assembled the various instruments inside. This old Lin, he even brought so many instruments? This is not believing what I say. Looking at this scene, Li Deo spat. Lin Zifu heard it and didn't retort. Taking the metal detector handed to him by his assistant, he raised his hand and attached it to the surface of the fighter. Drip dash. A clear voice rang out. The numbers on the LCD liquid crystal screen, at once, began to jump. 800. Looking at this number, Lin Zifu's eyes instantly widened. 800? You know, the strongest alloy ever developed by mankind is only 705 kilograms. And the steel used on the surface of this fighter jet has reached a surprising strength of 800? How the hell did that happen? And to his surprise, a metal strength of 800 is far from the limit. Just see the numbers on the LCD liquid crystal screen. And it continues to rise. 1,500, 2,800, 3,900, 5,000. The numbers finally stopped, and looking at the unimaginable number, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Unable to speak, Lin Zifu turned the LCD screen toward the crowd with a trembling hand, pointing with his other hand as if asking what this was all about. Song Guoming as well as Chen Yiming and the others were at a loss. You're asking me? I can't. Li Deo was also silent for a moment before explaining. You may not believe it when I tell you. Judging from its previous performance, the metal used in this fighter is much stronger than an aircraft carrier. Chapter 32. Is this really not alien technology? Better than an aircraft carrier. Hearing this, Lin Zifu gave the other party a blank stare. The steel used in your carrier is strong enough to go to 5,000? This intensity, it can't be alien technology. Aside, someone from the research team Lin Zifu brought with him said, this statement, while it sounds a bit outrageous, is actually, it's kinda like that. After all, in the crowd's perception, it was absolutely impossible for a metal with such high strength to exist on the blue planet. 5,000 strength, Lin Zephyr exclaimed. Originally, he still had some doubts about the authenticity of Li Deo's previous words, but I didn't expect. This just came as soon as he arrived on the scene. and just as he was shocked, the second test also began. What is this measurement? Song Guoming asked as he looked at the researcher who was fiddling with the equipment. The opponent stops to reply. It's testing the yield limit of the metal used in this fighter. Yield the limit? Song Guoming was confused. This was really the first time he had heard of this term. And on the sidelines, Li Dayo also thoughtfully explained. Yield strength is the strength of a material when it begins to deform irretrievably. For example, let's say there's a piece of steel pipe here and you do work on that pipe. When this steel tube begins to deform irreparably, it has reached its yield strength limit. Simply put, it characterizes the ability of a material to resist deformation. Oh, it dawned on Song Guoming. The purpose of doing this test is really because this metal is so strong. Strength is important for metals, but the problem is that strength is not the whole story. Resilience, too, is pretty important. Ideally, it would be more perfect if the two numbers were as close as possible or even the same. Too much of any one of these can have different side effects. Li Dayo continued to explain. Instead, his eyes were fixed dead center on the instrument that the other man had begun to operate, only to see the other party clamp two oddly shaped clips onto the edge of the fighter's wing. Because of this place, it is the thinnest position of the body, and they can't get their hands on cutting a piece of metal out of the fuselage. Besides, even if they could, they wouldn't be able to find a tool that could cause wear and tear on strength 5000 metal for a while. So, this is the only way to go. And when the clamps are in place, a researcher on the sidelines then pressed a button. The machine suddenly hummed and began to run. The two cleats, at once, made a piercing scraping sound, and the crowd acted as if they hadn't heard. There was no hint of discomfort on his face as he stared intently at the instrument screen. Almost instantly, numbers appear on the screen. 14. When they saw this number, the people present rubbed their eyes. Somewhat incredulously, he watched the scene. 14? I'm not mistaken. Lin Zifu lost his voice. You know, the yield limit of steel used in aircraft carriers today is only 9.5%. The strongest of Blue Star's existing alloys is only 12, and the metal used in this fighter, the yield strength was measured at 14 to begin with? To solve the problem of low yield strength, all the scientists in the whole Blue Star studied it for many years. It's only now that the limit has been raised to 12.0. That means, the steel used in this fighter, in every way, surpassed the strongest technology that existed in Blue Star. How is this possible? Lin Zephyr's eyes widened. It's not just him. Even Li Dayo and Zhao Kongping, who had long been psychologically prepared, couldn't help but thump in their hearts when they saw this number. But the main thing is, it's still just getting started, and it's far from reaching its limits. Old Li, what would you say is the limit of the yield strength of the steel used in this fighter? Zhao Kongping inquired in a low voice. I don't know. Li Dayo shook his head, his face full of shock. This data in front of him had far exceeded his knowledge. It didn't matter to him what the yield limit could be. All he wants to know now is, what means are used to make such outrageous metal materials? But if you can get the process method and make it successfully, even if there is no technological breakthrough, the rabbit's side will get a huge boost in fighter planes, armored vehicles, tanks and even aircraft carriers. There are metallic materials with such exaggerated data. Many of the rabbit's current technical difficulties will also be solved. However, what everyone is most curious about at the moment is the yield strength limit of the metal material used in this fighter jet. Where exactly is it? The test instruments are constantly running. The numbers on the LCD screen, too, were climbing. 20, 35, 50, almost in a matter of seconds. The number on the LCD screen came to the number 50 in the eyes of the astonished crowd. Far more than 4 times the current yield limit of metallic materials. Just as the crowd clenched their fists, wanting to see just where its limits were, the limits of the instrument, however, are reached. Tick-tock, the only thing I saw was that the instrument, which was still running, suddenly sounded a shrill alarm. The voices are getting more urgent. Before the crowd could react, they heard a thud. Immediately afterward, thick black smoke was seen coming out of the apparatus. Bad. The researcher on the side froze, reacted and quickly stepped forward to examine it. As for Lin Zifu and the others on the side, they were all dumbfounded. Is it that easy to break? This instrument, however, was just purchased by their research institute. It's only been used less than a couple times in total. How did it get scrapped so quickly? Could it be that the limits of this instrument are tested to 50? Lin Zifu marveled. It's also a bit of a shame. Can't see the yield strength limit of the metal material used in this fighter jet anymore. Just as he was about to ask his assistant to put the instrument away and go back to prepare it for rework, the researcher who was in charge of checking the instruments suddenly spoke in alarm. Elder Lin, it's not good. Lin Zephyr was confused. It's not just a broken instrument. It's not like he didn't see it. But what the other party said next made him directly freeze in place. Elder Lin, our instruments aren't due to a lack of strength. But, our management rights have been taken away. Even the underlying code, it's been modified. Now that the instrument has been scrapped, if it is returned to service, it will cost no less than having a new one made. Lin Zifu was dumbfounded. This is an instrument that, just bought. Although funding is handled by the institute, that's not the way to play it. A good half hour. Only then did Lin Zifu slow down and look painfully at Li Dayo. Old Li, this fighter, where on earth did it come from? Li Dayo didn't say anything and turned his head to look at Chen Yiming, feeling the eyes from all directions. Chen Yiming said with some lack of confidence, "What if I said that this fighter jet was modified by a college student on his own? Do you believe it?" Chapter 33, One Man, 1 month, university students. Are you kidding me? Originally, Li Dayo and the others still felt that Chen Yiming's words had a little bit of credibility, but after seeing the fighter's performance just now, he just wanted to say, whoever believes that is an insider. Lin Zifu found it even more unbelievable. By the way, we're going to pay a visit to the maker of this fighter. Do you want to join us? Li Dayo inquired about Lin Zifu. Between them, though, there is competition, but everyone is fighting for the rabbit spaceflight. With such an opportunity, the rabbit space technology could be improved for years or even decades. He certainly doesn't have it all to himself. The only way to learn this technique is to learn it and then help the rabbit in all fields, in all endeavors. Making the rabbit really strong was his real goal. And hearing Li Dayo's words, Lin Zifu almost didn't even think about it and agreed immediately. Li Dayo looked at Chen Yiming. "Xiao Chen, then please contact the other party." "No trouble." Chen Yiming pulled out his cell phone and said with some uncertainty before dialing, "But the other party may have classes today and may not be able to visit immediately." "Can understand." Li Dayo was a bit speechless, but still nodded. Since the identity of the other party is student, and it's no big deal to cooperate when your side is asking for something, although it does seem a bit odd. And seeing that a few of the state officials had no opinion, Chen Yiming had no worries either. Find Lu Feng's contact information in your address book and click on dial. The busy signal only rang a few times before the call was answered. Chen Yiming hurriedly signaled the crowd with his eyes. The scene was instantly silent. Then Chen Yiming turned on the speakerphone, opened his mouth and asked, "Lu Feng, student, are you busy?" In the meantime, Lu Feng sighed. After completing the modification tasks given to him by Chen Yiming, Lu Feng also had no more modification tasks for the time being. So in the meantime, every time he got out of class, Lu Feng would come to his uncle's agricultural machinery factory, perform simple repairs on farm machinery. As a result of previous exports, helping to modify equipment outside the country has affected the situation abroad. So he, on his side, has also cut off the business for the time being. There's nothing to do, so to speak. Just now, Lu Feng was still thinking about whether or not to equip the tractor in front of him with tracks and a gun barrel for firing pesticide bombs. Suddenly, he received a call from Chen Yiming. "Is there a problem with the fighters?" You should know that Lu Feng had taken the initiative to add after-sales clauses in the previous contract. With a professional attitude, Lu Feng then picked up the phone at the first opportunity. It's me. Is there something wrong on the fighter side? Give me the address and come to the house for repairs." There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone, followed closely by Chen Yiming's somewhat bemused voice. No, the fighters didn't have a problem, and the modifications were far more effective than we could have imagined. That's good. Hearing this, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. So the call is, here's the deal. Chen Yiming explained briefly over the phone. Some of us here are very interested in your modified fighter, so we want to meet you. So see when it's convenient on your side. Hearing this, Lu Feng was silent for a moment. Chen Yiming said this, but it's not aftermarket. But just as he was about to refuse, it suddenly occurred to him that the other party was by far the most trenchant of all his clients. Maybe, the other person is here to talk business with himself? Cutting off business for the duration, Lu Feng's income plummeted. If the other guy can also offer him a deal or even a few tens of millions of dollars, that's naturally excellent. Thinking about it, he opened his mouth to agree. Okay, but I've got some things on my side, so come over tomorrow, just this side of the farm machinery plant. No problem. Chen Yiming nodded in agreement. Hanging up, he looked up with relief. The 3 state officials, as well as several research team members around them, were seen to have excited faces. Li Dayo opened his mouth excitedly. "Since it's scheduled for tomorrow, then I won't leave today to save myself the back and forth." "Sure." On the side, Song Guoming hurriedly agreed. "Your previous room still remains. Elderly, you see what else you need. I'm here." "No need." Before Song Guoming could finish his words, Li Dayo waved his hand. "No need to be so fussy. I'll be fine here tonight." "Here? Yeah, sleeping with a war machine." "Ha?" Song Guoming froze, and he looked to the side of Guoshi Zhao Kongping as if for help. However, he saw that elder Zhao, who had always been rational, was also agitated at this moment. Don't mind us, old Li and I will just make do for tonight. Then Lin Lao Yu, I have to continue my research. Don't mind me, gotta go. Song Guoming was speechless and turned his head to inform the people in the military region. We can't let the three nationalists actually sleep in the square. Soon, the next day came. The bus from the military district drove to the square on time. Song Guoming had just gotten on the bus when he saw that the three guoshis were sitting at the back of the bus drifting off to sleep. What's the situation? Song Guoming looked at Minister Wang. The other man looked helpless. Commissar, it's really not that I don't do anything. I persuaded them for a long time last night, but they wouldn't go to rest for anything, and they spent the whole night studying that fighter. Now I'm sitting in the car, and I guess I'm sleepy, so I'll just go to sleep. Hearing this, Song Guoming was a bit sweaty and at the same time very admiring. After coming to the front of the bus and instructing the driver to drive slower and steadier this way, that's when he sat back down. It was a 4-hour walk for a 2-hour trip. Commissar, it's here. The driver opened his mouth. It was the three nationalists who also woke up. Let Chen Yiming inform Lu Feng. Then the people got off one after another. Soon, the three Guishir, the two research teams, and Song Guoming met a clean-cut teenager right in front of an agricultural machinery factory. The other man seemed to have been waiting here for a long time, leaning against the gate with a book in his hands. Seeing several people, the teenager put away his book. Elder Li, Elder Zhao, Elder Lin, this is Lu Feng. These three are our rabbits nationalists. These two are Elder Li and Elder Zhao, the directors of the Aerospace Research Institute. And this is Elder Lin, from the Xinfei 601 Research Institute. And this is the political commissar of our military district. Hello guys, Lu Feng nodded to the crowd. And watching his reaction, the crowd was a little nervous. Learning their identities, the other party actually looked not surprised at all. The identity is really unusual, but now that I've seen the other side, Li Daiyou and the others no longer cared about such minutiae, but simply pulled out the questions about the warplanes that they had recorded last night and asked them. Lu Feng also did not hide anything and taught him everything. About half an hour, the three of them, Li Daiyou, looked at their recorded, full notes. It's exciting and frustrating at the same time. Why is it so easy for the two major institutes to say what has plagued them for years? Coming from the other side? Is there such a big difference between people? By the way, Mr. Lu Feng, Li Daiyou remembered something and asked in a curious opening. How much time did it take you to make this fighter? How much time? Lu Feng thought for a moment. It probably took less than a month, if you count all the tedious work of preparing materials and such. Chapter 34, I'm the only one on the team. Most of the month? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the three Guishir present, as well as the two research teams all looked odd. Are you kidding me? Most of the month? Modifying a 6th-generation plane? That's not possible. Li Dui lapsed into silence. In his mind, he thought quickly. With the capabilities of your own institute, all researchers with complete drawings and sufficient materials, most of the month, should be able to engine assemble it, right? This answer is not an exaggeration. Keep in mind that he was thinking about making a 6, not some industrial product. In the absence of an assembly line, most parts have to be molded and made on site. Once made you have to compare and correct. The whole process is extremely tedious. So when they heard that Lu Feng had made a Generation 6 in only half a month, everyone in the room was in disbelief. Li Daiyou even thought that the young man in front of him was trying to perform in front of himself, so he told this kind of clumsy lie. However, he saw Chen Yiming come up on the side and whispered, Elder Li, in fact, the time used by Lu Feng is far less than the time he said. If I remember correctly, during that time Lu Feng not only went to the factory every day to make modifications to the J-10, he didn't even fall behind in his classes over at the school. I sent someone to ask. Lu Feng's classes during that time were full attendance. Hearing this, Li Daiyou completely clammed up. Not only did they convert a J-10 into the world's first 6th-generation aircraft in the space of half a month, and full attendance in class, it was important to know that Chen Yiming had provided Lu Feng with $10 million in modification costs for this fighter jet modification. Make $10 million in the first half of the month and still go to class every day. How much does this have to love learning? It took a while for the crowd to respond. Looking toward the huge factory not far away, the crowd also began to wonder what kind of production conditions could have allowed Lu Feng to complete the warplane modification in half a month's time. I'll lead the way. Chen Yiming hurriedly opened his mouth. This factory was in his jurisdiction after all, so he was quite familiar with it. Lead a group of people to the interior of the factory. Open the roll-up door. At once, various precision instruments that almost filled the warehouse appeared in front of everyone's eyes. See this scene. The crowd froze instantly. Li Dui stepped forward to observe, only to realize that most of this instrument was one that he had seen before, and there is also a significant portion of. Is it brand new and unheard of? Lin Zifu and the others on the side were also wide-eyed. You call this a warehouse? These instruments add up to more gold than our institute, right? Chan Yiming, on the other hand, was a bit confused. It wasn't like this when he came here before, was it? What he doesn't know is this: wanting to modify the fighter plane, relying only on those instruments and equipment that he had provided before was completely insufficient. In order to try to complete the remodeling task and to be able to save as much time as possible, at the beginning of the modification, Lu Feng had made various modifications and upgrades to the instruments in the factory. The cost of the modification is, naturally, on the military side. In the various materials that Lu Feng had arranged for Chen Yiming to send earlier, the materials for remodeling the instrument were included. The rest was all rubbed out by Lu Feng's hand. So after completing the modifications, Lu Feng didn't take these instruments away. All stayed on site. Look, you guys, what's this? Just then, a research team member exclaimed. The crowd rushed to look over. Just see a huge writing pad sitting in the corner. On the writing board, written in black marker pen, J-10 modified 6th generation aircraft program. Below the line, there was also a precise drawing attached. Seeing this, the crowd rushed to get together. Li Deo posted himself in front of the writing board, put on his old glasses, and looked at the drawings on it with immense care. On this one drawing, not only was the J-10 very precisely disassembled, subdivided, and analyzed, on top of that, it also lists which parts on the J-10's obsolete parts can be used directly on the 6, and which ones have to be simply modified and polished before they can be used on the 6. Then there's the question of which parts can just be discarded. Various analyses are written on it and everything is detailed. And then there's the analysis and dismantling of the 6th generation. Looking at this drawing, the people present were also a bit confused, especially the three of them, Li Deo and Zhao Kongping, Lin Zifu. Looking at this drawing, the three realized, how sketchy was your own research on that 6 last night? If they follow the drawings, there is still a lot of information that they have not been able to analyze. Many more questions about the Generation 6 now came to the minds of the three men, and the ones asked before. It's like child's play in the face of these problems. No wonder Lu Feng was so relaxed when he answered our previous questions. This feels like it. The other guy is already working on calculus. High math. This is when he himself suddenly went up and asked a chicken and rabbit question. The other party even just scanned the question and directly stated the answer. It is followed by a very thoughtful explanation of the principles for you. And just when you think, this problem of yours is already the hardest problem in the world, only to find that the other party has studied something that has completely exceeded his own cognitive range. Honestly, it's the first time in all these decades that Li Dui has had such a powerful sense of frustration. But, this frustration didn't make him deny himself. Instead, it sparked a strong desire to learn more. The issue at hand though is, he didn't expect why the other party knew so much detail about the J-10 fighter. As director of the Aerospace Research Institute, this prototype of the J-10 was made from their research institute. So in the research of this fighter, Li Deo thought that in the country itself is also unique. But looking at the drawings in front of me, an unbelievably accurate piece of data listed above. Surprisingly, it's not even a little bit different from what you know. Could it be that Lu Feng, or someone close to Lu Feng, came out of our institute? Looking at the clean-cut teenager standing on the sidelines, Li Deo felt the other party more and more, gradually mysterious. Hesitate for a moment. He still walked up to Lu Feng and opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Lu Feng, I would like to meet the members of your team. Li Dwight is not trying to liquidate. After all, without this data, the other party wouldn't be able to give themselves, and the rabbit, such a surprise. In his opinion, being able to complete the project in half a month's time, this matter was not Lu Feng's credit. After all, with such a tedious project, the other party must have a very powerful team behind them. And there must be quite a few people on this team, even far more than your own research group. But just as he was thinking, Lu Feng, who was on the opposite side of the table, however, shook his head blankly. Team, as you've seen, I'm the only one on my team. Chapter 35, the state scholar becomes a student, and still doesn't understand? Just one? One guy did the J-10 in the better part of a month? That's not possible. So on hearing that answer, including Zhao Kongping, Lin Zifu, and all the people in the research team present, they were all very unconvinced. But here's the thing, in answer to the question, Lu Feng's face, however, did not show any lying expression, even that natural, bewildering, it's totally camouflageable. The three nationalists who have read a lot of people, doubted himself a little at the sight of it, too. Did this huge remodeling project was really done by Lu Feng alone? Li Dui began to wonder. However, he also felt that the reason why Lu Feng said that he was the only one, it was also possible that it was an order from the team behind the other party. Perhaps, this team that doesn't want to see them? That was why Lu Feng, a college student, was sent out to face them. This is also very possible. As for Lu Feng, who had just answered their question about the 6 generations of aircraft, it's also possible that the opposing team has trained them. Think about it. Li Dui felt the need to confirm this for himself. I have some more questions here. May I ask? Sure. Lu Feng nodded. Follow closely. Li Deo then asked Lu Feng many questions. These are issues that have nothing to do with the 6, but it's all centered around the issue of spaceflight. Trying to make a 6th-generation aircraft. These issues are undoubtedly fundamental. If Lu Feng couldn't even answer these questions, then the other party must be a representative put out by the team behind him. This 6th-generation machine, too, was by no means made by the young man in front of him, who looked to be in his early 20s. So it's these. After hearing Li Dao's reply, Lu Feng was briefly silent. Just when Li Dao thought that the other party could not answer, Lu Feng raised his head and directly said all the answers in one breath. Not only that, principles, arithmetic ideas, even the many questions that derived from them were answered by him. The whole thing flowed flawlessly. There wasn't even time to think. And hearing Lu Feng's reply, the people present were instantly confused. Chen Yiming was more like listening to a heavenly book. Commissar, what is all this stuff he's talking about? If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Song Guoming rolled his eyes. Subconsciously, he looked at the 3 state officials on the side. Only Li Dao, Zhao Kongping and Lin Zifu were all very shocked. These are questions that you learned in school? Li Dao was very shocked and subconsciously condescended. Lu Feng, on the other hand, didn't feel anything. Indifferently stated, these are simple questions that won't take long. From these questions, it's perfectly possible to derive some of the common challenges on the 6, such as, Lu Feng said and paused. Look around. Eventually the huge writing pad that had been thrown in the corner was brought out. Tearing off the drawing that was taped to it, he picked up a marker and began to write. At first, the crowd was a little confused as they watched his actions, but soon, the 3 Guishur, as well as the people in the research team, then understood what Lu Feng was doing. Is this writing derivation formulas? That's right. What Lu Feng wrote was the solution to the first difficulty in making a 6th-generation airplane. 2 major research institutes. Countless researchers have been calculating for years and have not been able to solve the problem. At the moment, however, it was answered in its entirety under Lu Feng's pen. Look at the derivation formula on the writing board. All the members of the 2 major research institutes instantly froze. Look at the derivation formula on the writing board. The crowd was also thinking fast in their minds, deducing along with the formula. Eventually the crowd found, not only was Lu Feng's derivation of the formula not half as problematic, but the process of arithmetic, on the contrary, was also much more concise than they had been before. This arithmetic method, at least in their 2 major institutes, it had never been seen before. From the first moment of skepticism, the crowd froze, but it was followed closely by an obsessive frenzy. For the derivation formula on the writing pad, the 3 nationalists, one after the other, began to ask questions, all kinds of details, asking for everything. It's like an inquisitive student. And watch the scene. Song Guoming and others, however, are unable to understand. Is this the same nationalist they know? The group of people standing at the top of the rabbit spacefield, to be oozing with inquisitiveness at a college student at the moment? Lu Feng had become their teacher? And in the meantime, after writing the formula, Lu Feng continued to explain it. You guys look here, Lu Feng said, explaining from the very beginning of the derivation formula. Among the details, totally unapologetic about it, there were no desks or chairs present. The 3 Kakushi, as well as the crowds from the 2 major research institutes, and yet none of them had any complaints. Stand consciously in front of the writing board and watch carefully. At first, Li Dao, Zhao Kongping as well as Lin Zifu could still barely understand, but besides the 3 of them, 2 research teams, 20 to 30 people, and yet, it's completely confusing. To know, those who can enter the Academy of Scientific Research are the pride of heaven. Who didn't crush their classmates back in the day with their academic ability? And at the moment, while listening to Lu Feng's explanation, the crowd was as if they were listening to a heavenly book. Can understand a little, but not much. But see the 3 statesmen listening intently. They were too embarrassed to raise their hands to interrupt. But gradually, as Lu Feng continued to explain, the complexity of deriving the formulas is also progressively increasing. To the back, even the 3 statesmen were becoming unintelligible. Everyone speaks the same language, but how come I don't understand it at all? Confusion appeared unanimously on the faces of the 3 nationalists. Wait, this place is a little confusing to me. Li Dao raised his hand and asked directly. The question was uttered, and Lu Feng began to patiently answer it for him. It was only when Li Dao and the other 2 state officials revealed expressions of dawning realization that Lu Feng stopped but it didn't take long for him to continue his lecture. Kanpiracho raised his hand again. Lu Feng answered as usual. Another 10 minutes. The solution is finished and the explanation of the derivation formula continues. This time it's Lin Zifu. Seeing the other party raise his hand, Lu Feng was speechless. Is it so hard to understand what I'm talking about? Wait until the whole set of formulas is explained. Lu Feng couldn't even remember how many times these three, midway through, had raised their hands. Something that was planned to be covered in half an hour. It dragged hard for 2 hours, but even so, waiting for Lu Feng to finish his speech. But the three state officials were still confused. The moment the three nationalists finally understood how the group of scum at the end of the classroom felt back when they were in school. Li Daiyou, Zhao Kongping, and Lin Zifu's foreheads were sweating at the moment, and their hands were shivering a little. What Lu Feng just said, the impact brought to them was just too great. These theories, if popularized, would definitely help the rabbit's aviation career immensely, the three men thought in unison. However, at this moment in the hearts of the three, there was a more important task. Must pull Lu Feng into his own institute. Chapter 36, 20 minutes. New alloy. Lu Feng must be dragged to our institute. Looking at the young man who was wiping the writing board, Li Daiyou's conviction had never been so strong. After listening to this explanation from Lu Feng, Li Daiyou and the others no longer had any doubts at all about whether Lu Feng had a team behind him or not. Being able to explain the derivation formula so articulately, even if there is a high level of guidance behind it, it is still completely impossible to do it, because in the lecture just now, the three of them are encountering a lot of unintelligible places, but every time they raise their hand to ask a question, Lu Feng was able to explain it all in the first place, and the whole thing, silky smooth. There wasn't even much of a thought process. What does that mean? It showed that for this formula, Lu Feng was already familiar with it. This young man may have a better understanding of spaceflight than any of us. Thinking of this, Li Daiyou's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion, but soon became incomparably determined to know. Although the 20-something teenager in front of him had a better understanding of aviation than he had had in decades, but this is something that is definitely a good thing for rabbits to know. In the present rabbit, many young people who have achieved success in their studies, most of their choices are to go abroad for further studies, stay in a foreign country for a long time. This has led to the development of rabbit spaceflight, which is becoming more and more difficult. Until now, all that's holding up rabbit spaceflight is still just a bunch of them old men who should have retired long ago. If we can pull Lu Feng into the academy, maybe he can become the new pillar of the space academy? Think about it. Li Daiyou's faith, even stronger. He looked to Zhao Kongping. The two of them looked at each other and instantly knew what the other was thinking. One by one, they began to think just what kind of conditions could be used to pull Lu Feng into his institute. And just as they were making calculations in their minds, Lin Zifu, who had been silent on the side for a long time, but suddenly opened his mouth. Lu Feng, I have a question here. What's the problem? Lu Feng, who had just finished erasing the writing board, put down the board eraser and turned his head to look at Lin Zifu. Lin Zifu was silent for a moment. Then he opened his mouth solemnly and asked, I'd like to know, what exactly is the metal material used in that 6th-generation plane? He was skeptical from the moment he heard the performance of the fighter jet from Li Daiyou's mouth during the video call earlier. Exactly what metal is made into the wing? It can withstand the air resistance caused by up to Mach 3 during vertical takeoff. So before we go, he then asked his assistant to prepare all the instruments at the institute that could be tested on metallic materials. Arrival in the Southern Theater of Operations. Without saying a word, the testing began straight away. Although Lin Zephyr is mentally prepared, the numbers for the surface metal of the 6 are just mind-blowing. Up to 5,000 strength, and a yield limit that is still an unknown quantity. In his opinion, this value is simply not the kind of metal material that rabbits, or the whole of Blue Star, should have. It's almost like alien technology. So Lin Zephyr is most interested in knowing now, not the specific theory that produced this fighter. Rather, it's the metal used in the fighters and what exactly it is. In his opinion, if you can make the same level of metal yourself, even metals that can only be made at half the level can take all of the rabbit's industry at this stage, up a notch or even several notches, and listen to his questions. At the moment, Lu Feng didn't know what the other party was thinking. Metal. Lu Feng was silent for a moment, thought about it, and replied, that was a new type of alloy that I fused together, and conditions weren't very favorable at the time, so I could only go that far, but it's barely enough to use. Barely. Make do. You seem like you're having a hard time with this. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the crowd fell silent. This kid is so good at pretending. At this moment, the 3 state officials, as well as the people in the research team, all seemed to be choked. Not a word could be said. To push the limits of strength, to push the limits of metal yielding. How much effort have scientists around the world put in? After all these years, it is being studied by scientists worldwide. Until now, The strongest metal in the world was only 705 pounds. The yield limit is only 12. And what about the metal that Lu Feng described as barely scraping by, directly dismissing countless scientists around the world? Years of hard work directly. This, how he thought about it was outrageous. But the problem is, this sentence came out of Lu Feng's mouth at this moment. But surprisingly, there was no sense of incongruity. The formula I just used still doesn't make sense to me, no matter what he says. A sidebar of researchers murmured. And people like Song Guoming and Chen Yiming don't get the gold in this thing though. But looking at the complicated expressions of the three state officials, they knew what had probably happened. Think about it. Song Guoming then felt that it was a bit outrageous. He still can't believe it now. These few state officials were surprisingly shocked by this teenager in front of them. Are you sure this is a Southwestern Tech student? Have you investigated this before? Song Guoming asked Chen Yiming in a low voice. The other nodded, followed closely by a shake of the head. The investigation has been done. The other party's resume is all clean. And the high school entrance exam is also a top science student. Both parents died. And I was working at my uncle's farm machinery factory to save up for tuition. When you go to school, you also do well, both in terms of your academic performance and the impression you leave with your teachers. But look at what's happening now. Chen Yiming's face was odd. I doubt I've looked into it anymore either. On the sidelines, Song Guoming expressed his understanding. It was also hard for him to connect the young man in front of him and this young man who was lecturing for the three Kikuchi with the good student that Chen Yiming spoke of. Who's a good student hand rubbing a sixer? But at the moment he didn't have the heart to dwell on it. Now Lu Feng had attracted the attention of the three Guisher. If you want to investigate again, there will be a commissioner to do so. And at the moment, listening to Lu Feng's words, Lin Zephyr was silent for a long time. Only slowly did he hold back the second question. So, I'd like to know how long it took you in total to develop this new alloy? How much time? Lu Feng froze. Haven't really been paying attention myself. Because then, after all, there was a list given by the system. All one needs to do is put the ingredients into the instrument according to the proportions on the list and set the time. Now the other side asks. Lu Feng thought about it and finally answered truthfully. It took about 20 minutes. Hear that? A large warehouse. Nearly 30 people. Instantly confused. 20 minutes to make it? What do you think you're doing? Spreading pancakes? Chapter 37, is this a nuclear fighter? 20 minutes? Hearing Lu Feng's words, everyone present froze. Before asking the question, everyone pondered the answer. A year? 6 months? Or even a month? These answers were acceptable to the crowd, but what they didn't expect was, Lu Feng had actually made the so-called new alloy in just 20 minutes? You know, the parameters of that alloy were far beyond what they had ever seen. All kinds of precious metals, even far beyond the metal used on top of aircraft carriers. Rockets. This thing, if released, it would be enough to make the entire rabbit. No, it's the whole blue planet. It's enough to shake up the entire research community of the blue planet. But looking at Lu Feng's expression, it was as if he had done something that was no more than normal. Perhaps 20 minutes, and he's still too slow? Coupled with Lu Feng's earlier statement of barely making ends meet, the crowd immediately realized. It seems to be short-sighted. Yeah. How could someone who could build a Generation 6 in a short period of time have any mood swings over the making of this new alloy? At the same time, the crowd also realized, both in the aerospace business and in material science, the young man in front of him was all far beyond them. The state officials. Think about it. Li Dao's eyes immediately exploded with an intense luster. He pulled Zhao Kongping aside and asked in a low voice, "What are you planning? What how?" Zhao Kongping was a bit confused. Li Dao blared at his old buddy. Of course it's how to trick. Yuck this Lu Feng and pull him into our institute. You didn't just hear him say that it only took him 20 minutes to develop that new alloy. And it also looks to me like he really made this Generation 6 all by himself. Do you realize the gold content of these two things? This means that by pulling him into our institute, we can raise the level of our institute by several notches. All the difficulties that have plagued us before will be solved, Li Dao said, his expression all agitated. The mustache around his mouth was a tweak. Zhao Kongping also nodded. I can understand what you're saying, but what would one have to offer to drag him into the institute? Upon hearing this question, Li Diwo froze for a moment. This issue, he hadn't really thought about it. Billions of dollars a year? With his status as the director of the Space Academy, it was really not a problem to apply for this amount of money after indicating it to his superiors. But the problem is, can a $1 billion annual salary really attract the young man in front of you? To know, not only rabbits, but in the entire Blue Star, all countries pay considerable attention to the introduction of talents and cultivation. If this deed of Lu Feng's was told, what country would not be able to spare the billions of dollars a year? The money is gone and can be earned again, but if the talent is gone, then it is really gone. How about I take early retirement? Li Dao thought for a while and suddenly spoke. Zhao Kongping's eyes widened. He certainly understood what the old fellow meant. With Lu Feng's attainments in the field of scientific research, he was certainly more than qualified to be a director of a space academy. Keep in mind that the director of the space academy probably doesn't make a very good salary, but the reputation that comes with it is not the usual one. It's not something that can be fixed with money. The two men looked at each other. The mind was soon made up. This offer, at least for now, was the best the two of them could come up with, but just as Li Dao was about to open his mouth, Lin Zifu, who was on the side, suddenly spoke out, only to see him pointing ahead. He opened his mouth and asked, "What's in that room?" The crowd's eyes were drawn to this statement. Immediately following the crowd, they saw a blue-colored glow emerging from a room not far away through the windows and doorways. Lu Feng also looked over, then explained, "Inside the room is a nuclear fission reactor set. That's what the Generation 6 engine uses, and I have a spare copy in case it fails." Ha! Upon hearing this, the crowd was dumbfounded. What the hell? Nuclear fission reactor units? Li Dao also reacted. It couldn't be something that was mentioned in the airshow, in the description of the features of the Generation 6, could it? This, nuclear fission reactor units, do they really exist? At the moment he was already somewhat beginning to doubt life, but even though he doubted life, he didn't doubt Lu Feng's claim. It was only because Lu Feng's expression was flat. It really didn't seem like a lie. So on hearing this from him, everyone present involuntarily took a few steps back. A nuclear fission reactor, but it's radioactive. As a scientific researcher, how can one not know the consequences of being exposed to nuclear radiation? If you get hit, you're just going to die. And see the reaction of the crowd. Lu Feng froze for a moment, then reacted as well, opened his mouth to explain. Don't worry, this nuclear fission reactor unit is identical to the one used on top of the Generation 6, so by design, there's no need to worry about radiation leakage either. It's safe. Still really a nuclear fission reactor set used in a Gen 6? Hearing this, Li Dao's entire body was dumbfounded. When he saw that note earlier, he thought he was reading a science fiction novel, but I didn't expect. Is it surprising that this was actually developed and used in a fighter jet? And listening to Lu Feng's words, it also dawned on the people present. What they saw yesterday was actually a nuclear energy fighter? It's so fake. Not to mention the fact that no one in the entire rabbitry, up to now, has been able to develop a nuclear fission reactor unit that is stable and safe and can be practically applied. Even if it does get developed, who would take this stuff and use it in a fighter jet? To know, a sufficient number of nuclear fission reactor units can symbolize an endless amount of energy. In the world today, it's not just rabbits. All countries have energy problems to a greater or lesser extent throughout the blue planet. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as oil breeds mold. No wonder this fighter can go so fast, and the energy just seems to be inexhaustible. Li Dao was shocked in his heart. Although, in this drive by Qing Yiming, the 6th generation aircraft did not fly too far. It's just over 1,000 kilometers. But, Generation 6 aircraft can be flying at high speeds the entire time, and have not gone below Mach 10. It's like a race car. For the same distance, with horsepower pulled to the max, a race car consumes absolutely more fuel than a family vehicle. Not to mention this 6th generation plane. Wait, right at this moment, Lin Zifu once again opened his mouth and asked, shouldn't a nuclear fission reactor be huge? How does this thing fit on a fighter jet? How big is a fighter jet? Hearing this, Lu Feng, who was used to the crowd's intensive questions, opened his mouth to answer. The nuclear fission reactor set I made wasn't very big, probably only about 5 cubic meters. How much more? 5 cubic meters? Chapter 38 Hadron Reactor. Take a nuclear fission reactor set and enrich it to 5 cubic meters. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lin Zifu was greatly shocked. As he remembers it, nuclear fission reactor units are not all supposed to be in the big 1,000 cubic meters. It's at least half a building high. After all, in order to stop radiation from nuclear fission reactor units, some precautions are still necessary. So this also leads to the fact that nuclear fission reactor units can become very large. And in the mouth of Lu Feng, this precaution is taken as if it were easy to achieve. How else could the other side enrich a nuclear fission reactor unit to the size of 5 cubic meters? And looking at each other, it doesn't look like it's been irradiated either. To know, a person who has been irradiated by a nuclear fission reactor can never be cured. At the first sign of being irradiated, the cells in the body will then mutate, organs melted and skin rotted. It won't take more than a couple hours. The whole thing would melt into a puddle of blood. Lu Feng, on the other hand, now does not look like he has been radiated at all. Mr. Lu Feng, can I go take a look at the nuclear fission reactor you made? Lin Zifu couldn't help it and pleaded with Lu Feng. He just couldn't imagine it. How on earth did the other side take a nuclear fission reactor unit? enrich it to only 5 cubic meters in size, and mount it on top of a fighter jet. 5 cubic meters. The size is about the same size as a battery in a new energy car. I think. So, he'd love to see it, and hear his plea. Lu Feng agreed directly and cheerfully. No problem. After saying that, he led the crowd to the door of that room. Wait a minute. Just then, one of the scientific research team behind Lin Zifu spoke up. Immediately after that, he was seen taking out an instrument specifically designed to test for nuclear radiation from the case of equipment he was carrying, came to the front of the room and tested it against the inside. He was relieved to see only a big 0 on the LCD display, and for his move, Lu Feng was also very understanding, though he didn't know exactly what the identity of the group was, but just by looking at the crowd, one could only know that the status was unusual. It's normal to be cautious. Ready, I'm opening the door, Lu Feng said, putting his hands on the doorknob. Looking back at the crowd, seeing the crowd nod in unison, it was only then that the door to the room was pulled open with a creak. One moment, the faint blue light that was originally shining out only through the cracks in the doors and windows suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Faint blue light flickered from time to time. Shine on everyone. Is this the nuclear fission reactor? Lin Zephyr carefully walked in, looking at the substance placed in the middle of the many instruments, which flowed like a liquid. He opened his mouth and asked, right. Lu Feng nodded. And after hearing Lu Feng's answer, Lin Zifu was even more puzzled. Wait, this nuclear fission reactor of yours is nothing like the ones I've seen before. Why is it completely different? Why isn't it stacked? And upon hearing this question, Lu Feng asked in return, why if it's stacked? Lin Zephyr froze for a moment, then explained, because with our current technology, it's hard to keep a nuclear reactor working stably. That's why the stacked approach is used in the design of the nuclear reactors. Handled this way, each nuclear reactor is independent when it comes to doing the work, and the amount is small. The smaller the volume, the safer the operation will be as much as possible, and then stack these small amounts of nuclear reactors on top of each other. In that case, it would be a bit trickier to set up, but the danger would be minimized, and it would be sufficient with our current technology. Lin Zephyr gushes. That's all he understands about nuclear reactors. Of course, this is also because he is not an expert in this field. So there was a bit of a stutter when I said it, but even so, the people around them still sounded confused, and just as they were about to ask questions, Lu Feng, however, nodded first. I can actually understand what you're saying. The use of stacking to deal with nuclear fission reactors is indeed a good option when the level of technology is not up to scratch. But do you realize that there are so many downsides to this? Hear this. Immediately, Lin Zifu's eyes widened, putting up a false front, and Lu Feng didn't care about these details and explained directly. You have to realize that the reason I designed this nuclear fission reactor was to put it in a fighter jet, and the biggest drawback to stacking, as you say, is that you can't control the volume, and there's a lot of waste when it comes to energy transfer. Beyond that, there are quite a few drawbacks that stacking can't address. Next, Lu Feng said a long list of things. Lin Zifu, on the other hand, was listening with great interest. Taking out his notebook, he recorded all of Lu Feng's words, though there were many parts that he couldn't quite understand, but Lin Zephyr felt the remarks that Lu Feng had just made were something that could definitely lead to a change in the entire field. After talking about the disadvantages of stacking, Lu Feng pointed to his own device on the side and spoke, and I use a hadronic reaction device, which not only saves on size, but is simpler and more efficient. On top of that, it saves energy and puts more power to the fighters. The two asked and answered questions. The whole process was very smooth. While the crowd on the sidelines listened, they only felt that the question seemed to be a bit over the top. It's completely incomprehensible. Not only the people from the two research groups, even Li Daiyou and Zhao Kongping were also a bit clouded by what they heard. The main thing is, the two of them hadn't expected at all that Lin Zephyr actually had research on nuclear fission as well. This Lin Zephyr, he wouldn't be secretly researching something unimaginable behind our backs, would he? Li Daiyou whispered. He already felt a sense of crisis. On the other hand, Zhao Kongping, who was silent for a while, spoke. It's not surprising. After all, his institute's progress in the field of sixth-generation aircraft is ahead of ours. Maybe they also researched the part of the nuclear power engine module and that's why they dabbled in that part. But now it seems that what Lin Zifu and the others envisioned has been completely negated by Lu Feng. You don't have to be anxious, although we don't understand this. I remember that there is still someone in the institute who does. I'll call him in a while and ask him to come over. So don't be afraid that you won't be able to pull Lu Feng away. Good. Li Daiyou nodded, his hanging heart finally put back into his stomach. And just then, the conversation between Lu Feng and Lin Zephyr had finally ended. Li Daiyou and Zhao Kongping looked at each other and were about to go up and invite Lu Feng to join their institute. But the two men had not yet spoken. It was Lin Zifu who took the lead and spoke. Student Lu Feng, Your attainments in these fields are just too deep. Talents like you shouldn't be buried. I'm now extending an invitation to you on behalf of the Shinfei 601 Research Institute. Chapter 39, Intercepted? Lin Zifu looked at Lu Feng with a sincere expression. You don't have to think about the treatment. It's absolutely to the highest specification. Other than that, what other requests you have, just say it. I promise to go can fulfill them all. As long as you can join us at the 601st Institute. Listen to his words. Lu Feng hadn't even opened his mouth to respond. The two people on the side, Li Deyou and Zhao Kongping, were directly enraged. It's not like you. What do you mean, old thing? Li Deyou quickly stepped forward and pointed at Lin Zifu's nose and cursed. I brought you here to see Lu Feng, and it's not even if you're not grateful, but you actually want to rob us? Tell me what you're resting on? The always calm Zhao Kongping was also angry at this moment. This fighter is in our war zone, and Lu Feng is also from our war zone, so why should it be your turn? I also graduated from the Southwest University of Science and Technology. In the end, Comrade Xiao Lu and I are still fellow disciples. On the side, Song Guoming had an odd expression on his face. He was tempted to say, with Zhao Kongping's age and status, he could have been Lu Feng's principal. Fellowship. A little reluctant, but he couldn't really say such words. And listening to the words of Li Deyou and Zhao Kongping, instead of panicking, Lin Zifu looked at Lu Feng. Comrade Xiao Lu, look at these two. I don't need to say more, do I? What can you study when you're emotionally unstable? Why don't you come to our institute? Everyone on my side is emotionally stable. And in terms of scientific research, they are also surpassing their institute. We didn't invent the previous J10 prototype? Li Deyou hurriedly proved himself, then looked at Lu Feng and stated, Comrade Xiao Lu, if you join our institute, I'll even give up my position as director to you. This statement was made. The whole room went quiet. Everyone looked at Li Deyou in shock and then at Lu Feng. They were not expecting it at all. For the sake of this young man, Li Deyou was even willing to give up his position as dean. To know how many people have fought for the position of director of the research institute, and in order to be able to get Lu Feng to join their institute, Li Deyou even directly promised out the position of dean? On the side, Song Guoming directly froze. Chen Yiming, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. I didn't realize that a random college student I found was going to become the director of the Aerospace Research Institute? Nice guy. If you do this kind of math, in the future, when the 6th generation aircraft, the 7th generation aircraft or even the 8th generation aircraft is researched, there will be a share of credit for me. Right. Thinking. Gradually, Chen Yiming was also somewhat interested. Seriously, judging by Lu Feng's current performance, he really hoped that Lu Feng would stay in the military region. But, on his own side, he really couldn't make a more tempting offer than the dean of the research institute. As far as the progress of your research institute is concerned, it will only slow down Comrade Xiao Lu. Comrade Xiao Lu, come to our research institute. I can divide all the resources for you, and you can rest assured that you can study next. No one will disturb you. Li Deyou was also in a hurry. Compared to Comrade Lu, how much better can you be than us? The two highly respected state officials were already bickering at the moment. It even has the look of a big fight. 3. Song Guoming rushed forward and admonished, don't get so worked up. Let's have a conversation. Say what you will. I have to teach these two old things a lesson today. Lin Zephyr rolls up his sleeves. Hey, you still want to fight 2-in-1? It's against you. Li Deyou began to look around, searching for a tool to use while he could. Everyone looked at Lu Feng, eyes eager, wanted to see what he would choose under these very tempting conditions. Lu Feng, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. He looked to Lin Zephyr and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness. Lin Zifu was struck by lightning, while Li Deyou and Zhao Kongping, their faces became agitated. Comrade Lu, a clear choice. I'm going to contact the people at the Research Institute and get ready to help you get on board, Li Du was saying. However, he saw Lu Feng turn his head and shook his head with a smile. And thank you for your kind words. Li Deyou's movements froze instantly. What does that mean? All refused? Looking at the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Lu Feng explained. I'm still in school, so I'm not planning on joining the workforce just yet. Hear this. The crowd even thought their ears were out of joint. Li Deyou was even more anxious. You come to our institute. You're the director. Why are you going to school for this? What teacher can teach you with what you know now? Zhao Kongping also hurriedly stated. Join us and no one can bind you. You don't even want to come to the research institute, and it's okay to keep going to school. I can hook you up with. That's a quick response? Looking at the two who hurriedly expressed themselves, Lin Zifu also rushed to speak. I can contact Southwestern Tech here and get you straight to graduation. Both sides hastened to express themselves, throwing out various conditions. The researchers of the two major research institutes behind them, seeing their own state scholar like this, had some oddities in their hearts. as two of the top institutes for rabbits. When have they ever been so inviting? General. No, all those super academics coming out of the top colleges and universities who want to join the institute have to go through a long interview, an examination. But now facing this teenager who hasn't even graduated from college, the three nationalists were itching to give the entire institute to each other. In thinking back to the days when I barely joined the institute by rising earlier than a chicken and sleeping later than a dog, the crowd felt a little like crying all of a sudden. And at the moment the three state officials were still throwing out various conditions in a steady stream. The main thing is, in the face of these very attractive conditions, Lu Feng continued to shake his head. But just then, Chen Yiming, who had been silent, suddenly jumped out. Comrade Lu, if possible, this factory can now be given to you by our military. And the request is just that you come and titular my military industry department. It's just titular. It doesn't interfere with your normal life, and you can live a normal life after this after school, and you can contact us as soon as you need anything. Hear that? Lu Feng, who had been shaking his head in rejection, stopped moving. Looking toward Chen Yiming, he said with considerable emotion, "Really? Of course it's true." Chen Yiming hurriedly opened his mouth. "Good." Lu Feng nodded. "Then let's do as you say." This statement was made. Everyone looked at Lu Feng with disbelief. "Not, you're saying yes?" The crowd couldn't figure it out. Just how much better were the conditions offered by Chen Yiming than the three guoshis? And the three state officials were a bit confused at the moment. They fought for half a day's worth of talent. Surprisingly, it was cut off by the military district? Chapter 40, If you can't grab a man, you can only grab a fighter. Feeling the eyes around him that almost wanted to eat him alive, Chen Yiming shivered. Originally, he had watched a few state officials, who were doing their best to compete for Lu Feng. It's still his turf in the military. You have to show it yourself, don't you? Not to mention that this Lu Feng, he had contacted him first. Although Chen Yiming was a major general of the military region, he could not represent the entire military region, not to mention the resources of the military district. Even if he wanted to use it, he had to report it upwards. But as he watched the three Kokeshis vying for it, he thought about how he had to show it. Hence the scene just now. But what he didn't expect was this. He had only casually said something, and Lu Feng had agreed to it just like that? Chen Yiming didn't even react, so much so that he was still a bit confused even now, and feeling a sigh like a volcano is about to erupt the three nationalists. He was even more afraid to speak. Just then, "Great job!" Song Guoming's voice rang in his ears. Then he saw Song Guoming criticize him twice in feigned anger, and turned around to pacify the three state officials again. "Don't worry, the three state officials, when Lu Feng arrives at our military, our side will definitely be able to take out all of our resources to cultivate him. And in my opinion, Comrade Lu Feng in our military, and in the Three Nationalists Institute is the same. Both are contributing to the Rabbits Aerospace cause well. And our side is close to the National Defense Science University, so it's convenient for Comrade Xiao Lu to go to and from school." The crowd listened to. "It's not unreasonable. Only, you offered yourself such a generous offer, but it turned out to be no better than a factory under the Ministry of Military Industry?" They immediately have some doubts. Lu Feng, this little comrade is not reading stupid. Is the presidency of the Space Academy no better than a factory? Even if this factory is titled to the Ministry of Military Industry, come and be the director of our Space Academy. There's no problem building you a new factory on site. Li Dayou was a bit hateful, but since Lu Feng has already reached an agreement with the military, he couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Turning their minds to the 6th generation aircraft, since Lu Feng doesn't intend to join the institute, then if I can bring that fighter back to be disassembled and studied, I guess it won't be long before our research institute will be able to produce its own Generation 6. Thinking that, he looked at Lu Feng. As a result, just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard Lin Zifu's voice take the lead. "Comrade Xiao Lu, could you temporarily lend us the Generation 6 you've produced to our research institute? Not to borrow for nothing. When the time comes for you to set up this factory what you need, Wishan Phase 601 Research Institute will definitely assist with all our might. It takes manpower to do R&D and we do what we can." Lu Feng hadn't answered. On the side of Li Dayou but the clam port lived. "Old Lin, you're just here to crash the party, aren't you? People you're going to take from us, and warplanes you're going to take from us." With that, he looked at Lu Feng again. "Comrade Xiao Lu, we'll double the offer this old thing made just now. Also the fighter we are only borrowing and will return it to you in perfect condition when the time comes. On top of that, the position of Dean of our Aerospace Academy has been reserved for you, and you can take it whenever you want to come." Looking at Lin Zifu and Li Dayou whose eyes were burning, Lu Feng was silent for a while. Only then did he open his mouth. "Actually, I don't own this 6th generation right now. I'm just in charge of the modifications. The actual attribution is still the military's. But, since you all want it, I can build another one out of it." Quiet. The entire room, at once, fell into a deathly silence. Hearing Lu Feng's words, everyone fell into silence. Looking at the other party's breezy expression, Li Dayou and Lin Zifu's eyes almost glazed over. That's a 6th-generation plane. And it's a 6th-generation plane with new alloys on the outside and nuclear engines. How do you say that so easily? As if you can just build a shelf at random? There were 3 nationalists present, as well as dozens of researchers from the research group. There were some tears in the air. One's own 6th-generation aircraft, which one has been researching for more than a decade, is just something that can be built casually for the other side. Yes, Li Dayou hurriedly nodded his head, fearing that Lin Zifu would snatch him first. Comrade Xiaolu, what is the request from your side? I will definitely fulfill it. Me too, Lin Zifu hastily agreed. Lu Feng also spoke smoothly. There are definitely conditions. I can't build you a 6th-generation plane for nothing. First of all, I could definitely use some people here to help out with the beat. Listening to these words, Li Dayou instantly opened his mind. Playing second fiddle? What do you mean? Didn't the other side make a 6 easily? Could it be that Lu Feng actually wanted to take the opportunity of making the 6th generation to teach them the core foundation? Li Dayou immediately brightened up. If he could learn the core technology from Lu Feng, wouldn't that be better than disassembling the fighter and figuring it out on his own? Thinking of this, he hastened to state, sure, we've got people here who can come and help you out. Lin Zifu on the side also reacted. It's just as well that I don't have much to do on my side, so I'll come and help you out in the meantime, as well as this research team of mine, which is still available at the institute if there aren't enough people, and equipment and such. If you need anything you just say so, the 2 men hastened to say. The stance was as if Lu Feng, but whenever he stated his needs, the other party would directly empty his own research institute, and listen to their words. Lu Feng, however, shook his head. I have all the equipment here. I don't need it for now, in addition to manpower, Lu Feng said, scanning the people around him. In addition to Song Guoming and others, the 3 nationalists, plus the 2 research teams add up to a total of more than 40 people. There's enough manpower. Hear that? Li Dayou and Lin Zifu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Though they are the rabbit state soldiers, if anything, they know a lot about the 6th generation. Compared to Lu Feng, the 3 of them were no different from learning from scratch. Under these conditions, obviously the greater the number of people, the greater the probability of being able to learn. However, Lu Feng had said that he didn't need any manpower, so it was not good for them to force any more people into it. Otherwise it will make Lu Feng unhappy. Then no one can learn. Immediately after that, the 3 statesmen said that they had nothing to do in the meantime. They could all stay here and give Lu Feng a hand until the 6th generation mechanism was made. Seeing this, Lu Feng nodded, speaking again. Beyond that, I have a second condition. Everyone gathered their attention at these words. Immediately after that, he heard Lu Feng open his mouth. The second condition is that it must be fully funded. Chapter 41 2 demands billions of dollars in funding. Funding? Hearing Lu Feng's request, Li Dayou, Zhao Kongping, and Lin Zifu were relieved. It wasn't that they didn't trust Lu Feng. Rather, it's because the core technology of the Generation 6 fighter is just too appealing. As a matter of common sense, the rarer the technical resource, the more expensive it is. Not to mention the 6th generation. Li Dui guaranteed it. If Lu Feng were to disclose the technology of the 6th generation aircraft now, reveal a corner of it, no need for a second day. Someone will contact Lu Feng soon. Offshore forces and even some private forces that are not recognized internationally. All of them would throw an olive branch at Lu Feng. Prices will even go to a very outrageous level. There's only what you can't think of, not what they can't do. If the 6 can be mass-produced, it won't be long before that price, which corresponds to it, appears on the international market. But on the core technology aspect of making a 6th generation aircraft, it's priceless. So, as Lu Feng opened his mouth to tell about the conditions, the hearts of the crowd were, in fact, hanging in the air. After all, the status of the dean of the research institute couldn't even move the other side. In case the other party makes a very outrageous offer and they can't afford it, those 3 wouldn't really know what to do. After all, what it feels like to watch a perfectly good secret slip out of sight. It was just too much. But the good thing is, the conditions that Lu Feng had put forward were also just funding. It's just money. As long as you can buy something with money, it's not a problem. Don't worry, Comrade Xiaolu. We at the Aerospace Research Institute will bear all the expenses and even the serial costs incurred during this period. Li Dayou patted his chest and assured him, as director of the Aerospace Research Institute, as long as there are good reasons, it's not a problem to apply for a large amount of funding down the road. Even his personal guarantee was applied for immediately. And when Lin Zifu on the side saw this, he also hurriedly patted his chest. It's not necessary for you to bear all of it. We, Shenfei 601 Research Institute, bear half of it. In response, Li Dukwoo just looked at the other party. It wasn't rejected. Anyway, Lu Feng had said that he was bringing all of them to make the 6th generation. That is, they have the opportunity to learn whether they bear this cost or not. What's wrong with saving money? Each institute, every year, has a fixed target. If you go over, it's not so easy to apply later. On the side, Song Guoming and the others didn't say much. In the aspect of playing down, the military district cannot pick out the manpower, and this Generation 6 was made available only to the 2 major research institutes. There's no need for them military to get involved. And to see Li Diwo and Lin Zephyr promise funding, Lu Feng also nodded and spoke. One more thing, out of these R&D funds, I'm going to take 20% as my labor. Hear this. The 3 of them, Li Dio, considered it for a moment, and then agreed to do the same. After all, after promising to make another 6, Lu Feng had made 2 conditions, but none of them were for his own benefit. In that case, the 3 were actually a little worried. But when he heard that Lu Feng wanted to draw 20% of the funding as a labor fee, the crowd's hanging hearts were then put back into their stomachs. All people go for the benefit. If Lu Feng really didn't have any needs, then they would still have to worry about whether or not Lu Feng had his own little mind. No problem. 20%. Li Deo opened his mouth. You can also always mention it to me if there are subsequent needs. In his opinion, as long as we can break through the technical difficulties in the development of the 6th generation aircraft, what's wrong with spending more money? And after the appointment, Lu Feng didn't stay long either. Relock the room housing the nuclear fission reactor unit. I'll leave then. I have class today. Do we need to send a car to take you? Chen Yiming said in a hurry. No, it's not far. Lu Feng shook his head, put the book in his arms into his backpack, and lifted his large bucket-like water bottle again, and walked out quickly, looking at the others gradually moving away. 3 nationalists, dozens of researchers from the institute, and Song Guoming, among others, all a bit mental. Hard to imagine. The person who had just been fought over by 3 national scholars and 2 top research institutes was even a college student. What a hero, Lideo sighed. The others nodded in agreement. And with this period of contact just now, they found, this teenager who has mastered the core technology of the 6th generation aircraft is also not as normal as he thought. Not attracted to power or to money. Only one plant was chosen before the lure of the astronaut dean. Even on research fees, only 20% is taken. Be aware that at this stage, even if Lu Feng put forward the request of extracting 10%, the 2 major research institutes would only hesitate for a while and then agree. Only draw 20%. That's kind of a conscientious request. And soon, the crowd gathered their thoughts and began to discuss for the issue surrounding funding. Since Lu Feng said to start as soon as possible, it's best to apply for the funding in advance on our side. Li Deo opened his mouth and said, all the costs required for a 5th generation fighter jet would cost around $700 million. And compared to the 5th generation fighters, the performance of the 6th generation fighters has been improved so much. Conservative estimates put the cost of making a Generation 6 aircraft in the billions and upwards. Judging by Lu Feng's request to take 20%, that would be several $100 million at the very least. That's still a pretty high price. And hear this. Lin Zephyr, who was on the side, spoke quietly. So what if it's several $100 million? Give you 10 billion and you can build it? Li Dui lapses into silence. Don't say 10 billion. Even if it's 100 billion, a trillion. It's useless to have more breakthroughs even if the technology can't break through. It's just Lu Feng's draw, plus the cost of what the fighters need. It does add up to a lot of money. Realizing what Li Deo was thinking about, Zhao Kongping opened his mouth at this time. No matter how much it is, it must come together. This should be the only time we'll be able to get up close and personal with a Generation 6 production site. A few billion to shorten the research journey by a few years. The bill is still worth it. Several years is still conservative. If the technology never breaks through, a decade or so of long grass is possible. So much for the math. Li Dio, who was originally somewhat distressed, instantly understood. The account is, indeed, well worth it. Billions, even if it's tens of billions, smash the pot and come up with it. Follow closely. Li Deo looked at Minister Wang who was at the side. Little Wang, please go and get a list of the materials that Lu Feng applied for before, so that we can be mentally prepared on our side. Good. Wang Lian nodded and quickly left. Soon, he was in the process of finding the list of materials that Lu Feng had previously applied for, put it all together and did the math. Finalized price. Only $20 million? Chapter 42, only $20 million? Inside the factory. In the conference room, Li Dio, Zhao Kongping as well as Lin Zifu gathered together. In front of them, they each had a notebook. At the moment, They were guessing and calculating the exact cost of Lu Feng's production of a Generation 6 machine. This funding has to be applied for in advance because we need to start construction as soon as possible. They had only seen the 6th generation once, and had never even scrutinized the interior. The exact cost, it's not really clear. One can only guess. It was a good thing that a few people were in the factory and found the drawings that Lu Feng had previously pasted on the writing board and had torn off and casually thrown aside. With these drawings, it's always a good guess. The trio smoothed out the creased drawings and laid them out in front of them. Then the three of them opened their laptops and prepared to calculate. But the pen hasn't dropped yet. The three just froze. As a rule of thumb, calculating the cost of a fighter jet should start with the casing material. After all, the shells used in the past for warplanes were readily available on the market at a marked-up price. Just figure out the cost of the raw materials, the handling costs, and the processing costs. However, the Generation 6 aircraft made by Lu Feng used a new type of alloy. This kind of alloy had never appeared in the entire Blue Star, not to mention the market. So, how should this be valued? Li Dayou had a bit of a headache. Zhao Kongping also fell into silence. Lin Zifu was similarly silent for a long time before he spoke. Let's start with $1 billion. The price, he actually said casually. It's entirely based on your own subjective guesses, but in Lin Zifu's opinion, the price of $1 billion was quite reasonable. After all, the technology contained within is very ahead of its time. These metals aren't only used in fighter jets. It would work just as well on an aircraft carrier, or a rocket, and it can also take military equipment, such as aircraft carriers and rockets, up several notches. Thinking of this, Lin Zifu immediately felt that his $1 billion was not too little. Okay, didn't wait for Lin Zephyr to correct it. Li Dui nodded and wrote it down. And then, the three men had more headaches. Look at the various precision parts on the drawing. Can't guess at all if the price is good or not. Especially that nuclear fission reactor unit of the Hadron reactor. This stuff is priceless. Putting it on an international level, it is something that will be fought over by many countries, even going to war over it. How is it that it can be measured in terms of money? Think about it. The three men put down their pens in unison. Forget it, let's just wait for Xiao Wang's side to tally up the list and send it over. This math is surely fruitless. Li Du waved his hand. Also inform the institute side to prepare funds. The more the better. Having said that, rabbits are going to spend trillions of dollars a year on military spending, but it is not an easy task to transfer tens and tens of billions of dollars from the financial bill. But, it's a 6th generation airplane. When he thought of the scene he saw yesterday, Li Dayou's eyes couldn't help but light up. If we can get the 6 made, in his opinion, it's worth spending any amount of money. To know, if you can make a 6th generation plane, at the international joint military exercises in 6 months, the rabbits will definitely be able to drag down Eagle Sauce, which has been hogging the top spot, and give it a good kicking. The rabbits' international status will rise as a result. That's the kind of result you don't get with money. So, after realizing that they couldn't calculate the bill, Li Dayou and Lin Zifu directly began to formulate a funding request. And it's highlighted that this funding will be spent entirely on research for a 6th generation aircraft. But just as they were about to transmit this bill up, tick-tock, the cell phone rang. Little King? Looking at the communication interface, Li Dayou froze for a moment. So soon? Closing the document, Li Dayou picked up Wang Lian's phone. Little Wang, is it done so quickly? Sure there's no mistake? Aha! Minister Wang on the other end of the phone hadn't slowed down yet, and his voice was a bit sluggish. Was quick to calculate because of the commonness of what was needed. Common? Li Dayou froze and looked at the drawing in front of him. What's common on this, Elder Li? I've totaled the list, and the total cost is around $20 million. 200 billion Li Dayou sighed, but soon his eyes widened again. Wait, how many? $20 million? Hearing this figure, Zhao Kongping and Lin Zifu on the side also hurriedly came over. The two men gestured with frantic eyes. Li Dui turned on the speakerphone, followed closely by Minister Wang's voice from inside. That's right, $20 million. I was actually quite shocked when I saw the number and thought I had miscalculated. Then I accounted for it several more times, and even asked Chen Yiming to make sure that none of the statistics were wrong before I called you. All materials, total cost 21,300,000. Listening to Wang Lian even read out the numbers after the decimal point, the three were completely confused. That's too little. To know, the production cost of a 5th generation aircraft is also in the range of $600 or $700 million, and a 6th generation machine that beats a 5th generation machine in every way, both in terms of appearance and functionality, is only $20 million? How is that possible? $20 million for a 6th generation machine. Li Dayou swallowed, his voice dry. How on earth did Lu Feng do that? The three men looked at each other, and yet I can never get an answer. Just then, Little King, Li Dayou looked at his cell phone and opened his mouth. Why don't you put together a list and email it to me? Good. Wang Lian immediately agreed. It didn't take long. Li Deo received a document called List of Materials. Open it. The names of densely packed materials appeared. These materials do look familiar. Li Deo's eyes quickly swept over, and the list was placed in front of Lin Zifu and Zhao Kongping. The three of them looked at the list and compared prices. Start counting down line by line. One of the most used materials is the new alloy. This is because this alloy is a composite of several metals, so the cost required is relatively high, but the total math works out. The metal used in the entire 6 is only 3 to 4 million. Not only that, the trio continued their calculations, found in addition to the alloys, the materials and money used for the various parts of the entire 6th generation aircraft were far less than they had imagined. A nuclear fission reactor unit, and that's all it took? As the only one of the three who had some knowledge of nuclear fission, when Lin Zifu saw the number he had calculated, his jaw dropped in shock. This, not even a fraction of the money spent on nuclear fission R&D, right? Soon, the trio is combined. Looking at the final summarized figures, Li Deo's three men fell into silence. It's still over $20 million a minute. Chapter 43 is simply for nothing. The three of them after a long time together, eventually looking at the calculated numbers, dumbfounded. More than 20 million. Not a minute too soon. One time, the whole room fell into silence. Everyone is thinking and reviewing. Recall if you made any mistakes in the calculations you just did. Otherwise, how is it that a 6th generation plane would cost only $20 million? At this price, you can't even buy a house in the capital, right? Several people looked at each other. Gradually, an answer surfaced in their minds. And just then, Wang Lian on the phone couldn't hear the voices of the three nationalists. Some nerves opened their mouths. Elder Li, did I make a mistake somewhere? The price is indeed so low. I don't even think it's normal. How about this? I'll check with Chen Yiming to see if I've missed something. No need. Li Du shook his head. He looked at the list in front of him and took a deep breath and sighed. There's nothing wrong with this list. It's us who are wrong. You guys? Wang Lian was confused. Didn't react to what it meant for a moment. For his part, Li Deo had a bitter smile spread across his face. That's right. We're the ones who underestimated Lu Feng's ability, and greatly underestimated him. You may not be too aware that in our field, it's not the material that's really worth the money, it's the technology. Li Deo was silent for a moment and continued. I think when our rabbit industry was not yet developed, many industrial machines were imported from abroad in order to keep up with the great pace of the times. Although when the machine was introduced, we learned to use it. But once something goes wrong with the machine, everyone just stares at it and waits for foreigners to fix it. At that time foreigners come over to casually fiddle with the machine twice, draw a picture, and then dare to open the price of 100,000. People don't come if they don't pay. That's the power of knowledge. Listening to Li Dao's words, on the side, Zhao Kongping and Lin Zifu also nodded with bitter smiles. They are both approaching their 80s and 90s, also went through those years. It's also being that way. The three nationalists, as well as countless researchers, began to make their mark. Not only will the rabbit's various industrial machines, revolutionized, become the industrial powerhouse on the blue planet today, even started exporting to foreign countries. All of this comes from a technologically strong bottom line. But I didn't expect Lu Feng's skills to be so strong. Li Deo heartily marveled, his eyes still carrying a hint of disbelief. Lu Feng's technology had far exceeded their imagination, embodied in the 6th generation. It's all about cost compression. Before, the Lu Feng in the minds of the crowd was just a young man who had mastered the core technology of the 6th generation aircraft. But see this list of materials. That's when he realized Lu Feng's knowledge and research of the 6th generation aircraft had reached the point of perfection. The other side even knows exactly what the minimum cost of each part is, where costs can be saved and where they can't. Make the best use of what you have and bring the cost of the 6 down again and again. From the billions or even tens of billions originally calculated by their three statesmen, it was directly compressed to 20 million. That's a lot of zeros. This kind of thing, it's just too much. You have to realize the cost of a 5th generation aircraft. In all the years since it was invented and fielded by troops until now, costs also remain high, and the 6th generation has just appeared. It was then directly pressed to the lowest price by Lu Feng. He couldn't have invented the 6th generation a long time ago, could he? This idea popped up suddenly in Li Deo's mind. The face was shocked. Otherwise, how did the other side have the time to study how to reduce the cost of fighter jets? But Li Du shook his head quickly. When Lu Feng developed the 6th generation aircraft, it has little to do with me. My most important task right now is to lead the research team to give Lu Feng a good fight, and try to learn some more techniques from it. Until now, the original worries of the three people completely dissipated. $20 million for materials, plus 20% of Lu Feng's personal labor from the funding. Both add up to just under $30 million. Less than $30 million for a fighter jet. And a sixth-generation one at that. What's the difference between that and giving it away for nothing? This doesn't even need to be a funding request. There's enough just from the leftover balance from the last project, Lee Dio said. About to contact the Space Academy headquarters. Lin Zephyr then scrambles. We were promised to pay half of it, and we'll be the ones to pay more than 10 million of it. It's not that he's rich. He was mainly afraid that if this money was all paid by Lee Dio, in case he upset him one day, this old thing took this point and had to kick himself out of the research team then. That would be too much of a loss. Besides, for $10 million or so, you can learn the core principles of the six. All he could say was, it's a deal that's worth every penny. The funding issue is resolved. Zhao Kongping also came to the factory after applying with Lu Feng, organized Lu Feng's information about nuclear fission technology. Finally, looking at the materials he had put together, Zhao Kongping exhaled. With that, he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. If memory serves, old Joe should still be working on nuclear energy stuff now, right? Give him a call and ask him to help see if these things summarized by Lu Feng are really feasible. And by the way, let's see if we can't get any help on old Chao's end. It wasn't that Zhao Kongping didn't trust Lu Feng. Just because nuclear is something that both those who know and those who don't know that it is a sharp double-edged sword. Used well, change can be ushered in not just in the military, but in all walks of life. Even the national level is elevated, but not used well. The cost is also considerable. After all, things like nuclear radiation, nuclear leaks, etc., are no joke. That's something that actually happened in history. So, when it comes to this area, he must consult a professional. For example, the person he's contacting now is the director of the Institute of Nuclear Energy Physics, Joe Wayman. The other side, Institute of Nuclear Energy Physics, conference room. On the big screen, a documentary about the nuclear leak was playing. Nearly 10 million people are exposed to radiation. It was as if the end had come to a large city. Ruins and ashes and wreckage. To this day, the city where the nuclear leak occurred decades ago remains a dead city that no one dares to approach. See here, Joe Wayman made sure to admonish the crowd seriously. This nuclear leak happened decades ago, and the impact on the area is significant to this day. We must learn from this and never repeat it. So, our next goal is to develop a more efficient, and definitely safer, way of utilizing nuclear energy. The researchers around them nodded their heads in great agreement. And just then, there was a knock on the conference room door, followed closely by the assistant, President Zhou. The vice president of the Aerospace Research Institute, Elder Zhao, called and said he has something for you. Chapter 44, Not a Theory. Chokanpira? Hearing the assistant's words, Joe Wayman froze for a moment. If one remembered correctly, the other party should be in Xi'an City right now to participate in an airshow? How did you find the time to call yourself? Could it be that the research on the Generation 6 aircraft has made new progress? Joe Wayman guessed in his mind. It's no secret that the Aerospace Research Institute is working on a 6th-generation aircraft. Back at the beginning of the study, Zhao Kongping and Li Dao then discussed with themselves whether there was any possibility of assembling a nuclear fission reactor into a Generation 6 aircraft, replacing the traditional power module. But at that point, decidedly refused himself. Nuclear fission reactor units are now stabilized, but the size of just about any of them is huge. Fighter jets, on the other hand, are all about lightweight, which allows for extreme speed and agility. The two are clearly contradictory. The main thing is, the conditions under which fighter jets are used are, in general, harsh. If there is a violent bump or collision, the crisis that accompanies that is unimaginable. Good. Zhao Kongping nodded, then waved his hand to signal the crowd in the conference room to rest for the time being. Taking the call, he turned his head and walked out. Lao Zhao, what is it, old Chow? Are you working on a whole new construction concept for nuclear fission reactors? Hearing Zhao Kongping's words, Joe Wayman froze for a moment. How did the other guy know? The main thing is, what's the point of bringing that up? If one remembers correctly, Li Dao and Zhao Kongping of the Aerospace Research Institute can be said to be 10 to 9 in nuclear energy physics. But the two had been friends for years, so they didn't hide it. Listening to Zhao Kongping's voice, Joe Wayman nodded. Yes, I do work on this stuff. It's a shame that after all this time, there's still no clue. At that, he sighed. The man on the phone, Zhao Kongping, on the other hand, was hemming and hawing. Lao Zhou, do you know about the hadron-bound nuclear fission reactor unit? What? Listen to this unfamiliar term. Joe Wayman froze for a moment, shook his head. What are you talking about? I've never heard of it. It's okay if you haven't heard of it. I have a document here for you to read. I'm also meeting. Don't have the meeting yet. The file is emailed to you. Go read it first. Zhao Kongping has a strong attitude. Zhou Weiman was silent for a moment and finally sighed. Re-entering the conference room, he signaled the crowd to return to their posts and work first. Turn your head to the office. Turn on the computer. Immediately following that, he saw a document sent from Zhao Kongping's side in the internal mailbox. Download this file to your desktop and click on it. Principles of Hadron-bound nuclear fission reactor units and practical programs. Looking at the fanciful headline, Zhou Weiman's face was odd. Make it look like that. In his opinion, the other side probably saw some civil scientists for the nuclear fission reactor group of speculation and envisioning, and a person like Zhao Kongping, who knows absolutely nothing about the physics of nuclear energy, is directly swindled by that kind of video with little gold content. I was so excited to write this inexplicable thing, and this kind of stuff is not helpful for real scientific research. Thinking of this, Zhou Weiman didn't turn off the file either. With a calm as you are mentality, boredly, he swiped his mouse and scanned it casually. But watch, Zhou Weiman suddenly sat up straight. Kind of interesting, he said as he fetched his old glasses and put them on, revisiting the document. Half a day. Zhou Weiman froze directly. He looked at the document in front of him and rushed to the phone. Lao Zhao, where on earth did you get this document? Zhao Kongping didn't answer and asked in return. Well, is this document viable? Yes, there is. Too much. Zhou Weiman's eyes were agitated. Wasn't I telling you earlier that I was looking for a whole new construction idea for a nuclear fission reactor bank again? This is what I want. A whole new concept. We've been seeking this way for far too long, and this one was built in a way we didn't expect at all. If we make it according to the ideas above, the rabbit could certainly make a major breakthrough in the physics of nuclear energy. Whoever thought of this build and engineered it is a genius. Zhou Weiman finished and hurriedly followed up. Lao Zhao, you still haven't said where exactly you got this document from. By the way, didn't you go to the airshow? Were there researchers in nuclear energy physics at the airshow as well? Quickly give me his contact information. I must meet this genius. You don't understand the importance of this. If I can meet the other side, in as little as 6 months we can build a nuclear fission reactor unit in a completely new configuration mode, and then the whole rabbit. There will be no more energy worries. Even this stuff, it can be applied in all walks of life. Zhou Weiman was so excited that he was gushing into the phone. It wasn't until his mouth was dry that he realized that Zhao Kongping on the other end of the phone hadn't said anything. Lao Zhao, why don't you say something? Tell me who this genius is. I must meet him. Ah, only then did Zhao Kongping's voice ring out, but it sounded vaguely more than a little perfunctory. It's a guy from the Institute of Nuclear Energy Physics. I'm not sure exactly what it's called. No way. Zhou Weiman interrupted solemnly. I know something about all the nuclear energy physics institutes in the country. There's no progress that can catch up with us at the moment. Lao Zhao, do you know how important this thing is to us? No, it is to the rabbit? Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to put a nuclear fission reactor unit on the Generation 6 you were working on? When this technology becomes proficient, fitting it to a fighter jet will definitely not be a problem. Zhou Weiman was going crazy. Seeing the situation, Zhao Kongping could only be honest. In fact, the document refers to this thing that has been created. This document, I still apply to people, and I organize and send it to you only after they agree. What? Hear this. Zhou Weiman froze directly. Produced? How is that possible? He looked at the document, realizing the complexity of it, and was filled with disbelief. You're still at the airshow, aren't you? I'll be there now, Zhou Weiman said, getting up. No, the airshow is over. So where are you guys? Zhou Weiman asked eagerly, and just then Zhao Kongping turned his mouth. Do you know what that genius, as you call him, told me? What? The essence of physics is the exchange of matter. What a piece of... Zhou Weiman rolled his eyes. He was an expert in nuclear energy physics. How come he had never heard that before? Say, what do you want? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Kongping hemmed and hawed. I heard that you have 2 bottles of great decades of good wine in your collection. You see. Chapter 45, the Dean seeks to meet Lu Feng. Old thing, you took advantage of the fire. Hearing Zhao Kongping's true purpose, Zhou Weiman was instantly enraged. Waiting for me here? The two have been friends for many years. Zhou Weiman, this old bottom. The other party naturally has long known. It hadn't been a day or two since Zhao Kongping had hit him with these bottles of old wine. If it wasn't for Zhou Weiman's strict defense, he would probably have been drunk by the other side. But I didn't expect. Zhao Kongping had gone so far as to threaten himself with the matter of the nuclear fission reactor group this time. Cuss it a good deal into the phone. Zhou Weiman gasped 2 rough breaths and reluctantly said, okay, I promise I'll give you a bottle. 2 bottles. I only have 2 bottles total. The phone was hung up on. Looking at the call interface, Zhou Weiman only felt a surge of anger surging through his heart. He couldn't wait to instantly move over and ruthlessly punch Zhao Kongping. Redialing over. Without waiting for Zhao Kongping to speak, Zhou Weiman yelled, 2 bottles is 2 bottles. Hurry up and give me the address. No problem. Zhao Kongping, who had gotten his way with the plan, hemmed and hawed. Soon an address was sent. Zhou Weiman looked at it and quickly memorized it. Spin spoke. Lao Zhao, you're here too, aren't you? Yeah. Wait. No need to wait. I'll be right there. Zhou Weiman sneered and hung up. Turning his head, he printed out the file on his computer and walked out of the office. Xiao Lu, help me call the members of the meeting just now. All of them to the conference room. Good. Soon, the conference room was once again full. Zhou Weiman said nothing and directly distributed the documents in his hand. The crowd initially didn't understand what was happening, but when they looked at the principles as well as the drawings, everyone got excited. Isn't that what they, all of them, are struggling to find? Next, Zhou Weiman and the crowd briefly recounted what had just happened. Now, everyone drop what you're doing and come with me to meet this genius. This is the single most important opportunity to change the status quo of our nuclear fission reactor fleet. The crowd responded. Soon, Zhou Weiman then took the research team under his command and boarded a plane to Xiang City, an hour or two's journey. Zhou Weiman didn't take a break, but read the printed documents over and over again. The more he looked, the more excited he became. Every conceit in it, and every operation, shocked him. Many places that he hadn't even dared to think about. But now, it's being designed and built. This is a godsend opportunity. Zhou Weiman clenched his fists, his eyes excited. This time, the problems with the nuclear fission reactor group must be solved. All of them. Then, also read about that designed this so-called hadron-bound nuclear fission reactor unit. Just what kind of genius? And in the meantime, the other side. After hanging up, Zhao Kongping, who was still excited about having a good drink, suddenly became a little apprehensive. Zhou Weiman, this old thing. We can't play for real, can we? Not just 2 bottles of good wine. Was thinking. A figure suddenly walked in. Old Zhou, what are you doing here? Ah, nothing. Zhao Kongping twisted his head to look at the other party and asked curiously. The last accounting is out. Sure the previous data is correct? Aha. Li Dao nodded and smiled bitterly. The cost fee of 21 million, plus the labor fee promised to Lu Feng, totaled no more than 26 million. Well, how much? Hearing this, Zhao Kongping froze. 26 million. Although one is prepared for this, is this number too little? Sure you didn't undercount a zero? And looking at Zhao Kongping's puzzled eyes, Li Dao also understood the other party's mind. I know we were shocked when that number was calculated, but the sum total of the materials used by Lu Feng to make the 6th generation machine before was really only this much. Besides, last time Lu Feng completed the production alone and collected $10 million in labor fees. Take us this time and collect even less instead. Maybe. Lu Feng thought his workload would be smaller with us around. Zhao Kongping mused, but to be honest, he had no idea in his heart. The various principles on the drawings of the 6th generation aircraft looked cloudy to him, waiting for someone to go by themselves. Can it really help? Regardless, I feel that Lu Feng should have the idea of passing on our skills. Li Dao opened his mouth. We try to learn as much as we can is all. That's the idea. Zhao Kongping nodded. Spinning around, the 2 men rose. Let's go. Let's hurry up and give Lu Feng a hand. Okay. The 2 left quickly, and in the meantime, Lin Zifu's side, after calculating the total funding, also came to hastily call the Air Force headquarters, Xinfei 601 Research Institute, the earliest aircraft design institute formed by rabbits, affiliated to Rabbit Aviation Industry Group Company. Being under direct official control, they are also quite closely connected to the War Department. It's like this Gen 6 research. They've also been working with the Air Force headquarters side. After all, fighters are made to be fielded in troops. Now that this had happened, of course he had to call over and let him know. The phone call was made. Transfer Commander Lu for me. Soon, the Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force headquarters, Lu Guolian's voice then rang over the phone. Old Lin, what happened? Could it be that there's another problem on the 6th generation side? Don't worry about it. I'll definitely cooperate positively on my side. Not. Lin Zifu's voice was bitter. It took a long time to organize his language before he spoke. 6th generation planes have been made. What? On the other end of the phone, Lu Guolian's mid-air yell rang out. Lin Zifu hastily added, but this 6th generation aircraft was not produced by our Xinfei 601 Research Institute. That's Li Dui's side? Not really, they're not progressing as fast as we are. Listening to Lin Zifu's reply, Lu Guoliang was confused. Not these 2 major institutes. Who else could it be? Follow closely. Lin Zifu recounted what happened today in detail. This includes land maple, air shows, 6th generation aircraft. Even the funding requirements they had just calculated were all stated. After saying that, Lin Zephyr was sweating a bit. When I think about how many $30 million have been spent on the research of the 6th generation aircraft on my side. I don't know how many $30 million have been spent on the research of the 6th generation aircraft on my side. And he was a little ashamed of himself. And after saying that, there was a delayed response from the other side. Splat! A crisp slamming sound rang out from the earpiece, and Lin Zephyr's eyes instantly widened. Commander Lu? Are you okay, Commander Lu? Chapter 46, Has Old Lin Gone Mad? Hearing Lin Zifu's words, Lu Guoliang's entire body froze in place. One didn't hold it, and the cell phone in his hand fell to the ground. The entire group was in a daze. As a commander, what hasn't he seen before? Just the words that came out of Lin Zifu's mouth just now. It's just too unbelievable. The whole rabbit, up and down, has been working on a 6th generation aircraft for so long without much success. Surprisingly, it's been built, and by a folk genius, too. Who made it? Lu Guoliang felt a bit incredulous. No, I'm fine. He picked up the phone and said to Lin Zephyr on the other end of the line. Are you sure you're right that this fighter jet was really made by a civilian genius? Are you sure he produced is really a Generation 6? Lu Guoliang repeatedly confirmed. Simply because the things Lin Zephyr said were too unbelievable. Yes, I'm sure it was definitely a Generation 6 machine, and one with far more capabilities than we had envisioned. And this 6th generation plane, it's still modified from a J-10. The most important thing is that the cost of the entire fighter jet is less than $30 million. Listening to Lin Zifu's words, Lu Guoliang felt like his perceptions were being viciously crushed. Functionality far beyond what they originally envisioned for the 6. How strong does that have to be? And it was produced by a civilian scientist. Are all folk scientists so fierce these days? Not only that, Lin Zifu also talked about the current Generation 6 aircraft, which was converted from the J-10. At this moment, Lu Guoliang would like to ask, does the J-10 and the 6 really have anything to do with each other? The main thing is, the cost of the entire Generation 6 is less than $30 million? This is the point that makes Lu Guoliang the most skeptical. You know, the cost of a 5th generation aircraft is still around $700 million even now. And you, a 6th generation machine, for $30 million? Are you sure you didn't miss 2 zeros? After waiting for a reprieve, Lu Guoliang's heart gradually came up with a reasonable explanation. Lin Zephyr must be mentally disturbed because of the long hours of research. Old Lin, take some rest during this time. The meaning of this statement is self-evident. Lin Zifu also heard it, and immediately became anxious. Everything I just said is true. Not a word of it. Our people are right here in the Southern Theater, and so are the fighters. Lu nodded, but for such a headless matter, the busy man of affairs certainly could not spare the time. Think about it. He opened his mouth. The Southern War Zone. The distance from our side is about 1,300 kilometers. According to what you just said, the speed of a fighter jet is Mach 30. So if the one you said can be over here in 20 minutes, I'll believe you're telling the truth. Rather, Lin Zephyr thought for a moment and turned to say, but on my side, I have to ask Lu Feng's opinion. The fighter, after all, he built it. Listening to what he said, Lu Guoliang was instantly confused. What do you mean? And ask Lu Feng's opinion. Could it be that all the things Lin Zephyr had just said were true? Okay, go ahead and ask then. I still say that if, in 20 minutes, I can see in the air the 6th generation fighters you're talking about, I'll believe you're telling the truth. Good, hang up. Lu Guoliang thought back to what Lin Zifu had just said, and he shook his head rather helplessly. The joke is too big. The $30 million fighter. The terminal velocity can also reach Mach 30. How is that possible? What's the concept of Mach 30? It's faster than a rocket. Sitting back in his chair, he sighed deeply. This guy, Old Lin, must be mentally deranged because of his long hours of research. Gotta hurry up and set him up with a psychiatrist. Also, there is no need to study the matter of the 6th generation fighter in such a hurry. The research on the 6th generation aircraft has been going on for more than a decade. Nothing obvious so far. Keep this up. The 6th generation hasn't even been worked on yet, and we're going to lose a nationalist. That would be a big loss. As things stand, the decision to put the research on the Generation 6 on hold for the time being is the right one. And the joint military exercise in 6 months. Think about it. Lu Guoliang then sighed. It was thought that the rabbits could rely on this opportunity and succeed in winning the joint military exercise, raising the profile of rabbits internationally. But now, forget it. It's only a matter of time before my rabbit rises, not a year or two. That said, but after finishing, Lu Guoliang leaned back in his chair, as if the whole person had aged a lot. And in the meantime, after hanging up the phone, Lin Zifu quickly came to the plant. The materials have not been fully acquired yet, so the work on the Generation 6 aircraft has not started yet either. But everyone has arrived in full. Lin Zifu walked through the crowd and came to Lu Feng. Comrade Lu, I may need to borrow that 6th generation airplane on my side. A 6th generation plane? Lu Feng was puzzled. On the other hand, Li Deo and the others on the side, but they jumped out directly. No, old Lin, you're a thief, aren't you? We agreed to study together. And you're borrowing a war machine? If you're going to borrow it, then so are we. Li Deo and Zhao Kongping directly quit. Lin Zifu, on the other hand, blankly glanced at the two of them without retorting and turned to Lu Feng to explain. It's not that I'm going to use it. It's over at Air Force Headquarters. Air Force Headquarters? Upon hearing this, the crowd froze in unison. Speaking of Air Force Headquarters, they actually have some relationship with Lee DeWitt's Aerospace Research Institute. Except it's not affiliated. It's collaborative. Next, Lin Zifu briefly told the crowd what had just happened between himself and Lu Guoliang, and the bit about hearing Commander Lu Guoliang's rebuttal. The crowd, however, had a look of understanding on their faces. If I hadn't been there, I would have seen firsthand the various capabilities of the sixth generation. Just from what they heard from others, they didn't believe that there would be a fighter jet in the world that could reach the ultimate speed of Mach 30, and after listening to Lin Zephyr, Lu Feng also didn't hesitate at all and directly nodded his head in agreement. Good, then I'll go contact Chen Yiming now. Received orders. Chen Yiming still had a bit of heart palpitations about the previous thrill though, but then he remembered the scene earlier when he had pulled his fighter up to full speed and shrugged off the red shield missiles, and the pride that comes with passing through countless fighter jets. Forget it, let's go again. Take the jeep. Chen Yiming almost pressed the gas pedal into the engine. Arriving at the theater base, without saying a word, he climbed straight into a fighter jet. When you're ready, hit the start button hard. Ignition. Chapter 47, taking off again. Chen Yiming arrived at the war zone. Many people gathered around. Many generals had noticed the exaggerated Technicolor fighter jet from the moment the sixth generation aircraft had stopped here. You guys look at this fighter plane. It looks like it was taken out of a movie. This is so meticulously done. It's like it's made from one piece of steel. Didn't you guys see it just now? The flames spitting out of his nozzle when he landed looked fierce. Just now I also saw two nationalists from the Aerospace Academy. Could this be a new airplane designed by them and pulled to us for experimentation? Shouldn't the new fighters be turned over to the Air Force? Look, 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 its nozzle is spinning. As Chen Yiming pressed the start button, fighters activating. Warning, non-combatants evacuate quickly to a safe perimeter. Engine startup in progress. Intelligence system alerts, one after the other. Soon, a loud and dull sound of mechanical operation came from inside the fighter. Everyone in the room was wide-eyed. They haven't flown a fighter jet, but listen to this. You can feel it's fierce. Wait, this field shouldn't be big enough to skate on, should it? Just then, someone spoke up. Although the six is now parked in the plaza, but slightly further around, there are obstacles, totally insufficient for a fighter jet to taxi for takeoff. The crowd was puzzled, but now the fighters have been activated. There was little use for the crowd to raise their voices in warning now, but they could only look worriedly at the fighters in front of them. Just then, the crowd then saw that the originally horizontal nozzle suddenly turned and quickly aligned itself with the ground. The scene looked confusing to the surrounding generals. The sound of the engine grew louder and louder, and intense blazing flames erupted from the nozzles. The crowd around them had retreated to safety, but even from this far away, they could feel the temperature of the air around them all rise several degrees under the scorching heat of the blazing flames. Everyone was amazed at the change, also reacting. This fighter, is it going to fly up vertically? That can't be right. It's true that the technology exists, but vertical takeoffs not only consume excessive amounts of fuel, but also cause a lot of damage to the fuselage as well as the wings. How can a new fighter jet use this technology? Just as the crowd was talking, a thick stream of flame spat from the nozzle, scorching the ground. With this momentum, the fighter jet also gradually left the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. Still really vertical takeoff? This power, this sound, this scene. Why does it feel like a rocket taking off? Eyes on the fighters getting farther and farther away. Suddenly, a sharp pop came from the air. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Is this breaking the sound barrier? Engine power continues to increase. The fighters also flew faster and faster towards the sky with this push. In the cab, Chen Yiming felt the astonished gazes of the surrounding crowd, and a touch of smugness appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the second time he had flown a Generation 6, so naturally he wasn't as nervous as he had been before. Elder Lin said to get to the airbase as soon as possible, then I'll have to speed up. With that, Chen Yiming pressed the button. The roar of the engine grew more and more deafening. The whole fighter climbed up, and faster. It soon broke the speed of sound. Come to the right distance. The four nozzles worked in tandem with each other to hold the fighter firmly in the air while the nozzles changed from vertical to horizontal. Chen Yiming slowly pushed the joystick in his hand to the bottom while commanding the intelligence system. Contact Kikuchi Lin Zephyr. Other side. Lin Zifu received a communication from Chen Yiming. After a short period of understanding, He nodded and turned to dial the number of Commander Lu at Air Force Headquarters. Commander Lu, I've already arranged for someone to fly the 6th generation over there. Fighter jets have been put into flight and are expected to. Speaking here, Lin Zifu glanced at the screen in front of him. All the data of the 6th generation aircraft at this time were displayed on the screen. After a brief calculation, his eyes were filled with shock. ETA 3 minutes. Don't say 3 minutes. 30. On the other end of the phone, Lu Guoliang was somewhat speechless. I thought that old Lin's disease is getting worse and worse, and I have to find a psychiatrist to help old Lin quickly. It's still 3 minutes away. It was supposed to be a moot point, let alone 3 minutes. Even if it's 3 hours, this side will never see a Generation 6 in the sky. However, at the moment, he was also afraid of irritating Lin Zifu, so he was also cooperating with the act. Lin Zifu also heard the other party's perfunctory words, but still reminded, the fighters are going fast, so you'll have to open the dome in time. You'll be blinded if you're even a second late. Okay. Lu cooperated somewhat breathlessly, but on the other end of the phone, Lin Zifu never heard the sound of the dome opening on the other side. Hypnotized again. Commander Lu, now that the speed of the Generation 6 has been mentioned at Mach 30, I can't project the exact time. Hurry up and open the dome or you'll really miss it. Well. Lu Guoliang was filled with speechlessness. Also Mach 30, you think it's a rocket? However, the other party's voice sounded urgent, so Lu Guoliang had no choice but to look at his deputy and order him, open the dome. Yes, a deputy quickly pressed the relevant buttons. The originally closed dome suddenly split into 4 cracks in all directions, starting from the center. Soon, Lu and his deputy are left with nothing but blue skies and white clouds over their heads. Watch as the dome, which hadn't been opened in a long time, opened again. Lu Guoliang sighed and his expression grew serious. He said seriously to Lin Zephyr on the phone, Old Lin, you know what it means when this dome opens. If you're joking, this one's a big one. And in the meantime, the fighters also went into top speed. 2 more nozzles came out of the tail of the fuselage once more, and blazing flames burned the air around them until it twisted. The fuselage was also deformed, resembling a hideous beast. At this point, only a minute or so had passed since takeoff, and the fighters were less than 600 kilometers away from the airbase. Lu Guoliang was still sighing. Suddenly, the radar on this side of the airbase went on alert. The deputy quickly got the message and relayed it to Commander Lu, and hearing the news and seeing the warning, Lu Guoliang also froze. He looked at the time. Could it be that what Lin Zephyr said was true? Lock onto the UFO and crunch the numbers, Lu ordered, and soon the radar department reported the relevant data. Successful lock on. Target flying object is now traveling at Mach 30. Look at the data in front of you. Lu Guoliang and the deputy at the side directly froze. This data, it seems to be exactly the same as what Lin Zephyr said before. Chapter 48, 3 minutes to arrival. Mach 30. He didn't believe Lin Zifu when he said it before, but look at this. Looking at the data passed by the radar department, Lu Guoliang's entire body was dumbfounded. What kind of speed is this? Is this a real-life speed? Mach 30. That's 30 times the speed of sound. Keep in mind that the fastest rocket nowadays is only Mach 34. Mach 30. What's that? The equivalent of a rocket, flying sideways. But what is the construction of a rocket? And what is the construction of a fighter jet? It's hard not to. Lin Zephyr sighed. Forcing a rocket's power module into a fighter jet? So the size of this fighter, how big should it be? And, is that still called a fighter jet? Lu shook his head, a bitter smile spreading across his face. What was I thinking? And stuffing rocket-powered modules into fighters. And let's not talk about the feasibility of this. Let's just say that the rocket's power module is not something Lin Zephyr can get his hands on. The research on the 6th generation aircraft, though, is very important. But rockets are even more important for rabbits. Not just the rockets, but even the construction work on the rocket launching base is something that is extremely classified. Not to mention the device on the rocket. Not to mention the fact that if you do this, you will only be the laughingstock of other countries even if you get a good score on the joint military exercises. So says, how in the world does one do that at Mach 30? Thinking of this, Lu Guoliang looked up, looking through the already open dome at the J-20 fighters patrolling at high altitude. Before that, the J-20 fighter was already the highest speed fighter currently available to rabbits. Comparably to the Mach 30 detected by radar. The J-20 fighter jet, like a fledgling bird that hasn't yet fleshed out its wings. It's not just him. High-ranking officials throughout the airbase have all received the same message at this moment. Look at this horrible speed. Some are even beginning to wonder if it's a missile strike from an offshore force. Just as everyone was in disbelief. News from the radar department again. Commander Lu, we've received a channel join request. The other party is Chen Yiming from the Southern War Zone. Isn't this the one Lin Zephyr was talking about? The one who flew the 6th generation? Thinking of this, Lu Guoliang hurriedly ordered, Connect. Looking at the successful connection, Lu Guoliang was also shocked in his heart. Still, he steadied his mind. Connecting communications. Chen Yiming's voice came out from the communication channel. Reporting to the chief, the fighter I'm piloting has arrived over the airbase. Request to land. To the point? Hearing this, Lu Guoliang's entire body froze. He looked at the time. How long has it been? It seems like less than 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes. Across 300 kilometers. That's the equivalent of flying nearly 600 kilometers per minute. This data, it's just horrible. Everyone's eyes widened. But now that Chen Yiming was about to arrive over the airbase, there was no time left for them to be slowly shocked. Lu Guoliang was the first to react and immediately said, Headquarters has received the message. The exact location has been transmitted to you. Also, the fighters on the runway will be transferred immediately. You don't have to worry about landing. After Lu Guoliang finished, he looked to his deputy at the side. The other man understood, picked up his internal communicator, and was about to give the order down. But before he could access the communication channel, he heard Chen Yiming's voice ring out again. Thank you, Chief, but don't bother. This fighter of mine can take off and land vertically without a runway. Just a clearing. Hear this. Lu Guoliang's entire body was confused. Vertical takeoff and landing. At such a rapid speed and still have vertical takeoff and landing at the same time? It is important to realize that at such rapid speeds, the demands on a fighter's airframe stability are quite high, and with vertical takeoffs and landings, the durability of the fuselage and wings is bound to be more or less damaged because of the fighter fuselage design. So in his opinion, extreme speed and vertical takeoff and landing are two features that don't appear on the same fighter jet. But since Chen Yiming said so, and he had no choice but to do as he was told. After all, it was also Chen Yiming who was now flying the 6th generation. Everything is in the service of the so-called Generation 6 aircraft. At that thought, he looked aside to his deputy. Go and make arrangements to ensure that the field is wide enough and that all uninvolved persons are evacuated. Yes. The deputy took the communicator and relayed orders as he hurried out to arrange the scene. Lu Guoliang sat in his seat. After thinking about it for a while, he was also a little too seated. He sighed as he looked at the affairs that had piled up in front of him. Let's go check out this so-called Generation 6 first. If it's real, it's perfectly fine to leave these matters unattended. Thinking that, he also got up in a hurry and hurried towards his destination. Soon, the huge square that was vacated, Commander Lu, his deputy, and many researchers from Air Force headquarters arrived at the scene. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement as they waited for the mysterious 6th generation plane to land. Boom! Just then, the crowd heard a sharp popping sound from far away. That's the sound of the sound barrier being breached. Lu Guoliang's spirits lifted. Hastily turning his head to look, he saw a hideously shaped fighter jet that was rapidly flying towards this direction. It was so fast that the fuselage blurred, leaving a trail of stubble. Is it really Mach 30? Lu Guoliang's eyes widened. The mood grew more and more agitated. The people in the surrounding area were also speechless with excitement at the moment. I just wanted to wait until this fighter was parked in front of me and get a good look at it up close. Soon, the fighters stopped overhead. The crowd looked up, but froze when they saw it. The only appearance that was visible was slowly morphing at the moment. From its previous hideous shape, it gradually tightened up. The seemingly integrated shape has a silver-gray body. It looks full of sci-fi. Not only that, the crowd also saw the 4 nozzles underneath the fighter, which were now working with each other to hold the fighter firmly in the air. The blazing flames gradually became smaller. The fighters also began to land steadily. From a height of nearly 20,000 meters, it slowly fell. And see this fighter descend in a vertical landing attitude. Lu Guoliang and other people only feel scalp numb. What Chen Yiming said was surprisingly true. Vertical takeoff and landing capability on such extremely fast fighters. Doesn't this mean that, if you subtract this feature, the body can be made lighter again and the speed can be increased again? Thinking about this, Lu Guoliang's entire body went numb. And soon, the fighter jet landed. Cabin open. A figure that stood up from inside the cockpit. Chen Yiming stood straight and gave a very standard military salute. Major General Chen Yiming, meet the chief. Chapter 49, Folk Genius? Looking at Chen Yiming who was walking quickly towards this side, Lu Guoliang only felt his nose turn sour. Tears were almost streaming down his face with excitement. Chen Yiming, very good, very good. Lu Guoliang looked his opponent up and down and nodded in satisfaction. You did a good job this time. You did give us a big surprise. It's all because of the fighter jets. Chen Yiming smiled in embarrassment and then stopped talking. Get out of the way and let the crowd get a good look at the fighter. The gazes of the crowd, too, quickly focused on this fighter that had just stopped. A closer look. It was only then that they realized what was different about this fighter. I remember there was a deformation process when this fighter landed. How come I can't see a single ripple when I look at it up close? Yeah, You guys see how the exterior coating of the fuselage is so flat? It's like it's made from a single sheet of steel. And this surface coating, it doesn't feel like it's the same kind we use for our fighters. How the hell did that happen? After a closer look, questions were raised. Lu Guoliang was equally puzzled. Maybe it's the surface metal that's cut with more precision, he answered ambiguously. The crowd was also in an uproar after that. If it's a small metal part that can be made with this level of precision, it's perfectly fine. But if it's the whole fighter, how much work is this? It is quite difficult to cut such a large piece of metal with such precision. There are more places to cut, so the number of places to create mistakes becomes higher. But there was a slip-up. The entire metal casing of the fighter, it would have to be recut. What a great skill set that must be to have such confidence. Not only that, look at the incredibly smooth coating on it. The researchers present could not understand it for a while. Although I can't read the efficacy of this coating, just by looking at it, I can feel that it's extraordinary. Not bad, not bad. Lu Guoliang looked the fighter up and down, inside and out. Heartfelt admiration. The birth of this fighter jet shows that R is not right. It shows that the ceiling of the world's aerospace sector has been pulled up another level. With this fighter, both Hawk Jam and Sakura's fighters are no longer a threat to us, and the future joint military exercises, my rabbits are bound to come out on top. Lu Guoliang said to himself for a long time. As the people around them listened, their faces were flooded with excited colors. I didn't realize that the 6 was actually being researched, and it's parked right in front of them now. Everyone looked at the fighter and couldn't take their eyes off it. At this time, Lu Guoliang was dialing Lin Zifu's phone. That's right, the fighters have landed and it's working perfectly. Originally, I thought it would take at least another 3 to 5 years for this fighter to be developed. I didn't realize that this fighter was really built by you guys. Not bad, not bad. The strength of our Air Force this time must have been greatly strengthened, thanks to your institute. Don't worry, I'll immediately report this matter and give you credit. Lu Guoliang was so happy that he couldn't stop chattering, and to hear the other side want to claim credit for themselves. Lin Zifu on the other end of the phone immediately panicked. Hastily, he explained. You misunderstand. This fighter wasn't built by our 601st Research Institute. Ha? Lu Guoliang froze for a moment as well. Could that be Old Li's side? Old Li, talking about Li Dao. Li Dao, who was standing by the side, also hastened to say that this fighter jet had nothing to do with their Aerospace Research Institute when he heard Lu Guoliang's words. Now Lu Guoliang was really confused. If it wasn't built by these 2 top institutes, who else could it be? At this point, Lin Zephyr explained. You may not believe me when I tell you that the inventor of this fighter jet is actually a civilian scientist. We had no involvement at all in the making of this fighter. It was completely converted by the other side directly from a J-10. Folk genius? J-10 converted? Hearing this, Lu Guoliang froze for a moment, and then immediately felt that Lin Zifu was not crazy again. What kind of civilian genius can build a Generation 6 ahead of the 2 major research institutes? Or was it converted from the J-10? Since when does the J-10 have that role? If we could really change it, wouldn't so many of our retired J-10s be? Thinking of this, Lu Guoliang immediately became excited. Where is that folk genius? Quickly tell me the exact location. I must meet him. I'm with him now. Just a minute. Lin Zifu finished. Within moments, a specific location was sent. Arsenal. Looking at the address on it, Lu Guoliang thought for a moment. Looks like it's near the Southern Theater? Take another look at the distance. Just under 1,300 kilometers. Okay, I'll get there now. Lu Guoliang hung up the phone and looked at Chen Yiming first. Yiming, you've worked hard this time. No hard work, Chen Yiming said in a hurry. I am now proficient in piloting a 6th-generation aircraft. What further instructions do you have, Chief? Nope, you take the plane back. Chen Yiming froze. Drive back? Is it true that the other side just wanted to take a look at the fighter? You take the fighter back, and I'm going to rush over to your side of the factory now to meet that folk genius. 2. Chen Yiming understood. Goodbye, Chief. After saluting, Chen Yiming did not drag his feet and directly entered the cockpit. The fighters started up, spewing fiery flames and climbing at breakneck speed. In the crowd's astonished gazes, it instantly broke the speed of sound and disappeared into the sky. Well, I've got to get going too. Chen Yiming left in a 6th-generation aircraft, while Lu's chosen method was a transport plane. J-10 to 6th-generation aircraft. This is completely not to see the shadow of the J-10 well. If only all J-10s could be converted to Gen 6. Lu Guoliang was thrilled in his heart. However, we still need to find the folk genius that Lin Zifu said to discuss the specific things. If the modifications are ridiculously expensive, just still have to think about it. Getting on the transport plane, Lu sent the address to the captain. As usual, he should have started to close his eyes or deal with military affairs by now. But this time, he ghosted the question. How long will it take to get here? The captain thought for a moment. 2 hours. Hearing this answer, Lu Guoliang's face was a little sour. 3 or 4 minutes passed from the plaza to the runway itself. Chen Yiming should be starting to prepare for landing now. Damn. Sooner or later I'll replace all these airplanes. Chapter 50. You're the one who lured the enemy here. 2 hours. Lu sighed. 2 hours is 2 hours. Who made us unable to develop a 6th-generation aircraft? He laughed bitterly and didn't complain. Instead, curiosity and anticipation rose in his heart for the folk genius that Lin Zefu had spoken of. What kind of person is it that can convert a J-10 into a 6th-generation aircraft? And that's without the help of any professional team. How nice it would be if only this folk could join us in the military. Even if he doesn't stay at the War Department, he has to stay at the Research Institute. Such a talent, if released, that would be a loss for the whole rabbit. Lu Guoliang's eyes also became more and more determined. Mentally, he was calculating what he had to do to keep this young man in the rabbit. And in the meantime, the southern military region has been visited by too many guests today. From the 2 national scholars, Li Dayou and Zhao Kongping, to Lin Zifu and his research team. And now, the generals guarding the war zone saw another bus approaching quickly. What man? The soldiers on guard rushed to meet them. After checking the identity of the other party, he was decisively released. Watching the bus pull into the military area, the soldier wondered, this is the 4th nationalist, isn't it? What's going on in the military district that's so lively? The bus traveled quickly, and after reaching the designated location, Zhou Weiman got out of the car and walked towards the location of the arsenal with his research team. A few people were moving at a rapid pace. Dean Shou, that's the place, right? At this point, a researcher spoke up and warned. Zhou Weiman looked over. It was seen outside a large factory building, was gathered around a group of middle-aged men in scientific uniforms and glasses. In the middle of this group of middle-aged people, there were also 3 older people surrounding them. By the way they're dressed, they're definitely not soldiers from the military district. Zhou Weiman murmured, just go over there and see, if Lao Zhao is there, then it's right. With that, he strides forward. The crowd of the research team behind them hurriedly followed, but just a little closer. It seemed to him then that he heard the argument. Old Lin, you're too unkind. Li Dayou blew his beard and eyes out. You know you can't rob me, so now you're looking for help, right? I'm telling you, I'm the one who met Comrade Lu first. Don't say he's promised the military region now, even if he hasn't. It's not your turn. Put away that little mind of yours. Just follow Comrade Xiao Lu's studies and be done with it. Listen to his words. Lin Zifu was also furious. Well, I haven't said anything about you yet, but you've got it backwards first, haven't you? I even told you. I didn't invite this group of people, but if Comrade Xiao Lu has any thoughts of joining the institute, it must be our Shenfei 601 Institute. With your scientific research progress, you haven't made any progress at all after so many years. If Comrade Xiao Lu goes to you, you will only delay him and waste his talent. Li Du retorted, talking like you guys are making fast progress, and now you're still here studying with me? As he was talking, Li Dayou suddenly felt someone tugging at him. He turned around and it was Zhao Kongping. Old Zhao, don't stop me. I have to fight this old thing today. You don't need to help me either. Dealing with this old thing is enough for me alone. Actually, that group, I invited them. Right at this moment, Zhao Kongping voiced out quietly. I know. What? Li Dayou froze, glanced at Zhou Weiman and the others who were rushing over, and then looked at Zhao Kongping with wide eyes. This group, you say, you invited? Yeah. Zhao Kongping nodded, then briefly told the ins and outs of how he had contacted Zhou Weiman earlier and how he had extorted 2 bottles of good wine from the other party. Listen to the end. It took a moment for Li Dui to respond. You're the one who lured the enemy here? It's hard enough dealing with one old forest, and you lure another one over here? Li Dayou darkened his face. Zhao Kongping was just about to explain when he heard the other party say, split a bottle of wine with me. Don't try to keep it to yourself. Just kidding. Now Lu Feng has promised the military region. Before Lu Feng's intention changed, it could be said that their group didn't stand a chance at all. The only thing that needed to be done now was to follow Lu Feng and study well. Aim to build a 6th-generation plane of your own as well. And hearing the request of Li Diwu, although Zhao Kongping was a bit reluctant, he still nodded in agreement. Old Zhou. Just then, Zhou Weiman walked over. With a side of Li Dayou, Lin Zifu greetings, then left and right look eagerly asked. Old Zhao, where is that folk genius you mentioned? And this nuclear fission device? How the hell did he make that? Here's the deal. Zhao Kongping cleared his throat and explained. Comrade Shelu made the Generation 6 that we had been working on before, and he felt that there was no way for ordinary fuel to supply this fighter, so he developed a nuclear fission device. Listening to what Zhao Kongping said, Zhou Weiman rubbed his ears in some disbelief. To fuel fighter jets, so a nuclear fission device was made? Zhou Weiman's entire body was confused. Is he crazy, or is the world crazy? That's obviously a dumpling for a bottle of vinegar. And just then, the whistling sounded over the heads of the crowd. Joe Wayman hurriedly looked up and saw a large fighter jet shadow streaking through the sky. It's so fast that you can't even see it. This is the Generation 6 I was telling you about. And looking at this speed, it should have reached its limit. Well, Mach 30, how much? Joe Wayman's eyes widened. Zhao Kongping, on the other hand, looked as if he disliked the other party for not having seen the world. This fighter, is it going to be parked in this military area? Quickly, show me. Joe Wayman strongly requested. Okay, Zhao Kongping nodded in agreement. Soon, the two came to the square. Looking at the 6th-generation planes parked in the plaza, Joe Wayman's entire body was agitated. As early as before, Zhao Kongping had discussed with him countless times about the idea of a 6th-generation aircraft. It's just because of the technicalities, so there's been no physical sighting of this 6. But now, instead, he was really seeing this so-called Generation 6. The main thing is, the new nuclear fission device he had been working on was also contained in this fighter. To actually be able to assemble a nuclear fission mold into such a small fighter. Old Zhao, how exactly do you think that Lu Feng did it? Joe Wayman was thrilled, and Zhao Kongping rolled his eyes. You ask me, who do I ask? Gathered around the 6 and looked it up and down for a long time. Only then did Joe Wayman open his mouth with intent. Old Zhao, quickly take me to meet that folk genius you mentioned. Good. Zhao Kongping nodded and led him to Lu Feng. The parties were briefly introduced. Looking at Lu Feng's young face, Joe Wayman's eyes went wide. So young? Subconsciously, he began to wonder if Zhao Kongping had found a random person to fool him. But soon, in his excitement, he squashed that suspicion. Comrade Xiaolu, I heard that you have developed a new nuclear fission reactor unit. Can you show me? Lu Feng looked at the agitated old man in front of him. After thinking about it, he nodded his head in agreement. Good. Soon the group rejoined the door that from time to time let in a blue shimmering light. Lu Feng opened the door to his room. Follow closely. A device surrounded by numerous instruments and measuring only 4 or 5 cubic meters in size then appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The device flashed a blue shimmer from time to time. It shone on Joe Wayman's excited face. This, really is a nuclear fission reactor unit. Chapter 51, Why is there another visitor? Looking around the room, the device that flickered with a blue shimmer from time to time, Joe Wayman was thrilled. In the field of nuclear physics for many years of deep cultivation, how can he not see at this moment in front of him, is precisely the nuclear fission device, and a new kind of device he'd never seen before. A new kind of device. Joe Wayman's entire body was agitated. He was actually skeptical in the back of his mind before he even saw the device. Although that document of Lu Feng's was written very truthfully, but the other guy was just too young, so young that he couldn't even believe it. A college student in his early 20s designed and built his own nuclear fission device, and a new way, too, that they had been exploring for years and decades to no avail. Not to mention Joe Wayman. Even the research team behind him was deeply skeptical at the moment, but know that he saw with his own eyes. This nuclear fission reactor group placed among the many instruments. All doubts in his mind were immediately dispelled. Joe Wayman was so excited that he couldn't speak. He was just about to walk up and take a closer look when he was suddenly stopped by a hand. He craned his head in confusion. It turned out to be the leader of his own research team. The other party's eyes were equally excited at this moment, but the excitement was mixed with horror. Dean, this is a nuclear fission reactor. The team leader's face grew pale. It was too exciting, and because Lu Feng had agreed too naturally, causing them all to forget to wear protective clothing. We are now, however, without any protection at all, completely and utterly exposed to the nuclear fission reactor unit. The team leader's voice trembled, and the words were uttered. Joe Wayman also reacted. How does he not know what it would be like to have been exposed to nuclear radiation? Not to mention they watched the documentary on the nuclear leak before coming. Joe Wayman was also dumbfounded. Just when he wanted to take some measure, on the side, Zhao Kongping was smiling and waved his hand. Joe, you're too nervous. Can't you see we're not even wearing protective suits? To tell you the truth, we've been up close and personal with this nuclear fission reactor unit before you got here. It's not leaking any radiation at all. Or how else could we have been so bold? Hearing this, Joe Wayman froze for a moment. No radiation leakage at all? He froze and looked at the device in front of him, his entire body stunned. It's important to realize that the average nuclear fission device can be buried amongst a multitude of precautions. Various means of blocking radiation surrounded the nuclear fission core, almost as high as half a building. Nuclear fission reactor units before your eyes, like the size of a car's battery pack? Did you bring the tester? Give it to me. Joe Wayman turned toward behind his research team members. The latter hastened to hand him an instrument. This is a state-of-the-art nuclear radiation testing instrument that can detect even the slightest radiation leak. Joe Wayman took the instrument. Open up. Then with some trepidation, He stepped forward. It's fine if it's really like old Zhao said, but if there's even the slightest leak of radiation, all of us in the room will be screwed. Zhou Weiman thought in his heart and opened the tester in his hand. One step forward. But when he almost disliked the instrument on the nuclear fission reactor unit in the room, the digital display on the screen of the instrument also remains at 0. There really isn't a bit of radiation leaking? Zhou Weiman's eyes widened. If this instrument is not their latest acquisition, Zhou Weiman to suspect that it is their own. This instrument is broken. Because of things like radiation, it's just too hard to prevent. In his traditional concept, if you want to prevent the leakage of nuclear radiation, then you have to use a lot of manpower and material resources to do so. But looking at the nuclear fission reactor in front of them, which was only the size of a battery pack and almost open to them, Zhou Weiman for a moment a little began to doubt life. He hurriedly turned around and looked at Lu Feng behind him, asked eagerly, "Comrade Xiao Lu, why is there no radiation at all in this nuclear fission reactor unit? And how on earth did you do it?" Look at the other man's excitement. Lu Feng was unhurried and slowly explained. There are too many pitfalls with conventional stacked nuclear fission reactors, and this nuclear fission reactor unit is going to be mounted on a fighter jet for the safety of the pilots, so I modified it in passing. Transformed by hand. Looking at Lu Feng's flat appearance, Zhou Weiman couldn't wait to jump up and give the other party a hard slap. Smooth remodeling? Do you know how much effort we at the Institute of Nuclear Physics have put into this? What we couldn't do at the Institute of Nuclear Physics until now. You remodeled it by hand. And you remodeled it? What's wrong with that? Shocked and angry. At this time, Zhou Weiman also realized. The young man in front of me. It's a real talent. No wonder old Zhao is reluctant to let me come over. Feelings are afraid that I will rob people. But Zhou Weiman is no cutie pie. In addition to him, there were 3 other nationalists on the scene. The other side must have scrambled beforehand. But so far it looked like Lu Feng hadn't agreed to anyone. And why should I try to defeat people's favor? Zhou Weiman thought. A plan slowly generated in his mind. Join their manufacturing program first, learn the principles of making this new nuclear fission device from it, and make more contact with Lu Feng halfway through. When he has a favorable impression of me, I will send out an invitation. Surely get twice the result with half the effort. Thinking of this, Zhou Weiman immediately spoke. Comrade Xiao Lu, are you still short of people for the 6th generation aircraft manufacturing program? Look at these I brought in. Not only are they elite intellectuals at the level of nuclear physics, but they are very much at your disposal and at your command. And me, if you need anything, I can help you all I can. Hear this. Before Lu Feng could say anything, the 3 Li Daiyou on the side had their faces darkened. And say you're not here to rob people? You don't look like a good person to me with your thick eyebrows. The fox's tail is finally showing, isn't it? Inside, old Zhao Kongping took the initiative to speak. Comrade Lu here already has many people to fight, so there's no need for you guys to get involved. By the way, didn't you get Comrade Xiao Lu's previous documents? Hurry back and do your research. Don't waste your time here. Zhou Weiman rolled his eyes. The compilers of the document drawings are right in front of them, and they study the hell out of the drawings. Wouldn't it be better to ask questions in person? On the side, Li Daiyou and Lin Zifu also came up to stop them. All in all, there are all sorts of too many people, too many hands and not conducive to the development of the 6th generation aircraft. And naturally, Zhou Weiman refused to let go of this opportunity. Don't worry, we definitely won't add to the chaos. In addition, the materials needed for the nuclear fission reactor group, we, the Institute of Nuclear Physics, also bear all of them, with proper command. The more people you have the more efficient you are. Zhou Weiman soldiering on, choking back the words of the 3 nationalists one by one, and listened to his speech. Lu Feng considered for a moment and finally nodded. That's fine. I'll take care of you guys after that. No trouble, no trouble. Hearing Lu Feng's promise, Zhou Weiman was thrilled beyond words. Can you call that trouble? It's a blessing. It is important to realize that research on nuclear physics is heavily guarded by all countries. So much so that they don't even have a place to go to learn when they have a problem. Had to stumble around like a fly on the wall. But now, such a teacher, willing to teach himself the principles of one of the latest nuclear fission devices. If there's more trouble like this, please have more. And in the meantime, Song Guoming, who had been silent on the side for a long time, suddenly received a phone call. What? Commander Lu from Air Force Headquarters is coming? And it's almost there? Chapter 52 Ordering Intentions. Coming soon? Playing the phone, Song Guoming suddenly stared wide-eyed. Okay, I got it. I'll make the arrangements. Hanging up the phone, Song Guoming greeted Chen Yiming, Wang Lian and the others about to leave. While on the side, Li Daiyou was rushing to ask, what happened that you guys are in such a hurry? Commander Lu from Air Force Headquarters is coming, Song explained, and he's already on a plane and is expected to arrive in our southern military region soon. We'll have to hurry to meet it. Hear this. It took a moment for Li Dui to react. Another robber? No, 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 it can't be considered robbery. Li Daiyo thought to himself. After all, now Lu Feng has agreed to Yiming's conditions and has become half of the military. Just thinking about it gave Li Daiyo a headache. Of course, his greatest fear was that Commander Lu would take Lu Feng away, then secretly make a 6th generation plane. In that case, wouldn't they have worked half a day for nothing and not even had a chance to learn? Wait for me, I'll go too. Just then, Lin Zifu, who was silent on the side, suddenly opened his mouth, immediately following the crowd. They saw that Lin Zifu followed Song Guoming and the others as they left in quick steps. Looking at the other's distant figure, this is how Li Dui reacted. Wasn't old Lin on the phone with Commander Lu earlier? So Commander Lu was lured here by this guy? When he thought of this, he looked at Zhao Kongping on the side again, and his eyes gradually grew grudging. These two oldies. But he couldn't afford to blame Lin Zephyr. After all, the whole point of everyone developing the 6 was to supply the Rabbit Air Force. Not to mention that both of their major research institutes and the Air Force are partners. So Lin Zephyr's move was completely in line with the program. It's just that at times like this, always gives a bad feeling. Li Dui sighed, twisting his head. He looked at Zhao Kongping. Old Zhou, let's go take a look too. Good. The three of them hit it off. Quickly follow the footsteps of Song Guoming and the others. The crowd arrived at the parking lot. Wait a while. Soon a whirring of engines sounded overhead. A transport plane was seen, coming in from the distance, skidding and braking in front of the crowd. Immediately afterward the cabin door opened. A middle-aged figure walked down from it. It was Lu Guoliang, Commander Lu. The people rushed to welcome them, but they saw that this chief from the Air Force headquarters was at the moment looking worried. Of course they don't. This was due to the depression that arose after seeing the speed of the vis, compared to the speed of their own transports. Hello Chief. Song Guoming, Wan Lian and Chen Yiming immediately saluted. But what they didn't expect was this. Lu Guoliang got off the plane and didn't even greet them. Coming directly to Lin Zifu, he asked anxiously, Old Lin, where's that folk genius you were talking about? He's inside the military district. Lin Zifu hurriedly replied while pulling out his cell phone. I'll call now and have him come over to see you. No need. Lin Zifu's cell phone screen hadn't even lit up before Lu Guoliang stopped him. It's not easy for our rabbit to appear such a folk genius, so you take me directly to him. Okay. Lin Zephyr didn't have much to say. Turning around, he led Lu back the way he came. Soon the crowd arrived near the plant. Not even close. Lu Guoliang then saw a group of researchers gathered outside the plant, and the young man surrounded by researchers. Comrade Xiao Lu, this is Commander Lu from our Air Force headquarters. I heard you built a Generation 6 and came over to see you. Hearing Lin Zephyr's words, the surrounding researchers were wide-eyed. Unbelievably, he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Lu Guoliang, Commander Lu. As researchers of the Space Academy, how could they not know the identity of the man in front of them? The highest official position in the military. Looking at the whole rabbit, it's also second only to number 1. Such a character, not to mention the unusual people, even they were not able to meet them just because they wanted to. And this time, the other party had actually traveled thousands of miles to come over and meet Lu Feng in person? The military's importance to Lu Feng could be imagined. Li Daiyo was also sighing in his heart at this moment. It looks like Lu Feng had absolutely no chance of joining his own institute. Commander Lu, this is the folk genius I told you about. The young man who modified the 6th generation aircraft with the J-10. Lu Feng. On the side, Lin Zifu took the initiative to introduce. Lu Guoliang also cast a curious gaze along, up and down. He looked at Lu Feng. Lu Guoliang was suddenly excited. Thank you, little comrade. If it weren't for you, I don't know how much longer the 6th generation conundrum would have plagued our rabbits. Not only the institute but also our Air Force headquarters has gone through a lot of trouble for the 6th generation aircraft. Now that you've made a 6th generation aircraft, is definitely considered a great achievement. Lu Guoliang was thrilled and did not mince words of praise. Unceasingly, he praised Lu Feng. Lu Feng, on the other hand, just said thank you plainly. It called for the researchers on the sidelines to look dumbfounded. This is Commander Lu, being praised by such a character. Whoever it is would have to be so excited that they can't sleep, right? Why are you still flat-faced? Like you're coping? Lu Feng really wasn't coping. It was just that what he needed most right now was system points. Compliments for this kind of thing. There's really no practical use for it. But Lu Guoliang didn't notice him. Still looking excited, he said, Comrade Lu, I've already seen the 6th generation airplane you invented. Very good, very powerful. With this 6th generation aircraft, our rabbit's air power can definitely take a qualitative leap forward. I heard from old Lin that you are now preparing to build another Generation 6? Exactly. Lu Feng nodded. Shock passed through Lu Guoliang's eyes, but then it goes back to being bland. He chuckled. What about my coming here this time? Is that on behalf of the Air Force? I want to work with you in depth. If you can really build another Generation 6 out of it, we might even consider ordering a Generation 6 from you. Hearing this, Lu Feng was instantly not sleepy. Ordering a 6th generation plane? You should have said so. No problem. Lu Feng agreed very painfully, and Lu nodded and looked around. This is not the place to talk. Just as he finished speaking, Song Guoming on the side hurriedly stated, the conference room is nearby. Commander Lu, I'll take you there. Good. Lu Guoliang nodded and turned his head to look at Lu Feng. Comrade Lu, why don't you go over there together? Just so I can talk to you about the specifics of the military's procurement of fighter jets. Good. Lu Feng nodded. The three of them walked quickly toward the conference room. Chapter 53, 200. After entering the information age, the level of science and technology in each country began to develop rapidly. There is no doubt that the premier power in today's international situation is naturally Eagle Jam, and the second, third and even remaining rankings contain controversy. Some think it's a cherry blossom, others think it's a woolly bear. Of course there is no shortage of kimchi, white elephants and other countries popping up from time to time and making statements that they are the number one power. Others say it's the rabbits that are number two in the world and are beginning to threaten Eagle Jam's position. For this kind of talk, the rabbit just wants to say, we are just developing the country. It's not that great, and indeed it is. Development. As long as it is still developing, it is a developing country. Nothing wrong with it, but then, be that as it may, Bunny is still quite attached to the joint military exercise that will take place in 6 months. The international situation is critical today. Countries are rapidly evolving and changing during this time of technological innovation, so much so that there is only a general vague idea of their own military strength and that of other countries, and the so-called joint military exercises. It is a stage for countries to show their hard power. The first few military exercises, Eagle Jam took first place without question. The benefits of taking first place are undeniable. The rise in international status has brought many conveniences that are highly coveted by all countries. So this time, rabbits are also trying to pull off a joint military exercise by relying on the 6th generation aircraft. However, the research on the 6th generation aircraft has been slow in coming, and because of that, it was Lu Guoliang who couldn't wait to come and meet Lu Feng in person after seeing the 6th generation with his own eyes. Let's go to the conference room first. This is not the place to talk about things. Lu Guoliang looked around and said to Song Guoming, good. Song Guoming understood and hurriedly led the way. Enter the conference room and close the door. Lu Guoliang sat in the first place, while on his left was Lu Feng. The remaining Song Guoming, as well as the 4 state officials, were dispersed to sit in other locations. Lu Guoliang didn't have any nonsense and opened the door. Comrade Xiao Lu, I've already seen the 6th generation airplane you built, and it's even more powerful than I imagined. That's why I've come over here this time. I'm actually planning to order a batch of Generation Viz from you. Hearing the other side's request, Lu Feng didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. The reason why Lu Feng was able to create a 6th generation aircraft was because of his own explosive modification system. The system points, however, are linked to real currency. If the military ordered it, it would definitely be more than just ordering a 6th generation aircraft. Rather, many racks. In that case, one would definitely be able to accumulate a large amount of points by cooperating with the army. For Lu Feng, money is not an issue. The main thing is to get tons of points that, in that case, the instructions for many of the technological products in the system will be able to be redeemed. Sure. After hearing the other party's words, Lu Feng nodded his head to indicate that there was no problem. I have a few requests though. With that, Lu Feng opened his mouth. First of all, I need someone to help fight during the production. Oui. Lu Feng hadn't finished speaking. The 4 people, Li Daiyou, Zhao Kongping, Lin Zifu and Zhou Weiman, who had been silent for a long time on the side, hastened to speak out. It was only then that Lu Guoliang noticed the presence of the 4. Looking at the 4, he frowned. With the 4 state officials so busy, there are many candidates on my side who can be used to help Comrade Xiao Lu fight. He hadn't finished his sentence. The 4 Li Daiyou people stood up violently. We don't need anyone else. We can do these jobs. Yes, this is a job that definitely needs some people who are extremely knowledgeable about aerospace engineering, and it's not us. Anyway, when we go back to the research institute, we won't necessarily be able to do such a technical experiment. So why don't we stay here and give Comrade Lu Feng a hand? The 4 men immediately spoke out, took Lu Guoliang by surprise. Looking at the extremely serious 4 people, Lu Guoliang pondered for a moment and quickly understood what they were thinking. The man who has mastered the technology of the 6th generation aircraft, the entire rabbit now, or the entire world now, was only Lu Feng. On the surface, he gave Lu Feng a hand. But this is actually the best opportunity to be able to learn the core technology of the 6. It was natural for the 4 to not let it go. Think about it. Lu Guoliang was relieved. Rephrased, since the four statesmen strongly requested it, that's how it's going to be. He nodded and looked at Lu Feng. Comrade Lu, do you have any more requests? Yes. Lu Feng nodded. I'll need 20% of the military cost of the fighter design for my personal labor. 20%? Hear this. Lu Guoliang frowned. In his opinion, the cost of a Generation 6 aircraft would be in the low 10 figures at the very least. That is, more than $1 billion. And 20%, that's hundreds of millions. If it was a fighter jet, it wouldn't be a problem. But he was now representing the Air Force Department and talking to Lu Feng about cooperation. Naturally, you can't order just one fighter jet. Dozens and hundreds of fighters add up, and if you draw another 20%, it must be a significant cost. And see Lu Guoliang tangled up. Lin Zifu on the side also understood what exactly the other party was thinking. Hastily, he explained, Commander Lu, we've calculated before that the cost for Comrade Xiao Lu to make a 6th generation aircraft is only $20 million. So expensive, etc.? Lu Guoliang replied subconsciously, but he soon realized something was wrong. Deadly staring at Lin Zifu, he asked, what, $20 million? Yes, only $20 million. Lin Zifu nodded his head, and on the side, Li Daiyou also handed over the list he had just pulled. Commander Lu, this is what we calculated based on the cost of that current Generation 6. You can take a look. Also, this fighter plane that is about to be ready for production is going to be procured according to this list. Lu Guoliang didn't say anything, looking at the list in his hands and falling into silence. More than 20 million, plus 20% of the labor cost, it's only $30 million. That's too low a cost? Although it was unbelievable, after repeatedly confirming with Lu Feng that this price was correct, Lu Guoliang's entire body was excited. Lu Feng inquired from the side, I wonder how many generation this you're planning to order here? Lu Guoliang didn't answer directly, but asked in return, I'm ordering from you on behalf of Air Force Headquarters, so this amount may be a bit large. I wonder if you can start mass production on your end. This statement was made. There was a moment of silence from those around them. Mass production. Li Daiyou's eyelids twitched. They'd be hard-pressed to make one and mass produce it. So in the face of Lu Guoliang's question, the crowd did not dare to answer for a while. Just then, Lu Feng opened his mouth. Mass production is not a problem as long as there is money. Really? Lu Guoliang was delighted. Don't worry, the money problem will be satisfied. Then I'll go ahead and order 200 units on my end. Chapter 54 Preparation of Production Lines. No problem. After hearing Lu Guoliang's request, Lu Feng decisively nodded his head in agreement. As agreed by both parties, a fighter jet costs around $20 million, of which 20% is paid as his labor, or 4 million. 206th generation aircraft. It adds up to 800 million. While the rich on the internet move around with billions and billions of dollars in assets, but put into reality to have $800 million in assets would be a minority of a minority. Not to mention it's a business. You can make $800 million on a single deal. What if it's 2, 3, or even more orders? Now Lu Feng and the military have reached a cooperative agreement. As long as this single do a good job, the future of their own remodeling business will not worry about sales. However, Lu Feng didn't have much desire for money. What really got him going was the points gained from the amount of money he was credited. 800 million points. It should be able to be exchanged for a lot of things, right? Lu Feng thought and signed the contract he had just drawn up. Good. Now we're partners. Looking at the contract in hand, Lu Guoliang was very happy. This batch of fighters should ideally be completed in 6 months' time, if possible. If you have any difficulties during this time, feel free to ask the military for help, and we'll do our best to fulfill your requests. No problem. Lu Feng nodded his head, collected his share of the contract and left the conference room. Back to the workshop again. Looking at a group of researchers, these said they would give themselves a hand. Now that a contract has been signed, they must have been informed. Gentlemen, I just signed a contract with Commander Lu from Air Force Headquarters, and we may be busy for a long time to come. Everyone can say in advance if they can't continue to help. I understand. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the crowd, however, was unimpressed. In their imagination, even if Lu Feng received orders from the military, the quantity was not expected to be too large. After all, it's a 6th generation plane they're building, and previously, Lu Feng had spent most of a month transforming a Generation 6 aircraft. Still, just to be on the safe side, someone spoke up and asked, Comrade Lu, may I take the liberty of asking about the specifics of the order, such as how many 6th generation aircraft the military has ordered? Sure. Lu Feng nodded his head, not hiding anything. 200. How much more? For a moment, that scientific researcher suspected that there was something wrong with his ears when he heard Lu Feng's reply. No more, no less. 200. Lu Feng repeated. Now everyone was confused. not 2, not 20. Instead, it was 200 frames. This is too much? The faces of the researchers present gradually became odd. According to Lu Feng's previous speed of making 6th-generation airplanes, the production cycle of a 6th-generation airplane would take half a month to a month. 200 then. 10 years minimum. There were many researchers present who had reached the age of knowledge. At this rate of progress, by the time the order is done, it's time for them to retire. As tempting as the 6th generation is to the crowd, if one were to spend the remaining decade or so that one has left to shine, it is impossible to say that there is no hesitation. And at that moment, the 4 state officials, who had been silent for a long time on the side, also came over. Li Deo was the first to speak. Comrade Xiaolu, you may have been a bit impulsive in taking this order. In case you didn't know, the process of making a fighter jet is still quite cumbersome. At the very least, the military checks the yield after it's made. If you don't pass, you have to call back and redo it. With 200 fighters, the probability of something going wrong is still high, so the cycle may be longer than you think. I know. Hearing Li Deo's exhortation, Lu Feng's face remained unchanged as he nodded and said, so next, I'm going to start the assembly line program. By then the time it takes to make the 6th generation aircraft will be greatly reduced, and completing the order in the 6 months given by Commander Lu will certainly not be a problem. 6 months? The researchers around them were numb. As for the assembly line plan that Lu Feng had spoken of, they actually didn't report too much confidence. After all, an assembly line for automobile production takes at least a few months to complete. Not to mention that what Lu Feng is preparing to make is still a production line for a 6th generation aircraft. It's a no-brainer. But it was Lu Feng who struck a deal with Lu, not them, so they weren't qualified to refuse for Lu Feng. Not to mention, if they helped Lu Feng to make the 6th generation aircraft, they were all able to learn the technical principles of it. Aside, Zhou Weiman thought of the nuclear fission device he had seen in the room. The whole thing was a bit of a rush, but the thought of making 200 generation vis over here, and getting an entire assembly line dedicated to the production of generation vis. Comrade Xiaolu, if the whole assembly line is prepared, aren't we a bit short of manpower? There were originally 40 or so people at the scene, and with the addition of the scientific research team that Zhou Weiman had brought with him, the number was already nearly 60. That's quite a sufficient number of people if you're just making 1 or 2 generation vis, but to complete a production line, it would appear to be a bit understaffed. Lu Feng also realized this problem, took out his cell phone and dialed Wang Lian's number. Minister Wang, I have to prepare a production line here specifically for the production of Generation 6 aircraft, and I'm a little short of manpower. Can you find some people over there for me? No problem. Commander Lu has already been informed and the manpower will be here soon. Good. Lu Feng nodded. There are also some materials. Please do it for me all together on your side. Saying that, Lu Feng directly sent an email over. It contained all the materials needed for the 6th generation production line that he had just exchanged in the system, as well as the sum of the materials for 206th generation aircraft. Wang Lian is still very efficient. Within moments, a large group of warriors gathered. All kinds of materials are also transported by military trucks, in a steady stream towards the side. Get to work. Lu Feng drew the design of the production line and distributed it to everyone. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of people poured into the workshop. Start building the assembly line. And in the meantime, inside the army base, the army commander-in-chief looked at Chen Yiming and Lu Guoliang in front of him with complicated eyes. It was a long time before he spoke. Old Lu, you mean, a man named Lu Feng transformed a nudged J-10 into a real 6th generation aircraft with a budget of just $20 million? And this Generation 6 is capable of reaching Mach 30 in terminal speed. And the engine module is still a nuclear fission reactor unit? Most of all, this Lu Feng you're talking about is still just a college student now? Commander-in-Chief Wan Ziyi's face grew more and more odd. Old Lu, I don't understand all that stuff about your Air Force, but aren't you taking me too seriously by swindling me like that? Chapter 55, the meeting begins. Pissed off Eagle Sauce. How could I possibly swindle you on such an important matter? Hearing the words of Army Commander-in-Chief Wan Ziyi, Lu Guoliang was instantly displeased. Right now the Generation 6 is parked over at the arsenal. If you don't believe me, come with me and see. Just watch. Wan Ziyi is not the least bit abashed. Though he was the commander-in-chief of the army and barely connected to the Air Force side, but he was aware of some of the events in the country, big and small. This includes the research and production of Generation 6 aircraft. He had heard the Space Department's vision for a 6th generation aircraft, something about vertical takeoff and landing, radar stealth, ultra-long-range strike and supersonic long-range flight. With his knowledge of the current level of rabbit technology, don't talk about rabbits. Looking around the world, there are just a few countries that can produce this prototype of a 6th generation aircraft, not to mention the even more exaggerated numbers coming out of Lu's mouth. Nuclear split power module. Mach 30 extreme speed. The main thing is, it sounds like such an awesome fight that only cost $20 million to build? No. The current production cost of the Rabbit's strongest tank is at least $16 million, and the technology embedded in fighter jets far exceeds that of military equipment such as tanks. $20 million. It's a pipe dream. As for Wan Zi's doubts, Lu Guoliang did not explain too much. After all, the real 6th generation is parked in the Southern Theater of Operations at this very moment. Facts speak louder than words. Instead of arguing, we should just take the other side to see a Gen 6 in person. Arrange for a vehicle. The two commanders, plus Chen Yiming, soon arrived in the Southern Theater. Just arrived. Wan Zi then saw the parked, oddly shaped fighter jet in the square. Is this really a 6th generation aircraft? Wan Zi couldn't believe it, and Lu Guoliang said with a smile, "How could I possibly joke about something like that? Do you want to experience it for yourself? I've seen the speed of this fighter with my own eyes. A 1,400-kilometer air range only takes about 2 minutes, and the terminal velocity reaches Mach 30. Once again, he listened to the data reported by Lu Guoliang. Wan Zi was in a different mood in his mind at the moment, turning the tide. He hadn't realized that a 6th generation plane had actually been built, and it's a far more luxurious version of the 6th generation than the Space Academy ever expected. On the side, Lu Guoliang took out the video he had shot earlier and handed it to the other party, pointing to the fighter jets flying at high speed in the picture. Lu Guoliang was full of smugness. With this fighter, our Air Force will surely be able to kill it in the joint military exercises in half a year's time. What eagle sauce, Sakura, their so-called fighter jets are, at best, toys in the face of the 6th generations. Lu Guoliang was gushing. Hearing Wan Zi on the side, he was envious. But look at the performance of the 6 in the video. For Lu Guoliang mouth cost 20 million. Wan Zi even more do not believe. How many countries would rush to buy such a powerful fighter jet when put on the international scene? Don't say $20 million. Even if it's 200 million, 2 billion or even 20 billion, many countries will rush to send money. $20 million. I guess it's not even a fraction of a percent, is it? Sensing the other party's doubt, Lu Guoliang didn't try to explain anymore. He himself had ordered 200 6th generation planes from Lu Feng on behalf of the Air Force headquarters. If Lu Feng hadn't boasted before, the Air Force Department would have been able to actualize all 200 Generation 6 planes in half a year. By then the other side will have to believe it even if they don't. And at that moment, Wan Zi was still eyeing the fighter in front of him. It would be nice if our army tanks were up to speed as well. Wan Zi sighed. But just then, his own communicator suddenly made contact. What is it? Wan Zi picks up the phone. Chief, the International Military Conference is about to begin. The International Military Conference is, in fact, an advance preparation for the joint military exercise in 6 months. And the purpose of this meeting, it's the issue of choosing the zones for joint military exercises after the first half of the year has been determined. If you put it in the past, after receiving the message from the correspondent, Wan Zi was sure to join the meeting early, but not this time. Looking at the fighter in front of him, Wan Zi had many questions. Before he hung up, though, he opened his mouth to ask, "When does the meeting start?" "In about half an hour," the communications officer replied. Wan Zi nodded. "Then wait for another half hour. There's no rush." After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. Turning to Lu, matter-of-factly, he began to understand the 6th generation machine in front of him. Lu didn't really know much about the fighter in front of him, so most of the questions were answered for him by Chen Yiming on the side. Little by little, time passed. When Wan Zi finished asking the last question, he glanced at the time. Just right. After that, he returned to his office and turned on his computer. It was almost a joint session that was jammed into the last second. My goodness, I didn't realize that rabbit people could be so unpunctual. Session. Seeing Wan Zi come in at almost a stuck point, President Eagle Jam questioned. "Wan Chi from Bunny, why are you wasting everyone's time with a timeout? Don't you realize that all of our time is precious?" In the meeting, upon hearing President Eagle Jam's words, the representatives of Sakura as well as Kimchi's 2 countries on the sidelines also began to rebuke Manji and watch their jumping around like clowns. Wan Zi, however, had little mood swings, just a faint reply. "I didn't go over the time limit and I didn't hold everyone up. As you can see, I was stuck in the last few seconds to join the meeting, but wasn't late. If your time is precious, then you are perfectly capable of jamming in like me and just joining in before the meeting starts. But I've heard that President Hawkmaster actually came to the conference room early and did nothing in the meantime. How dare you say your time is precious with this waste of time move?" Wan Zi looked at President Eagle Jam and laughed somewhat contemptuously. "If your time is truly precious, then you are perfectly free to refuse to attend this meeting, and I'm sure it will go more smoothly than we thought possible without your presence." Listen to his words. President Hawksbane is straight up pissed off. Damn rabbit. What gives you the right to talk to me like that? We, Eagle Sauce, are the only superpower in the world today. The meeting was then officially opened. President Eagle Jam was the first to speak, only to hear him take the lead. The purpose of our meeting this time is to discuss out the zone for the joint military exercise in half a year's time, and with Eagle Sauce as the first place winner of the last few joint military exercises, I think that we, Eagle Sauce, should have the lion's share of the rights when it comes to the process of choosing the location this time around. President Hawksbane's purpose is obvious. If we can pick a location that's in the center of our military power, the first place in this joint military exercise will probably go to Eagle Sauce again. While listening to his words, Wan Ziyi laughed. Is it really true that Hawk Jam is always number one? Why do I remember? At the last joint military exercise, Hawk Jam's fighters were inferior to us in so many ways. So how did you guys get your number one? Did you dream it up? Chapter 56 Angry Eagle Sauce. You, listening to Wan Ziyi's mockery. For a moment, President Eagle Jam was unable to refute it. Wan Ziyi is right. In the past joint military exercises, the rabbit side of the military equipment is indeed in some aspects able to outperform the Eagle Sauce, but on top of the whole, the real strength of both sides, however, had been at a standstill. But because the rabbit's development cycle is so short, many military industries are just keeping up with the first tier of the world. It's not quite beyond that. That's why the laurels of the joint military exercises have been held by Eagle Sauce for so many years. In the conception of President Eagle Sauce, they, Eagle Sauce, are definitely above rabbits. So upon hearing Wan Ziyi's taunt, President Hawksbane's entire body was about to explode with anger. Being able to keep up with the world is entirely due to the fact that we at Eagle Jam have not imposed a technological embargo on you rabbits. Otherwise, the rabbit is now a second white elephant. You rabbits should be thankful to be sitting here and attending this meeting with us. Hear that? The representatives of the same multinationals attending the meeting were silent, their eyes progressively odd. No technology embargo in place. From the earliest mushroom bombs, to aero engines, to cell phone RF parts, photolithography and more. Have you Hawks practiced more technology blockades over the years? But naturally they didn't want to talk much. A joint military exercise 6 months later. It is an opportunity for all countries. And now the number 1 and number 2 ranked Eagle Jam and Rabbit clash early. It's definitely a good thing for other countries. The crowd can't wait for Wan Ziyi and President Eagle Jam to fight now. But since I attended this meeting, the two naturally wouldn't get angry and start a fight. President Hawksbane took repeated deep breaths and managed to smooth them out. Looking at Wan Ziyi again, a cold smile surfaced on his face. I don't have to fight you here. The real showdown is in half a year. At the joint military exercises in 6 months, we Eagle Jam will show you rabbits what a true superpower is, he said, suddenly as if remembering something. Our Hawk Jam's recently researched fighter performance has once again achieved a breakthrough. I heard that the rabbits are also working on a new fighter. What's the status? Do you need us Eagle Sauce to pass on a little experience to you? Say this. Hawk Jam was full of sarcasm. In fact, it's not just Eagle Jam and Rabbit, but almost every country in the world is developing their own fighter jets. After all, in the middle of a real fight, airspace domination is pretty important. And the fact that Eagle Jam is so confident about this joint military exercise is also entirely due to the breakthroughs they've made in fighter aircraft performance. He thinks on this joint military exercise, Eagle Sauce can surely hang a rabbit, and watch President Eagle Jam bloat and show off his warplanes. Wan Ziyi didn't say anything, just secretly sneered. A performance breakthrough? Does it have vertical takeoff and landing? Do you have a nuclear fission reactor block engine? Can the terminal velocity reach Mach 30? Jumping clown. In half a year you'll know what a real fighter is. Wan Ziyi thought to himself, and his reaction was clearly seen by President Hawkmaster. Seeing that the other party didn't panic in the slightest, President Hawksbane was also taken aback for a moment. Soon enough, though, a cold smile returned to his face. In his opinion, the current Wan Ziyi was merely holding up his face. Humph. Let's see how you can still pretend to be calm when the joint military exercises begin. Soon, the meeting was called to order. The purpose of this meeting was to select the most appropriate zone for the joint military exercise in 6 months. Examples include Air Force maneuver areas, Army maneuver areas, and Navy maneuver areas. Protected in advance to avoid a country going to the venue in advance to do something before the joint exercise starts. And about that, the discussion among the representatives of various countries was also quite intense. The thing about zoning is that it may seem like it can be decided at random, but it's actually quite important. The recommendations made by each country are of benefit to that country. After all, this exercise can directly determine the future international status of each country. With so much at stake, no one wants to give up any chance of victory. The parties discussed it endlessly. It went on and on for hours. The meeting was only concluded. After the meeting was over, President Eagle Jam turned off the large screen in front of him, and a smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth this time. The district picked this time was not as suitable as he had previously thought, though, but for over 200 countries, this district, too, has a fair share of advantages for Eagle Sauce. Just then, the assistant on the sidelines suddenly came over. Mr. President, I just received a message here from Air Force Headquarters. Would you like to see it? Air Force Headquarters? President Hawksbane raised an eyebrow and hastily took the communicator from the other man's hand. A big list of data appeared on the screen all of a sudden. He stared, wide-eyed, for several moments, eventually couldn't help but let out a laugh. Ha ha ha, I didn't realize that the performance of a fighter jet could be improved again in such a critical situation. God forbid. We Eagle Sauce can definitely take the JSA this time without any controversy. The thought of it excited President Hawksbane's entire being. Take down the joint military exercise. Eagle Sauce's position in the international arena can then be strengthened. And by borrowing this identity, Eagle Sauce has been able to get a lot of facilities internationally. Through these facilitations, the expansion of armaments until the next joint military exercise. He had even imagined the scene of Hawk Sauce unifying the Blue Planet 100 years later. Right. President Hawksbane suddenly spoke up, looking aside to his assistant. Has there been any news from the rabbits lately? Yes. The assistant nodded quickly and handed over the message that had already been prepared. On the rabbit side of the internet, it's recently been rumored that they've developed a sixth-generation fighter. Saying that, the assistant also showed the photos and videos he found from the Bunny Network. What? Looking at the blurry shadows in the picture, President Hawkmaster stared in disbelief. But then, halfway through the day, he reacted. Feel free to wave your hand. Don't bother. If it's true, how could Bunny have let those pictures circulate on the internet? These are just rabbit bluffs. Listening to his analysis, the assistant at the side said with wide-eyed adoration, Presidential brilliance. President Eagle Jam smiled smugly, passed down the order to urgently produce the most powerful performance fighters during this time. In 6 months, we must beat the rabbits to death at the joint military exercises. Yes, and in the meantime, other side, a building with the words News Building on the top floor of the building. The bureau chief, dressed in civilian clothes, was sitting on the couch, watching the news about the airshow that was playing in front of him, a grin on his face. Chapter 57, Negligence on the Line. Press building. In the office, the director had watched the news about the airshow on the screen with a smile on his face. I didn't realize that this sixth-generation plane was made by your military first. No way. He turned his head to the nervous Song Guoming on the side and comforted him. Don't worry, the airshow secrets leaks have been resolved, and Hawk Jam shouldn't have found anything. Solved? Song Guoming pulled out his phone and searched the social media platform. This was immediately followed by a plethora of phrases about sixth-generation aircraft. Look at the comments underneath blowing up more and more wickedly. The corner of Song Guoming's mouth twitched. You call that settled? Notice the look on his face. The directorate smiled and explained. We have an old saying that the most dangerous place is the safest. Tell me, what was your first reaction when you realized the true capabilities of this Generation 6? First response? Song Guoming thought about it. I'm sure you don't believe me. Then no. The bureau clapped his hands together. You don't believe it, and that means just as many people won't believe it either. And that's when the other side will get suspicious if we start deleting various messages instead. So when I dealt with the news, I didn't choose to cover it up. I let it grow. And then find technicians underneath these videos to trumpet all the parameters of the Generation 6. Mach 30 blown up to Mach 60, and by then no one will believe it even if the news is true. Hi! Song Guoming's eyes widened. I can't believe there is such a solution. That sounds reasonable. Not to mention the fact that this theory just now was spoken by the Secretary of the Neglect of War Bureau in front of us. Song Guoming, who was still a bit nervous, was suddenly not worried at all. After all, he had considerable faith in the capabilities of the War Office. But, after pacifying Song Guoming, the bureau chief spoke again with a much more serious expression. In the future, it's better if things like this don't happen again. The commotion was so loud this time that almost everyone in a city heard the wind. One more time and the message will be really hard to peddle. I understand. Song Guoming smiled bitterly. He also didn't expect that what Chen Yiming had asked Lu Feng to produce would be a real sixth-generation machine. If only I had known ahead of time. How could they have pulled this 6 for display? Even the test had to be done in secret, let alone for so many people to see. It's also thanks to the fact that this sixth-generation aircraft is so overpowered, so powerful that even when it's laid out in plain sight, the average person can't believe it's real. Aside, the bureau chief explained, with suspicion in his mind. After all, he had only received orders from the military. Vertical takeoff and landing, Mach 30 terminal speed, plus nuclear fission reactor bank engine. Which of these things were laid out before him? He couldn't even believe they were real. When he thought of this, he looked at Song Guoming with some curiosity. Old Song, is this 6th generation plane in the directive real or fake? I'm looking at these numbers, and they're so exaggerated they're comparable to rockets. Song Guoming didn't answer directly, but smiled and shook his head. It's top secret. I can't tell you. Hearing his answer, the bureau chief's mind was suddenly made up. That's a clear statement that this 6th generation plane really exists. Thinking back to the exaggerated and explosive figures, the bureau chief's entire body became excited. Got it. It's all classified. Ha 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 ha. In the meantime, the Ministry of Military Industry, Wang Ziyi, who had just finished the international conference, leaned back in his chair and slowly sighed in relief. Thinking back on what just happened at the meeting, he kind of wanted to laugh at the thought of President Eagle Jam's arrogant and domineering face. Fighter performance breakthrough? Oomph. Any more breakthroughs, and you're no match for our newly invented Generation 6. Haven't seen those features in person though, but just from the video, and Lu Guolian's narration, he knew that the technology contained in the Generation 6 airframe was no match for the Hawk Jam's fighters. Still trying to beat us rabbits? By the time we get to the joint military exercises, it's not certain who's going to beat who. Wang Ziyi hummed lightly, his face full of smugness, but a moment later, he frowned again. Air Force problem solved, but what about their army? It is important to realize that a joint military exercise can be more than just a fighter jet demonstration, which has many components such as the army, navy, and so on, and the joint military exercises use a point system. It's just that the Air Force part of the war crushes Hawk Jam while the rest of the war is lost. It will fail in the end. No, we have to find a way to improve the equipment the army has now, Wang Ziyi muttered in a low voice. Suddenly, a light flashed in his head. By the way, didn't old Lu say that the college student called Lu Feng also modified many farming tools before modifying the 6th generation? I remember the tractor conversion to tracked universal tank program was in there. Does that mean even tanks he can change? Wang Ziyi was a little unsure. After all, converting a tank and converting a tractor are not comparable. Inquire first. Thinking that, he took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Guolian's number, and the other recounted what had happened at the international conference. Lu laughed out loud and promised to beat the crap out of Eagle Jam at the joint military exercises that followed. Immediately following that, Wang Ziyi voiced out what he was worried about. Does Lu Feng, with whom you signed the order, have the ability to modify tanks? I'm not really sure about that. Lu mused. Tell you what, I'll give you his contact info and you can ask him yourself. No problem. Wang Ziyi nodded in agreement. After memorizing Lu Feng's phone number, he couldn't wait to call. Hello, I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Wan Qi. Wang Ziyi introduced himself. This phone call was given to me by old Lu. Is the Lu Guoliang who just signed a contract with you? Oh, and is it something you wanted to see me about? Of course I have. Wang Ziyi inquired immediately. I heard Lu Guoliang say that the 6th generation plane parked in the military area now was modified by you from a J-10? Yes. So if fighter planes can be changed, can't tanks be changed too? Hearing his words, Lu Feng froze for a moment. Airplanes and tanks, are these two things related? Seeing his hesitation, Wang Ziyi hurriedly added, even if you can't change it, it's okay, I'm just asking. Tanks can't be changed, there may be other collaborations to follow. No problem. Just then, Lu Feng opened his mouth. Ha! Wang Ziyi froze for a moment, followed closely by hearing Lu Feng add, but I need to see the tanks in the military area before I can give you an answer. Chapter 58 Eye contact is important. No problem. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Ziyi hurriedly agreed. The whole thing was agitated. After all, with the current situation, if there was no hope on Lu Feng's side, then he would have to rely on the tank developers. And tank development, it's not like it's been a day or two. In recent years, the R&D department has been no good. With 6 months to go before the joint military exercises, there is even less hope for the tank development department alone. So, trying to completely beat the Hawk Jam at the joint military exercises, Lu Feng was the only hope left. No problem. Go ahead and look. I've already greeted the tank department personnel, so just have Yiming take you there, Wang Ziyi said excitedly. Lu Feng, on the other hand, just nodded lightly. Good, and then hung up. After finding Chen Yiming and briefly recounting what had just happened, the other party instantly understood. Tank department, okay, I'll take you there now. After saying that, Chen Yiming walked ahead to lead the way. Turning his head to look at Lu Feng who was following him, Chen Yiming was slightly surprised in his heart. Is this really going to be a tank conversion? He didn't realize that this college student he got to deal with the airshow could not only modify fighters, but also tanks? I'll go. What a treasure you've dug up for yourself. Thinking, the two quickly left the plant and made their way to the tank development area. This is where the core staff belongs to work, so there were more soldiers patrolling around, guarding the area. However, after seeing Chen Yiming, the soldiers guarding the area did not stop them. Put the two men straight in. just looking at this unfamiliar teenager following behind Shen Yiming. They were a bit puzzled. Who is this? Why haven't I seen this before? A new general officer? Up ahead is the R&D department workshop, where the tanks, both old and new, are under their control. Shen Yiming pointed to the workshop in front of him and introduced it. Lu Feng nodded, smoothly passed through the internal guarded soldiers' checkpoint. Come to the workshop. As soon as they entered, the two of them immediately felt a very heavy atmosphere. There are a dozen researchers in the workshop, either standing or sitting, all looking nervously at the big screen in front of them. Lu Feng also looked over. What was displayed on the big screen was just a data test. This is supposed to be running tests on the data of the new tank. To the side, Shen Yiming explained in a small voice, but it looks like the results of the test weren't very favorable. Sure enough, he just finished. The ever-changing data on the screen, framed. A dozen researchers sighed when they saw the final data. I can't believe it failed again. Where exactly is the problem? It's the third time and we haven't even found out what the problem is yet. Half a year. It doesn't look like there's an why way to get the new tanks made before the joint military exercises. Watching it fail several times and still end the same way. Numerous researchers are not immune to some discouragement. Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Well, everyone's been working hard this whole time. Let's get some rest and wait until tomorrow when we'll continue to troubleshoot the problem and try to get it solved sooner rather than later. As he was talking, he suddenly saw someone waving towards him, twisting his head to look over. Yiming, what brings you here? He walked over and greeted Shen Yiming before looking at Lu Feng who was standing on the side. His name is Lu Feng. Lu Feng, this is the head of the Tank Research and Development Department. Su Zhengqing, I see you're not too old. Just call me Brother Su. Su Zhengqing smiled. Lu Feng. Wait, you're not the same Lu Feng who remodeled the 6th generation, are you? He twisted his head to look at Shen Yiming. The one you told me about before? Exactly. Receiving Shen Yiming's affirmation, Su Zhengqing's eyes widened. The two have also been friends for years. As early as the beginning of the preparations for the airshow, Shen Yiming had approached Su Zhengqing, hoping that he could make a model of a 6th generation aircraft to cover his tracks. However, although Su Zhengqing is overly professional, but nay, his specialty is not the right one. Later, Shen Yiming found Lu Feng, and even showed Su Zhengqing Lu Feng's record. Now see living, breathing real people. Su Zhengqing also didn't expect that Lu Feng was actually so young. Recalling Lu Feng's record again, Su Zhengqing admired his R&D capabilities. Yiming, you didn't come over here this time because you wanted to recommend talents to me, did you? Su Zhengqing looked at Shen Yiming and said with a smile, it just so happens that I'm short of people here, so I'll take it for now. Who told you that Lu Feng is coming to work on your side? Shen Yiming hurriedly interrupted his friend's fantasies and spoke directly. Lu Feng is now a member of our military engineering department, and this time he came over because he wanted to ask you for a tank. What? Su Zhengqing froze, feeling that Shen Yiming got down to business so fast. If Lu Feng was just a college student, it would be out of line to ask for a tank, but now Lu Feng belongs to the Ministry of Military Industry. Can I ask what you need the tank for? Remodeling. Lu Feng was concise. Shen Yiming also thoughtfully recounted the matter of the previous 6th generation aircraft with Su Zhengqing briefly. After hearing this, Su Zhengqing was astonished. Being in the same military district, he had of course heard the earlier commotion, but what he didn't expect was that speedy fighter jet was actually made by the young man in front of him, and it's not just about modifying fighters. Now the other side is even changing their tanks? Thinking of this, Su Zhengqing decisively nodded his head in agreement. No problem, although promised. But he didn't think Lu Feng knew anything about tanks as well. After all, the tanks and airplanes are both military weapons, but the inner structure as well as the principle of operation are very different. It's like, now let the Aerospace Research Institute's nationalist come over and build tanks. Probably couldn't figure out even the most basic principles of operation in a short period of time. Not to mention Lu Feng is still so young. How can the accumulation of knowledge possibly compare to those of the nationalists? But then, he still chose to agree to Lu Feng. After all, he wanted to see just what the other guy could remodel if he was given a tank. What if your own side can be inspired by the results of the other side's remodeling? With that in mind, he led Lu Feng as well as Shen Yiming to the base where the tanks were parked. There are all the tanks parked here that Rabbit has had so far, so see if you like any of them. Su Zhengqing introduced. Lu Feng turned around and finally his eyes settled on an old-looking, but well-maintained tank. Just this one. Su Zhengqing sniffed and followed Lu Feng's finger. It was a moment of clarity. Mr. Lu Feng, I didn't expect you to know anything about tanks. No. Su Zhengqing froze. So how did you pick this tank? Just a little eye candy. Is this tank awesome? Not so much awesome. Su Zhengqing introduced. Rather, it makes perfect sense because the tank is a Type 59. Chapter 59 Full Support. Type 59 Main Battle Tank. Weighing 36 tons. It can accommodate 4 people. Has a maximum speed of 50 km per hour and a maximum travel distance of 560 km. There is a 100mm linebore gun with a rate of fire of up to 7 rounds per minute. A 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun and 2 7.62mm machine guns. Also equipped with infrared night vision for night driving. The importance of tanks to the army after World War II cannot be overstated, and rabbits are nearly 30 years behind the world in tank development. In the beginning, rabbits bought most of their tanks from Big Brother in order to improve their overall army. Could be an independent country. Rabbit knows how important it really is to have a tank of your own, so the rabbit began to dive in. After several years of development, this Type 59 tank was finally successfully developed. Once it was released, it was instantly known around the world. As technology developed, rabbits became more skilled at producing Type 59 tanks. Capacity broke 1,000 in the early 1970s. Until it was discontinued, Rabbit produced tens of thousands of Type 59 tanks. These tanks galloped across any battlefield with rabbit soldiers to clear the way for the soldiers. Its importance to rabbits cannot be overstated. But with technology, this brilliant land warfare killing machine is also becoming somewhat outdated. And because it has little room for improvement, so the Rabbit Army's Type 59 tanks are being retired at a rate of hundreds per year. By now, it's been completely phased out. The one in front of us is still the one we specifically applied for down here to keep as a souvenir. Su Zhengqing introduced himself, looking at the tank with affection in his eyes, and listening to the other party's explanation. Lu Feng also opened his system. Quick slide. Drawings on the modifications to the Type 59 were soon found. 10 million points. Looking at the price tag at the end, Lu Feng weighed in his mind and decisively chose to buy it. Okay, let's go with this one. After exchanging the drawings, Lu Feng looked at Su Zhengqing and said, the latter froze. Maybe you didn't hear me. This Type 59 tank is significant, but the technology used on it is still too outdated. Since you're using it for remodeling, you should choose one with a better base so that it's much easier to modify. Take that. For example, Su Zhengqing pointed to a few tanks in the distance and introduced them. Indeed, compared to the Type 59 tanks, these tanks introduced by Su Zhengqing are much more powerful in both appearance and function, and all are still in service. Use these tanks to modify them. There are parts in them that you might be able to use as well, Su Zhengqing suggested. Lu Feng, on the other hand, shook his head. No, just this one. That line. Seeing that Lu Feng was so insistent, Su Zhengqing couldn't persuade him any further. But with my qualifications, there's no way I can just let you drive this tank away. Wait for me to apply first. With that, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Commander 1, I'm Su Zhengqing. That's right. Chen Yiming came over with a little comrade named Lu Feng and said he wanted to take away a tank. No problem. Hearing that Lu Feng had arrived at the tank base, Wan Ziyi was overjoyed. It looks like it's in play. Excited, he hastened to say, you're in charge of receiving them, showing them the tanks in the base, and giving Lu Feng whatever he wants. Ah, listening to the commander's excited voice on the phone, Su Zhengqing was a bit confused. As head of the tank division, he had met the legendary army commander-in-chief several times, but in his memory, this commander-in-chief had always been unsmiling, right? How can you get so excited when you hear the word Lu Feng? Looked at the call screen to make sure he hadn't made a mistake. Only then did Su Zhengqing slowly calm down and nodded his head in agreement. Alright, then I'll have Lu Feng and the others take the Type 59 tanks away. He was just about to end the call when Wan Ziyi on the other end of the line suddenly spoke. Slow down. You give the phone to Lu Feng. I'll talk to him. Line. Although he didn't know what kind of relationship Wan Ziyi had with this young man called Lu Feng, but it looked so friendly. Su Zhengqing didn't drag his feet either. After agreeing, he handed the phone directly to Lu Feng. Commander Wan is on the phone and wants to talk to you. Lu Feng nodded and took the call. I'm Lu Feng. Comrade Lu. I heard from Su Zhengqing that you're taking a tank away from the base? Is there such a thing? Well, I've got my eye on a Type 59 tank. Type 59. That's all old stuff. And you can take your pick of those latest tanks at the base. No, the Type 59 is just fine. Ah, that's good. Hearing how insistent Lu Feng was, Wan Ziyi simply stopped admonishing him. Turning curious, he asked, Comrade Lu, since you've chosen a tank, does that mean you have something in mind? Have a little idea. Lu Feng didn't say too much. This allows you to leave yourself a lot of room for error, and you can lower the expectations of the other person. It's when the remodel actually comes out that you can give your customers the biggest surprise. From the experience of a technician at a farm machinery plant. But even so, after hearing Lu Feng's reply, he also instantly became excited. In his opinion, if the Rabbit's army wants to beat the Eagle Jam in 6 months, the only breaking point will be in Lu Feng. not to mention that the other party had only modified fighters before, never touching a tank. Now the other guy was inspired straight away after seeing the tank, even just a little. Doesn't it also show that there is hope for remodeling? How does that not excite him? After all, if Lu Feng is able to transform the same as the 6th generation aircraft, nope, even if it's just a tank capable of half the level of a 6, it's going to be a downward spiral for army equipment around the world. 2. Don't worry, Comrade Xiaolu, since you have an idea, then boldly let go and do it. I'll cover for you if anything goes wrong. Feel free to ask me for anything you want as well, and I'll give my full support from my side. Okay, Lu Feng nodded. He handed the phone back to Su Zhengqing. The other party was slightly surprised after receiving Wan Ziyi's order. Still, he reacted quickly. Since Commander Wan has agreed, then from now on, this tank will belong to you, Xiao Lu. Su Zhengqing looked at the young man in front of him and spoke with a smile. If you run into any technical difficulties afterward, you can feel free to come to me. Our department can't help with anything else, but we can still provide some technical support. Thanks a lot. Lu Feng nodded and looked at Chen Yiming. Then let's take the tank back first. No problem. Chen Yiming climbed onto the tank, rumbling to the sound of their arsenal. Chapter 60, Completion of the Production Line. After learning that Lu Feng was going to make a production line for a 6th generation aircraft, Lu Guolian cooperated vigorously. In a very short time, we were able to find all the materials needed to complete the production line, and a considerable number of soldiers were sent to help them with the fight. 6 months to produce 200 6th generation aircraft. The task is still quite heavy, so after everything was ready, Lu Feng didn't waste any time and directly explained the arrangement of the assembly line production in detail. At this point, the person in charge of keeping an eye on the progress of the production line is none other than Li Deo. Looking at the assembly line that was rapidly taking shape as it was being assembled by the soldiers as well as the researchers, Li Deo's eyes were full of admiration. This program given by Comrade Lu is almost the least expensive and most time-saving program. That's how long it's been and the assembly line is already primed. While talking, Li Deo was also taking notes. The assembly line is initially set up, and the next thing to do is to perfect each part of the process. Until every step of the way, it is possible to save as much labor as possible. Achieve full automation in the production of Generation 6 aircraft. This completes the assembly line's readiness. Of course, it is quite time-consuming to get to this point. Constant tuning is required to maximize machine utilization. At this rate of progress, it won't take a month at the earliest for the warplane assembly line to be completed. Looking at the numbers he had calculated, Li Deo's eyes were filled with awe. Spinning the data recorded in his hand, he confirmed it. That's what dinged the crowd. I'm going to find Comrade Xiaolu. Next you follow the program he left behind earlier steadily. No problem. The researchers nodded. Li Deo nodded slightly, took the organized documents, called Zhao Kongping and Lin Zifu several people, turned his head and left. The assembly line is in the military-industrial department, and at this time, Lu Feng was still in his factory. It's not that far away, so after walking for not much longer, several people arrived near Lu Feng's factory. Just as they approached, they smelled the strong odor of burning diesel fuel, and the sound of machines running. What's going on here? Li Deo frowned. Is it hard to believe that work has started on this side as well? It shouldn't. Zhao Kongping was equally puzzled. According to Comrade Lu's speed, the production of a 6th generation aircraft is around half a month, so it would be better to speed up the progress of the assembly line with this time. Better go ahead and check it out. On the side, Lin Zifu opened his mouth and walked towards the factory with large strides, but when they came to the door of the factory, after seeing the scene inside, several people all froze. Only at this moment, there was a dismantled tank in the plant. To the side, Lu Feng was holding a wrench and was disassembling the few intact parts. And see this scene. Several people were all stunned. Where did this tank come from? How did it get torn down like this? The main thing is, why dismantle the tank? Isn't the task now to tidy up the assembly line and catch up on the production of the 6? A few people were a bit puzzled, but still, the first thing that came together. Comrade Lu, this is the progress of the assembly line now, and the arrangement behind it. Aha! Lu Feng nodded and continued to dismantle the tank in front of him, not bothering to pick it up. Li Deo simply put the documents on a stool aside and asked curiously, Comrade Lu, you are, dismantle the tank. Lu Feng replied casually. While hearing his words, Li Deo was speechless. Can I not tell that this is tearing down a tank? What I'm asking is what you're going to do when you dismantle the tank. Modifications. When these words came out, the few people present were all stunned. Modification? Tanks? When was this program? How come we've never heard of it? The main thing is, you're actually into tanks too? Was thinking. The crowd suddenly caught sight of the whiteboard standing aside. The board is covered with drawings and remodeling plans. Li Deo curiously stepped forward. Alloy tank armor modification program. nuclear energy engine, fire control system upgrade, high energy electromagnetic technology. Look at the names of these planned programs. Several of the state officials all froze. They know every word on this, but linked together. How does that make it hard to see? Especially the last one, high energy electromagnetic technology. Lee Dayo couldn't even imagine for a moment. What would be the effect of this technology if it was mounted on a tank? Comrade Lu, is this the program of modifications you want to make to this tank? Lee Dayo asked with some skepticism. Lu Feng nodded. Well, let's settle on those for now. Hearing his answer, Lee Diaku's eyes widened once again. You know all the technology on this? Slightly. Lu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's still a lot of work to disassemble a tank. Although Lu Feng had been exercising every day, he was more or less physically exhausted at the moment. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked at Lee Dayo and the others in front of him. Dismantling is done for now, and the next step is the modification work on the tanks. Are you guys going to get involved? Hearing Lu Feng's invitation, the few people who were originally still a bit dazed, their eyes instantly glowed and they nodded repeatedly. Of course. For Lee Dayo, Zhao Kongping and a few others in Lin Zifu, although they study fighter jets. However, looking at these remodeling plans listed by Lu Feng, the three of them could not help but be moved. And for Zhou Weiman, what he wanted to participate in the most, naturally, was also the nuclear energy engine, part of the transformation program. Now Lu Feng took the initiative to extend an invitation. How could the three not agree? Well then, I'll start by assigning you your jobs. Saying that, Lu Feng pulled the whiteboard aside and divided the remodeling task among the four. The crowd then plunged into the middle of the intensive remodeling session. A few of the nationalists don't know much about tanks. However, touching the class, not to mention the fact that there was Lu Feng's explanation on the side. So once they get going, the four can still help a bit. But over time, the remodeling program is gradually coming to a close. They have a task on their hands, and it's getting harder. The four who were able to help a little in the beginning could only stand on the side hand and foot at the back, watching Lu Feng make modifications to the tank alone. Bucket. Soon, more than 20 days passed. This day, the entire Ministry of Military Industry was excited. Everyone's face revealed a strong color of joy. In the midst of an atmosphere of mixed euphoria and tension, a few researchers, following the planning scheme left behind by Lu Feng earlier, installed the last part of the assembly line. In the midst of the crowd's nervous gazes, pressed the run button. Next, the huge assembly line, then, began to work in an organized manner. It's finally done. The crowd erupted in excited cheers. It took 20 days of tweaking and polishing. This production line for 6th generation aircraft is, at last, completed. Chapter 61, freshly baked. It's finally done. Look at the assembly line that is running steadily without the slightest disturbance. Numerous soldiers, as well as researchers, wept with joy. Although there were programs to drag the bottom during the production of this time, and Lu Feng also came to the scene from time to guide, but in the face of such a huge task, the congregation is also under a lot of pressure. 200 Generation 6 aircraft in 6 months. That sounds like an impossible task. This assembly line, it's the only hope. It also means, in the process of preparing the assembly line, the crowd but the slightest mistake, the whole program gets delayed. Luckily there were no problems, but where there was a reorganization, Comrade Lu would have been completely short of time. Yeah, an assembly line for 6th generation aircraft, that would be the first in the whole rabbit. No, the whole world. And it took us less than a month to complete this assembly line. Thanks to Comrade Lu's planned program, this will keep us organized. Yes, now that the assembly line is complete, seize the time to let Comrade Xiao Lu come to acceptance, and start making the 6th generation aircraft. It has been proposed, followed closely by everyone getting excited. Making a 6 through its own complete assembly line. How can anyone not be excited? Someone dialed Li Dui's number. Not a moment too soon. Lu Feng, as well as the other 4 state officials, then rushed over. Start acceptance straight away. From alloy smelting, armor stamping, to internal core parts production departments. Each part of the process is examined in immense detail. No problem. Li Dayo flashed a smile. The other 3 Kokeshi, too, have said that the links they tested were fully compliant with the production requirements. That's fine. Then we can start Generation 6 production next. Lu Feng nodded. And on the side, Li Dayo suddenly opened his mouth. Comrade Lu, now that we have produced an assembly line, it takes at least a week to produce a 6th generation aircraft, right? At this point in time, there are still 5 months left before the joint military exercise. 1 fighter a week would produce less than 30 at most by the start of the military exercises. This quantity, there's a bit too much of a gap between that and the 200 that Lu Feng promised. Comrade Xiao Lu, why don't I go discuss this with Commander Lu and shorten the time limit a bit? Lin Zephyr suggested. After all, According to his calculations, it was completely impossible to complete 200 sixth-generation aircraft in 6 months. But now the assembly line is complete. Even if the production didn't work, Commander Lu certainly wouldn't make things difficult for Lu Feng. That's the only person in the world who can make a sixth-generation airplane. And in the face of Lin Zephyr's counsel, Lu Feng, on the other hand, shook his head. No, it doesn't take that long to make a Generation 6. Hear that? The crowd, which was still a bit worried, instantly froze. Li Dui frowned. It seems that Lu Feng hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet. 5 months, 200 fighters. On average, 40 fighters are made in a month, which means that one fighter is made in less than a day. Otherwise, it would never get done. The crowd was a little worried. In case the mission isn't completed by then, Lu Feng and the military dissolve their cooperation. The situation is better and the parties continue to work together. But it gets worse. In case Lu Feng was invited by Eagle Sauce, it would definitely be a great loss for the rabbit. Think about it. Lin Zifu came to Li Deyo's side and whispered, "Why don't I go ahead and say hello to Commander Lu? With the assembly line, it's only a matter of time before the warplanes are mass-produced. With such a big technological breakthrough, I don't think Commander Lu will say much." Okay. Li Deyo nodded and agreed with the other party's idea. But just when Lin Zifu was going to contact Lu Guoliang, Lu Feng, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up. "If we start production now, everyone will be able to see the new fighters by tomorrow morning at the latest." What? Everyone in the room froze when they heard those words. Lin Zifu, who had just put his hand into his pocket and was about to pull out his cell phone, was also surprised and stopped moving. He looked up. The sun is veering toward the southwest, and it is now mid-afternoon. Until tomorrow morning. That means that in less than 18 hours, this assembly line can produce a fighter jet? How is that possible? You should know that the rabbit's most advanced assembly line now takes days or even half a month to make the J-10. And this assembly line, however, takes less than a day to be in the process of making the sixth-generation machine that the whole world has been dreaming of? It's too much. The first reaction in the hearts of the crowd was to doubt the truthfulness of Lu Feng's words. But look at the other man's seriousness. Lin Zifu's questioning words failed to come out. Forget it, let's produce a sixth-generation aircraft first and see. If it's not like what Lu Feng said, it's not too late for me to contact Commander Lu, he thought to himself. At the same time Lu Feng clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the crowd around them. All of them. Well, without further delay, let's start production now. With that, he began to divide the plan. The whole production line runs and makes a rumbling sound of work. The 4 state officials looked at each other and had no intention of leaving. They wanted to see if this assembly line was really like what Lu Feng had said, that it would be able to produce a sixth-generation machine in more than half a day. Under Lu Feng's command, everyone got organized and started working. Steel filling, parts assembly. Except for some parts that require human adjustment, the robotic arms and conveyor belts on the production line do it for us. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, a sixth-generation aircraft is gradually taking shape. Then the internal parts. The line runs very silky smooth. The crowd just watched and froze in place for a moment. Time lapse. This 6 is also rapidly taking shape. Until the middle of the night, Lu Feng came to the assembly line and pressed the button, followed closely by the expectant gaze of the crowd. Finished teleportation channel. A large shadow was slowly transported out. Exactly a complete sixth-generation machine. See this scene. Everyone is stupid. Dare I say that what Lu Feng said before was true? Even he was conservative. We were promised tomorrow morning, and it's only midnight. And the sixth generation is being made? At this rate, there's more than enough time to make 200 generation this in the deadline, Lu Feng said and then dialed a phone number. The call was quickly answered. Chen Yiming had a jolt. Comrade Lu, is there some kind of problem? You talk to me and I'll set you up right now. He naturally didn't dare to neglect the person that both commanders valued. Lu Feng, on the other hand, shook his head. No, the first of the assembly line's Generation 6s is being produced, and I wanted to trouble you to do a little testing. Chapter 62 Optical Stealth. It's the middle of the night. After dealing with a day's worth of military affairs, originally Chen Yiming was already lying on his bed ready to rest, but when he saw Lu Feng's open phone, he climbed up on a roll. At first, he thought that Lu Feng's side must have encountered some difficulties in research and development. So you want to lend yourself to contact Su Jingqing's tank department. The assembly line's first generation 6 mechanism is made. Wanted you to do a little fighter testing. As soon as he connected, listening to Lu Feng's words, Chen Yiming's entire body was dumbfounded. The assembly line was completed today and he had received word. I had thought of going to see it, but I was so busy with military affairs today that I haven't been able to find the time to come. But what he didn't expect was, in this short day, not only was the assembly line completed, but even the first 6th generation machine was produced? That's too fast. It's okay if you don't have time. Lu Feng's voice came out of the receiver. Chen Yiming came back to his senses and hurriedly opened his mouth. Some time. No problem. Over at the Ministry of Military Industry. Right? I'll be there now. Hanging up the phone, Chen Yiming rolled over and got up from the bed, got dressed and washed my face. Downstairs, he drove off in the direction of the mic. Soon, he arrived at his destination. What about the newly made Generation 6? After getting out of the car, Chen Yiming looked around, followed closely by a sign from everyone. He then saw the Generation 6s that had come out of the assembly line and were docked in the plaza. Look at the familiar shadow. Chen Yiming was slightly stunned. Rush forward for a closer look. Halfway through the day, he spoke out in surprise. This 6th generation plane, it doesn't look at all different from the previous one. That's just on the outside. Yiming, this time I called you over actually to ask you to help test if there's any difference in the performance of the 6th generation aircraft produced from the assembly line. No problem. Chen Yiming immediately agreed. Changing into his flight suit, he climbed into the cockpit to the attention of the crowd. Who dash? Sitting in the brand new out-of-the-box 6th generation airplane, Chen Yiming was suddenly excited. Ikimoku, Ikimoku, can you hear me? Right at that moment, the communication channel rang with Li Dao's voice. Roger that, Chen Yiming hurriedly replied. Very good, Li Dui commanded. Next you'll be required to test the vertical takeoff and landing, cruise speed, and all functions of this Generation 6 in turn. If there's a problem, you can feed it back to us through the call channel in the first place, and we'll take rescue measures in the first place. No problem, Chen Yiming nodded in agreement. Exhaling deeply again, he then reached out his finger and tapped on the start button. Next, a familiar beep sounded. Perimeter personnel retreat, followed by the roar of roaring engines. The entire mic, even half the military district, was enveloped. It's also thanks to the remote location and the fact that it's late at night, so the people don't have to worry about the information leakage situation. At this point, the hearts of the crowd hung in the air as the engine roared louder and louder. Ready for takeoff, Li Du spoke into the intercom. This was followed by the sight of 4 nozzles underneath the fuselage, which neatly began to rotate and point at the ground. Boom! Blazing flames shot out, and the fighter gradually began to float, and at an increasing speed. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters. The crowd was thrilled as they watched the 6th generation aircraft that was gradually out of sight. And that's when it happened. Chen Yiming's voice suddenly came from the communicator. Report, the fighters have reached the designated altitude, taking a total of 30 seconds of time. Hear that? The surrounding crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. This effect is exactly the same as the previous 6th generation. Li Dao's eyes widened. Perfect performance. On to the next test. Yes, Chen Yiming replied, followed closely by the start of the cruising speed test. Low-speed cruise, high-speed cruise, extreme cruise. 3 modes are freely switchable, and the ultimate speed directly reaches Mach 30. The crowd on the ground could only see the flames in the sky turn from 4 to 6, many times faster than before. Li Dao hastily looked at the equipment on the side. It shows data from this 6th generation aircraft. When he saw the limiting speed, which had now reached Mach 30, the whole thing was agitated. Yes, cruising speed performance remains perfect. Very perfect. Next test for stealth. Li Dao picked up the communicator and said to Chen Yiming, Yiming, you're turning on radar stealth for now, and you'll turn it off when I tell you to. Yes, Chen Yiming replied, and at the same time, the crisp sound of a button came from the communication channel. Instead, Li Dao took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, is the radar department ready? Now make a wide sweep of the sky, power on maximum. Yes, the caller responded. After a short silence, the voice came again. Report, radar power is at maximum. Failed to detect any UFOs. Hear this. The hearts of the crowd were hanging in the air, followed closely by overwhelming excitement. Every feature, perfect. No questions asked. This means that a Generation 6 aircraft produced from an assembly line can be fielded directly on the military. Don't worry in the slightest if there are any hidden dangers. Everyone cheered at once. Great. We haven't wasted our efforts these days at all. I didn't expect this assembly line to be so capable. Not only did it take only half a day to produce a Generation 6, but the quality is also so high. This assembly line is already comparable to top international assembly lines. Right, with this production line, producing 206th generation planes in 5 months' time is not a problem at all. The crowd was thrilled. Lin Zifu also put his heart down. Okay, old Li, have Yiming stop the fighter. It's nighttime, but it's not good if someone else sees it and it gets back on the internet. Yes. Li Dao nodded his head in a hurry, but just as he picked up his communicator, he was about to ask Chen Yiming to return. Lu Feng, who had been silent on the side for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Not yet. He came to Li Dao and explained. The radar test and the stealth effect passed, but the visual test has not yet been conducted. Measure them all together. Listen to his words. Li Dayo was slightly stunned. Suddenly his eyes widened. A visual stealth test? Isn't that optical stealth? They looked up at the 6th-generation planes that were cruising through the air, all of them looking confused. This fighter also has optical stealth? Chapter 63, starting the actual test. This stealth function test actually includes optical stealth inside? Listening to Lu Feng's words, Li Dayo, Zhao Kongping, Zhou Weiman as well as Lin Zifu, the 3 state officials, couldn't help but widen their eyes. Achieving radar stealth in a production fighter is pretty good enough. After all, on the battlefield, there was no one who would rely on a pair of eyes to observe the sky. The eyes of the army are the radar. So in the eyes of the crowd, isn't this feature a bit redundant? And look at the crowd of people with different faces. Lu Feng also thought of what was going on in their minds. Explained, the last 6th-generation aircraft was tested with so much commotion that it was seen by many people. Chen Sir and I talked about it. So in order to test the later produced generation this with confidence, I added optical stealth to the stealth effect. As for the effects, Lu Feng said and took the communicator. Officer Chen, we can start testing the effects of optical stealth. Good. A reply came across the communication device. The crowd subconsciously looked up. Then I saw the shadow of the frame in the sky, which glowed bright white in the moonlight, was fading little by little, until it's completely and totally gone. See this scene. Everyone's eyes widened. Disappeared. Disappeared? Dumbfounded, Li Dayo hurriedly looked at the instruments on the side. There was also a constant refresh of the current fighter's various data and coordinates. This can be seen by the constantly changing coordinates. The fighters, at this point, were still flying at high speed, but look up. Yet again, nothing. A great wave of absurdity spread among the people. Optical stealth is not really such a difficult technology. The hard part is how to achieve such stable stealth in a high-speed fighter. Comrade Lu, how on earth did you do that? Li Dayo couldn't help but ask. The optical stealth part is something that's not in the drawings. This is also simple. Just add a layer of light-sensitive paint to the surface of the fighter and add some sensors with a high rate of return. The surrounding conditions are detected by sensors, which are then analyzed by the intelligent assistant that comes with the fighter, processed, and ultimately the surface coating is adjusted to its optimal condition. Lu Feng faintly explained, and listened to his explanation. On the side, Li Dayo but his face turned odd. It's so easy to say. If it were that simple, wouldn't someone have built it already? Probably sensors, and the fighter's built-in intelligent assistant. It feels like there's a lot more on this 6th generation that I haven't realized, Li Dayo thought in his mind. Meanwhile tests on the 6 have ended. After receiving Lu Feng's reply, Chen Yiming decisively reduced his speed and then parked the 6th generation aircraft back to its original position in a vertical takeoff and landing stance. Looking at the 6th generation aircraft that went and came back, not only did it not have a single accident in the middle of the journey, but it even brought them frequent surprises. The crowd sighed in utter awe. With this effect, there is little need for subsequent commissioning of the line. Li Dayo marveled. It's entirely possible to go straight to mass production. While saying this, he did some calculations in his mind. It took a little more than half a day in total to produce this 6th generation machine. Shave off some more material loading, and other bits and pieces. In a month's time, at least 40 or so generation this can be made. The order from Air Force headquarters is for 200 units, so that means it will take just under 5 months to fulfill the order over here. Get this answer. Li Dayo's eyes directly widened. Mind you, this is still just an assembly line. If the military had asked for it, they could have started working on a second one now, and a third one. In time, the production of Generation Vis will rise exponentially. This speed, even some of the countries that are known worldwide for their heavy military industries can't afford to do that, right? The eyes of those around them widened at the thought. The way he looked at Lu Feng was like looking at a monster, and at the same time, Lu Feng's mind is quietly calculating. According to the contract he signed down with the military, for each fighter, he gets almost $5 million in draws, and because of assembly line production, the cost can be reduced a little more. That means, by the time the 200 fighters were produced, he would have gotten almost $1 billion for himself just from the draw. Receiving this answer, Lu Feng smiled contentedly. This way, there will be no worries about points for a while. The first generation 6 aircraft produced entirely by assembly line equipment completes testing. The results are promising. At Lu Feng's command, the assembly line continues to start running, and arrange for people to be on duty on a 24-hour rotation. Runs all day, until the next morning. Another Generation 6 was made, and at that point, a phone call came in. Chen Yiming pulled out his cell phone and took a look. Old Sui? Why is he calling? Chen Yiming was a bit puzzled, but still chose to connect. Yiming, is Comrade Xiao Lu at your place? In. Chen Yiming handed the phone to Lu Feng. Su Zhengqing asked on the phone. Comrade Lu, how's the tank modification going? Commander 1 attaches great importance to your project, so he asked me to come over and ask. It's already being modified, but it's still half finished. Lu Feng replied. On the side, Chen Yiming listened to Lu Feng's reply with an odd expression. Lu, I remember that the tanks are pretty much converted already. Yes, but it's not perfect yet, and there's still a lot of tweaking to be done. Lu Feng explained. But most of the features are already there, and it's perfectly fine to want to test them out in real life. Chen Yiming drifted off, and hearing Lu Feng's reply, Su Zhengqing also hastened to say, you can actually test it? Can I have a tour then? Su Zhengqing had also heard some of the commotion on the side of the Ministry of Military Industry. He was very curious. What exactly could a genius in the field of aviation transform a tank into if he set out to do so? The main thing is, after a long period of research, Su Zhengqing had felt that his mind was somewhat behind bars. A shift in thinking is desperately needed. A visit to Lu Feng's converted tank might be a good way to do that. No problem. Lu Feng readily agreed, and then set a time for the actual test of the tank. Okay, so it's a date. Su Zhengqing was very happy. Hanging up the phone, he immediately called Wan Zi. Commander 1, the tanks on Comrade Xiao Lu's side are ready to begin actual testing. Can it be tested realistically? Hearing Su Zhengqing's words, on the other side of the phone, Wan Zi was directly stunned. How long has this been going on? A month? Progressing so fast that this is ready for live testing? Chapter 64, 5 seconds for 100 kilometers? Next time, the production line runs 24 hours a day. In an average of 2 days, there are 3 fighters brand new out of the box. Under the mobilization of Minister Wang, all soldiers from the Ministry of Military Industry must come to the production line every day to take turns on duty. Researchers from the 2 major space academies were also keeping an eye on the production line day and night, afraid of a little accident. But what the crowd didn't expect was this. Even if it runs 24/7, the line they built is still steady as an old dog. Not the slightest malfunction appeared, and in the meantime, Lu Feng was also putting the final touches on the tank. The tank, though, wasn't quite what he mentally desired, but Co Yongqing said he wanted to do some real-world testing. Lu Feng was also a bit curious. Failure to perfect the state of the tank and what exactly can be measured. This day, Lu Feng stepped out of the plant on a rare occasion. Accompanying them were Chen Yiming, the 4 nationalists and Su Zhengqing, the head of the tank research department. Today was the day the tank was tested in real life. The crowd had assembled here, of course, to see just what Lu Feng had modified the Type 59 tank into during this period of time. The 4 Li Dayo people were naturally looking forward to it immensely. After all, they were actually involved in the modification session, though by the time they got to the later part of the modification, they were barely even plugged in. But when I think of those transformation plans listed by Lu Feng, the 4 nationalists were then thrilled. If it really does what it was planned to do, it's not too much of a stretch to say it's the world's #1 tank, Li Dayo thought to himself. Unlike them, the reason why Su Zhengqing had come over, besides wanting to draw some inspiration from the tank that Lu Feng had remodeled, there is another purpose. It was to evaluate the tank that Lu Feng had transformed. Scientific research has no human face. Only keep pointing out mistakes and correcting them. It is only when the level rises that the level rises. It was because after this period of time of understanding, he had discovered that the transformation ability in this young man, Lu Feng, was particularly exaggerated. This is the first time he's remodeled a tank, so even if it's a bad remodel, it's still justifiable. With his talent and a little bit of hard work, maybe it can really break through the difficulties currently encountered by the Rabbit Army's armament. Su Zhengqing dialed a phone number while thinking. After determining the information, he looked at Lu Feng and opened his mouth. Comrade Lu, the test site is ready. Now all that's missing is your tank. The rest of the group looked over expectantly. Lu Feng nodded. One moment. With that, he entered the plant before him through a side door. Not much longer. Rumble. A roar like the roar of 10,000 beasts came out from the plant. The crowd was appalled. Follow closely. The factory door opened. The crowd then saw that an extremely exaggeratedly shaped tank appeared. Unusual tanks are about a dozen cubic meters in size, and the tank in front of us, but it was a full size. It's not just the volume. The gun barrels, machine guns, and even the wheel tracks were much larger. Look at the tanks that are slowly pulling out. The original very expectantly Dayo trio gradually froze. The elation on his face gradually transformed into horror as well. Is this a ING tank? Whose tanks are so exaggerated? It's like a mobile fortress with tracks. The crowd was amazed, watching the slowly approaching tanks, subconsciously dodging. Not even the thought of going up for a closer look. The tank pulled out of the plant and stopped, followed by a figure emerging from above the tank. Lu Feng waved towards a few people. You may come up and go to the testing grounds together. Together? Su Zhengqing slowed down and reminded. There are 6 of us here, and with you that's 7. Sitting around? Don't worry, The interior is spacious as I've modified it, Lu Feng explained. The crowd was relieved. Climb up the ladder. The result was that just as soon as he entered the interior of the tank, everyone was stunned. This. Su Zhengqing was a bit incoherent for a moment. Looking at the multi-linked screen in front of him, as well as the various high-tech systems, his entire body was stunned. Is this really a conversion from a Type 59 tank? As the first independently designed and mass-produced tank for rabbits, the interior of the Type 59 tank is, in fact, not very luxurious. It's even described as shabby. It consists of only a simple rudder stick, a gun control rocker, and some simple mechanical systems. Even the chair the driver sits in is stamped out of sheet iron, and after Lu Feng modified tanks. But it was a sea change. Various intelligence system facilities are emerging. Even the chairs refer to ergonomics, which can completely support the driver's body during combat and try to avoid any damage to the driver's body due to bumps and bullets. The crowd marveled. Chen Yiming, who was on the side, found the end. This internal seems to be similar to that of a 6th-generation aircraft. That's right, I'm modeling it after the 6th generation, and the intelligence system is the same one used in the 6th generation, Lu Feng faintly explained. The people around them stared in disbelief. Same configuration as a fighter jet? Holy, what a virtue! After a brief tour of the crowd, Lu Feng looked at Chen Yiming. I'll leave you to drive next. I need to score the performance of this tank. No problem. During this period of time, Chen Yiming had also supplemented his knowledge on tank driving. Not to mention this tank, which had been added with an intelligence system by Lu Feng. It will only be easier to maneuver than a regular tank. Su Zhengqing told Chen Yiming the location of the test site. Then, outside the tank, the crowds who heard the news came to see this big guy that looked like a steel fortress. Sudden start. And it's getting faster. It was as if the wind had sped towards the test site. Come to the test site. Lu Feng opened his mouth. Let's start the maneuverability test next, shall we? Good. Su Zhengqing nodded his head and took out his cell phone to order something. Soon, an army green SUV driven by a soldier appeared in front of them. The most important thing about testing, besides the data, is the reference. This buggy, it was used to compare it to a tank. As long as the portion that lags behind the buggy is no more than 70%, it's a perfect pass, Su Zhengqing explained. Chen Yiming nodded his head while starting the engine again. Rumble. Chen Yiming started the tank again, and the engine erupted with a deafening roar. Contrasted with it, the sound of a side-by-side buggy was like a mosquito's cry. Follow closely. With Su Zhengqing's command, Chen Yiming and the driver of the SUV simultaneously blasted the gas to the bottom. In a cloud of dust and smoke, Su Zhengqing hurriedly observed towards the front, but unexpectedly did not see the shadow of the SUV. He turned the periscope around, only to see that the buggy, which was supposed to overtake the tank, was now following the tank, and was gradually being thrown farther and farther away. Dumped the buggies? Su Zhengqing hurriedly looked at the screen inside the tank. The tank's speed, at this point, had reached 100 kilometers per hour, and this accelerated process, it only took 5 seconds? Chapter 65 Extreme Speed Mode opens. Acceleration of 100 kilometers in less than 5 seconds. What concept? The Porsche 911, popular with women, also accelerates to 100 kilometers in just 5 seconds. But the difference is, for extreme speed, automakers usually lighten the body as well as make it aerodynamic. And this tank, it's totally a big iron lump. It weighs dozens of times more than a car, and has even less aerodynamics to speak of. But even so, this mobile fortress still runs so proudly. No wonder I was able to shake that Jeep off. Su Zhengqing was dumbfounded. Mind you, what's the speed of a Jeep? This tank started less than 5 seconds ago and it's already breaking 100 miles per hour. What does the Jeep compare to? There's no comparison. As he thought, he looked back. The Jeep, which was barely visible just a moment ago, was seen to have been flung off to who knows where as time went on. Su Zhengqing hurriedly dialed the driver's phone. Report, I've got my foot on the gas and I can't keep up at all. Listening to the phone, the driver's voice, Su Zhengqing's entire body froze. In the design of tanks, in order to be able to flexibly respond to emergencies on the battlefield, tanks also have lightweight requirements. The purpose is to increase the speed of the tank, thus improving its flexibility and resilience on the battlefield. It's as if some time ago, the direction of their research on tanks is how to achieve extreme lightness while maintaining the degree of tank armor. From there, you can reach terminal velocity. But what he didn't expect was their entire research department, laboring on a subject for months or even a year. It was actually solved by this young man, Lu Feng, casually? Nope, Lu Feng should never have considered lightweighting, just focusing on extreme speed. After tank speeds are high enough, lightweight is not lightweight. It wouldn't matter so much. This is pure power flying bricks, Su Zhengqing muttered. But just then, he suddenly saw that Chen Yiming was reaching his hand towards a red button on the console. Chen Yiming, Xiao Lu, this is a high-speed mode, right? Lu Feng nodded. Yes. The conversation between the two was directly confusing to Su Zhengqing. High-speed mode? Is it possible that the current speed is not the limit of the tank? He hasn't figured it out yet. Just as he heard a click, Chen Yiming decisively pressed the button. Buzz. The dull roar of the engine sounded again. This was followed by a strong push that buckled him dead center in his chair. What the hell? Su Zhengqing's face changed drastically. Chen Yiming, on the other hand, was agitated. Comrade Lu grades the speeds when he modifies them. Now in high-speed mode. High-speed mode? Su Zhengqing sat up straight and looked at the numbers on the screen. I only saw that the speed that had just stopped at 100 km per hour had now become 200 per hour. Doubled. How the hell did that happen? Su Zhengqing stared wide-eyed, as if he had encountered the biggest problem in his life. Accelerates to 100 km in 5 seconds. And just now this tank from 100 km per hour soared to 200 km the time used. It seems to be only 5 or 6 seconds. As the head of the tank department, Su Zhengqing quickly reacted. The time used for the two accelerations is not far apart. That means 200 km per hour is far from the limit of this tank? Think about it. Su Zhengqing felt like his worldview had collapsed. At 200 km per hour, I'm afraid the average sports car can't reach it. And this terrifying speed, surprisingly, on a tank that is overbuilt, both in size and weight? Most importantly, 200 km per hour is far from the limit of this tank? So what is the terminal velocity of this tank? Exactly. Su Zhengqing was a bit numb at the moment, murmuring in his mind. And at this point, after watching this tank successfully accelerate to 200 km per hour, Lu Feng, who was on the side, also began to score the file in his hand. Then he looked at Chen Yiming and spoke. Okay, switching extreme speeds. This statement was made. The Ford Guosher who had just adapted to the speed, as well as Su Zhengqing's face changed drastically, hastily clutching a side armrest. In their horrified eyes, Chen Yiming pressed a button again. Buzz. A loud roar sounded for the third time. This time the voice was far more mellow than before. Correspondingly, the 7 people inside the tank were immediately surrounded by a powerful feeling of pushing back. Everyone was deadlocked in their chairs. Su Zhengqing overcame the powerful inertia while staring dead on at the numbers on the screen. 280, 370, 400. The speed eventually reaches a staggering 400 km per hour. His whole body froze. 400 kilometers. What a concept. It's very well explained. Put 2 wings on it and you can fly. Su Zhengqing's entire body was bad. This speed, can it still be called a tank? If we can't, let's put 2 wings on it and use it as an airplane. The speed gradually smoothed out. Su Zhengqing, on the other hand, froze and took a long time to get comfortable. He pressed his eyes to the periscope. Looking ahead, he suddenly changed his face. Slow down, slow down. Rocky area ahead. Rocky areas, generally used for tank equipment to test flexibility capabilities. Even though tanks are made of steel, they can take just as much damage when they hit rocks at full speed. Not to mention the speed of this tank, which is now a staggering 400 km per hour. If you accidentally hit a rock, of the 7 people present, it was expected that none of them would survive. Hearing Su Zhengqing's suggestion, Chen Yiming nodded, but just as he was about to slow down, to the side, Lu Feng spoke up. No need to slow down, crash through at full speed, just in time for an armor test. Hearing this suggestion, Su Zhengqing's entire body was dumbfounded. Holy, a 400 km per hour tank hitting a rock? Isn't that a death wish? Chen Yiming was also a bit worried, but looking at Lu Feng's serious appearance, after thinking for a moment, he still decisively stepped on the gas. It crashed straight into a huge rock. Boom! In the meantime, in the mountains, there's a squad in training. Suddenly, boom! Everyone stopped moving when they heard the loud noise. Captain, what's the situation? A query was raised. The squad leader frowned as well. I'm not sure. Does that mean there are tanks being tested? The consensus is that the mountains are surrounded by testing grounds. But the tank test, how did it make such a loud noise? Just then, a member of the team was surprised. There shouldn't be any accidents. Should there? Everyone's face changed drastically when these words came out. The squad leader ordered immediately. Training terminated. Follow me to the rescue. After saying that, the crowd immediately traveled quickly in the direction the voice came from. Soon they came to the rocky area. But the next scene made them all look dumbfounded. Only a tank of huge and exaggerated size was seen rushing across the rocky area at an extremely fast speed. As if on purpose, it slammed straight towards the surrounding rocks. Chapter 66. You call this qualified? What the hell is this? Hearing the commotion, a squad that had been training in the mountains thought there had been an accident with the tanks being tested nearby. So stop training in a hurry and prepare to save the day. but when they followed the sound and arrived at the scene of the incident, however, they only saw a huge tank that looked like a steel fortress, and at this moment, they were in the rocky area and pushed the throttle hard, rushing towards a large piece of rock. Boom! The huge rocks were crushed by the tanks, which were like steel fortresses. Splashes of debris. The squad crowd watched the scene in horror, because they realized that the tank was extremely fast. Hit the rocks at that speed. A normal tank should show no small amount of scars, if not pulverized. Available at. The squad leader rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Between them after colliding with the rocks, the tank's large body shuddered just slightly. It didn't even slow down for that. Undeterred in speed, it turned around and rammed at full speed towards another huge rock nearby. What the hell kind of tank is this? Meanwhile, the tank cab. Su Zhengqing had an excited look on his face, looking through the periscope at the situation outside, while shouting a command. There's a bigger rock at 9 o'clock. Speed up and crash through. Chen Yiming understood, decisively turned the direction and stepped on the gas. Boom! The vibrations came. Everyone present could clearly perceive that the tank slowed down a bit. However, under Chen Yiming's maneuvering, the speed quickly reached its peak again. One more piece at 7. Bump! Su Zhengqing continued to command. After realizing that hitting the rocks did not damage the tank at all, Su Zhengqing's entire body was excited, constantly directing Chen Yiming, driving the tank to hit the rocks. Soon the rocky area was mostly cleared. Another look at the tanks. It was surprising that there was no damage at all from the prolonged rush. What strength of steel is the armor used in this tank? It's okay to build it like this? Su Zhengqing's eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't just the strength of the armor. It was actually the meticulousness of the assembly of the inner parts that amazed him. You know, the tank was going at top speed when it hit the rocks, 400 kilometers per hour. This is a speed that surpasses most land transportation devices, and can even be dismissed as high-speed rail. Under such powerful, high-speed and frequent impacts, is it surprising that not a bit of damage occurred to the tank? Not even internal injuries? Most of all, this tank is much more technologically integrated than I thought it would be, which means that the parts and components that the tank has inside are definitely beyond many tanks as well. But under such a strong impact, not only did these parts not experience damage, they didn't even deflect. Su Zhengqing's entire body was stunned. If only this tank wasn't on the move, and besides it wasn't his tank. He absolutely had to find a way to take it apart and see what kind of construction was going on inside. Some are happy and some are sad. At this point, the four people, Li Daiyou, Zhao Kongping, Zhou Weiman as well as Lin Zifu, who were also inside the tank, were always gloomy. It's not that they hated Su Zhengqing's behavior of trashing the tank. Just, they're about to throw up. That's right, all four are very old, and they rarely travel by car in general. Right off the tank, the four were excited though, but under Su Zhengqing's haphazard command, the whole tank can be said to have never been peaceful. The speed soared to its limit, causing the massive tank body to quake as it crashed through the rocks. They quickly developed a feeling of motion sickness. Take a deep breath, it eases it a bit, Li Daiyou admonished a few old friends, while taking deep breaths continuously. Actually, they are perfectly capable of making Su Zhengqing stop this reckless behavior, or just get out of the car yourself and watch from outside. But, the performance of this tank is just over the top, with an ultimate speed of 400 kilometers per hour. Even a collision with a rock at this speed will not result in the slightest accident. The crowd, which has been deeply involved in the aerospace field and nuclear physics for many years, is not well versed in tank performance, though, but just by looking at Su Zhengqing's excitement, they knew just how powerful this tank they were sitting on was. And because of that, even though all four of them were now a little uncomfortable, they braced themselves to see just where the limits of this tank were. And in the meantime, after hitting many rocks one after another, Su Zhengqing still did not see this tank have the slightest damage. At the sight of this, he was filled with horror, and contentedly ceased his command. Taking out his cell phone from his pocket, he hurriedly dialed Wan Zi's number. Commander 1, we're already conducting real-world tests on Comrade Xiaolu's newly remodeled tanks. Su Zhengqing spoke out in excitement. The opposite party, Wan Zi, was also quite curious and hurriedly asked, how did the test go? Very good, quite good, Su Zhengqing replied, excited. I've never seen such a great tank. Commander 1, you would have been shocked by the performance of this tank if you were there. I feel, this is the ultimate tank that our department has been working on for years and has been struggling to find. Commander 1, I think you could really come over and watch. Su Zhengqing extended an invitation towards Wan Zi. On the other hand, Wan Zi, who was on the opposite side, froze for a moment at this moment. As Commander-in-Chief of the army, he had a lot of contact with Su Zhengqing, who was the head of the tank division. In his mind, Su Zhengqing is a man with pride in his bones. An average product is definitely not worthy of such praise from him. But now, Su Zhengqing the whole person is excited. That is not to say, the tank that Lu Feng transformed is really strong? Don't worry, I'll be right there. Thinking of this, Wan Ziyi hurriedly replied. Hanging up the phone, he looked aside to the communications officer. Get the car ready, I'm going to the tank test site. Be fast. Yes. Receiving Wan Ziyi's order, the communications soldier didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, turned around and immediately went to get ready. And in the meantime, a few of Li Dao's people were still struggling to hold on. They felt that the breakfast they had just eaten not long ago was now welling up in their throats. It's a good thing there aren't that many rocks around, or else we'd have to let these youngsters torture us to death today. Li Dao had a bitter smile on his face. Next to him, Zhao Kongping, a few people, also nodded in agreement. As he was talking, Li Dao suddenly saw Lu Feng on the side scoring the tank. Curious, he went over to take a look. However, he saw that Lu Feng had written the word qualified behind the column of armor test. It's not just armor testing. The previous speed test was followed by the same pass, and that's just passing? Thinking back to the commotion just now, the faces of the crowd gradually became odd, although they didn't know anything about tanks. Just looking at Su Zhengqing's reaction, they should be the top of the tanks. Results, you only write one pass? Before they could react. Just then, Lu Feng, who had finished scoring, put away the folder in his hand and announced to the crowd, the armor test can end now. On to the next test. Over the big hill in front of us. Chapter 67, Walking Like a Flat Track. The tank test area is located in a mountainous area. This place is not only used to test tanks, but also many soldier units train here, because the environment here is quite complex. As well as the mountains, there are many unexpected occurrences, enough to simulate the unexpected circumstances of being on the battlefield. And the area responsible for tank testing, it's really just a big open space, plus rocky areas. So far, the crowd had sort of already experienced most of this test area. It's logical to prepare for the return flight. But what the crowd didn't expect was, for Lu Feng, this test was far from over. Through the periscope, and the large screen that shows the situation in front of you in real time, Lu Feng soon saw that there was a lofty and steep mountain not far away. Immediately ordered, next test, over the big hill in front of you. Hear his instructions. Everyone was stunned. Each one of them looked at Lu Feng with disbelief. Over the mountain. Are you serious? No. Even off-road vehicles, which are known for their ability to adapt to extreme environments, usually dare to climb slopes and the like. Over the mountain. It was unthinkable. This is because of the complexity of the mountain environment and the changing conditions. The bare minimum. These mountains wouldn't be like flat land or highways where you can travel with impunity. The surface of the mountain is uneven. One accident could very well result in a rollover. Off-road bikes are like that. Not to mention tanks. Tanks weigh a lot and make it harder to stabilize your center of gravity over bumps. In case of an accident, it's not a high climb alright, but whenever you climb a little higher, if a bump occurs, the whole tank will roll right down the hill with a tipping momentum. Though that said, the armor strength of this tank is exaggerated. But, drivers are made of meat. When a tank goes over, how can the driver not go over with it? Not to mention rolling down a hill. Good luck with the broken tendons. The less fortunate are expected to drink the Northwest on the spot. Not to mention a few more now. The oldest of the old. If anything happens to this, what a great loss for the whole rabbit. Realizing this, Li Dao and the others also spoke in a hurry. Comrade Lu, why don't we test here? The over-the-mountain test is really too dangerous. My old bones, can't top it. On the side, people like Zhao Kongping also laughed bitterly. Yes, Comrade Xiao Lu, although I don't know anything about tanks, the 2 rounds of testing just now can already reflect the performance of this tank of yours. To say that the danger of going over the mountain test is still too big, or not even if, Xiao Su you say? He looked to the side at Su Zhengqing, trying to get this professional in the field of tanks to dissuade Lu Feng, but when he looked at Su Zhengqing on the side, he realized that the other party was already in deep thought at the moment. For a moment, he nodded. I feel the need to do the over-the-hill test. Li Dao, Zhao Kongping, Lin Zifu, Zhou Weiman? Hearing Su Zhengqing's words, the 4 guoshis were dumbfounded. Tanks over the mountain. Are you serious? Now the 4 couldn't help but begin to wonder if they could survive the next test over the mountain. Even began to doubt the gold content of this tank department head Su Zhengqing. This test is still necessary. Just then, Su Zhengqing explained. It's important to realize that the battlefields we face in the Rabbit Army are more than just flatland. There is no shortage of mountainous terrain environments, whether in our country or in other countries. And the only thing that tanks were criticized for before was being too heavy and inflexible. So in this regard, our department has been pursuing the extreme lightness of the tank in order for it to be able to react flexibly on the battlefield and even go over many complex terrains. And this tank designed by Comrade Xiao Lu is no longer a problem in terms of flexibility. The only point at which it can be developed now is its ability to flexibly roll over the many complex terrains. If it is possible, The actual installation of this tank into the army unit can definitely bring our military strength to another level, Su Zhengqing said, his eyes all flashing with excitement. In fact, the most crucial part of getting him to agree to the over-the-hill test is, just now, when Lu Feng said that he was conducting the next test, there was a great confidence in his tone. That explains it. In this test, Lu Feng was absolutely certain. On the side, Li Deyou and the others also realized this. Still, he laughed bitterly. Why don't we just go down first? Xiao Lu, old man, I'm a big old man. I really can't take all this excitement. The armor test just now had caused their bodies to react with discomfort. Going over a mountain is sure to be accompanied by huge bumps. Puking in the tank by then is considered good. In case of any excitement, their hearts can't really take it. While looking at the crowd's reaction, Lu Feng opened his mouth to explain. I forgot to mention earlier that for comfort, can actually turn on the gravity gyroscope mode. Gravity gyroscope mode? The crowd was full of confusion. The interior of this tank, which is not really tightly connected to the tank body, I've added a lot of pneumatics to it. With the gravity gyroscope mode on, the cockpit can automatically adapt to bumps and maintain the cockpit in a very comfortable environment. In other words, it's as good as it gets, no matter what kind of terrain you encounter. Hear this, the crowd understood, followed closely by a face full of grudges. Why didn't you say so when there's such a good thing? Under Lu Feng's command, Chen Yiming pressed a mechanical button on the operating table. Next, the crowd then heard around the cockpit the sound of pneumatics activating. Thumbs down. Follow closely. The tank, which had been slightly lurching a moment ago, calmed down instantly. Feel the sudden comfort. Li Deyou and the others were astonished. This is the weight gyroscope mode? It works so well. Similar devices are found in many mechanical devices, but he'd never seen one that worked so well. Just turned on, the bumps just instantly disappeared, and even the faint vibrations from the tank's operation were no longer there. The discomfort that several people had just felt was swept away. Li Deyou and the others were even more relieved. Look at each other. Only after making sure that the discomfort had disappeared and that there were no follow-up questions did he look at Lu Feng. It feels better now. If we can keep this up, then let's start the over-the-hill test. With that, they looked towards Chen Yiming, but see the other side silent for a while. It took a moment before he spoke quietly. A few of the nationalists. In fact, we've been testing over the hill now. Chapter 68, Crash Out of the Way. The opening of has begun? Hearing Chen Yiming's words, everyone present froze in unison. Hastily, he looked in front of him, at the screen that displayed the tank's surroundings in real time. The crowd then realized. Surprisingly, I don't know when the tanks have driven up the hill. It doesn't feel like anything at all. Li Deyou's entire body was stunned. In his perception, the gravity gyroscope device, though, counteracts a lot of the vibration and discomfort of the experience, but it's more or less a reaction, right? But when the gravity gyroscope device is turned on, the crowd, however, didn't even feel the slightest bump. It's not even clear when the mountain turning test started. The whole tank was smooth, as if it had stopped in place without moving a muscle. The effect is just superb, Li Deyou exclaimed. The over-the-hill test was conducted steadily. The crowd watched the screen in front of them nervously. Just see the rugged and jagged mountain environment. For this mobile fortress is as if it does not exist at all. A way to crush through. There's a boulder up ahead? Crash. Got a tree that needs a detour? Ram the hammer. Throttle down. It's true to the old saying. Originally there was no road. The more people who walked, the more roads were formed. That's how tanks are these days. All the way across the steep mountain peaks. Hard and fast. Knocked out a mountain road. It doesn't even require a detour. Just drive from the base of the mountain, straight up to the top of the peak, and then drive back down. It's even still full speed ahead. It only took about 10 minutes to get over a big hill. This is really, looking at the tanks that had successfully descended the hill and had come to a smooth stop. Li Deyou and the others were so open-mouthed that they couldn't find an adjective for a while. And see the result. Lu Feng, on the other hand, nodded in satisfaction. Then, in the folder in your hand, you write down the word pass. There's still room for improvement. Lu Feng thought in his heart, but that's just the incomplete tank, so he's not asking too much. Well, this mountain turning test is kind of a bare pass. Let's do the tank fire test next. Previous maneuverability, speed, and over-the-hill tests. Just icing on the cake for a tank that's going to war. The most important thing for a tank is, of course, the fire test, because no matter what the outcome, the tanks are going to be on the battlefield after all. If the firepower is strong enough, then you can ignore all obstacles, cure underfire phobia. And for that, the crowd was quite curious. They're unimaginable. How strong is a tank so well configured in terms of firepower? On the side, Su Zhengqing hurriedly handed Lu Feng the information about the site that the tank used to conduct the firepower test. The latter swept in. It was finally decided that the test would be conducted at range 1. This range will test the power of the shells just fine. Determine the destination. Chen Yiming looked at Su Zhengqing, intending to ask for the exact location of the shooting range and then drive the tank over there for testing. Su Zhengqing also intended to cooperate in pointing out the way. And just then, Lu Feng suddenly spoke. There's a navigation unit inside the tank. Just input the destination directly. Su Zhengqing froze. Then, under Lu Feng's command, he entered the information of the test site into it. Next, a pale blue shimmering light flashed before the eyes of the crowd. Immediately following the crowd, they saw countless pale blue shimmering lights flashing past in front of them. The shimmering lights intertwined to form a 3D three-dimensional model. This 3D diorama not only outlines the tank in immense detail, even the surroundings were simulated. So detailed that even the surrounding plants and trees were all projected in front of the eyes. This is a separate navigation module I installed so I could adapt the tank to the battlefield. Lu Feng opened his mouth to explain, pointing at the stereo navigation in front of him. See this red line? This is the optimal route summarized for you by the intelligence system. Just follow it all the way. Well, Chen Yiming was a bit confused. It's the first time he's seen this type of navigation. However, under Lu Feng's command, he quickly adapted, and in the tank, he started toward his destination. Along the way, Chen Yiming also tested the maximum range of this 3D navigation. Eventually, it was found that environments within a 10-kilometer radius could be simulated. What kind of concept is that? Tanks have a maximum range of 20 kilometers, and to be able to hit accurately, most tanks drive up to 10 kilometers before firing. This also means that he could perfectly observe the position of the enemy tanks through this navigation. If this navigational range could be even greater, wouldn't it be possible to pinpoint enemy tanks at the longest range? Chen Yiming thought to himself, and as if Lu Feng had sensed his thoughts, he opened his mouth to explain. It's the tank's own radar, and this navigation range could be made much greater if it could link to a satellite. Hear this. The crowd was stunned. Where the hell is this navigation? That's totally an aiming aid. If the detection range is extended, that would mean that at a very long distance, the navigation would be able to simulate the position of enemy tanks. If you add a ballistic prediction to the navigation module, wouldn't that make it possible to inflict precision strikes on enemy tanks at the extreme range of 20 kilometers? Realize this. All the people present were excited. With astonished excitement, Chen Yiming drove the tank at a steady speed, and at this time, Su Zhengqing introduced the data of Range 1 for Lu Feng. Range 1 tests mostly tank firepower, so most of the targets are high intensity, but even if it can't be destroyed, if it can do significant damage to the target, it's overpowered. Immediately after that, Su Zhengqing also listed the firepower rating corresponding to the degree of target destruction. Lu Feng kept the ratings in his mind and suddenly opened his mouth. Stop the car. Chen Yiming decisively stepped on the brakes. The crowd, however, was very puzzled by this scene. I've already contacted the range, so I can just drive over there and test it, Su Zhengqing said in a hurry. He thought Lu Feng was afraid that the shooting range wasn't connected. However, Lu Feng's next words left all those present dumbfounded. This distance is fine. I'm going to test the tank's firing range. Range of fire? Su Zhengqing froze. To test the shooting range, then you have to drive into the range to test it too? It's a long way to the range now. Both the observation screen in front of you and the navigation. At the moment it doesn't even show a picture of the range. How can I test it if I can't see the target? The crowd was full of questions. And just then, Lu Feng also sensed the doubts of the crowd, opened his mouth to explain. I'm going to test the extreme range of the tank shot. That means firing artillery from 80 kilometers away. Chapter 69 Under Fire Phobia. Firing artillery from 80 kilometers away? Everyone was stunned when they heard Lu Feng's words. This is not a joke. 80 kilometers away. What's the difference between that and wasting bullets? The crowd's eyes were odd as they looked at the bland Lu Feng, all wanting to say something. It was also at this moment that Li Dayo spoke. Lu, you probably don't know much about it. Targets are difficult to aim at after they exceed 20 kilometers. And most of all, beyond 20 kilometers, the flight trajectory of the missile deviates significantly from what was expected. Unable to aim, plus missiles floating around. Rounding up is just not hitting at all. Firing at this distance was really no different than wasting missiles in his opinion. That's why Li Dayo spoke up and admonished. It's not just him. Hearing Li Dayo's words, the other three Guosher and Su Zhengqing nodded in agreement. The three nationalists don't know much about tanks though, but that's the kind of common sense that they can't possibly not understand. Although this tank has shined in previous tests, but in terms of firepower, they're still cautious. After all, if it goes to war, it's fine if you can't hit the enemy and waste bullets, but if thrashing friendlies, that's a court-martial. How about we drive over there and test the firing range starting at 20 kilometers, and then step by step we stretch the distance so we can measure the maximum range? On the side, Su Zhengqing suggested. In his opinion, this is the surest way to test it. Mainly, the number 80 kilometers is just too scary, but whenever Lu Feng said a 30, or even 40 kilometers, he doesn't even dwell on it that much, but 80 kilometers, it's just unbelievable. Several other state officials also began to offer advice, and just then, Lu Feng, however, directly stepped forward and pressed a button on the console. Next, ultra-long-range targeting has been activated. A cool mechanical voice rang out. It made everyone in the room stare in unison, immediately followed by everyone subconsciously looking at the real-time projection screen in front of them. Hiss! Li Dao sucked in a breath of cold air. Only the real-time image, which was still stuck in the neighborhood, suddenly began to zoom in, at a breakneck speed, one way or the other. Something very tiny in the original sight distance. Zoom in fast. The main thing is that the picture quality is still quite clear. Even the firing range, which the crowd hadn't seen before, and the targets on the range, all projected one by one. Watching this scene, everyone present stared in disbelief. Ultra-long range. Su Zhengqing was filled with horror. On this tank, there's even this feature? He was a little disbelieving. In fact, it is possessed on many firepower devices. Most commonly, it's a multiplier on a sniper rifle, usually between 8 and 16 times. After reaching 16x, aiming is actually not very useful. Available at this tank, surprisingly, can see the target 80 kilometers away, clearly, so the crowd marveled though, but felt that this super long range mode didn't really help much with aiming. But just as the crowd was about to question it, the mechanical sounds from inside the tank resounded again. Auto-targeting in progress. Next, several scopes began to appear on the projection screen, quickly and accurately aimed at the targets on the range. Su Zhengqing wondered out loud as a thought surfaced in his mind, but he couldn't believe it, until Lu Feng opened his mouth. Assisted targeting function. The system takes into account various factors while locking onto the target. It can be interpreted as if you can lock on, you can hit. Hearing this, everyone was nonplussed. No wonder Lu Feng had such a big backbone. It turns out that this tank also has this kind of counterintuitive function. 80 kilometers of ultra-long range, plus autolock. It's just like hanging out with this kind of big killer. Are you afraid of not hitting the enemy? What a way to bring down even low-flying fighters. For a moment, the crowd didn't know what words to use. Just know that, if this feature is actually possible, that for the Marine Corps, nope, it's a huge boost for all of Rabbit's military branches. All of the military, Xiao Su, quickly have the test range cleared and ready to fire. Li Dao made an excited outburst. I haven't tested this self-aiming feature yet, so I don't know if it's reliable. In case it's not that reliable, it's not good to cause injury to people. Just as Su Zhengqing was about to give the order for the few backups on the battlefield to quickly evacuate, suddenly, Chan Yiming, who had been silent, lost his voice and exclaimed, "The barrel of this tank is actually an electromagnetic barrel? What?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd was shocked. Check out. In a hurry, that's when the crowd realized, the heavy firearms they had been ignoring turned out to really be EM tubes. The difference in appearance between a regular barrel and an EM barrel isn't that great. The only difference is the inside of the barrel. The normal gun barrel only serves as a guide. The electromagnetic barrels need to be energized inside. When the energy reaches a critical mass, it is fired directly. So the materials and craftsmanship required for EM tubes are quite high, but that's exactly why. It was the crowd that was surprised, because during the remodeling process, except for the dismantling part, there were 4 kokeshis helping out. The back is actually all modified by Lu Feng alone. So, Comrade Lu, not only did you modify the tank's power, armor, and gravity gyroscope above in a month's time, but you also rubbed an electromagnetic gun barrel? Su Zhengqing was completely stunned. He looked to Lu Feng, who was on the side. The other party just held the paper in his hand and wrote down the words firepower test on it before looking up and explaining. It's just a trial version with a barrel caliber of only 560 millimeters. By the time the modifications are complete, the caliber of this barrel should still be upgraded. How many? Hear that number. Everyone was stunned. 560 caliber. Realize that what's currently in use, whether it's mortars or heavy firearms like tanks, the barrel caliber is only about 150, not more than 200. And this electromagnetic cannon tube made by Lu Feng, the caliber is a straight 560, equivalent to 3 times the barrel of a commonly used gun. The main thing is, having reached this caliber, Lu Feng actually had the idea of upgrading subsequently. For a while, the crowd didn't know what to say. Su Zhengqing looked at Lu Feng and thought to himself, Comrade Xiao Lu's phobia of insufficient firepower. It's serious. Chapter 70, Why are you looking for me again? After hearing Lu Feng say that there was still room for improvement with the current barrel diameter of up to 560 millimeters, everyone's first thought was, this kid's underfire phobia is too much. At the same time, Su Jingqing's face turned a little odd. In his perception, there wasn't really any direct correlation between a large barrel diameter and the amount of firepower, because whether it's rabbits, or whichever country's military industry, the shells made are of strict dimensions. Examples include 7, 62 and 5, 56 for bullets, or 76, 2 and 102 and 114 for artillery shells, and the enlarged barrel diameter meant that the ammunition needed to be recustomized as well. It would require the arsenal to make a new assembly line. It's a costly affair. The state would never authorize it if it wasn't necessary. The main thing is, in his opinion, a 560mm barrel is quite enough. Okay? Even shells of this size would be hard for rabbits to find. Re-expand. Is it really possible that you need your superiors to authorize a new ammo assembly line for you? How can that be? However, he didn't directly tell Lu Feng about this harsh reality. Rather, I want to see it. What kind of power does this 560mm shell put out? At that size, it should be almost as big as a heavy high-explosive aerial bomb, Su Zhengqing thought in his heart. Just then, Lu Feng, who was on the side, spoke up. He was seen pulling out a couple of sizable over-ear headphones from a side case of gear, similar to the kind used by helicopter pilots. Lu Feng distributed the headphones in his hand to the crowd and reminded them, before the fire test begins, everyone put these earmuffs on so you don't do any damage to your hearing. Earmuffs? Su Zhengqing took it and froze for a moment. He looked at Lu Feng, his eyes growing more and more odd. Are you serious? Although the size of this electromagnetic gun tube is large, the power of the 560mm shell explosion will not be small as well. But the problem is, we're a good 80 kilometers from the range. You think you're going to launch a missile? It's not just him. The four gueshers present, as well as Chen Yiming, felt that Lu Feng was a bit too serious at the moment. Feeling their eyes, Lu Feng didn't explain. Just keep bugging to keep your earmuffs on. The crowd had no choice but to do as they were told. Then, Lu Feng gave a launching gesture to Chen Yiming. The latter understood and pressed the launch button. By this time the ultra-long-range targeting had been turned on and was automatically locked on to a shell target 80 kilometers away. At the same time he pressed the launch button, all that was heard was a boom. The crowd only felt the huge tank tremble slightly. Then it was seen in the real-time screen in front of them. A blazing fire was speeding along. This, power so much? Su Zhengqing was a bit surprised. This tank is estimated to weigh twice as much as any other tank. I can't believe it's still being shaken by recoil. But just as he was thinking, suddenly, an even bigger explosion rang out, coming from a distance. Boom! The piercing flames erupted steeply. The entire cab of the tank was illuminated by the light of the explosion shown on the real-time screen. But the system quickly adapted, dimmed the screen brightness. That's what kept the crowd from getting stabbed in the eye. Su Zhengqing, Chen Yiming, and the four gueshers rubbed their eyes and looked at the screen neatly. Just see the screen, 80 kilometers away. Targets locked by ultra-long-range sighting. No, I should say the entire range, at the moment, was covered in flames. Huge flames rose into the air like a mushroom cloud. This, Su Zhengqing was dumbfounded, looking at the images coming from the screen, unable to close his mouth. It was a long time before he managed to squeeze a word out of his throat with difficulty. What the hell is this? And in the meantime, this sound like muffled thunder exploding, plus the fire that rose up in the air like a mushroom cloud, spread extremely widely. Let's not talk about 80 kilometers. Anyone 100 kilometers away could feel the sky getting a little brighter. It was accompanied by the sound of a loud explosion. If it wasn't sunny right now, one might think it was thundering right now. The moment the shell exploded, the originally well-organized military area instantly began to riot. Everyone sensed something was wrong and quickly got into a fighting stance. There have been calls to the mic asking if they are the ones doing the testing. And at this point, after hearing the loud explosion, the entire military engineering department was all startled. Hastily putting down their hands, they unanimously looked in the direction of Range 1, which was located in the south. When they saw the mushroom cloud formed by the skyward fire, everyone was aghast. Minister Wang, this is, a researcher asked, pointing to the fire in the sky. Wang Lian was also in deep thought. A half-hearted reply. So much commotion. Should be the missile department testing it. Hear that answer. The crowd looked relieved. Indeed, that much noise would have been made by a missile. The crowd dropped their hearts. Wang Lian, however, was frowning. After all, if the missile department tests, it usually chooses deserts, oceans, and other unoccupied and barren sites. How come you chose to be near a military area? The main thing is, he didn't get any notice. Wang Lian, who sensed that something was wrong, immediately took out his cell phone and dialed through to the missile department. Hello? Is your department doing a new missile test? Why didn't you let me know? No, no. Hearing Wang Lian's questioning, the head of the missile department was dumbfounded. When did our missile division conduct a test? Throwing the hatchet at us again? The head honcho thought, thinking more and more that the scene seemed a bit familiar. I think the last time was because of an airplane, right? Well, a fighter jet that goes up to Mach 30 per hour and can throw the red shield off by a long shot. Can't it be that this time, it's the same kid who remodeled the plane that's causing all the trouble? The head of the missile department thought, just about to open his mouth to prompt. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open from outside. A soldier broke in hurriedly. What's going on? Come in here and don't know to knock first? The missile department frowned. The little warrior hastily withdrew back and closed the door to re-enter. Look at you. You're so flustered. Take a sip of water first and even out your breath, he said, handing over a bottle of water. And the little warrior just took it, without drinking, with an eager face. Minister, we've just received word of a huge explosion at range 1, suspected to be a missile explosion. Hear this. The head of the missile department was completely confused. I thought to myself, is it really a missile? How do I not know? Chapter 71 Destructive Strikes. On this shell, a precise hit on range 1, the entire Ministry of Military Industry was shaken by it. The minister of the missile department, under the successive questioning, was moreover, the whole person was going crazy. Y'all say I'm conducting missile tests, but I really didn't. And in the meantime, other side, the man who started it all was currently watching the commotion taking place at range 1 through the real-time screen inside the tank. Everyone was stunned. What the hell is going on here? Li Dao's entire body was stunned. He felt that the picture in front of him was beyond his cognition. As the director of the Space Academy, he had some knowledge of artillery shells and the like. 560mm shells are rare, but not unheard of, so there were some preconceptions about the effects it would produce when it exploded, even because this thing was invented by Lu Feng. That's why he made a point of expanding the power a bit in his mind when he was anticipating it. But he didn't expect. I can't believe it's going to work. Earth-shattering noise plus a blinding light like a mushroom cloud. Is that really what a shell can achieve? On the side, Su Zhengqing was even more dumbfounded. Having seen many tanks, he was shocked beyond words at the moment. A good half hour. The crowd only slightly calmed down their inner excitement, and they all looked at Lu Feng, asking in a hurry, Comrade Lu, what exactly is that thing we just launched? Cannonball. Lu Feng's expression was flat, as if everything that had just happened was expected. Even he frowned slightly and imperceptibly as he exploded. It seems to be not very happy with the effect that the shell triggered. And hear his words. The crowd just thought it was unbelievable. You call this a cannonball? Whose shells can have this effect? It's a ING missile. Sensing the confusion of the crowd, Lu Feng also felt that his explanation might not be very clear and spoke again. This is an electromagnetic kinetic energy shell that I developed along with my research on tanks. Electromagnetic kinetic energy shells? Su Zhengqing repeated Lu Feng's words. A deep frown creased his brow. He knew all these words, but linked together. Why can't you understand? Exactly. Lu Feng nodded. The advantage of this shell lies in the fact that it can be perfectly adapted to electromagnetic gun tubes, is extremely fast when fired, and is so powerful that it is comparable to a small nuclear bomb. The main thing is that there are no side effects such as radiation. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, the crowd was appalled for a moment. Comparable to a small nuclear bomb. And no radiation? Do such things really exist in the world? The crowd subconsciously became skeptical. But thinking back to the scene I just saw myself, again, it suddenly seemed as if my suspicions were a little redundant. Well, that's roughly all there is to it. And with the caliber upgraded after that, the power should be able to be increased some more. Lu Feng said. What they're going to do now, though, is not upgrade the tanks again. Instead, he went to see what effect the incomplete tank had just caused with its single shot. Let's go over there first, Lu Feng suggested. The others nodded their heads in a rush as they recovered from their shock. Wait. Just then, Su Zhengqing opened his mouth. Following closely, he removed the camera he had been filming with, pulled up the footage of the shell explosion from earlier, and imported it into his cell phone. This image, I'm sure we have to show it to Commander 1. The video was quickly sent over, and in the meantime, Wan Ziyi, who had received the call from Su Zhengqing, had already rushed to the Ministry of Military Industry. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the Military Engineering Department, he heard the deafening sound of an explosion, also saw the flash of a mushroom cloud from range 1, blinding the sky. What's happening here? Wan Ziyi was appalled. Is it hard to believe that the missile department is testing a new missile? Was going to go ahead and ask about it, but just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Open it up only to see the chat interface. Su Zhengqing had just sent over a video, plus a message. Su Zhengqing, Commander 1, this is the footage of our tank fire test just now. You can take a look. Test of fire? looking at the time the video was sent, and remembering the explosion just now. No way? Wang Ziyi's face was odd as he shook his head, tapped the video. Immediately afterward he saw, as he had never seen before hitherto, a scene. Just see the picture. With a loud bang, a shell blasted out of the tank's massive barrel. The fire rushes at a breakneck speed straight for the distant range. This distance. Watching the video, Wang Ziyi did some silent calculations in his mind and eventually came up with a shocking figure. At least 50 kilometers or more. But that wasn't what shocked him the most. The missile with fire was seen flying rapidly, arriving at the position of range 1 in the blink of an eye. Then, boom! A loud explosion sounded. Wang Ziyi could even feel the cell phone in his hand vibrating. Look at the fire rushing through the screen. Wang Ziyi's entire body froze. What exactly is the power of this? This is a missile. Ah no, this is a nuclear bomb, right? At this moment, Wang Ziyi also lost his mind about going to the missile department. Hurriedly, he dialed the number. Connecting soon. Hello? Xiao Su. You just sent me is really the actual tank test screen? I don't really believe it either. But it's true. The voice on the other end of the line was bitter. Wang Ziyi's entire body, however, was agitated. Then to put it this way, the commotion at the military engineering department just now was also caused by you guys? With just one shell? Wang Ziyi repeated the wording for a long time before speaking. Are you guys taking mini nukes and stuffing them into the barrels of tanks? Hearing this question, Su Zhengqing was not shocked. Instead, it made perfect sense. However, he still recalled Lu Feng's explanation just now, and related to Wang Ziyi in its entirety, without any discrepancies. Now Wang Ziyi was directly stunned. Electromagnetic shells. Mighty. The main thing is that there is no radiation? These few strings together. Wang Ziyi's entire body was stunned. It is important to realize that such firearms are still a great deterrent on the battlefield. International dynamics are uneven, and because of the relevant treaties, countries aren't allowed to fight with nukes. So countries, nowadays, are working on how to make weapons like missiles, more powerful. And now, Bunny was the first to make it? And not missiles, but shells equipped on tanks? How can this not be exciting? Thinking of this, Wang Ziyi hastily opened his mouth and said to the other end of the phone, I've made it to the mic. You guys are at range 1, right? I'll be there now. Chapter 72, Arrival of the Commander. I'll be right there, Wang Ziyi said and hurriedly hung up the phone. He couldn't wait to see this tank that had been modified by Lu Feng himself now. Earlier in the day he had envisioned it. It was because the 6th-generation aircraft that had been transformed by Lu Feng was just too stunning. That's why he had the sudden idea to see if it was possible for Lu Feng to modify the tank. If successful, it would be a powerful help to the entire army of rabbits. But he didn't expect. This unknown young man actually had this strength. Shocking. So shocking. Wang Ziyi's eyes were excited. He wasn't at the scene, but he could tell through the video Su Zhengqing just sent over. This tank is definitely not simple. Not to mention the earth-shattering noise just now, as well as the skyward flames. If this is the normal level of this tank, no, even if the tank is mass-produced by then, it will be able to reach 80% of the level. Then we, the Rabbit's army of land warriors, will never again fear the eagle sauce. Wang Ziyi's eyes were excited. Hastened to the Ministry of Military Industry. Squeak. Without greeting him, he pushed open the office door directly. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Wang Lian with a worried frown. If it's not the missile division conducting tests, what could it be? Wang Lian frowned. He'd love to know. What on earth could have made such a huge commotion? In his perception, weapons with such great power are only nuclear bombs, apart from missiles. Just as he was thinking 100 times, the office door was suddenly opened. He subconsciously looked up, wanting to see which warrior was so clueless that he couldn't even knock on the door, but just look at each other. Wang Lian snapped and stood up directly from his position. Stand up straight. Commander 1. Aha. Wang Ziyi nodded, and just as he was about to ask Wang Lian to go to range 1 with himself, he saw the other party almost sprinkling a table full of information. Wang Ziyi frowned. What are you doing? Ugh. Hearing this question, Wang Lian sighed. I'm not going to lie. You heard the commotion just now. I was wondering what exactly made the commotion. I thought it was the missile department at first, but when I called I realized it wasn't them at all. But who else but the missile department could make such a big deal out of the military zone? Listening to Wang Lian's words, Wang Ziyi was silent for a moment and opened his mouth. Indeed it was not the missile department, for I have found the originator of the explosion just now. Hearing Wang Ziyi's words, Wang Lian was visibly stunned. He raised his head and looked at this Commander Wan in front of him with some disbelief. If one remembered correctly, it hadn't been a total of 10 minutes since the other party came to the southern war zone. Had it? I'm the one who was there and I haven't even figured out what's going on. And you do? However, this was something that even if Wang Lian was given 100 guts, he would not dare to say. because the one standing in front of him at the moment was the commander-in-chief, Wan Zi. There were words that couldn't be said, and Wang Lian was a bit torn up at the moment. And aside, Wan Zi also saw the other party's doubt. He didn't say much and just opened the video that Su Zhengqing had passed to him. Then it was handed to the other side. This is. Wang Lian took it with both hands and took a closer look. The whole thing froze as a result. This. Wang Lian pointed to the image in his cell phone and was filled with horror. This didn't come out as a complete sentence. Wan Zi expressed his understanding and patted his shoulder, explaining, "Remember the chap who converted the J-10 to a 6th-generation aircraft earlier? Lu Feng? Of course I remember. You mean, that's right, this tank in the video was modified by Comrade Xiaolu, and the explosion just now was also them testing the tank." Test tanks? Wang Lian's mood, which had just eased, suddenly tightened up again. What tank test can make such a big deal? Wang Lian was a bit unconvinced, but looking at the picture on the phone it doesn't look fake, until he saw the message from Su Zhengqing, power comparable to small nukes, but with the benefit of no radiation. Looking at the text, Wang Lian's face gradually became odd, powerful and no side effects. Do such things really exist in this world? As Wang Lian pondered, he also reacted to the fact that Wan Zi had come to find himself, probably because he wanted to lead the way, but now Wang Lian was cautious. Commander 1, in fact, I suspect that an artillery shell with such great power must not be as simple as they say. Tell you what, I'll send a radiation detection vehicle over there first, and after I'm sure there's nothing wrong with the site, you and I will go back to range 1? Listening to Wang Lian's words, Wan Zi was silent for a moment and nodded. It makes some sense. Indeed, the artillery is just too powerful. Let's send a car over to test it first. Good. Wang Lian immediately agreed, and then dialed the phone. Probe vehicle out. Looking at the screen that never changed and kept stopping at 0, Wang Lian was relieved. Commander 1, after my tests, there is no radiation or anything like that at the site of range 1, so we can continue to rest assured about the cover. Then we're off now. Wan Zi couldn't wait to order. Soon, 2 people get in the car. The speed exploded after the driver pressed the gas pedal into the engine. Almost as quickly. This is not to be looked at. The barren hills that had endured the shelling at the moment were almost as if they had been bulldozed. It's not at all obvious that this was previously a shooting range. Just when they were still surprised. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. Wang Lian as well as Wan Zi hurriedly turned their heads to look. Just see a large and huge steel mobile fortress is slowly approaching towards this side. Wan Zi's entire body froze. What is this thing? Seems like a tank, but how come I've never seen it before? I'm a little less than competent as commander-in-chief of the army, aren't I? Wan Zi was thinking. Immediately afterward he saw the lid above the tank in front of him suddenly open. Several people came out of it in succession. First Li Daiyou, then Lin Zifu, then 2 other nationalists. A total of 4 nationalists. All 4 combined are over 300 years old, but these old men, who were well past their prime, were at that moment springing out of the tanker with flying hands and feet. A brief greeting with Wan Zi, followed by a couple of men. They took the detectors and started on the tank. Chapter 73. Is this still a tank? The 4 Kokeshi held instruments and scanned the scene together. Lao Zhao! Lao Zhao! Li Dwight yelled in surprise. Did you see that? Sure enough there's no radiation at all. I saw it. Zhao Kongping looked at the unresponsive instrument in his hand, and his entire body was also excited. This is unbelievable. The 4 statesmen marveled. Manzini wants to get up there and find out. But just then, he saw 2 men come out of the tanker. Once again, one person is Su Zhengqing, and following next to Su Zhengqing was a young man. This is, Wan Zi asked Wang Lian, who was at the side, in a low voice. Wang Lian said in a hurry, this is Lu Feng. Hearing this, Wan Zi's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Lu Feng was actually so young. Hello Comrade Lu. Wan Zi hurriedly walked up and extended his thick palm. I'm Wan Zi who spoke to you on the phone earlier. End of self-introductions. Wan Zi then set his eyes, once again, on the tank in front of him. The immense bodywork. I don't know what metal the body is made of. It looks strong. It's the heavy gun on top that gets the most attention. Almost twice the firepower of any other tank. This. Wan Zi was particularly excited and asked, pointing at this tank, Comrade Lu, is this the tank you modified with your own hands? The modifications are just great. Xiao Su sent me some videos, and I was attracted to those videos. Wan Zi was excited and said a lot, then inquired about the tank. Hearing the other's question, Lu Feng explained simply, this tank, it was converted from a Type 59 tank that was applied down earlier, of which I made the exterior armor thicker, using a new alloy I developed earlier, and it's still strong enough. Some new technology has been added to the interior as well, which mainly serves to make it easier for the driver to maneuver. as well as adding to the comfort of the operation. And then second to that is this heavy cannon. This I know. Wan Zi snaps. Electromagnetically powered shells that are as powerful as a small nuclear bomb, and then there's no radiation, right? Yes. Lu Feng nodded. Hearing that the other party was so familiar, he didn't have to explain himself any further. And while we're at it, Wan Zi began to observe the tank. He walked from the front section of the tank to the rear of the tank, enough to go around in circles. The eyes were full of wonder and satisfaction. And just then, Wang Lian, who was on the side, suddenly frowned. He looked at the tank, which was immense in size and resembled a steel fortress, and asked, "Comrade Lu, the size of this tank, did you design it specifically? That said, wouldn't agility and stealth be compromised with such a large tank?" In the traditional mindset, a device with good flexibility must be smaller in size, like the lightweight tanks the tank division is working on now. And hear this query. Lu Feng laughed outright. On the side, Su Zhengqing even hastened to say, "Minister Wang can rest assured that the agility of this tank is the best of all the tanks I've seen." Su Zhengqing was full of confidence when he said this. He was the one who sat on the tank for the actual test from start to finish. The speed of this tank while traveling, almost certainly the fastest of all tanks that he had ever seen. Flexibility naturally goes without saying. As for their concern about concealment, Lu Feng also explained directly, "I'm not going to lie. I didn't even think about concealment when I made this tank." Hear this. Wang Lian couldn't help but frown. Even Wan Zi, who was on the side, frowned imperceptibly, thinking to himself that the young man in front of him is strong and remodeling though, but after all, they have never been to war. No idea at all what a large tank will face when it steps onto the battlefield. As a large weapon on the battlefield, a tank definitely plays a much bigger role than soldiers, and that's exactly why, in times of war, armies are immediately targeted to remove hidden dangers when they see a tank. From the most basic anti-tank mines, to tank sieges and even missile bombardments, various means are available. That's why it's quite important to do a good job of hiding it. And now Lu Feng was saying that he had never considered the matter of concealment? Is this a joke? And sensing the emotional turmoil in the crowd, Lu Feng didn't sell himself short, and directly spoke out his dependence. "The only reason I'm not thinking about stealth is because I'm confident enough in this tank's armor. The armor of this tank is made of a new alloy that I developed, and the thickness of the armor is outstanding. Even if a missile comes, it won't be able to shake my tank a bit." Everyone froze when they heard this. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was not surprised by his words, only with a confident look on his face. He continued, "With armor capable of resisting missiles hard, plus this full 560mm electromagnetic cannon that can resist and fight, I believe that his role on the battlefield is definitely more than what everyone thinks." Hear this. Wang Lian and Wan Zi, who originally still had some doubts, were shocked. Really? That powerful? It wasn't that the two didn't believe what Lu Feng had said, just because of what Lu Feng said. It's just outrageous. Armor capable of carrying missiles hard? How can this be possible? It is important to realize that the powder equivalent of any missile nowadays is in the hundreds of kilograms. If such gunpowder erupts, a simple example, a missile that kills at least a playground full of people. And with that kind of gunpowder equivalent, this tank was not only able to carry it hard, but also ensure that the driver was unharmed. This is still a tank? It's built exactly like a doomsday shelter. And look at the disbelief of the crowd. On the side, Su Zhengqing was a bit anxious. "Both of you, what Lu Feng said is true. Before you arrived, we had tested the armor and firepower in full," Su Zhengqing said. "For the armor test, we chose rocks on a mountainous area. And this tank, at 400 kilometers per hour, hit a dozen or so huge rocks hard in a row without slowing it down one bit. And in terms of firepower, it's even more exaggerated, with a direct range of 80 kilometers. Just now that shot, that's what we fired from 80 kilometers away. A precision hit," Su Zhengqing explained excitedly, while Wan Zi and Wang Lian on the side are listening to a little confused. 400 kilometers per hour, range up to 80 kilometers? Are you sure this is still a tank? Chapter 74, 1 million tons of TNT. This, hearing Su Zhengqing's words, the two of them, Wan Zi and Wang Lian, were instantly confused. Tanks that reach speeds of 400 kilometers per hour. And the fire coverage is still 80 kilometers? Are you sure this is really a tank? Wan Zi's mind raced, but after going through all the tank data he had seen, he couldn't find one that could be similar to what Su Zhengqing had said in his mouth. How on earth did this happen? Wang Lian couldn't help but ask Su Zhengqing. The latter, however, had a bitter smile on his face. "Although I participated in the actual testing of this tank, I was not involved in the exact modification process, but I've heard that the Forgwasher seemed to have been helping little comrade Lu Feng with his hands," Su Zhengqing explained. Wang Lian and Wan Zi's attention also instantly shifted from Su Zhengqing to the Forgwasher. But at this point in time, Li Dayou and others. The excitement was no less than theirs. 4 nationalists, with instruments in hand, surrounded the tank as well as the shell site for testing, like it was going to detect all the data on this tank, and the effect of the explosion just now. How is this like being involved in a tank conversion? Wan Ziyi muttered in his mind. Lin Zifu also noticed the look the army commander-in-chief was giving him and hurriedly explained. Xiao Su is right. When this tank was being modified, a few of us old guys did play under the hand of young comrade Lu Feng, but we're only responsible for the dismantling part of it, and when it comes to the actual modifications, there's nothing for a few of us to do. Say this. A bitter smile spread across Lin Zifu's face, where they don't want to participate. Rather, there's no way to participate at all. Tank disassembly. Relying on your own mechanical knowledge can still help, but when it comes to the modification part, the plans written out by Lu Feng alone were like heavenly books to them. Can't even read it. Even if Lu Feng listed detailed drawings and operational explanations, the 4 of them could only stare wide-eyed, in order not to help. So they didn't force their involvement and consciously withdrew from the tank modifications. So this tank is modified. Practically speaking, it has nothing to do with the 4 of them. The 4 statesmen, half the time. Seeing that you can't ask for anything, Wan Ziyi doesn't dwell on that either. Instead, he went straight forward and followed the 4 state officials to scrutinize this huge tank that looked like a steel fortress. Looking at the unknown metal on it, Wan Ziyi subconsciously pulled out a small knife from his pocket. The knife was a small gift for him, created by the Ministry of Military Industry, using the latest alloys. Strength far exceeds most current alloys. Although it can't be said that it can't cut iron like mud, it's still easy to leave some marks on general metal. With that in mind, he drew his blade and slashed it hard against the tank's armor. There was a squeak. Sparks erupted. Another look at the tank body. Not a trace left? Wan Ziyi's eyes widened as he looked at the small knife in his hand. The sharp blade, at the moment, has been sharpened beyond recognition. This, Man Ziyi man was dumbfounded. What kind of stiffness gap would that have to be to cause this? It's hard to believe that the armor of this tank can really withstand the bombardment of missiles, Wan Ziyi thought in his mind. He wouldn't actually get a missile to bomb this tank, though. Put away the knife. He began to look carefully at the tank in front of him. Soon, he then noticed the top of the tank, the very exaggerated gun barrel. This tank is huge, so the barrel, at first glance, matches the body very well and doesn't feel out of place. But now that I look closely, I realize that the caliber of the barrel is a little too big, isn't it? Xiao Su, what is the caliber of this barrel? Wan Ziyi opened his mouth to inquire. Su Zhengqing, who was on the side, hurriedly came up and explained. This is the electromagnetic gun barrel developed by Comrade Xiao Lu, and the caliber of this barrel has now reached 560 millimeters. How much? Wan Ziyi stared wide-eyed and rubbed his ears. Doubt he heard it right. Su Zhengqing, on the other hand, explained with a bitter smile. You heard right. It's 560 millimeters. And Comrade Lu said that the caliber of this barrel is only temporary, and there's room for subsequent upgrades. Hear this. Man Ziyi man is numb. Electromagnetic gun barrel. 560 millimeters. And there's room for improvement? If you elevate it any further. Is this still a tank? It's like a wall of mobile firepower. And it was at this time. Li Dayou and the others who had been probing the explosion site suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Everyone looked at them. He saw that Li Dayou was running towards the side with the rest of the 3 nationalists. Excitedly. It's measured. The data is measured. What was measured? Wan Ziyi asked curiously. Of course it's the data from the shell that was just fired and exploded on the range. Li Dayou opened his mouth, followed by a bunch of photos he pulled out, as well as drawings of the company's projections. Look at this, you guys, this is what I just measured and calculated. That one shell just now made a crater about 1.2 kilometers in diameter, and the crater at the center of the explosion was 35 meters deep at its deepest point. If you go by burst range and power, Li Dayou was full of excitement and shook his voice. The explosive effect of that shell just now was almost equivalent to the power of 1,000,000 tons of TNT explosion. Millions of tons. Hiss. Hear that number. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What's the concept of 1,000,000 tons of TNT? Without igniting it, just throwing it down from a high altitude would be able to smash a large number of people to death. Wan Ziyi's entire body was confused. He didn't realize that his thoughtlessness had led to such a good thing for the rabbit's army career. If this can be fielded, drive it to the battlefield. It's like a mobile nuclear launcher. And it's the kind that doesn't have radiation, whether it can be produced or not. Just such a tank alone is a big killer that can sit on the battlefield. Looking at his hands, the exaggerated data calculated by Li Dayou, Wan Ziyi looked at Lu Feng and inquired, Comrade Xiao Lu, if this shell is loaded, how much can this tank be loaded? This is a very critical factor. More ammo means more endurance. The impact on the situation on the battlefield will also expand. And hearing this question, Lu Feng said in a salty manner, There are 80 in total. How many? Hear that number. Wan Zi's eyes widened. 80 pieces. That means that this tank can, without interruption, inflict the equivalent of 80 million tons of TNT bombardment on the enemy. Realize this. Wan Zi only felt his scalp numb. And Su Zhengqing, who was on the side, was also shocked. One shell, equivalent to 1,000,000 tons of TNT. And the tank was loaded with a full 80 shells. Wouldn't that mean that? Did he himself actually have 80 million tons of equivalent shells under his but when he just commanded a tank to crash into rocks and go over a mountain? Chapter 75, Amazing Power. Su Zhengqing was suddenly in a cold sweat, instantly realizing how dangerous the operation he had just performed was. 80 megaton equivalent shells. But where there is a little friction, ignite. Don't talk about yourself. It is estimated that the entire range is not right. Half of the military district would have to be blown up. Okay. It's a good thing the tanks Xiaolu modified are of high quality, or else it would really be game over. Su Zhengqing had a bit of a hijacked feeling. On the other hand, Wan Zi, who was on the side, was agitated. As commander-in-chief of the Bunny Land Army, he knew all too well what a tank with nearly 1 billion tons of equivalent shells that could carry and fight meant. Such a tank, it's a downgrade for tanks from other countries. How is the actual testing of the tanks going now? Can I go up there and experience the features you were talking about? Wan Zi spoke with some excitement, his eyes filled with anticipation. Sure, no problem. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. It wouldn't take much time to take Wan Zi to experience the features of the tank. The main thing is, if this tank can make the heart of this commander from the army headquarters, then, if we cooperate later, it will be incredibly smooth. Although by relying on the cooperation program for the 6th generation aircraft, Lu Feng could have a 10-digit number of points. But, points are something like money, and who can have too much? With the help of Lu Feng, Wan Zi managed to get inside the tank. As soon as he came in, he was attracted by the various operating tables full of technological colors in front of him. So luxurious? Wan Zi's eyes widened. Tank interiors are generally rather Spartan. Various operating equipment, using traditional mechanical models, and with these gorgeous screens in front of you, and comfortable seats, something he'd never seen on top of a tank before. Xiao Su, you'll be the one to operate it. Wan Zi sat in the co-pilot's seat and spoke. Su Zhengqing nodded in agreement. Watching Chen Yiming operate this tank earlier, he had long been a bit greedy. As the head of the tank department, he was familiar with some of the operations on it after just a few glances. Instantly launched. Buzz. The sound of the engine, heavy as a beast's roar, sounded. The whole tanker, too, began to move. Commander 1, what we are showing you now is a maneuvering test of this tank, Su Zhengqing said, stepping on the gas. The speed of the tank instantly skyrocketed. Wan Zi only felt a powerful pushback sensation come over him. Before he could react, his entire body was deadlocked to the seat. Now switching modes, Su Zhengqing said, continuously pressing the buttons on the console. The speed of the tank, too, began to rise exponentially. 100 kilometers per hour, 200 kilometers per hour, 400 kilometers per hour. A short 10 seconds or so, the entire tank then soared from its initial static state to extreme speed. Su Zhengqing purposely did not turn on the gravity gyroscope mode, in order to be able to let Commander 1 truly experience the exaggerated performance of this tank, and watch the meter that keeps spiking and eventually stops at 400 kilometers per hour. Wan Zi was thrilled. I can't believe it's really possible to reach this kind of extreme speed, and it looks like it's so easy. The thought crossed his mind. A tank capable of reaching speeds of 400 kilometers per hour is not only able to travel quickly on the battlefield, and when the rush explodes, it even evades many enemy attacks. No wonder Lu didn't consider the stealth of this tank. With that speed and a professional pilot, where's the need for stealth? Wan Zi thought in his mind. Su Zhengqing drove the tank and it only took about 10 minutes to arrive at the range from where he was, climbing up and down in the deep craters of shell strikes. Simulate the previous climbing test. By the end of the day Wan Zi's entire body was numb. Let's move on to the firepower test. That's the 80-kilometer extreme range you were talking about before, and the equivalent of a megaton equivalent shell. No problem. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Su Zhengqing, who was in charge of driving, also pressed a button on the console. Navigation mode on. Intelligence system voices sounded in the tank. Immediately following the gorgeous tank's interior, countless tiny beams of light blue light began to appear. These beams of light, intertwined in front of the crowd, a 3D stereo navigation model was soon formed. And watch the scene. Wan Zi's entire body was stunned. What is this? Navigate. Su Zhengqing explained as he adjusted the direction of the tank. According to Comrade Xiaolu, when the navigation mode is turned on, the radar on this tank as well as the many sensors will operate at the same time, scanning all the surroundings, processing them, and then displaying them in front of us in this blue shimmering light. The current navigation can only scan a 10-kilometer radius around us. This range could be expanded if we could connect a satellite. Listening to Su Jingqing's explanation, Wan Ziyi was a bit bewildered. It's just a navigation. Why do you have to get so fancy? But soon, he thought otherwise. Just see the tank running and traveling. The scene around them, projected by the 3D navigation, was changing, discovered by Wan Ziyi. Inside this navigation, even some tiny things at extreme distances, even small stones, can be scanned and projected. Hiss. Wan Ziyi sucked in a breath of cool air. I seem to be thinking too superficially. This function put on the battlefield is completely able to anticipate enemy ambushes in advance. Where is this still a navigation system? It's practically an outlier. Or is it a perspective plugin? Just as he marveled, Lu Feng also found a mountain located tens of kilometers away with the help of 3D navigation. It's no man's land. It's also used to test the power of missiles. Let's use this hill for the test. Lu Feng opened his mouth to suggest. Su Zhengqing agreed and turned on the ultra-long-range lock function. Dozens of kilometers away, the mountain was instantly locked down. Commander 1, you come. Su Zhengqing withdrew his hand. Wan Ziyi, who was stunned on the side, also reacted and pressed the launch button on the console. Next, boom, there was a loud pop and the body shook slightly. Immediately after that, he saw a blazing firelight that was flying towards the distant mountain at an extremely fast speed. Almost instantly, it then crashed into the hill. Boom! An even more explosive explosion sounded, and a blinding white light like a mushroom cloud filled the sight. Watching this horrifying scene, Wan Ziyi didn't dare to breathe. Stare carefully at the image in front of you. The light dimmed and the smoke cleared, when he saw the sight in the distance. Hiss! Wan Ziyi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, only to see that the hill that has carried the missile bombardment and the artillery shells washing the ground is actually under the power of this cannon. It was moved straight to level. Seeing this effect, Wan Ziyi's entire body became excited. This power can already look out of the world. He suddenly remembered the face of President Eagle Jam at the international conference. Any worries that were still there dissipated. With this tank, the joint military exercise is not a problem at all. As for the Hawk Jam, just wait for us to hit our face hard. And just then, Lu Feng opened his mouth and suggested, now that we're testing the primary weapon, we can test the firepower of the secondary weapon next. Just range 2. The two naturally had no problem with it. Su Zhengqing drove the tank and marched over in the direction of range 2. Chapter 76. One shot shatters the wall. Primary weapons are important, as are secondary weapons. On the tanker, the sidearm of choice is usually a heavy machine gun. The role of the secondary weapon is to be able to do the annihilation of the enemy without utilizing the primary weapon. The enemy here is not referring to tanks. Rather, it's a traveling soldier. In the middle of a war, the threat of soldiers is sometimes greater than the threat posed by land weapons such as tanks. One man, one dynamite packet, one miracle. This kind of thing can be all too common. Because tanks are heavy land weapons, it is inevitable that there will be blind spots in the field of vision when they are in use. And the enemy can then rely on this blind spot in their vision to sneak up on the tank, then stick the explosives on the tank. With a little luck, it doesn't even take a single soldier to deal a devastating blow to a tank. And against such an enemy, the primary weapon is clearly inapplicable. It was the turn of the heavy machine guns to make an appearance. The curtain of bullets formed by high-speed and dense bullets can easily fend off the enemy's attack, even in the middle of some small battles. A secondary weapon is far more useful than a primary weapon. So that was why after testing the main weapon, the crowd still had the heart to test the secondary weapon. Have localized to range 2. Looking at the 3D navigation in front of him, Su Zhengqing said. Then, at the behest of Lu Feng and Wan Ziyi, they reversed direction and moved forward at full speed. The two ranges are about 10 kilometers apart. That's almost a blink of an eye for a tank with an ultimate speed of 400 kilometers per hour. As before, clear the people present first. On the side, Wang Lian began to make arrangements. Soon, the soldiers in charge of overhauling the range all left. Clear the area completely. Lu Feng, on the other hand, stretched out his hand and scratched on top of the 3D navigation. The navigation, which had been static, was instantly amplified. With a sweep of his eyes, Lu Feng quickly identified it and pointed at one of the targets. The distance is 8 kilometers, about the same, so let's use this target to test it. Good. Su Zhengqing nodded his head. Meet the main weapon with a range of fire of 80 kilometers. District 8 kilometers. It wasn't enough to shock him anymore, and just as he was about to fire, Wang Lian, who was on the side, suddenly spoke out. Comrade Lu, the target you chose is for testing the tank's main gun. This target is 15 meters high, 10 meters wide and even thicker at 12 meters. The entire interior of the target is made of a mixture of reinforced concrete, capable of resisting the blows of an average tank's heavy artillery, and would be completely pointless to use to test an ordinary machine gun. Wang Lian earnestly exhorted. While hearing his introduction, Lu Feng smiled. Just in time for this target. Prepare to test. Yes. Su Zhengqing nodded his head in agreement and skillfully began to aim and lock. On the side of Wang Lian but feel a little odd. We all know there's no point in testing it. Could it be that Lu Feng really had a lot of backbone? He was thinking. He saw Su Zhengqing, who was on the side, press the fire button. Next, boom! A huge and terrifying explosion sounded, clearly into everyone's ears. It's not just Wang Lian, even Wan Zi, as well as Su Zhengqing, who was in charge of firing, were taken aback. What is this commotion? Wang Lian was dumbfounded. You pressed the fire button on the main gun? No. Su Zhengqing was at a loss, and at this moment, Wan Zi was staring at the screen in front of him with a deadly stare. 8 kilometers away. The target that had just been selected by Lu Feng was now enveloped in a huge cloud of smoke, followed by the crowd sucking in a breath of cold air. The smoke cleared, only to see that the thick target that had just stood in place, like a city wall, had disappeared at this moment. Where's the target? Wang Lian was completely dumbfounded. Recall the horrible sound of the explosion just now. Everyone reacted. The target was, of course, directly blown away by that bullet just now. Comrade Lu. Wan Zi looked at Lu Feng and asked eagerly, what is the caliber of this tank's secondary weapon machine gun? 160 millimeters. Lu Feng explained blandly. Listen to his answer. The faces of all the people who were originally still shocked beyond belief were suddenly odd. 160 millimeters. Are you sure this is machine gun caliber? And up to this size, shouldn't be called a heavy machine gun anymore. It should be called a light artillery gun. This kid definitely has a phobia of underfire or he couldn't do something like this. Su Zhengqing thought in his heart, becoming more and more certain. And hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Wang Lian was also shocked for a moment, and his brows furrowed once again. That's not right. Even if it's a 160 millimeters caliber, it shouldn't just blow away a wall. You know that bullets, unlike artillery shells, don't have any gunpowder filling inside except for the firing mechanism. And how could we have just taken out the entire target straight away when we only fired one shot? Wang Lian was puzzled. On the side, Su Zhengqing spoke quietly. Minister Wang, was this target made? No way. Without waiting for him to finish, Wang Lian immediately denied it. There's no way we're going to have a problem with our targets. Then it's only the bullets that go wrong. Wang Lian looked at Lu Feng. Comrade Lu, are your heavy machine gun bullets different? Aha. Lu Feng nodded his head directly. For this heavy machine gun, I chose electromagnetic kinetic bullets. Electromagnetic kinetic bullets? Upon hearing this term, the crowd was confused again. What is this? How come I've never heard of it? I've added an extra layer of striking mechanism to it, which is activated when the bullet is fired into the enemy, and the effect that follows is similar to that of a cannonball explosion, but without the gunpowder in it. Lu Feng continued to explain. Upon hearing this, the crowd then understood. No wonder the targets just vaporize. Well, get on with the test. Explaining clearly, Lu Feng opened his mouth. On the side, Wang Lian hurriedly stopped it. It's pretty much tested and ready to go. He spent a lot of time building those targets. Wouldn't all of them be played out if the test went on? Lu Feng, on the other hand, says it's just the beginning. Next, lock on all targets and fire away. Yes, Su Zhengqing was so excited that he heavily pressed the strike button. Next, multiple gaping holes in the tank's hull appeared at the same time. 10 heavy machine guns, poking out in unison. Boom boom boom. Under Su Zhengqing's operation, the bullets were as if they didn't need any money, providing full fire coverage to the range several kilometers away. This, Wang Lian was in pain. On the other hand, Su Zhengqing, Wan Zi, and a few of the state officials were filled with excitement. Chapter 77 Master Cleaner. The next second after Su Zhengqing pressed the button, the entire body of the tank suddenly grew many heavy machine guns, counting the previous one. A total of 10 160 mm heavy fire machine guns were fired. Bullets poured out as if they didn't want money, at the range 8 kilometers away. This is not a pointless waste of bullets. With the help of the ultra-long-range locking feature, the bullets fired from the 10 machine guns achieved an astonishing 100% hit rate. Under heavy fire, the whole range was smoky. On the remaining dozens of targets, which were connected like a city wall, a horrifyingly huge hole appeared. Blow up! Wait until the smoke clears. The dozens of targets that were still standing on the range were seen to be reduced to rubble. Watch this scene. Wang Lian is distraught. Keep in mind that such a heavy target can be quite labor-intensive and time-consuming to build. These targets, it was originally reserved for testing by the tank division for the next several years. But now, a short 10 seconds or so, all the hard work he did went up in smoke. How can this not be heartbreaking? But on second thought, aren't we testing tanks now? With this tank, it doesn't seem to be necessary to develop any new tanks in the future. Wang Lian thought this way. The heartache he had just felt was relieved. On the other hand, Wan Ziyi, Su Zhengqing, and the 4 state officials were on the side. And yet, he only felt his scalp tingle. This heavy machine gun works. It's practically comparable to any other tank's main weapon. It is important to realize that these special targets are capable of carrying 3 to 5 main weapon strikes from a tank. But in front of this tank designed by Lu Feng, the sidearm alone is completely uncarryable. This bullet is a waste if you use it to hit people. It can be completely used to counteract tanks. Even the city wall-like target can be hit in pieces. This if hit on the human body. What's wrong with you? Ahem. Well, that's enough testing for now. Looking at Su Zhengqing, who had already cleared the entire range and was still a bit unfulfilled, Wang Lian, who was on the side, hurriedly said, "The power of this tank's secondary weapons has now been tested. Continuing the test any further is just a waste of bullets. Mainly, there really aren't that many targets on your side if you continue to test. Is it hard to empty all the ranges? Range cleaning guru right, and see the result." Lu Feng also nodded, took out the folder, and wrote down the word pass after the side weapon firepower test. Put away the folder. Lu Feng opened his mouth. There's one more test coming up. The electromagnetic weapons test. Hear this. Wang Lian and the others were a bit confused. Apparently, he looked like he didn't get it. Electromagnetic weapons? Those electromagnetic shells, electromagnetic bullets and so on of yours just now. Doesn't it count? If it doesn't count, what kind of weapon is considered an electromagnetic weapon? The crowd was a little confused for a moment. Even Wan Ziyi couldn't figure out what exactly was being tested next. But just because they don't understand it doesn't mean everyone doesn't. It was important to realize that those who participated in the test together were not just Su Zhengqing, Wan Ziyi and Wang Lian. The 4 nationalists who represent the top of today's rabbit technology level have been sitting in the back. Hearing Lu Feng say that he was going to test electromagnetic weapons next, Li Daiyou, who was sitting in the back, became excited. Being the director of the Space Academy, surely you don't just know about space technology. Electromagnetic technology was a field he had dabbled in a bit. So when he heard Lu Feng say that he was going to test electromagnetic weapons next, he was the most vocal of the many present, looking at the dumbfounded expressions of Wan Ziyi and the others. At this moment, Li Daiyou, too, took the initiative to stand out. It looks like everyone doesn't know much about electromagnetic weapons. Let me explain it to you all. Li Daiyou cleared his throat and continued. Electromagnetic weapons, as the name suggests, are devices that launch attacks through electric and magnetic fields. This device doesn't visualize the lethality of this weapon like the artillery we've seen before. The effects of electromagnetic weapons generally occur internally. For an example, it's like the electromagnetic gun concept that was mentioned at the previous weapons show. This firearm doesn't kill the enemy in the first place. What it does is that the gun shoots out a long burst of electromagnetic waves when the trigger is pulled. And these electromagnetic wavelengths can affect the normal operation of the enemy's weapons, thus causing interference with the enemy. Upon hearing this, it dawned on the crowd. Then why have I never seen these things before, or even heard of them? To the side, Wang Lian was puzzled. Li Daiyou's expression was a little embarrassed as he explained. That's because this thing is still stuck in concept. There hasn't been any decent electromagnetic weapons researched over the years. It's basically still in the stage of electromagnetic jamming applications. The jamming application he is talking about is not affecting enemy weapons equipment, but communication equipment, similar to cell phones, walkie-talkies these. And this thing requires a lot of technology and is not cheap to build. Very uneconomical. After saying that, Li Daiyou looked at Lu Feng who was on the side and asked curiously, "Comrade Lu, what is the purpose of this electromagnetic weapon of yours?" Lu Feng explained, "My electromagnetic weapon has a total of 3 functions. The first function is the ability to paralyze electromagnetic systems within a 10-kilometer radius. Note that by paralyze I don't mean malfunctioning the operation of these electromagnetic systems, but complete scrapping." Completely scrapped? Hearing this, Li Daiyou's eyes widened. Do electromagnetic weapons still have that effect? How come I've never heard of it? But just as he was about to inquire, Lu Feng spoke again. The second function, on the other hand, can paralyze the mobility of equipment in a 5-kilometer radius. Well, again, it's a complete write-off. The crowd was shocked. This electromagnetic weapon of yours, how come it's nothing like what I've learned? Li Daiyou roared in his mind. But what he wanted to know more about was the third function of this electromagnetic weapon. So, in the eyes of the crowd in anticipation, only then did Lu Feng slowly speak. The third function, then, is the core function of this device? That's the device that releases a super powerful electromagnetic flow into the ionosphere and creates lightning storms by altering the sky with the super powerful electromagnetic flow. This lightning storm is enough to turn everything within 2 kilometers into ashes. Hear this. Everyone was stunned. Electromagnetic storm. Isn't that a tactic from a sci-fi movie? Even this you can realize? Chapter 78, Lightning Storm. Lightning storm? Destroy everything within 2 kilometers? Hearing Lu Feng's words, all the people present were dumbfounded. What the hell are you talking about? Why don't I understand the look? Li Dayou was even more appalled. He envisioned the electromagnetic weapon turning into a powerful weapon with Lu Feng's modifications. But I didn't expect. I can't believe it's so exaggerated. Comrade Lu, are you telling the truth? Li Dayou opened his mouth and asked. Of course, the next step is to test this feature, so you can wait and see. Lu Feng nodded, his emotions not fluctuating much. But to test this feature, you'll need a bit of equipment, he said, twisting his head to look at Wang Lian who was on the side. Minister Wang, I need a few tanks for testing this feature. Tank? Wang Lian froze and subconsciously frowned. If it's a couple of tanks, this is a bit costly. But on second thought, no, if this function Lu Feng said is true, then the value of this one tank is worth all the other tanks. Not to mention if mass production can be achieved. The more Wang Lian thought about it, the more appalled he became. A quick nod of agreement. What kind of tanks are needed? I'll prepare them. Just find some decommissioned tanks, functioning as intact as possible, and arrange them to be within 2 kilometers of us. No problem. Wang Lian nodded in agreement and immediately went to make arrangements. Soon, a tank came from the distance. Following Wang Lian's command, they stopped within 2 kilometers of the new tank. Well, let's go down first, Lu Feng said as he opened the door of the tank. It's out there that you can see the lightning storm in its entirety. No problem. Naturally, the crowd had no objections. He hurriedly followed Lu Feng out of the car, leaving Su Zhengqing alone to continue the test. The crowd disembarked from the tank and made their way toward the far side. Until you go outside the range of influence of the electromagnetic function, that's what stopped it. Hey, can you hear me? Lu Feng took out his walkie-talkie and spoke. Roger, this is Su Zhengqing. We can start the test anytime. Su Zhengqing's voice came over the intercom. Good. Lu Feng nodded. Let's get started. Then, with the first test. Roger that. In the cab, Su Zhengqing took a deep breath. Whether it's a mule or a horse will soon be revealed. With that, he placed his hand on the on-off button of the electromagnetic weapon. Press heavily. Moment. The electromagnetic weapons inside the new tanks began to operate. An electromagnetic wave in the shape of a ring began to slowly spread outward out. This electromagnetic wave is silent and invisible and cannot be observed by the naked eye. So much so that these soldiers who came in their tanks didn't know what was going on. The minister told us to come here in our tanks. Didn't he say that we would cooperate with the new tank experiment? Why isn't there any movement at all? One soldier was a bit puzzled, and the soldier next to him, likewise, shook his head. Minister Wang didn't say, who knows how we need to cooperate? Just wait quietly. As a soldier, obeying orders is a natural duty. Since there was no next instruction from above, it was fine for them to wait where they were. But just as the two men relaxed their minds a little, suddenly, they seemed to see the inside of the cockpit. Something light up? It was followed by a crack. What's the commotion? The soldier in charge of driving the tank was a bit confused and hurriedly looked towards the surroundings. At this look, his entire body was instantly stunned. Only the few electronic components inside the tank were seen as if they had short-circuited at the moment. Sparks continued to erupt towards the outside. What is this? A tank malfunction? Hurry up and contact Minister Wang. The reacting soldier opened the comm channel, reporting to the minister. I'm having problems with the tanks here. All the equipment is malfunctioning. Repeat, all equipment is malfunctioning. He wasn't finished talking. Suddenly there was another crackling sound, followed by the same sparks in the comm channel. The two soldiers froze and looked at each other. What's going on? If you ask me, who am I going to ask? The soldier in the passenger seat rolled his eyes. Minister Wang and the others are nearby. Hurry out and report. Don't delay the test. Having said that, the two men went straight through the circular door above the tanker. And the scene also happens within all tanks. I can't believe they're all out. Looking at the many soldiers that were coming this way, Wang Lian's eyes widened. According to Lu Feng, the moment the electromagnetic weapon test begins, the electronic components on these tankers fail. The communications equipment was faulty and the situation could not be reported. So the soldier in charge of driving the tank would definitely leave the tank to come and report in person. Originally, he was a bit unconvinced, but looking at the crowds of soldiers running this way, Wang Lian's entire body was stunned. What happened? He forced himself to stay calm and questioned the soldier. The soldier's face was terrified. It's not good, Minister Wang. Our tanker suddenly malfunctioned. All the internal electronic components were damaged. Even the communication channel is not working. So is ours. And our tanks. Listening to the reports of the soldiers, not only Wang Lian, everyone present froze in place. So what Lu Feng said was true. The crowd looked at Lu Feng in surprise. At that moment, Lu Feng had already picked up his walkie-talkie and issued his next command to Su Zhengqing. Begin testing the second function. Yes, Su Zhengqing answered and pressed the button at the same time. Not much longer. The crowd then saw another group of soldiers, panicked, getting out of their tanks and running quickly in this direction. Minister Wang, our tank's power system has been damaged. Hear this. The crowd present was shocked to the core. This electromagnetic weapon of Lu Feng. Can you actually destroy the power system of a tank? This feature is very significant. On the battlefield, if it is possible to destroy the communication equipment as well as the power system of enemy tanks, that's a straight-up scrapping of an enemy tank. This is too strong, Wang Lian muttered. When Lu Feng, who was on the side, heard his words, he just smiled faintly. Tougher is yet to come. With that, he looked aside to the soldiers and asked if there were any more of them inside the tank now. On learning that the realization that something was wrong and that all the soldiers had been evacuated, only then did Lu Feng put his heart down and issued one last command into the intercom. We will now begin testing the third function. Saying that, Lu Feng also took out the sunglasses he had prepared long ago and handed them to the crowd. Put it on. In the meantime, inside the tanker, with a click, the electromagnetic weapon button was heavily pressed by Su Zhengqing. A loud buzzing sound rang out, causing even the crowd 10 kilometers away to stand a little unsteadily. Wan Zi's entire body was confused, but there was no time to ask detailed questions. Suddenly, the weather over the tanks is still changing. A bizarre scene appeared. The originally clear sky suddenly had a large gathering of dark clouds, and these dark clouds are no more, no less, just covered in a radius of 2 kilometers with the new tank as the center. Rumble, greenish-white lightning flashed in the dark clouds, and the number is growing. In the crowd's astonished gazes, the thick plasma tilted down like a storm. Put the new tanks within 2 kilometers of each other and cover them all. The crowd looked at this magical scene and froze for a moment, unable to say a word. The lightning storm lasted for a full minute. 1 minute over, the dark clouds gradually dissipated and the lightning storm disappeared. The crowd hurriedly took off their sunglasses and looked toward the front. The place where many decommissioned tanks had just been parked was now swept away. The ground is scorched black. A 2-kilometer radius of the new tank was completely turned into scorched earth, and the abandoned tanks parked in this range have evaporated without a trace. Chapter 79. Look at the scene in front of you. Everyone was shocked. Before this test even started, everyone thought that Lu Feng was joking. While utilizing electromagnetic weapons, destroying the electronic components of an enemy facility, or destroying the power system, all of this is still understandable. But this latter, using electromagnetic weapons to alter the sky, trigger lightning storms and cause destructive strikes. Either way, the crowd was in disbelief. It's science, not magic. How can a mere electromagnetic weapon affect the heavens, or even use the heavens as a weapon to inflict devastating blows on the enemy? It's a no-brainer. But the picture just now. But it was a surprise to everyone. The dark clouds that had converged in a short time, and the lightning that was thick as pulp. It's almost like it was lifted from a movie or TV show. The main thing is, in just a minute's time, this so-called lightning storm then destroyed everything within a 2-kilometer radius of the tank. Can't even see a shadow. The only thing left to prove that those tanks existed, other than the memories of the crowd, are the scorched black marks on the ground. Otherwise, Wang Lian preferred to believe that he was in a dream, an exaggerated, absurd dream. It's not just him. At this moment, Wan Zi's entire mind was also confused. He had only received a message from Su Zhengqing and was a bit curious about this so-called new type of tank, so he had put down his military affairs and rushed to the military factory. But also just curious. After all, Lu Feng did not have any understanding of tanks before, and when applying for the remodeling of Type 59 tanks, the other party only said that they had a little idea, and did not dare to pack their bags at all. So he is also betting with a kind of playing mentality. But what he didn't expect was, an unintentional act brought such an exaggerated tank to the rabbit military. If this tank is used to demonstrate lightning storm at a military exercise, not to mention eagle sauce, even the combined strength of the land forces of all countries is probably no match for this one tank. Wan Zi thought excitedly, and in the meantime, unlike the excited crowd, after seeing the effects of the lightning storm, Lu Feng's brows were still frowning imperceptibly. Taking out the folder, the word pass was endorsed on the back of electromagnetic weapons test. This made Li Dayo, who was on the side, couldn't help himself. Comrade Xiaolu, is the effect of this lightning storm just passable? I feel like it's pretty much perfect already. Li Dayo lost his voice and opened his mouth in defense of this tank. This tank, which is expected to become another weapon to be banned internationally after nuclear weapons. How can it just pass? Listen to his words. Lu Feng just said indifferently, but it does seem to me that this tank is only passable. Pass line? Upon hearing those 3 words, the people around them stared in disbelief. Are you misunderstanding the passing line in some way? Did you know that? You're already over the perfect scoreline in many countries with this passing line. Feel the stares of those around you. Lu Feng didn't dissipate the dissatisfaction in his heart, but sighed. This effect only sort of works, right? Just like the lightning storm just now. What good is a 2-kilometer kill radius? It has to be expanded a bit. Beyond that, there's still a lot of room for improvement in terms of primary weapons, secondary weapons, and armor and power. This real-world test was pretty good, but I'll have to upgrade this tank next. Lu Feng spoke these words in a breezy manner, but it made the eyes of the people on the sidelines glaze over. More upgrades? No, that's enough. To the side, Wan Ziyi hurriedly stated. Just this performance. Put on the joint military exercises. Absolutely hang a bunch of tanks exist. What's the point of upgrading? Wan Ziyi was overwhelmed with excitement as he inquired. Comrade Lu, on behalf of the military, I now want to place an order with you for this tank. He had been a bit unable to resist. Joint military exercises are imminent. An order placed one day earlier meant that one more tank could be produced, and hearing the other side's demands, Lu Feng didn't have much to hesitate and directly nodded his head in agreement. Yes, but I do have requirements. Ask for whatever you want and it will be met. Wan Ziyi said with bravado. In his opinion, whatever it takes to take this tank is worth paying for. After all, what this tank can bring to the rabbit army, it's just too big. Not only does it strengthen the army, but it will help them win the next joint military exercises and improve the international standing of the rabbits. The benefits of this are almost unthinkable. And to see Wan Ziyi so forthcoming, Lu Feng didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. As with the requirements for the 6th generation aircraft, the materials for this tank need to be supplied entirely by the military, while I'm only responsible for technical support. Also, I'm going to take 20% of the money spent on making all the tanks as labor costs. No problem. Wan Ziyi agreed immediately. Let's not talk about 20%. Even if it was 10%, he had to say yes. Having seen the strength of this tank, he had been completely captivated. The only thing he wanted now was to actualize this tank on the troops as soon as possible. So Wan Ziyi did a rough calculation in his mind, opened his mouth. This tank, I've decided to order 600 of them first, and as for your request it will definitely be met. That'll do. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. There was also some joy in his heart. Though say 600 tanks, made before the joint military exercise, it does seem a bit rushed time-wise, but just get the assembly line built. 600 is not a problem at all. The main thing is, in terms of what it would cost to remodel this tank on your own, with 600 cars, you can bring yourself quite a few points. What's not to say yes to such a good offer? Cooperation reached. The crowd was also a little tired after a busy day for most of the day. At the invitation of Wan Ziyi, Lu Feng, Wan Ziyi, Su Zhengqing, and the 4 nationalists had dinner to celebrate the meal. An excited Wan Ziyi also breaks into a drink to celebrate. The meal lasted 3 hours. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Lu Feng went straight back to the factory. Can start working on tank upgrades. That's right, Lu Feng was planning to upgrade this tank again. Mostly, this tank was just hardly perfect today. In his opinion, since the order was signed and the cost portion is all covered by the military, that upgrading the tank would be a good thing for me instead. Lu Feng thought and directly opened the system panel. Select the tank classification. Lu Feng's eyes swept over and he quickly found a suitable solution. Tank Conversion Morphing Mecha Program, 100, 1E points. The amount of points that needed to be consumed for this program was the most Lu Feng had seen so far. However, Lu Feng's remaining points at the moment were much more than 1E. Redemption. Lu Feng immediately chose to redeem it. Points are reduced. In the meantime, various information as well as techniques about this program also quickly sprang up in Lu Feng's mind. Chapter 80 New Elements. Identify good programs. Lu Feng didn't start the remodeling directly. This time, he's either modifying airplanes or tanks. The long hours had begun to wear on his mind and soul a bit. Even production team donkeys don't do this. So today, Lu Feng planned to take a good rest. Come to the dormitory that the military had prepared for him. After a brief wash, he lay down on the bed and huffed and puffed in less than 10 minutes. This sleep Lu Feng slept soundly, until 7 o'clock the next day. Lu Feng woke up and went straight to the factory after having breakfast. Along with him came the 2 state officials, Li Deyou and Zhao Kongping. Before he went to bed yesterday, Lu Feng specially sent a message to the 2 guoshi. The content was probably that he would be working on a new study today, and he hoped that the other person could come and help out with the work. After seeing the power of the 6 generations of aircraft, and the new tanks, the minds of these 2 statesmen were already captivated by those features. They couldn't wait for Lu Feng's invitation. Comrade Xiao Lu, just leave the underhandedness to us and don't worry. Li Deyou patted his chest and assured him. The same can be said for Kongping Zhou. The core technology of the Generation 6 aircraft is something they haven't learned until now, and the last time the tanks were modified, because they couldn't understand Lu Feng's transformation plan. A few of them turned to keep an eye on the progress of the assembly line. Until the tank was tested in real life yesterday, it took them a moment to realize what they were really missing out on. So this time, he received an invitation from Lu Feng. Both men felt compelled to come to this new study no matter what. Even if you still can't help later, then you definitely won't leave early. And looking at the two men with conviction, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction as well. With the two of you helping out, the rest of the research will probably be a lot easier. Lu Feng's voice paused as he spoke. He looked to the two men and said seriously, I'm going to work on a new element, one that hasn't been discovered yet. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the two people who had originally sworn to do so were dumbfounded. Isn't it a conversion tank? What's with all the research on new elements again? Does this have anything to do with modifying tanks? The two men's eyes grew weirder, but naturally, the reason why they were called over was because these two were also knowledgeable in the field of elemental research. After hearing that Lu Feng wanted to research new elements, Li Deo first muttered in his mind for a while, then opened his mouth. Comrade Xiaolu, although I don't know exactly what your purpose is in wanting to research the new elements, I can tell you, all of the elements currently accessible to humans have been studied. Trying to work out another new element is simply impossible. On the side, Zhao Kongping also nodded. Indeed, but you can state the function of the element you wish to study, and we can help you sift through the known elements to find a few that match. Hear them. Lu Feng shook his head. It was precisely because there was no match that I chose to study a new element. But since there are no more new elements for us to study, we might as well just create one. The words are not shocking. This statement was made. The two of them, Li Deo and Zhao Kongping, who were still seriously thinking of a solution, were suddenly confused. Creating new elements. Is this something I can listen to? They looked towards Lu Feng, who had a bland face with little emotional fluctuation. Eyes grow weirder and weirder. Do you think the new elements are like cabbages? That you can study them just because you say so? If you really let you research it, how else are those greats of the elemental realm going to meet people? But that wasn't something he said outright. Ryder tried to ask. So can you tell us exactly what the new element is that you want to work on? Sure, Lu Feng said, pulled over a piece of A4 paper, and drew out the pen he had with him, and began to write and draw on it. QT, deformation factor metal, element. A title is followed immediately by a long list of molecular formulas. Even the structural distribution, he drew. Lu Feng finished writing and handed it directly to the two men. But look at the structure distribution map on top of this paper, and the molecular formula. Li Deo and Zhao Kongping first stared, then frowned. In the end, people are stupid. What does this say? Why is it completely unreadable? That's the new element I'm going to create. Lu Feng opened his mouth to explain. But to make it, you have to start at the microscopic particle level. So, I need to borrow a particle collider. A particle collider? Hearing Lu Feng's request, Li Deo's eyes widened. The particle collider, a device developed on the basis of high-energy synchronizers. Its main function is to cause two beams of particles to collide in order to produce a sufficiently high interaction reaction rate. After obtaining this reaction rate, not only can it be measured, but it can also be judged from this data to combine particles to end up with the desired element. And because of that, the cost of such a device is quite high, and each one costs tens of billions of dollars. And because of the long periodicity of scientific experiments, it is difficult to see the results of a long investment, etc. Not to mention rabbits. There are only a handful of them in the entire world so far, and it just so happens that Bunny has one, which is in the particle collision laboratory today. Not to mention the unusual. It's hard to access even for highly sophisticated researchers. And hearing that Lu Feng wanted to borrow this machine, Li Deo was also surprised. Still, he hastened to agree. Don't worry, Comrade Xiaolu, this matter is in our hands. With that, he frowned again in curiosity. But I'd like to ask, Comrade Xiaolu, why do you suddenly want to study physical particles and new elements? Does it have anything to do with what you're going to do now? He was also present when Lu Feng and Wan Zi signed the contract yesterday. That's a contract for 600 new tanks in one fell swoop. Not to mention having to make all 600 tanks before the joint military exercises. Such a big project. What new elements to produce instead of grasping at straws? It's a bit of an anomaly indeed. That was why he was curious enough to ask, and at the same time, he wanted to exhort Lu Feng to hurry up and make a new type of tank. And listening to Li Dui's question, Lu Feng just nodded and then spoke. The reason for making a new element is solely because it is completely impossible to find a suitable one among the existing elements in the entire world. And the next element I'm going to make will upgrade my tank again. Another upgrade? Upon hearing those 4 words, the two Guosher who were still concerned about Lu Feng froze. Well, think about how this new tank performed in the middle of the test. The expressions on the two men's faces grew weirder and weirder. Upgrade again. You've obliterated the hill with one shot from this tank. Is there a need to raise it again? Chapter 81 Enhanced Particle Collider. It seems that Comrade Xiaolu, the requirements for this tank are really strict. Li Dayou and Zhao Kongping looked at each other, and their eyes revealed eccentricity. It's more than strict. It's almost to the point of perversion. To know, just based on the results of their experiment just now, this tank had already reached the world's top level. If it were anyone else, probably all complacent at the moment, even with their noses up in the air. On a more middle-of-the-road note, that is, with this tank, you can keep the rabbit army safe for 100 years. But what he didn't expect was this. Such a powerful tank, in Lu Feng's eyes, was only a qualified level. Having only done the test yesterday, Lu Feng was ready to do a secondary upgrade to this tank today, even specializing in a new element for this tank's modification? Look at the new elemental formula in front of you. The two statesmen pondered for a moment and eventually transcribed it. Can't read it, but want to apply down a particle collider. This would be a very effective voucher. Li Dayou took a pen and paper and copied down the formula in front of him one by one, comparing it over and over again. After making sure he hadn't made a mistake, he then folded up the paper and placed it very solemnly in his breast pocket. Comrade Xiaolu, I'll make contact now and try to help you apply for the particle collider as soon as possible. Hard work. Lu Feng nodded. Spinning off to the side, he began to think about the other points needed for this tank's remodeling. Seeing this, the two statesmen looked at each other and walked out of the plant of their own accord. Step outside. Li Dayou took a deep breath to calm the shock in his heart. Spinning around, he pulled out his cell phone, rummaged through his contacts, and dialed a number. In the meantime, Ion Collision Institute. Shen Yinian sat in his office chair, looking at the screen in front of him with a worried frown. Technology has flourished in the last 100 years. There is no shortage of research arguments from previous researchers. The scientific basis of the research left behind. With these scientific foundations, rabbits have also gradually gone from being technologically backward in the beginning to catching up with the world standards. But now the question is, 100 years of development and the rabbit has used the current scientific base of the world. Want technology to continue to evolve. It is necessary to study, correct and extend the new scientific foundations. And in doing so, the stagnant physical sciences will once again flourish. Particle collision experiments are designed to do just that, but this is a long and heavily invested process, even with the state behind it. Nor is it something that can be solved in just a few decades, and I wonder if I'll ever see basic physical science elevated, even a little, in my lifetime. As the director of this Ion Collision Institute, Shen Yinian has been presiding over and initiating the conduct of particle collision experiments. This experiment has been conducted an unknown number of times over the decades. Numerous revisions of scientific theories have been made, but not a single useful conclusion has been reached to date. It was a bit demoralizing for him. Today his greatest wish is to see basic physical science revolutionized in his lifetime, even a little. Knock knock. As he was thinking, suddenly there was a knock on the door of his room. Come in. Shen Yinian opened his mouth. The door to the room opened and the assistant walked in. President Shun, President Li of the Space Academy called, saying that he has something important to discuss with you. Li Dayou? Hearing this name, Shen Yinian raised an eyebrow. The two have known each other for many years but have not been in touch much. Just transfer the call. Yes. The assistant walked out. Shen Yinian picked up the landline on the desktop. After the beep sound, Shen Yinian was the first to speak. Old Li, I heard from the assistant that you have something important to talk about? Yes. Li Dayou's voice rang out. Are the particle collision experiments still going on at your institute? I just finished an experiment, and the results weren't very good. What are you asking for? Shen Yinian was a bit surprised. The other party is the president of the Space Academy, and it's normal to be concerned about the scientific development of rabbits, but not so much that you care about yourself, right? It's like, the restaurant suddenly called the farmer, curious about how the wheat was growing this year, but before he could ask his doubts out, he heard Li Dayou on the opposite side of the room let out a sigh of relief. So your particle collider should be idle now? It just so happens that I'm planning to borrow it on my end. Wait. Shen Yinian opened his mouth to interrupt, his expression growing more and more odd. Borrow a particle collider? Aren't you guys working on a Generation 6? Why are you borrowing the particle collider? Those two things don't seem to be related at all. Hearing Shen Yinian's doubts, Li Dayou was silent for a long time. He was tempted to tell the other side that the 6th generation had been made a long time ago. They've even been mass-produced by the dozens. However, these were confidential and he did not tell the other party, but explained, here's the thing. We need to borrow the particle collider to create a new element. Wait. Shen Yinian interrupted again. He was filled with horror and couldn't believe that the words came out of Li Dayou's mouth. The purpose of the borrowed particle collider is to make new elements? The amount of information in this passage was too much for Shen Yinian to accept for a while. It is important to realize that the birth of a new element can have a huge impact on the field of science. The scientific studies that are being done now are based on the 118 elements that are currently available. When a new element is born, it means infinite possibilities. The scientists of countless advanced countries in the world are pursuing something. At this time, even from the mouth of Li Dayo, this layman said, how could he not be shocked? And at that moment, Li Dayo thoughtfully explained, on my side, I've got authorization from the relevant leaders, and the plan is being prepared. And then what? You're in charge of new elemental manufacturing? It's not me, it's a young man. Young people? Shen Yinian froze for a moment. How young? Probably early 20s. Hearing Li Dayo's words, Shen Yinian was filled with horror. He now suspected that the other man was teasing him, but had no proof. Shen Yinian took a deep breath to calm down. This can't be said over the phone. Why don't you come to my office? The particle collider is also on our side. It's on its way. A few hours later, Li Dayo came to Shen Yinian's office without any problems. The whole thing was explained, briefly, and then he pulled out the new elemental formula he had copied down earlier and kept close to him. Shen Yinian looked at the precise, complicated formulas in front of him. Eyes gradually changed from the first doubt to concentration. The last is full of shock. No way. Shen Yinian closed the piece of paper and shook his head. The formula, while seemingly reasonable, is absolutely impossible to produce. Li Dayo, however, did not argue and asked instead, what is the magnitude of this particle collider at your institute? Shen Yinian uttered a number, but saw Li Dayo shaking his head. That won't work. The volume is too low for the person in charge. What? Shen Yinian rubbed his ears, suspecting that he had heard wrong. The particle collider in his own research institute was built at the expense of the state, and was remodeled and upgraded once a dozen years ago. I can't believe I'm being told by the other side that the magnitude is too low. Shen Yinian didn't say anything, but he already had an answer in his heart at the moment. The other guy must be nuts. Li Dayo, however, did not notice the other party's expression, and after learning that the volume was too low, he directly dialed Lu Feng's phone to explain the situation. Comrade Xiao Lu, I've already been to the Particle Collision Research Institute, but their particle collider is too low in magnitude to meet the requirements you mentioned before. That's okay. Lu Feng's flat voice came out from the phone. Just borrow it. Get ready. I'm going to video command you to operate it and boost performance. Good. Li Dayo nodded. Lu Feng's voice also clearly reached Shen Yinian's ears. The latter's eyes widened as he tried his best to control the anger in his heart. Hubris. It's too cocky. So far, none of their institutes have been able to utilize the full capabilities of this particle collider, and the other side came up and dismissed the machine, even going so far as to enhance the performance of the particle collider by manipulating it. He couldn't find any other word to describe the young man on the phone than arrogant. All right, old Shen, this is an order from above. Cooperate. Looking at Shen Yinian, who was full of anger, Li Dayo patted the other party's shoulder to show his understanding. The two men put on their protective suits and led the institute's crowd to the particle collider's operating table. Well, let him command. Shen Yinian didn't speak in a good humor. Li Dayo nodded and dialed the video phone. Soon, a clean face appeared on the screen. Seeing that the person in charge of this experiment was so young, Shen Yinian immediately became a little reluctant to cooperate. But before he could complain, Lu Feng began directing him to start the particle collider and provided a series of parameter modification suggestions. Shen Yinian was disdainful at first, but listen to this. The expression on his face grew serious. One moment, Shen Yinian said, and hurriedly came to the operating table to operate a meal. In the gaze of the institute crowd, the machine that had modified its settings according to the parameters provided by Lu Feng actually started successfully, and it runs smoothly, with constant feedback on the screen. Verification passed. Chapter 82, not enough weight. I can't believe they all passed. Looking at the information that was displayed on the screen and fed back, everyone in the room froze. Shen Yinian was even more excited. When he heard Lu Feng's parameter modification suggestion, he realized that something was wrong. Originally, he thought that this young man on the screen, this was a temporary rush, or came over to gild the lily. But listening to the series of parameters reported by the other side, and he realized something was wrong. This test, I can't believe they all passed. Looking at the crowd's excitement, Li Dayo's was a little smug, with having honor. Well, let's start the test as soon as possible. No problem. After the excitement, Shen Yinian slowed down and immediately agreed, preparing for particle collision experiments. With a wave of his hand, the researchers are all on the job. After a long and tedious preparation, the experiment began. Two beams of high-energy particles, catalyzed by the collider, began moving at the speed of light. In just an instant, they crossed the long tunnel and crashed together with precision. Next, numbers started popping up on the screen. Shen Yinian, as well as the people from the research institute clenched their fists and nervously looked at the screen. The numbers keep jumping, eventually stop, and looking at the final result, Shen Yinyan's entire body was stunned. The experiment worked. That figure. It's several times the original. It's not just him. Everyone at the research institute was stunned. That young man offered advice that actually worked? That's more than useful. The data has multiplied several times, which we've never had before. Before I thought it was nonsense, but now, I didn't even think that the performance of this collider could be improved, and by so much. Who on earth is that young man? So powerful at such a young age? Looks like he's only in his early 20s. I was still in college when I was that age, I think. The crowd at the research institute was talking and marveling, very curious about this young man on the screen and what his identity was. And look at the numbers. After Shen Yinyan's excitement, he was also suddenly a little ashamed. He came in front of Li Dayo and spoke to Lu Feng in the cell phone screen. Comrade Lu, I apologize for not believing you before because of your age. The attitude is very sincere. That's okay. Lu Feng waved his hand indifferently. He didn't care about Shen Yinyan's previous attitude. What he cares about is the magnitude of this collider now. Changing the parameters had increased the magnitude of this collider by several times, but it still couldn't meet Lu Feng's requirements. It's even a long way from passing. Comrade Lu, can we start the test now? Li Dayo opened his mouth and asked. Lu Feng, on the other hand, shook his head. No, the numbers are still way off. Ha, Shen Yinyan had a surprised look on his face. But we bunnies only have this one particle collider. It's not just rabbits. It's actually not available in many countries on the blue planet. Being able to build a particle collider is already a sign of national strength. It is almost a product that condenses the essence of current technology, and the other party can't even look at it? Shen Yinyan didn't want to hold out for the machine, but instead began to fret about how Lu Feng's next experiment was going to go on. And soon, Lu Feng gave a solution. The only way to improve the performance of this particle collider now is through modifications. Lu Feng's words were said in a breezy manner. The others, on the other hand, were instantly wide-eyed. Modified particle collider? Is that something you can say? Such a particle collider is a product of the state. The construction alone took 10 years and consumed a total of $36 billion. That's not even the main thing. The main one is, as the only particle collider for rabbits, can't it just be retrofitted? Comrade Lu, you can't be kidding, can you? Shen Yinyan asked. Lu Feng, on the other hand, shook his head. No kidding, this particle collider will have to be remodeled and upgraded if we want to conduct the next experiments. That. Shen Yinyan was choked and was silent for a moment, stating that this matter needed to be reported by himself. Lu Feng was self-evident. As he watched Shen Yinyan leave, Lu Feng also gathered his attention back. The Ministry of Military Industry. Lu Feng sat down on the chair and moved his mind. The panel unfolds quickly before your eyes. Since we're going to modify the particle collider, we definitely need to find the appropriate drawings. Thinking, Lu Feng then began to look for it. When there were none among the 10 million, Lu Feng started looking in the next gear. It was only when he kept finding the corresponding drawings in the 1 billion points bracket that he found them. Drawings for super energy particle collider modification, 1 billion points. Redemption. Lu Feng's mind moved. Next, half of the points he had painstakingly accumulated for so long disappeared. Redemption successful. The panel refreshes the text, immediately followed by the drawings about the transformation of the super energy particle collider, as well as the corresponding technology began to appear in Lu Feng's mind. Almost instantly, he then mastered all the techniques related to this area. In the meantime, Shen Yinyan drafted the application and sent it to his superiors. Then he sat down in front of his computer and began to get jittery, although it is said that he didn't believe that Lu Feng could actually produce a new element. But, what if a single string of parameters boosts the performance of a particle collider by several times? This kid, maybe he can really make a new element? Shen Yinyan was thinking. Suddenly, a phone rang on the side. It didn't go through the assistant. It was received directly in the office. Shen Yinyan reacted that this must be a call from his superiors. Pick up the phone immediately. A few moments later, with a delighted expression, he called Li Dayo. Old Li, the higher-ups have agreed to the remodeling plan. Spread the good news. Shen Yinyan immediately came to the institute. All, you may now stop what you are doing. For the rest of the day, everything will be prioritized by Comrade Xiaolu's transformation plan. That's right. He planned to join Lu Feng in his remodeling and upgrading program. And Li Dayo, who had received this good news, immediately passed the message back. There was no reaction from Lu Feng's side. Instead, Wan Zi's entire body was agitated. He didn't understand the importance of the particle collider for this experiment, but having been explained by Li Dayo, he also understood that it was a big project. Wan Zi found the communication soldier in Wanglian and ordered, notify the major military districts, and draw from the military engineering departments of the major military districts. What we're up against this time is a big job. It's important to make sure that the people involved in the project are professional. Yes, the two of them took the task and whirled around to ask curiously, Commander 1, how much manpower would be appropriate to draw out? How many men? Wan Zi thought for a moment and spoke. No less than 100,000. Chapter 83, Who gave you the courage? Hiss. Hearing Wan Zi's words, the orderlies and Wang Lian sucked in a breath of cool air. Originally, they were wondering what kind of project would require the mobilization of military engineers from various military regions. Don't you have enough in your own military district? The Southern Military Region, one of several military regions of Rabbit. The Ministry of Military Industry here gathers a lot of talented people. There are even tens of thousands of military workers. But when he heard Wan Zi say that a minimum of 100,000 people were needed, both of them froze. It looks like a big project, like no other. Wang Lisan was shocked, but Wan Zi didn't say, and he didn't dare to ask. Just take the task and wind up going to mobilize manpower. With Wan Zi's authorization, it was very convenient to deal with the major military regions. Almost. Look at the list in your hand. Wang Lian nodded. Soon, transport planes from all the major military districts, buses have arrived. 100,000 military engineers, gathered in the Southern Military Region. Not only that, the entire personnel of the Particle Collision Research Institute also arrived at the scene under Shen Yinyan's leadership. All come with me. Wang Lian counted the number of people, and then followed the instructions and led the crowd to the square. Over 100,000 people stood shoulder to shoulder, and just then, a jeep approaches. The crowd looked over curiously, but when they saw the person coming down from the car, they all froze. Only a long figure stepped out of the car. The man was young-looking, appearing to be in his 20s, obviously a college student look-alike. Wang Lian also froze for a moment. Isn't that Lu? How did he get here? Without waiting for him to ask, he saw Lu Feng walk slowly to the crowd. Eyes scanning the crowd, he said aloud, My name is Lu Feng, and I'll be in charge of the entire remodeling project next. This project is going to take a long time, so everyone will have to work harder in the meantime, and I'd like to thank you all in advance. He just finished. The entire square was instantly noisy. This is the person in charge, and it's too young, looks to be in his 20s, about the same age as my son. Isn't Commander 1 talking about a big project? And why is the person in charge not a figure like the director of the institute, but a college student instead? Not sure, but the commander must have his reasons for doing so. Be quiet and listen. The crowd was talking at the same time. Lu Feng, with the help of Wang Lian, also completed the grouping. All team leaders, come with me to the conference room. More than 100 people came to the conference room. Lu Feng directly pulled out a drawing and spread it on the ground. The drawing was huge, with a width of 20 meters alone and a length of even more than 50 meters. This is just a general sketch. The drawings of the individual part splits are saved inside the computer. I'll send them out to your groups later, and your groups will divide and conquer. Lu Feng opened his mouth to explain, and upon hearing these words, the crowd subconsciously looked at the drawings spread on the floor. You call this a general overview? The area of this paper alone is 1,000 square meters, and that's still the extent of the compression. Otherwise some of the detailed parts wouldn't be drawn. Modifying the particle collider. We have a total of 1 month. This is the 1 month we need to move the collider from the Particle Collision Institute and complete the remodeling. Everyone was confused when they heard this. A month? That's too much of a rush. You know, a particle collider is tens of kilometers long, and it's still all buried in the ground. Trying to move it would require not only a fresh start, but also a proper disassembly of the particle collider. Otherwise it would not be possible to carry it at all. This set of works down, even mobilizing all the resources, without 10 days and a half cannot be done. In this way, the time left for them to remodel was only about 20 days. There's no way it can be done. Instead, Shen Yinyan, who was a professional, focused on the drawings in front of him, but when he looked at it clearly, he realized how exaggerated the drawing really was. The whole tunnel, it reaches 300 kilometers? Shen Yinyan's eyes widened. Keep in mind that the largest particle collider to date is only 27 kilometers. But Lu Feng, this drawing, is directly going to transform the Rabbit's collider, which was originally only 20 kilometers, to the extent of 300 kilometers? More than 10 times over. You call that remodeling? It's not too much of a stretch to say it's a do-over, is it? Noticing Shen Yinyan's expression, the crowd around them also looked up at the drawing spread out on the floor, larger than a carpet. Then, everyone froze. They knew it was a big project, but they didn't realize it was such a big one. 300 kilometers of pipeline. What's the concept? An example. If you keep the car at 60 kilometers per hour, it will take 5 full hours to cover the entire distance. Converting to a particle collider pipeline. Wang Lian suddenly felt that the 100,000 military engineers that Commander Wan had asked himself to find, isn't that a little less? Shen Yinian on the side was also both excited and thrilled. As the director of the Particle Collision Research Institute, how could he not see the gold content of this drawing? No exaggeration. With enough manpower and enough investment, plus this drawing, any country, no matter what level, can build a particle collider. And it's the same particle collider that dominated the world as soon as it came out. Relax everyone, what we're going to do isn't a remake, it's an upgrade. Seeing that the expressions of the crowd were not right, Lu Feng also spoke out to comfort them. Hear his words. Instead of being half comforted, the crowd's expressions grew progressively odd. They were silently calculating the workload in their minds. Then found, even with the upgrades, you can't accomplish such a large project in a month's time. Shen Yinian on the side couldn't help it and asked in a hurry, Comrade Xiaolu, are you mistaken? Such a big project in a month's time to complete? A bit unlikely And in the face of his questions, Lu Feng just faintly shook his head. No problems have arisen, and a month's time is absolutely fine. And with the manpower we have, it's quite enough to retrofit this particle collider. Quite enough. When they heard Lu Feng's words, the people present were all bad. How much manpower? Well, that depends on the size of the project. 100,000 people is definitely quite enough or even rich for the average project. But for the project at hand, a sense of powerlessness suddenly arose in the hearts of the crowd. Looking towards the confident Lu Feng, the crowd only felt 10,000 grass mud horses running wildly in their hearts. They would like to ask Su Yun, just who gave you the confidence? Liang Jingru? Chapter 84 Making Miracles. The crowd was astonished at Lu Feng's confidence. This directive, however, was given by the army commander-in-chief, Wan Qi. It is natural for all to think otherwise. What's more, with the parameters of this particle collider, it would definitely be the world's first if it were built. Therefore, although the crowd complained that Lu Feng was inappropriate, they were still very excited in their hearts. Even if it can't be completed in a month's time, 1 year, 10 years, as long as this collider can be made, it will help the rabbit field of science immensely. So the crowd had no other ideas. After receiving the order, the crowd left the conference room and took their groups to make preparations. Lu Feng also returned to his office and sent the drawings of the parts saved on his computer to different groups. All these groups have to do is attack and make the parts that are distributed to them. Final uniform assembly. So this project looks big though, but actually distributing it on each group is not as much of a stretch as one might think. In the meantime, Wang Lian has his own mission. Determined that the work has officially begun, he then immediately began to prepare the materials, the resources. Soon, all sorts of information was sent over in a steady stream, and it was divided into many portions according to type and function. Okay, teams come and get their materials and then it's time to get to work, Lu Feng commanded. The crowd gathered their information and began work immediately. Not only that, excavation work has also begun at the particle collider located at the Particle Collision Institute. Machines over 24 kilometers in length were dug up and properly disassembled, packed and started to be transported to the mic by transport planes and military transport vehicles. The whole process is complex but organized. In the middle of the process, Lu Feng naturally wasn't idle. He wanders into many groups from time to time. When each group encountered any problems, he immediately went up to the demonstration and answered questions about the results. So it's been a while. Lu Feng was actually the busiest person in the entire project. Not only do you need to help the teams attack the parts, but you occasionally have to visit the place where the particle collider will later be placed, directing the construction team. And naturally, such a big move can't be hidden. The internet soon sparked a discussion about it. Recently there's been construction on this side of Xiang City. A good-sized trench. And I don't know what's being put in it. I saw it too. It's about 100 kilometers long. It's too much. I remember it being fenced off. How did you guys see it? This is not the main thing. The main thing is exactly what kind of people are working on the construction. I saw a lot of people in military uniforms at the construction site. It looks like it's the military. The country isn't up to something big behind our backs, is it? It's very likely that the country seems to have gone behind our backs and beat up northern Burma some time ago, when officials were still tweeting goodnight every day. Oh mother of my country, you are secretly powerful again behind my back. I'm afraid of waking up one day and suddenly we're number one in the world. What world's first? We rabbits will always be a developing country. Lots of lively discussion on the internet. Some people even started to hate the bureau chief. At Bureau Chief Jiang, Bureau Chief, is our country secretly working on some kind of weapon of mass destruction? At Bureau Chief Jiang, it's okay for the Bureau of War Neglect to fool outsiders, but don't fool your own people. Tell us in secret. At Bureau Chief Jiang, just give me a hint. Bureau Chief, we can all understand. Related words and phrases that have skyrocketed in popularity on the web. Almost on the same day, All the words then hit the hot seat. The number of people who write the bureau chief is also increasing. Somewhere in an advertising building, looking at the densely packed background information, the bureau chief frowned. In fact, as soon as this project began, he received information about it. The higher-ups wanted him to get ahead of the game, but for the first few days, he chose to go cold turkey. But watch the heat now. It's like you can't go cold turkey anymore. It's not a good idea to always fail to respond. The directorate frowned. With all this commotion, it's impossible for netizens not to be skeptical. His greatest fear, in fact, was the discovery of movement abroad. If the rabbit side of the action is detected in advance by forces outside the country, then, in order to suppress the rabbits, those people might take action. I just hope that the military side will hurry up and finish the construction. By then, even if the forces outside the country find out, they won't dare to do anything more. Bureau said, opening his scarf and starting to reply. Bureau chief, it's just an ordinary military mobilization. Don't worry about it. This reply, apparently, was not enough to stump the enthusiastic audience. The related discussion is hot, and the netizens started all kinds of speculations. Such a big project. I remember the last time it was a subway construction. This is definitely not a subway, whose subway is only a few hundred kilometers, It feels like it's making something awesome, but I don't know. I can only say that understand all understand. Do not understand said you do not understand. This is very deep water. I'm super. Brother Knowles. Various online discussions are unabated, but it's a good thing no one associates it with particle colliders. And during this time, Lu Feng wasn't idle either. The original particle collider was transported over, and he proceeded to start modifying it. There were not enough parts, so the prototype was disassembled first. Whenever a part is made, it is added at the first opportunity. The teams worked hard to overcome it, and the process of retrofitting the supercapacitor collider is steadily progressing. Unawareness. A month has passed. This day, the teams will make the parts and transport them all to the remodeling base. Add these, and the hypergolic particle collider is complete. Looking at the densely packed parts, Lu Feng took a deep breath. The rest of the group was excited as well. I didn't realize that it would take at least a couple of years of work in their opinion. Surprised it only took a month? Of course, the crowd was well aware that it wasn't their doing. If it wasn't for Lu Feng traveling around the groups, personally explaining and demonstrating the parts alone, they probably haven't even attacked it yet. Not to mention assembling the hypergolic particle collider. Okay, everyone work hard to finish this last bit. Just then, Lu Feng opened his mouth to command. Everyone nodded, excited and cautious as they went up. Parts assembly, splicing, the tedious work, with the efforts of 100,000 military engineers, was like an assembly line. Soon the first part of the modification was completed, followed closely by part 2. Part 3, it was busy until late in the evening, looking at the pipes and the main body of the collider that had been remodeled and disassembled into several large sections that lined the plaza. The crowd was excited. Lu Feng, on the other hand, conducted a final inspection. After determining that there are no problems with the assembly session, he took a long breath and announced to the crowd, Super Particle Collider, modification complete. Chapter 85, all passed. With Lu Feng's announcement, the renovation program of the Super Energy Particle Collider has come to a complete end. More than 100,000 military engineers were present. In tears, finally, is done. Originally, I thought that this was an impossible task, but I didn't realize that with the help of Comrade Xiaolu, we really created this miracle. This big project is totally going down in history. It's all thanks to Comrade Xiaolu. Otherwise we'd probably still be stuck at the first step right now. Until now I'm still in a bit of a trance. Such a big enough project to take years. We really only spent a month. There was a lot of talk among the military engineers in the room. Until now, a trance-like color flickered on their faces. 1 month, 100,000 military engineers work night and day, and all the processing machines are spinning on their axles. But even then, everyone's heart stayed afloat. Until today. Until Lu Feng just announced that the remodeling was complete. Everyone's heart, then, dared to let go. Although all the people present are major military regions, the backbone of the military-industrial sector. But in the meantime, they feel like a schoolboy. If Lu Feng hadn't spent the whole day explaining and doing it himself, the whole project is definitely not going to be completed in such a short period of time. Even until just now, they didn't dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Fear that a problem with a part will result in slowing down the entire project. Fortunately, under Lu Feng's naked eye inspection just now, there were no problems with the entire remodeling project. The crowd dared to breathe a small sigh of relief. But that doesn't mean it's over. Instead, it's just getting started. Next, the superparticle collider is going to undergo its first round of testing. Lu Feng said. Everyone's hearts, which had just been set at ease, hung back up again. Watch as the freshly made pipes, as well as the main body of the machine, are carried away by the workers. A pipeline of up to 300 kilometers long, laid in a military area is obviously unlikely. Under the careful transportation of workers, the tubes, each cut, went where they were supposed to, put in the dug tunnel and start assembling. The 4 state officials, as well as Shin In, the director of the Particle Collision Research Institute, didn't dare to rest at the moment. Each man took charge of a separate side, directing the workers who transported the pipes and even assembled them by hand. This project may seem huge, but with many people working together, it went fast. About an hour later, fully 300 kilometers of pipeline, assembled. The main machine, located in the Ministry of Military Industry, was also subjected to various debugging by Lu Feng. Eventually, the leaders of the various teams, as well as a few of the nationalists, gathered in the lab that had just been set up. Everyone looked at Lu Feng excitedly. Thank you all for your hard work during this time, and now it's time to calibrate the fruits of our labor. Lu Feng looked at the crowd and said softly. His tone was flat. The thousands of team leaders present, however, were on edge. Follow closely. With the crowd watching, Lu Feng reached out and gently pressed on the run button. The next second, the gray screen lit up. A string of programs, one after the other, surfaced on the screen. Program test, passed. Indicator energy test, passed. Running environment test, passed. With a clear drip sound, lines of programs, as well as text, flowed across the screen. Everyone in the room clenched their fists. With each test they passed, their moods relaxed, but then fell back into tension. A particle collider in which there are many key points of operation, but where one fails the test, it is necessary to disassemble the entire machine and overhaul it. So now the crowd is so nervous that they can't even breathe a breath, let alone the death-defying act of opening champagne at halftime. Time passes slowly. The machine continues to run, making a clear ticking sound, and the test is getting faster and faster, with the beeps so dense that they almost form a line. With the crowd watching, the detection progress bar is also steadily rising. 80%, 90%, 100%. Look at the test results again. All through. Seeing this result, Lu Feng smiled slightly. The people present were all excited. All of them hugged each other with excitement and tears. It was a month too short and too long. It took a long time for the crowd to catch their breath. Congratulations to everyone. Lu Feng spoke softly. The numbers for this test were great and didn't disappoint everyone's efforts over this period of time. The crowd was naturally quite proud to hear this, but they were also very curious. Good numbers? After all this time together, the crowd got to know the young man in charge. Lu Feng's requirements were quite high. A few insignificant imperfections would not be spared by him. And now, even Lu Feng said that the data is very good. What is it really like? The crowd was curious and came up to watch. But this look, everyone froze. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000. Shin In counted the numbers on the screen, his face becoming more and more appalled. I can't believe I've collected 1,000,000 Ts of data? Hear that number. The crowd, who were originally excited and thrilled, were suddenly appalled. That number is too much. Someone made a sound. It is important to realize that the test of the machine has just taken place for only a brief moment, and in that short period of time, this superparticle collider collected 1,000,000 Ts of data. Look at the screen in front of you. The crowd just felt like they were in a fairy tale. Extremely unrealistic, but that's not all. After Shin In was shocked, he began to browse other test data. With each number that appeared, Shin In felt a crack appear in his worldview. Just because these numbers are all so over the top, every single piece of data is several, if not dozens of times that of the former particle collider. Shin In's face was horrified as he stared at the numbers on the screen, until the last test data appears. His entire body stood up straight, his face full of disbelief. The particle beam energy has reached 60,000 TeV. How is this possible? Followed by a commotion from the crowd. This number is so exaggerated that they are even beginning to suspect that the system is running wrong. But that's not all. Upon seeing this number, Lu Feng, who was on the side, however, shook his head. It's still not enough. Get ready to ramp up the energy. Not enough? Step up the energy? The simple words sounded like heavenly writings to the crowd. Before they could react, they saw Lu Feng walk over to the machine and gently press a button on the console. Next, the hum of the machine running resumed. The energy output increased at a rate visible to the naked eye. 70,000 TeV, 80,000 TeV, 90,000 TeV. In the midst of the horrified gazes of the crowd, the energy of the particle beams, displayed on the screen, soared, just for a moment. Then it broke through the previous limit, 100k TeV. Chapter 86, Making New Elements. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded as they watched the number slowly stop on the screen. 100,000 volts? This can't be a joke. the shadow of a yellow-skinned rat silently floated through most people's minds. But the problem is, that's an anime. That's almost a few dozen times more than the original particle collider. Shin'inyan's eyes widened and his entire face turned red with excitement. No wonder Comrade Xiaolu said that our previous particle collider didn't meet the requirements. So what is needed is a machine of this magnitude, 100,000 volts. It's one of a kind in the world. It's not just him. Everyone there was shocked. It took a few moments to quiet down. Well, it's been a long time of hard work. After determining that this super energy particle collider fully met the requirements, Lu Feng looked at the crowd and thanked them. Thank you all for your cooperation during this time. Everyone can rest and go. The crowd was excited though after seeing that statistic. But over the past month, the crowd has been working, so to speak, without sleep and on a rotating schedule. The spirit has been tight. Now the machine falls perfectly. Hearing Lu Feng say that again, the crowd, which had been on edge, let go. Finally a break. I don't think I'll be able to sleep today after seeing how successful this device is. Ha, I'm sleepy as hell. I haven't had much time off in the past month combined. Who isn't? There are so many parts to be made as soon as I wake up every day. I haven't been this busy in all the years I've been in the mic. After making this machine, I feel like my life is complete. How many big projects can a person be involved in during his lifetime? In the future, this kind of thing can be used as a story for future generations. Ha, that makes sense. Sleep. See you tomorrow. The crowd was in a good mood. After greeting each other, they scattered and walked away. After working for a long time, Wang Lian also gave them a small vacation of one day's time. Some people choose to go back to their dorms to catch up on sleep, while others prepare a good beer barbecue. Shin Yinian, Li Deo 5 people were also excited. Comrade Xiaolu, you've worked hard during this period of time. Go back and rest. There's no rush on the modifications, Li Dewa said in relief. Lu Feng hummed, but didn't agree. Turning around, he headed toward his lab. The crowd, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled at the sight of this scene. Comrade Xiaolu, your dormitory is over there, Rita said pointing to the dormitory. Lu Feng, on the other hand, nodded. I know, but before I take a break, I'm going to get the new particles out now. Hearing this, Li Dao was instantly dumbfounded. It was important to realize that in the past month, the busiest person in the entire military region was Lu Feng. Some people observed the calculations and realized that when Lu Feng was at his busiest, he couldn't even sleep for 5 hours a day. But now that the super energy particle collider was made, the other side actually didn't slacken off even a little bit and didn't even think about taking a break. And we need to get the new particles out now? It's too voluminous. Are you guys going to rest? Lin Zephyr glanced at the crowd. The remaining 4 nationalists shook their heads in unison. Lu Feng was so diligent. What kind of mind did they have to rest? And Lu Feng was talking about making a new element on the spot. Can you not go over there and learn from this kind of scene? Comrade Lu, wait for me. Shen Yinian was incredibly excited and hurriedly chased after him. Seeing this, the remaining 4 hurriedly followed. Didn't go more than a few steps. Several people then arrived at a brand new laboratory. The 5 Guosher walked in after Lu Feng, and their footsteps stopped in unison for a moment. Li Dao looked at the various instruments displayed around him and stared wide-eyed. When did all this stuff get done? His whole body was confused. As the director of the Space Academy, it was surprising that the machines in this small room had never been seen by themselves. The moment you see these instruments, inexplicably, scenes of experiments from sci-fi movies came to his mind. It's not just him. The crowd on the sidelines was equally surprised, especially Shin Yinian. He cautiously stepped into the room to get a closer look at the instruments. How did this get all these instruments? Old Shin, you know all this? On the side, Li Dao asked curiously. Shin Yinian immediately nodded his head and said with incomparable certainty, these instruments are the same as the ones we use at the institute, with basically the same functions. The only difference is that all these instruments seem to have a lot of power and are presumably quite a bit more efficient to use. Strange. Why is something that we can't even get at our research institute here? Because I made these. On the side, Lu Feng had already walked to the operation console and pressed the start button while explaining. And hearing this, Li Dao and the others reacted. No wonder sometimes you couldn't find Lu Feng no matter what. I feel like the other side is making these instruments. Hearing that these instruments were all hand-rubbed by Lu Feng, Shin Yinian's eyes brightened and subconsciously wanted to ask Lu Feng to help his own institute to rub a set as well. But on second thought, the particle colliders over at the research institute were disassembled and shipped here to complete the modifications. What else do you need these instruments for? As Lu Feng pressed the start button, the various equipment that had been silent for a long time also began to operate slowly. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Feng also introduced his laboratory to the people present. This is where I specialize in making new elements, and where the previously modified hypergolic particle collider is located. The next step is simply to load the element I've chosen ahead of time into the collider and let it hit the target element, thus getting the new element I want. Saying that, Lu Feng also wrote down the manufacturing principle of the new element. But looking at his list of maneuvers, everyone in the room was dumbfounded, completely unintelligible. It was also just the related field that Shen Enian could still understand a little bit. But with my understanding, making new elements is probably not going to help, Shen Enian thought to himself. And in the meantime, the machines are all started. Lu Feng also began to operate. Various instruments started to operate under his operation. From time to time, light flashed through the transparent crystal cover at first glance. It looks just like an experimental scene in a sci-fi movie. Li Diyo and the others stood on the sidelines, looking dumbfounded. Originally, they were thinking of stealing a little bit of theory and technology about the manufacture of new elements. However, Lu Feng's familiar, orderly and fast operation made their eyes go out. Old Li, do you think Comrade Xiao Lu is a human being? Li Diyo had a question mark on his face. Shen Enian, on the other hand, realized the problem with this sentence and changed his words. I always feel that Comrade Xiao Lu he is not a Blue Star person, like it came out of a movie. 87. Tank upgrades. I feel like Comrade Lu has stepped out of a movie, and it's a science fiction movie. Lin Zephyr muttered in a small voice. Hearing his words, Li Diyo and the others just wanted to laugh, but recalling the previous performance of Lu Feng, and yet, I can't stop laughing. College students in their early 20s. Two inventions in a row have taken something that their relevant departments have been laboring on for years and produced it effortlessly, greatly increased the military power of the rabbits. And now there was the discovery that this young man, surprisingly, still had great talent in the field of particle physics. The main thing is yes, the man is still handsome. Think about it. The faces of the crowd grew odd. It's a total template for a protagonist in a movie or TV show. Lu Feng, however, didn't notice the odd looks from the crowd and didn't know what was going on in these people's minds. At this point the experiment had reached a critical point. He looked at the screen in front of him, fully focused. The two particle beams were carefully observed. Energy recharge complete. Just then, a text popped up on the screen. Lu Feng didn't hesitate and directly pressed the start button. Next, the two particle beams that had been loaded long ago disappeared in an instant, propelled by the massive energy. It doesn't disappear exactly, but starts moving at the speed of light. And the 300-kilometer-long pipeline made by Lu Feng came in handy. This distance is not only enough to maximize the kinetic energy of the particle beam, but also to try to ensure that it is not wasted. In a matter of a dozen nanoseconds, the two particle beams slammed into each other, and it started to produce a reaction. Everyone present, including Li Diyo and Zhao Kongping, looked at the screen nervously. Not a moment too soon, test results appear. A whole new element is born. It really worked. Shen Enian's face was agitated, tugging on the several people next to him and shouting, Old Li, did you see that? It worked. A whole new element was born. See, I'm just half a meter from the screen. I'm not blind yet. Li Diyo blared at his opponent, looking again at the screen that was displaying the results of the test. The same look of shock came over his face. It's not just him. The few nationalists present were all completely shocked. They were prepared for the birth of a new element, but I didn't expect. Surprisingly easy? Lu Feng, who had seen the result, had a flat face at that moment. He turned to the crowd. Everyone has been working hard for a while. Grab some rest. Hearing his voice, the crowd reacted. After saying goodbye to Lu Feng, he left reluctantly. It's been a busy time for everyone, physically and mentally, so to speak. A few of the nationalists returned to their rooms. It's logical that they should dip their pillows and fall asleep. But, how come you can't sleep? Shen Enian lay on the bed, his eyes wide. And in the meantime, after seeing the crowd off, Lu Feng also grabbed the new element and saved it, then went straight back to his dormitory. Let's rest for the night, and we'll talk about modifying the tanks tomorrow. Even the young and strong Lu Feng was a bit overwhelmed by the long hours of modification work. Simply wash up. Lying on his bed, Lu Feng began to simulate in his mind the steps needed for tomorrow's tank transformation. Thinking about it, he fell into a deep sleep. 7 o'clock the next morning, Lu Feng went straight to the factory and reassembled the previous group of military engineers. The next thing you need to be responsible for is that the assembly line is built, Lu Feng said, taking out a bunch of drawings and sending them to the leaders of each group. The crowd was shocked. The assembly line? Moved the particle collider over and spent another month remodeling it. And it turned out to be for an assembly line? Shen Enian was also a bit puzzled, but he took the drawing and looked at it carefully. His whole body froze. Comrade Lu, do you call this an assembly line? On the side, Li Diyo and the others also looked over curiously. Just see the normal A4 paper labeled with parameters, dimensions and a lot of important information. None of this matters. Important. In the center of these parameters, a diagrammatic representation of a particular part of the assembly line is drawn. There are oversized assembly lines up there with artificially intelligent robotic arms. Lee Dayo simulated the device in his mind and then stared wide-eyed. Is this really something we can do? The crowd around them felt the same way when they saw the drawings. Everyone's face looked odd, wanting to say if Lu Feng was looking down on them too much. Seeing them in this state, Lu Feng also comforted them. This is just the rough drawing. There are detailed explanations at the back, which will be sent to you via email when the time comes. All you have to do is get this assembly line made in 10 days. 10 days? The crowd was wide-eyed, but then he was relieved to think that there were fully 100,000 of them. Derek Lee said he would try his best. Seeing this, Lu Feng also turned his head to leave. He didn't plan to participate in the assembly line preparations. The more important thing to do on your own is upgrade the tank, a secondary modification, to be precise. After all, in his mind, there was also a tank conversion morphing mecha program. Now that he had the new element, he could focus fully on the secondary upgrade of the tank. Soon, 10 days passed. An assembly line made with the combined efforts of 100,000 people. It's finally good. Looking at the completed assembly line, Li Dayo was relieved. He looked to the side at Zhao Kongping and asked, "Where's Comrade Lu? I haven't seen him in the last few days. I heard he's been staying in the lab and hasn't even left the door." Not even out of the door? Li Dayo's eyes widened. I'll check it out. It's better if I go. Right at this moment, Su Zhengqing, who was on the side, hurriedly opened his mouth. The two statesmen looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Su Zhengqing, on the other hand, quickly walked to Lu Feng's laboratory. Pushing the door in, he saw a room full of various devices in sci-fi colors. In the center of the room, Lu Feng was operating something on the computer in front of him, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Comrade Lu. Su Zhengqing stabilized his shock and spoke in a low voice. Hearing someone call his name, Lu Feng turned his head. What's wrong? Our assembly line is complete. Want to go over and take a look? No need. Lu Feng nodded, satisfied with the result, but he didn't go along with the conversation, much less leave. Now that the modification process was at its most critical part, he had to be on his toes, and seeing that Lu Feng was too busy to leave, Su Zhengqing didn't bother anymore and walked out gently. Standing in front of the room and looking at the closed door, Su Zhengqing's mood suddenly became odd. This feeling of euphoria not getting through. What a pain in the ass. No way. Gotta find someone to vent to. Right, Commander 1. Su Zhengqing's eyes lit up and he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. The phone call was quickly made, and Su Zhengqing told him about the completion of the assembly line without slowing down. It was just as he had expected. Wan Zi's excited voice came through the receiver. Really? So is it possible to start production now? Sure. Then what are you waiting for? Start production now. Wan Zi's voice was so excited that Su Zhengqing could still hear the sound of the chair falling across the room. You guys start production now. I'll be right there. Good. Looking at the call interface, Su Zhengqing smiled contentedly and immediately issued the order down. The assembly line is soon up and running. Massive quantities of material were transported by military trucks to the front of the factory and thrown into the assembly line by the crowd. These raw metals begin to be melted down and doped together in specific proportions. The end result is a new type of alloy, stamped to proper size, assembled together. A few hours later, in the crowd's excited, expectant eyes, a brand new electromagnetic tank was slowly transported out of the assembly line. The crowd cheered and got excited. The next step is to start work in full swing. Based on the time it takes to make this one tank, the assembly line, running at full capacity, will be able to make up to 8 tanks a day. Hear that statistic. Su Zhengqing's eyes widened at once. One day, 24 hours, 8 vehicles, averaging 1 in 3 hours. That's 240 a month. Calculate this data. It wasn't just Su Zhengqing. Everyone in the room stared wide-eyed. 240 cars. And that's just from one assembly line. Wouldn't it be, if multiple strips were built up? As he was thinking, a figure walked in. It's none other than Wan Zi. He caught a glimpse of the latest electromagnetic tank that had been created. Lovingly, he stroked it and nodded in satisfaction. By the way, how's the output of this assembly line? Wan Zi asked curiously. Su Zhengqing spoke the data he had just calculated. Then, Wan Zi's entire body was nonchalant. 240 vehicles. It is now more than 3 months before the joint military exercise, which means that at least 720 tanks will be produced. Far more than the 600 units previously signed. Just as he was considering whether or not to increase the order quantity, he suddenly realized that Lu Feng wasn't there. Where's Comrade Lu? Wan Zi asked curiously. Comrade Lu is still in the lab. Su Zhengqing replied. Seems like he's busy doing some kind of research. Hearing this, Li Dayo remembered and hastily spoke out. By the way, Earlier Comrade Lu said that the tank should be upgraded with new elements. What he's working on right now, I guess, is the upgrade. Hearing this, Wan Zi's eyes widened. Upgrade? Electromagnetic tanks are so awesome that there's actually room for upgrades? Come on, let's go check it out. Chapter 88, Turning on the mech mode. With a wave of his hand, a group of people trooped out of the factory. Wan Zi was shocked beyond belief. Earlier in the conversation, Lu Feng had mentioned the matter of tank upgrades, but at that time, Wan Zi felt that the tank was already powerful enough, and there was no need to spend time and financial resources to upgrade it. But what he didn't expect was this. Lu Feng, this little guy is actually so stubborn? I should say, has a workmanlike spirit. Wan Zi corrected in his mind. Craftsmanship, a word that has been played out on the internet, but what he really meant to say was that he was praising the craftsman's attitude of excellence and beauty in his work. This word was not at all an overstatement to describe Lu Feng at this moment. With anticipation, the crowd soon arrived at the entrance to the lab. Wan Zi straightened his clothes and knocked on the door. Come in. Lu Feng's voice came from inside, followed by the automatic opening of the laboratory door. The crowd walked in, but after seeing the various instruments displayed in the room, the whole person was stunned. Li Deyo and the others were not so bad, because they had visited Lu Feng's lab before, but Wan Zi hasn't seen it. Looking at the unfamiliar and extremely sci-fi instruments around him, he ogled them all sorts of like a curious baby. This can't be a movie. It's too much, Wan Zi muttered in his mind while looking at Lu Feng, only to see that Lu Feng was so busy at the moment that he didn't have time to pay attention to the crowd. His fingers were almost knocking out residual shadows on the keyboard. The crowd looked over. It was seen that Lu Feng seemed to be debugging some data, and that's when it happened. With a crunching click, Lu Feng hit the enter key heavily. It's finally done. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief before he looked at Wan Zi and nodded his head in greeting. Commander Wan. Aha. Wan Zi nodded his head, then asked, pointing to the tank in the lab, in a field separated from the many instruments by a large bulletproof glass. Comrade Lu, what are you doing here? An upgrade to this tank is all. Upgrade? Wan Zi's eyes were excited as he scrutinized the tanks in the field, but as he watched, his brow furrowed. From the outside, this tank doesn't seem to be any different from the EM tanks that were just produced by the assembly line. Ha! Seeing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Lu Feng opened his mouth to explain. It's just an added pattern, so nothing has changed from the outside. Oh, Wan Zi came to a realization, followed closely by a frown. He had heard about Lu Feng's modification of the particle collider to make new elements earlier. Even the modification application was passed so quickly, and he was a part of the push. Originally thought, Lu Feng had modified and upgraded this super energy particle collider, and was definitely up to something big. But now, and yet only one model was added? Looking at the tank, which was no different from before, Wan Zi was a bit upset. After spending so much manpower and financial resources, the result is only such a small enhancement. It shouldn't. Wan Zi sighed in his heart. He didn't say the lesson out loud, though, after all, if the rabbit's army wanted to get a good result at the joint military exercise, it would have to rely on the young man in front of him, and listening to Lu Feng's words. On the side, Li Deyo and the others, however, frowned. With their understanding of Lu Feng, this little guy doesn't usually make a move, and when he does, it's not easy. Only one feature added? Why specialize in making a new element if it's only that simple? And specifically improved particle colliders? To know, the previous modification of the particle collider had cost a considerable amount of manpower and money, and the performance of the current hypergolic particle collider is completely overflowing for the rabbits. It's a lot of work, so to speak. Think about it. The crowd felt even more that the tank in front of them was not simple, but they didn't say it out loud. Following closely, Lu Feng also inquired about the situation over at the assembly line. After learning that the first tanks had been produced and that production could reach 8 per day if they were in full swing, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. A little low, but okay. A little low? The crowd was wide-eyed. In my calculations, the daily production of this assembly line should be at 10 tanks, but 8 is not bad, meeting the order requirements, and even ahead of schedule, Lu Feng casually explained. And hearing his words, the crowd stared. Not to mention that in Lu Feng's opinion, the output of this assembly line is even more exaggerated than it is now. The main thing is, how dare this guy actually take this order and treat it like a business? It's an order with the military. It's still an arms order. When people get this kind of opportunity, don't they usually think about being able to join an official organization and then take up an iron rice bowl that will last them several lifetimes? Revisiting Lu Feng, the crowd was speechless for a moment. Oh yeah, is Brother Su here yet? Just then, Lu Feng suddenly spoke. I am. Hearing Lu Feng call his name, Su Zhengqing hurriedly stood out from the crowd. Lu Feng nodded, then spoke. There's something coming up that I need your help with. This tank was just made. Help me test the new features. No problem. Su Zhengqing is not unavoidable since, from a side door, walk into the field where the tanks are placed. Under the attention of the crowd, Su Zhengqing entered the tank. Lu Feng, on the other hand, turned on the detector and began to detect the various data of this tank. There was a flurry of activity before he spoke into the intercom. It's ready to start. Good. Su Zhengqing's voice came out. Follow closely. There was a loud buzzing sound that came through the huge bulletproof glass, even after having heard it countless times and even followed through with a real-world test. But here again, Wan Ziyi was still agitated. Hot-blooded. Gee, not bad for an electromagnetic tank. The sound of the starting engine alone is like a ferocious beast awakening. By the time we get to the joint military exercises, that engine noise alone will scare the hell out of those guys in the West. Wan Ziyi thought prettily. Also curious, what exactly is the new model that Lu Feng is talking about? Immediately after that, he saw Lu Feng press a button. The gate to the field opens. Go out and test it. No problem. Su Zhengqing sounded excited. The tank lurched to a start and drove off the field in the blink of an eye. The crowd followed suit. And just when the crowd thought that some routine testing would follow, Lu Feng suddenly spoke. Just saw him pick up the walkie-talkie. Now, turn on mech mode. What? The crowd around them looked puzzled. Chicken rack mode? What's that? Su Zhengqing in the cockpit was equally puzzled. But before he could ask, a button lit up on the console. This was the intelligence system inside the tank prompting him. Su Zhengqing pressed on with confidence. Next, the sky spins. Su Zhengqing looked terrified. He could clearly feel that his altitude was rapidly increasing. In the meantime, tank exterior, watching the tank slowly crack, then split into head, arms, torso, legs, and finally even upright. Everyone was confused, together with what you said. It's such a mech mode. Chapter 89, Nerve Connections, all for one? After Su Zhengqing pressed the button, the large steel fortress suddenly made a violent noise. The entire tank split in a long trail, separating in front of the head as well as the tail, and reversing. It stood quickly upright as the crowd watched. The front of the head parted and morphed into arms, revealing the head hidden within. The tail, on the other hand, is transformed into legs that are split. The original 560mm electromagnetic cannon tube, which had also changed its position under mechanical operation, appeared on top of the right shoulder of the huge mech. Buzz off. The mech's eyes lit up red. It's like a god of killing. Looking at this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. This. Li Dao's mouth was open, and he really couldn't imagine exactly what words to use to describe the scene in front of him. He didn't expect the mech mode that Lu Feng had said was actually this function. Tanks that were already powerful enough to suddenly become robots. Not to mention how functional this robot is. This appearance alone can scare a large number of people to death. Images from a movie inexplicably surfaced in his mind. The large mecha that had fought the giant beast in the ocean was actually the same as the one in front of him. Everyone else is fighting with guns and ammo and you're already flying a Gundam? The rest of the crowd was also wide-eyed, especially Wan Ziyi. He was so shocked he couldn't even close his mouth. Only after a long time had passed did he react, turning his head to look at Lu Feng with a guilty look on his face. Comrade Xiao Lu, I had doubted you before, thinking that you were wasting your resources by consuming so many resources to update only one model. I apologize now. I'm sorry. Wan Ziyi was sincere. Everyone around them looked dumbfounded. Keep in mind that Wan Ziyi is the commander-in-chief of the army of rabbits. Not to mention unusual people. Even their group of people who held high positions in the military ministry were hard to see one another. It is also only at the various conventions that one can stand and look out from the stage. But such a character is now apologizing? Or apologize to a college student? Hold me up a little. I probably didn't sleep well last night, Wan Lian said to Chen Yiming with a bitter smile. And in the face of Wan Ziyi's apologies, Lu Feng was puzzled for a moment, then reacted by waving his hand. That's okay, let's get on with the test. With that he picked up his walkie-talkie and gave the order again. Brother Su, you can now turn on the connection to the neural operating system. Su Zhengqing on the opposite side has not yet replied. On the side, Li Dao was wide-eyed and his face was horrified, like he'd heard something horrible. The whole thing nearly sat on its ass. Elderly, a military worker on the sidelines was quick to hold him up. Wan Ziyi instantly looked over, concerned. What's wrong with Elderly? Is he not feeling well? Xiao Sun, you drive my car to send Elderly to the hospital in the military region, he said, giving orders to the orderly on the sidelines. Yes, Xiao Sun answered and was about to assist Li Dao, but just at this time, Li Dao suddenly waved his hand. I'm fine, you guys, so you were just, Commander 1. Is it possible that you haven't learned much about neural connection systems? Li Dao asked rhetorically, and Wan Ziyi froze for a moment and nodded. Although he was the commander-in-chief of the First Army, He could be said to be 9 out of 10, 1 out of 10 when it came to scientific research. Seeing the situation, Lee Dio simply explained, "Did you just hear what Comrade Lu said? It's like turning on the connection to the neural operating system or something." "That's right," Lee Dio nodded, his expression appalled. Long ago, a scientist came up with the idea of somehow connecting the human brain nerves to modern circuits, because we're maneuvering all kinds of equipment, especially when we're in combat. It's very much a test of the human brain's reflexes, and this connection system can directly convert the brainwaves of the human brain into electromagnetic signals and output them into the device. Simply put, with this model, one of your thoughts can easily be turned into an extremely difficult operation, greatly lowering the bar for military equipment such as tanks and airplanes. Oh, Wan Ziyi nodded plausibly. Seeing that the other party still did not understand, Lee Dio simply said directly, "You may not understand what this means. The threshold is greatly reduced. It means that even ordinary people can do the same operation as the gold medal pilots and operators in the army. If only such devices were universally available, we rabbits may be able to realize the idea of all for all." All for all? Hearing this, Wan Ziyi finally understood why Lee Dio was so shocked just now. By all soldiers, Lee Dio did not mean that everyone went to the battlefield with a gun in his hand. Rather, it's the universal elite, the entire population. Nowadays, rabbits have a population of 1.4 billion, not to mention the entire population. Even if they take out half, or even a quarter of it, it is still enough to shake the military power of the entire Blue Star. All that's needed now is to see if this neural connection device is going to have the effect I'm hoping for, Lee Dio said leisurely. Wan Ziyi also perked up and stared dead at the huge mecha in front of him, and in the meantime, upon hearing Lu Feng's command, Su Zhengqing in the cockpit subconsciously looked at the operation console. Fruity, a button lights up, press on decisively. Next, Su Zhengqing suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a strange sensation that filled his brain. Waiting for the vision to clear again, his whole body froze. Su Zhengqing stood dumbfounded, and at this time, his perspective had changed. It's a perspective that comes entirely from this mech. Head down, hands up. A pair of huge mechanical palms glowing with metallic luster appeared in front of his eyes, followed closely by the legs, the body. "I feel like I'm becoming one with this mech." Su Zhengqing's voice came out from the intercom. Li Deo and Wan Zi, who were on the side, had their faces reddened with excitement. Lu Feng also nodded. "Let's start testing the mech's performance. Do you really want to test it?" Su Zhengqing's voice came out, and he was clearly a bit scared. For one thing, he was worried that he might accidentally injure everyone if he didn't handle it well, and for another, he was worried that the strength of this mech couldn't afford to be tossed around. Lu Feng also guessed his concern and spoke directly. "Just feel free to toss it around boldly." "That's fine," Su Zhengqing answered, but he didn't completely let go, only bouncing gently in the cockpit. But from his immediate perspective, he himself is directly flying up, dozens of meters high, then landed with a thud. Smoke filled the air. "Keep testing." Lu Feng covered his mouth and nose with his hand and continued to give orders. "Yes." Su Zhengqing sounded excited. Immediately following the crowd, they saw this huge mech turn around and run quickly towards the side. Chapter 90, Fire Test. After testing the strength of this mech, Su Zhengqing also relaxed and stopped worrying. Turning to the whole thing, he was thrilled. Maneuvering the mech, he came to an unoccupied field not far away and began to run quickly. The weight of the huge tank, despite its responsive pace, is an exaggeration. Every step that fell smashed the ground into a large crater, sending smoke and dust in all directions. Not far away the crowd watched. It just felt like the scene in front of him was just too sci-fi and not realistic at all. But the feeling of earthquake coming from their feet is telling them all the time. What was in front of me was not a dream. And in the meantime, a huge sense of earthquake spread throughout the military area. What's going on? Why do I feel the ground shaking? And the sound, do you hear it? It's coming from outside. I heard it. It was like someone was tamping the ground. Get out there and see what it is. There was a lot of chatter in various departments, and they couldn't help but follow the sound, but just walk out of the room. They then saw a huge figure that was running and jumping wildly through the military area like an excited child. Every now and then, he even stands still and throws a punch and strikes a few poses. Look at the huge figure. The military engineers who followed the sound rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What is this? Looks like a mech. Nonsense. How could I not know that this is a mecha? I'm asking, why there are mechs in our military region? That's who knows. Has the Mike done any similar research lately? Or any mech test applications or anything like that? No, not at all. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and report it. In the meantime, in the office, Shen Inian sat in his office chair, looking at the drawings on the screen with a worried frown. How did Comrade Lu draw this kind of drawing? I can understand each part, but together, why is it like a skybook? He looked at the drawings left over from his previous modifications to the particle collider and scratched his hair rather painfully. He had been studying the drawing ever since the super energy particle collider had been remodeled, but how long has it been? Instead, he was completely unable to understand what was in this drawing. It's fine for me to follow it, but this thought is pretty unique. No, I can't keep thinking like this. Gotta find some time to ask Comrade Lu for advice. Saying this, Shin Inian organized the drawings and was about to go out. But just then, boom, 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 a loud noise came from outside. It was followed by a strong sense of earthquake. What's going on? Shin Inian was shocked and hastily held onto the table to the side. An earthquake? No, how can an earthquake be so loud? Did something explode? He subconsciously looked outward, but did not see the sky of fire, only see a huge figure. Is running quickly in the military area? Jumping. What is this? Shin Inian was shocked. Hastily, he picked up the phone on the table, ready to inquire about the personnel of the Ministry of Military Industry. But just then, he suddenly remembered something. Comrade Xiaolu some time ago. It seems that he was in the process of upgrading the tanks for the second time. He put on his fancy glasses and looked closer. It was seen that the right shoulder of this mech was carrying a huge cannon barrel. It's the same as the one on the tank before. This time Shin Inian was completely nonplussed. Tanks upgraded to mechs. No way? Shin Inian's entire body froze in place. After a half-hearted reaction, the whole thing perked up. No, I have to check out. As he was talking, Shin Inian was about to walk out of the office. But just then, the urgent siren suddenly sounded. Inside the military zone, a large number of red warning lights came on. The entire military district suddenly fell into an atmosphere of panic. What's the situation? Test site. Wan Ziyi was startled by the sudden siren. The surrounding crowd was also confused. Just a moment, Commander. I'll ask. On the side, Wang Lian hurriedly stated, and then dialed a phone number. What's going on and why did you pull the alarm? Minister Wang. It's not good. The voice on the other side of the phone panicked. We found a giant mech in the military area, and it's carrying out a terrorist attack on our military area. Hearing this, Wang Lian froze for a moment. A giant mech? Indeed there was, and it was a transformation that I watched with my own eyes. As for terrorist attacks, Wang Lian silently raised his head and looked at the distant mech maneuvered by Su Zhengqing jumping and jumping, throwing punches and kicks like an excited little child. Wang Lian was silent. You call this a terrorist attack? But he reacted quickly. Ordinary people almost always have a hard time keeping their composure when they see this kind of scene. It is normal for such misjudgments to arise. But, Commander Wan is still here. Feeling the eyes around him, Wang Lian had a black face. Hurry up and disarm the alarm. This is a test we're doing. After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. Immediately following that, Wang Lian explained a bit more to the crowd. Wan Ziyi was in a good mood and didn't care, continuing to observe the testing process of the mecha in front of him. It can be over. Just then, Lu Feng looked at the various data that had been collected and opened his mouth. Su Zhengqing received the command and immediately stopped his movements, but his whole body was now in the middle of a feverish state. I am now familiar with the operation of this mech. Comrade Xiaolu, are we going to conduct a firepower test next? Don't. Lu Feng hadn't said anything yet. Wang Lian, who was on the side, hastily opened his mouth to stop it. The crowd looked over in confusion. Only then did Wang Lian realize that he had lost some of his temper and hurriedly stated, "That's not what I meant. I meant that the range that was used to test the tanks before is still not repaired, and the rest of the range can't withstand this kind of shelling. So just don't test in a military area. Find a nearby uninhabited mountainous area to test in." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Then we'll find a mountainous area to test. Wan Ziyi similarly nodded. There are a lot of mountains near the military area. The crowd found a random one and planned to go over there. But just then, ding 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 ding, Wang Lian's cell phone suddenly rang. It's a call from higher up. Wang Lian glanced at the call interface and hurriedly connected. The crowd also looked over curiously. Just found Wang Lian while making a phone call. His face also became more and more gloomy. What happened? It wasn't until he hung up that the crowd asked curiously. Wang Lian sighed and said with a grave expression, "It's been hot and dry lately, and there have been fires in the mountains. The fire is still spreading and it will take a long time for the fire brigade to arrive. So I have to hurry up and arrange for soldiers to control the fire." Chapter 91, Mountain Fire Spreads. Mecha Attacks. A fire? Hearing Wang Lian's words, the people present were astonished. With the hot temperatures and dry weather we're experiencing right now, there's a real possibility of a fire. But it's a bit of a problem if it's in the mountains. Wan Ziyi's brows furrowed. A fire in the mountains can be quite serious. The mountains, unlike urban areas, have basically no firefighting facilities inside. And because the mountains are open, and the higher up the mountain, the windier it gets, So the fire is spreading and it's pretty serious. Even if the fire brigade came, it would be quite a dangerous thing to try to put out a fire on the mountains. But if the fire is allowed to spread, all the surrounding mountains will be burned to the ground, not to mention that even the villagers near the mountainous areas will be affected by the fire. In the lesser case, the village was burned down and property was lost. The worst thing that can happen is a human life. Realize this, Wan Zi said hastily. Immediately arrange for soldiers to control the fire, and absolutely do not let it continue to spread any further. Yes, Wang Lian's expression was grave as he turned around and left, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped again and turned back to look at Lu Feng. Comrade Lu, now that the mountains are on fire, we won't be able to test the mechs, but don't worry, the fire will be under control by today at the slowest, and we can continue testing after that. After that, he was ready to leave, but just then, Lu Feng suddenly spoke. If it's a controlled fire, you can actually test the frost bullets in the mech. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Lian's footsteps lurched and he turned around in a hurry. Frost bomb? It's not just him. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, everyone looked at him. Li Deyo and the others even burned their eyes, thinking to himself, the frost bomb that Lu Feng was talking about. It couldn't be the same thing as what he had imagined, could it? Feeling the stares of those around him, Lu Feng also opened his mouth to explain. While modifying the mech, I took the time to design several shells, all of which were loaded into this tank. One of them is a shell called a frostbite. When this frost bomb is fired and hits its target, the warhead releases a large amount of liquid nitrogen, which vaporizes in an instant, releasing a large amount of gas. These gases are not only oxygen insulating and flame retardant, but they also have the effect of extreme cold. At the same time, the rapid release of these gases is accompanied by the formation of an explosive cloud of freezing gas that can instantly freeze everything within the blast range. Lu Feng's voice paused as he spoke. Although this frost bomb isn't designed to specifically put out fires, it's something to try. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the people present were appalled. It really is the frost bomb I thought it would be. In a voice that only he could hear, Li Deyo murmured in a low voice. No, it's not the same. This frost bomb invented by Lu Feng is much more exaggerated than the effect I imagined. Releasing liquid nitrogen, releasing extremely cold gases. These features can actually be done with most of the shells produced in military factories. But the problem is, they are now on a mission to put out a mountain fire. That's a big range, and according to Lu Feng, the frozen gas cloud formed by this shell could extinguish fire. That is to say, the extent of this frozen gas cloud is huge. That's a bit of a stretch, and the crowd on the sidelines mused. Wan Zi didn't expect it. Lu Feng had actually made so many modifications to this tank, and that's in just a month's time. Looks like I'm making quite a profit on this deal. As for Wang Lian, who was on the side, he listened to Lu Feng's words. It is also beginning to be measured. Mechs put out fires with frost bombs, not to mention the ability to actually put out fires. Just based on Lu Feng's explanation just now, this frost bomb could at the very least serve to contain the spread of the fire. If you can stop the fire from spreading, the task will be much easier when the fire department arrives. And firing a frost bomb doesn't require going deeper into the fire. Just fire at long range. This way, the danger and casualty rate of the mission, too, can be minimized. Weighing it up in his mind, Wang Lian finally nodded his head and looked at Lu Feng and opened his mouth. Okay, so put out the fire with frost bombs like you said. Meanwhile, the fire service is on its way. So even if they can't put out the fire, they can come over and do the aftermath. No problem. Lu Feng nodded. After all, he had invented the frost bomb in the first place so that he could have this tank deal a wide range of blows on the battlefield. As for fire suppression effectiveness, he wasn't really sure. So it's still nice to have firefighters for aftercare. Think about it. Lu Feng picked up the walkie-talkie and told Su Zhengqing what had just happened. If we can, then surely we must put out the fire in a hurry. Su Zhengqing was very eager. He also knew how serious the consequences would be if the fire spread. After receiving Lu Feng's permission, Su Zhengqing immediately pressed the transform button. Next, the huge mech that had just stood in the military district square like a tower began to morph. The arms, torso, and legs parts come together. It was even faster than before, taking less than 10 seconds. The giant mech then transformed back into an electromagnetic tank. The crowd entered the cockpit. Take the positioning provided by Lian Wang and enter it into the 3D navigation. Su Zhengqing kicked the gas. The huge electromagnetic tank, like a steel fortress, directly flew out. The military district and the one where the fire occurred are not close, but it makes no difference at all when it comes to the extreme speed of 400 kilometers. It only took about 10 minutes for the crowd to arrive at the site in the first place. Hiss! Through the screen inside the tank, the crowd got a clear view of the state of the fire scene. Only the originally lush green peaks were visible. It was covered in orange-red flames at the moment. Halfway up the mountainside is where the fire started, and it's already charred and blackened, with all kinds of trees reduced to charcoal. And from this place, the fire spread in both directions, towards the peak and the foot of the mountain. The direction of the foothills is a little better, but the peaks are a different story. Because the flames are facing upwards and the higher the elevation the more windy it is, the wind helps the fire to start. At this moment, the mountain peak was already surrounded by orange flames. These flames, under the force of the wind, began to deflect in one direction. Tongues of fire, along with many burning twigs and wood chips, flew toward the other mountains. Not good. The fire has begun to spread. If it continues like this, the surrounding mountains will be set ablaze as well. Wang Lian's face was horrified. If another mountain catches fire, firefighting duties then go up geometrically. At that time, even if a fire unit came to save the scene, it would be quite a difficult task to extinguish the fire. The only hope now, it was Lu Feng's frost bomb that could contain the fire before the fire brigade arrived. Lu Feng also realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately began to command, activate transformation mode and prepare to unleash the frost bomb. Chapter 92, All Networks Blocked. Frozen Mountains and Forests. Yes. Su Zhengqing nodded his head and heavily pressed the transformation button on the console. The massive steel fortress transformed in a mere 10 seconds or so. But what they don't know is this. In the distance, a wilderness live streaming enthusiast is broadcasting live. Dear viewers, do you see it there? The anchor is holding up his cell phone and pointing it at the scene of the fire. That's the hill fire, arguably one of the most damaging fires in the world. You can see that although the fire is not big now, it won't be long before the entire peak, along with the surrounding peaks, will be engulfed in flames, he said, and pop-ups floated up on the air. Set the mountain on fire and you'll go to jail. It's really hard to put out a mountain fire. It's surrounded by flammable materials and there's no firefighting measures on the mountain yet. This is an uninhabited mountainous area, isn't it? I think I've seen it on the map. No one is in the mountains? Then let the fire continue to burn. It can't burn anyone anyway. It seems to be the case. Look at the pop-ups on the live feed. This anchor frowned and immediately began to explain. What your viewers may not realize is that a mountain fire is not just a hazard to the world that will cause human casualties. His impact is multifaceted. It's like this mountain. Maybe there will be some unique trees or animals, and the ecological diversity will be affected when the mountain fire occurs. Also, did you all see the black smoke above the flames? This stuff spreads out and can be carcinogenic if we inhale it into our lungs. Not only that, but hill fires can cause erosion and affect water quality in downstream rivers. The anchor gushes on and on. He didn't stop until his mouth was dry. Thinking to himself that he had such a wide range of knowledge, the viewers in the live broadcast room would surely adore him. But when he looked down at the screen, he realized that the pop-ups at that moment were something else. Holy anchor, look at that. Gundam. Definitely Gundam. Is this what a Gundam looks like? It's a hunter mech warrior. Isn't this something used in movies to fight monsters? Why does our country have it? Could it be that there are actually monsters in our country? Just these heroes fighting silently where we can't see them? So this mountain fire, it's the monster that's causing it? What kind of monster? You guys see there are tracks on this mech. It's obviously a tank conversion. Tanks blasting mechs? What's the difference between this and Pogon's explosive modification of a ferry? Looking at the pop-ups in the broadcast room, the anchor was a bit confused. What the hell are you all talking about? What Gundam? What mecha? What tank? Even the monsters are out? He looked up subconsciously and then, holy, what the is this? Even flying? Only a huge figure was seen in the distance, rapidly taking off into the air. The light from the mountain fire shone on it, turning the dark iron red. Watching this scene, the anchor was instantly stunned. Did you guys see that? What the hell is that? It actually flies, he said and looked to the live feed, but saw that his feed was instead fixed on the image of a mech taking off into the air. Even the pop-ups are gone. Stuck? The anchor froze and subconsciously turned on flight mode and turned it off. Open the live feed again, only for another text to appear. Your live feed has been banned. In the meantime, some kind of news building. On the top floor, Bureau Chief Chang was sitting at his desk, skimming through the recent news. Just then, the phone on the side suddenly rang. Hello, old Zhang. There's an important military secret leaking right now that needs your attention. Military secrets? Bureau Chief Zhang froze. Could it be a Generation 6 thing? Didn't you deal with it yourself a long time ago? Is it hard to believe that has been seen by the public again? At the thought, Bureau Chief Zhang sighed. I'll take care of it right away. Okay, the news has been emailed to you. Read it first and remember to move fast. Yes. Hanging up the phone, the bureau chief opened his email and clicked on the link. Shocked. Another big rabbit killer. A real-life version of the Rim of Taihio. A man's ultimate dream. Is it really coming true? Whether the appearance of mechs means that there is a crisis in this world that the population does not yet know. Various news headlines appeared. Looking at the bureau chief, Jean was in a daze. What's all this? I thought we were talking about a 6th generation airplane? Bureau Chief Zhang frowned and clicked on a hot search. But the whole thing is silly when you see the accompanying pictures in these news stories. Just see it in the picture. A giant mecha took to the air, its metal shell plated in a fiery red. The whole thing looked like it was fighting something. What is this? Bureau Chief Shang's entire body was dumbfounded. Just then, another email came through. Hastily, he opened it and read it carefully. That's when he realized what was really going on. They say there's a picture. This is going to be tough. That being said, at this moment, Bureau Chief Shang's face was nothing but shock. How can you not smile when your own country is so strong? It has to be done even if it's difficult. Otherwise it looks like our intelligence services are as good as dry as they are, he said, dialing out a call. At once, countless staff members in the intelligence branches spread all over the place stopped their hands in unison. Whatever it takes, make sure you squash this news for me. Yes. Intelligence services stepped in and all sorts of hot takes were blocked outright. Official waterbenders have also begun to flood the various comment sections. This is obviously a P-picture. How in the world can there be a mecha? That's right, if we had mechs, we'd have flattened Sakura already. But it's a video that's being circulated, and videos can't be PD. Haven't you ever heard of AI face swapping? And in the meantime, Lu Feng and others, but they do not know that their behavior to put out the fire has been imagined by the netizens as driving a mecha to fight monsters. At Lu Feng's command, Su Zhengqing leapt forward. Correspondingly, the huge mech also leapt hundreds of meters high into the air. Fire the frost bomb. Lu Feng opened his mouth. Yes, Su Zhengqing answered. With the help of the intelligence system, the best place to land was quickly found. Fire. Su Zhengqing didn't do anything, just moved a thought. Next, the giant artillery, carried on the shoulders of the mech, roared into action. The frost bomb, which had been prepared for a long time, landed precisely on the target spot almost instantly. There was a loud bang. Thick white smoke rose and spread rapidly. It was like a huge cloud that directly enveloped the entire mountain. The sound of the flames being doused was loud and clear. It was only for a moment that the white mist dispersed. The crowd in the cockpit rushed to look. The mountain peaks that had been surrounded by flames just a moment ago were now covered in white frost. The whole mountain is frozen? Chapter 93, Changing the Rules? The rabbit is fearless. In the cockpit, everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the images coming through the screen. Surprisingly, froze the whole mountain? Li Deyo's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the effect of the frost bullet could be so exaggerated. When we first arrived at the fire, most of the mountain was covered in flames, and with the help of the wind, the flames blazed. Even if the fire brigade arrived, it would take hours or even a day to extinguish the fire. And in his imagination, although Lu Feng described the frost bomb as being very effective and of a large caliber, but the fire that's happening now is not just any fire. Instead, it's a mountain fire. Anymore, you have to cover it with fire. After all, a fire is a big area. But what he didn't expect was one frost bomb and it's a straight solution? Not only that, the entire mountain was frozen. How much liquid nitrogen did this have to be filled with to achieve this? Li Deyo sucked in a breath of cold air, and in the meantime, looking at the effect caused by a frost bullet, Wang Ziyi and Su Zhengqing were also wide-eyed. There was excitement in his eyes. This one frost bomb, if it hits the battlefield, Wang Ziyi's mind couldn't help but conjure up an image. On the battlefield, several mechs transformed at the same time and leapt high into the air, against the enemy positions, bombarded them with fury. The frost bomb exploded, a thick cloud of freezing gas instantly covering the local position. Miles of ice, no survivors. The main thing is that the frost bomb can definitely have more than this effect. Su Zhengqing's eyes burned. As head of the tank department, he knew all too well the effects of extreme cold on mechanical circuits. When the temperature reaches an extreme point, not only will the electronic systems fail, but even the mechanical modules will be affected. Temperatures reach extreme cold and even the properties of metals are affected. It's like a pair of armored sharps. Su Zhengqing's entire body was agitated. From now on, they'll have nothing to study in the tank department. Isn't it good to modify tanks with Lu Feng? What hawk sauce? Sakura. Unity is not enough to fear. And in the meantime, outside opinion is still festering. Although the intelligence department has taken timely measures such as guiding the water army, withdrawing hot searches, and even setting up a network-wide ban on words, but there are many rabid internet users, regardless of the means. The brief live video went viral. Eagle Sauce, Defeat Palace. Watching the video that had just come in from the intelligence services, President Eagle Jam's eyes widened wider than a cow's. No way. This is absolutely impossible. How could a rabbit possibly have such a thing? How could they have the technology to build such a thing? This video is a fake. President Hawksbane vehemently denied it, and angrily he swept the papers on his desk straight to the floor. The head of the intelligence department, who was standing on the sidelines, was silent and quietly watched the other person incarnate the desktop cleaning master. When the tabletop became clean, President Eagle Sauce took the edge off. This video, has it been sent to the tank development department? Hearing the other party ask himself, the head of the intelligence department hurriedly opened his mouth. The video was shown to the head of the tank development department and they had the same reaction as you, President Eagle Sauce. There was a long silence before he spoke. If this video is true, then this joint military exercise is a lot harder. This joint military exercise championship is a rare opportunity for us Eagle Sauce. We must get it. So, President Hawksbane looked to the intelligence officers. I don't need to tell you what to do next, do I? Sure. The head of intelligence nodded with difficulty, cursing the other party in his mind. What you can't solve, leave it to me? Act like you know everything. You don't need to talk much? You'd better keep quiet for the rest of your life. Was grumbling mentally. Suddenly, the head of the intelligence department had a flash of insight and his eyes lit up. I have a plan. Meanwhile, the rabbits on the web. At the moment the netizens are still divided. Although intelligence services can set up ban words, they cannot prohibit the curiosity of internet users. Chatting with various harmonic characters is also very fluent. Some speculate that it's the latest rabbit technology, others that it's an alien invasion. Of course, there are also people who associate it with the joint military exercise in a few months' time and think that the rabbit is actually holding back a big move by blocking the news now. And just then, an announcement suddenly traveled all over the internet. How dare Eagle Sauce temporarily change the rules of the joint military exercise to compete not only in quality, but also in quantity? Ha 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 ha. Comparing numbers with our industrial power. Eagle Jam is afraid it's not out of its mind. But there's one thing to be said for sudden rule changes that are indeed disgusting. It's not exactly a temporary modification, after all. The rules for joint military exercises over quality and quantity have always been vague. That said, if that Gundam is a big move held back by our rabbit, wouldn't that be hard to win? The netizens are buzzing. And in the meantime, the people who had just finished extinguishing the fire in the mechs had turned back into tanks, preparing to return to the military area, also received the relevant news. What? I'll see now. Wan Zi's brow furrowed when he received the relevant news. Hang up the phone and open the email. Half a day. Chutzpah. Wan Zi roared, furious to the core. The people around them were a little confused, but after asking closer questions, they were pissed off. Chutzpah, trying to beat us by quantity when you realize you can't match us in quality? How did Hawkjam know we had new tanks and mechs? Found it. Someone posted the video online of the fire that was just put out. 100% of the time, Lee Dewey sighed, and the crowd on the sidelines fell silent, unable to speak for a while. If you rely on quality, Rabbit the tank can definitely beat the world. But if it's quantity, is it really possible to achieve mass production with such an exaggerated morphing effect? The crowd subconsciously shook their heads. It's too hard. Lu Feng, who saw this news, turned off his cell phone screen with a flat face, spit out 4 words softly. Make a fool of yourself. Hearing this, everyone froze for a moment and looked at Lu Feng, sensing the gazes of the people around him. Lu Feng also explained, both the 6th generation aircraft and the electromagnetic tank have now been mass-produced. With 200 generation 6 aircraft, it won't take long to deliver. And the tanks aren't much further away. One production line running at full speed would be enough to cover their production for a year. Lu Feng's expression was flat when he said this, without any emotional fluctuations. It's like recounting some sort of fact. Feel the confidence oozing out of the other person. The crowd was also in high spirits. Yeah, with the power of rabbits today, why would they be afraid of Hawksbane? No need to hold back. This time the rabbit is going to shock the world. Chapter 94, Gotta Add Money. Contenders Joint Military Exercise. Shock the world. Savoring these words, Wan Zi's eyes gradually became agitated. The same was true of the surrounding crowd. Who doesn't want to see their country prosper and trample the enemies of history under their feet? In this atmosphere, Su Zhengqing even stepped on the gas pedal with a lot more force. This time the fire was extinguished and the firepower was tested at the same time. So far, Lu Feng had collected all the data of the tank mech. I opened the folder I was carrying and labeled the word perfect after, firepower test. Satisfied, he closed it. Soon, the crowd returned to the military area. Getting off the tank, the crowd was a bit underwhelmed. Looking at the brand new tank in front of him, he recalled how he had just turned into a mech. Wan Zi's eyes were excited, and he even had the idea of going up and retesting it all over again. Comrade Lu, he found Lu Feng and pointed at the tank and opened his mouth. This tank, can I drive it? Asked the question. For one thing, he can't afford to part with it, and for another, he's ordered large quantities of tanks before. If you don't bring back some finished product, how to get the next order for Lu Feng? Wan Zi had already thought about it. On the field of the joint military exercise, hundreds, thousands of EM tanks show off speed, firepower as soon as Rabbit Army reps show up. As the nation marvels, it then transforms in unison into an army of steel. It's energizing to think about it. Wan Ziyi thought prettily and looked at Lu Feng. No problem. Lu Feng immediately nodded his head in agreement. Wan Ziyi was instantly excited. But just then, Lu Feng spoke again. But to take this tank, I have one more request. Hearing this, Wan Ziyi's expression froze. However, he quickly reacted and hurriedly said that he would let Lu Feng say whatever he wanted, no matter what the request was. Gotta add money. Wan Ziyi was speechless for a while, but also relieved. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Don't worry. Report how much you need directly to Xiao Wang and he will handle it. So I can drive away now? Sure. Lu Feng smiled and nodded. Wan Ziyi renewed his excitement and took a big step toward the tank. Su Zhengqing even came up and asked if he needed a driver, making him laugh and curse as he drove away. Just kidding. Haven't driven one myself yet. Just as he was about to leave in his tank, Lu Feng walked up again. Commander 1. How many events are there in this military competition? A lot, encompassing all areas of the country's militaries, just like the fighter jet display and the tank parade. Wan Ziyi had nothing to hide and told all the items on the military competition. As he listened, Lu Feng suddenly frowned. And cold weapons? Sure. Wan Ziyi laughed. White-knuckle fighting is inevitable in all wars. In times of war, the battlefield can run out of ammunition at any time. This is when a good blade comes into play. It's rare, but just in case. Hearing this, Lu Feng understood and came to be interested. Can I have a saber to look at then? Sure. Wan Ziyi nodded in agreement, followed closely by a bit of strangeness in his heart. It's hard to believe that Lu Feng knows how to forge. Of course Lu Feng does not understand. His impression of forging is still stuck in a certain forging knife competition program. But just because he doesn't get it doesn't mean the system doesn't get it. Follow Wan Ziyi to the warehouse. An assortment of cold weapons were displayed in front of them. Type 53 4-pronged bayonet. Type 56 half bayonet. Type 56 3-pronged bayonet. Looking at these sabers, Lu Feng reported the names of these sabers in turn. It's different than what most people remember. Rabbit saber is not as flashy as it is in the movie or TV show. A simple blade with a sharp edge. The styling is plain, but the killing power can be not bad. These bayonets are designed to kill with a single blow. The bayonet stabs into the enemy, and the 3 or 4-pronged configuration can make the wound excruciatingly painful and impossible to close. Wan Ziyi looked at Lu Feng, and in his heart, he was also curious about what the other party was going to do. And looking at the various military knives in front of him, Lu Feng didn't think much about it and casually picked one. Chosen? Aha. Lu Feng nodded and left directly after saying hello. While looking at the other party's faraway figure, Wan Ziyi was a bit curious. It seems that Comrade Xiolu is going to remodel the saber? He shook his head at the thought. What room for modification can there be in a cold weapon? Soon, Lu Feng returned to the lab. He approached Chen Yiming. Get me a piece of high-strength alloy metal. High-strength alloy metals? Chen Yiming looked at Lu Feng and then at the saber in the other party's hand, somewhat puzzled. Seeing the other man's doubts, Lu Feng also simply explained. I'm going to remodel and upgrade this saber. Just go get me a piece of the high-strength alloy. Just go to the assembly line for the 6th generation and ask them for one. Good. Chen Yiming's face was odd, but he quickly went to do it. Witness the other person leaving. Lu Feng sat on the chair in his office and placed the military knife with some signs of age on the table. He stared and surveyed for a while. A panel quickly unfolded in front of him. Open the cold weapons category. Lu Feng's eyes swept over the panel and quickly found a suitable program. Regular saber explosion to high vibration particle knife program, 10 million points. Redemption. There was no hesitation in redeeming this program straight away. Remaining points reduced by 10 million. And in the meantime, drawings of high vibration particle knives, principles, and techniques for making them begin to come to mind. Getting the best of it. In the meantime, Eagle Sauce, Defeat Palace. Looking at the statement about the military race that was sent out, President Hawksbane had a smug look on his face. With this rule, the rabbits in this military race will no longer pose any threat to us. You've done well in this case. It's all because you taught me well. The head of intelligence across the street smiled and patted himself on the back, followed by a statement. Even if that mecha circulating on the internet is true, this kind of high-tech crystallization is definitely not something that can be mass-produced, although the quality is higher than our tanks. In terms of quantity, the rabbits will lose. I've informed the tank department to go into full production for the rest of the day. Defeating rabbits will definitely not be a problem when the time comes. Aha! President Hawksbane nodded, but a strange gleam came to his eyes. When we take this military competition, we'll be able to take more of the world's resource allocation into our hands for the rest of the year. This should be something that belongs to our Eagle Sauce. Rabbits want to rise and fight against us. Don't they like to dream? So let them dream. Chapter 95, Energy Issues. Lu Feng didn't know Eagle Sauce's plan, and it's not afraid even if you know. Just kidding. At the current production rate of the assembly line, What are you going to do to compete with me in terms of quantity? Not to mention the quality. Wait until you get to the military competition, and I'll show you what it means to have an all-out descending blow. At this point, he had just received from Chen Yiming the high-strength alloy that the other party had asked for from the 6th generation's assembly line, processed on the operating table and loaded into the hypergolic particle collider. Once the right elements are made, and then made into brand new metals, the rest of the process is easy, Lu Feng said, having already adjusted the parameters of the super energy particle collider. Press the button heavily. Initiation. Zhu A. After a voice, Chen Yiming's eyes widened. Power outage? Only to see that the laboratory, which was still brightly lit, was instantly pitch black. Various instruments also stopped functioning. Looking at the super energy particle collider in front of him that had already rested its screen, Lu Feng's mouth twitched. I just adjusted the parameters. Officer Chen, please go and see what's wrong. Good. Chen Yiming nodded and walked out with the flashlight. Not a moment too soon. The lights came on and the various instruments in the room resumed operation. Lu Feng hurriedly opened the super energy particle collider in front of him and took a closer look. Sure enough, the data is all gone. But it can't be helped. Sighing, he skillfully adjusted the parameters. At the same time Chen Yiming folded back. How did the power go out? Lu Feng asked. Chen Yiming opened his mouth. The power may have been cut off because it was using too much power. But I've already notified Minister Wang, and they'll be here soon. Too much power consumption? Lu Feng froze for a moment. You didn't know how to make new elements before, did you? It could be too much transient voltage. Try again. Lu Feng said, readjusting the parameters. Starting up again. Zhu A. The sound of various instruments ceasing to function came. Lu Feng was filled with speechlessness as he turned his head towards Chen Yiming, who turned on the flashlight inside. The experiment won't go on. Get out first. Good. The two of them walked out of the lab, and they saw Wang Lian and the others walking over. Comrade Lu, what's wrong? Lu Feng didn't answer and pointed to the dimly lit laboratory behind him. Wang Lian quickly understood and assured him, don't worry, I'm ordering the Ministry of Military Industry to stop all the equipment and use all the power to feed the lab. No need. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Feng raising his hand. The superparticle collider uses too much energy, and that's not the answer, said he, pausing for a moment. The crowd waited in silence. A moment later, Lu Feng reopened his mouth. Tell you what, I'll organize a controlled fusion power generation, which should be able to solve the problem of power shortage. Good. Wang Lian subconsciously nodded his head, but in an instant, his eyes widened again. Get a something? Controlled fusion. Lu Feng replied, while flipping through the nuclear fission explosion to controlled fusion technology that he found on the panel. When he paused just now, he was looking through the panel, and successfully found this program for 1 billion points, successfully exchanged. A series of drawings, principles, and related technologies appeared in his mind and were mastered in the blink of an eye. Where is Elder Li? Elder Li? Wang Lian froze. It should be in his office. Until now, he still hadn't reacted from Su Yun's words just now. Controlled fusion. Countless scientists in the country have studied the technology for many years and have not solved it. Why is it so easy coming from the other side? But when he was ready to ask in detail, he realized that Lu Feng had already disappeared. Where are the people? Wang Lian looked at Chen Yiming. I think he went to find Elder Li. Chen Yiming replied. Soon, Lu Feng came to Li Dao's office and relayed his thoughts to him. Controlled fusion? Hearing this term, Li Diaku's eyes widened. The whole group was stunned. He didn't know much about controlled fusion though, but also know that this is something that many scientists are pursuing. There are even rumors that fixing controlled fusion is the same as discovering endless energy. From this statement, the importance of controlled fusion cannot be overstated. All scientific research, at present, is related to energy. The device needs electrical support, which is fundamental. A little more relevant, like the superenergetic particle collider. Enough energy support to adjust any device to maximum power. The power gets higher and the experiment gets better. Achieve twice the result with half the effort. The main thing is, if controlled nuclear fusion could really be invented, then today's thermal and hydroelectric projects could all be abandoned. This pair of rabbits. No, it should be a great improvement for all of Blue Star. Li Dui doesn't know much about it. I know. Just wait here for a minute. Arranging Lu Feng, Li Dao rushed out the door. He found Zhao Kongping and told the other party the whole thing. The latter was equally shocked. But we don't know much about this stuff. We can't help. Zhao Kongping frowned sadly. Suddenly, a light came to him. That's right. Zhou Weiman is the director of the Institute of Nuclear Energy Physics and knows this area best. The two hit it off, hurriedly took a car and rushed to Zhou Weiman's office. At this time, Zhou Weiman was sitting in his office doubting his life. Now that the Generation 6 is in mass production, I've seen the nuclear fission modules, but How come I didn't learn anything? The reason why we are here is because we want to learn the nuclear fission module arrangement on the Generation 6 and develop a safer nuclear fission reactor. Available at. Now that we're almost done with the 200 generation vis, why have you still not figured out how to make a nuclear fission reactor unit yourself? No, it's all been wasted for so long. I don't know if Comrade Xiaolu has time to make a phone call and ask. With that in mind, he pulled out his cell phone and was about to make a call. But just then, the door to the room was violently pushed open from the outside. Two old men, 70 or 80 years old, rushed in with great strides. Lao Zhou. It's not good. Zhao Kongping came to Zhou Weiman. Comrade Lu is going to make a controlled fusion reactor. Ah, ha, Zhou Weiman froze for a moment and quickly responded. Controlled fusion reactor unit? Are you guys sure you heard right? Of course. Li Dui glared. I heard it from Comrade Lu myself. Immediately following that, he said what he had said before a second time. We brought you in because you're the most knowledgeable on the subject out of the few of us. I want you to help Comrade Lu fight. I understand the reasoning. Listening to Li Daio's words, Zhou Weiman nodded his head and said with an odd expression on his face, but what makes you guys think I can help? Chapter 96 Controlled Fusion. Preparations begin. What makes you guys think I can help? I haven't even figured out how nuclear fission modules work yet. Zhou Weiman had an odd expression. The two men across the room looked at each other. Because you're the director of the Institute of Nuclear Energy Physics. Zhao Kongping opened his mouth. Of the few of us, you're the most accomplished in nuclear physics. And expecting us to play second fiddle is just adding to the chaos. In addition to playing second fiddle, just in case I can learn something from Comrade Xiaolu, isn't that helpful for you? We've both got a good job for you here. Zhou Weiman fell into silence as he listened, half nodded. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to the bottom of the pile. It was just that he had followed the work for 2 months, but he hadn't even been able to figure out the principles of the new nuclear fission module. It was frustrating for him, but on second thought, what if you can learn some of the principles of nuclear fusion while you're playing hooky? Nuclear fusion is something that countless scientists are pursuing. Years of research and still can't find the right method. If one can learn even a little bit, maybe he'll be the first in nuclear physics? The first person under Lu Feng. That's pretty good too. Think about it. Zhou Weiman's eyes blossomed. Okay, where is Comrade Lu? In my office. Li Daio opened his mouth. 3 people out the door, hulkied up towards Li Daio's office, just walked in. They then saw that Lu Feng was sitting on Li Daio's office seat, writing and drawing something with his head down. The trio came in and also attracted Lu Feng's attention. He looked up at the 3. Elder Li, Elder Zhao, Elder Zhou. We may have to trouble you for a while next. No problem. Li Daio immediately opened his mouth and pushed out Zhou Weiman, who was on the side. Old Chow is here to help you make a fusion reactor, so feel free to bother. And the 2 of us, but if there's anything we can do to help, whether it's manpower or equipment, just squeal. I'm relieved that the 3 of you said that. Hearing the other party's assurance, Lu Feng nodded, and just then, Zhou Weiman said with some curiosity, Comrade Xiaolu, I heard that you've been working on upgrading some new product recently. Why are you suddenly about to make a fusion reactor? Because of the recent power outage. Of course. Lu Feng let out a bitter smile. Remodeling and upgrading the new equipment will require the use of the Super Energy Particle Collider, but this equipment consumes too much energy for the military district's power supply to be able to supply it, which will lead to power outages, and there may be subsequent modifications and upgrades that use the Super Particle Collider. Instead of needing the military district to supply all the power to me every time I use it, it would be better to just make the fusion reactor and solve the power generation problem once and for all. A few words. Listening to Zhou Weiman. It goes without saying what a nuclear fusion reactor is and how much gold it contains, but why did it come out of the other side's mouth as if it was easy to do? For that matter, Zhou Weiman was still a bit skeptical. Although Lu Feng had already made nuclear fission modules that could be practically installed in tanks and airplanes, but nuclear fusion and nuclear fission are 2 completely different things. The former tends to be calmer, so it requires more skill, so it's doubtful that the other side can make real fusion. Zhou Weiman didn't intend to cover it up and directly stated the doubts in his heart. Comrade Lu, I can understand what you're saying, but you may not be aware of the difficulties of nuclear fusion reactor manufacturing. It's not just the technical challenges, it's the production cycle. It could be a long time before you want to rely on this stuff to solve the power generation problem. As he was talking, he saw Lu Feng walk over from his office seat with a bunch of drawings tucked in his hand. Zhou Weiman subconsciously took it. Looking at the drawings, his voice trailed off. The whole office was silent. What's the situation? Looking at the wide-eyed Zhou Weiman, Zhao Kongping and Li Daio both came over. Don't look. At this look, all 3 of them widened their eyes. Movements are neat and tidy. Kongping, Zhao and Daio Li's research in the direction of nuclear physics was very shallow, but just by looking at the fineness of the drawing, they could tell that it was definitely not a simple drawing. Zhou Weiman, however, was able to see the gold content of this drawing. I should say it's only half seen. Is it actually possible to do that here? And here? No wonder everyone didn't study it. It turns out that the thinking was all wrong in the beginning. Oh my god, is this really drawn by a human? Zhou Weiman stared at Lu Feng with wide eyes, looking at the other party, who was clearly only in his early 20s. His entire being was bad. The other guy was in his 20s, so why was he more powerful than them old men in their 70s and 80s? Is the gap between people really that big? Zhou Weiman was shocked, so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Elder Zhou, you and the manpower of your research institute may be needed to help out for a long time to come, Lu Feng said softly. Zhou Weiman slowed down, his head nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. No problem. How many men do you need? I'll make the arrangements. The more the merrier. Right, after all, it's a big project, and preferably manpower for researching nuclear energy. No problem. Zhou Weiman immediately agreed and excitedly ran out to contact the manpower. Elder Li, Elder Zhao, this project requires you to be in charge of leading the people from the military industry to do the construction project. If old Chao is okay with it, we're even more okay with it, Li Dui said at once. Divide the work. The three then prepared to report to their superiors. After all, the controlled fusion reactor is a big project, and construction can never begin without approval from higher-ups. But just then, Comrade Lu, Chen Yiming also walked in. Behind him, there was another burly man with a lean body and fierce tiger-like eyes. The man wore a black t-shirt, his toned muscles wrapped around him, almost exploding out. This is Comrade Xiao Lu, who remodeled and upgraded the saber for you. Chen Yiming introduced himself and pointed at the burly man behind him. This is the captain of the special brigade, Li Yun. Hello. The two men shook hands. Then Chen Yiming came to Lu Feng's side and explained in a low voice. This is the person in charge of the military competition on the cold weapon competition. He heard that you upgraded our traditional style saber, so he wanted to come over and take a look. Lu Feng nodded his head in understanding. However, the remodeled and upgraded model isn't being made yet. The power went out just now. In this case, you guys wait in my lab for a while. I'll talk to Minister Wang to have the military district temporarily power me up for 10 minutes so I can finish upgrading my saber. Good. Chen Yiming subconsciously nodded his head, but in an instant, his eyes widened again. How long? 10 minutes? Chapter 97, High Vibration Particle Knife. 10 minutes? Hearing Lu Feng's words, Chen Yiming's eyes widened. In 10 minutes? I'm afraid I can't even forge an ordinary cold weapon, right? And you're going to remodel and upgrade? For the first time, Chen Yiming even thought that there was something wrong with his hearing. But when he turned his head to ask, he saw that Lu Feng had already walked out of the office. Go! Chen Yiming opened his mouth and brought Li Yan to follow him in a hurry. Yiming, is this person you found reliable or not? After seeing Lu Feng enter the lab, Li Yan finally couldn't help but speak. 10 minutes and you can't even maintain a set of firearms and upgrade your saber. Shouldn't be repolished all over again. Liam had some grumbling in his eyes. He had been practicing his fighting skills day and night, so to speak, for the cold weapon competition in a few months. It was only when he heard Chen Yiming say that Lu Feng was going to remodel and upgrade the saber that he took the time to come over. But looking at the other person's age, and what they just said, why does it feel so unreliable? Of course not, Chen Yiming immediately argued, but after saying this he didn't know how to proceed. Lu Feng had asked him to help find a piece of high-hardness alloy that must have been used as a raw material for saber making. The stronger the material can be, the longer it takes to forge it. 10 minutes. Even if vigor Ben had, he could only hit GG in laughter, right? But then he remembered Lu Feng's remodeling invention some time ago. Whether it's a 6th-generation aircraft, or an electromagnetic tank, or even say a hyper-energetic particle collider, each piece was beyond the crowd's imagination. Let's see first. Comrade Lu never disappoints. Hopefully. Liam sighed. 10 minutes passed quickly. During this time there were all sorts of deafening noises coming from the lab in front of them. For a moment the two men thought this lab was going to explode the next second. Finally, the door to the lab opened. Finally done, Lu Feng said, handing a plainly styled military spike to the two men. This is. Looking at the military spike, Liam froze. I thought to myself, isn't this just a regular bayonet? Without waiting for him to say anything, he saw Lu Feng take out a square piece of alloy with his other hand. Chen Yiming could tell at a glance that this alloy was the one he had found earlier, with a strength of thousands. But the next, his whole body froze. Only Lu Feng was seen holding an alloy block in his left hand and a military spike in his right. The military spikes rested lightly on the alloy. Next, the surface of the spikes glowed with a shimmering light, an effect produced by the high-speed vibration of the particles. Not only that, the two also seemed to be able to feel that the temperature of the military thrust was rising. Next, Lu Feng flicked a stroke. The alloy block was then chipped off in one piece. followed by another cut. A cut. The two were dumbfounded, watching the extremely strong alloy block being sliced into pieces in Lu Feng's hands. This. Chen Yiming stared in disbelief at what was in front of him. You know, this metal is used in 6th-generation aircraft and electromagnetic tanks. And look at this effect. Doesn't it mean that this military spike can easily cut through tanks and fighter jets? What kind of knife is this? Lian's eyes were on fire, and his eyes were drawing silk as he looked at the military spikes in Lu Feng's hands. Lu Feng then slowly cut off the power and sheathed it. This is my modified saber. The scientific name is High Vibration Particle Knife. In the meantime, Science Island in the western suburbs. In the Mega Lab, several nuclear energy research experts, dressed in protective suits, looked with anticipation at the oversized tank-shaped device in the center of the experimental field. These people, all of them, are the top nuclear energy experts in rabbits. Each and every one of them was a talent that all the forces were fighting for with all their might. But these people have given up high commissions from offshore forces to stay in the rabbit. From the days of rabbit poverty and weakness, it has persisted to the present day. Now that rabbits are developed, they have much better conditions for experimentation. Surrounded by the crowd in the center is the most advanced nuclear fusion experimental device in the world today. An experimental all-superconducting tokamak fusion device known as the artificial sun. This device operates by adding a small amount of deuterium or tritium, isotopes of hydrogen, to a vacuum chamber, then through a transformer-like principle to make it generate plasma, increase its density, temperature to make it fusion reaction. In the process, its reaction generates a huge amount of energy, also known as nuclear fusion. And the reason the crowd is looking forward to it is because the crowd has recently made a new development in their research. Everyone clenched their fists as they watched the time displayed on the device. 100 seconds, 200 seconds, 300 seconds, buzz. It was at this point that the device stopped functioning. The steady-state long-pulse high-confinement mode plasma run also stopped at 403 seconds. 403, a record, a researcher called out in surprise, followed closely by everyone's excitement. This length of time has set a new world record. Everyone was so excited that they burst into tears and hugged each other in excitement. Years of research. Finally, we are seeing results. Although it's a long way from controlled fusion being realized well, we're already on the cutting edge of the entire blue planet. Senior, Prof. Sun Chengji was overwhelmed with emotion. The breakthroughs in our research have saved rabbits at least a decade from realizing controlled fusion. Maybe in the future, our grandchildren will be able to use electricity generated by controlled fusion. Hear this. Other researchers are also very excited. Although he himself could not see that heyday, he thought that his own descendants, as well as countless young people of rabbits, would enjoy the convenience of controlled nuclear fusion. It's enough to make them happy. Just as they were getting excited, a call came in out of the blue. Old Chow. Looking at the name on the communication interface, old Professor Sun Qingji smiled. This old man was urgently deployed to the military region and wasn't able to participate in this experiment of ours. When I tell him the good news, let's see if he regrets not seeing it with his own eyes. The crowd around them laughed, but it was followed closely by silence, because old Prof. Sun Qingji had already picked up the phone. The old professor very thoughtfully turned on the speakerphone. Hey, Lao Zhou, old son, I'm already outside your base. Send someone to pick me up. Ah, you know we just set a world record? What record? Zhou Weiman on the other end of the phone was a bit confused. I just sent you a video. Hurry up and watch it. Sun Qingji was equally confused. Open your communication software, tap on the video sent by the other person. Then, he was even more confused. Not only him, but all the researchers present, were in the middle of a state of confusion. Only the cell phone interface, still playing a video on repeat. The video shows a fighter jet lifting off quickly in a vertical takeoff and landing attitude and flying at the extreme speed of Mach 30. There was also a tank that blasted through a 10-meter thick concrete wall with a single shot, reached an ultimate speed of 400 kilometers per hour, and finally transformed into a giant mech that unleashed enough frost bombs to freeze a mountain high in the air. There's also the 300-kilometer long, 100,000 volt energy superparticle collider, especially at the end. He saw part of the drawing. This is. Sun Chengji carefully recognized it and suddenly stared wide-eyed. It's a drawing of controlled fusion. Chapter 98, from Shaolu. I see hope. To be precise, it's part of the drawings for controlled fusion. Hearing the crowd's awe-inspiring voices, Zhou Weiman spoke with satisfaction. By the way, what were you guys talking about? Some kind of world record? No. Sun Chengji is sweating a bit. Originally, he thought of showing off a wave of ruthlessness and watching Zhou Weiman, the old man, who was incredibly regretful, for fun. But now take a look at the other side of the video of these things, which takeout is leading the world own those improvements. It's really a bit trivial. Old Chow, you're still outside the base aren't you? I'll send for you now. When he finished, he approached one of the researchers who was in charge of the beat. The other party left in a hurry. About 10 minutes later, a figure walked in. It was Joe Wayman. See each other. The crowd rushed to embrace them. Sun Shengji opened his cell phone and played the video, asking eagerly, Lao Zhou, all these, you sent me are real? Of course. Joe Wayman was full of complacency. Why else do you think that the military district would urgently summon me there? It's all about making them in preparation for the military competition in a few months. Really? Sun Shengji had an excited look on his face. With these things, the military competition is worry-free. Say, did you have a hand in making all of these? When did you become so good at it? Of course I had a hand in making it. Joe Wayman had a straight face. I've been fighting for days myself. Just say you're involved or not. Still, immediately following, he told the whole story. From the Generation 6 aircraft equipped with nuclear fission modules, to the electromagnetic tanks that followed, and how they were able to complete the hypergolic particle collider modification in a month's time. And then the mech tanks. Everyone was shocked. Sun Shengji was even more shocked beyond words. You're telling me that all this stuff is being produced by a college student in his early 20s leading the charge? Aha. Joe Wayman nodded. To be precise, it's all done by him alone. We're just responsible for the preparation of the mass production line at the back. And mass production? Sun Shengji was completely shocked. He was even beginning to wonder if he was hallucinating from not getting a good night's rest for a long time. Soon, though, he thought about the part of the drawing behind the video. Re-energized, he asked in a rush. That part of the drawing at the back of the video, is that real? Joe Wayman didn't answer immediately and turned to ask, what do you think of that drawing? Very subtle. Sun Shengji had a serious face. A lot of it, I never envisioned. And even with that one drawing I found what we've been doing wrong. But it will take a few more experiments to verify it enough. Hearing each other's comments, Joe Wayman nodded in satisfaction. I'm here to invite you to experiment. Experiment? What experiment? Sun Shengji and the others were confused again. I thought to myself, why is this guy Joe Wayman talking for a while? And don't say anything that people will understand. Joe Wayman didn't intend to hide it either. Straightforward explanation. I came over this time because Comrade Xiaolu intends to research controlled nuclear fusion, and he needs quite a lot of research experts in nuclear energy to play down. Help there. So I thought of you guys first. When the people are here and the materials are here, the experiment should begin. I don't know if you guys have time. Speaking later, Joe Wayman spoke in a lower voice. The people are all research experts in nuclear energy, yes. But being an expert, how could this group not have their own pride in their hearts? An old expert in his 70s or 80s goes to work for a young man in his early 20s, more or less reluctantly, right? That's why he made a point of not using the word hit the ground running but rather go and help. But the next, no problem. Sun Shengji nodded in agreement. Don't even say go help. Even if you ask me to go and fight. It's not just him. All the experts in the room were all excited and said that there was no problem. Joe Wayman also got excited. He had thought it would take some time to convince these people that, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. But just then, Sun Shengji came over, asked in a small voice, are you sure we're working on controlled fusion after this trip? What do you think the success rate is? Sure, Joe Wayman laughed. I've seen all the drawings, and at least they look fine to me. And, although I haven't spent much time with Comrade Liu, I know he's a man of his word. Does what it says it will do and does it in a way that surprises everyone every time it's accomplished. As for the success rate, as difficult as controlled fusion is, I think it's at least 90%. Hear this. Sun Shengji's eyes widened. I didn't think you'd have such a high opinion of others, followed closely by a deep shock. As an expert in the field of nuclear energy, he certainly knew how difficult controlled fusion was, domestic and foreign, something that countless scientists have spent their entire lives chasing, and many others have even died young because of this research. It is because of its danger. It's their experimental base that they put on the island. A little time break can excite them to no end. And yet some say controlled fusion has a 90% success rate? How could this not excite him? Well then, how many men do we need on Comrade Liu's side? The more the merrier. Get answers. Sun Shengji immediately waved his hand. Go find and get all the people on the island to take care of the last of the work at hand and we'll go give Comrade Liu a hand. Yes, everyone scattered individually to inform everyone on the island. Sun Shengji didn't delay either. After making sure of that, he immediately went back to his office to pack his things. A suitcase with only 2 or 3 simple changes of clothes, but otherwise all materials and experience notes related to controlled nuclear fusion. Look at all the people in full gear. Joe Wayman lamented. You would have turned me down, but I didn't expect. Ha ha. Sun Shengji smiled, patted Joe Wayman's shoulder and spoke. And do you know why I said yes? Why? Joe Wayman was puzzled. On Sun Shengji's face, a bitter smile emerged. When you showed me those videos, and that part of the drawing, I saw the opportunity. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity, I may never see controlled fusion in my lifetime. But today, I see hope in Comrade Lou, as you call him. Chapter 99 Eagle Sauce is going to start a global live broadcast. After accepting Joe Wayman's invitation, all the research experts in nuclear energy on the entire western suburb of Science Island finished their work at hand in an instant. Simply pack your things, bring a variety of information. Together with Joe Wayman, he embarked on a journey to the southern military region. And in the meantime, Southern Theater, in the arsenal, as the last of the 6th-generation planes, and the last of the electromagnetic tanks were slowly transported out of the assembly line, they were driven to the plaza. A production line that has been running continuously for a long time, slowly stops running as the staff maneuvers it. Finally done. The military engineers breathed a long sigh of relief. Walking out of the factory, he looked at the 200 fighters as well as nearly 1,000 EM tanks that were neatly arranged in the square. Tears of excitement could not help but flow from his eyes. It's not just him. All the military engineers in the room breathed a sigh of relief, and the burden that had been weighing on their hearts was finally put down. Although they built the production line, and the capacity of the production line is very pleasing, but keep in mind that when they started producing this equipment, they were less than 6 months away from the military race. But the amount of orders provided by the military is extremely large. 2 devices with complex functionality and superb gold content. Even if you put it into Eagle Sauce or even an extremely developed industrial power like the Woolly Bear, it's not an impossible thing to fulfill the order on time. So although there is a production line and the processing does not stop 24 hours a day, there is still a lot of pressure on the crowd. But the good thing is that the order is finally complete. Not only is it done, but it's way ahead of schedule. A military engineer glanced at the calendar and said excitedly, "There is not much time left now before the military race, but the order is complete. All that is required is the delivery of the order, and then the military will transport all of this equipment to the site of the military competition. And everything is done." The plaza, Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang, looking at their respective equipment. These are some of the top equipment in the world. Who would have thought we would have so many? 200 6th-generation planes, 800 electric tanks. This time, we rabbits finally don't have to hold back. With our strength, we will surely shake the entire world. The 2 men's eyes were red with excitement. Rabbits have gone from being held at the whim of other countries to being a powerful nation, the winds and frosts of which are known only to those who have experienced them. To be able to impress the world with the wealth of the nation and the strength of the people. In just 100 years, rabbits don't know how many trials and tribulations they have experienced, and how many of their forefathers have fallen in the midst of this technological catch-up. Now, the rabbits finally caught up and overtook the rest of the country. It jumped to become the most powerful country in the entire blue planet. Then let's make this military competition the first launch site for our rabbits, Wan Ziyi said and exchanged glances with Lu Guoliang. The 2 came to Lu Feng. "Comrade Lu, this time it's really thanks to you. According to the previous agreement, the corresponding labor fees have all been credited to your account." "I know," Lu Feng nodded. Before that, he had received a system notification that the points had arrived. The number of points and the amount of money are closely related. So in the first place, he knew the news of the arrival of the labor fee. The 3 then completed the handover ceremony. Lu Guoliang and Wan Ziyi both had their respective soldiers with them. Once the handover ceremony is over, the group of soldiers then couldn't wait to get into their respective gear. 200 6th-generation planes lifted off at the same time. 800 EM tanks, traveling towards their destination at an extremely fast speed. Is this going? Looking at the neatly organized troops, Lu Feng was curious. Wan Ziyi smiled. The military competition is going to start in a short while, and this military equipment is going to be brought to the competition area first. With that said, the 2 also got into their respective modes of transportation. After saying goodbye to Lu Feng and several nationalists, he quickly left. And in the meantime, Eagle Sauce, is all the gear ready? President Eagle Jam looked at his subordinate on the side and opened his mouth to ask. "Yes, all military equipment is fully loaded and ready to go to the military competition area." "Then let's go," President Eagle Jam ordered, a smug look on his face. "This time we have improved the performance of our tanks and fighters, both, and have taken advantage of this time to produce large quantities of equipment. With the quantity and quality of all this military equipment, I just can't imagine who else in the entire blue planet is our opponent." After saying that, he waved his hand. "All troops, proceed immediately to the military competition area. This time, make sure you beat the crap out of the only rabbit that's a threat to us. It's not just Eagle Sauce." For this military competition, countries such as Woolly Bear, Sakura, and Kimchi are confident. The whole world is nowadays in a state of rapid technological development. In the eyes of many national leaders, first place in this military competition is up for grabs. Getting first place and improving international standing. It is only then that we will be able to dominate the technological development in the future, thus keeping up with the tide of the times, or even leading the way. So for this military competition, various countries have prepared accordingly. All kinds of military equipment have been upgraded and even reformed. Under the command of national leaders, countless fighter jets and tanks set off in unison towards the location of the military competition. All countries, for this first place in the military race, are imperative. And in the meantime, with the date of the military competition approaching, the intelligence agency side is also busy again. The bureau chief sat in his chair, looking at the various data on the screen with a furrowed brow. It was so hard to keep the mecha fever down a while ago. How come it's showing signs of coming back up now? Is it hard to believe that it's because of the approaching military competition? Alas, the bureau chief was agonizing. The higher-ups gave orders to keep the news of the mech tanks under wraps. But now, never mind. Do your best to keep the heat down. As long as you control this period of the military competition, it will be easier later on. With that, he gathered the intelligence crowd and prepared to get to work. But just then, the landline on the side suddenly rang. Hello? Bureau Chief Zhang picked up, and immediately afterward, he heard a voice that was dignified in its majesty. I'm Wan Zi, Commander 1. Bureau Chief Zhang said in a hurry. The heat is already under control with the mech tank news. Let's not talk about that yet. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wan Zi, followed closely by Wan Zi Dao. We just received a message that Eagle Jam, as the winner of the last military competition, they actually want to start a global live broadcast in this military competition. Live worldwide? The directorate's eyes widened. Normally, this military competition is kept absolutely secret, but Eagle Sauce is now doing this. Is it to embarrass us in front of the whole world? Right. Wan Zi laughed. Since Eagle Sauce is getting ready to intend to start a global broadcast, let's not lag behind. Get ready on your end. This time we're going to show Eagle Jam what it means to die without doing anything. Good. Ha ha ha. The directorate hung up happily. Turn on your computer, log into your account, and reply under one of the mech tank related, most popular scarf posts. Since everyone is so curious about our rabbit's military equipment, after discussion at the upper levels, it has been decided to open a full live broadcast in the middle of this military competition. Everyone's questions will be seen in the middle of the broadcast. Please be assured that our country is strong and we are determined to win this championship. Chapter 100, they look exactly the same as we did before. Since we're turning on the national broadcast, that would mean that things like mech tanks and the like don't need to be covered up anymore. Bureau Chief Chang logged into his account and replied under a post. Soon, the heat of the post skyrocketed. Holy, live seat of the house. Capture. How dare you capture the bureau chief? Go and squat for 2 years. The whole thing is live and nationally broadcast. Is it the one I imagined? In previous years it was kept secret, and people could only inquire from the grapevine. So why is it suddenly necessary to open a national broadcast this time? What's the point? We've always had Eagle Sauce on our heads, but now that we've even developed the Gundam, can't we show it off? What's wrong with celebrating in advance? But I see that Eagle Sauce's site is also going to open a live broadcast, and it is also a global live. Who cares? Just believe it and be done with it. I'm going to beat Hawk Sauce this time. Netizens have commented. Soon the posts climbed to the top of the hot seat, and it quickly overpowered things like celebrity gossip and smoothly topped the #1 hot search. And in the meantime, Southern Theater, Ministry of Military Industry. After most of the day's boat ride as well as the airplane journey, dozens of research experts and professors in the nuclear field, including Sun Qingji, were led by Zhou Weiman, arrived at the military area without incident. Old Zhou, quickly take me to meet the comrade Xiaolu you mentioned. Sitting on the bus, Sun Qingji was overwhelmed with excitement. It was clear that he had been doing research all day, but at the moment he was too excited to sleep. Taking the drawings of the controlled fusion section taken by Zhou Weiman, he looked at them over and over again for I don't know how many times. It's not just him. All the researchers were not tired either. One was wide-eyed in anticipation of the next experiment. Take it easy, it's coming. Looking at their excitement, Zhou Weiman said with a smile. Soon, the bus was stopped. It turned out that Lu Feng's test area had been protected during this time. Then we'll walk there. Sun Qingji expressed his understanding and then asked Zhou Weiman to lead the way. The crowd carried their boxes and luggage, and walked in a vast manner towards the direction of Lu Feng's laboratory. Comrade Lu. Once inside the lab, Zhou Weiman called out, Elder Zhou. Lu Feng smiled, followed by the crowd behind Zhou Weiman. These are our rabbit experts in the nuclear field, brought in specifically to give you a hand. Zhou Weiman smiled as he introduced himself, then pointed to Lu Feng. This is the comrade Xiao Lu I was telling you about, and the chief leader of this controlled fusion research project. Hear this. The people who were still shocked by the laboratory instruments immediately dropped their gazes on Lu Feng. Sun Qingji's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Lu Feng would become the chief of this project at such a young age. It was important to know that during the previous research process, the chief director was usually him or Joe Wayman, as well as a few other senior professors and experts. The other guy is so young to be in charge. The strength possessed must not be underestimated. Just as Sun Qingji was planning to discuss the controlled nuclear fusion project with Lu Feng, a figure walked in. Comrade Lu. The crowd turned their heads to see that it was none other than Su Zhengqing. The other party froze for a moment when they saw so many people. However, he quickly looked at Lu Feng and asked with excited anticipation, "Comrade Lu, how's that mecha tank I asked you to make earlier?" "It's done," Lu Feng said, pressing a button on the console. The glass, which was originally opaque, was instantly transparent. "Exposure of parked tanks in the test site. So I can drive away now?" Su Zhengqing sounded excited. Lu Feng didn't say anything, but looked at him quietly. Su Zhengqing also froze for a moment, and then tapped his head. "Excuse me for a moment." Immediately after that, he was seen making a phone call and then operating his cell phone. Not much longer. A prompt rang out in Lu Feng's mind. "You make a transaction and get points." "Okay." Lu Feng smiled and pressed a button again. The side door opens. Su Zhengqing couldn't wait, walked into the test site and got into the tank, followed by an engine roar. As the crowd watched nervously, the tank, as huge as a steel fortress, flew out of the test site. Sun Qingji's crowd rushed to follow him out, and they saw this tank parked outside the test site. The metamorphosis began immediately after. In just 10 seconds or so, it turned into a huge mech. "Don't worry, it's a test," Lu Feng faintly explained, watching Su Zhengqing complete a series of simple tests and leave. Sun Qingji and the others around him were struck by lightning. "Is this thing even real?" "Of course." Joe Wayman looked at him with an odd expression on his face. Sun Qingji, on the other hand, was in awe. When he had seen it in the video before, he had only thought that it seemed normal for such magical things to happen on screen. Can be seen in person. He was deeply shocked. The giant steel fortress, in just 10 seconds or so, completed its transformation into a dozens of meters tall mecha. This is a ING movie plot, right? Okay, let's work on the controlled fusion thing. Just then, Lu Feng opened his mouth, managed to pull the crowd's minds back. "Don't worry, Comrade Xiao Lu. Just yesterday, we have made a new breakthrough above the research of controlled nuclear fusion, setting a world record. For this research, you can just say whatever difficulties you have, and with our full cooperation, we can definitely overcome them." Sun Qingji swore and patted his chest. Instead, Lu Feng waved his hand. "No need." With that, he took out a drawing and handed it to the crowd. "The difficulties inside controlled fusion have been overcome. Your task now is to scrutinize this drawing, and when you have studied and understood it, then you can start building it." "What?" Hearing Lu Feng's words, Sun Qingji froze. Taking the drawings handed to him by the other party, he hastily turned them over, and the more he looked at them, the more familiar they became. "This is the same one that old Chow sent me? And it's complete." Words. The experts in the nuclear field all came together around them. Look at this drawing carefully and thoughtfully over and over again. But they found, even though this drawing given by Lu Feng was very detailed, it even had many basic principles labeled on it. But the many formulas and codes were still a struggle for them to understand. Lu Feng also noticed their expressions and took the initiative to speak. "If there's anything you don't understand up there, ask me. Eat through this drawing as early as possible, and we can start building as early as possible." Words. There was nothing elder-like about the crowd. Take the drawings and immediately start asking for advice, with a respectful attitude. Listening to Lu Feng's answer, the crowd was sometimes puzzled, sometimes frowned, and finally came to a realization. Aside, looking at the neat and varied expressions on the faces of the crowd, Li Deo couldn't help but smile. "Look, Lao Zhao, don't they look exactly the same as we did before?" "Yeah." Zhao Kongping couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. And in the meantime, some kind of news building, top floor, the bureau chief is leading the crowd in a final inspection. "Directorate, everything is ready," a staff member reported. "Very good." The directorate nodded and looked to everyone, declared, "Everyone get ready. When the order comes from the higher-ups, we'll start the national broadcast at the first opportunity." "Yes." Chapter 101, Bureau Chief. Bureau Chief, just say it. The bureau's orders were given. A number of staff members in the office, too, are excited. In the meantime, they've been busy pressing the heat. Either it's about a Gen 6 or a mech tank. It's safe to say, other than the people in the military district, they are the ones who know the most about the military strength of rabbits today. Being rabbits, how could they not be proud of a strong country? But this joy cannot be shared. So when they heard that this military race bunny would be turned on for the entire broadcast, everyone is thrilled. Just then, ding 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 ding, the landline on the bureau's desk rang. He picked it up in a hurry. Yes, I see. Hanging up the phone, the bureau chief had an agitated expression. Everyone, now immediately, turn on the live feed. Yes, the crowd was so excited that they rushed to turn on the equipment they had already prepared. Signal on. The live stream is officially open. The moment the signal is connected, there was a mad rush of spectators. 10, 000, 50, 000, 100, 000, instantly breaks 100, 000, and the numbers are rising exponentially after that. Just a few minutes, the number of people is easily over 1 million. Coming. The full live broadcast of the military competition is finally here. I didn't realize I'd be able to watch a live broadcast like this in my lifetime. And isn't it better than those twerking, crotch-topping female anchors? That's not a favorable review. I watch both broadcasts. Yeah, no. For so many years, our country has been developing so rapidly that we don't even know how far it has developed. And today we can finally have a good look at it. This is a military competition. A competition that brings together the best of each country's current military power. That said, on this one, can we see the fighters that appeared on the network earlier? As well as that Gundam? Yeah. Send these two out. Won't they just hang up on other countries? Bureau Chief comes out. Bureau Chief, has the Gundam been driven to the field yet? And that fighter jet? When the authority Si Zhang appeared on the air, everyone instantly threw their eyes over and asked curious questions. And looking at the crowd's densely packed questions, the Bureau is also a bit numb. Though today's live broadcast is all about showing our viewers our military prowess. And of course part of the reason for that is to give Eagle Jam a good smack in the face in front of a national audience. But the vis and mechs, it remains a bunny secret to this day. Of course he couldn't say it. After all, it's one thing to expose it live. It's another to say it yourself. So in the face of the audience's enthusiastic inquiries, he just smiled and took out his long-prepared speech. Dear viewers, I don't know any of what you're talking about. I've never heard of it. If our country builds a 6th-generation airplane and the Gundam you're talking about, wouldn't we be a superpower? Let's not forget that we rabbits have always been a development country. How can a developing country build these things? Full denial. And here his answer. The viewers of the live stream were quite dissatisfied. How can that be? We all saw it with our own eyes. That is, the fighter jets at the Xiang City Airshow, and that fire near the southern military region a few days ago. You guys put it out with your mechs. I still have the video here. If it's fake, why can't I send my video? There must be something. Bureau Chief, it's better to have fun alone than with others, so just tell the truth. We all saw it with our own eyes. There's no need to hide it from the Bureau Chief. Worthy of the War Neglect Bureau. Ha. Bureau Chief, I have some questions I'd like to ask. Can I be mic'd live? Looking at the pop-ups on the live feed, the Bureau was a bit numb. What's with the pointed questions from this group? Just as he was wondering about this live broadcast, if it was a test that the organization was giving him, he suddenly saw a pop-up screen. Live questions? Yes. Ignoring the other questions, the Bureau Chief connected directly to the link. But the other party's next question made his entire being bad. Hello Bureau Chief, I'm a small resident of our Xiang City. I've noticed a lot of action on our side in the recent past. First the UFOs on top of the airshow, then the Gundam that put out the fire. A few months ago, the military district also blocked off a large area of land for construction. I heard from a friend, and my friend said he got a sneak peek at the trucks that were transporting to the site, and said that they were loaded with something pretty impressive. I believe the Bureau said that our country doesn't have any 6th-generation planes or Gundams. But with today's live broadcast, can the Bureau Chief give us an overview of what exactly the military region over here in Xiang City has been doing during this recent period? These are all questions from my housemaster, who has terminal cancer and wants to know this before he dies. Thank you Bureau Chief. Listen to his questions. Bureau Chief Chang's expression froze. It's not. Why are you so good at asking? That friend you were talking about, is that you yourself? And your housemaster with terminal cancer. It's a blessing for him to be your housemaster. You know that Generation 6 machines and mechs? That's something that's in the South Heavenly Sex plans. This stuff, though, is said to be used to fool foreigners. But who would have thought that these things in the plan that were used to fool outsiders were actually built by Lu Feng? And it's moved to the site of a military competition. Recalling the pictures and videos he'd seen, and the information he'd seen within the military, even the Bureau Chief who has seen the world. At this moment, his expression, too, suddenly became somewhat unnatural, but as an intelligence officer, he quickly slowed down. The ability to deal with these audience questions is still there for the Bureau. After a short stagnation of expression, the seat of the Bureau slowly opened his mouth, and with a smile on his face, he answered the questions of the audience just now, one by one, which did not reveal anything at all about Generation Vis and mechs. But what he didn't expect was, did you guys just see that the Bureau Chief's expression froze for a moment? Definitely asking the right questions. I'll be damned. Did we rabbits really build the 6th generation and the Gundam? I want to be a soldier. I want to drive a mech. Driving a mech is a man's ultimate dream. And being a soldier is an indispensable part of a man's life. So this is a total win. Bureau Chief, just say it. I promise I won't tell. If you really can't say it, just wink and give a hint. You blink if we build a 6th generation machine. You don't blink if we build a Gundam. And you memorize pi backwards if we don't build anything. Chapter 102, so you've prepared for this. Look at the pop-ups on the live feed. The bureau chief's entire body went numb. Seriously, if this wasn't an order from his superiors, he would have cut off the live feed right now. This is the first time he's turned on a live stream. Despite being prepared, it did have a hint of nervousness. After all, one is now facing an audience of millions of bunnies. The main thing is, all these people in the audience, still asking him questions that he can't talk about. As originally planned, all he had to do was cover up, look the other way, and hold out until the military competition started and everything would be known. But I didn't expect. How long has it been going on? It's just a little topsy-turvy on its own. And the reason for the out-of-control expression is simple. Just looking at the netizens' pop-ups, the Bureau inexplicably associated it with the South Heavenly Gate plan that was widely rumored among the rabbits. This plan was only used to scare outsiders though, but who knows? The 6th generation machine from the Southern Heavenly Gate program, as well as the mech tanks were really made, and it was also produced by Lu Feng, a college student in his 20s? This news, but wherever it gets out, it is expected that those forces outside the country will soon take action. Realizing this, the battle-hardened bureau chief was actually a bit nervous at the moment, so he spoke up in a hurry, addressing the live streamers. Dear netizens have great imaginations, but speaking of that imagination thing, I can think of a story. While the military competition is still going on, how about I tell you this story? The directorate said with a smile, ignoring the dense bad pop-ups in the broadcast room. He told his own story. Let's just say that in the olden days, there was a. The whole story is long and the bureau speaks slowly, listening to the live streamers in an agitated mood. The bureau chief is covering up the truth. Now I'm certain that our rabbits have definitely produced a 6th generation plane and a Gundam. No wonder this military competition is going to be broadcast live. If I'm that good, I'd like to show it off to my family too. Seeing our country strong, we all live in peace of mind. Bureau chief, if I sign up for the military now, can I drive an armor later? I'm going to fly a 6th generation plane. I heard from Shangshi's netizens that the fighters at the airshow were huge exaggerations. The bureau won't say it. The bureau will only hint at it. You wink if you can. Bureau chief. The audience in the live stream was buzzing, and watched the pop-ups. The bureau chief also looked helpless. Not even a storyteller's mind. He didn't know that a brief change in his expression could make the audience guess so much. TCH, it's not going to be a good thing if it continues to be so perfunctory. The bureau chief's face was expressionless, but in his mind he was thinking over and over again. The matter of the 6th generation machine and the mecha tank could never be exposed before the military competition had begun, but now the net is wound too tight. Keeping it perfunctory is certainly not an option. The scariest thing is in case the netizens think they know a lot and then spread rumors with rumors. There's no chance that by the end of the rumor, rabbits will be ruling the galaxy. Right. Just then, a light went on in the eyes of the bureau, followed closely by the opening of his mouth. The netizens of the live broadcast are here to see this military competition, right? In the past, every time we had a military competition, it was done in secret, and this time it's turned on live. So why don't you all take a guess as to why? Reason? Hearing this, everyone was instantly interested. Of course, it's because our country is strong, and we have the latest technology and want to show it off to us. With the 6th generation and the Gundam, we're going to come in first in this competition. I'll have to record the winning scene and watch it over and over again. That said, if I'm watching the live broadcast, am I also participating in this military competition in disguise? Then will I be able to brag about it with my children and grandchildren from now on? The viewers of the live stream were talking, and see their answer. The directorate just smiled mysteriously. No denials, no admissions. Speaking into the camera. A while back, you all saw the 2 statements on the internet. From Hawk Jam, right? And do we all know what their intentions are with this statement? Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room froze. This was closely followed by 2 previous statements from Eagle Jam that popped up on the net. Once it was a statement about the number of devices to be entered, and once it was a statement that a global broadcast was to be turned on. If we do have a Generation 6 and a Gundam, this kind of military equipment with a super high gold content will certainly be difficult to achieve mass production. So Hawksbane is making claims about the quantity of military equipment, just not confident that they can outperform us in terms of quality. I get it. No wonder Eagle Sauce wants to turn on the global live broadcast. It's to hit us in the face in front of the whole world. This statement was made. The audience, who were still in the dark, reacted instantly, with bad intentions. I thought Eagle Sauce was trying to get all of us involved in the military competition this time, but I didn't realize. Eagle Jam, as the first place winner of the last military competition, does have the right to change the rules, but to change the rules at a time when the military competition is about to start. Even if they win, they don't have the honor. When has Eagle Sauce ever been glamorous? His goal is to get to #1 in the world, and then start amassing resources. Eagle Jam has wanted to be the world's hegemon for a long time, so naturally, he won't let this opportunity pass him by. So he wants to use us rabbits as a stepping stone to his position of world domination? Damn Eagle Sauce. Then if you say so, we rabbits are indeed in danger this time. Yes, with the 6th generation and Gundam, we absolutely crush the world in terms of quality. But Eagle Jam, as an industrial power, although the quality is not as good as ours, the quantity is not at all frightening. It's over. It's over. This time it won't still let Eagle Sauce get the world's #1 position, right? After realizing the seriousness of the problem, the netizens in the live streaming room were beginning to worry. Nowadays, the world's technology is developing at a high speed, which can be felt by even ordinary internet users. If Eagle Jam does get first place in this military competition, when the time comes, they will surely turn around and suppress the rabbits that have been growing at a rapid pace in recent years. In time, the consequences are unimaginable. And look at the pop-ups on the air. Instead, the bureau chief laughed inwardly. Finally got the topic off the table. And look at the netizens who are starting to worry about the rabbits. The bureau chief also exited to reassure. Well, after talking to you all so much, the military competition will soon begin. Next, everyone must keep their eyes wide open. Don't miss the next exciting picture. As he said this, his face was filled with an unconcealed smile. The netizens reacted instantly. No wonder the bureau chief told them this. So it was prepared. Chapter 103 showing Wasia's style. After seeing the bureau's reaction, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all excited, since Eagle Sauce has laid such a trap, waiting for us rabbits to jump into it. Instead, the bureau chief laughed? What does that say? First, rule out the possibility that the bureau chief is a spy. Then the only reason is one, because we have a bottom line, powerful enough to completely ignore Hawk Jam's machinations. It could even make Eagle Jam eat its own. Realize this. The entire pop-up screen in the live broadcast room immediately rolled up like a sea of waves. I thought it was a normal military competition, but I didn't realize I was going to witness history. Eagle Jam has been in this position of military competition champion for too long. It's time for a change. The position was originally mine, Bunny. I just let him Hawk Jam sit there for a while. Now, the throne changes hands. The real master is coming. Netflix is excited beyond belief, saying all sorts of middle-of-the-road things to express the excitement in his heart. Mainly because, for a long time, Eagle Jam, the most powerful country in the world, did a lot of unseemly things to rabbits, various technological blockades, trade wars. It makes the whole rabbit terrified. And nowadays, rabbits have the strength to thump Hawk Jam in the military arena, in front of the nation, in front of the world. How could this not excite the crowd? Just then, the bureau chief, who had not been moving, suddenly opened his mouth. Well, dear netizens, we are about to close this live broadcast, but there's no need for anyone to rush. The official live feed of the military competition, open now. Remember, everyone must watch this competition with wide eyes and not miss a single moment. With that, the bureau chief waved his hand at the camera. Under the dense pop-ups, the live broadcast was closed. Good lord, it's almost 10 million people. Looking at the backstage data, the bureau chief was startled. This live broadcast of his, which could only be considered a preview, was actually watched by so many people. How many people will that be when the official live stream of the military competition opens? Don't even think about it. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the field to get ready over there and go live, said the bureau chief, and an expectant gleam blossomed in his eyes. In the meantime, after the long preparation time has passed, the military playing field, dozens of countries, have come to their respective venues. Follow the rules of the game. Each country needs to showcase their latest military equipment on the field. However, due to the overwhelming number of participating countries, so among the contestants, there were also 3, 6, 9 classes divided. Just countries like the white elephant, the northern stick, the Mao, and the Baba sheep, for example, are at the end of the line, the most downstream echelon. As for the rabbit, undoubtedly, the natural first tier. In the rabbit square, several silhouettes hurriedly arrived. It was Dewey Lee and others. Commander 1, we're not late, are we? Looking at Wan Ziyi, who was standing in front of the square formation, Li Deo opened his mouth and asked. Wan Ziyi smiled and shook his head. Of course it's not too late. We still have 2 hours until the military competition starts. The crowd arrived to provide backup technical support for this military competition. Be ready to respond to technical issues that may arise during the course of the competition. Ha, Comrade Lu didn't come? No, Comrade Lu has his own things to do. Li Dayo shook his head, then approached Wan Ziyi's ear and whispered, "Listen, listen, listen." Wan Ziyi then widened his eyes. Really? What am I lying to you for? Li Dayo laughed. But for any technical problems that may arise at any time, Comrade Lu has already instructed and personally guided us. Commander Wan is completely at ease. That'll do. Wan Ziyi nodded. Then he introduced the venue for Li Diwu. This venue was carefully prepared by Eagle Sauce and is said to be the top range in the world. This is equipped with a large number of sensing devices and observation devices to observe the military equipment of all countries at the beginning of the competition. It never used to be like this. It seems that this time, they really want to make a fool out of us rabbits, Wan Ziyi said, but he wasn't the least bit annoyed. There was a rich smile on his face. In the old days, Hawk Jam might have gotten his way, but now, it's time to show them what it means to steal a chicken. In the meantime, above the bleachers, looking at the endless playing field, journalists from various countries also picked up their cameras in their hands and got ready to. There was definitely an interview before the game started. Only the reporter from Bunny, holding up his camera, walked up to Li Dawu. "Hello elderly, I'm the official reporter of our rabbit. May I ask what you think of this military competition? This is an opportunity to show our military strength. In this period of time, our rabbit's various technologies have been booming, and our military strength has likewise not lagged behind. This time, we can surely bring the world a surprise." The reporter was equally happy to see Li Diwu's confident look. "According to you, the rabbit is likely to take first place this time? Not a possibility." Li Dayo shook his head and smiled. "Yes, definitely. This time Bunny, it's going to be a winner." Looking at him confidently, the reporter was also infected. The whole thing perked up. With the interview, the rest of the group began to gather towards the center of the arena. As soon as the head of Eagle Sauce saw Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang, he couldn't help but sneer. "I heard that Bunny has also turned on the live stream this time. They say that Bunny's people are smart, but why did they make a fool of themselves this time? I suggest you guys surrender and admit defeat before the match starts and the live stream begins. Otherwise, wouldn't it be so unattractive to get beat up by us on the field?" Listen to his words. Instead of getting angry, Wan Ziyi had a smile on his face. "We were worried about not having a way to put the latest technology on display. Eagle Sauce has done us a big favor by turning on the global broadcast this time. As for surrendering, I think Hawk Sauce, as the top of the last contest, doesn't he have to surrender first to make an example? It just so happens that the competition sites you've chosen to be able to keep your military equipment in tip-top shape are close to your home territory. So why don't you just pack up and go home?" Wan Ziyi spoke slowly, his expression flat. Both sides went back and forth with cynicism. Soon the head of Eagle Sauce broke the defense. Leathery excused himself and returned to his own venue. "Humph, it's just a momentary slip of the tongue. When the game starts, I'm going to make you look good." And in the meantime, Wan Ziyi and the others also returned to their venues. He approached the person in charge of the official broadcast and barked with a bemused look on his face. "The national live broadcast later on must be done well and show all of our Huaxia style." Chapter 104, the live broadcast opens. Millions of people flood in. No problem. Listening to Wan Ziyi's instructions, the staff suddenly felt a heavier burden on their shoulders. More like excited. Showing the style of Huaxia. What an exciting word. And soon, 2 hours of preparation time passed quietly. "Get on the signal and get ready to start the broadcast." With the voice of the head of the broadcast, the staff, which had already been prepared, started working immediately. In the meantime, rabbits on the web, scarf, fighting sound, fighting sharks, on various platforms, official live streams of rabbits appeared. Military competition, being broadcast live. The big headline was topped with a hot search. Coming, it's finally on live. I've waited so long. 2 hours? Do you know how I spent those 2 hours? I was just watching Sledgehammer and snapped and skipped over to it. So you can see how patriotic I am. This is the first time it's been broadcast live. So go official. Win the crown. 5,000 years of Chinese civilization know nothing about the gold. Today is the day the rabbit returns to the throne. We're a developing country, so don't get cocky. Comrades, cheer for the motherland and do your best. Make your best effort and you're done. I'm fine with whatever grade you get. Go motherland, go bunny. The official bunny live stream. The broadcast has just started. The signal is not yet connected. The picture is not yet presented. Millions of people flocked in an instant, and that number continues to climb. Every second that passes, tens of thousands of people join the live stream. The white pop-ups were like ocean waves, one after another, with no end in sight. Netflix is thrilled. Everyone was excitedly tapping on their keyboards and sending their best wishes to their country. The importance of this competition cannot be overstated. Even netizens who don't understand the international situation are aware of the importance of this military competition. What is at stake is the shape of the world for years to come. It's not just a competition between countries, but it also affects the populace down the road. A simple example: exchange rates. The status of the winning country improves and the exchange rate changes. After that, whether you buy electronics or anything else, as long as it's imported from abroad, internet users will be able to receive more discounts. Sure, the most important reason for getting the audience so excited is still national pride. How can a civilization that has been handed down for 5,000 years be weaker than those countries whose births are not even a fraction of their own time? Earlier Wahiowa faked a nap, and now that the claws and teeth are sharp, it's time to give those proud and arrogant Western nations a little Eastern shock. As netizens were excited and cheering for their country, the live feed picks up. A middle-aged man, apparently with a Western face, was seen standing on top of the stands. Good afternoon to all of you from all over the place, and to all of you from all over the world who are here to be able to be here. I am the representative of the United Nations and the judge of this military competition. Next, it will be my turn to announce the rules of the match. After the blonde middle-aged man finished speaking, he scanned the scene. Seeing that no one had any questions, he spoke slowly. Article 1. He spoke Eagle, but there was also a real-time translator relaying it on the air as he spoke. A long list of rules, said for a long time. The audience in the live broadcast room also listened attentively, wanting to see if there were any loopholes in this rule. It's a shame. This rule, which has been in use for I don't know how many years, has been supplemented without loopholes in many military competitions. These, above, are all the rules of this military competition. After announcing the rules, the referee put down his manuscript and addressed everyone. The match is about to begin, so please keep in mind the principle of competition second, friendship first. I hope you all have a great game for us. When he finished, he bowed in each of the 4 directions. The stage erupted in applause. Although it is said that friendship comes first, competition comes second. But at this moment, the representatives of various countries, their eyes are blooming with a fiery luster. Everyone is desperate for the laurel position in this competition. Game on. As per the previous rules, it is the next highest ranked country that goes first, and this time is no exception. The economy is underdeveloped, as is the military strength. Looking at their simple equipment, and a makeshift army that looks like a straw platform, a hush fell over the broadcast. Ha 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 ha, sure you're not here for a laugh. This is too much. It's understandable that military equipment pulls its crotch, but isn't it kind of funny that the military can't even walk in step? This tank seems to be a Type 59 that our rabbits eliminated many years ago. It's still true. We'll just have fun watching it. The ones that go on first are just to regulate the atmosphere, and the really good ones are at the back. Great white elephants, nice. 10 men on a motorcycle. Isn't this more fun than a circus? This is still restrained. I heard that the big white elephant side can be in a van, stuffed into nearly 100 people. These countries are ranked low, and the military power displayed is really nothing to write home about. Outdated equipment, disorganized training of the army. Only the acrobatics of the white elephant can bring a bit of fun to the global internet. Sure, what everyone was most looking forward to was the performance of the last few powers to come out. In the midst of a global live broadcast, my God, the performance of these countries is just too hot to watch. Let's talk about the country behind us. Guess who gets first place? Of course we kimchi. Our military strength is not something that other countries can touch. Come on, your kimchi army. You really only know how to make kimchi, don't you? It's too crotch-pulling. I think it's still eagle sauce. After all, the name of the only superpower of the blue planet is not a joke. Indeed, Hawk Jam's short period of nationhood has been extremely rapid, especially in the military field. I think it might be rabbits. It's well known that rabbits like to cover their asses. They must have invented powerful weapons where we don't know. I think the audience in the live stream was buzzing, and over time, the end of the display of many weak countries, Woolly Bear comes on. Being one of the big countries, the Woolly Bears attracted a lot of attention from the audience as soon as they took the stage, and the furry bears didn't disappoint the netizens, directly displayed their own Su-57 fighters as well as T-90S tanks. With the previous country as a reference, the broadcast room was abuzz, worthy of being a big country of furry bears. You can tell at a glance that these fighters and tanks are not ordinary. Yes, the reputation of a great military power is not to be taken lightly. At last I can eat some fine chaff. With this fighter and tank, you'll have no problem ranking in the top 3 in the world, right? And then it should be eagle sauce. I guess only eagle sauce can overpower a hairy bear. And in the meantime, look at the military prowess displayed by the Woolly Bear. Biden, the head of Eagle Jam, sat in his chair, crossing his legs in disbelief. Hairy Bear's strength is indeed good, but compared to us, there is still a considerable gap. we're going to show it next, aren't we? He said, and the hairy bear ended his display. The referee announced, here's Eagle Sauce, to show us their military prowess. As the words fell, the room erupted in applause, and amidst the applause, Eagle Jam's side was slow to move, until the referee looked over quizzically. Just look at Baden's proud face. For the next contest, I make a request on behalf of Eagle Sauce, and that is, we're going to show with the rabbits, together. Chapter 105, 5.5 generations versus 6 generations of aircraft. The advantage is mine. After hearing Eagle Jam's request, the whole room was in an uproar. Most people, at the first moment, didn't react to what exactly the other party meant by this request, but someone quickly responded. Eagle Sauce has evil intentions, obviously want to use their latest technology to crush us. Let us make a fool of ourselves in this military competition. It's no wonder that Hawk Jam specially turned on the global live broadcast this time, aiming to let the whole world see the image of them defeating the rabbits. Is this what Hawk Sauce does to suppress rabbits? It's really too vicious. If the military is strong and powerful, it should be a great power. Why is Eagle Jam acting like a vindictive little child? The fact that Eagle Sauce is so confident means that their military power had a breakthrough some time ago. Damn! Now the number of people in the global live room is in the hundreds of millions, and there are tens of millions of people in the rabbit's official live room. Making a fool of himself in front of so many people, as the first place winner of the last military competition, these little requests of Hawk Sauce will indeed be fulfilled. This is bad for the rabbits now. Finished, humiliated in front of the world. Go rabbit, don't let Eagle Sauce get away with it. I'm a white elephant netizen. I support rabbit. The netizens in the live stream were talking. Some netizens from countries that are on better terms with rabbits, such as Urba, and again, such as the furry bears, are fighting for the rabbits at the moment. And watch the scene. Some netizens from Rabbit, however, are in no hurry. All of these netizens have just exited the Bureau's live stream. There was a lot of talk. Don't worry, Hawk Sauce's scheme will never succeed. From the time Eagle Sauce suddenly changed the rules, our rabbits officials smelled Eagle Sauce's conspiracy. So how could they possibly do what they wanted? Thank you for the support of Hairy Bear and Urba's webmasters. So don't worry about watching. We don't know who's being suppressed yet. This wave Hawk Sauce, this wave is called self-defeating. We rabbits have an old saying. It's called stealing a chicken. You may not understand what it means. Just watch Eagle Sauce later and it will be clear. Like to be punched in the face? This is the first time I've seen this kind of request to jump up and lick your face to get hit. Netizens who have watched the Bureau's live broadcasts are confident. Pop-ups have been sent to appease netizens. The original atmosphere of anxiety in the live broadcast room had dissipated a lot. And in the meantime, on the site of the military competition, looking at Eagle Sauce head Biden with a face of arrogance and disdain, Wan Zi's heart was happy. Just waiting for you to say that. Trying to make a fool of yourself, are you? Make you whole. His heart was delighted, but Wan Zi's face did not show it at all. With a flat face, as if he didn't hear the trap in the other's words, he slowly nodded his head. Sure. Seeing this, Biden froze. He had thought that he was going to waste a lot of words, but I didn't expect the rabbit to compromise so quickly. Just as he froze, Jean suddenly saw an odd layer of smile on Wan Zi's face after he nodded his head across the room. What do you mean? Baden's heart suddenly stuttered. A strong sense of unease welled up, but soon the unease was washed away by anger, because he savored a strong disdain in Wan Zi's smile. I don't know. Biden grunted angrily. What country does he go to that isn't honored as the president of Eagle Jam? Now it's on the rabbit side of the fence, and in front of billions of viewers worldwide. How could he not be outraged by this? Then let you know what a superpower is. He let out a low growl and turned his head to the head of the Air Force behind him. Bring out our strongest fighters and show the rabbits a thing or two. Yes, the person in charge left quickly. The Hawk Jam has been developed over a long period of time to produce the most powerful fighter of our time, F-22C Raptor. This fighter is different from the previous one, a 5.5 generation fighter born from the upgrading of a 5th generation fighter. Performance is at the pinnacle of previous fighter jets, although it was not as good as the conceived 6th generation aircraft. In the opinion of the head of Eagle Jam, this fighter was definitely top-notch even when looking at the whole world. The performance is so strong that hanging a rabbit is definitely possible. And upon hearing this, the netizens in the global broadcast room were shocked. F-22C Raptor? 5.5? Has Eagle Jam's spaceflight level advanced to such a degree? Our country is still using 4th generation fighters. I have to say, Eagle Jam's aerospace level is absolutely top in the world. Now our good friend Rabbit is in danger. Alas, Commander Wan was too reckless. The person in charge of Eagle Sauce was clearly up to no good. How could he agree so easily? It doesn't matter. The Rabbit's land army is still strong. Even if they lose in fighters, the land army can still make up for it. Let's hope so. The foreign netizens in the live stream, such as those of Hairy Bear and Urba, were worried for the rabbit. No one expected that. It's amazing that Hawk Jam has developed a 5.5 generation fighter. You know, the world's spaceflight standard is still stuck at 5 generations. After all, the level of technology, every time you want to go up a little bit, it takes a huge amount of resources and time. 5.5 generation fighters are powerful, precisely because Eagle Jam is a superpower and was the winner of the last competition. Huge resources and scientific equipment. It's what's enough to sustain them and successfully develop a 5.5 generation fighter. In any other country, there simply isn't the financial resources or the time to support the research they do. In the eyes of the crowd, the same goes for rabbits. So when Eagle Jam announced that it was going to move its most powerful fighter, all the netizens of the countries that were friends with the rabbit were worried. Baden's voice was loud, as if on purpose for all to hear. Wan Zi heard it too, but he didn't panic in the slightest. The same bland expression remained on his face, only to see him turn and look at the staff behind him. Come what may, since Hawk Jam has already brought out its 5.5 generation fighters, let's send out our 6th generation fighters in return. Yes, hearing Wan Zi's command, several staff members, at once, became excited. What a 6th generation fighter! This piece of military equipment was naturally not a secret among their group, but now, instead, the crowd was naturally excited to get this fighter out of the air. 6 generations and 5.5 generations. You can tell which fighter is better just by the designation, and not a little more powerful. It's a quantum leap from Generation V.5 to Generation 6. Live in the booth, upon hearing Wan Zi's voice, the netizens, who were still a bit worried, became excited. Did Commander Wan just say a 6th generation plane? Rabbits really do have a 6th generation plane. 6 generations fighting 5.5 generations. This is not bullying children. The bureau chief really didn't lie. We rabbits really do have a 6th generation aircraft. Don't betray the bureau. The bureau didn't say anything. Chapter 106. The rabbit is so anxious. He actually fictionalized the 6th generation airplane. After Wan Zi's words were spoken, both the global live feed and the official rabbit feed, all of them are in a state of euphoria. Rabbits have a large population and a large number of people watch the live stream. It soon dominated the atmosphere of both live streams, only because Wan Zi sent out a real 6th generation aircraft, and in the meantime, the inventor of the Generation 6 was blissfully unaware of what had just happened. By the book, as the inventor of the 6th generation aircraft, Lu Feng should have traveled to the site of the military competition and always tested the status of these military equipment. As soon as an accident occurs, step up to the plate and make repairs. But, at the moment, Lu Feng didn't go, but instead left the matter of maintenance in the hands of Li Dayo and the others, because he had absolute confidence in the 6th generation aircraft he produced. At this point, Lu Feng brought Zhou Weiman, Sun Qingji, plus dozens of experts in the nuclear field gathered on the test site. Just moments ago, they were ready to run a simulation of a controlled fusion device. Look at the screen in front of you. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. From the time they arrived at the southern military region, the crowd had not rested. Every day I get up earlier than a chicken and go to bed later than a dog. 17 or 18 hours of a 24-hour day are spent on the test site. At the very beginning of the contact with this project, the people looked at Lu Feng's drawings with a half-understanding. During that time, he followed Lu Feng around to get the project going, while also asking questions. Lu Feng naturally knew everything. After a while, the crowd still had doubts, but the beating was enough. 10 days, and it really did it. I can't believe it. Put it on an experimental island. This simulation project would have taken months at least. It's all Comrade Lu's doing. Every time I ask him a question, I benefit a lot. Studying with him felt like breaking up and then gluing back together all the knowledge I had learned before. Indeed, I felt like a schoolboy during this time, not knowing anything. The data is starting to load. It's up to this one to make it. The experts in the nuclear field, who were present, were talking. Uncharacteristically, he clenched his fists. Excitement, nervousness, anticipation. A variety of emotions surrounded them. During these 10 days, under Lu Feng's leadership, the crowd managed to set up the simulation program. Various parameters are entered in. The next most important thing is to start the simulation. As long as the data can run successfully, it means that the various data on their Lu Feng drawings are not wrong. It also means that controlled fusion can begin to enter the construction phase. So this one simulation run determines what they will do subsequently, determines whether or not they can actually make true controlled fusion. That's right, Comrade Lu. Just then, Zhou Weiman suddenly opened his mouth. The military competition should have started, and the live stream is on this time. Are you sure you don't want to go watch it? When these words came out, the people around them looked over. In the midst of these 10 days of contact, it was clear to everyone that Lu Feng had produced a Generation 6 and a mecha tank for the rabbit. And this equipment, which has been carried to the field of the military competition. But Lu Feng, who was the inventor, was acting as if he had forgotten about it at the moment. Joe Wayman voiced a reminder. Lu Feng, however, shook his head. No need. In his opinion, this military competition was completely uncontested. The rabbit shall win. After all, the gold content of Generation 6 machines and mech tanks is not something to sneeze at. The only question is whether the punch to Eagle Jam's face was hard enough. The most important thing now is to get controlled fusion built. Lu Feng opened his mouth and managed to draw the crowd's emotions back. Controlled fusion is made, which means the rabbit has endless energy. In time, the outcome of the military competition doesn't seem to matter much anymore. With everyone watching, Lu Feng slowly stepped forward and pressed a button to the console in front of him. There was a crunch. Controlled fusion simulation run. Start. And in the meantime, the military playing field. After hearing Wan Ziyi's voice, Biden froze momentarily, followed by a look of disbelief after the reaction. What did he just say? A sixth-generation machine? President Hawksbane was confused throughout. His own Eagle Sauce poured everything he had into making a 5.5-generation fighter. And the rabbits, on the other hand, have produced a sixth-generation aircraft without saying a word? How is this possible? He looked behind him in a hurry. Behind President Eagle Sauce stood a number of people in close proximity. They're all from Eagle Jam's scientific team working on the 5.5-generation fighters. When they heard Wan Ziyi's announcement of sending out the 6th generation, the crowd was similarly filled with astonishment. Impossible. How could a rabbit produce a 6th-generation aircraft? The technological skills needed for this are not something the current rabbits can have. Not to mention rabbits, even we can't make a Generation 6. With Blue Star's current level of technology, it will take at least a few more decades to create a 6th-generation machine. These are rumors circulating on the Rabbit's network. I guess, not to be trusted. There's absolutely no way the Rabbit could have a 6th-generation aircraft. At most, it would be enhanced and modified, and its performance is estimated to be no match for even our 5.5-generation. Fighter naming is easy. We can also name the 5.5-generation fighters as the 6th generation, or even the 6th generation and a half. It's not just a matter of opening our mouths. Listen to the chatter of the research team behind you. President Hawksbane also reacted. The shock from earlier dissipated. The haughty look resumed once more. He looked at Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang and said with a cold smile, "Rabbits are really in a hurry to fictionalize something that doesn't exist like a Generation 6. I thought you guys were pretty grounded, but I didn't realize. Ha ha, it looks like the first place in this competition is not our Eagle Sauce." He was loud. Pass it into the live feed. Netizens were furious as they listened to his cynical words. What does this Eagle Sauce person mean? How dare you look down on us rabbits? Someone knock his mouth off. If Eagle Sauce can't build a 6th-generation aircraft itself, does it think that other countries can't build them either? As we all know, Eagle Jam also has the nickname Lighthouse Nation, and it seems that they really think of themselves as a lighthouse. And what they can't build themselves, they assume that no one else can build it either. Commander 1, hurry up and bring out the Generation 6 to smash their faces. The live audience was furious, and Wan Ziyi, too, heard the cynical words of President Eagle Jam. But Wan Ziyi didn't have any mood swings. Looking at the other party's arrogant appearance, Wan Ziyi had a disdainful look on his face. How arrogant the other party is at this moment. How much his face will hurt later. Wan Ziyi thought in his mind. The 6 is definitely moving out. But the question is, what's the best way to move out of the way so that the punch in the face can come later? Chapter 107, this big toy is the best I've ever seen. After President Hawksbane's cynicism, seeing that Wan Ziyi's face did not show any expression, his whole body was enraged. In his opinion, Wan Ziyi was just holding on for dear life right now. After all, both sides are going to be displaying military equipment together. Although the Rabbit side is not as technologically advanced as the Hawksbane, the only thing that can make a difference is the formation. But that's good. It's hard work now that will make the Rabbit fall harder when the race starts. Think about it. President Hawksbane ordered directly to the man behind him. Go on. Bring out our 5.5-generation fighters and show these dirtbags from the Rabbits a thing or two. Show them what a real fighter is. Yes, the pilots on Eagle Jam's side perked up as well. Turning his head, he ran at once into the midst of his own camp. Soon, an engine roared from the warehouse in the distance. The word spread through the grounds in an instant. The people present stared at the loud roar. My goodness, what a roar! It definitely doesn't sound like the power is low. Is this Hawk Jam's 5.5-generation fighter? I've long heard that Eagle Sauce has made a new breakthrough in the field of aerospace, and I can finally see it with my own eyes. Going hard with Eagle Sauce was really the worst decision in Bunny's life. That engine roar alone shows how powerful Hawk Jam's fighters are. There was a lot of chatter in the audience, and soon, the warehouse opens in the distance. A fighter jet slowly emerged from it. The audience in the room, as well as the representatives of the other countries participating in the competition, had their eyes wide open, only to see a fighter jet that didn't look too far removed from the 5th generation. but was in many different places gliding slowly towards this side. The furry bear representative, who had just finished making his presentation, had an ugly look on his face. This fighter, Hawk Jam, looks a lot stronger than ours. Look at his wings and fuselage, all aerodynamic and really beautifully shaped, especially those nozzles on the back of the fighter. Oh my god, how can they be so powerful? It feels like the flight power is definitely not low. The woolly bear representative spoke with difficulty. The whole thing is bad. As one of the military powers of the blue planet, he knew there was a gap between the technological level of woolly bear and Eagle Jam, but he didn't expect the gap to be so large. I had thought that we could spar with Eagle Jam, but now it looks like we're more than a step behind Eagle Sauce in every way. It's not just hairy bears. Representatives of other countries, equally shocked. The representatives of the two countries, Sakura and Kimchi, had expressions of excitement after seeing the 5.5 generation fighters. However, with having honor, the rabbit will lose this time. Trying to spar with Eagle Jam, the rabbit is simply making a fool of himself. These two countries are friends with Eagle Jam. The words were also directed toward Eagle Sauce in every way. In the global broadcast room, the pop-ups are even more churning. Our Hawk Sauce is too powerful. This 5.5 generation fighter jet unites the world's most advanced technology. How can rabbits compete with us? Once the 5th generation fighter comes out, who can compete with us? Beat the rabbit hard. Not bad indeed. Just then, Wanzi also opened his mouth with a praising expression on his face. Listening to his words, the Eagle Sauce netizens in the live stream suddenly froze, followed by a flurry of pride. This Chinese man still knows what's good for him, definitely bowled over by our strong national power. As soon as this 5th generation semi-fighter appeared, the Chinese also realized they couldn't possibly win, right? It's good to know how powerful we are in Eagle Sauce, and we suggest that the rabbits should hurry up and surrender. It will be too late when both fighters are put together and compared. Yes, it's true that rabbits have developed well in recent years, but they're still a long way from us. We, Eagle Jam, are also known as the Lighthouse Nation, and now we still stand on top of the world. Live in the booth, netizens from Eagle Jam couldn't help but be proud and bragged about Eagle Jam's national strength in various ways, mainly because of what Wanzi just said. How can this make them not proud when their opponents have opened their mouths to praise them? President Eagle Jam was equally full of smugness, but the next second, Wanzi's voice came again. Nice indeed. This big toy is the best I've seen in a while. This statement was made. The crowd, which was still happy and proud, instantly froze. Big toys? What do you mean? The best big toys. President Eagle Jam understands Wanzi's words through a real-time translation headset. Soon he reacted. That's demeaning to Hawk Jam's 5.5 generation fighters. He was subconsciously about to open his mouth to retort, but before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by Lu Guoliang's voice. At this moment, Lu Guoliang stood beside Wanzi, pointing at the 5.5 generation fighters that slowly glided towards the side and laughed. Is this Eagle Sauce's military equipment? It is indeed good, but such big toys shouldn't go to the toy track to compete. Why come to the military competition? He didn't think, with this big toy, that he could take the grade, did he? No way, no way. When he finished, he looked back to President Eagle Jam. This toy of yours is very marketable in our rabbit. I think that after the military competition is over, we can talk about cooperation. We estimate that there are many toy manufacturers in our country who are willing to cooperate with you. Hear this. Where is President Eagle Jam, who doesn't understand what the other side is saying? That's humiliating. Eagle Sauce the most proud of the 5.5 generation fighters, but the other side is said to be toys? Hearing the words of the two commanders, the rabbit audience in the live stream, too, burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, referring to Hawk Jam's most powerful fighter as a toy. The two commanders are also too detrimental. It's all about being damaging, or else Hawk Sauce won't know what level he's at. I certify that the two commanders are not lying. We do have all these toys in the country. I can also attest to the fact that when I had a fever as a child, my father took me to the village clinic in this. Eagle Sauce, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and send over the parameters of this toy. Our domestic children are still waiting to play it. Ha 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 ha, you guys are even worse. Eagle Jam's netizens began to retort, but it was quickly overshadowed by the pop-ups from the Bunny Network, and in the meantime, President Eagle Jam, however, was furious. The whole thing was enraged. He only saw him looking viciously at the two people who were singing in unison, and was about to open his mouth to fight back. Boom! A loud growl rang out. The representatives of the country, the spectators, and the judges were all taken aback. What's the commotion? Followed the loud noise that resembled the roar of a fierce beast. The crowd then saw a shadow slowly sailing out of the huge warehouse from the rabbit side. The silver-gray exterior is like a streamlined shape made in one piece. Looking at this very sci-fi colored appearance of the fighter, everyone was stunned. What is it? Chapter 108 is completely unaerodynamic. True, is really a 6th-generation airplane. Bureau chief was right. We rabbits have long had a real 6th-generation airplane. This beautiful shell, very sci-fi appearance. This is the product of gathering sci-fi craftsmanship. I'm so excited. There was news of a 6th-generation aircraft before and I didn't believe it, but I didn't think I could really see a 6th-generation aircraft with my own eyes today. Oh my country, you've hidden so much from me. No wonder our Commander Juan is so calm. To be honest, my heart skipped a beat when I saw the Eagle Sauce's 5th-and-a-half-generation fighter. But now that our 6th-generation plane has appeared, I'm not panicking at all. How can a 5th-generation fighter compare to a 6th-generation plane? Ha 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 ha. I'm already picturing the Eagle Sauce people's rage. Where are the netizens from Eagle Sauce just now? Why don't you say anything now? Aren't you a lighthouse country? How come you can't even make a 6th-generation airplane? Upon seeing the 6th-generation aircraft that appeared on the live feed, the rabid netizens who just now didn't know how to retort to the proud and complacent Eagle Sauce netizens got excited. All sorts of shoutouts on the air. This is the lighthouse state? How come you can't even make a 6th-generation plane? It's not going to work. It's not just them. As soon as the 6th generation appeared, throughout the field, representatives of all nations inevitably saw the beautifully shaped fighter. Attention is caught dead. They've never seen a fighter jet in this shape before. It's just too special. So much so that the 5.5-generation fighter, which had just been surrounded by praise from the crowd, instantly went unnoticed, and find out that their own fighters are being left out in the cold. The head of Eagle Sauce, too, grew progressively more ugly. Damn it, how can a rabbit have a 6th-generation plane? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. But looking at the slowly approaching 6th-generation aircraft, even if you can't believe it, you have to believe it. Well, how about our new fighter? Just then, Juan Zi walked over. He looked President Eagle Sauce up and down, and said good-naturedly, "I've heard that your Eagle Jam is extremely powerful in the field of aerospace. So why did you only make a 5.5-generation fighter instead of a 6th-generation plane? Is it that you don't want to?" Listening to the other side, President Hawksbane's entire being was bad. A ball of anger was born in his heart. If it wasn't live, he might have to have a fist fight with Juan Zi. Of course he couldn't beat Juan Zi is all. Look at Juan Zi's smug look. President Hawksbane held his tongue for half a day before finally speaking angrily. "You rabbits love to engage in bluffing. Don't think I don't know what's going on here." He pointed at the 6th-generation plane that was slowly gliding onto the field and said in a cold voice, "Nothing more than a modification of the shape and you can say it's a Generation 6? Not to mention the fact that you rabbits don't have what it takes to make a 6th-generation aircraft. This appearance alone is full of holes, totally unaerodynamic, designed like that just to look better. You think this is a tech air show? We're competing in this contest for fighter performance. If you like to do all this fancy stuff, I suggest you go to some small air show instead of making a fool of yourselves here." President Hawksbane was loud. Listening to his words, the heads of many countries present gradually calmed down. Start looking at this 6th-generation aircraft again. The fighter does have a beautiful appearance, like it was lifted from a movie or TV show, but President Eagle Jam is right. This fighter is completely unaerodynamic. Aerodynamics is a big factor when a fighter jet is in flight. So how can this be ignored if it's a true 6th-generation aircraft? Bunny couldn't really have changed it to this just to bluff. Take a 5th-generation aircraft, with the same performance. This stylized fighter would definitely be pulled apart by a conventional 5th-generation aircraft. Bunny's decision was a little less than wise this time. Let's hope that's not the case, or Bunny is definitely going to make a fool of himself this time. Listening to the murmurs of those around him, the anger in President Eagle Jam's heart dissipated. Sure enough, the other country heads think like me. The rabbits sent this fighter jet as a bluff, President Hawksbane thought, and his self-confidence just picked up again. The expression on his face once again reverted to the same arrogance as before. He looked at Juan Zi and said with a cold smile, "Since Commander Juan is so confident in your rabbit's fighter, why don't we compete? How about just competing for speed? The speed of a fighter jet is one of the most important properties. All other features can be improved by later improvement. Only the speed, which depends entirely on the engine and the influence of the housing." On this point, President Hawksbane has absolute self-confidence. The fighter, Hawk Jam, has been revolutionized twice in the past 6 months. The speed is even faster than once. Aerodynamics are used to the extreme. On the contrary, the rabbit this one, you can't even use aerodynamics well, let alone engine performance. And in the face of his aggressive invitation, Juan Zi, however, was not the least bit flustered. There was still a faint smile on his face. Since the Eagle Jam people have said so, it's not like we can say no. On the side, Lu Guoliang opened his mouth. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Isn't that right up against the gun? After handing over the fighters, the two made a point of checking the parameters of the 6th-generation aircraft. The speed is the same as the fighter jet that was at the previous airshow. The terminal velocity reaches Mach 30. This speed, even if you look around the world, There is nothing that can match it. Eagle Sauce is a 5.5 generation fighter. What can we compare it with? Since you found yourself up here, don't blame me for hitting you in the face too hard, Wan Ziyi thought in his mind, but on his face, he did not show it at all and nodded his head. Well, then, it's a race for speed. After saying that, he headed directly in the direction of the rabbit camp, and watched their backs as they leave. President Eagle Jam, on the other hand, had a heart attack. Get ready, we're going to win this time, he ordered to the pilot behind him. The other nodded, with the same look of excitement. Over the past 6 months, Hawk Jam has piled most of its resources into fighter development. Now this 5.5 generation fighter is upgraded by an unknown amount compared to a 5th generation aircraft. The ultimate speed, moreover, is capable of reaching Mach 3, 5. Most of all, yes, the process of speeding up this fighter is extremely short. It's not an exaggeration to say that it breaks the sound barrier instantly, President Eagle Jam said, his eyes glowing with ambition. There are such powerful 5.5 generation fighters. What does the rabbit take to win? Chapter 109, Vertical Takeoff, Chain of Sonic Booms. The conversation between Bunny and Eagle Sauce soon reached the referee's ears as well. As the organizers, they don't really have much say in the matter. Not to mention the fact that neither side of the contest had any objections. The referee had even less to say. Just came to both sides and spoke the rules to President Eagle Jam and Wan Ziyi. Then turn away. Both sides began to prepare. Remember, pull the fighters to the limit at the start, and not only win this race, but win it beautifully, and let the world know the difference between the rabbits and us Hawk Jam. Understand? President Hawksbane ordered, with an undeniable look in his eyes. Understood, the pilot agreed loudly and with a serious look on his face. He quickly put his gear on and got into the cockpit, and in the meantime, the rabbit, Wan Ziyi, however, was not as nervous as his opponent. The whole person was relaxed as he looked at the driver beside him and said lightly, "Just drive normally. They can't outrun us." Good. The driver nodded and similarly donned his gear. Both sides are ready to finish. The two fighters, too, were parked in their respective flight paths. The referee is standing on the high platform. The game begins. His voice fell. Hawk Jam's 5.5 generation fighters, instantly at full power. The individual engine nozzles operated simultaneously, and the speed soared in a straight line, instantly off the runway. See this scene. The people present couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. This is a 5.5 generation fighter? The speed is too fast. Yeah, that speed is just out of reach. If it was our country's fighters racing Eagle Jam, they would have lost at the start. Worthy of Eagle Sauce, the level of technology is really nothing to write home about. It glides that fast. If it flies, I guess it can break the sound barrier. The rabbit is in danger this time. How come there's no movement on the rabbit side? Just then, it has been noticed that the rabbit's VIs, surprisingly, didn't move at all after Eagle Jam's fighters rushed out. What's going on? The crowd was very confused. Instead, at the sight of this, President Eagle Jam smiled. Commander 1, are your fighters malfunctioning? Fighter jets are structurally complex and can't just be retrofitted. Do you want an engineer from our side to overhaul it for you? Don't worry, it's free. The villain gets his way. But when he finished, he didn't wait for Wan Ziyi and the others to become furious. Instead, the crowd on the rabbit side was seen putting on noise-canceling headphones. What's the situation? Everyone was confused. Why don't the rabbits grab the fighters and start them up? Is it really possible that the fighters are malfunctioning? It shouldn't be. Surely the participating fighters must have been overhauled several times beforehand. Not to mention, why wear noise-canceling headphones when the fighter is broken? This scene is kind of familiar. Why does it feel like a rocket takeoff scene? Rocket takeoff? Are you kidding? Delegates were confused. And look at the rabbit's odd behavior. In President Eagle Jam's mind, however, a bad feeling arose. He spoke in a rush. The rabbit must be playing tricks again. Do you really think that doing so will undo the defeat you have already suffered? Check it out. Our Eagle Sauce fighters are about to end their voyage and start taking off. Rabbit this time, will lose. How come the fighter jets didn't move? It can't really be like what President Eagle Sauce said, that the fighter jets are malfunctioning, right? How can that be? Don't you know the level of our national engineers? But the fighter jets have not moved until now. Where's the overhaul team? Get up there. This time overhaul, surely also cannot catch up with the Eagle Sauce fighter. Wasted all this time. Unless our fighter's limit speed can reach the other side of the speed of twice, it is difficult to catch up. If you overhaul it on site, you'll be embarrassed. All said that made in China. If really out of the problem, this time can be said to be in front of the world to lose face. The viewers in the live room were very worried. This live broadcast, after all, is for the whole world. It would be a very serious problem if the fighters on the rabbit side were to malfunction. It's worse than losing the game. But just as the crowd was talking, a pop-up crossed the line. You guys, look, Our fighters are moving. Why is the nozzle turning? The netizens of the live broadcast room rushed to look at it. Only the engine nozzles underneath the 6th generation aircraft were seen to start rotating from a horizontal direction, standard 90 degrees back, perpendicular to the ground. It's not just them. Even the audience, who were there, looked confused. What the hell is this doing? Just then, warning, warning, fighter jets are preparing to take off. Please stay away from the surrounding area as soon as possible. Fighters are warming up. Pilots, please make final preparations before takeoff. Select takeoff mode, vertical takeoff and landing. Default altitude, 18,000 meters. A series of crisp mechanical beeps sounded. In the midst of a bewildered crowd, several nozzles, suddenly spewing out a thick incandescent flame. Boom! With a loud popping sound, the 6th generation aircraft lifted vertically into the air in a rocket takeoff pattern. The engine nozzles were running at full power, and the dust on the ground spread out in a circular pattern in all directions. Next, boom! Sharp popping sounds rang out. The 6th generation plane, which had just achieved levitation, suddenly flew vertically towards the sky at an extremely incredible speed. The extreme speed even crashed through the air, creating a sonic boom. The spreading circle of airwaves was left far behind. Boom! 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 The loud sonic booms that followed one after another even shook the surrounding crowd on their asses. What the hell is this? My god, this fighter actually just took off vertically? This airwave, this speed, this sonic boom. This isn't a fighter jet. It's not even a small rocket. Where are the fighters? Why can't I see them? Look in the sky. The rabbit fighters are taking off vertically at breakneck speed. A voice that roused the crowd. Hastily, he looked up. They saw that the 6th generation aircraft that had just stopped in front of them was now taking off at an extremely fast speed. A wave of air, lined up from around the fighter, spread out in a circular shape towards the surroundings. At first glance, there's a strange beauty to it, but the people present were not half as appreciative. Watch this scene. The crowd was dumbfounded. It's not just them. Live in the booth, after seeing the Rabbit's 6th generation aircraft take off at this speed, the pop-ups on the broadcast even stopped for a moment. Next, the live feed completely blew up. Chapter 110, Beat You with Speed. My god, what do I see? Why do our Rabbit's fighters take off in such a way, as if they were rockets? Is this a Generation 6 aircraft? It shattered my worldview. Not to be outdone by our Rabbit fighters. Those who sang the Rabbit's praises before have come forward. And what do you call this to lose? Vertical takeoff and landing actually produced a sonic boom. How fast it had to be. Most importantly, look at its vertical takeoff and landing attitude. It doesn't even have its wings retracted. It doesn't use aerodynamics at all. It's like a miracle of strength. It's hard to imagine what a powerful heart this fighter plane has inside. It feels like I've witnessed history. And who can break heads with us rabbits in space after this fighter comes along? At the sight of the 6th generation aircraft, which had been making little movement, suddenly took off in a strange attitude. And it's so fast that it even produces a sonic boom afterward. The audience in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. The audience, who had just been a little worried about the rabbit fighter, was even more excited at the moment. They've never seen, like, a fighter jet take off like this. Not to mention the fighter jet, which created a sonic boom in the middle of its vertical takeoff. That's how fast it has to be. Amidst the two live broadcasts, the attention of billions of viewers and the astonished gazes of the representatives of the countries present, vertical takeoff speeds are climbing for Generation 6 aircraft. It didn't take long for the 6th generation aircraft to reach an altitude of 18,000 meters. The camera in the live room has a telephoto function. The spectators were also equipped with binoculars to get a better view of the game. The crowd rushed to look up. The beautifully shaped 6th generation aircraft was seen to have come to 18,000 meters in the air at this moment and hovered there. See here. The people present sucked in a breath of cold air. And in the meantime, the Hawk Jam fighters were also at full speed. In a short time, it flew hundreds of kilometers. It's already more than a tenth of the full distance. By all rights, with its own fighters so far ahead of the game, Eagle Jam should have been a solid winner by now. But look at the weird stance of the bunny fighter. President Eagle Jam was suddenly flustered at the moment, only because of the performance just shown by the rabbit fighter. It's already far beyond one's expectations. It's a ING 5th generation conversion? The speed of a vertical takeoff creates a sonic boom. What if this is flying horizontally? With that in mind, he hastily picked up his walkie-talkie and connected to the communication channel of his own cockpit. Come on, come on, the rabbits have made their move. Pull up to maximum speed. Full speed ahead. Make sure you take this one. If I lose, I'll definitely apply to have you punished when I get back. President Hawksbane was frantically prodding and even began to threaten. And receiving his command, the cockpit pilot's face became equally serious. Without saying a word, he pushed the joystick straight to the head. Boom! The engines of the 5.5 generation fighter jet roared hysterically. The nozzles at the tail of the fighter jet spewed out flames that grew fiercer. The needle on the dashboard in front of you, spinning wildly. Seeing this scene, President Eagle Jam's hanging heart dropped a little. Luckily, as long as our fighters are the first to fly 1,000 kilometers away, it's a win for us. At this rate, it shouldn't take long. The Rabbits fighters have vertical takeoffs and landings, but judging by the distance, their fighter positions are still in place, despite his words. But the whole thing was still in a state of confusion. It's not just him. Behind him, Eagle Jam's entire scientific team was very confused at the moment. Used the binoculars to look toward the sky. The sixth-generation aircraft on the Rabbit side was seen still hovering steadily at an altitude of 18,000 meters, and the nozzle, located at the rear of the fighter jet, is now spinning. Watch this scene. Everyone on the scientific team was filled with disbelief. How is it possible that the nozzle rotates? And why is it still suspended so stably high in the sky without producing a single wobble? That's not the main thing. Didn't you guys see how fast this fighter took off and landed vertically just now? It was too fast. It even produced a sonic boom. What on earth are the wings of Rabbit fighters made of? And why aren't they affected in the slightest at that exaggerated speed? Why would a rabbit have this kind of technology? This is unbelievable. I dare not imagine how fast it can reach when it actually flies. Hovering at 18,000 meters. Vertical takeoffs and landings so fast they produce sonic booms. This sequence of images had turned their perceptions upside down. No one can guess. The Rabbit, a fighter that looked like a bluff, had such exaggerated speed. Just by virtue of hovering at 18,000 meters this scene, it's already surpassed all the fighters they've ever seen. Includes 5.5 generations. And in the meantime, when the fighter jet has hovered, in the cockpit, Chen Yiming was all excited. On the screen in front of him, through the fighter's own sensor settings, it had locked on to a 5.5 generation fighter hundreds of kilometers away. An aiming pattern even appeared on the screen. It was as if he could just give the order and a missile would strike to bring it down. But it's just a military race, a contest of speed, not a battlefield. So Chen Yiming also restrained himself from this idea. Since it's a competition of speed, let's use speed to defeat you. With that, he pressed the flight button. It has been switched to adaptive cruise mode. Hearing the beeps coming from the intelligence system, the joystick in Chen Yiming's hand slowly pushed. Next, boom! Several nozzles, running simultaneously, blazing flames spewed out. The sixth-generation plane, which was still hovering high in the sky, suddenly rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Boom boom boom! Successive sharp explosions rang out from high above, spreading throughout the arena. Starting acceleration, it reached 3 times the speed of sound. In the cockpit, Chen Yiming's bland face was mixed with a bit of excitement. Pressure relief chamber activated. The pressure from the sudden acceleration dissipated. Then I can speed up without worry. Feel the sensations in your body. After confirming that it is safe to accelerate, Chen Yiming smiled slightly and pushed the joystick again. Boom boom boom. Sonic booms kept coming from above the sky. Listening to the continuous sharp bursts, everyone present stared in disbelief. What a terrifying speed that is. Not reacting yet. A message that suddenly reached everyone. In the picture, a fledgling 6th-generation aircraft, flying at breakneck speeds. In just a moment, it equaled the speed of the Hawk Jam fighter. See this scene. Everyone was instantly shocked. Chapter 111, Global Boiling. Mach 3, how is that possible? How do Rabbit fighters accelerate so fast? It feels as if it didn't even have time to accelerate, and in an instant it leveled out Hawk Jam's 5.5 generation fighter. It's too much. If I could, I'd love to order a Generation 6 from Bunny right now and take it apart to see what the engines in it are really made of. With this acceleration efficiency, I guess conventional engines can't do it at all. What on earth are the Rabbits doing behind our backs? Why did they suddenly move such a powerful fighter? This engine, it can't be nuclear, can it? I can't imagine any engine other than this one being this efficient. Are you kidding me? Nuclear engines are huge. How can they fit on a fighter jet? After seeing the Rabbit's 6th generation aircraft tie Hawkmaster's 5 generation fighters in speed in its infancy, everyone in the room was stunned, and President Eagle Sauce, who also received this message, was incredibly uncomfortable. How is it possible that a Rabbit's fighter could be so powerful? His face grew more and more somber. But the race is on, and there's nothing he can do about it. Almost instantly, he reached for his walkie-talkie, shouted orders at the pilot. Turn on extreme mode. We have to win this race. His voice fell. The 5.5 generation fighters in the sky then received the command. A 5.5 generation fighter jet, bursting at the seams with maximum power. The speed came right up to Mach 3. 5. Full speed ahead. Only this slight change in speed did not attract the attention of those present. All of their attention, at the moment, rested on the Rabbit's 6th generation aircraft. The real-time monitoring data about the 2 fighters in front of them was constantly fed back to the crowd. as well as to the live broadcasting room. Seeing these two very different figures, the live feed instantly boiled over. It's true that it's a 6th generation plane. The motherland is true. It's a total beatdown. Don't get excited upstairs. This is a normal level for us rabbits. Ha 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 ha. This is our rabbit fighter. Just asking if you guys are awesome. The acceleration process will reach Mach 5. What's Hawk Sauce going to win with? Originally, I thought Hawk Jam's 5.5 generation fighter was so powerful, but it turned out that after accelerating for half a day, the limiting speed was only Mach 3. 5. Mach 3. 5 is already fast. Did you guys see the direction the Hawk Jam fighters were flying? Well, it'll only take half an hour for them to fly home for dinner. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. It's not just the live feeds. Seeing the screen, the data fed back by the two fighters. The representatives of the countries present were also stunned. The Rabbit's 6th generation plane. It reached Mach 5. It's just getting started, isn't it? With a super speed of Mach 5 in the acceleration phase alone? You guys look at Eagle Sauce's Gen 5 1/2 fighter. It's only Mach 3. 5. The highs and lows are coming. The representatives of the countries present, looking at the data fed back from the two fighters, already had an answer in their minds. And the data coming back from the two fighters didn't stop there. To be precise, the numbers for the 6th generation aircraft are, well, still climbing. From the very beginning of its static state, the Rabbit fighter's various stats began to rise continuously. It quickly took on a crushing trend, but even so, it's like there's no end in sight for all the data on the 6th generation. It keeps going up and up and up. Looking at the Rabbit fighter that was almost double the data of his own 5.5 generation fighter, President Eagle Jam was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Unbelievable. Even a 6th generation plane can't be that much higher than a 5.5 generation fighter. Could it be that the Rabbit fighters are fudging the data? A flash of light went through President Eagle Jam's mind. Simply because at this point, the numbers for the two fighters were too big. All the stats of the Rabbit fighter, rising, from stationary, to flat. Just a moment ago it was only twice the size of the Hawk Jam's 5.5 generation fighter. But now, it's gradually sprinting toward triple the numbers of the 5.5 generation. How is this possible? President Hawksbane is gradually becoming certain that Rabbit's 6th generation fighters are definitely data fudging. Otherwise, how could there be such a big gap? Thinking, he looked up at the screen in front of him, wide-eyed again, only to see the gap between the two fighters' stats, once again, skyrocket. The Rabbit's 6th generation speed continues to skyrocket. In the split second it had just froze. The Rabbit hexacopter had actually increased its speed to Mach 10. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. President Eagle Jam lost his voice and exclaimed, definitely data falsification. How can a fighter jet fly so fast? Shame on the Rabbit for doing whatever it takes to win. His eyes were wide with disbelief. It was totally unbelievable that a fighter jet could fly at that level of speed. It's practically a horizontal rocket. But just as he finished, suddenly, a startled cry came from the intercom in front of him. The driver's voice contained surprise and disbelief. Sir, it's not good. The Rabbit's 6th generation plane, it seems, flew right past me. Hearing the exclamation, President Eagle Jam was even angrier. What do you mean as if? Give me an exact answer. There was silence on the other end of the intercom for a split second, followed by another ring. It should be a Generation 6 right, but it's so fast I can't see it at all. Hear this. President Hawksbane was momentarily silent. So fast it's hard to see. That means that the speed of the Rabbit fighters far exceeds the Mach 3. 5 of the 5.5 generation fighters. That is to say, the Mach 10 speed shown on the screen was not faked. It's not just him. Everyone in the room heard the Hawkmaster pilot's callback. All were silent. Who would have thought that a fighter jet could explode into such breakneck speeds? It's almost like a small rocket. There was no more murmuring and no one made a sound. The crowd stared dead at the screen in front of them. The only thing they wanted to know now was just what kind of speed the Rabbit's fighter could achieve. From previous performance, Mach 10, it seems to be far from the limit of the Rabbit fighter, as if answering the question in their minds. After surpassing the Hawk Jam 5.5 generation fighter, the trend of accelerating 6th generation aircraft did not stop. The speed is displayed in real time from the screen through various testing devices. Mach 13, Mach 17, Mach 22. The performance of the 6th generation aircraft soared as if there were no end in sight. Without the slightest pause, in a very short period of time, the terminal velocity of the Generation 6 has spiked exponentially. Finally, Mach 30, when that number comes up, everyone's eyes widened. The globe is abuzz. Chapter 112, Do I Need to Keep Flying? Mach 30. Our Rabbit's fighter's ultimate speed is actually Mach 30. Is this really the speed a fighter jet should be going? I feel like I'm still awake. Some netizens may not understand what the concept of Mach 30 is. Let me explain. The speed of the Long March 5 before our Rabbits was in the range of Mach 33 to 34. That is, more than 30 times the speed of sound. And this is still the extreme speed of the Long March 5 after it has broken away from the surface of the Earth. I just looked it up. Mach 30 is equivalent to tens of thousands of meters a second, and it only takes an hour to go around the world. My God, is this really the speed a fighter jet should have? It's almost as if the rocket was placed horizontally, but the 6th generation styling is so much worse than the bloated rocket. It's graceful. It's hard to imagine how on earth a fighter jet of that size manages to go so fast. Foreign netizens see this. This is our rabbits fighter. We rabbits are number one in the world. What's the big deal about Mach 30? Sooner or later, our eagle sauce will overtake you. After seeing the extreme speed of the Rabbit 6, the globe is abuzz. It's not just the live feeds. At this moment, experts in various fields in various countries also received the news at the first time. Mach 30 terminal velocity. All fields of endeavor were shaken by it, because this data not only represents the technological breakthrough of the fighter jets realized, derive out from there. With this technological power, all fields of endeavor will begin to grow. Of course, the first to develop is definitely the rabbit industry. The whole of China, at the moment, was abuzz. The nation celebrates. Most people can't comprehend the Mach 30 statistic, but they can comprehend that our fighter jets, across the board, crushed Eagle Jam. And look at this data. The researchers on the Eagle Sauce side, however, were wide-eyed with disbelief. Mach 30, someone murmured out, despair all over his face. He couldn't imagine what a powerful heart was equipped in the fuselage of a Generation 6, but that's exactly why. They are also getting desperate. How can we catch up or even go beyond when we can't even understand it? All the researchers on the Eagle Sauce side, for a moment, could not accept this data. The representative figures of the other countries, however, were the first to transmit the news back to the headquarters. A display of rabbit fighter strength, peeping at points. It's completely obvious what kind of changes have actually taken place in rabbit science and technology in the intervening time. The heads of state received the news and also held a meeting at the first opportunity. Rabbits are so powerful today. Attitudes towards rabbits will have to start changing in the future. Just as the world was reeling from the shock, suddenly, Wan Ziyi spoke up. Only his face was flat. You can end the game. At these words, the crowd slowly returned to their senses. President Hawksbane was so mortified that he was just about to open his mouth to retort. Just listen to the referee on the high platform speak. Rabbit's fighter jets were the first to fly thousands of miles away. Speed race, Rabbit wins. Upon hearing the sentence pronounced, the frozen crowd reacted, but it was followed by a look of bewilderment. This goes to, it's over? This is too fast for me to react. Isn't the racecourse 1,000 kilometers? How long has it been? I've been counting the time and it seems to have taken less than 2 minutes. In less than 2 minutes, it flew through 1,000 kilometers. What kind of monster is this that the rabbit invented? I feel like I'm dreaming, even though I'm Chinese. This is too much. 1,000 kilometers in 2 minutes. That means you can cross the entire rabbit in 3 or 4 minutes. What kind of speed is this? This is the strength of our rabbits. Where are those hawk sauce people who were clamoring before? Why don't they talk anymore? Do they not like to talk? The live feed exploded again. In the midst of a global live broadcast, after seeing the performance of the Rabbit's 6th generation fighter, all the Chinese people couldn't help but launch pop-ups. No way. Over the years, the winner of the military competition was always Hawk Jam, while the rabbits were always crushed by Hawk Jam. Emotions that had built up badly in his heart also exploded out at this moment. All the rabbits' internet friends are rejoicing, and countries such as the Woolly Bear, who are friends with the rabbits, are also congratulating them at this moment. Even helped satirize Eagle Jam, Sakura, and Kimchi's netizens. They dislike them so much that they don't even dare to say anything. They can only dive in silently. It's not just them. This moment on the military competition circuit, after hearing the referee's verdict, the audience as well as the representatives of various countries slowed down for a while before reacting. The rabbit triumphed, and it was still won on the back of the unheralded 6th generation. The main thing is, 1,000 kilometers of race distance took the 6th generation plane a mere 2 minutes, if not 2 minutes less. The scene was all abuzz. Everyone was attracted to the fighter and began to discuss it enthusiastically. There were even some country representatives who, after receiving the signals from the higher-ups, began to show favor to Wan Ziyi and the others on the spot. No one noticed that Eagle Jam's 5th-generation fighter jets were still flying at high speed in the sky. Sir, do I need to keep flying? The voice of the Eagle Jam pilot came over the intercom. He also heard the referee's pronouncement, and even said that he knew he had lost when he saw the rabbit hexacopter rush past in front of him. And listening to him, President Eagle Jam's face grew more and more somber. What are you still flying for? Hurry up and turn back. At this point the rabbit's fighters had finished the race, while Eagle Jam's fighters were just under a fifth of the way through. What else is there to fly? Make a fool of yourself? Under his hectoring, The 5.5 generation fighters soon turned around and headed back. And while he was at it, President Hawk Jam grimaced and looked behind him at the research team. Didn't you guys tell me that rabbits could never build a real 6th generation airplane? Didn't they say that their Generation 6 planes are just Generation V planes modified to force a face? Can someone explain to me how a face-filling product can fly 1,000 kilometers in less than 2 minutes? Listen to his words. The crowd of the research team, who were already a bit confused, were even more speechless. The crowd was stumped for half a day. It was only barely held back. Judging from this fighter, the rabbit's technology is at least centuries ahead of ours. President Eagle Jam's eyes widened in anger. He couldn't understand at all why the rabbit had suddenly become so strong. All he knew was that Eagle Jam had completely lost this speed contest. But the race isn't over yet. Next up is the stealth performance test. This time, the tables must be turned. Chapter 113 Rabbit's Fighter Disappears. On this point, President Hawksbane is very confident. 5.5 generation fighters not only made improvements above the engine, above the stealth coating, it is likewise much improved. Previous stealth fighters could only manage to be stealthy under normal radar. When radar power is enhanced, there is nothing to hide, but not so with Eagle Jam's 5.5 generation fighters. The stealth coating is improved to block most radar signals to achieve the stealth effect. The main thing is the body design. Smooth body flow. It is possible, to the greatest extent possible, to disable the radar signal and prevent refraction from occurring. No refraction can occur, and radar cannot detect the presence of the fighter. I'm sure I can get back this time. President Eagle Jam is confident, and the research team behind him, after determining that his 5.5 generation fighter had adopted the latest paint job, he looked towards Wan Zi and the others, who were happily sitting on the side, and laughed coldly. It's just one win and you're this happy. Unlike us Eagle Sauce, we've always been first in military competitions and can't experience your joy. He pretended to sigh, his words full of superiority, and hearing his slightly mocking words, Wan Zi and the others were not annoyed. With a slight smile, Wan Zi spoke calmly. Don't worry, soon you won't be. Listening to his words, President Hawksbane didn't react for a moment, but he quickly understood what Wan Zi meant. The man who had forced himself to be calm instantly blushed and broke his great defense. The words were not finished. Just then, not far away the referee's voice rang out. He was seen recording the data from the last race and said aloud, "Next is the second contest, the stealth performance test. Please turn on the radar on all 3 sides." The referee's voice dropped. Bunny and Eagle Jam were soon in action. 2 huge radars that were carried onto the field of play. Adjust the parameters and start running. It's not just these 2 contestants, but together they turn on the radar as well as the furry bears. Power is on full blast. 3 large radars, simultaneously pointed at the sky, began to probe. Here's Eagle Jam's F-22C Raptor to begin testing. The referee gives the order again. On Eagle Jam's side, the pilot, who had just returned from a return flight, started up the fighter again after being instructed to do so. The sound of an engine. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the fighter jet soon broke out of the runway and took off smoothly. The speed was all over the place and it started circling above the 3 radars with all kinds of showmanship. Exquisite operating skills. Watching the surrounding audience a burst of admiration. And in the meantime, the referee also came to the radar consoles of all 3 parties and checked them in turn. Gone. The referee let out a gasp as he looked at the console of the woolly bear radar. At the same time the scene was projected on the big screen. It was presented to the entire audience. Delegates from various countries and netizens from all over the world. After looking at the woolly bear radar console, there was indeed no Eagle Jam fighter shadow to be seen. Worthy of Eagle Sauce, this fighter actually escaped radar detection. As we all know, in order to achieve stealth effect, stealth coating, airframe design is indispensable. It seems that Eagle Sauce has put a lot of effort in this area. Being able to escape radar monitoring, doesn't that mean that Eagle Jam's fighters can just come and go in and out of Woolly Bear's airspace if the battle starts? It's not that much of an exaggeration, but it's a big difference. Not bad for Eagle Sauce. Listening to the murmurs of the people around him, the face of the person in charge of the hairy bear was a bit ugly. Woolly Bears and Eagle Sauce weren't supposed to get along. Now the other side's fighters not only exceeded the caliber of their own fighters, but they were also able to ignore their own radar surveillance. It's not a total defeat? He sighed at the thought, followed by a look at the 2 representatives of the rabbits. However, they saw Wan Zi and Lu Guoliang, but the 2 of them were smiling on their faces, as if they had seen something funny. What are you looking at? He said, patting over. A small red dot was being seen blinking on the radar screen on the rabbit side. The little red dot is fast and continues to steer, shift and pull up, but whatever the movements were, they were detected by the radar one by one. See this scene? The furry bear in charge couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. The most common solution used by fighters to avoid a radar lock is maneuver evasion. Disrupt radar tracking by making long, high-frequency drastic changes of direction, speed, and other maneuvers. But the funny thing is, whatever the Hawk Jam's fighters were doing was at the moment being presented in its entirety on the rabbit radar's display. This has a, your son steals $100 from the family, gets back 93.5, and says that the disappearing 6.5 is a lost feeling on the road, and notice their laughter. The referee looked over as well. He also nearly laughed out loud when he noticed the rabbit radar was continually tracking the Hawk Jam fighters. But he's a professional. It was held until the time expired and the Hawk Jam fighters slowly returned to the air. Only then did he take a long, relieved breath. Eagle Jam's fighter dodged the woolly bear radar tracking, but failed to get away from the rabbit fighter. A passing grade. The Rabbit 6 is up next. Speaking, the Rabbit 6 then slowed to a stop in the same spot. Looking at the extremely fast fighter, a cold smile appeared on President Eagle Jam's face. Do you think this fighter can escape our radar? He looked behind him to the research team. The crowd shook their heads. Impossible. Our radar is the most advanced radar in the world. The power exceeds the radar of the Mao bear by more than double. No matter what kind of fighters can't avoid the radar lock. Hear this. President Hawksbane was more than happy. If you look at it according to the rules of military competition, as long as the radar on their side can detect and consistently track the rabbit's vis, then this one is a tie at worst. If the rabbit's vis are again detected by the furry bear's radar, then they are bound to win. Testing begins. With the referee's order, the crowd subconsciously covered their ears. The 6th generation plane blasted into the air and began flying at high speed. The rabbit fighters have also disappeared from the furry bear radar. The referee was equally alarmed. And it took even less time to shake off radar signatures than the Hawk Jam's fighters because of the faster startup of the Generation 6. For this result, Eagle Sauce wasn't the least bit flustered. He looked to his home radar console with confidence. Available at. The display was clean, not a single little red dot. What the hell? You guys forgot to turn on the radar? No, it's still at max power. The staff was also a bit flustered. Constantly operate and adjust the parameters. But no matter how much he adjusted, he never detected any sign of the rabbit hexacopter. It's like, as it took off, it was as if the Rabbit 6th generation plane had simply disappeared from the world. Chapter 114. Have you ever heard of optical invisibility? Disappeared. Rabbit 6 can't be found on either radar. You see the panicked President Eagle Jam, obviously not expecting our fighter jets to be so good at avoiding radar signals. Not only him, who did not expect it. Right, the extent of this disappearance is also too complete. Just like the evaporation of the Earth. There's also a rabbit radar display here. Our rabbit's radar didn't detect the 6th generation planes either. What do you mean by being ruthless and even hitting yourself? Just now you were blowing the Eagle Sauce fighter. Why don't you say anything again? Honestly, the Hawk Jam fighters were really good just now, but our fighters are even better. According to the previous statement, wouldn't our fighters also be able to enter and exit Eagle Jam airspace at will? After seeing the Rabbit 6th generation aircraft evaporated, the entire broadcast room has exploded. Who would have thought? A Rabbit 6th generation aircraft with such exaggerated performance? Not only is it ridiculously fast, the stealth is unmatched. Is this really technology that exists in this world? Eagle Jam's netizens were silenced as they watched their proud 5.5 generation fighters being crushed on all fronts. Not a word to be said. The audience also froze. The representatives of various countries, moreover, are in deep thought, especially a few countries that don't have a good relationship with rabbits. At the moment, they were already wondering what kind of defense they would have to set up at the border to prevent this fast and invincible fighter jet with unbeatable stealth from entering their own airspace. Time passes little by little. The audience froze and stared into the sky. No aerial stunts. The speed of the 6th generation aircraft was extremely fast, leaving a trail of trailing air, residual shadows, and circular waves of air spreading in all directions in the sky. Finally, testing time is over. After the referee repeatedly determined that the rabbit fighters had not been detected on the radars of both Eagle Sauce and Woolly Bear, the whole thing was shocked. Just when he was about to announce that this stealth performance test was once again won by the Rabbit 6. Wait! A voice suddenly rang out. The crowd followed the voice. President Eagle Jam was seen holding up his hand, his face serious, and he exclaimed, "The Rabbit's fighters are indeed formidable, with the best stealth I've ever seen, but the game isn't over yet. Ordinary radar has no way of detecting rabbit fighters, but we have more advanced radar, Ultra Deep Space Matrix Space Radar." What do you mean? The referee was a bit baffled and asked his opponent. For his part, President Hawksbane smiled slightly, turned his head to the staff, and spoke. "Turn on the Ultra Deep Space Matrix Space Radar." Yes. The latter hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Ultra Deep Space Matrix Space Radar operates differently than conventional radar. In the strictest sense of the word, when the latter runs, it emits a large number of signal waves. Signal waves are reflected when they collide with an object, and the reflected signal waves are then received by the radar. which ultimately calculates the location, speed and other information about the object. The Ultra Deep Space Matrix Space Radar, on the other hand, is a re-imaging radar, assembling countless small, high-performance radars together to emit signal waves, and then the AI in it calculates, eventually get the position of the target object, or even a real-time picture. This type of radar is powerful, but requires a satellite radar in space to work with it. What's a little satellite life consumed for the sake of Eagle Sauce's face? Make sure you monitor the rabbit fighters, he said. The staff member in front of me also completed various parameterizations. Soon, the radar, which had stopped functioning, was once again functioning. At the same time, an invisible signal wave radiated from space. The two signal waves intertwined, collided, and finally all transmitted back to the receiver on the ground. Soon, what had been a clean screen was then filled with an additional fighter jet. This fighter jet is incredibly flashy and has an extremely graceful flying attitude, especially the speed. The fighter jet is fixed in the center of the screen, while the surrounding landscape is receding at an exaggerated speed. And it's really detected? The referee froze, and then hesitated a bit. It was logical that the race would have ended when the time expired and the rabbit's fighters were not detected. But before making his own announcement, Eagle Jam moved this radar, and to top it off, it really made him find the rabbit fighter? For a moment he was at a loss as to how to announce the results of the contest. And seeing this scene, the heads of the other countries around them were shocked. Eagle Sauce has such a powerful radar? Even the rabbits' this can be monitored. Now there really is nothing to hide, is there? This is bad. I thought the rabbit had one, but I didn't realize Eagle Sauce had hidden such a big killer. Look at the rabbit fighters. You guys, they're completely locked on. There's nothing to hide. It's so powerful. It's worthy of Eagle Sauce. Listen to the marveling voices of the representatives of other countries. President Eagle Sauce, with the pride of the beginning back on his face, he looked around the room and said with immense confidence, "No fighter can escape the lock of this ultra-deep space matrix space radar of ours. And it's not just limited to fighters." This statement was made. How could the crowd not know what it meant? But they couldn't come up with a half-hearted rebuttal to Hawk Jam's words. After all, the effect is here. Even the rabbits flying at high speeds are locked onto the vis. So what do they have to be confident with? And seeing this scene, the netizens on the air were outraged. Shame on Eagle Sauce. The game is over. Why didn't you bring out such a radar in the first place? Everyone's radar is at an average level. What makes your radar so great? This isn't a radar contest. The most shameless thing is that if he had moved it out at the beginning, it wouldn't have been a problem. The race moved it out at the last minute. Isn't that messing with people's minds? That's it. That's it. Even a superpower does these shameless things. Haven't you noticed? Hawk Jam decided to carry this radar out at the last minute. What does that mean? It means that there must be a price for them to turn on this radar. In order to save face, Hawk Sauce really does whatever it takes. The netizens in the live stream were indignant. The person in charge of Eagle Sauce, on the other hand, looked at Wan Zi and the others with a face full of smugness, and spoke out in mockery. Commander 1, take a look at the fighter on the top of the screen. Is that your Rabbit 6th generation plane? Will you see if our radar shows better or your SOSO radar shows better? As for who won, I don't need to tell you. In the face of President Eagle Sauce's provocation, Wan Zi and Lu Guoliang were calm, staring at each other as if they were watching a clown perform. Only when the other party finished speaking did Wan Zi and the others slowly open their mouths. Have you ever heard of optical cloaking? Chapter 115, disappeared into thin air. Have you ever heard of optical cloaking? Wan Zi's voice was not loud, but it quickly spread across the scene. Everyone froze. The head of Eagle Jam froze similarly. He stared blankly at Wan Zi for a while. No way. After reacting, he suddenly opened his mouth. How could you possibly have the technology for optical cloaking? Optical stealth is also called visual stealth. As the name suggests, it is some kind of technology to achieve a stealthy effect like the sci-fi ones in movies and TV dramas. This technology is not really too difficult and has even been implemented a long time ago. But here's the thing. Optical stealth nowadays is only capable of a certain facet of stealth. This means that the item is invisible when viewed from the front, but not when viewed from the side or even the reverse. And the Ultra Deep Space Matrix Space Radar is like an oversized camera. To escape its multi-directional monitoring, you must achieve 360-degree stealth. And the technology for 360-degree all-around stealth is something that no one has invented so far, either in Eagle Jam or in the world. The main thing is, this so-called optical stealth is still loaded on high-speed fighter jets. So in the opinion of President Hawksbane, Wan Zi is completely bluffing. There is no way that rabbits have optical stealth as a technology. In the meantime, hearing Wan Zi's words, the entire livestream was also shocked and discussing it. My God, optical invisibility. Is this really possible? Now that the technology of optical stealth is still quite immature, let alone used in fighter jets, it feels like Hua Xiao's Commander 1 is bluffing. That's right, If it's really possible to realize all-around optical invisibility, then rabbit science and technology will stand directly at the front of the world. It feels like the rabbit should be unable to afford to lose, but doesn't want to lose so completely. So it made up the optical stealth thing to stall for time. You eagle sauce netizens are just saying sour grapes when you can't eat grapes. Have you forgotten how you were slapped in the face before? Since Commander Wan said it, then this thing is real, and I'm sure our country's commander wouldn't lie. I think it's you rabbits who can't afford to lose, making up such a non-existent thing just to stall for time. Your rabbit fighters are indeed impressive in terms of speed, but the ultra-deep space matrix space radar is likewise a creation of the pinnacle of our Eagle Jam technology. It's useless to say more. If there's really optical stealth, just turn it on, won't you? In the midst of a global live broadcast, Eagle Sauce's netizens and rabbits' netizens start arguing. Eagle Jam's netizens believe that it is simply impossible for rabbits to possess the technology of optical stealth. And the reason why Wan Ziyi said so would be a complete stalling tactic. The rabbit internet, on the other hand, believes it unconditionally. Looks, the rabbit netizens have the disadvantage in this quarrel, and in the meantime, Wan Ziyi also didn't delay as much as Eagle Sauce's webmaster speculated. To this day he remembers. During the test at the military factory, Chen Yiming piloted the 6th-generation aircraft how out of thin air disappeared in front of their eyes. When he thought of this, he was confident. Picking up the walkie-talkie, he slowly gave the order. Ikimoku, turn on optical stealth mode. Yes, Chen Yiming's voice came out from the intercom. When the people present heard this, they immediately looked at the screen in front of them. Only the shadow of the Generation 6 remained on the screen, monitored by Eagle Jam's ultra-deep space matrix space radar. But the next, the fighter jet, which was still flying at high speed, began to fade a little, until it disappears. And the radar, which had lost its target, could not continue to lock on at the moment. The image stayed in place as if frozen in time. After seeing this scene, the room was instantly silent. Surprisingly true. Gone. How is this possible? Surprisingly, it really disappeared. It is said that Eagle Jam's ultra-deep space matrix space radar uses space satellite radar transmission for all-around surveillance. Doesn't that mean that this rabbit's fighter has achieved all-around stealth? My god, when did rabbit technology become so powerful? The technology of omnidirectional stealth alone could lead the world, and the rabbit has applied this technology to fighter jets. What kind of technological changes have rabbits gone through and why are they so powerful? This 6th-generation plane is beyond what I ever imagined a 6th-generation plane could be. There was a lot of chatter in the crowd. The representatives of the states were horrified. Originally, they thought that Wan Ziyi was just getting high on his mouth. But I didn't expect. With Wan Ziyi's order, the 6th-generation aircraft actually did disappear from the monitoring of Eagle Jam's ultra-deep space matrix space radar. It wasn't just the people in the room. After seeing this scene, the global broadcast room also instantly exploded. Where's the Eagle Sauce man who said our Commander Wan was bragging before? Come out. Laughing. You're shrinking like a turtle again. This is optical stealth technology. It's exactly like in movies and TV dramas. Although I'm excited to see my country strong, I still want to ask, Motherland, when exactly did you become so strong? Why do we not even receive news? Laughing to death. The Motherland is secretly becoming stronger behind our backs. I hope there will be another chance like this. Eagle Jam's netizens should think twice before acting. Is it comfortable to be hit in the face? After seeing the rabbit's fighters, which had really achieved all-round stealth and shrugged off Eagle Sauce's radar lock, bunny netizens have fought back. The disliked Eagle Jam netizens can't even show their heads. President Eagle Jam's face darkened at the sight. Didn't you guys say that the rabbit fighters were going to lose this battle? Why is it that none of the ultra-deep space matrix space radars you've developed can monitor each other's fighters? Give me a reasonable answer. President Eagle Jam roared, questioning the scientific team behind him. Instead, the crowd was near collapse. They didn't expect it either. This technology, which only exists in legends, has actually been produced by rabbits. Not only was it made, but it was actually installed in a 6. The crowd was even skeptical. Even if the rabbits are now releasing the technology and principles of the Generation 6 aircraft to the world, they can't even build it. And soon, after a long period of testing by the organizers, all the data of the fighters on both sides of the Hawksbane and the Rabbit are shown. Flight speed, combat radius, and all of these features, and to lose them all? Looking at the precise statement in front of him, the head of Eagle Jam's eyes widened in disbelief. In fact, the referee on the sidelines was tempted to caution. You Eagle Sauce didn't lose. You got crushed. But he kept his mouth shut as he watched the other man almost break down. And after seeing this data, personnel representing countries in the field, Global Live, billions of viewers, once again, were abuzz. Chapter 116, Nuclear-Powered Annihilators? Impossible. I doubt the veracity of this data. Looking at the data of his own 5.5-generation fighters, which were crushed by the rabbits on all fronts, the president of the Eagle Sauce couldn't sit still. He pointed to the screen, at the data about the Rabbit 6th generation aircraft, and questioned it aloud. The Rabbit 6 numbers may be good, but how can they be so exaggerated? Look at it. This fighter's stats even exceed our 5.5 generation fighters by several times, and its speed is nearly 10 times higher. How can this fighter still cruise for a long time at such high power output? Could it be equipped with a rocket's fuel tank? It's just not logical. President Eagle Sauce said it in one word. So, I suspect that this data, there is an element of forgery. Please referee team to investigate strictly. When he finished, he looked to the referee team, and listening to him, the referee's face didn't look very good either. This data was collected by them. If the rabbits faked their data, doesn't that mean the referee team and the rabbits are in cahoots and in cahoots? But he can't argue with. After all, President Hawkeye had just said something that even the referee himself agreed with. With numbers this inflated, it's still possible to keep cruising at highway speeds for long periods of time. If the data wasn't faked, that only leaves the possibility that the rabbits had equipped their fighters with rocket fuel silos. Think about it. The referee couldn't help but look at Wan Zi, who was not far away. But he saw that the other party was not the least bit alarmed by President Eagle Jam's questioning. Commander 1, if you can't respond to your 6th generation's performance, I'm going to have to ask the Organization Council to disqualify your rabbits. Now can you tell me how your rabbit fighters maintain sufficient kinetic energy while maintaining Mach 30 high speeds for extended periods of time? President Eagle Jam said grimly. He was just waiting for Wan Zi to fail to answer and then immediately contacted the referee team to disqualify the rabbit. According to the rules, the succession is in the order of precedence. When the time comes to take first place in the fighter jet field, it will still be Hawk Jam. Just as he was fantasizing about how he was going to taunt Wan Zi and the others later on, Wan Zi spoke up. Only his face was flat, and he surveyed President Eagle Jam with a look at a bumpkin. Slowly, he spoke. Because our fighters, they use nuclear power. Wouldn't it be normal to run out of power? Nuclear power. What a statement. Wan Zi's sentence was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the crowd. All the country representatives present, the referee team, and the viewers in the global broadcast room were stunned. Rabbit's fighter is actually a nuclear-powered fighter jet? Holy, no wonder Eagle Sauce lost so badly. It wasn't a bad loss. That said, are nuclear-powered fighter jets really realized now? And how come I've never heard of them? Of course not. Nuclear power is not even in stable use now, let alone on a fighter jet. Then wouldn't rabbits be the first country in the world to research nuclear-powered airplanes? Damn. Witnessing history belongs to. The entire broadcast room went into a frenzy. The representatives of the countries on the scene, as well as the audience's eyes that were looking at Wan Zi and the others at the moment, were also flooded with different colors. There was envy, jealousy and of course congratulations and celebrations. And to these stares, Wan Zi seemed to be oblivious. He craned his head to the frozen referee on the sidelines and voiced a reminder. Is it time to announce the results? Wan Zi's face was lighthearted, but in his heart he was happy. Mind you, I didn't intentionally try to install the nuclear power aspect. It was you who asked about it. Eagle Sauce. It's the first time I've seen one licking his own face to take a beating. It's awesome. And listening to Wan Zi's voice, the referee gradually came back to his senses. Oh. He immediately picked up the microphone and read out the data on the screen one by one. Start with the weakest countries. After a long wait, the referee finished announcing the Eagle Jam's 5.5 generation fighter's stats. The only thing left is the Rabbit's 6th generation aircraft. The winner of this airplane contest is Rabbits from the East. Their 6th generation aircraft in competition is. Listening to the referee read out the performance of his own fighter, Wan Zi's expression gradually grew smug. The thoroughly crushed Eagle Jam, on the other hand, was seething with rage at the moment. He couldn't help jumping up and down and cursing. Sir, at ease. Just then, one of the researchers stepped forward and whispered reassuringly. Although the Rabbit's 6th generation planes are powerful, it is estimated that the Rabbit will at most build one or two of such fighters, and we can completely crush the Rabbit in terms of numbers. Upon hearing this, President Eagle Jam's face soothed a bit. How are the preparations for the next tank competition? Sir, don't worry. Our tanks have been improved over several generations and can definitely crush the world. Seeing the other party's assurances with conviction, President Eagle Jam was then relieved and gradually put his heart down. That's fine. One loss is nothing. As long as the tank race and the number contest behind it can be won, we are still the champions. Soon, after the referee read the summary of the first race, the second race began. Tank race. This time, the tank competition is still divided into a speed competition and a firepower competition. Next are the rules of this competition. Participants must uphold the principle of friendship first, competition second. Another 10 minutes passed. The referee finally reads the rules. So next, let's have Eagle Jam's tank representative enter the stage. As his words fell, President Hawkmaster exchanged a glance with the pilot behind him. The other man nodded, and after making sure nothing was wrong with the equipment he was carrying, he trotted into the warehouse not far away. Soon, a loud engine sound was heard. The large warehouse growled as if it hid some ferocious beast. Looks like Eagle Sauce is well prepared on top of the tank. Yeah, look at the look on President Eagle Jam's face. So confident. Eagle Sauce has always been good on tanks. And what we're bringing out this time is probably going to be a real eye-opener for us. Look, look, look. There's movement. The crowd rushed to look at the warehouse. Before the tanks even appeared, there was a loud roar of engines coming out. Everyone present was in awe. Seeing this, a smug look also appeared on President Eagle Jam's face. He couldn't help but start to introduce himself. This is our Eagle Sauce's all-around improved product based on the M1A2, the M1A2S. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Long ago, Hawk Jam's M1A2 ruled the battlefield on several occasions, and now wouldn't the all-around evolved M1A2S? Realizing this, the crowd immediately looked at Wan Zi, thinking which tank will the rabbits field against such a formidable opponent? Chapter 117, Are you sure this is a tank? This time the Hawk Sauce is very aggressive. We rabbits are a bit suspenseful, cowardly before the battle. I think we bunnies still have a good chance of winning. After all, who would have thought we could surpass Hawkmaster in space before? That's true, but the gold content of this tank of Hawk Sauce looks really high. I just checked the pictures of the M1A2, and after comparing them, I found that the current M1A2S not only has thicker armor and more firepower, but other than that the size hasn't actually changed much. This shows that Eagle Sauce did use its heart on this tank. Say, which tank do we rabbits send out to get the victory? It's hard to say, but I'm leaning more toward the Type 99. After all, that's the most advanced tank we have for rabbits. Makes sense. The viewers of the live broadcast were discussing which tanks the rabbits would actually send to respond to the battle, because it's the most advanced tank at this stage of the rabbit's life. Even if it's a modification, it should be based on that, but the decision is not up to these viewers. Instead, it's Wan Zi. At this moment, everyone looked at Wan Zi. The other party was only seen looking at the M1A2S tank that slowly drove out of the warehouse and staring for a long time. Suddenly, he shook his head and scared twice, a look of disgust. Without waiting for President Eagle Jam to speak, Wan Zi turned to look at the tank driver behind him. Open mouth. Go ahead and bring out our tanks. Yes, the tank driver received the order and nodded his head in excitement. Spinning around, he ran quickly into the warehouse. Not a moment too soon, a deafening roar suddenly rang out from the passageway connecting the warehouses. Follow closely. The very rhythmic, rumbling sound of the engine came on. Tanks from both sides synchronized their approach. The cameraman in charge of the live shot immediately pushed his camera forward, aimed the camera at both channels. The first tank to appear was naturally Eagle Jam's M1A2S tank, the familiar earthy yellow appearance, but both the tracks, the gun barrels, the paint, and the armor have changed drastically. The armor thickens and the firepower becomes stronger. The loud engine roar also highlights its extraordinary power module. Holy, Eagle Sauce is well prepared. It's over. It's over. This is the end of the rabbit. It's true what President Eagle Jam said. This tank has achieved all-around evolution. Now even the Type 99 won't be able to catch up. It doesn't matter. We've already won one game. Even if we lose this one, it's only a 1-1 tie. Indeed, but it's so upsetting. The crowd in the room was buzzing, and many of them decided that Hawk Jam was going to win this time. After all, the tank Hawk Sauce chose to use was an M1A2S. This M1 tank, born in the last century, has undergone several modifications and upgrades. Until now, there has been a sea change. Today's M1A2S is the world's most powerful tank for several consecutive times due to its outstanding performance. Most importantly, the tank was also enhanced with a full range of upgrades. According to President Hawksbane, how is this supposed to be fought by rabbits who are already behind in tanks? The crowd was thinking about it. A huge shadow gradually flashed out of the passage connecting the rabbit warehouse. Huge size comparable to a steel fortress, with a barrel 4 or 5 times the diameter of other tanks. And the deafening roar of the engine instantly drew the crowd's attention. Follow. Hiss. Looking at the huge shadow that flashed out of the passage in front of him, both the live audience and the live broadcast audience sucked in a breath of cold air. It's too big. Are you sure this is a tank? It's clearly a mobile fortress. Oh my god, is this pointing all defense because it's too afraid of pain? This armor looks thicker than a city wall. Defense point full. The exaggerated size of this looks like it's going to top a small house. Is this still called a tank? The crowd on the live feed was buzzing, and the audience, too, was discussing more than a few things. Watching the huge shadow slowly pull out, the crowd felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them, leaving them breathless. And in the meantime, President Eagle Jam's face grew grave as well. This tank, something familiar? He said, looking behind him to the research team. The crowd looked at the tank and fell into contemplation at the same time, obviously brainstorming what exactly this tank was converted from. I know. Just then, one of the researchers exclaimed, pointing at the rabbit's electromagnetic tank. Do you guys think that this tank looks a lot like the Type 59 before the rabbit? On the battlefields of the last century, Rabbit's mass-produced Type 59 tanks not only satisfied domestic use, but also supplied many countries, so much so that this tank was incredibly well represented at the time, and at this point, he also recognized that there was a very strong hint of a Type 59 tank on this tank, very similar indeed. President Eagle Jam nodded. It's just that the size difference, it's just too big. As he said that, his face gradually turned from shock to joy. President Eagle Jam twisted his head and looked to Wan Zi and the others not far away, only to see that the other party still had a calm look on his face, without the slightest bit of distress. There was even excitement in the eyes that looked at the huge tank. President Hawksbane couldn't help but snicker. Is this the tank you brought out? It's really some claptrap. It's just an enlarged version of a Type 59 tank, and you rabbits are so delusional as to rely on this tank to defeat our M1A2S? He said this with confidence. Originally, looking at the confident appearance of Wan Zi and the others, he was still a bit worried, but now it seems, this tank race, they're going to win. Bunny's EM tank appearance does rock and looks very bluff, but as the chief of the Eagle Jam army, he wasn't going to be bluffed by the exaggerated appearance. It's just a centerpiece. President Eagle Jam grunted. To him, big means bulky. You know that in the middle of a tank race, there is a speed competition. Tanks that are too big will definitely affect the speed. The M1A2S tanks on Eagle Jam's side, on the other hand, are loaded with the latest generation of powerful engines. The top speed is even capable of reaching an extreme speed of 110 km per hour. And then on the flip side, the Rabbit's giant tank, the armor is too heavy. Even with the same engine, the speed is definitely no match for the M1A2S. And in the meantime, seeing the two tanks parked together, the netizens on the Rabbit's side took it upon themselves to do some analyzing and comparing. Eventually the crowd came to the conclusion. There doesn't seem to be much hope of winning for the tanks on your side. Chapter 118, Are Your Tanks Snails? After comparing the two tanks, the netizens in the Rabbit's livestream were suddenly a little worried. There is a speed competition inside the tank competition, but from the size of, our tanks are not very dominant. It's too big to resist shelling, but it also has a big impact on speed. To be honest, it's still a different matter if you can resist the shelling. The shells nowadays are very good at penetrating armor. So, this tank is just a bluff? Probably. I don't think there's much hope of winning just from the looks of it. But you see, Commander 1 is still very confident. He doesn't look flustered at all. A pop-up crossed the line. Immediately following the crowd's reaction, they hurriedly looked at Wan Zi in the picture. Just see his confident face. There is absolutely no anticipation of failure, and thus panic or frustration. Looking at this scene, the crowd suddenly felt a little familiar. Oh, that seemed to be the look on Commander Wan's face before the fighter race. Reacting bunny netizens suddenly realized that this matter seems to be not as simple as it seems, but who actually has the better tank will have to be judged by the results of the game. With two tanks out, the referee also began the final readings before the competition. May I ask both parties? Are they ready? Ready. Wan Zi nodded, his face flat. We're ready too. After communicating with the pilot, President Hawkmaster also voiced a sign. The referee nodded. So next, 200 kilometers speed race. Official start. As his voice fell, on the huge screen, a countdown began to be displayed as well. Both tanks started at the same time, their engines roaring. Just wait for the numbers to go to 0, and they will rush out at the first opportunity. And while we're at it, President Eagle Jam looked toward Wan Ge and the others with a provocative smile on his face, unsurprisingly mocking. Commander 1, is this tank modified by you from a Type 59 tank? It looks like a lot of work went into it, but if you ask me, it's not as bad as it shouldn't be. As far as I know, Type 59 tanks also have a top speed of 60 kilometers or less. And this tank of yours weighs as much as a pile of scrap metal. Can it still run at 60? President Hawksbane gushes. When he finished speaking, he realized that the other party didn't even look at him, just staring flatly ahead. Perceive that you are being ignored. President Hawksbane suddenly had the feeling that a fist was hitting cotton. His face gradually turned cold and he grunted. To tell you the truth, this tank is equipped with the latest generation of powerful engines. Not only does it pick up speed faster, but its ultimate speed is able to reach 110 kilometers per hour. You're lumbering tanks. I advise you to grab your asses and admit defeat, and stop embarrassing yourselves. He finished the sentence. Sure enough, he saw Wan Zi turn his head, but what he didn't expect was, Wan Zi just coldly swept him a disdainful glance and said, 110 kilometers? So slow. Are your tanks snails? Ha 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 ha. Commander 1 is also too funny. If it doesn't come out, It's a shocker. One sentence makes the person in charge of Eagle Sauce break the defense. Are your tanks snails? Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. 110 kilometers per hour is already fast for a tank. Is it hard to believe that Commander Wan has some kind of backbone when he says that? There must be a bottom line. Knowing that we rabbits never fight unprepared battles. That's a relief. Waiting for the wonderful performance of our tanks. Although I don't know where Commander Wan's self-confidence comes from, but believe it and be done with it. The bunny netizens in the live stream were talking. Watching Wan Zi's performance, the crowd realized that the rabbit side might actually have some killer app, and after being hit back by Wan Zi, President Eagle Jam unsurprisingly breaks defense again. Dead duck. We'll find out who the snail is in a minute. As he spoke, the countdown on the big screen finally went to 0. Boom, boom. 2 engines roared and dust flew over the field. The audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room simultaneously opened their eyes wide and stared dead on. The smoke cleared. 2 tanks were seen, rushing out at the same time. But what the crowd didn't expect was, the 2 tanks started up at the same time, and in just a moment, the rabbit's tank threw Eagle Jam's tank out of sight and shadow. Look at this high-speed moving steel fortress. The people in the room all froze, totally reacted to what was going on. A tank that big shouldn't have the slightest advantage in a speed race. But, how fast out Eagle Sauce tanks so much? Was thinking. The large screen above the heads of the crowd also displayed the answer. Only the hourly speeds of the 2 tanks appeared on the big screen at the same time. Eagle Sauce's M1A2S tank, at this point, was traveling at 40 kilometers per hour, just a few seconds into the race. The ability to pick up speed to 40 kilometers is a testament to the power of the engine used in the Eagle Sauce tank. But at this point the crowd had no time to lament. They rushed to look at the rabbit tank's data. 120 kilometers. Really? There was a gasp from the audience. Everyone subconsciously rubbed their eyes in utter disbelief. Within seconds of starting, the rabbit's tank had increased its speed to 120 kilometers per hour, fully 3 times the size of the Eagle Jam tank. It even exceeded the speed limit of the Eagle Jam tank as soon as it started. Most importantly, the difference in size between these 2 tanks is just too great. The crowd couldn't imagine it. How did this tank of the rabbits manage to run so fast against a thick metal shell like a fortress? Holy, this is our tank. It's just too strong. At this speed, it's already more than many sports cars. There are tanks that look like tanks but are actually snails. And there are tanks that look like fortresses but it's actually a sports car. What did the head of Eagle Jam just say? That the limiting speed of their tanks is 110 kilometers per hour? As soon as you start, you're over your limit. So who are you to fight me? Dimension reducing blow belongs to yes, Rabbit Cowhide. The bunny netizens in the live stream were thrilled. And the audience, too, were too stunned to say a word. Just eyeballing the big screen overhead, trying to see just how the rabbit's tank had such terrifying speed. But what they didn't expect was, the exaggerated 120 kilometers per hour is not yet the limit of the rabbit tank. Next, the numbers change again. Within a few seconds, Eagle Sauce's tank had been brought up to 60 kilometers per hour. On the contrary, rabbits, in a matter of seconds, the rabbit tank's speed surprisingly went from 120 kilometers per hour, upgraded to 200 kilometers per hour. Chapter 119. When I make a move. It's your limit. 200 kilometers. Am I really reading this right? This speed is so exaggerated. It feels like it's comparable to some sports cars. The most exaggerated thing is the speed. How long has it been since the start of the race? Only a few seconds. This is faster than some of the top sports cars. It's hard to imagine that this is the speed a tank of tens of tons can run. Do you see our tanks running like a mountain of iron flying close to the ground? There is such a fast speed still installed. What gun barrel on the battlefield directly full speed ahead, all the way to crush the past. But I have a feeling that 200 kilometers is not the limit of our tank. It really is so easy to speed up. Upon seeing the huge numerical difference between the 2 tanks, the global broadcast room instantly exploded. All the bunny netizens, they have been sending pop-ups in it. The netizens of other countries were envious to see it. Who would have thought? How can such an underappreciated tank run so fast? The main thing is, this tank, why isn't it from your own country? Watching the rabbit netizens pop-ups, netizens from other countries were envious. At the same time, some users noticed something was wrong. That's how easy it is for a bunny tank to pick up speed. From a standstill, to 200 kilometers per hour. It only took a few short seconds. Wouldn't that mean that there's still power left in this tank? Sure enough, just as the crowd was still speculating, the numbers on the screen jumped violently once again, only to see the rabbit tank's hourly speed. The momentum does not decrease. Still exponentially rapid rise. 300 kilometers per hour. 340 kilometers per hour. Finally, the numbers stop jumping. The speed of the rabbit tank stops at the terrifying speed of 400 kilometers per hour. And seeing this number, everyone just felt their scalps go numb. If anything, The previous electromagnetic tank looked like a fast-moving steel fortress from a distance. Now then, this steel fortress was literally flying close to the ground. The speed is just too fast. Hiss, how the hell did that happen? Is that still a tank? A boost comparable to that of a top sports car. Up to 400 kilometers per hour. Plus impenetrable steel armor. Rabbits are just horrible. I thought Hawkjam could pull off an upset in this tournament, but it looks like I was too high on Hawkjam. No, it's us who underestimated the rabbit. Who would have thought that this huge tank had such a horrible power engine inside it? I can no longer dare to imagine how this tank will perform when it steps into battle in the future. I just hope it's not my country that's fighting the rabbit when he takes this tank into battle. It's horrible. The heads of the representatives of the states were numb. They just couldn't imagine what could stop this rampaging steel fortress in the middle of an army battlefield. I'm afraid I don't even have to fire the gun. With full speed, you're already unbeatable when you run all the way through. And look at this horrible statistic. The entire head of Eagle Jam froze. It was expected that the rabbit's tanks would be thrown off hard by their own M1A2S from the start. The speed of the tanks on their own side picked up faster and faster, while the rabbit side would be the first to arrive at the limit of 30 or 40 afterward. The gap between the two sides grew wider as time went on. It ends up making the rabbit lose face all over the world. But now, surprisingly, it's the other way around? President Hawksbane scratched his hair hard. He couldn't imagine at all what had gone wrong to bring about today's situation. Now the rabbit's tank. The speed has come to a horrible 400 kilometers per hour. The tanks on their side, on the other hand, had only just reached a speed of 90 kilometers per hour, a little short of the limit. The gap between the two sides, on the other hand, was widening. After only a few minutes had passed, the tanks on Hawkjam's side were already having a hard time seeing the taillights of the rabbit tanks. What the hell is going on here? Where's the promised world lead and the promised win? President Hawksbane asked viciously as he looked behind him at the research team. And these research teams, at the moment, are also grabbing their hair and looking devastated. Report, sir. One of the researchers came back to his senses and mumbled as if he had lost his soul. We're not sure why this is happening because what's in front of me has negated all my life's learning. These researchers, all from the top Eagle Sauce research institutes, some are the inventors of the 5.5 generation fighter jets, and some are the inventors of this tank. By all rights, they should be the ones who have the most advanced technology in this world. But look at the heavily armored tank that's speeding across the sands. And yet, it's completely unimaginable to imagine what kind of technology it would take to bring this scene to fruition. Watch the crowd crumble. President Eagle Jam was silent for a moment, looking once again at the two speeding tanks on the sandy field. Let's hope the rabbit's tank breaks down halfway through. He sighed. Unfortunately, his wish was not granted. Half an hour passed. Bunny's tank crossed the finish line right over the line to the nervous and excited looks of the crowd. The M1A2S tanks on Eagle Sauce's side, on the other hand, were only a quarter of the way through their run. This tank of yours isn't working either. Just then, Wan Ziyi's voice rang out. President Eagle Jam snapped his head around and saw Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang looking this way. The two men shook their heads and sighed with a look of great pity. I was expecting to meet a rival, but I didn't expect to show a wave of the tortoise and the hare in front of a global audience. But unfortunately for us, the hare won't sleep. Speaking of sleeping, Wan Ziyi said, suddenly yawning, your tanks are only a quarter of the way through, and it took half an hour. There's a long time left. Why don't we take a nap and wait for you? Ha 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 ha. Commander 1 is also too detrimental. The tortoise and the hare race. We are the hare. Then the Eagle Sauce is not. Do all cultured people curse like this? Commander 1 is too interesting. Actually have to take a nap and wait for the other side. This does not clearly say that other tanks are slow. The speed of this tank of Eagle Sauce is indeed fast, but compared to our tanks, it's really a bit of a snail. When I think of the provocative look on President Hawkmaster's face earlier, I want to laugh at how this guy likes to be punched in the face so much. I don't blame him for liking to be punched in the face. I just blame us rabbits for being so powerful. This wave is a crushing victory. Chapter 120, Tank Malfunction? Hearing Wan Ziyi's taunts and the pop-ups from the netizens, President Hawksbane is on the verge of blowing up. He didn't expect Eagle Jam, who used to take the world by force and reign supreme in the past, would have a day to be humiliated. And being humiliated in front of the whole world, it was unacceptable to him. How could this happen? How could a rabbit be so powerful? No, something has to be done to sanction the rabbit. Wait, as he was thinking about it, he suddenly had a flash of light. If you can be in the game yourself, use the rules to find the rabbit's mistakes. It might just backfire. The main thing is, when the time comes, maybe we can pull a little wool over the rabbit's eyes with this. You can even claim over the advanced technology of rabbits. When he thought of this, he was no longer as disheveled as before. He turned his head to the researchers behind him and spoke slowly. What do you have to say about the next fire test? Hear his words. Researchers who have been slapped in the face countless times are apparently afraid to make promises easily again, but the crowd would feel uncomfortable being stared at by him all the time. It was a long time before anyone spoke up. If you look at it in terms of firepower accuracy, the rabbits should be no match for us, because our tanks not only use the most accurate targeting modules currently available, but even the ones driving them are our country's gold medal drivers. Gold medal pilot, similar to the gold medal pilot in the Air Force. Only drivers who are immensely familiar with the operation of tanks and have made exceptional contributions on the battlefield can earn this name. For such a driver, hitting stationary targets is easy as pie. This fire test is hitting concrete targets, and we're equipped with the latest armor-piercing rounds with a penetration capacity of 770, so it's sure to be effective. 770 refers to the ability to penetrate 770 millimeters of steel plate, and after the target is replaced with a concrete target, the effect is sure to be more than multiplied several times over. Listen to them. The heart that had been hanging in the air for President Hawksbane was only gradually released. Let's hope I'm not disappointed this time. His eyes grew hard. If we fail again this time, then it's just a matter of getting back in the game by competing in numbers behind the scenes. Another hour and a half passed. Eagle Jam's tank, finally, crossed the finish line. There is no doubt about the ending. Naturally, the rabbit wins. The next competition is the final part of the tank competition, the fire test. After the first part of the results were read out, the referee blurted out, "Next, please ask both competitors to drive their tanks to the range, and for the next firepower test, we will conduct it at the range." Having said that, the map about the range also appeared in front of the crowd. Viewers don't have to move. When the time comes, there will be filming and broadcasting by probes already installed on site. This map is just a reference for them. The tanks were now a full 100 kilometers from the range. Got to run again. Eagle Jam's tank driver's side after seeing the map. Throttle down and start going full speed in the direction of the range. For a distance of 100 kilometers, he would have to run for at least an hour. The rabbit's tanks, too, turned around and drove toward the range at the first opportunity when they received the news. But just when everyone thought it was going to be a long wait, the rabbit's tank was seen traveling quickly for some distance, and then came to a direct stop. The crowd couldn't help but look at the map and realize that the rabbit's tanks were still about 80 kilometers away from the range. Why did the rabbit's tanks stop before they reached the range? There's still 80 kilometers to go. Could it be that the tank malfunctioned because of the high speed traveling just now? It's really possible. After all, the speed just now was really terrifying. Doesn't that mean that Eagle Sauce automatically wins this match? Holy, I really let Eagle Jam pick up the slack. In the rules of the game, if a side's military equipment malfunctions, that side will be automatically awarded a loss. After all, military equipment is made for the purpose of going to war. Surely, when it breaks down on the battlefield, the enemy won't give you time to repair it. People like Eagle Jam's research team, or Rabbit's Dewey Lee, who also only tested the equipment before the race started. When it does break down, you have to wait until after the game to go up and check it out. And after seeing the rabbit's tank stop, the head of Eagle Sauce froze for a moment as well, but followed it up with a secret glee. "What a godsend," he said hastily, picking up his walkie-talkie. "Full speed ahead. Rabbit's tanks are malfunctioning. We're going to win this one." It's not just him. Upon seeing the rabbit's tanks, parked directly at a location 80 kilometers away from the range, the audience in the live room froze as well. It's too much of a coincidence that this is bad. The game will be over soon. 100 kilometers. Our tanks only run for more than 20 minutes, but they didn't hold out? No way. It feels like a sure win. It looks like the rabbit is going to be automatically judged negative. What a shame. It can't be helped. The previous extreme speed was so scary that a little malfunction is understandable. Live in the booth, bunny netizens have sighed. Thought it was a real shame. The rabbits did very well in the speed competition as per the rules of the race, and in this fire race, Bunny's tank can win this round with a moderate performance. But the tank broke down at just the right time. There was a sigh of relief in the live room, and just then, a reporter, however, noticed Wan Zi's expression. Only on the other's face, there was a total lack of panic brought on by equipment malfunction. Instead, he was calm and collected, as if he had everything under control. The reporter was a little confused, but followed by the realization that there might be something fishy going on here, rushing forward to ask, "Hello, Commander Wan. May I ask why the tanks on your side suddenly stopped moving and stopped advancing? Is there a malfunction? Or do you have something else in mind?" When these words came out, the people around them looked over curiously, and meeting everyone's gaze, Wan Zi smiled calmly. "Of course there's no malfunction, and there's nothing planned. The reason we stopped is because our tanks have reached the firing zone." Upon hearing these words, the reporter who was so curious just a moment ago was instantly confused, froze for a long time, then whirled around and repeated the confirmation. But your side's tanks are still 80 kilometers away from the range. Are you sure you've reached the firing zone? Yes. Wan Ziyi nodded and turned his head to the equally confused referee on the sidelines, raising his hand. Our tanks have arrived at the firing zone and are ready to fire for testing. Chapter 121. 80 kilometers away. Fire. 80 kilometers to reach the firing zone? Are you kidding me? Listening to Wan Ziyi's words, President Eagle Jam couldn't help but let out a snort. The other party's voice was not loud, but the eyes of the entire room were focused on Wan Ziyi. That's why his actions just now were also noticed by everyone. Everyone was confused. President Hawksbane froze for a moment, but soon he reacted. At 80 kilometers, I don't think you can even see the target. Wan Ziyi is doing this, but it's just claptrap. He grimaced. The heart was more certain. The only reason the rabbit did this was that he had little confidence in the fire test that was to follow, but don't want to lose to Hawk Jam. That's why they created these unfair playing conditions themselves. At 80 kilometers, it's not unusual to miss your target. When the rabbit loses, Wan Ziyi will be able to use this excuse to stave off the audience's hushed mouths. And if they win the hawk sauce, they'll be told by the crowd that they won't win. Trickster. President Eagle Jam grunted, but he didn't reveal it outright. So far, Hawk Jam is way behind Rabbit on the scoreboard. To get back in the game, you have to make sure you win every race. So this time, even if the audience around the world will say that it's not a good idea to win, it can only break its teeth and swallow its stomach. Must win. President Eagle Jam's face grew harder and harder at the thought. When we get to the back of the numbers competition, we must humiliate Wasia severely. Time lapse. About an hour or so later, Eagle Jam's tanks finally arrived at the range. The distance to the target is about 10 kilometers or so. Report to the referee. Our tanks are ready. Start the race. The referee gave the order. Without delay, President Hawksbane immediately informed the tank driver of the message over the intercom. In the meantime, the crowd was dead set on the big screen in front of them. It was then that the gun barrel of the M1A2S tank, which had stopped within firing range, suddenly ejected a huge ball of flame. Amidst the flames, a cannonball jetted out, crossing a distance of 10 kilometers and hitting the target accurately. Boom! There was a loud explosion and dust blew up interspersed with debris from the concrete target. Wait until the smoke clears. The effect of this cannon also appeared before the eyes of all, only to see the thick concrete target, which was directly punched through. The rest of it was also covered with spider web-like cracks, as if a gust of wind could blow the concrete target over. Shaky. Seeing this effect, everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. This firepower, it actually went right through the concrete target? Powerful. It feels more powerful than a hairy bear's tank. It's worthy of being a fully modified and upgraded tank. There's really no telling what kind of firepower it has. Put on the battlefield. This cannon is enough to pierce a tank. Right. This power is definitely in the T0 echelon when put into a tank array. Listen to the words of those around you. Smugness could not help but flash across President Eagle Jam's face. For this test, they specifically chose high penetration shells. Penetration coupled with the explosive effect. It was no problem at all for this nearly 200mm caliber shell to penetrate and destroy the concrete target. This effect can definitely be described as a ride. Think about it. President Hawksbane couldn't help but look at the rabbit's giant tank. Only this extremely fast tank was seen, and at the moment it was still stuck at a position 80 kilometers away from the shooting range. Commander 1, why are your tanks still parked here? Is it hard to believe that you really don't intend to participate in this firepower test? Or is there a problem with the tanks? So this is the way to cover it up? President Hawksbane is shady again. Do you need to tow your tanks to the range? Otherwise, at such a long distance, not to mention the firepower test, it's doubtful whether you can hit the target. That's not for you to worry about. Listening to President Eagle Jam Zine and Yang, Wan Ziyi coldly snorted in disdain. The reason it stopped here is because 80 kilometers just happens to be within the firing range of our tanks. As for traction, can your slow as a snail tanks really pull our tanks? Better not. I'm afraid I'll tire out your tank engine again and then you'll still have to rice us for a bite. Hearing his words, the faces of the people around him suddenly became odd. Rabbit tanks are nearly more than twice the size compared to Hawk Jam tanks, and the thickness of the armor is outrageously exaggerated. If we let Eagle Jam's tanks pull it, even if it doesn't break down, it's definitely not fast enough. President Eagle Jam's face also grew harder and harder. While Wan Ziyi ignored the other party's gaze that wanted to kill, he picked up the walkie-talkie and faintly ordered, "Fire." Hear his words. The surrounding group of country representatives were dumbfounded. Holy, that's a real shot. That's a distance of 80 kilometers. But before they could react, the rabbit's pilot had been instructed to do just that. Under his maneuvers, the target was soon locked on a range 80 kilometers away. The large barrel of the gun began to slowly rotate, aiming at the distant range. And see this scene. The expression on President Eagle Jam's face was, at once, a little hard to read. This direction does appear to the naked eye to be aligned with the range. No way. Although he didn't believe that the rabbit's tanks could hit the target from a distance of 80 kilometers away, but watching the rabbit's tanks adjust their gun barrels, his heart instinctively felt bad. Next, boom! A deafening explosion rang out, instantly sweeping across the entire testing grounds. Terrifying beams of light were seen shooting out from the rabbit tank's strangely thick and incomparable tank, and at an extremely high speed, it hit the range toward the 80 kilometers away. Holy, what kind of shell is that? Why does it feel like a laser cannon? The shell is also flying so fast that you can only see a beam of light, and the direction seems to be really 80 kilometers away from the shooting range. No way. Impossible. It's impossible to hit from such a distance. Look at the big screen. There was much discussion among the crowd, also a little puzzled. Who would have thought that the rabbit's tanks would actually fire 80 kilometers from the range? What's the difference between that and blind typing? But therein lies the problem. 80 kilometers away from a location where nothing should have been visible. But the direction in which the rabbit's tank's gun barrel was aimed appeared to be accurate from the map. A bad feeling arose in the hearts of the people. In the next second, the big screen image hanging over the heads of the crowd lit up. The crowd rushed to look at it, staring at the screen with dead eyes. Want to see if this shell from the rabbit tank can hit the target accurately or not, but only the screen flashed with a blinding white light, and then the signal was lost. Straight black screen. Looking at the unmoving screen, everyone looked confused. Chapter 122, a cannon shot out a mushroom cloud. What's this? The screen is black? What's the situation? Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. They hadn't encountered this before. Put in the usual. The crowd will assume that the organizers have a problem, but they won't be in a hurry. After all, in past competitions, it was more common for various countries to field military equipment. Even if it is improved and upgraded, it is not particularly dramatic. But now, Bunny's tank has shattered the crowd's third opinion many times in a row. The main thing is, the crowd wanted to see if the shells fired by the tanks that could make 1Z so confident could hit their targets across 80 kilometers. The organizers were quick to respond. While the technician checks for camera problems, the footage captured by the drone is quickly switched to the big screen. The dark screen lit up again. The anxious crowd immediately shot up and looked dead at the screen. The drone is flying high, so the viewpoint of the shot, too, is from an extremely high position looking down. But even then, the crowd could see exactly what was happening on the range. It really hit the spot. While looking at the picture on the screen, a certain representative of the country on the scene let out a gasp. Just see the big screen. The beam from the bunny tank crashed with a loud bang into some concrete target. Everyone looked at the image on the screen, dumbstruck. Now the rabbit's tanks. They're 80 kilometers from the range, enough to be more than 5 times the distance above the range of the Hawksauce. How is this possible? A representative of a country stared in disbelief. 80 kilometers. At this distance, it's even possible to have a cross-country battle. Many countries with small landmasses can even sit at the borderline and fight right up to the main city. This is too much. After seeing the effect of this cannon, the crowd was a bit ashamed when they remembered their previous remarks. 80 kilometers away. With such a long range, even a small shift in the barrel would cause the final landing point of the shell to be drastically off. But now, Rabbit's tank shells not only managed to reach the range, it even hit the target with precision. The accuracy of this shot is no longer any different from an auto-guided missile. But that's just the beginning. It was the next scene that caused the crowd to completely drop their jaws. The beam of light shot by the rabbit tank was seen to land precisely on the solid concrete target. Next, boom! A loud explosion came, and it's 2 voices in succession. One came from the large screen hovering above the heads of the crowd, while the other came from the direction of the range. The earth began to shake. The representatives of the countries present were at a loss as to what to do. What's all the commotion? What's going on? This is the movement made by the shells of the electromagnetic tank. How is it possible? The earth is starting to shake. Is it really not a missile that the electromagnetic tank is firing out? You guys, look at the range place. What is that? Oh my god! With an exclamation of surprise, the crowd rushed to look at the range in the extreme distance. The crowd was located hundreds of kilometers from the range. At this distance, you shouldn't be able to see anything with the naked eye. But now, with a burst of fiery light bursting out, the crowd saw a huge mushroom cloud that was slowly rising from the location of the shooting range. The entire heaven and earth seemed to dim a bit under this intense light. How can it be so powerful? Looking at the mushroom cloud that slowly rose into the air, many country representatives turned pale and made frightened noises. Loud explosions, ground shaking, plus the slowly rising mushroom cloud. A bad thought gradually arose in the hearts of the crowd. Rabbits don't put nuclear warheads inside tank shells, do they? The main thing is, how on earth did that happen from such a distance? Is it hard to believe that this shell is filled with an automatic targeting system? And see the scene. The live streaming room was also abuzz once again. Mushroom cloud. I can't believe I hit a mushroom cloud. My god, how can a rabbit tank's shells be so powerful? Is it possible that a nuclear warhead has been stuffed inside? How can that be? If it's really a nuclear warhead, won't these spectators on the scene be finished as well? Although it's a long way away, the distance that nuclear radiation travels almost ignores those 80 kilometers. A moment ago I thought the shells of the Eagle sauce tanks were powerful, but now they are like a joke compared to the rabbits. Yeah, that hawk jam shell only penetrated a concrete target too. And this rabbit, most of all, how on earth did the rabbit's shells manage to be guided with precision at such a long distance, navigating inside a cannonball? That doesn't seem to be something that can be done with today's technology, does it? Does that mean that the rabbit's tank driver has the ability to hit the target accurately at 80 kilometers? This has to be Superman, right? The pop-ups in the livestream went wild. It's not just the rabbit's netizens who are excited, but those from other countries as well. In the meantime, all the netizens also looked at the screen nervously, wanted to see what effect the rabbit tank could cause with this sonorous salvo. Over time, the smoke and dust that had filled several kilometers around and covered the entire range also gradually dispersed. The target range after being bombarded by this shell from the rabbit also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. And when everyone saw what was now happening at the range, the whole world, suddenly, was quiet. Each and every one of the audience members at the scene had horrified faces and rubbed their eyes repeatedly in disbelief. The netizens in the live broadcast room were even too late to send pop-ups. One by one, they thought their eyes were broken. For this military competition, the concrete targets used were highly sturdy. Not only that, in order to avoid accidents, a ring of defense similar to a city wall was even built around the range. The sturdiness, so to speak, has been comparable to many tactical forts. But now, under the bombardment of rabbit shells, such an impenetrable range has simply disappeared. It's like it's just been vaporized. If it weren't for the huge craters left in the ground, made by rabbit shells, it would be as if the range had never been built. Actually, it just disappeared. After seeing the current situation of the shooting range, all the country representatives were stunned. And look at the effect the rabbit caused with this shell. The research team on the Eagle sauce side was too shocked to speak. A shell that struck like a nuclear bomb. The researchers stared in disbelief at the image on the screen. A great fear filled the hearts of the crowd, and collectively they began to tremble. Chapter 123, Rabbit Violates Nuclear Arms Treaty. Upon seeing the range, the Eagle sauce side, which was still full of confidence, suddenly fell silent, looking at the range which was now directly emptied and completely destroyed. Recall again the huge mushroom cloud just now. The head of Eagle Jam froze outright, eyes dead set on the big screen, eyes full of resentment. Damn it, how did this happen? A shot from 80 kilometers out of range can actually hit a concrete target on the range. Most importantly, is this firepower really the effect of a tank shell? President Hawksbane almost glared. At the moment, his entire being was wrapped in deep fear. It's a race that hasn't been going on for very long, but the technology shown on the rabbit side is enough to shock the whole world. The main thing is, these things, eventually, are going to be sent to the battlefield. If the winner of this competition does go to them, and the rabbits whose international status has been elevated choose to clash with us at that time, President Hawksbane's entire body began to tremble a little. The thought of that extremely fast, even able to conceal the ultra-deep space matrix space radar fighter, as well as a tank capable of clearing an extremely wide range and solid target range with a single shot, will certainly be on the battlefield after. President Hawksbane's entire being was bad. How's this for a fight? With the power of this tank, one shot would have killed the whole field. There is absolutely no country that can compete with this. No, absolutely no rabbit can be allowed to win this competition. At that thought, he looked behind him at the research team. The group was similarly wrapped in thick fear at the moment. Someone please tell me why their tanks can have so much firepower. President Eagle Jam questioned loudly. The crowd also gradually came back to their senses. After a moment of silence, someone suddenly spoke up. Sir, I suspect that there is a high probability that the opponent's power of this cannon is laced with nuclear weapons. Look at that mushroom cloud. Isn't that the signature effect of a nuclear weapon after it explodes? The main thing is that a shell that can be fired from the top of a tank, that can clear the entire field in a split second, is a possibility I can no longer imagine other than a nuclear weapon. And hear this. President Hawksbane was gradually coming around as well. He immediately looked at the referee not far away and said loudly, Referee, our side now has reason to suspect that the other side used nuclear weapons in their fire test. This behavior has violated the Nuclear Weapons Treaty, and I demand that the results of the match be nullified. When he finished, he looked at the representatives of the other countries. Folks, I'm sure we all have the ability to put nuclear armament on our shells, but why haven't we done so? Because we are in compliance with the Nuclear Arms Treaty. But now, someone has taken advantage of this and wants to win this championship with nuclear weapons. I hope we can all band together to sanction and punish such rule breakers. He finished his sentence. Then there were representatives of the country on the spot, who began to move. While hearing his words, the audience in the live broadcast room was not happy. There was a lot of cussing. Eagle Sauce just can't afford to lose. How can we possibly be equipped with nuclear weapons? We're just a small country with a serious phobia of not having enough firepower. Eagle Jam actually had to gang up on me. Isn't that equally against the rules? But the effect of the shell explosion just now really looks like a nuclear weapon. Bull ***** nuclear weapons. The range is only 100 kilometers from where they're standing. If it's really a nuclear weapon, wouldn't the group of people at the scene be dead? Seems to make sense. Since Eagle Sauce can't afford to lose, just withdraw from the match and don't be an eyesore here. I demand sanctions against Hawk Sauce. Upon hearing that Hawksbane falsely accused his own country, the viewers of the livestream were furious. And in the face of Eagle Sauce's threats, Wan Zi and the others didn't get angry. Not even a hint of anger. He looked over at President Eagle Jam, a look of majesty filling his face. The whole person was filled with a solemn aura. Sanction us? Have the guts to try. Wan Zi slowly opened his mouth. His voice was not loud but extremely serious. At this moment, he was no longer the same Wan Zi who had been fighting with President Eagle Jam before, but the Commander Wan who was filled with majesty. Listen to his words. President Hawksbane also subconsciously froze, and seeing this scene, the viewers in the live broadcast room all felt relieved all of a sudden. Yeah, we're strong now, no longer that rabbit that can be slaughtered. Thought this was 100 years ago? Eagle Sauce really can't tell the difference between big and small kings, and wants to sanction us? Humph. Not to mention the fact that we have the same world reset as Eagle Sauce, judging from the military equipment of these two competitions now. Exterminating an Eagle Sauce is definitely not a problem. This is the strength of a great nation. Sanction us? Do you believe that you will be sanctioned first? Look at the pop-ups on the live feed. President Eagle Jam gradually came back to his senses as a belated anger began to fill him. He began to question loudly. Then why do you think your artillery shells can make a mushroom cloud if no nuclear weapons were used? How is it that a tiny shell can clear an entire range in a matter of moments? If you can't give a reasonable explanation, this matter won't be over today. Hawksbane is also a country with a strong nuclear arsenal, so he's not the least bit intimidated. What's more, until the results of this military competition are known, Eagle Jam remains the highest standing country in the world. And hearing his questioning, Wan Zi and the others, however, did not panic. Only he spoke softly. If we had used a nuclear weapon, there would have been radiation at the site. I'm saying now that we definitely did not use nuclear weapons. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to the explosion site to conduct a radiation test, and the results will naturally be known then. Yes, President Eagle Jam nodded fiercely. In his opinion, the reason why Wan Zi said that was nothing more than to forcefully pretend to be calm, trying to pull a fast one on this. If even the slightest bit of radiation is tested, I'll have reason to report the matter and use my power to sanction the rabbit. When the time comes, the victory in this race will naturally belong to us. And the main thing is, maybe we can even take this opportunity to claim the technology of those advanced weapons of theirs. Looking at the EM tanks and Vis parked in the distance, President Hawkmaster's eyes grew greedy. At the same time, he was incredibly confident. Think it must be possible to be in the blast site and test for radiation. With that in mind, he looked to the researchers on the sidelines and shouted an order. You, go test the blast site. Chapter 124, Crushing with Pure Strength. Yes, the researchers on Hawkmaster's side quickly took orders. After putting on protective clothing with the help of the crowd to make sure there wouldn't be a single accident, the organizers, too, have finished testing the equipment. It was determined that there was nothing wrong with the equipment used to detect nuclear radiation. The researcher drove to the location of the range directly under the attention of the crowd. For about an hour or so, the car parked smoothly at the location of the range, looking around at the concrete targets that had disappeared and the deep craters at his feet. The researcher's heart beat hard. It is hard to imagine what kind of fortifications could have survived the force of this shell. I guess it's a tactical fortress that can't even do that at all. But as long as I test for even a tiny bit of radiation, this game will end up being a victory for us. With that in mind, the researchers were incredibly excited to remove the radiation detection equipment from the trunk. Humph, the test results will be out soon. So I urge you to admit your mistake now and take the initiative to hand over the core technology of your advanced weapon. After witnessing the departure of the researchers, President Eagle Jam looked at Wan Ge and the others with a sneer on his face. Otherwise, if we detect it, this matter won't be so simple. He spoke in a patronizing tone, trying to get Wan Ze and the others to just hand over the data of the 6th generation machine and this electromagnetic tank voluntarily, and listen to his words. Wan Ze, however, had a flat face. Can he not know if the tank shells have used nuclear weapons or not? They had tested it live when it was tested in the military district before. Not a hint of nuclear radiation. Exactly the power of an electromagnetic shell. So listening to President Hawksbane's threats, he didn't even bother to take a ride. There was no radiation. Whether nuclear weapons were used, the truth will come out when the data is tested. It didn't take long. A car was coming this way fast. It's a tester's car. After seeing the vehicle and the direction in which the other party is coming, President Hawksbane has a look of excitement on his face. Just produce the test data, even a tiny bit of radiation, and you can use your power to sanction the rabbits. Thinking back to the 2 previous bouts, President Eagle Jam's entire heart was pounding. If we can bring back the core principles of the 6 and that EM tank to Eagle Sauce, with the technical ability of their research team, it probably won't take long to crack it. Plus Eagle Sauce's massive manufacturing capacity. In a year's time, at best, you could have several armies of steel with the highest gold content. It's a good thing that the rabbit side has weak manufacturing and technical power. Otherwise the next match would not be easy to win. The head of Eagle Jam thought, walking quickly to the car, splitting his hand and grabbing the test recorder from the other party. He reappeared in front of Wan Zi. Commander 1, this is the last chance. It's not too late if you admit your mistake in time. When I tell you the results of the test, then you will be reviled by the world. Be my guest. Wan Zi glanced at him and spoke faintly. There was always a faint smile on his face, and notice the look on his face. There was no reason for the anger to rise in President Eagle Jam's heart, either. Well, you asked for it. With that, he turned the screen of the recorder in his hand to himself and spoke harshly. The nuclear radiation level at the range is now tested at half the words. It was like President Hawksbane was suddenly stuck. Not a word could be said. Looking at the screen in front of him, he rubbed his eyes incredulously, then stared. Mouths were agape. Go on. What's the content? Wan Zi looked at him with a smile on his face. How is this possible? President Eagle Jam ignored Wan Zi and turned his head to the testers and said fiercely, Instrument malfunction? Report, sir? No. The tester bowed his head, the same disbelief on his face. I'm at the location of the range and I'm not detecting any nuclear radiation. No way. President Eagle Jam shook his head violently, but just then, a referee stepped aside. He took the probe from President Eaglejaw's hand. It was then handed over to the organizer's technicians. After a long period of testing, the referee got the message and relayed it to the crowd. The detectors have not been tested for any malfunctions, and there is no residual radiation from the range from previous detections. This means that the rabbit's weapons are not laced with nuclear weapons. How can it be? Listening to the referee's announcement, President Hawkeye was completely confused. How is it possible that there is no radiation at all? With that much power, how is it possible if nuclear weapons were not used? In the meantime, the referee's voice also clearly spread to the ears of all the viewers in the live broadcast room. The group was in a frenzy. I can't believe I don't have a nuclear weapon, but this is too powerful. My God, if it's this powerful without nukes, wouldn't it be? If there were nukes? This is our tank. Are you crooked guys convinced? Laughing my ass off. You guys see the look on President Eagle Jam's face. Indeed, the last hope is dashed. My comment is, if you're not good, practice more. If you can't afford to play, don't play, Dusty. In this match, the rabbit wins. The expressions of the representatives of the various countries on the scene also began to vary in astonishment. Who would have thought? The effect was like a nuclear explosion, but there was no radiation in it? The power of this strength had frightened the crowd, but at the same time, there is celebration. They didn't cross the rabbit, and in the anticipation of the crowd, the parameters of the tanks of both sides were gradually announced on the big screen. The first to show up, naturally, was Eagle Jam's M1A2S tank, 110 kilometers of terminal velocity, plus a main gun caliber of nearly 200 millimeters. That statistic, for a tank on the current world landscape, is considered top of the top. Can see this data after. The representatives of the countries present had no mood swings, followed closely by the data from the Rabbit EM tank. When they saw the various data on the screen, everyone present couldn't help but stare in disbelief and sucked in a breath of cool air. Trembling, 400 kilometers of terminal velocity, 560 millimeters of main gun caliber, compared to Eagle Sauce's M1A2S, several times over. How the hell did that happen? The crowd couldn't figure it out, but as the data was released, there was no doubt that the Rabbit had won first place in this tank race competition. The crowd also realized, from this moment on, the world landscape, which has not changed for many years, is finally about to change. And look at this data. President Hawksbane also had a droopy look on his face. Crushed. It's hopeless. Good thing there's still a last chance. That's crushing rabbits by sheer numbers. Chapter 125. They see a torrent of steel. For the final contest, Eagle Sauce President Biden. Very confident. A long time ago, they received news from the rabbit side of the fence, i.e., netted pictures of Generation 6 aircraft and electromagnetic tanks. Though, they didn't believe that rabbits could really make military equipment that was that powerful or even said to be sci-fi. But just in case, at the first opportunity, HawkJam took action. That's adjusting the military competition. The qualifications for determining the conditions of victory. In addition to quality, the quantity of military equipment is also an important credential in considering the military strength of countries. And after this ordinance was issued, the entire Eagle Sauce immediately went into intensive manufacturing. That said, upgraded military equipment is difficult to mass produce. But with all the resources mobilized, a large number of the latest models of fighters and tanks were also successfully produced. In the final contest, we're sure to win. President Eagle Jam's eyes burned, and as the tank race comes to a close, the referee also, at the first opportunity, began to read the final rules of the match. Next up is the final competition, the military quantity race. In this competition, the country with more military equipment of the same type will win. As soon as he finished his sentence, the representatives of the countries on the scene couldn't help but look at the head of Eagle Jam. They naturally received word of this rule change announcement at the first opportunity. It looks like Eagle Sauce should be fully prepared this time. That's right, with Eagle Jam's heavy industrial capabilities, it's estimated that no country can compete with them. It's the rabbits who are the worst off. Someone looked at Wan Zi and the others inside. It's true that the weapons on the rabbit side are very advanced, but the difficulty of making such a powerful military weapon is extraordinary. Besides, the rabbit's resource mobilization ability and heavy industrial development is not as good as Eagle Sauce. After all, Eagle Sauce has already reigned as the champion of the competition many times. It's a pity that the rabbit took such a good result before, but I didn't expect to end up losing to Eagle Sauce in this situation. Even with a few more years, the rabbit might be ready for mass production. But for now, ugh, pity. Delegates were very sorry. Obviously it was not expected that the rabbit, who had previously won various competitions in a crushing manner, would end up losing to HawkJam in this situation. It's too suffocating. Some are happy and some are sad. After hearing the rules for the last contest, those on the Eagle Jam side, however, were all excited and everyone was full of confidence. So what if we lose in front of us? We can definitely crush the rabbits in the next quantity contest. The head of Eagle Sauce looked behind him at his research team with an unmistakable look of confidence on his face. He couldn't help but look behind him at the warehouse. That huge, immense warehouse was built early on, and for this competition, the entire range of military weapons that HawkJam has prepared. Picture these military weapons, rushing out of the warehouse later. The head of Eagle Jam just couldn't help but get excited. Instead of rabbits, he looked toward Wan Zi and the others and smiled contemptuously. So what if the weapons are advanced? Can you really dominate the battlefield with just one airplane and one tank? Although it is said, after this win, HawkJam and Bunny are only tied. But the last champion, it was HawkJam, plus the international status of superpowers. The title of winner of this military competition is naturally going to fall on Eagle Jam's side as well. When the time comes, the principles of your advanced weapons will be ours sooner or later. President Eagle Sauce thought greedily. Just then, the referee in the distance suddenly spoke. And now, please welcome the two competing sides to display their respective military weapons. A command. All the spectators in the room, at once, clenched their fists nervously. If we consider it with the logic of the previous war, this last competition can definitely reveal the true strength of a country. And to the opportunity to perform, without the slightest hesitation, the head of Eagle Jam took the walkie-talkie directly and shouted orders. All personnel, move out immediately. Next, buzz. A deafening roar of engines boomed. The warehouse in the distance, too, began to tremble from the loud sound. Follow closely. The warehouse dome opens and the barn doors are wide open. Everyone watched nervously. A shadow was seen in the middle of the open dome, spewing trailing flames and rising quickly into the air. Among the barn doors, there were even countless tanks, rushing out side by side. The ground rumbled. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Is this the strength of HawkJam? It's horrible. As far as I know, Eagle Sauce only had 5 or 6 months of lead time between the invention of a brand new military weapon and the start of the competition. This is worthy of Eagle Sauce. Rabbits are really hanging by a thread this time. It's a shame, but the next race, the rabbit should be a lock. Hopefully. Upon seeing the military equipment that Eagle Sauce poured out, the audience was shocked, all the while feeling sorry for and sympathizing with the soon-to-be-defeated rabbit. And to hear the crowd marvel, the look of confidence on President Eagle Jam's face grew stronger as well. He couldn't resist the introduction. For the final quantitative contest, we have prepared a total of 200 tanks, as well as 60 airplanes, and the degree of finish of these military equipment is in no way inferior to the tanks and airplanes used in previous demonstrations. I'm sure Bunny won't let us down either. right? He said, looking towards Wan Zi and the others. Since rabbits can make such advanced weapons, production must not be a problem either, right? Hear his words. The netizens in the live broadcast room exploded. This damned thing, not when you were beaten to dust before? 200 tanks and 60 airplanes are worth bragging about? Do you know how horrible our Type 59 tanks were back then? Jumping clowns, changing the rules on the fly for the sake of victory. Damn, if we have another year's time, I'm sure our country will be able to realize mass production. And then where will it be this guy's turn to jump on his face? So what if we have more equipment? We don't know who will win and who will lose in a real fight. That's right, that one shot that's comparable to a nuclear bomb. It's no problem to blow over a third of their tanks at once, right? 3 shots and you're clear. And our fighters, missiles can't even catch up. Hitting them is just like playing. Let's fight. The netizens in the live stream cursed. On the other hand, Wan Zi, who was being taunted, had a flat face at the moment. Looking at the crazy face jumping, arrogant and provocative President Eagle Jam, not only did he not get angry, but he had a feeling that he wanted to laugh. Forget it, just let them open their eyes. Wan Zi sighed inwardly. Let's show them what it means to be a real torrent of steel. Chapter 126. A huge sense of oppression. Wan Zi's voice was not loud. However, the firmness and calmness on his face was clearly presented to the audience and friends in the live broadcast, and his whispered self-talk, live in the booth, watching the hordes come out of the warehouse, Eagle Jam's tanks and airplanes. The netizens who were originally a bit worried had a bit of a bottom line in their hearts, although it was said that, guided by various factors, they also didn't believe that their motherland could realize the mass production of that exaggerated and incomparable 6th-generation aircraft and electromagnetic tank. But, isn't Rabbit the one country that gives frequent surprises every time? Especially listening to Wan Zi's words, the netizens in the live stream not only had confidence, but were very relieved. Although we are not a superpower, there are few manufacturing industries in the world that can compare to ours. Commander Wan's words are too good to be true. Let them see what a real torrent of steel means. Who would have thought that we, with no experience in tank manufacturing, could not only be self-sufficient, but even equip many neighboring countries with our Type 59 tanks? Eagle Sauce does have a lot of these military weapons, but it's still not even close to being a torrent of steel. Now we're just waiting for Commander Wan to bring out our equipment and shock these foreigners severely. It's the last race, so make sure you win big. The netizens in the live stream were thrilled. If anything, rabbits may be lagging behind when it comes to technology, but manufacturing, rabbits are never far behind, so to speak. Thinking back then, there is no machine equipment rabbit, only rely on the 8th grade Turner hand rub can rub out large quantities of military weapons. Not to mention now, the only thing that worried the crowd was that the technological content of the 6th generation aircraft and the electromagnetic tank was too powerful, thus leading to the fact that it was not very easy to realize the mass production of these two weapons. But now, Wan Zi has spoken. What do they have to worry about? So in the Rabbit's official live stream, the netizens were abuzz, and listening to Wan Zi's words, President Eagle Jam's face, however, was getting ugly. It's just dead weight. I just don't believe that rabbits can invent all these advanced military weapons and mass produce them in a short period of time. Who doesn't know how to brag? Send out the airplanes and tanks you've prepared if you can, and we'll see what happens underhand. The head of Eagle Jam grimaced. He was in complete disbelief that the rabbits had realized a mass production industry for these advanced weapons. But, Wan Zi's calm and self-assured appearance, but it made his heart very uneasy. You can only stabilize yourself by putting out harsh words like that. While listening to his words, Wan Zi smiled slightly. Raising his hand to the intercom, he spoke. Everyone, proceed as planned. As soon as he finished, everyone in the room tensed up. Is it hard to believe that rabbits have really realized the mass production of these advanced weapons? No way. Such advanced tanks and airplanes, even with drawings and core technologies, most countries can't make them, let alone realize mass production. Indeed, not to mention in such a short time. Also, maybe the rabbits are preparing other types of tanks and airplanes? It could be. The crowd was talking. And just then, a magnificent and solemn music suddenly sounded. And by the way, it spread throughout the field, with its own BGM. At the sound, everyone couldn't help but sit up straight, their eyes staring unblinkingly at the warehouse in the distance. Wanted to see just what would come rushing out of it later. Follow. Boom boom boom. The sound of a loud engine rang out. It was like the roar of a trapped beast, and a deafeningly loud roar of hundreds of trapped beasts roaring together. The voices clipped and stacked up. The sound is earth-shattering. Everyone's face was pale. All you hear is the voice. No one is there. But that engine sound alone was enough to shake them to their core. And following closely, the door of the warehouse slowly opened, and a huge, incomparable tank that looked like a mobile fortress slowly drove out from inside. It really is the electromagnetic tank from before. This engine sound, this volume, It's hard to believe that rabbits have really realized the mass production of this tank. My god, doesn't that mean that rabbits' troops are already the top army in the world? Don't jump to conclusions. This is only the second, third one out too. As the first, second, and third tanks pulled out, the expressions of the people in the room grew more and more appalled. Nobody expects. Not only did the rabbits quietly invent such advanced tank equipment, but they also quietly mass-produced it? Is this smothering? The main thing is, these tanks came out of the warehouse without forming a long line. Instead, 10 tanks lined up in unison, followed closely by second row, third row. Soon, a squad of 100 tanks formed and began to slowly advance across the field of the military competition. The size of these tanks was, originally, enormous. At this moment, a squad of 100 tanks is like a huge steel mountain range, wantonly crushing this field. The huge sense of oppression caused the crowd to even gasp a little. Looking at the squadron of tanks slowly advancing on the field, the crowd unconsciously began to imagine in their minds that if it was their own country's tanks against these tanks, what will be the result? The answer is very true. That is, even if the rabbits' tanks do not use the main weapon, just such a strong speed and size, all the way across the crushing past also not many countries of the army can stand. Not to mention the shelling that was like a nuclear explosion. This 100 tank squad can well be said to be the current king of land forces in the world. I can't imagine at all who, exactly, would be able to face the onslaught of this tank squad straight on. The performance gap is so great that no one can even top it. The rabbit strength is clearly visible. It's a shame this is only one squad. There are 200 tanks on the Hawk Jam side. The uncrowned king. Just as the crowd was talking, the first 100 tank squadron had already driven some distance away. And just then, another tank, emerging from the warehouse, followed closely by a second, third. Soon, another squad of 100 tanks quickly took shape in front of the crowd. Two squads, front and back. A full 200 tanks began to gallop across the field. And watching this scene, everyone's scalp went numb and they were completely stunned. In the live stream, Eagle Jam's netizens were even more completely devastated when they saw this scene. This can't be happening. Chapter 127, winning and losing is obvious. How is it possible that rabbits can have such a strong manufacturing power? 200 tanks. 200 tanks. How on earth did the rabbits do that? I can't believe. Rabbit must have used some kind of cheating. He must have asked another country to help make it. It's over. It's over. Upon seeing two full squares of 100 tanks pulling out of the warehouse, all Eagle Jam users were all stunned. Originally, I thought that in the final competition of numbers, my country could crush the rabbits in all aspects, but I didn't expect. It's amazing that the rabbits have created such large quantities of EM tanks without even realizing it. The original confidence was instantly shattered, and seeing the reaction of Eagle Jam's netizens, the netizens on Rabbit's side couldn't help but direct their taunts. Ha 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 ha, that's what we've got. Don't forget that our country has a population of 1.4 billion, and the manufacturing industry is more than you can imagine. Poor Eagle Sauce netizens, how would you react if I said that these tanks were hand-rolled by our country's master teachers? I thought I was bound to lose the game, but I didn't expect to win again, so it looks like Hawk Jam is just average. I declare that in the contest of numbers, we, China, are victorious. I had thought that, after preparing for so long, Hawk Sauce could pull out some kind of big trick, but I didn't realize that it was just this much strength. The same 200 tanks, but our tank formation is many times more powerful, so it's obvious that we're going to win or lose, right? Eagle Sauce's scheme didn't work at all. This wave is our complete victory. Bunny's internet friends are excited to the max, and Eagle Sauce's netizens saw it and became shrunken again. Don't dare post another bullet point. And at this point, looking at the vast square of tanks rushing out, Wanzi also had a smile on his face as he playfully looked over at President Eagle Jam. How about that? We have a decent number of tank squares. If you think our tank squares are faked, feel free to have your tanks come over for testing. Of course, we won't be responsible for any damage or even scrapping of your tanks on the way. Wanzi teased. And listen to his words. President Eagle Jam's face, however, gradually twisted up. Use your own tank. Test the rabbit's tank. What a joke. Although Eagle Sauce's M1A2S tank has undergone a full range of upgrades, but compared to a rabbit's EM tank, it's almost like paper mache. One touch and it breaks. Not to mention the power of the main gun, which is comparable to the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Go up and test. Isn't that just pure giveaway? But in the face of Wanzi's teasing, his entire body was simply about to explode with anger. Originally thought, it is possible to take this last chance to completely crush a rabbit for once. But who would have thought? The other side actually has 200 EM tanks? Just as soon as the display began, it was tied with its own M1A2S tank square. In a tie, President Hawksbane even suspected he was dreaming. However, in the face of Wanzi's teasing, It was naturally impossible for him to admit defeat. He only grimaced and held his tongue for a long time before he stiffened. So what if it's 200? Talk so big. I thought you had 500 tanks. The number of tanks you have right now, they're just barely even with us. It didn't beat us at all. And listen to his words. Wan Zi, however, couldn't help but burst out laughing. 200? This is just the beginning. Next I'll show you what a true manufacturing powerhouse is. When he finished speaking, he directly picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered inside. And look at him. President Eagle Jam, who was on the sidelines, was momentarily confused. There's that confident look again. A bad feeling began to rise in President Eagle Jam's mind. And the premonition, it grew stronger. Just then, rumble. There was another deafening roar of engines. The ground even shook slightly with it. Everyone present, at once, held their breath. One stared wide-eyed at the location of the warehouse. That's right, the sound. It came from the warehouse. 200 cars, still not the limit? Someone made a horrified noise, full of disbelief. And as the ground shakes, a tank that began to poke its head out of the wide-open warehouse door. Soon another square took shape. 300 tanks. This can't be right. To actually build 300 such advanced tanks in such a short period of time. So powerful. So terrifyingly productive. This is the end of Eagle Jam. The crowd was shocked. But they don't. Even with 3 squares and 300 tanks. Still only the beginning for the Rabbit Reserve. Wan Zi still ordered. The grandiose background music became more and more deafening. It was followed by another square, sailing out of the warehouse. This is the 4th square. That means a full 400 tanks. But that's not all. 5th, 6th, an electromagnetic tank, slowly pulling out from the middle of the warehouse in a square formation. Gradually, looking down from high above, all you could see was a large black mass. Countless electromagnetic tanks, like locusts sweeping through the territory, ran around the competition field. My God, how did the rabbits get so many tanks? I've lost count. 700, 800, fully 800 tanks. How on earth did the rabbit do that? The previous cyber news put out in rabbit territory was about 3 or 4 months ago. So why were they able to build so many tanks in a 3 or 4 month period of time? Most of all, this is not an ordinary tank. This is an advanced and developed electromagnetic tank. So rabbits are the #1 manufacturing nation. At this capacity, even a normal tank is pretty powerful. Let alone this is an electromagnetic tank. Upon seeing the countless tanks, lined up in a square formation, overrunning the entire competition field, everyone couldn't help but stand up and stare in disbelief at the densely packed, countless tanks. A great fear began to spread across the field. Imagine if there was a war. Your own country would have to meet this monster on the battlefield. Everyone began to tremble. And in the meantime, this scene was also presented in the middle of the global live broadcast through aerial photography technology. Looking at the vast flood of steel, the broadcast room first questioned, then fell silent. But when they saw 800 giant tanks running in a neat formation on the field, the whole internet was shocked. Chapter 128 Absolute Crushing Stance. My God, I'm so excited that our country is so powerful. The country has never told us. So there is this big trick hidden behind it. From today onward, we Chinese are no longer that rabbit that can be bullied by anyone. Not even if Eagle Jam comes. The international situation has changed. And this time it's our country that will step on top of the world. Motherland is actually doing such a big thing behind our backs. Making such a huge tank formation. 800 tanks. I thought I was going to lose this competition. But I didn't realize Motherland was hiding so many big tricks. Ha 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 ha. It's so great to watch. It feels like I'm watching a science fiction movie. And the protagonist of this science fiction movie is none other than our motherland. Tremble the world. This is Wa Xia. Do you know what it means to be a developing country? Tactical backward movement. Upon seeing the 800 tanks rushing out of the warehouse and beginning to assume various formations, everyone on the entire network, excited to the point of going crazy. Dense pop-ups, like waves, directly spread the screen of the live broadcast room. Would have thought, Bunny is going to lose a handful of hands with the machinations of Eagle Jam. But who would have thought that the rabbit was hiding such a big trick behind it? It wasn't just the netizens on the air who were shocked. Countless tanks were out in force. And the shocked audience couldn't help but stand up. Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths and stare, full of horror as they saluted the rabbit's array of tanks. Electromagnetic tanks eased out of the warehouse and discharged the array, and it began to gradually accelerate. Eventually, these tanks have come to a speed of 400 kilometers per hour with the driver at the controls. The main thing is, even though the speed had soared to a level comparable to that of a top-of-the-line sports car, the array of these tanks did not look disorganized as a result. 100 tanks a square, 800 tanks, 8 full arrays, maintaining a neat formation on the field. They flew at breakneck speed, and in the meantime, somewhere in a news building, The directorate, as well as many of the intelligence staff, are also following the tense race in real time. It's an intelligence service though, but equally little is known about the preparation of the crowd for this military competition. Several times I helped the military cover up the news and control the heat to let them know that the rabbits had a 6th-generation plane and EM tanks on their side. But for the number of these two advanced weapons, they are the ones who don't know anything about it. So when Eagle Sauce suggested it, it started to be about a numbers contest. Everyone in the intelligence department is very nervous. According to the score system of military competitions, if the rabbit loses to Hawk Sauce in this contest of numbers, then the teams are equal in score, or tied for first place. This result was unacceptable to him, but what he didn't expect was, the military was surprisingly prepared. 800 tanks, a steady stream of them, came out of the display channel, and the crowd grew more and more shocked, watching the electromagnetic tank formation that drove out from the passageway afterward. The sound momentum instantly surpassed that of Hawk Sauce's tank formation and dominated the entire competition field. The bureau chief and the others couldn't help but clench their fists. Yes, he couldn't help but bellow. The whole group was thrilled. That's how you beat Eagle Jam once and for all. It's not just him. Everyone in the intelligence department was thrilled and excited. There were even tears of excitement in his eyes. All these years, the rabbit finally got up. The tank display array slowly took shape as the crowd watched nervously. 800 tanks, running around the military competition grounds for a week. Everyone saw these behemoths and even said they saw the horror of the thing up close. Everyone was shocked. It's a military race that many countries actually know they're here to run with. But to see such a shocking and exciting scene, this competition, it really wasn't in vain. The international situation is about to change. With these 800 tanks alone, the rabbit's army is on an undefeated footing from this day forward. The crowd was talking. And in the meantime, President Eagle Sauce's face, but among the shock contained a strong disbelief. It's okay, there are still fighters on display. The rabbit's 6th-generation aircraft, which is nuclear-powered, so it's simply not possible to achieve mass production. One loss, one win, not ugly, he was consoling himself. Just then, the tank display ended. With a satisfied face, Wan Ziyi once again picked up the walkie-talkie. Aloud, tank array display is over. 6th-generation fleet ready. Take off. Next, the original magnificent soundtrack is suddenly taken to another level. Everyone present was in awe. The organizing film crew, too, realized something was wrong. Immediately adjust the camera to bring all the images together in the warehouse on the rabbit side. President Eagle Jam was even more appalled. Impossible was muttered under his breath. Just then, closed warehouse dome slowly opens. Boom, boom, boom. There was a loud engine roar, and not just one, but countless. The voices mingled together, loud and immense, and instantly spread throughout the entire arena. Fighter group. It's a fighter group. This roar is the same as the 6th-generation plane that Rabbit moved out earlier. Could it be that they've also completed mass production of the Generation 6? My god, how on earth did the rabbits do that? Did they get alien technology? It's horrible. I can't believe that rabbits are so powerful. Look, with an exclamation of surprise, the warehouse dome is fully deployed, followed by a silvery white, Technicolor shadow that slowly rose into the air. It's exactly a 6th-generation aircraft. The fighter, which slowly appeared in front of the crowd at a vertical lift. It was extremely slow at first, hovering over the warehouse for a few seconds as if to give the crowd a better look. Next, the engine nozzles were running at full speed and there was a steep explosion of speed. In a sonic boom, it rose into the air at breakneck speed. Then a second, then a third. The 6th-generation planes behind them did not stop, and their speed became faster and faster, lifting off one after another in a very rhythmic manner. The people present, staring blankly at the scene. The crowd's excited hearts were clenched hard with each fighter jet that rose, until 200 battles, all at once, lifted off and hovered over the field like dark clouds. Oh my god, am I not dreaming? Is all this real? This military competition has evolved into a showcase for the rabbits themselves. It's horrible. It's horrible. The crowd was so excited that some people even fainted from overexcitement. Medical personnel on the scene rushed to the rescue, and looking at the scene in front of him, the referees slowly reacted. This game, the results are in. The rabbit took first place in an absolute crushing fashion. Chapter 129, showing you something a little different. There was no delay. The referee announced the results of this quantitative contest immediately after collecting the data from the field. In this quantitative contest, the rabbits crushed Eagle Jam's 200 tanks as well as 60 fighters with 800 EM tanks and 200 6th-generation planes, without a doubt. First place in this quantitative competition by a crushing margin. This statement was made. Silence in the room. It wasn't that the crowd was unkind to the rabbits. Just after hearing that number, everyone was in a brief daze. 800 tanks, 200 fighters. What is this concept? There are 4 times as many tanks as there are Eagle Sauce. There are also more than 3 times as many fighters as Eagle Jam. And that's despite the fact that the gold content of military weapons far exceeds that of Eagle Sauce, and still guarantees a perfect crushing of numbers. What is this concept? If you switch to the same level of fighter jets and tanks, the gap in numbers will also be widened. No one will know how many times the crush will be then. All the crowd knew was, with the manufacturing power that rabbits have now, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they are number 1 in the world. Silence for half a day. The scene suddenly erupted into violent applause, and Wan Zi, who was in front of the rabbit square formation, could also feel the gazes from all directions at this moment. There was shock, congratulations, envy and jealousy in these glances. Many countries are not on friendly terms with rabbits. However, after seeing the military power displayed by the rabbits, these people chose to applaud along. That's terrible. They don't dare to imagine what would happen if someday their country went to war with the rabbits. Probably set a new record for the shortest time a country has fallen. No one dares to bet. Therefore, even if they were reluctant at this moment, they did not dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. And in this case, Wan Zi, however, had no reaction, just turned his head and gave a slight nod to the crowd. Then he returned his gaze to the array of his own weapons, and the crowd ignored sight of Eagle Jam. It's almost a total meltdown at the moment. How is this possible? President Hawksbane lost his voice and screamed, and a look of horror spread across his face even more. The entire group was clearly terrified to the core. Originally, I thought that, with my own country's preparations, I could absolutely crush the rabbits this time, but I didn't expect. It's amazing how strong the other side's manufacturing power is. So many military weapons have been produced in just 6 months. It can't even be called sci-fi anymore. It's totally magical. Damn. He already didn't know how he was going to explain to those legislators when he went back this time. It was thought to be a sure win, and even a way to use it to slap the rabbits' innings in front of the world. But I didn't realize that. I can't believe it backfired and I was publicly punched in the face by the rabbit. And it's time and time again. A heavy smack in the face. Your face is going to swell up like a pig's head. The majesty of the world is even more completely swept away. The kind that can't be picked up. Hurry up and get it over with. President Eagle Jam roared in his mind. At the moment, every minute that the rabbit's swarm of fighters and the array of tanks stayed on the field, he felt like he was being punched in the face. Hot. And just as the referee announced the result of the match, everyone thought the display was over. Suddenly, Wan Zi stood up again and looked in a certain direction. The crowd was a little confused. Following Wan Zi's gaze, he saw the dark and deep military industry display channel. What's the situation? The people in the room were a little confused. It's hard to believe that the display isn't over yet, but looking at the swarm of 6th-generation aircraft hovering above the sky, and the array of electromagnetic tanks galloping across the field, isn't this already on display? And just then, rumble, the sound of a loud engine rang out. Immediately following under the gaze of the crowd, a tank slowly poked its head out of the military-industrial display aisle. What's the situation? Now everyone in the room was confused. A look of disbelief. Is it hard to miss one? Numerous country representatives, whispering, it looks like it is. And that's a bit of a cheap shot. Military displays need to be not only large in number, but also well posed in formation. 801 tanks. How can you not set up a formation? No wonder there's another one. These are small mistakes. They can't hurt. The rabbits have taken this contest of numbers. It doesn't matter if it's 1 tank more or 1 tank less. Indeed, the crowd was talking. Consider this last tank slightly superfluous. After all, an array of 800 tanks would have crushed everyone present, and there was little need for this extra one. Might as well just put it in storage. While looking at the tank, President Eagle Jam's face was instantly grave. No way. How could a rabbit make such a cheap mistake? And on the field of a military competition. Thinking of this, a bad feeling suddenly rose in President Eagle Jam's heart. His face, too, grew alarmed. President Hawksbane realizes that something big is definitely coming next. Think about it. He spoke in a rush. The contest of numbers is over. Why does the rabbit still have tanks that have not been demonstrated? I propose to end this bout immediately. He said this for 2 purposes. One is as a precaution. What big kill the rabbit will move next? Keep punching him in the face. The second purpose was to try to get the final Cold War competition going as soon as possible. It was his last hope. Prior to entering the competition, the outcome Eagle Jam expected was naturally that they would win big. So the cold weapon fighting aspect of it, they didn't give up. It could even be argued that cold weapons are far more enhanced than fighters and tanks. Over the past few months, Hawk Jam has invented a new alloy. It is several times stronger and considerably tougher than previously common armament metals. With weapons forged from this kind of metal, they could definitely crush rabbits and even the odds. And listen to his urging. The referee also looked at Wan Ziyi with a puzzled expression. Wan Ziyi smiled faintly, glancing at President Eagle Jam, who was trying desperately to hide his fear. He smiled mysteriously. Who says the contest is over? Next, I'll show you something a little different. Sure enough, hearing Wan Ziyi's words, President Eagle Jam's face suddenly became complicated. Sure enough, it was just as I had guessed. In that instant, countless possibilities floated through his mind. The entire person was getting flustered, wanting to interrupt Wan Ziyi's movements in a hurry. But just then, the tanks coming out of the military-industrial display aisle had finished accelerating and were firmly parked in the center of the field. This location is centrally located and can be seen by all. In the meantime, Wan Ziyi had already picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered loudly, "Switch mech mode." Chapter 130. This is the real thing. An army of steel. Everyone in the room assumed that there had been a mistake in the military-industrial display on the rabbit side. That's why a separate tank came out of the passage. Late. But President Eagle Jam thinks otherwise. The rabbit must have been well prepared to get so many wins. How is it possible to slip up on such a small thing? So when the tank pulled out of the passage, he realized something was wrong, hastily prompting the referee to call the next match. But not yet. The tanks had then traveled to the middle of the field. Everyone's eyes were drawn to it. Immediately following, Wan Ziyi was heard giving orders into the intercom. "Switch mech mode." Hearing his words, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Mecha? What mecha? Everyone was at a loss, unable to comprehend the meaning of those few short words. The same is true in the live room. Many foreign netizens are in a daze. Only the rabbit's netizens, after a brief silence, came to their senses. It turns out that the previous Gundam was transformed by this tank? I was wondering when exactly the previous mechs were going to come on, but I didn't realize it was this time. It's really holding back. Ha 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 ha. Those foreigners still don't know what our Commander Wan is talking about. It's normal. Just like I was completely surprised before that our tanks have the ability to transform into mechs. This will open the eyes of foreigners. Seriously, we should be charging these crooked guys admission money for our gratuitous display of technology. Makes sense. Nady even generates income, ha ha ha. The rabbit's netizens talked in their native language and watched the foreign netizens in disbelief. This joy, too, is passed on only among bunny networkers. Some are happy and some are sad. Upon hearing Wan Ziyi's words, the head of Eagle Jam, too, froze briefly. Immediately, he remembered the photos from the rabbit netizens that he had seen earlier, from the intelligence department, that had gone viral. That lofty mech, leaping high as if flying. The technicians at Eagle Sauce, at that time, agreed that the photo was a pic of a rabbit netizen. But now it seems, President Hawksbane's entire body panicked. He tried to stop it, but it was too late now. And in the meantime, in the cockpit, Wan Ziyi's voice rang out from the communication channel. "Switch mech mode." Yes, the driver, Su Zhengqing, had an exhilarated look on his face. Loud response. The previous contests he had been following. The rabbit has won many battles and has thoroughly distinguished himself. And among these military weapons, mecha tank, definitely the grand finale of the display. And it was pushed because there was only one of this mech tank. And now, finally, it's time to perform on your own. Su Zhengqing was sitting in the cockpit, and on the 360-degree projection screen in front of him, he could clearly see the dumbfounded eyes of the other country's representatives. Looking at them, Su Zhengqing hemmed and hawed. "Let's show you, then, our mecha tanks." Saying that, Su Zhengqing's entire body became exuberant. He looked to the console in front of him and flicked his finger. Just a click. The mode switch button, then, was pressed by him. Mecha mode. Switching. A crisp beep sounded. It was accompanied by a loud humming sound, and the sound of mechs morphing enough to make a man's blood run cold. The former, which the crowd had heard countless times, was somewhat numb at the moment, and then came the sound that made the crowd realize what was going on. Mecha. Is that the mecha? This sound. It's obviously the sound of a mecha transforming. Realistic transformers? I can't be dreaming. Hiss, it hurts. Not dreaming. You guys, look. The representatives of the various countries present were talking, and just then, an exclamation rang out. The crowd rushed to look over. Immediately after that, he saw the huge tank stationed in the center of the field, which had begun to morph at the moment. Scenes that only existed in science fiction movies were just presented to everyone. A constant humming sound emanated from the huge tank, and the parts in various parts began to operate at a rapid pace. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw the head and tail parts of this tank, each separated. The tail of the tank realizes a 90-degree flip, like two legs, and holds the ground. The front half is quickly erected with the operation of the various parts. The head separates and transforms into arms. The huge cannon barrel on the back, whose position was changing at the moment, was carried on the shoulder of this huge mech. The appearance is constantly changing. Countless metal plates shifted in position and gradually formed a layer of armor. firmly shielding the various parts of the tank mech inside. The two-handed, two-footed device, 2, is being refined. This transformation process may seem complicated, but many of the procedures take place at the same time. 10 seconds or so. The giant tank that stayed in the center of the field was done morphing, taking the image of a metal giant over 10 meters tall. It was presented to everyone's eyes. Buzz. A buzzing sound interspersed with metallic tones rang out. The eyes of this metal giant flashed with a burst of red light. Tank switches matched and finishes smoothly. And looking at the scene in front of us, everyone was completely stunned. Everyone can't believe the scene in front of them, can't believe that this sci-fi scene is really appearing in reality. Would have thought this scene should only exist in a science fiction movie, but I didn't realize that mechs were actually being brought into reality today, and it's been moved to the military competition circuit. Under the sunlight, the giant mech's body surface glowed with a metallic luster. The red eyes glowed regally. The image of a giant over 10 meters tall, just standing there, gave the crowd an unparalleled sense of oppression. Everyone was stunned at the moment. The representatives of the various countries were more like quails with their necks pinched, standing still and shaking like chaff. Even though this giant mech was just standing in place, not taking any action, not even looking at them. Still, a great sense of fear was born in the hearts of the crowd. So this is the Rabbit's mecha mode. It's horrible. The original tank, it's already very powerful. It can even be called the king of the world. But, how can it still have this kind of function? The transformation function. And this transformation process is extremely short, just over 10 seconds. Is the Rabbit's technology already this mature? Even though it's the first time I've seen a mecha, it feels like this one is already quite well finished. I don't dare to imagine what kind of effect such a great killing weapon will have when it goes to the battlefield. This is truly an army of steel. Chapter 131. Evaluate our tanks? At Wan Zi's command, Su Zhengqing was very excited and feverishly switched to mecha mode, in front of the eyes of the representatives of all the countries present. In the middle of a live broadcast, with the whole world watching, begin the transformation. In just a few tens of seconds, the electromagnetic tank lying on the ground completed its transformation. It turned into a huge figure that was more than 10 meters tall and glowing with metallic luster that was cool to the extreme. Watch this scene. Everyone present froze, staring at the huge mech in front of them, unable to help but stare with wide eyes and open mouths. It was a long time before someone muttered something. Oh my god, the photos and videos circulated by the rabbits earlier are actually true. What pictures? There were eager inquiries. The man immediately following the one at the beginning pulled out his cell phone and opened a video. In the video, a huge mech warrior leapt high into the air, dozens of meters high. In the meantime, the barrels of the guns on the shoulders of the mechs erupted in a violent burst of flame. Huge missiles flew out. Further on, just no more. This seems to have been taken by an anchor? Someone asked curiously. Yes, the former nodded and froze. A few months ago, this video suddenly started circulating on the Rabbits network and it's causing a big stir on the internet. This video has also been circulated to us, but after viewing it our researchers have all decided that it is fake. But I didn't realize, he said, looking over at the huge mech in front of him that was the real deal, and the same as in the cell phone video. Gulping down a mouthful of water, he said in shock, this mecha, it's actually real, and it showed up right in front of my eyes. The surrounding crowd looked at the mecha in front of them and recalled the video just now. It's horrible. Someone let out a scream. Who would have thought that such a powerful electromagnetic tank would have the ability to transform? And it still turned into a huge mech over 10 meters tall. It's not just this audience. The referee, who was present, had wanted to stop the rabbit's behavior and proceed to the next bout as soon as possible. But when he saw this huge mech, he suddenly couldn't speak. The mechs were in front of him, covering the sky. It was as if by saying one more word, this huge mech would stomp down and crush itself into mush. The referee's throat went dry and he craned his head in Eagle Jam's direction as if for help. And at this point, President Eagle Jam, who watched the electromagnetic tank transform and turn into a giant mecha, was equally shocked and unable to say a word. His whole body froze. I thought the mech was non-existent. And what exactly is that in front of me? Fear, anger, powerlessness, multiple feelings that mingled in his mind. He gasped violently, trying to quell that emotion. But looking at the mech in front of him, he couldn't calm his emotions down no matter what. Just then, President Hawksbane felt a lump in his throat and couldn't catch his breath, followed by a blackout. Instantly losing consciousness, the whole person fell forward. The crowd of the research team behind him, on the other hand, seemed as if they hadn't noticed him. Everyone looked at the huge mech in the center of the field, eyes wide open. This is impossible. How can mechs exist in this world? I don't believe it. This must be a dream. I'm dreaming. Tanks turning into mechs. That's just not physics. Fake. It's all fake. This group of high-level intellectuals, however, seems to be crazy at the moment. Everyone yelled at the top of their lungs, and that's when it happened. Finally someone noticed that something was wrong with President Eaglejam. Doctor, come quickly. Someone fainted. Under the call, a group of paramedics in white coats walked over, carrying various medical equipment, various resuscitations of President Eaglejam, and in the meantime, live in the booth. Watch this scene. Bunny Netflix's mouth is gaping with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Hawk Sauce's in charge's heart tolerance is also too bad. That's right, isn't it just a mech? What's the need for that? Eaglejam, as a superpower, must have a lot of these mechs at home, unlike us, who only have one. Yeah, it's a shame. I thought we could organize an army of steel, but I didn't realize there was only one. So don't look down on us, Eaglejam users. Go see how your chief is doing, but don't die on my cell phone. Ha 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 ha. It's so good. The first time I've seen Hawk Sauce so defeated, and at our hands too. Commander 1, please step up and make them doubt their lives. From now on, the world landscape is about to change. The dragon from the east is waking up. It's time for Eagle Sauce to make room. The netizens in the live stream were like crazy. Various Versailles. Watching the netizens of other countries. A gnashing of teeth. The most humiliated of them all, naturally, are Eaglejam's netizens. In the past, based on the fact that they were a superpower, this group of people were arrogant as hell on the internet. Even some of the Chinese who immigrated over there feel that their status has been elevated. All sorts of mockery of their former compatriots. But at the moment, under the mockery of the rabbit netizens, not a single one dared to venture out, and even directly withdrew from the live broadcast. And in the meantime, on the site of the military competition, at the sight of this huge robot that had morphed over from an electromagnetic tank, it's not just President Eaglejam. Many people were deeply shocked by this scene. Their hearts were mixed with excitement and fear, and they fainted before their eyes. Eagle Sauce's research team is even more of a total loss. This wore out the paramedics. They would have been always ready to deal with all kinds of military incidents, but I didn't realize that. This group of big shots from various countries have such poor mental capacity. It's a lot of work. Order was only slowly restored to the scene. President Hawksbane slowly woke up after being rescued by the paramedics on the scene. Look at the giant robot in front of you. At the moment, his mind was clouded, and his entire being presented a very unreal feeling. Am I still dreaming? I'm not awake yet, am I? But why would I have a dream like that? He bowed his head and muttered to himself. It's not just him. Many of the countries represented on the floor presented this state of affairs. Self-talk and self-doubt. And just then, a figure, suddenly, came before President Eaglejam. The latter looked up and realized that the one who had come to him was none other than Wan Zi, who had been taunted by him earlier. A bad feeling bubbled up in President Eaglejam's mind. Wan Zi, on the other hand, was smiling, looking down at President Eaglejam, who was still paralyzed on the ground, and opened his mouth with a smile. How about an evaluation of our tank show? Full or not? Chapter 132. Rabbit technology is hundreds of years ahead of us. Listening to Wan Zi's words, President Eaglejam's mood, which had managed to calm down, once again rose and fell violently. He pointed at Wan Zi in front of him. His face flushed red, but he couldn't say a word. Wan Zi, on the other hand, had no intention of the President Eaglejam, who had just woken up from a coma, being able to say anything human. After the taunt, he turned around and walked away. The heart is free, was thinking, hard in the face of Eaglejam. Now the other guy is scared into a coma and now he's on the verge of getting a brain hemorrhage. That's enough. Poof. Smiling smugly, Wan Zi quickly left amidst the different eyes around him, and wait for the other side to leave. President Hawksbane, on the other hand, didn't seem to react. Sit in place and take deep breaths repeatedly. I don't know how long it took before the red color on his face from his anger slowly descended. He stood up shakily and turned to look at the research team behind him. The group had just passed out from the emotion as well, gradually woke up after being rescued by paramedics. A bewildered face stood still. President Eaglejam's eyes scanned the crowd and spoke slowly. Does anyone know how exactly the rabbit did it? They're electromagnetic tanks. Why can they turn into mechs? Whoever can tell how it works, I'll apply for merit down for him when we get back, he said, pointing to the huge mech that still stood in the center of the field. The crowd looked in the direction he was pointing, but after seeing that huge mech, the eyes of the crowd hastily retracted as if they had been electrocuted. The researchers looked at each other in bewilderment, all confused. Principal? How could they possibly know how this mech works? That's the heart of a science and technology product. That's the way Hawksbane has been used before to jam rabbits as well as other countries. Now, the situation is reversed. Without even thinking about it, they knew that the rabbit would never publicize the principles of these military weapons, not to mention even if it was announced. They also don't have the confidence that they can make the same mech out of it. Confronted by President Hawksbane's questioning, the crowd bowed their heads in silence for a long time. It was a long time before anyone spoke slowly. Sir, the principles of this mech are simply beyond our ability to figure out. If we could, then we wouldn't have lost in the middle of this game. What's more, even if we mastered the principle, with our country's current technology, it would be impossible to make the same mecha, not even at a tenth of its level. The researcher took a deep breath and said slowly, rabbits have mastered technology that is at least a couple hundred years ahead of us. Hear his words. President Hawksbane visibly froze, followed by a surge of anger. What do you mean? Can't even do it with the principle? What do you mean by being hundreds of years ahead of yourself? If you can't do anything, what do you need you people for? The country feeds you and you can't do anything to make our country lose to rabbits on the international stage. In front of the whole world. What's the use of having you? President Hawksbane's whole thing is red warm. His face was crimson, and he hissed loudly at the crowd of the research team. I had thought that I would be able to hang the rabbit in the ring this time. Unexpectedly, it backfired and was hung by the rabbit, and in front of the whole world. At this moment, President Eagle Jam is furious. He had already imagined what kind of thunder he would face when he returned to his country. This fear made him even angrier, and in the meantime, after a long time had passed, the referee slowly reacted as well. He looked once again at the huge mech in front of him, swallowing hard. He announced in a trembling voice, the rabbit takes first place in this military quantitative race. This statement was made. The whole room was silent. As per usual, the Eagle Jam crowd should be mocking, or stiff upper lip, at this moment, but at the moment, instead, they kept their heads down, unable to say a word. Just kidding. Both the number of EM tanks and the number of VIS, all several times their military weapons, almost crushed to get first place, not to mention that Bunny brought out the mechs. Descending strike. How else is this going to play? Okay. Just then, Wan Zi suddenly spoke. He was seen saying into the intercom, switch to tank mode and leave the field. Yes, Su Jingqing's voice rang out from the intercom. Follow closely. After standing on the field for an unknown period of time, the extremely powerful giant mecha once again began to morph. From the image of a huge mech of over 10 meters, it changed back to an electromagnetic tank in 10 seconds. The sound of a loud engine rang out. The mecha tanks, with an array of 8 tanks, quickly left the field to the shocked eyes of the crowd, followed closely by the 6th generation. Like a dark cloud, the 6th generation aircraft that covered the heads of the crowd similarly turned their nozzles. With an extremely fast speed, he quickly disappeared from the sight of the crowd. After these two behemoths left, the crowd then noticed, Eagle Jam's tanks and fighters are, at the moment, stuck on the field. The mech just transformed and froze everyone in their tracks. All the tanks of Eagle Jam were parked crookedly on the field. What are you waiting for? Retreat! President Hawksbane similarly roared into his walkie-talkie. At this point, it took those Eagle Jam pilots to come back to their senses. Hurriedly starting his tank, he fled the arena in disarray. And, it was crooked and not at all as awesome as it had been when it first came out before. Watching his men flee in disarray, President Hawksbane's face was also a bit of a mess, but he didn't say anything. At the moment, his head was lowered, but a fierce expression appeared on his face. At the current score, the rabbit has won and is finished. But there is one last match, the Cold War match. Cold War is not really taken too seriously as a finale match, but this time, Eagle Jam scientists have researched a new alloy. This alloy is strong and tough. A saber made from this alloy can absolutely crush rabbits, he thought, looking for the Eagle Jam contestants who would be competing in the Cold War competition next. This one must be won, and if necessary, a killer can be made. President Eagle Jam's eyes were hard and he whispered a command. In his opinion, it was Eagle Jam's last resort to get back in the game. If we lose again, that would be a complete disgrace. And at his words, the blonde player nodded, clenching the hilt of his blade. Don't worry, sir. This time I can definitely take out all my previous humiliation on the rabbits contestants. Having said that, he put on his gear and slowly walked to the center of the field. And in the meantime, Rabbit sighed. Wan Zi, however, did not have the slightest bit of nervousness, and looked at Special Forces Brigadier Lian Dao in a relaxed manner. Make sure you win beautifully. Chapter 133, the game was over just before it started? Yes. Lian heatedly smiled and clutched the hilt of the high-vibration particle knife with unrivaled confidence. Earlier in the military factory, he had seen Lu Feng use this knife to sharpen iron like mud. After buying it from the other side, Lian experimented with the knife many times and realized that it worked better than he thought it would. Not only does it sharpen the iron, it's also lightweight and well-balanced. Swing up. Let's not talk about metal. Even if there was a tank in front of him, he would be able to cut through it with unparalleled ease. Looking at the Eagle Jam contestant who was already standing on the field, Lian's heart was even more confident. Giving Wan Zi a reassuring look, he walked towards the arena. Instead of a racetrack, this is a fighting ring. As per the previous rules, in this final match, both sides will send their best soldiers to fight. The only limitation is the weapon. Both sides must use the saber as a weapon. If you come onto the field with any other weapon, it is considered a foul and you will be sentenced to a direct loss. This rule greatly limits rabbits. After all, the rabbits' martial arts had been passed down for so many years, and there were countless oddly shaped weapons. If there wasn't this weapon rule restriction, just take any ancient weapon out. You don't even have to do anything to look at it. You can make the other person look stupid. Beyond that, the level of skill of both players in this match was also a huge factor in the outcome. But it's the last game and none of it is taken very seriously. In the eyes of the crowd, this game is far more entertaining than it is useful. Only in the eyes of the current president of Eagle Jam, it would be their last chance to save face. If you lose even the last game, then there's really no shame in going back home. This one, a sure win. Looking at his side's players, who were already standing on the field, President Eagle Jam clenched his fists. As previously stated, all the countries were not looking at this last match very much, and that Eagle Jam, with its new alloy knife, had the advantage in terms of weapons. Both sides were king of soldiers, and their strengths couldn't be pulled too far apart. So much for advantage on me. As he thought, both players took the field. The Eagle Jam contestant and Liam each stood with roughly 20 meters between them. The referee also comes on and starts announcing the rules for this final contest. Next, the two of you will represent your respective countries in a no-limit fight. The only restriction is that the weapon must be a saber. The match will only end when one side voluntarily admits defeat, or loses the ability to fight. If not, the match will continue. The referee followed it up with some more talk. Finally, look to the two men. Ready? Ready. The Eagle Jam player nodded and pressed his right hand to the handle of his saber. With a firm jerk, only heard a clank sound. A body silver bright, glowing with metallic light sharp and incomparable saber was pulled out. Once this knife is sheathed, the excited representatives of the surrounding countries immediately realized that something was wrong. This saber looks extraordinary. Why does it feel so much sharper than a regular saber? No way. Did Hawk Jam even forge brand new sabers just to win this match? I heard that Eagle Jam's side did work on a new alloy, but it's too extravagant to use it on a saber. This time the rabbit is in danger. Not right. The rabbit directly concede defeat, not just. Anyway, the front won so much. The last game lost is not harmful. The crowd was talking. Listening to their discussion, the Eagle Jam player smiled smugly. Feeling the weight coming from the blade, the confidence was overwhelming. I've tested this saber of mine against other sabers, and it can definitely cut them out of their openings, and a few more times can even nullify the saber. In this match, there is no way I will lose. The Eagle Jam player was confident beyond belief. Even he hoped that Leon on the opposite side wouldn't admit defeat and fight against him for a wave. By then he was sure to make the other side lose badly, help the chief out and win this one beautifully. And across from him, Leon also noticed that the other party's saber was out of place, but he didn't panic, not even a little reaction. The whole thing was bland. He put his hand on the hilt of the highly vibrating particle knife at his waist and slowly pulled the blade out. Compared to Eagle Jam's saber, this one is a bit plain and unassuming. This was because Lu Feng hadn't finely honed and polished the blade. Simply make a rough knife shape and then open the blade. It looks like it's salvageable. The technology embedded in it, though, is not something that can be compared to an ordinary saber. Even Eagle Jam's saber can't keep up. Thinking of this, the corners of Lian's mouth had hung a triumphant smile. In his opinion, with one cut, the outcome of this match was clear. It looks like both sides are ready for the game to begin. The referee yelled loudly, and then the whole group quickly moved away from the fighting ring. And in the meantime, hearing the start of the match, Lian and the Eagle Sauce players immediately rushed towards each other. Both men were big and strong, and it's very fast. It looks like it's an evenly matched battle. Although I don't know what kind of technology Eagle Jam's saber is using, it shouldn't be able to do a descending strike. This battle will definitely be scorching. That's right, after all, it's a battle between cold weapons, so as long as there's not much difference in skill, there won't be a scene of seconds. Maybe Hawk Jam can even win the game back. That's true. After all, Eagle Sauce is dominant race-wise, being strong and fit. Rabbits have advantages too. Was Xia Kung Fu never heard of it? Makes sense. And this time we get to see Chinese Kung Fu. This match, it looks like it's going to be a good one. The crowd was talking. Listen to their conversation. A disdainful smile appeared on President Eagle Jam's face. Evenly matched? Humph. Unbeknownst to us, our sabers have far surpassed all metals of modern technology in terms of materials. In less than 3 rounds, Rabbit's king of soldiers will definitely lose, he thought, his mood already somewhat fluttering. The first couple of games were crushed by Rabbits. When this match was over, he would definitely go in front of Wan Zi and make a good mockery of him. And while he was thinking about how to taunt Wan Zi next, The distance between the two sides in the fighting arena had been shortened to a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Drink! Eagle Jam's player burst out. The saber in his hand violently swept across the room and slashed straight towards the saber in Lian's hand. He was going to waste Lian's weapon before winning this match magnificently, but when the two sabers clashed, there was a snort. The long knife in the Hawk Jam contestant's hand looked like butter falling on a hot knife, and actually snapped right in two. It fell to the floor with a crash. Look at this scene. Everyone in the room was confused. What's the situation? The game just started. And it's over? Chapter 134, Cat and Mouse Game. Dang it. The saber in the Eagle Jam contestant's hand suddenly snapped after the collision. The front half of it slammed to the ground. The crisp sound was unmistakably harsh. He looked at the half-broken saber that had fallen to the ground, and then at the smooth cross-section of the saber in his hand. Eagle Jam contestants have a bit of a haze. What's going on? What's going on here? Isn't my saber made of the latest alloy? What about the promise of strength and toughness that far exceeds many metals and is indestructible? Why does it look like papier-mâché? It's not just him. Everyone present was dumbfounded after seeing this scene. This is too fast. What is this situation? After President Hawkmaster's confusion, a surge of anger tempered up from his heart. Again, he was about to be overwhelmed. Angry to the core, President Eagle Jam twisted his head to look at the scientific team behind him. What the hell is going on here? Didn't you guys say that the metal used in this saber is the most advanced alloy in this world? How come it's like papier-mâché, chopped off by a rabbit's saber? And the sabers in their hands are so scribbled. Looking at the saber in Lian's hand that was like a defective product, and then looking at the saber in his own player's hand that was broken in two and not as long as a dagger, President Hawksbane's entire body was about to explode with anger. There was a thought that this last game would be used to salvage the situation. Even if it doesn't turn the tide, it will preserve the last face of the Hawk Jam. But this had just begun when the saber was cut in two like someone chopping a melon. This might as well just admit defeat. At the thought, he looked angrily at the research team behind him. You and I have promised countless times in this contest, but not once has the contest been won. Now, has even embarrassed us in front of the world. This is not over until I get a reasonable explanation. He roared loudly, and listening to his words, the people in the research team were a bit confused at the moment. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing for a moment what had happened. Sir, take it easy. Our sabers are absolutely fine. This saber has been rigorously tested since it was manufactured. From strength to toughness, it's definitely the strongest saber in this world. Not to mention that our contestants have personally tested it, so there will definitely be no problems. Then why, you say, is there such a scene? President Hawksbane pointed to the situation in the fighting arena and growled in a low, angry voice. He needed a rational explanation now, and the crowd responded after a brief moment of reflection. There was no problem with his own saber, but instead he was cut in two with a single slash, so it must have been the rabbit's saber that had the problem. Available at what has to be the problem that decapitates their sabers. Everyone lapsed into silence. It was a long time before anyone spoke up. Sir, there's something wrong with the rabbit's saber. Maybe its appearance is just to confuse us. If Lu Feng had been present, he would have cried out after hearing this. He was just too lazy to grind and polish it, and only honed the saber to a general blade shape. What's more, what's the point of looking so good at something like that? Just use it well. Wan Ziyi and the others thought the same way. Watch as the Hawk Jam contestant's knife is cut off by Liam in the fighting ring. He and Lu Guoliang, as well as Li Dayo and the others were all smiling. There was no surprise cheer, not even a little excitement, just because they knew that this saber was designed and built by Lu Feng himself. It would be strange if it couldn't have that effect of shaking the herd. Well, it looks like we don't have to worry about this game either. Wan Ziyi spoke slowly, relaxing. This last match, unsurprisingly, is going to be taken by Liam, and in the meantime, on the fighting field, watch as the Hawk Jam contestant's long sword is cut off in one swipe. The referees swallowed hard. This situation has amounted to the Hawk Jam players losing their weapons. Fighting a soldier king with a strange but incredibly sharp saber with his bare hands, he didn't even have to guess how it would end. After reacting, the referee subconsciously raised the microphone to his mouth, ready to announce the result of this contest at any time. Even Li An, the moment, also relaxed, waiting for the other side to admit defeat. But just then, the players on Eagle Jam's side suddenly reacted. Horrified, he dropped the half-dozen sabers in his hands and turned his head to run. This scene instantly gave everyone a dumbfounded look. This, run away? What happened to the promised dragon fight? Is this the end of the game? Watch this ludicrous scene. The referee on the side was also a bit embarrassed and coughed twice before speaking out to remind him. Honorable bunny player. At this time the Eagle Sauce player has not conceded defeat and he is not incapacitated. So the race continues. Good. Liam froze for a moment, reacting. Spinning around, He lifted his high-vibration particle blade and chased after Hawk Jam's player. Don't run! Naturally, the Eagle Jam contestants won't stop. Looking at Leon, who was catching up with his knife, the Eagle Jam contestant's face changed drastically, stuttered wildly. He swore, even on the battlefield, he had never run so fast, mainly because the saber in Liam's hand is horrible. Although, say, one is wearing protective equipment, but his own saber was chopped off by the other side. How many times could this body protection resist? Can't even carry it for a moment. A slash down is probably going to cut me in two even with my defense gear. The Eagle Jam contestant's hair stood up in sweat at the thought. The more you run, the faster you go. So able to run? Leon was a bit depressed and pushed after him with his sword. Watch this scene. The representatives of the countries present froze. How did the promised even match turn into a cat and mouse? Looking at the fighting field, two people chase a fleeing funny scene. The crowd's heart is a little complicated. As far as they're concerned, what's happening to the Hawk Jam contestants and Lee and now is what's going to happen to Bunny and Hawk Jam afterward. Little by little, time passed. Eagle Jam's contestants had spilled most of the gridiron and were starting to lose some of their stamina. How about admitting defeat? He thought in his mind. There was absolutely no way one could win without a weapon. But when he turned his head to look down at the stage, he immediately saw the almost murderous gaze of the head of Eagle Jam. The idea of conceding defeat was immediately cancelled. Just then, a light went on in front of him. Only a large row of steel risers were being seen around the field of play. The pillars were made of metal and were more than 10 centimeters thick. Hiding behind these pillars, he shouldn't be able to cut me once he does, and he might even be able to backhand his weapon. With that in mind, Hawk Jam's player immediately ran behind the pillar. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a flash of silver light. There was a snort. A thin line suddenly appeared on the pillar in front of him. Follow. Boom! The huge pillar, which was directly cut into two, smashed into the ground with a loud bang. Chapter 135 Admit Defeat. Boom! The metal pillar smashed into the ground. A loud sound rang out, and the pillar collapsed, also smashing out a large amount of smoke. Watch this scene. Delegates from various countries who had been following the race were momentarily confused. That's a pillar. A pillar more than 10 centimeters thick in diameter. Thicker than a human thigh. One cut. My God, how sharp that blade must be. Is this really a sword? It feels like it's already comparable to many powerful shells. Weapons. A knife cuts through a metal pillar. If this falls on a human body, mustn't it be a piece of the East and a piece of the West? My God, how on earth did the rabbits do that? And why are all their cold weapons so advanced? I must be dreaming. Or else rabbits are getting technology from aliens. Completely crushed unilaterally. Everyone was all in a daze. They didn't think about it. This last match, a match that could close the technological gap between all the countries, unexpectedly presented a one-sided crushing posture. The main thing is, crushed, or Hawk Jam, this superpowers player. At this moment, after seeing the pillar collapse, his entire body froze. A great fear bubbled up from his heart. The whole thing is dead. It's a good thing I ran 2 more steps or else. The Hawk Jam player reached down to touch his abdomen, himself, but 1 more step forward. Your own stomach. Now it's just like this pillar in front of you. Originally, he thought that he would be able to maneuver and meander around Leon with these metal pillars on the field, maybe even look for a counterattack. But look at the pillar cut in two. He suddenly dismissed the idea. My mission now is to live. The Eagle Jam contestants wanted to cry, looking at Leon, who once again approached with his sword. The whole man turned pale, shrieked in shock, and ran away, continuing to flee frantically. The comical scene from earlier reappeared. The Eagle Jam contestant and Liam, the two started chasing each other around the fighting ring once again like cat and mouse. The Eagle Jam players could no longer bring themselves to fight back. Frantic fleeing. Fortunately, the fighting arena was large enough to allow him to run wildly around the arena. Otherwise, if he hadn't admitted defeat by now, he'd have been cool. And looking at the two who turned a fighting match into a marathon, the representatives of the countries on the scene, for a while, also had odd faces. Rabbit's saber. It managed to cut through the pillar. Too powerful. That pillar is made of metal. The saber can even cut through this. Doesn't that mean that a tank or something like that will be cut in half in front of this saber? Thanks to the Hawk Jam contestants, I was able to see this. Fighting matches are turning into marathons. Eagle Sauce's player. There should be no chance of a comeback at all now. Might as well admit defeat if you ask me. Indeed a bit shameless. The defeat has been determined. Directly admit defeat is not good. Still here to stall for time. That's right. It's all over and you still won't admit defeat. The crowd was talking. Shock at the saber in Liam's hand, and a bit upset at the behavior of the Eagle Jam contestant. By all rights, the Eagle Jam player should have conceded immediately by now. After all, he didn't have the slightest chance to fight back now. but the other side just won't admit defeat and stalls for time. Everyone in the room was also a little disgruntled. Even the referee, at the moment, kind of wants to speak up and remind the Eagle Jam contestants. Watching the fighting match, it turned into a contest of physical strength between the two sides. Liam was also a bit anxious. How can you run so well? He was the one who assured the commander-in-chief that he could definitely win beautifully. But now, instead, the two started a marathon on the track? What is this? Liam was starting to get a little anxious. Everything was going well, but I didn't realize how shameless Hawk Jam's contestants were. They are no longer able to fight back, but they are just toughing it out and not admitting defeat. Playing marathons on the gridiron? Damn. I don't know how much longer this is going to drag on. Feeling the gazes cast around him, Liam was a bit distraught. Instantly, he pressed a button on the handle of his saber. Just a click. Next, buzz. A clear buzzing sound rang out. The sound was not loud, but it instantly spread throughout the arena. Everyone, originally, condemned Hawk Jam's contestants with their eyes. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd's attention was instantly drawn to it. All of them looked at Liam. Immediately after that, he saw Liam raise the long knife in his hand flat while chasing the Hawk Jam contestant. Next, after a brief buzzing sound, the saber, which was originally only about 30 centimeters long, suddenly began to grow longer. Watch this scene. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's the situation? This knife, and retractable? Everyone was dumbfounded, completely stunned by the scene before them. As the crowd watched, the saber quickly elongated. From a length of 30 centimeters, it began to lengthen, directly turning into a terrifying contraption with a length of 4 meters. At this point, the blade was already as long as 2 or 3 people combined, but Liam held it up without showing any fatigue, still fighting the chase. While the crowd watched this scene, they were completely stunned. How is it still retractable? Is this really a military knife? 30 centimeters, turned into 4 meters in length. That's more than a tenfold increase. How on earth did this happen? Does it mean it's a telescopic blade? How can a telescopic knife have such a high steel knot? You guys didn't see how he chopped the Eagle Sauce contestant's saber and chopped the pillar. It was as silky smooth as a hot knife cutting through butter. My God, why do I feel that the gold content of this saber is more terrifying than our country's airplanes and tanks? I'm suddenly reminded of a joke from a rabbit. First I'm going to make you run 99 meters, and then I'm going to swing my 100-meter long machete. It's not 100 meters, but 4 meters is completely beyond the concept of a saber. Isn't it? It's crazy. Everyone was talking about it. And in the meantime, the saber in Lian's hand also began to vibrate rapidly. A faint shimmering light covered the 4-meter-long saber. With a buzzing sound, Lian swept his blade violently across the room. Just then, the Eagle Jam contestant stumbled over his feet and suddenly fell to the ground. Immediately afterward he felt a buzzing sound sweep over his head. Looking up blankly, a long row of metal pillars in front of them were seen to collectively appear as a flat, thin line. Follow. Click. Click. Crisp sounds rang out, and these pillars collectively began to crook. It hit the ground with a thud. This is how the Eagle Jam players reacted. If he hadn't stumbled, he'd probably be as cut off as these pillars by now. The Eagle Sauce contestants, back from the dead, are in a state of shock, paralyzed on the floor. Admit defeat. The Eagle Jam player shouted. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Chapter 136, Controlled Fusion Simulation Successful. After the long knife in Lian's hand changed from 30 centimeters to 4 meters in length, the nature of the whole thing suddenly changed. All the crowd saw was the Eagle Jam contestant fall. At the same time, the long knife in Lian's hand swept across. Snort. A sweeping blow directly cut off a large row of metal pillars. Boom, boom, boom. While several pillars were chopped and planted, the voice of the Eagle Jam contestant rang out in panic. Admit defeat. I admit defeat. Look at this scene. The crowd was untouched by the Eagle Jam contestant's admission of defeat. Looking at the several metal pillars that had been neatly sliced through, the crowd was however wide-eyed. My days. How on earth did this happen? So many pillars were cut off with a single slash. Even cutting a cucumber with a kitchen knife can't do this, can it? What the hell is this? It's a good thing I'm no match for rabbits or I'd really be screwed. It's so over the top. I don't even know what to say. This military competition has completely exceeded my imagination. It feels like a movie. The crowd was talking. The horror in his eyes was undisguised. At the same time, the crowd was celebrating. Luckily it's Eagle Sauce who has a problem with rabbits, not himself. Otherwise, with that kind of back-to-back blows, I guess I'm going to break down myself. Hearing their player admit defeat, the head of Eagle Sauce, his face was even uglier. Dense sweat oozed from his forehead. I was expecting to be able to get back in the game with this one. But now, all the arrangements for Hawk Sauce, but it's a complete accompaniment to the rabbit. Setting off the other side is powerful, but he didn't dare to say a word at the moment. His mouth couldn't harden at all. Just kidding. Just the effect of this saber was already completely beyond his understanding. He looked behind him to the research team. These highly sophisticated intellectuals, at the moment, were equally wide-eyed and unable to say a word. Obviously, the effect displayed by this saber in Lian's hand had far exceeded their imagination. Whether it's cutting the saber of your own player or chopping a metal pole. It was even said that this saber in the back turned into a large sword over 4 meters long, cutting through many metal pillars with a single slash. All completely beyond their imagination. There is no doubt about the outcome of this game. Once again, the rabbit took first place in an absolutely crushing fashion. Wan Ziyi and the others looked at Lian, who was the only one left in the fighting ring, with excited faces. Nice win! Nice win! Wan Ziyi couldn't help but applaud. The surrounding people, such as Li Daiyou, were also excited. Although the referee hasn't announced it yet, but the crowd knew in their hearts, the rabbit won and crushed it all, taking first place in this competition. On the rabbit side, everyone was excited. It's all thanks to Comrade Lu. Lu Guolian lamented. Listening to his words, Wan Ziyi, Li Daiyou and the others on the side couldn't help but nod their heads. From the very first 6th-generation machines, to electromagnetic tanks, mech tanks, then to the current high-vibration particle knives. Each of these products helped the rabbit take first place in a crushing fashion on the military competition circuit. Finally, we get first place too. Not only this time, with Comrade Lu, we will rule every military competition from now on. After so many years of being suppressed by Eagle Jam, it's finally time to take a breath. The light boat has crossed 10,000 mountains. The crowd of Wan Ziyi sighed. Just as they were about to celebrate, suddenly, ding 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 ding, a crisp cell phone rings. The crowd followed the voice and saw Li Daiyou pull out his cell phone from his pocket. Old Chow, looking at the call interface, Li Daiyou froze for a moment. With that, he turned his cell phone to the crowd. Answer it, and let them know the good news about us by the way. Okay, Li Daiyou nodded and excitedly picked up the phone. Old Zhou, you're just in time for this call. I have good news for you. With that, he was going to tell the other side that his side had just taken first place in the military competition, but he hadn't opened his mouth. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Weiman's excited and thrilled voice rang out. Hold your tongue. I have better news here. His voice was so loud that Li Daiyou couldn't help but hold the phone away from him. The surrounding people hearing Zhou Weiman's words, they were instantly a bit curious. What news could be better than rabbits taking first place in a military competition? Wan Ziyi and the others were a bit confused. Li Daiyou also froze for a moment and then reacted. The expression on his face gradually changed from confusion to excitement. Does it mean that? That's right, Zhou Weiman said loudly. Just now, we have succeeded in the computer simulation of controlled nuclear fusion under the leadership of Comrade Xiao Lu. Perfect success. Really? Listening to Zhou Weiman's words, Li Daiyou couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The success of the controlled fusion computer simulation means that the crowd's previous research was perfect and without error. Then next, just start construction as planned. It would be possible to make the perfect controlled fusion reactor. Think about it. Li Daiyou was instantly thrilled. The voice can't be controlled either. I know. The military competition is over on our side. We can rush back right away. After that, he hung up, and hearing the conversation between him and Zhou Weiman, the gazes of all the people around them were also cast over curiously. As commander-in-chief of the army, although Wan Ziyi didn't know anything about technology, he knew exactly what Lu Feng had been doing lately. Hearing the conversation between Li Daiyou and Zhou Weiman, he also realized what was really going on in the far southern military region while he was taking first place in the military competition for the rabbits. One time, Wan Ziyi, Lu Guoliang and the others were also excited. It's not just them. Representatives of other countries, too, overheard the conversation between the two. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Li Daiyou froze for a moment. Did yourself just accidentally expose a secret? Realizing this, Li Daiyou instantly went numb. Bunny, made controlled fusion? It can't be. That's controlled fusion. I must be hallucinating. What happened today is too magical. I must get a good night's sleep when I return home. Controlled fusion. Ah, if rabbits made controlled fusion, it would be a well-deserved #1 country. Must have misheard. How could a rabbit not keep a secret if it was actually made? Yep, definitely misheard. The delegates of the surrounding countries were in an uproar. They couldn't believe that the rabbit had actually made controlled fusion. Think you're mishearing, hallucinating, and not far away. After hearing the crowd's discussion and the conversation between Li Daiyou and Zhou Weiman just now, President Eagle Sauce was horrified. How can so many people hallucinate together? Did the rabbit really make controlled fusion? How? Chapter 137, just some small breakthroughs. President Hawksbane was stunned and felt incredulous. Controlled nuclear fusion, which is quite significant for a country. All the countries on the blue planet now use thermal and hydroelectric power. These two ways of generating electricity, not to mention their slow efficiency, consume a lot of resources, not to mention wind power. For a country, wind power is even more insignificant, but controlled fusion is different. Controlled fusion reactors, which are hydrogen nuclei under special conditions of high temperature or pressure, allow nuclear electrons to break free of the nucleus, followed by the collision and polymerization of the two nuclei, generating enormous amounts of energy. This energy, then, can be used to generate electricity and provide energy. This way, the benefits are numerous. Not only is there no resource consumption, but the energy generated is quite large, and can be used by many important industries. But this energy model works so well, why is no one using it? Because of course, invent not. With Blue Star's current level of technology, scientists can only realize uncontrollable nuclear fusion, or hydrogen bombs. But controlled fusion for long-time operation remains a challenge for countries. But the outrageous thing is, the rabbit actually invented it. President Eagle Jam couldn't believe it and turned around, then discussed it with the crowd of scientific teams behind him. The people on the research team were also shocked at the news. I don't think it's at all sufficient for rabbits to make controlled fusion with their current level of technology, because the amount of technology required in it is too high. That's right, even we can only keep controlled fusion running for 100 seconds at this point. Prolonged operation is simply not possible. I remember that rabbit scientist earlier, talking about completing some kind of simulation. It was at this point that a researcher discovered the blind spot. He bowed his head in contemplation and analysis. Maybe the rabbits just made some minor breakthroughs, such as increasing the runtime of controlled fusion from 100 seconds to 200 seconds, and they're still talking about a simulation. And the difference between a simulation and a real exercise can be huge. So who knows what they're simulating? Listen to his words. President Hawksbane was relieved. If that was the case, then he could accept it. 100 and 200 seconds sounds like a doubling of strength. But no matter what breakthroughs are made, they are ineffective if controlled fusion is not realized for extended periods of time. The only way to really make controlled fusion is to actually make controlled fusion. And that's a feat that could really change the landscape of the world. Just a little breakthrough and you're so excited. Ridiculous. President Eagle Jam shook his head and laughed coldly. And in the meantime, it was not only the representatives of the countries on the scene who heard the conversation between Lee Dayo and Joe Wayman. The conversation between the two was also transmitted via live streaming. Joe Wayman's excitement. Lee Dayo's excitement. It's being watched by netizens all over the world. Hundreds of millions of people in the live broadcast room were suddenly discussing it. I'll be damned. We bunnies have developed controlled fusion? Really? What a day. Not only did we take first place in the international military competition, we also developed controlled nuclear fusion. I'm so excited. I've been watching other countries develop some new technology and envied them before, but I didn't realize that now we're envied by others too. The country must have been hiding it from us. These military equipment, as well as controlled nuclear fusion, are not things that can be achieved overnight. Maybe our country has been preparing for many years, waiting to make sure there will be no accidents before publicizing the news. It's so hard for the state to keep us in the dark. I suggest that the progress of the various projects be publicized in real time. Upstairs won't be $500,000. The crowd on the live feed was buzzing. All the rabbit internet users, they were thrilled. The significance of controlled nuclear fusion may not be well understood by many internet users, but the significance of this kind of thing, which cannot be invented by other countries but which our country has been the first to master, naturally goes without saying. From now on, rabbits are literally on the front lines of the world's scientific research. It used to be that we chased the steps of other countries, now we are leading others. How could this not excite the crowd? Netizens from other countries will naturally be a bit skeptical after seeing this news, but the number of bunny netizens is too high. The pop-ups of spontaneous discussions alone overshadowed the skepticism of netizens from other countries. And looking at the pop-ups and feeling the stares of the representatives of the surrounding countries, Lee Dayo's entire body is numb. One can't help but say, what exactly? This project is still under wraps, so how did you say it yourself? And in front of a global broadcast. Now it's good. Don't talk about secrecy. The whole world knows that Rabbit's computer simulation of controlled fusion has been successful. Even if the intelligence services are so powerful, they can't press the news circulating all over the world, can they? It's over and done with. Lee Dayo's face was unchanged, but his heart was flustered, constantly thinking about how to keep this news under wraps. In the meantime, Wan Ziggy also noticed that something was wrong with Lee Dayo. He didn't open his mouth though. After all, the camera was still rolling. Wan Ziggy just gave Lee Dayo a don't worry look. And just then, President Eagle Jam, who had been in a state of shock and disbelief, approached. He spoke aloud, inquiring, Commander 1, we just heard you simulate into controlled fusion? What the hell is going on here? This statement was made. Everyone around them cast their eyes over, deadly staring at Wan Ziggy. All wondered if the rabbit had actually made controlled fusion. After all, the impact of this thing is so significant. The world landscape will all change as a result. Feeling the stares of those around him, Wan Ziyi's face was bland and very frank. He looked over to President Eagle Jam, who was not far away, and waved his hand with a smile. It's just a few small breakthroughs. It's still a long way from actually making controlled fusion. He said this with great candor, so much so that the crowd, for a moment, chose to believe it. Most of all, in their minds, rabbits can't make real controlled fusion either. After you figure it out, all the representatives of the countries present breathed a sigh of relief. The same goes for President Eagle Jam. Listening to Wan Ziyi's words, he then put his heart down. According to Wan Ziyi, they should only have had some small breakthroughs, and combined with their current national power, Wan Ziyi shouldn't be lying. President Eagle Jam thought it was the most acceptable situation he could have been in. Little by little, time passed. Soon, the co-organizers of this military competition also slowly walked up to the high platform under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Start announcing the results of this military competition. I'm sure you've all made your own judgments about the results of this military competition. Taking into account the previous performances of each country, the co-organizers have thoughtfully decided that the rabbit, with its well-deserved strength, has won the first place in this competition. Let's congratulate the rabbit from the East. Chapter 138. The era belonging to hawk sauce is over. Let's thank the rabbits for a great display and not forget the great performances from other countries. After announcing the first place winner of this military competition, the referee follows the process and continues to make polite remarks. The people in the room, however, were not much in the mood to listen. The reason for entering this military competition is to compete for first place. What does first place mean? The representatives of the countries on the scene are all very aware of this. After all, that's what they're here for. The roster. After all these years of military competition, which has been ruled by Eagle Sauce, it's finally changing hands. It's not easy. Not easy? I see the rabbit winning pretty easily, hanging on all cylinders, with President Hawkmaster's face blacked out. That's true, hahaha. It must be uncomfortable for Eagle Jam's heart to have the number one spot that it has maintained for so many years taken away from it, and to have it taken away from it in an all-around crushing fashion. Eagle Sauce is uncomfortable. Then I'm comfortable. Fortunately, the relationship between our country and the rabbit has always been very good, even if we cannot be blessed by it. At the very least, we will not have a conflict with the rabbit. As for certain countries, cannot be said. There was a great deal of discussion among the representatives of the countries present. Some lamented the interruption of Hawk Jam's reign after so many years. Some also lamented the hardships of the rabbit's journey. The countries that are good friends with rabbits are secretly happy, and those that have always been on bad terms with rabbits or even hate each other have already started to think of countermeasures. But it has to be recognized, the rabbit's sudden rise was definitely something the crowd never expected. From now on, I am afraid that the world landscape is about to change. Everyone's gazes were on Wan Ziyi and the others with different eyes, and as the military competition came to a close, the judges read the results. The live stream also blew up, thanks to Eagle Sauce. If it wasn't for Eagle Sauce, I wouldn't have known our country was so awesome. Cold knowledge that Hawk Jam started a global broadcast just to punch us in the face in front of the whole world. Hot knowledge. Taking advantage of Eagle Sauce's live broadcast, we've punched Eagle Sauce in the face in front of the world this time. It's so good. It's crushing in every aspect. Simply. It was a great match. I really enjoyed it this time. From now on, Eagle Jam will never be the same superpower it was before. We rabbits are finally on our feet. There was a lot of chatter on the air. Very proud netizen from Bunny. Everyone's heart was thrilled to see their country win. And in the meantime, look at the pop-ups on the live feed. President Eagle Jam's face, too, began to cloud over. The reason why this live broadcast was opened. Eagle Jam's purpose is to show its military achievements in front of the world, to hit the rabbit in the face, and to frustrate the rabbit's sharpness. But I didn't expect. But it's a dowry for someone else. Now everyone sees that we are being run over by rabbits. President Eagle Jam's face, growing more and more somber. He had already imagined the pressure he and his country would face after this military competition was over. However, listening to the conversations of the representatives of the other countries, a touch of grimness surfaced on his face. Humph, we've been a superpower for so many years in Eagle Jam, and we think one defeat will hit us? He looked at Wan Ziyi and coldly grunted. Take this military competition and consider it your last hurrah. Even without this position, we in Eagle Jam are still the world's only superpower. The next military competition will cause you to lose. After putting in a hard word, Hawksbane and his party had no intention of staying and were ready to leave. While listening to his voice, Wan Ziyi was not affected in the slightest. His face was flat as he spoke slowly. This is just the beginning. The next military competition will still be our drill ground. The time that belonged to you Eagle Sauce is over. Wan Ziyi's voice was very soft, but his tone carried a sense of unquestioning. At his words, President Hawkmaster froze. His face grew more and more somber. With a final cold snort, he shrugged it off. After they leave, representatives of other countries, however, did not follow directly. Instead, he came to Wan Ziyi and the others. Commander 1, we've always been good friends with rabbits. Congratulations, Commander 1. What came before was all a misunderstanding. I hope that this time we can turn our differences into peace and re-establish the relationship between the two countries. That's right, I've asked the leaders of our country, and after that, if you need us rabbit, just speak up. The representatives of the countries present, one after another, began to show their goodwill. Many representatives of countries that were not originally close to the rabbits also made various assurances that they wanted to enter into a cooperative relationship with the rabbits. And look at them. Wan Ziyi, however, was not very elated. The reason why this group of people showed favor to the rabbit was solely because of the strength that the rabbit had demonstrated in the military competition just now. Beyond that, there can be no other reason. If the winner of today's military competition had been Eagle Jam, I'm sure the group would have immediately made a pass at the head of Eagle Jam, but as a representative of the country, Wan Ziyi didn't leave them out in the cold either. After dealing with everyone very vaguely, Wan Ziyi cleared his mind, which led him to Li Daiyou. Elder Li, I just heard you say that controlled nuclear fusion has been produced. Lu Guoliang and the others on the side also looked over curiously. The two had some knowledge of the matter and helped with the approval process, but I've been busy with military competitions for a while now, so I didn't know much about it. No, it's just a simulation. Li Daiyou shook his head and told the whole story about controlled fusion. While listening to him, the two of them, Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang's faces gradually became odd. Just because of the power outage in the military region, Comrade Xiao Lu came up with controlled nuclear fusion? Wan Ziyi is a bit confused. That's a bit too hoity-toity, isn't it? Just say screw it. He wasn't technologically savvy, but he knew how important controlled fusion really was. Thinking of this, he hastily opened his mouth and asked, so this controlled fusion, when exactly will it be built? I'm not sure about that one. Li Du shook his head. Right now it's just gone through computer simulation, and I'm not involved in the specifics, so I guess only Comrade Xiao Lu knows best when it will be built. Hear this. Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang looked at each other. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry back. The crowd boarded a transport plane and flew from the military competition course towards the rabbits. The whole thing takes several hours. Wan Ziyi and the others, however, didn't look like they wanted to rest. Sitting on the airplane, glancing at my wristwatch from time to time, a very anxious look. A few hours later, the transports arrived at the southern military region. Wan Ziyi and the others immediately rushed towards the Ministry of Military Industry in great numbers. When they arrived, they ran right into Lu Feng head-on. Comrade Lu, Wan Ziyi hurriedly greeted him and asked eagerly, Comrade Xiao Lu, I heard that you've come up with controlled nuclear fusion? Chapter 139, 20 days. Controlled fusion. Comrade Xiao Lu, controlled nuclear fusion made? When he came to the military engineering department, he bumped into Lu Feng head-on. Wan Ziyi's first words were to inquire about controlled nuclear fusion. His face was eager, and he stared at Lu Feng with a deadpan look of anticipation in his eyes. Obviously, he very much hoped that Lu Feng would nod his head and even take him to see the real face of controlled nuclear fusion. It's not just him. The surrounding people, such as Lu Guoliang, were also looking forward to it. But when he met the gazes of the crowd, Lu Feng slowly shook his head. Not yet. Just got through the simulation. Passed? Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wan Ziyi had an excited look on his face. The whole group was excited. Having controlled fusion is definitely a great thing for us rabbits. An inexhaustible source of energy. If it can be spread, then we will never have to buy resources from other countries again. Wan Ziyi was very excited. His entire face flushed with excitement. Rabbits have a wide territory and considerable resources underground, such as coal mines. But even then, there are many kinds of resources that are not available. In order to be able to use it properly, it does not affect the normal operation of various industries. Rabbits have to pay to buy from other countries. And many countries, because of exclusive access to some underground resource, are sitting on the fence. As a result, rabbits have always had to hold their noses and accept it. But now, with controlled fusion it's a completely different story. The enormous energy generated by the polymerization of atomic nuclei can replace many kinds of resources. Not only that, controlled fusion is an irreplaceable source of clean energy. It is also quite important for the protection of the environment. The main thing is, with controlled fusion, it's almost the equivalent of having endless energy. Since then, the rabbit has explored the world more than just the blue planet and a few near-Earth planets. Instead, you can look at the universe. At the very least, if controlled fusion is made, the rabbit's defense engineering and construction will also receive a profound impact. With so many benefits, How could Wan Zi not be excited? Come on, come on, come on, you show me. He was already a little impatient, and looking at his agitated appearance, the crowd on the sidelines realized that the commander-in-chief seemed to have misunderstood. Commander Wan, Sun Qingji, who had followed Lu Feng over, scratched his head and explained in a small voice, "Right now it's just a simulation pass. We haven't even started building it yet. Simulation and actual building are two completely different concepts, so there's nothing we can do to show you." Hear this. Wan Zi froze for a moment. So it hasn't been built yet. Wouldn't that be a waste of excitement? At once, he was a little disinterested. So what is the practical significance of this simulation passing? For controlled fusion construction? Wan Zi asked curiously. On the side, Sun Qingji smiled and opened his mouth to explain. The fact that the simulation passed means that the program we prepared earlier is correct and we can build it next. Hearing this, Wan Zi came to a realization. Immediately following that, he looked at Lu Feng again and asked curiously, since the computer simulations are now passing, what's the approximate time it will take if we start actually building the controlled fusion reactor next? Seeing him so curious, Lu Feng didn't intend to hide it and reached out to gesture 2 fingers. 2 years? Wan Zi exclaimed in excitement. Rabbits are built in years, not to mention controlled fusion, which is a national weapon. 2 years was simply too short a time in his opinion. It's not just him. On the side, Sun Qingji and the others were also excited. He is now in his 80s and 90s. The greatest wish in this life is to see a real controlled fusion reactor before I close my eyes. 2 years. That's totally fine. But just as the two of them were rejoicing, Lu Feng suddenly shook his head. It doesn't take 2 years, maybe 20 days. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wan Zi, Sun Qingji, and the crowd of Li Daiyou, who were still excited and thrilled, were suddenly confused. How much? How much did you say? 20 days? Wan Zi pulled out his ears, thinking he had heard wrong. It's not just him. Sun Qingji and the others were also very confused. I thought to myself, is it possible that I'm hallucinating? I've been working all kinds of overtime myself for a while now, but it's not like I'm hallucinating. Is it possible that you are really getting old? The group was silent. The atmosphere, which was still lively, went cold and silent. Looking at the odd faces of the crowd, Lu Feng opened his mouth to explain. The mission wasn't as difficult as I thought it would be, and I had a good schedule beforehand. To actually build it, just follow the schedule. 20 days is my maximum budget if I have enough manpower, and if I work overtime, it might be faster, but everyone is so tired these days that I think it's better to take it slow. Lu Feng's face was calm as he slowly spoke out his plan, and listening to his words, the people present only felt confused. What a statement! Lu Feng's words were like 5 thunderbolts hitting the hearts of the crowd. Everyone was in a brief daze. 20 days, or max budget? Even Lu Feng took into account the fact that during this period of time, everyone was working closely and that's why it took 20 days to build it? So how short can the time be reduced to if you work overtime? 15 days? 10 days? The crowd no longer dared to think about it. Being pillars of the rabbit, they were all personally or indirectly involved in many national endeavors. If you take out any one of them, wouldn't the time be counted in years? And those projects are far less gold than a controlled fusion reactor. It turns out that this one with the highest gold content takes only 20 days to build? Off the charts. Here's what Wan Zi had to say about it. It's outrageous. This was Sun Qingji's idea. As a veteran professor in the nuclear field, I don't know how many students he has taught alone, and these people, at the moment, are distributed in the Institute of Nuclear Physics, or in some top universities in the same specialty as teachers, professors. Originally Sun Qingji thought, his own construction in the nuclear field ranked not into the world's top 3. The top 10 always have it, but listening to Lu Feng's words, he suddenly felt that all his years of research, all for nothing. In his experience, 2 years had been the fastest he had ever considered, but in front of Lu Feng, seem a little too conservative yourself? When he thought of this, Sun Qingji's face suddenly became a bit bitter. He always felt that in front of Lu Feng, his knowledge and research for so many years seemed to have been learned for nothing. When he thought of this, Sun Qingji was a bit gloomy, and hearing Lu Feng's answer, Wan Zi was even happier. Since Comrade Xiaolu has said so, I definitely believe it. Since you guys have been working overtime for so long, why don't you take a break tonight? Saying that, he directly took over Lu Feng's shoulders and excitedly arrived. Tonight, let's start with a celebratory dinner for you, and by the way, I'll tell you how much of a relief this competition really is. You don't have to work either. Have a nice drink with me tonight. Chapter 147 Days to Build a Prototype. Wan Zi had kindly invited Lu Feng, so Lu Feng was not obliged to do so. I'll inform the others. Seeing this, Wan Lian on the side immediately pulled out his cell phone to make a call. It didn't take long. The industry leaders who had been doing nuclear power research with Lu Feng, Sun Qingji and others gathered together. It was a big celebration party. After all, it's the only time in all these years that rabbits have stood in first place in a military competition. The wine is over. Wan Ziyi gave a rather moving speech. It's thanks to Comrade Xiao Lu that we were able to take first place in this military competition. Let's all toast him. With that, Wan Ziyi led the way and raised his glass. The others rushed to follow. Seeing this, Lu Feng didn't beat around the bush and picked up the wine cup in front of him to return the favor and then drank it all in one go. The whole scene was suddenly filled with a fastidious atmosphere. I believe that with the addition of Comrade Xiao Lu, not only this military competition, but also the next one, we will completely stand on the first place in the world. Listen to his words. The people present were all excited. As for the Sun Xingji crowd, they also had a lot of emotions. Just the 6th generation planes, electromagnetic tanks, and other devices we've seen before. They knew that the military competition would be a sure thing, and now they are working on controlled fusion. When this controlled fusion is actually built, the rabbit strength will surely see a rapid rise. In time, with controlled fusion as a rear energy supply, don't say controlled fusion. There are other areas where rabbits can definitely manage to catch up and overtake other countries. This celebration went on for a long time. The crowd was also briefly relieved of their abstinence, one glass after another. By the end of the day, Wan Ziyi and the others didn't know how many cups they had drunk, and were drunkenly carried back by their respective orderlies. Even with Lu Feng's good drinking ability, he was a bit wobbly by the time he got up, but it was a good thing that the lobby where the celebration was held was not far from his dormitory. Walking back to the dormitory with a cool breeze blowing, after simply washing up, Lu Feng fell asleep. Day 2. It's 9 o'clock. Looking at the time, Lu Feng rubbed his head, which was a little sore from the hangover, and got up to boil water for tea. A cup of antidote tea went down, which made it much better. I don't know how Sun Lao and their situation is. Let's go to the research base first. For controlled fusion research, the lab that was there before is not quite enough anymore. So during the computer simulation, Lu Feng also led the crowd to build a nuclear energy research base. When Lu Feng arrived, he saw that Sun Xingji, Li Dayou, Zhou Weiman and the crowd of the nuclear field research team had already arrived at the scene. The crowd knew there was an important announcement to be made today, so even with a hangover, I made it a point to get up on time and make it. Comrade Lu. After seeing Lu Feng, Sun Xingji hurriedly stood up to greet him. Hear his voice. The rest of them rose in a hurry. Lu Feng nodded to the crowd and walked slowly to the front of the crowd. Since everyone is here, I won't waste any more time. Amidst the serious gazes of the crowd, Lu Feng's voice paused and he spoke in a deep voice. It is now 9:35 a.m. On November 25th, and I declare the controlled fusion program officially open. There was no salute and no ribbon-cutting ceremony. Until now, research on controlled fusion has been a classified program. Keep everything simple. But just as Lu Feng finished announcing that the controlled fusion program had officially begun, the corresponding preparations were made quickly. Wang Lian immediately gave the order. Soon, the materials needed for controlled fusion construction were being transported in large quantities. Looking at the steady stream of materials being transported over, all at once sober, there was no delay. Immediately began work on a controlled fusion program. Just as they were starting the official construction of controlled fusion on their side, the other side, press building, on the bureau's side, there was no idleness. Just now, he received a mission from his superiors. Expand the impact of this military competition. As was the rule before, military competitions have always been kept secret from the public. But this time, Eagle Jam took the lead in turning on the global livestream. And not to be outdone, Bunnyside also turned on the official livestream. The spectacle of the military contest was watched by people all over the world. The rabbit took first place in the military competition and was naturally known by all. But, this kind of heat on anything doesn't last too long. Our task is to continue to expand the impact of this matter. One to stabilize our country's position in the international arena, and the other to thwart Eagle Jam. Is that clear? The directorate looked at the intelligence staff and explained carefully. Got it, the crowd responded. Very good. The directorate nodded in satisfaction. Your task now is to edit the entire process of this military competition into a promotional documentary. Remember, while preserving the truth, put our military weapons on display as much as possible. Don't be afraid that our military weapons will be exposed. It says that our military weapons, even if we release the drawings, other countries may not be able to make them. The crowd burst into laughter. Following that, it was plunged into a tightly edited production. Soon the first version of the video was edited. Looking at the screen in the beautiful and exaggerated shape, full of technological color and powerful 6th generation aircraft, the mecha tanks that cover the sky like alien technology. Very nice. Bureau Chief Zhang nodded in satisfaction. But thinking about it, his heart got a little weird too. Previously, the role of their intelligence services was to block news from the country. Instead, They are now trying to put their country's military weapons strength on active display to deter other countries. Why do I get the feeling that this negotiation bureau of mine could be renamed the War Terror Bureau? Soon. A week passes. The intelligence side of the promo hasn't finished cutting yet. Instead, at the Nuclear Energy Research Base, a large nuclear energy reactor had been erected. Comrade Xiaolu. Looking at the huge reactor in front of him, Sun Xingji's eyes were shocked. It's just the prototype. It'll take about 10 more days to actually build the nuclear power reactor. 10 days. Hearing this number, Sun Xingji gulped. It took only 7 days to build the prototype? Sun Xingji's eyes were shocked. Can I come over and take a look? Sure. Lu Feng nodded and led Sun Xingji directly into the construction base. But as soon as he walked in, Sun Xingji's entire body froze. Just seeing this construction site, there weren't many workers. Instead, there are all sorts of giant engineering machines that are working at a rapid pace. Looking at these advanced engineering machines, Sun Xingji had an eye-opening experience. At this rate of building, even if I'm here to do the work, I can't keep up with your progress a bit. Chapter 141, Military Competition Propaganda Film. The whole internet is boiling over. Sun Xingji's arrival was to give Lu Feng a hand. It's not here to manage construction. So in the meantime, they've been organizing and preparing the core ingredients for controlled fusion. But today, I came to see. Instead, we see the large nuclear power reactor shell, already constructed. What kind of speed is this? Sun Xingji was shocked beyond belief. At the same time, the mind guessed how many workers had to work through the construction to have this speed. With that in mind, he applied to go into the construction site to take a look. But as he approached, he saw the many advanced and huge engineering machines inside, wheeling and turning. His whole body froze. Many advanced engineering machines that opened his eyes. Feelings and this construction method? Sun Xingji's eyes were shocked. As a veteran professor in the nuclear field, he had participated in a number of large and small projects. But which project is not built by many piles of manpower? Even if there are engineering machines, it is definitely still manpower based, because there will always be times when the machine breaks down, or measures incorrectly. People, on the other hand, are different. But now, look at the countless intricate, yet tightly coordinated engineering machines. Sun Xingji's entire body was shaken. Comrade Lu, these engineering machines, you say that? Looking at the other party's puzzled look, Lu Feng smiled and explained. I took advantage of this time to make them in an expedited manner. With these machines, the manpower needed for construction will be greatly reduced, and the machines that have been debugged by me will not make mistakes, so it can be said that they are more reliable than even humans. Expedited made out, and more reliable than humans? Listening to Lu Feng's words, Sun Xingji fell into a brief moment of stagnation. How many days have passed? Lu Feng had actually produced so many construction machines and had built the prototype of a controlled fusion reactor? The main thing is, and these engineering machines don't make mistakes? Sun Xingji, of course, did not believe it. Available at. Looking at the various machines that worked so closely together, he had to believe it again. Really? Looking at the scene in front of him, Sun Xingji felt a lot of emotions. But for a moment I didn't know what to say. After holding his tongue for half a day, this was slowed down. What a hero! And in the meantime, intelligence services. After this period of processing, they've edited the entire military competition very completely and meticulously. It contains Generation 6 machines, electromagnetic tanks, mech tanks, and high-vibration particle knives. Various highlights of these military weapons were all edited out. Okay, now make an announcement in the official media. After checking and rechecking the finished promo to make sure it was correct, the bureau spoke slowly. Just to let everyone know, tonight at 8 p.m. we will be showing the military race documentary on time. Yes, the staff member who received the order immediately posted a message on the official media account. Tonight at 8 p.m. the military race documentary airs on time. A full week has passed since the military competition. But so far, the discussion on this topic continues unabated. The heat continues to dominate the one spot on the network, simply because this military competition is so shocking. This military competition has really raised our eyebrows, crushing eagle sauce in all aspects. No, crushing the world. Seriously, if it hadn't been an official international organization, I would have really thought that military competition was a movie. Indeed, it's too sci-fi, but I was working late that day and didn't see it. Is it really as divine as you guys make it out to be? Damn boss, if the program hadn't been temporarily changed, I would have been able to see this military competition with my own eyes. It's too bad there's a good military competition that's not publicized to the public. It doesn't even seem to be recorded, which is really too bad now. During the discussion, many netizens have popped up to say that they worked overtime on the day of the military competition and couldn't catch the broadcast. Extremely unfortunate. Who wouldn't want to see a highlight reel for their country? But the problem is, this is a live broadcast. It's not even taped. One time, many netizens wailed in various ways, and some even began to hate Rabbit officials, hoping that the officials would be able to broadcast the recording of this military competition. Let's all make up for it. But just as the crowd was getting up to speed with an announcement, but one that quickly climbed up the heat. Buddy official, tonight at 8 p.m. The military race documentary will be shown on time. With the heat rising, below this announcement, it exploded. My God, look what I found. A documentary on the military competition? Is it a true account of the entire military competition? It's great. I knew the motherland still loves us. I didn't get to watch the live broadcast before because I was working overtime, but now I'm finally making up for it. There was a foreigner who didn't watch the live broadcast before and still barfed with me on the internet. Let's see if I don't hit him hard in the face this time. The show starts at 8 o'clock. 2.5 hours to go. I have to get ready. Hurry up and order a takeout. Upon seeing the official message from the Rabbit, netizens all over the internet were in a state of anticipation. Viewers who didn't get to watch that previous broadcast crossed their fingers, and those who have seen it are naturally willing to catch up a bit. Soon, by 8 o'clock in the evening, the official livestream is open again. One moment. Millions of people flocked to the livestream in unison. It's coming. It's coming. Let's start. My big knife has been hungry for a long time. Front row sells peanuts, melon seeds, popcorn, Coke, Sprite and kanji. Finally, I've waited for this, and the photos that have been circulating on the internet have been making me crave for it. Everyone was thrilled. Soon, the propaganda video, edited by the intelligence department, also began to play. The military competition, which had lasted all day, was condensed by them to a length of 2 hours. The promo begins with an image of a Rabbit's Generation 6 aircraft taking off vertically. Seeing this image, the broadcast room was abuzz, followed closely by electromagnetic tanks, then an arms quantity race, high-vibration particle knives. That is, until the end, when the mecha tank makes an appearance. Metal giants that stood over 10 meters tall and stood on top of the sky. The entire promo is 2 hours long, but it's safe to say it's piss-free throughout. From the first second of seeing the Generation 6, all the spectators were excited and shocked. This sentiment continues until the end of the video. The whole internet is abuzz, and in the meantime, with several giant engineering machines running at full speed, the main body of controlled fusion has been constructed. The next step is the most critical internal construction. Lu Feng stood in front of the instrument, detecting the various data inside the main body of the controlled fusion reactor while commanding Sun Xingji, Zhou Weiman and the others to start building the various modules inside it. These modules are functionally complex and cannot afford the slightest mishap. Everyone was on edge. However, as Lu Feng commanded, the crowd gradually put their hearts down and followed Lu Feng's instructions exactly. Gradually, the crowd, which was still a bit tense, sighed in relief. When a certain module is installed, Sun Xingji's eyes glowed as he looked at the results of its internal construction. At this rate of construction, it might not even take 20 days for a controlled fusion reactor to be introduced. Chapter 142. This is the raw material for controlled fusion. 20 days for a controlled fusion reactor to be placed before. Sun Xingji was dead set on not believing that the construction speed could be so outrageous, but all this time, he's been following the project. Even many things on top of that required him to do it himself, so he also has a pretty good idea of how fast controlled fusion can be built. 2. It doesn't. Once the main structure was completed, he took a group of experts in the nuclear field and began working on the internal structure. This is the most critical part of the entire controlled fusion reactor. The main body is just the exterior. What they are doing now is the most central part of the whole project. The smooth operation of controlled fusion depends on whether the internal structure can be stabilized. By the book, this part of the project should be the most tedious and time-consuming. But now, Sun Xingji set about the inner workings with a couple dozen men. The work is complicated, but they still occasionally feel a sense of leisure, because it is not human labor that is used in the internal construction process. Rather, it's an engineering machine. The crowd just needs to get ready and then the engineering machines will do all the rest. The whole process was well organized and structured. It is also quite fast while ensuring the accuracy of the project. Controlled fusion reactors. There's really hope for them to be built. Sun Xingji's eyes were excited. Not only is it promising, but it's fast, and it might be ready by the end of the month time. Thinking about it, he was more and more afraid to rush things. Every process must be done to the best of its ability. That's all. Another week or so passed. Just this day, Chen Yiming, who has been working around controlled fusion reactors but has a bit of nothing to do, suddenly receives an assignment. What? For me to pull the feedstock for a controlled fusion reactor? Well. Chen Yiming's eyes were excited and he hurriedly agreed. These days, Sun Xingji and other experts, as well as several nationalists, were busy. and he's really not much help as he only knows how to fly airplanes and tanks. All you can do is stand around and do nothing. How could he not be excited now that there was a mission to hand out? Comrade Xiao Lu, you send me the address of the raw materials. I now immediately arrange vehicles. I personally drive to pull. Good. Lu Feng nodded, then took out his cell phone and sent a location over. Chen Yiming opened the location link with an excited face, but when he looked at his destination, his whole body froze again. Comrade Lu, are you sure you didn't send it by mistake? He held his cell phone screen to Lu Feng. The latter nodded. That's right, get going. It's the most important ingredient in the entire controlled fusion reactor. Don't delay. Good. Seeing Lu Feng nodding his head, Chen Yiming was greatly shocked, although he didn't understand. With the help of Wang Lian, many transportation trucks ready to go, Chen Yiming personally drove one of them to lead the group, and soon drove out of the southern military region. Another few days passed. 2 weeks. Looking at the time, Sun Xingji breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes excited. 2 full weeks have passed since the controlled fusion reactor project began. It's been 2 weeks. Everyone pretty much gets up earlier than the chickens and goes to bed later than the dogs. Whenever he had free time, he would check the construction of the project over and over again, fearing that there would be any mishap. But what surprised him was this. There was the addition of the engineering machines, as well as Lu Feng's command. The entire project was not only built at a fantastically fast pace, but also with a level of precision that far exceeded his imagination. Looking at the immense and incredibly complex being in front of him, to this day Sun Xingji still feels like he's dreaming. It's outrageous. Something they've been working on for years. Something that never got off the ground. Now it actually only took about 20 days to actually build it? The finish is quite high and the building is equally sizable. The main thing is, the precision of the whole building can be completely described as the top in the world. It's horrible. Sun Xingji's eyes were shocked beyond belief as he recalled the passage of the past few days. And soon, Li Dui and others also came to the scene. This is completed? Looking at the tall building that had stood up in just 20 days, he and Zhao Kongping and the others felt a bit incredulous. That's too fast. Li Deo was very shocked and incredulous at the same time. In his mind, which state building of the same size did not take years? The more sophisticated the grade of these buildings, the slower they will be built accordingly, in order to be able to guarantee quality. Can this most sophisticated controlled fusion reactor? And yet it went the other way and took only 20 days to build? Incredible. Li Deo marveled, but he didn't doubt it. He knew that the person in charge and leading this project had been Lu Feng in charge. Comrade Xiao Lu's speed is still so outrageous. Recalling the previous past, a bitter smile appeared on Li Dao's face. Mass production of 206th generation aircraft, electromagnetic tank conversion, hypergolic particle collider modification. Which project is not a global sensation, but the longest? In the hands of Lu Feng is only a few months' time. There are times when fast doesn't mean shoddy. Rather, it means that the other party's technique has reached a level of perfection, with quality already at the top. The only thing left to pursue is naturally speed. Well, the next step is to wait for the ingredients to arrive. The controlled fusion reactor was officially completed. Lu Feng also came to the crowd and said with a smile, when the raw materials arrive, this machine will be ready to run. Hear his words. The eyes of all the people around them were glowing. It's finally time to get to the official part. Just then, buzz. The sound of an engine came from a distance. The crowd followed the sound and saw that a transportation truck was rapidly approaching this way in the distance. The driver is Chen Yiming. Still a long way away. The guy couldn't wait to yell, Comrade Lu, you asked for seawater and I pulled it over. Listening to Chen Yiming's voice, Lu Feng nodded. On the other hand, Wang Lian, who was on the side, froze in a daze. What did Chen Yiming say when he applied for the truck? Didn't you say you got an important mission to pull core ingredients? What the hell is pulling in a load of seawater? Not only that, in order to protect the important raw materials from accidents in the middle of the journey, Wang Lian had arranged soldiers to protect them along the way, and they ended up pulling a load of seawater after half a day of protection? Comrade Xiao Lu, this, Wang Lian, who couldn't figure it out, looked at Lu Feng and inquired, did Yiming hear wrong? How do you pull a load of seawater? He was a little puzzled, and listening to his inquiry, Lu Feng smiled and nodded. It's the seawater that's wanted, and that's the raw material for controlled fusion. This statement was made. Wang Lian was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 143, One-Click Operation for Dummies. Listening to Lu Feng's reply, Wang Lian was instantly dumbfounded. An important feedstock for controlled nuclear fusion is seawater? There's no shortage of this stuff. It is important to realize that the Blue Star Ocean covers an area of 360 million square kilometers, enough to cover 71% of the entire blue planet. 97% of the entire amount of water that exists in the world is seawater. If that's the case, then wouldn't this ingredient be inexhaustible? Wang Lian thought. but still had an incredulous expression on his face. It's controlled fusion. Such a lofty facility. And the raw material is just seawater? Is it a little bit of drama? Not being technologically savvy, he had some difficulty understanding it, but it was a big shock. Just as he was about to ask Lu Feng for a deeper understanding, Zhou Weiman on the side also detected Wang Lian's doubts. Taking the initiative, he stepped forward to explain. Minister Wang, you probably don't know much about it. The feedstock for nuclear fusion generally uses isotopes of hydrogen, namely deuterium and tritium. The tritium in it is abundantly stored in seawater. And if you look at all the seawater on Blue Star, the existing resources are all for human use for billions of years. Billions of years? Hearing this figure, Wang Lian stared wide-eyed and was greatly shocked. He knew that this controlled fusion, if built, could have a near-endless energy output, but I didn't expect. The consumption of this energy output is actually so low, with just seawater? According to this, if built, this controlled fusion runs. Wouldn't a rabbit really have endless energy? Deuterium is abundant in seawater. So what's going to happen to that tritium you're talking about? Wang Lian asked again. Zhou Weiman also began to explain. Although on a technical level, he was far inferior to Lu Feng, but this theoretical knowledge is something he has studied for decades. Very clear. Now that he was being asked for advice by Wang Lian, Zhou Weiman's mood was also obviously much better. He worded the words in his mind and tried to explain in as simple and understandable language as possible. Tritium, although not found in nature, can be produced by neutrons interacting with lithium, and seawater contains large amounts of lithium. According to our calculations, only 0.03 grams of deuterium are needed to release energy equivalent to 300 liters of gasoline. Hear this. Wang Lian's eyes widened. Combined with the fact that the raw materials needed for controlled fusion reactors, the elements deuterium and tritium, are both available in seawater? When did seawater become so useful? What surprised him even more was yet to come. When Zhou Weiman said that the energy released from 0.03 grams of deuterium was equivalent to 300 liters of gasoline, Wang Lian's entire body froze. What's 300 liters of gasoline? An average car can run 20 to 30 kilometers on a liter of gasoline at the speed allowed. According to the ratio Zhou Weiman said to calculate the words, 1 gram of deuterium can run a small car for 200,000 to 300,000 kilometers, a distance of 5 or 6 laps around the Blue Star. After figuring this out, Wang Lian became more and more shocked. Before that, he only knew that controlled fusion was very important for a country, but just how important, he had no concept. Now then, he finally realized how terrifying this device really was. That's a lot of energy for 1 gram of deuterium. The main thing is, this so-called deuterium element doesn't cost much. Just need to transport seawater and refine. Other than consuming some labor, it's almost zero cost. Zero cost, but so much energy. It's a blood moneymaker. But, just then, Wang Lian opened his mouth. Isn't it true that we have to find a way to properly protect a device capable of releasing so much energy? Although it has reached modern times, but people still talk about nuclear. Nuclear is a double-edged sword in his opinion. It can bring great convenience to your side, but when it goes wrong, the harm it can do is quite scary. Woolly Bear had an accident like this once. To this day, that city is known as the City of the Dead. If this nuclear radiation thing leaks, the first to suffer will be the southern military region, right? Thinking about this, Wang Lian was a bit torn. And look at him. Sun Qingji, who was on the side, smiled and opened his mouth. Minister Wang, let's not tie our own hands because of something that hasn't happened yet, which can be detrimental to the development of science and technology. What's more, what you're worried about doesn't exist. Let me ask you, do you know why we built this controlled fusion reactor here? Because of the proximity to the military district? Wang Lian tried to answer. Exactly. Sun Qingji nodded. There is a southern military region in. If there is an attack by forces outside the country is absolutely can be intercepted at the first time. If the interception cannot be, also means in our country full-scale war. Nowadays the world has not been so bold country. And then there's the radiation you're worried about. Sun Qingji's voice paused as he explained. The reason it's called controlled fusion is that it's a controlled reaction. It doesn't produce any waste when it produces energy. There's no environmental pollution. And there's no radioactive material released. Sun Qingji explained at length, spelling out the benefits of controlled nuclear fusion one by one. And listen to his words. Wang Lian was completely stunned. Feeling this controlled fusion thing. So good. No wonder the world is thinking of realizing controlled fusion engineering. Thinking about this, he grew to admire Lu Feng more and more. Something that scientists all over the world have been studying for so long with no progress. I can't believe it only took this young man about a month to make it. And now that the ingredients are plentiful, it's going to be a big success soon. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but look forward to it a little. and listening to Sun Qingji's explanation. Li Dayou and the others on the side were also a bit numb. There's deuterium in the sea, that I can understand, but you can't just pull seawater over and use it, can you? He was a little skeptical. Seawater contains deuterium, but extracting it is quite an undertaking, not to mention the direct refining of deuterium, but at least a preliminary refining is needed to facilitate the work of a controlled fusion reactor, right? And listen to his words. Lu Feng, who was on the side, however, laughed a little and pointed to the raw material entrance of the controlled fusion reactor that had already been constructed on the side and opened his mouth. No need to refine it ahead of time. See that ingredient portal? The next step is just to pour the seawater in. A foolproof one-button operation, and all the refining will be done automatically in there. Hear his explanation. Li Dayou and the others were instantly confused. What the hell? Foolproof one-click operation? Is this really supposed to be on top of the device that is controlled fusion? Chapter 144. This data is not enough. The old man's machine has a foolproof one-button operation on top. Controlled fusion reactors too? Listening to Lu Feng's words, Li Dayou only felt that his cognition was being trampled on madly. Available at. Lu Feng's expression looked so serious again. Ugh. Li Dayou suddenly let out a long sigh, sighing in his heart that he really is old. The thought process is completely out of step with today's youth. But now there's another problem. It's whether or not this device can actually handle that seawater. If you can, naturally, it's incredibly convenient to skip a procedure. If that doesn't work, then let's follow the old procedure and let Zhou Weiman and the others treat the seawater once more first. Thinking, Lu Feng, who was on the side, had already spoken. Officer Chen, please pour seawater in here. With that, he pointed to the feedstock entrance to the reactor. No problem. A hand reached out of the car window and gave an okay. Then the military transportation truck, which had just stopped not long ago, started up again and came directly next to the raw material entrance. The little warrior on the co-pilot got out. Remove a hose. One end is connected to the tank and one end is inserted into the raw material port. As Chen Yiming pressed a button, whoa! Seawater transported from the sea is poured into the raw material inlets in large streams. Soon, it's all poured in, not a drop left. Chen Yiming reported truthfully after confirming it over and over again. Okay, let's get the car out of here first. Lu Feng nodded and turned to look at Wan Ziyi, Sun Qingji and Li Dayou. The opening announcement was made. The controlled fusion reactor is built and the feedstock has been loaded. First ignition. Officially, listen to his words. Everyone present began to get excited. Finally, Zhou Weiman clenched his fists. Very excited. He had come to the military district originally to learn the various stacking patterns of nuclear fission. But now, controlled fusion will be built soon. Surprises aren't even that surprising. It's not just him. Li Dayou, Zhao Kongping, Wan Ziyi and the others were also excited, eyeballing the console not far away, and the start button that was about to be pressed by Lu Feng. As long as this button is pushed and works smoothly, their hard work for so many days was not in vain, even if it was. Sure, that's not even the most exciting thing for them. What makes them feel most expectant and nervous is naturally because they are about to witness, soon, a new milestone in controlled nuclear fusion. A computer simulation was passed. It would be proof that the preparations the crowd had made earlier were not wrong. No one knew better than they did what the equipment in front of them would really mean if it ran smoothly. An inexhaustible source of energy. In the midst of the crowd's expectant, nervous gazes, Lu Feng slowly walked over to the operating table. The large, red button clicked and pressed. The hearts of all the people, as if they had been knocked hard with it, beat frantically. Next, buzz. A high-speed vibrating humming sound came from it. Smooth startup of the controlled fusion reactor. Detection of raw material filling is complete. Elemental extraction officially begins. As the intelligence system beeped, a progress bar also appeared on the screen in front of him. This progress bar is filled and the element is extracted. Lu Feng opened his mouth at the right time to explain to the crowd. Li Dayou and the others nodded. But looking at the screen again, the crowd couldn't help but freeze. What's the situation? Didn't you just say one word and this progress bar went a quarter of the way? Before they could react, the progress bar jumped a large amount again. Element extraction in progress, 50%. Element extraction in progress, current progress, 75%. Almost every 10 seconds or so, this progress bar jumped violently. The intelligence system's beep sounded once with it. Soon, in less than a minute, the crowd saw that the progress bar, which had just appeared not long ago, had been filled. Elemental extraction complete. Hearing this voice, Li Dayou and the others instantly froze. That's too fast. Old Zhou, if we let you extract deuterium manually, how much time would it take for such a large amount? To the side, Zhao Kongping asked in a small voice, and Zhou Weiman was shocked beyond belief at the moment. It took a long time to respond before he spoke numbly. It will take 12 hours, at the very least. Hiss. Hearing these words, Zhao Kongping didn't hold back a breath of cool air. 12 hours? And that's with specialized equipment and the full cooperation of several experts in the nuclear field. But now, in this foolproof one-button operation refining device designed by Lu Feng, it only took a minute. Is this gap a little too big? They didn't wait for them to ask Lu Feng about the principles involved. The crisp intelligence system beep sounded again. Element extraction complete. Countdown to controlled fusion ignition begins. 10, 9, 8. The countdown goes off. Listening to the voice of the intelligence system and looking at the numbers that kept jumping on the screen, everyone present clenched their fists and stood straight. Even forget to breathe. Deadly look at the screen, constantly jumping figures. Figures every jump. The crowd in the heart of the expectations will be reduced by 1 point. The tension will be more than 1 point. Controlled fusion. It's not like they haven't studied it, but after all these years, all failed. The crowd was afraid that if this ignition simulation failed, would they actually have the courage to stick around in this field any longer? After all, this is the closest they've come to the realization of controlled fusion. 3, 2, 1. Finally, the countdown is over. Next, a ray of blue light began to flicker through the controlled fusion reactor. Yes, the hearts of the people were uplifted. The completion of ignition means that the first step was successful. The next step is to wait for the tritium and deuterium elements that have just been extracted to react. The scene was silent, with only the sound of a controlled fusion reactor running ringing out. Listening to this voice, the crowd's foreheads were sweating a little. Tense. Only Lu Feng had a calm face. 10% of elemental reactions, deuterium and tritium reactions in the current reactor. Just then, the voice of the intelligence system sounded again. Hear that voice. The tense crowd was relieved, followed closely by a look of ecstasy. It's a done deal. It's finally a done deal. Sun Xingji looked at the numbers on the screen and was even more wide-eyed with disbelief. It's really come true. And unlike the excitement of the crowd, at this moment, Lu Feng was frowning. This figure, a little too low. Apparently, he was very unhappy with the 10% figure. Without saying a word, he began to operate. In the meantime, the humming inside the reactor grew more intense. The flickering blue light, too, grew denser. Watching Lu Feng's movements, the crowd was stunned. But just as they were about to dissuade them, the intelligence system beep sounded again. 15% of elemental reactions, deuterium and tritium reactions in the current reactor. 20% of elemental reactions, deuterium and tritium reactions in current reactors. Hear the cue. The people who were originally trying to dissuade Lu Feng were instantly confused. Is it surprising that the numbers actually went up? And it's fast. It's going up at almost 1% per second. Just half a minute. 30% of elemental reactions, deuterium and tritium reactions in the current reactor. It's done. It's really done. 30%. Not only is it a done deal, but it's reached the highest critical mass. With this data, it means that our previous preparations were not in vain, and were even very successful. The next step is just to stabilize it. The crowd murmured and cheered. It had been suggested that Lu Feng immediately stabilize the fusion reactor, and listen to the advice of the crowd. Lu Feng, however, shook his head. This data, it's not enough. Chapter 145, please, stop. Not enough? Hearing Lu Feng's words, everyone present was a bit confused. For a moment, he didn't understand what Lu Feng actually meant. In their opinion, a 30% share of elemental reactions within the reactor would be the best possible result. Even at the very beginning, when this percentage was 10%, the crowd was already excited and thrilled. To know the amount of energy that can be produced by this controlled fusion is quite large, even if it's only 10%. With inexhaustible seawater as a reserve, this controlled fusion can create an unknown amount of energy. After all, this is something that can't be used up. Not to mention that under Lu Feng's operation, this figure had changed from 10% before to 30% later. Fully tripled. Elemental utilization, too, has tripled. It could be described as perfect, even beyond what the crowd had previously envisioned. In the eyes of the crowd, all that was needed next was to stabilize this value and it would be a great success. But it's just at this time, Lu Feng, however, suddenly shook his head, indicating that he was not satisfied with this value. Sun Xingji was a bit confused. He walked forward and inquired to Lu Feng, "Comrade Lu, why don't we stabilize it first, and then continue research and development toward higher utilization rates later?" No. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng directly shook his head and refused. This figure is totally insufficient. If it's only 30%, then there's no point in building this controlled fusion reactor. What a statement! Lu Feng's words instantly caused the crowd present to be confused again. 30% is meaningless? What about the ones we've been studying for decades and haven't made the slightest progress on? The crowd sputtered in their minds. And just then, Lu Feng started operating directly. Only his hands were seen. pressing a single button on the console, followed by a quick flurry of fingers on the keyboard. The program that had been set in motion began to change in his hands. See this scene. On the side, Sun Qingji and the others were directly stunned. Comrade Lu, what are you doing? Come on, come on, come on. Stop first, he shouted evenly. Lu Feng's fingers, with every tap on the keyboard, his already not so healthy heart would pump along with it. It's not just him. The others began to panic as well, somewhat unable to understand Lu Feng's maneuvers, but they were even more afraid to directly go up and block it. After all, Lu Feng is now modifying the program, in case he touches a key by mistake because of their blocking. Comrade Lu, what on earth are you doing? Sun Qingji was a bit overwhelmed and asked in a hurry. You'd better at least say so, or this old heart of mine is a bit too much to bear. Hearing Sun Qingji's words, the surrounding people, such as Li Daiyou, Zhou Weiman, and Zhao Kongping, also nodded their heads in succession. Seeing the situation, Lu Feng also started tapping on the keyboard while adjusting the parameters. One side opened his mouth to explain. It's like this. In my original setup, the percentage of the reaction that occurs between these two elements should be 100%, which is a perfect reaction. This releases the energy from the atomic level. This way, maximum utilization is achieved and energy is maximized. Lu Feng briefly outlined his thoughts. At the same time, the operation of the hands did not stop. The keyboards were crackling with the sound of the crowd, reacting again to what Lu Feng just said. The crowd that was still a little worried. Worry more. Everyone was all dumbfounded, as if they had heard something heavenly, their scalps tingling. Zhou Weiman, Sun Qingji and other old experts. At this moment is even more soft feet. What did he just hear? Lu Feng is going to pull the reaction percentage of the elements to 100%? This is no joke. Science fiction wouldn't even dare to write something this sci-fi. Okay, Comrade Lu. After Sun Qingji reacted, he hastily opened his mouth, his face full of panic. A 30% response share is pretty good. There's no need to mention 100%. Can't really mention it anymore. It's not just him. Zhou Weiman, Li Daiyou, and the people present at the meeting all tried to dissuade them. I hope that Lu Feng would hurry up and stop this ridiculous move. Don't worry. Seeing that the crowd was so flustered, Lu Feng stopped his hand and looked at them with a smile, comforting them. The matter is not as dangerous as one might think, and everything is within my grasp. With that said, continue to operate. Listen to his words. Sun Qingji and others' faces suddenly became ugly. Everything under control? Really? I don't believe it. In their view, it is already quite a feat for a controlled fusion reactor to be realized. And then if you want to bring the response share up to the 100% figure, it's simply impossible. The crowd's biggest worry is if an accident does happen, what serious consequences there will be. One time, the crowd was quiet as chickens. Everyone dared not make a sound for fear of scaring Lu Feng and letting the other party touch something by mistake. And look at the crowd's reaction. Wang Lian, who was standing on the side, was confused. Elder Zhou, what exactly is Comrade Xiao Lu doing? Why can't I understand? Also, why do you guys look like you're panicking? You have to trust Comrade Xiao Lu. He's very good. Listen to his inquiry. Zhou Weiman knew that this was a complete lack of technical understanding. After a moment of silence, he began to explain. It's like this. No one in the world today has actually realized controlled nuclear fusion at all. But the research on this has not stopped all over the world. The reaction percentage mentioned before, 30%, is already a tipping point in theory. It would be geometrically more difficult to go up even 1%. And Comrade Lu says he wants to raise that figure from 30% to 100%. The clear benefit of this is that the energy release will be boosted to the maximum. But if it produces an accident and goes out of control, Zhou Weiman said and suddenly stopped, his face incredibly complex. And listened to his words. Wang Lian, who was on the side, followed suit and tensed up. According to Zhou Weiman, what Lu Feng was doing now was something that could happen at any time, and the probability of an accident was high. What happens if it gets out of control? Wang Lian asked nervously. Zhou Weiman glanced at Lu Feng with a complicated face and said quietly, explode, just like a hydrogen bomb explodes. What? Hearing Zhou Weiman's explanation, Wang Lian lost his voice and exclaimed, explosive and still as good as a hydrogen bomb? What kind of international joke is that? You know, the distance between this nuclear base and the southern military region is very close, not to mention that power of a hydrogen bomb explosion. I guess the whole Xiang province is in the dock? Think of the consequences of this. Wang Lian was on the verge of tears and hurriedly persuaded, Comrade Xiao Lu, hurry up and stop. We can't afford the consequences of this loss of control. Out of control? Hearing his words, Lu Feng shook his head, calmly, it can't be out of control. Don't worry. Chapter 146, if I don't use it, why should I do it? Can't be out of control? Listening to Lu Feng's words, the crowd only felt a bit nonsensical. Although, Lu Feng has developed a 6th-generation machine, electromagnetic tank, super energy particle collider, and high vibration particle knife in this half year. Even invented mech tanks that they couldn't even think of. And now it's leading the crowd in making controlled nuclear fusion out of it. But the problem is, the consequences of this controlled fusion reactor, should it go out of control, are too great. The effect is like a hydrogen bomb explosion. The whole Xiang province will suffer. Wang Lian was a little trembling. This consequence is not at all what he can bear. Oh, no, if it gets out of hand, then he should be reduced to flying dust at the first scene. Just as he was planning to dissuade Lu Feng and ask him to think carefully again. In the meantime, Lu Feng, who had already completed the basic operation, placed his hand on the push bar on the console. Buzz. A high vibration buzzing sound rang out. The crowd then saw that this putter was pushed to the top by Lu Feng. Watch this scene. Everyone froze. It's not so decisive? Push it right to the top and don't discuss it? It had been thought that Lu Feng would push that figure up a little bit. But now, Lu Feng was obviously not satisfied with this rate of improvement. Lifting up in one breath? Wang Lian's entire body was confused. He even trembled a little, his face pale as he looked to the side at Zhou Weiman. Elder Zhou, what are the chances of success for this operation by Comrade Xiaolu? Chance of success? Hearing this word, Zhou Weiman froze for a moment. There's a hair's breadth of chance of success. Prepare for ascension. After reaching a critical mass, it's harder than heaven to even think about a 1% increase in response share. Now, Lu Feng was trying to raise this figure from 30% to 100% in one breath. It's simply not possible. But looking at the frightened Wang Lian, Zhou Weiman still could not bear to tell the truth directly. He phrased his explanation. The chances of success are still there. Like, winning the lottery? Wang Lian's entire body was dumbfounded. Winning the lottery? You're giving me a death sentence, aren't you? The little bit of hope that was still in his heart went up in smoke. Wang Lian looked toward the controlled fusion reactor in front of him, which was reacting more and more violently, with a look of death. It's not just him. After seeing this operation of Lu Feng, Sun Qingji, as well as many researchers in the nuclear field, understood the risks that accompanied this operation by Lu Feng. Contrary to Wang Lian, though, having been researching in the nuclear field, they were ready to give their lives. At the moment it was without too much panic, quietly waiting for the results. Anyway, I've already seen the 6th generation, and I have no more regrets in this life. Li Dao slowly spoke. On the side, Zhao Kongping nodded. The expressions of the two men, too, gradually flattened out. But just when everyone was ready to ascend at any moment, the explosion, however, did not occur. Only the blue light inside the nuclear power reactor in the distance flickered on, and became more intense. The intelligence system's beep followed. Elemental reaction efficiency increased. Current elemental reaction percentage, 40%. The current elemental response percentage is 50%. The current elemental response percentage is 90%. The current elemental response percentage is 99%. The voice of the intelligence system kept ringing out. The numbers on the console screen, too, began to refresh. Look at the numbers that are getting higher and higher and gradually moving towards 100%. A thought sprang up, in unison, in the minds of the crowd. No way. Thinking about it, the crowd grew more and more nervous. One by one, they all clenched their fists, not even daring to breathe. Eyes dead set on the numbers that kept jumping on the screen. Just when the crowd's nerves tightened to the imminent tautness of the time, elemental reaction efficiency increased. Current elemental reaction percentage, 100%. Gravity stabilizer activated successfully. Is the energy converter turned on? A large 100% appears on the screen. Upon seeing that number, everyone's eyes widened and their mouths fell open. It was like seeing something incredible happen. I can't believe. Actually reached it. Zhou Weiman's eyes widened. Do I count this as a successful transition? Wang Lian after the robbery. Li Dao and Zhao Kongping, both of them were also completely frozen. They didn't expect Lu Feng's phrase letting energy be released from the atomic level to actually become a reality. The other experts in the nuclear field are all dumbfounded at the moment. They didn't expect that which seemed harder than ascending to heaven actually materialized. The 30% threshold was exceeded, increasing the elemental reaction share to 100%. Even, it's still a breath of fresh air. This operation by Lu Feng had really shocked them. Just pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming now. Hiss, it hurts. It's not a dream. It's real. Oh my god. Everyone cheered and exclaimed, so shocked that they couldn't speak. Wide-eyed and mouthful of asterisk. Sun Chengji was equally excited, but at the same time, he also noticed the new prompt from the intelligence system just now. What's a gravity stabilizer? And that, energy conversion device? He looked at Lu Feng and asked about the doubts in his heart. And at this point, looking at the 100% on the screen, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then he opened his mouth to explain. These two devices are the ones inside the controlled fusion reactor. The gravity stabilizer is the stabilizing device that stabilizes the energy response at 100% for a very long time and without accidents. An energy conversion device would be better understood, literally, as a way to convert the elemental energy released by nuclear fusion into the electrical energy we need. Listen to his explanation. Sun Qingji was shocked. No wonder Lu Feng was so confident just now, so he had installed a gravity stabilizer inside. There are also energy conversion devices, and more. I thought we agreed that this was just an ignition test? Sun Qingji reacted and looked at Lu Feng with a confused expression. What's with the whole energy conversion device? Ignition test? Listening to Sun Qingji's words, Lu Feng was puzzled. When did it say this was just an ignition test? Now that it's been built, surely it's just a matter of using it? If it doesn't work, then what's the point of wasting all this effort? Hearing Lu Feng's words, the crowd fell into silence for a while, speechless. Don't say. That seems to be the case. Chapter 147, 20 days. A miracle. It's If it doesn't work, what's the point of bothering with it? Is that too much time? Listening to Lu Feng's words, the crowd only felt that it made sense. Very much so. But, it's controlled fusion. It's not like inventing the lightbulb TV. Don't we just have to take it a little bit at a time? Sun Qingji and the others only felt like there were 10,000 grooves in their hearts that they wanted to spit. However, looking at Lu Feng's serious face, he froze and didn't know where to start. See the crowd's reaction. Lu Feng didn't want to dwell on it too much. In his opinion anyway, something as simple as controlled fusion. Just use it when it's done. When you use it, you can just use the superparticle collider itself from now on. No more worrying about power outages. Thinking that, he looked directly at Wan Lian. Minister Wang, please speak to the logistics staff of the Ministry of Military Industry and cut off the current power supply. This side is going to be ready to tap into the new electrical system. Listening to Lu Feng's voice, Wan Lian was confused for a while before he reacted. A quick nod. Immediately pull out your cell phone and make a call. Hello? Power department? Prepare to cut the power. Why did you cut the power? Because there's going to be a new power system coming in over here. Well, that's it. Get it done as soon as possible. When he finished, he hung up. A strong color of excitement erupted in his eyes. After this period of time together, and Zhou Weiman's diligent teaching, he now had a rudimentary knowledge of controlled fusion reactors. 0.03 grams of deuterium is enough for 300 liters of gasoline, endless seawater, endless energy, and of course there is the power comparable to a hydrogen bomb explosion, the latter for the moment. The first two alone were enough to get him excited. It was shortly after he hung up. Buzz. A buzzing sound passed. It was nighttime, and the entire mic was instantly darkened. It was also good to notify the departments when the power was cut off. Otherwise the entire Ministry of Military Industry would be in absolute chaos right now. Thought the power system was down. Watch the lights all go out. Everyone got excited too. Lu Feng was naturally aware that the power system couldn't be cut off for too long, so it was ordered at once. Stand by. Power system ready to tap in. During the time that the controlled fusion reactor was being constructed, Lu Feng not only commanded the crowd to complete the reactor project, but also overhauled the power core of the entire military engineering department. The power core of the mic is now sufficient to carry a considerable amount of voltage. Even the energy that comes out of nuclear fusion is perfectly tolerated. It's well known. With enough voltage, some devices can explode into far more performance than usual. And what Lu Feng needed was exactly this effect. The main thing is, with the reactor and this new power core under the hood, the entire mic would never have to worry about power outages at any time in the future. Starting to tap into the brand new electrical system. Just then, Lu Feng gave an order. This was followed by the others, who worked together to insert a huge, thick cable into a port on the reactor that had been reserved in advance. Order the crowd to evacuate. With a click, Lu Feng pressed a button on the console. Next, buzz. A violet buzzing sound rang out. Energy converter activated. The crisp intelligence system beep followed in the ears of the crowd. Hear that voice. The crowd was thrilled. A bunch of them, busy for so long. Whether it's a mule or a horse depends on this. In the nervous, expectant gaze of the crowd, the blue glow in the controlled fusion reactor flickered faster and faster. The humming sound became louder, and with it came an endless output of energy. Under the action of the energy conversion device, this energy was quickly turned into electricity. Through the cables, it was channeled to the entire mic. Next, buzz. Among the military engineering department, the machine, which had stopped, began to run again. The lights that went out also came back on. The lights are on, and the lights are much brighter now than they were 3 minutes ago. It's like it's going to light up the whole military area. And in the meantime, watching this scene, everyone present became excited. It actually connected so smoothly? It's also too fast. Oh my god, This circuit has definitely been modified or it wouldn't be able to withstand such a high voltage. You can see the lights in the military engineering department are now a lot brighter than before. The machines are running as well. Does this mean that our assembly line will be able to run at full speed after that? I'll be damned. What on earth has Comrade Lou been doing all this time? Not only did he take us through the construction of a controlled fusion reactor and put gravity stabilizers and energy converters in it, but now tell me he changed the circuitry of the entire mic. The main thing is that the controlled fusion reactor actually worked. And it worked all at once. Incredible. Looking at the scene in front of them, the crowd was immediately surprised and didn't know what to say. Controlled fusion, which they've been working on for over a decade, is just invented and put to use? The assembly line now running in the Ministry of Military Industry uses electricity produced by controlled fusion reactors. The main thing is, the whole process, from nothing to something, took only 20 days. If this goes out, probably won't even be believed. Think about it. Sun Xingji and the others were so excited that they were even on the verge of fainting, looking at the controlled fusion reactor in front of him, which had already begun to operate, and the elemental reaction was kept at 100%, extremely stable. For a moment, none of them knew what expression to show. It's too much. Old Zhou, how much time has passed since we left the experimental island? Sun Xingji looked at Zhou Weiman. It's about 20 days, less than a month. Zhou Weiman's face was odd. Of course he knew what Sun Xingji was thinking. Leaving the island to the military area, the people joined Lu Feng's team at the first opportunity. First started with computer simulations, then straight to design, build, a dozen of their experts in the nuclear field, plus Lu Feng and a bunch of giant engineering machines. From design to construction, it only took a total of 20 days. 20 days. They've been working on controlled fusion for what I'm afraid must be 20 years. As a result, when he came to the military area, under Lu Feng's leadership, it only took 20 days to build a very stable controlled fusion reactor, and also put the power to official use? Is this really something that humans can do? Sun Xingji looked at the scene in front of him and even had a hallucination. I shouldn't be dreaming. Chapter 148 New Milestones. Everyone was confused, looking at the scene in front of him, as well as the various data and the power system that had already been plugged in. Sun Xingji even felt as if he was dreaming. As a veteran professor in the nuclear field, he or she has been deep inside the industry for I don't know how many years. Just a month ago, they were rejoicing that the duration of controlled fusion had been extended by more than 100 seconds. That's over 100 seconds. It is the essence of all the research they have done in their lives. But just when he thought, these 100 seconds or so will be a time of new milestones for the entire world, Zhou Weiman suddenly looked for it. This old dean in the field of nuclear fission research actually told him that in the far southern military region, there was a chap who was preparing to build controlled nuclear fusion. The very beginning. Sun Xingji was in complete disbelief, but the moment he saw the drawings, he then immediately changed his mind and led everyone on the experimental island together to the southern military region. Then it was under the leadership of Lu Feng. The crowd began the official construction of controlled nuclear fusion. He had thought that the process would be incredibly long. After all, what they were working on was controlled fusion, which the world had never seen before. But it's only been about a month or so. Controlled fusion reactors were actually built, and the appropriate circuits have been constructed and are already in official use. Looking at the data that kept jumping on the screen, and the brightly lit military industrial department, Sun Xingji only felt his scalp tingle. Next, finally made it. Sun Xingji, an old man who was over the age of 80 years old, unexpectedly had red eyes at this moment. His legs went weak and he fell to the floor. After confirming that he was not dreaming, but had actually seen controlled fusion produced and actually operating, he couldn't hold back any longer. All the pressure of so many years was released in one fell swoop. Howling. I never thought that I could really witness the birth of controlled nuclear fusion in my lifetime. It's controlled fusion. Our previous efforts were not in vain. It worked. We really did it. Sun Xingji's entire body almost came to the edge of collapse. He was excited and thrilled at the same time, crying and laughing. The whole thing was like going crazy. He didn't expect to actually see the birth of controlled fusion in his lifetime. It's still a controlled fusion reactor far beyond their actual theory. 100% elemental reaction share. That's a statistic that's completely on the verge of collapse. But now the entire controlled fusion reactor, not only is it operating steadily, but it's also outputting huge amounts of energy. This is unprecedented and unheard of. Sun Xingji was excited to the core, crying and laughing at the same time. The whole person was just like going crazy. And see the situation. On the side, Zhou Weiman just walked up and gently patted his old friend's shoulder. He could understand the other man's feelings all too well. After all, they kind of witnessed a miracle together. What's more, Sun Chang is basically a researcher in this field. How can you not be excited now that your dream has come true? It's not just Sun Xingji. Zhou Weiman, Li Daiyou, Zhao Kongping, as well as the experts in the nuclear field present, all had some red eyes at the moment. They could all understand Sun Qingji's feelings. It was even tempting to let out a cry just like the other guy. I didn't realize that we had actually built controlled fusion. Yeah, if we hadn't come here, it would have taken at least 100 years of research just by ourselves. Controlled fusion with a reaction share of 100%. 100 years is probably not enough time. It's horrible. If I hadn't witnessed this with my own eyes, I would never have believed that controlled nuclear fusion could still be possible. It's not easy enough for controlled fusion to be made. If this gets out, the crowd thought. The mind is restrained and excited. At the same time, they know just how much the completion of the construction of this controlled fusion will mean to the rabbits. This is a different time. Looking at the controlled fusion that had been built and was beginning to send power toward the entire military region, Wang Lian's eyes were excited. From today, oh no, from now on, the rabbit has risen completely. From now on, no one will be able to surpass the rabbit in either the technological level or the energy technology, truly leading the world. His whole body was trembling with excitement as he said this. He served in the military for many years and followed the troops through the toughest of times. Not very tech-savvy though. But from the crowd, it also became clear how significant this controlled fusion really is for rabbits. With controlled fusion, it's almost the equivalent of having an endless supply of energy. And with energy, the level of technology in all fields goes up a whole lot. One of the most affected is, naturally, the defense business. There's a near-endless supply of energy to back it up. The rabbit's defense will be stronger than ever. Not to mention, rabbits also crushed Eagle Jam and a bunch of other countries by destroying them at the military competition just now. Plus this controlled fusion, Bunny has truly reached the world's #1 level in all aspects of the game this time around. So listening to Wang Lian's words, the crowd was also excited. But they didn't forget. They don't get the main credit for making this controlled fusion. Rather, in that young man, little comrade Lu Feng. It's really thanks to you this time. That's right. Without you, this project would never have been established. And it's not known how long it would have taken for controlled nuclear fusion to be introduced. They say we're here to give you a hand. But for this controlled fusion build, not only did you get giant engineering machines to replace the labor, but you also took care of the circuitry upgrades without us knowing about it. Seriously, I feel like all of us combined contribute less than 1% within this project. It's still true. The crowd was talking. The eyes that looked at Lu Feng had nothing but admiration and respect. Everyone is too kind. Hearing the words of the crowd, Lu Feng smiled and shook his head. As the saying goes, one man can't gather wood for a fire, but all men can gather wood for a fire. Without everyone's help, this project would never have ended so easily. He was humble enough not to take credit for it all on his own. And listen to his words. The crowd was a little embarrassed. At the same time, he also developed a great fondness for the young man in front of him. Just as the crowd was about to open their mouths again, suddenly, the sound of the intelligence system beeper sounded again. Current total reactor energy electrical energy value, 100 million kilowatt-hours. Chapter 149. The Navy must also be refitted and upgraded. Current total reactor energy power value, 100 million kilowatt-hours. The prompting voice of the intelligence system suddenly sounded. The crowd, who were still excited, emotional, or wanted to talk more with Lu Feng, froze in unison. It was as if they had heard something amazing. Everyone's expression, gradually stagnant. What did I just hear? 100 million kilowatt-hours of electricity? You heard it too? Then what I just had wasn't a hallucination. It might as well be a hallucination. 100 million kilowatt-hours. This machine isn't going to malfunction. It's not really accurate. Even though it says it's controlled fusion, the capacity isn't that efficient. No. We have overlooked the most important point. The elemental reaction of this controlled fusion reactor is at 100%. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up. Follow closely. The crowd, who had originally wondered if there was a problem with this intelligence system, froze. Controlled fusion reactors are definitely not that efficient in terms of capacity if you go by normal projections. After all, from the beginning until now, the crowd had only filled the controlled fusion reactor with a load of seawater. But how can a truckload of seawater give off so much power? It's still true. Some people suddenly associated it with the fact that this controlled fusion reactor of Lu Feng's was completely different from the one they used for their experiments. The reaction duty cycle is more than 3 times the theoretical limit. Capacity naturally has to be doubled. And doubled hard. 100 million kilowatt-hours. Wang Lian repeated the number under his breath, his eyes gradually widening. It actually produced 100 million kilowatt-hours of electricity in a short period of time. That's enough electricity to power a city of 3 to 4 million people for a full year. After doing some calculations in his mind, Wang Lian's entire body was shocked. How long has it been since the official launch of controlled fusion? 5 minutes? That's a lot of power output for 5 minutes. You should know that the Three Gorges Dam, which was designed independently by rabbits, only has a power output of about 200 million a day, 100 million kilowatt hours of electricity. On the other hand, would take a full half day. And what about controlled fusion reactors? It only takes 5 minutes. That's not even the main thing. The main thing is the cost. For the cost of 100 million kilowatt hours, it would only take a truckload of seawater. Wang Lisan was shocked beyond belief. Chen Yiming, who was on the side, was equally wide-eyed after reacting. Before that he had little idea of the figure of 100 million kilowatt hours, but after hearing Wang Lian's complaint, his whole body exploded. 1 carload of seawater is 100 million kilowatt hours. 100 carloads is 10 billion. How much seawater is there? Chen Yiming frantically calculated in his mind. It's endless. The oceans cover a full 71% of the landmass of the blue planet. It's perfectly fine to say it's a water balloon. For humans, seawater is an almost endless resource. How much power does this have to produce? Chen Yiming's scalp went numb and his entire body exploded. Only now did it become clear to him just how terrifying this controlled fusion could be. It's still built in a military area. If it's built on the beach, or get a water delivery pipe from the beach and connect it directly to controlled fusion here, wouldn't that be able to generate electricity endlessly? Just as he was racking his brain, frantically calculating, Lu Feng, who was on the side, shook his head and let out a slow sigh after hearing this prompt from the intelligence system. I can't believe it's only 100 million kilowatt hours. TSK. There's a lot of room for improvement. His voice was soft, like he was talking to himself, but when it reached the ears of the crowd, it was like a thunderbolt. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the young figure on the operating table. Seriously, if I hadn't followed Comrade Xiao Lu's work for so long, I would have suspected that he had a brain problem. Indeed, for anyone else, I'd be ready to contact a psychiatric hospital right now. A car of seawater. 5 minutes to produce 100 million kilowatt hours is not enough. What exactly does Comrade Xiao Lu want to do? It is hard to believe that he really wants to make an endless energy out. Young man, terrifying as hell. The crowd was talking. Although Lu Feng had given them many shocks during this period of time, but in the face of let them shocked controlled nuclear fusion, Lu Feng at this time to show the attitude but called the crowd for a time to say nothing. The reaction is 100%. With a 5-minute output of 100 million kilowatt hours of controlled fusion, regardless of the country, it is definitely a strategic national key industry, something very highly valued, even protected by the military. In Lu Feng's eyes, it was still just barely enough. It's too much. They even wanted to peel open Lu Feng's brain to see what kind of stuff this guy was thinking. Just as the controlled fusion construction successfully operated and power output. In the meantime, Naval Command, in an office. Unlikely. It's outrageous. Bang! Naval Commander Deng Jingye slammed the table and looked fiercely at the 2 men in front of him and roared. And the 2 men in front of him were no one else. It was Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang who were called over. You 2 old things, do you still want some face? Ha! With such a great talent, how can you hide it? What? Afraid that our navy is so powerful that we'll take our ships to land and steal your jobs? Is that it? Navy Commander Deng Jingye was furious and cursed. And in front of him, one is the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the other is the Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force. The 2 raised their hands and feet of the army of all parties to shock 3 big figures, but at the moment is a face of sarcasm, was scolded with a grandson like, a sentence do not dare to talk back. See them like this. Navy Commander Deng Jingye was even more incensed. He pointed to the 6th generation on the screen. Tell me, where did this come from? J10 rises up. Lu Guoliang scrunched his neck and whispered. Deng Jingye pointed at the electromagnetic tank on the screen again and looked at Wan Ziyi. What about this? Upgraded from a Type 59 tank. Well. Listening to the 2's reply, Deng Jingye smiled instead of being angry. Why is it that only your army can upgrade its military weapons and we can't? Looking down on our navy, are you? Ha! He waved his big hand and looked at the 2 with a cold smile. Your Generation VIS and EM tanks were upgraded from older equipment, right? Then it will be upgraded. It must be upgraded. Our navy must be refitted and upgraded as well. What your Air Force Army has, our navy must have. Chapter 150 Decision of the Grand Chief. In the office, looking at the 2 people in front of him who were shrinking their heads like quails and not saying a word, the fire in Deng Jingye's heart was getting bigger and bigger. Both of you. He pointed at the 2 men and gritted his teeth. After holding his tongue, he finally sighed. The eyes were full of aggravation. As the head of the Navy, the main duty of the Navy led by Deng Jingye was to defend the security of the rabbit's territorial waters. Stay away from the mainland. It could even be argued that he spends more than half of his year on a boat. Just for the past while, as head of the Navy, he's been busy with a secret mission lately. This mission, which concerns the security of the rabbit's territorial waters, is strictly classified. So in the meantime, as head of the Navy he also turned in his cell phone and cut off all means of communication with the outside world. It was not until a few days ago that the mission was completed with an honorable return. As head of the Navy, although the Navy was not among the programs of the military competition, he was quite curious about the competition as well. After all, the outcome of the competition is a matter of the entire world pattern. So at the first opportunity, he started inquiring to find out. When he learned that his country had won the military competition this time by crushing a bunch of countries like Eagle Jam, can't tell you how happy I am. But happy as he was also wondering, why did your own country beat Hawksbane, although being a Chinese, and a senior general of China? But he was never blind and had a deep knowledge of the military power of the rabbits. Until the documentary on the military race aired the other day, watching video clips of this, EM tanks, and even mech tanks, Deng Jingye completely blows up. It wasn't just him, the entire Navy department was dumbfounded. Though the three armies are of the same rabbit, but for so many years, the three armies have been fighting in secret. After all, without comparison, there's no motivation, is there? Originally, the gap between everyone's strengths wasn't very big, the kind where you're stronger than me for a year and I'm overpowering you for a while. But what Deng Jingye did not expect is, the Air Force has gone so far as to build a sixth-generation aircraft without saying a word. The Army also made a corresponding EM tank and even got a ING mech out of it. Upon seeing the promos, these sci-fi yet powerful military weapons, Deng Jingye's scalp exploded. On the basis of what? It's only been a few months since I went on this mission myself, and you guys have come up with all this stuff? Disgruntled, he immediately began to inquire. Soon, word came through that the Air Force and Army had found a super genius. These Generation 6 machines, electromagnetic tanks and even mechs are all from this super genius. Even, this super genius or the Air Force found it first and recommended it to the Army. After hearing these messages, Deng Jingye immediately had a feeling of being betrayed. What do you mean? All three armies are serving the country, and as a result, you two brothers kicked me out? Don't play like that. The more Deng Jingye thought about it, the angrier he became, so he simply called both Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang over, straight up spraying, fine, you got a super genius and ended up upgrading the weapons of your two armies, regardless of our Navy? What do you mean? Your Air Force and Army are the ones born to your own mother and we in the Navy are the ones raised by our stepmother? Especially you, he said, pointing at Lu Guoliang. I heard that this super genius was still discovered by your Air Force first, and then you recommended it to Wan Ziyi? Why don't you recommend it to our Navy? Did our Navy offend you? Not. Lu Guoliang scrunched his neck and said, this is not to participate in the military competition, and your Navy is not in the competition program, so if I don't find you guys, you're still going to hide it from me? Deng Jingye sneered. Look at the look on his face. Both men were terrified. I didn't expect the usually gentle-looking Deng Jingye to be so angry over such a matter. The two men scrunched their necks, not knowing what to say for a moment. The atmosphere of the entire office, for a moment, fell into dead silence. Actually, it's not our fault. Just then, Wan Ziyi opened his mouth with a sardonic expression. It was an order from the great chief, and it was his old man who asked us to keep it a secret. Grand Chief? Upon hearing this name, Deng Jingye froze for a moment. The big chiefs have asked for secrecy, so doesn't that mean that this super genius, even the big chief is quite high on it? The thought of it was more than he could bear. Alright then, you guys come with me to see the big chief. With that, he directly yanked up the two men, intending to go and seek justice. Sure, nor was his purpose simply to seek justice. Deng Jingye's purpose was to see just how powerful this legendary super genius was, that he could be valued so highly by the Grand Chief. In other words, it would be nice if the Great Chief ordered that super genius to follow suit and upgrade the Navy's equipment. Seeing Deng Jingye's anger, the two of them, Lu Guoliang and Wan Ziyi, didn't dare to refute, followed closely by the big chief, the orderly informed, and soon the gate was open. As soon as he came in, Deng Jingye complained to the big chief in a very aggravated manner. Well, don't be too anxious, and don't blame the two of them, I did order this secrecy. There was a military competition a while back, and the outcome would have affected the whole international direction, so they had a much bigger task, and it's only been less than half a year since this comrade Lu joined the military region, and he's boosted our country's military-industrial strength by dozens of times. This kind of genius must be strictly protected. You can understand, right? Dozens of times? Listening to the great chief, Deng Jingye's eyes widened. After reacting, he hastened to show that he understood. See that he is pacified. The great chief also looked at the three. You guys came just in time. I was planning to find you guys to discuss whether or not to raise Comrade Xiaolu's authority a bit. Raise the privilege? The three men froze in unison. Immediately afterward, the big chief explained, It's just an elevation of authority in the area of scientific research. From now on, when it comes to the field of scientific research, Comrade Xiao Lu's orders will be equivalent to mine. When he has a need, the major departments must cooperate unconditionally, and when he gives orders, all departments must obey unconditionally. Make sure you have a good supply of all kinds of resources, as well as technical support. The big chief's words were so strong that he didn't look like he was joking at all. And listen to his words. Wan Ziyi's trio is even more confused. Equivalent to the great chief. It's the first one since the rabbits started, but as shocked as the crowd was, they also immediately made themselves known. I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. After all, this was a genius figure who had been able to increase the rabbits' military-industrial strength by tens of times in just half a year. You don't get one in a million years. If it's not cherished again, that would be a real cutie. Oh, yeah. Chapter 151. Meet this super genius. Confronted with the advice of the great chief, the three Deng Jingye nodded in agreement. During the 6 months we spent together, I did see extraordinary scientific research ability in Comrade Xiao Lu. Not only scientific research, but he also very much possesses the spirit of innovation. That's right. Who would have thought that the 6th generation aircraft we have on the military competition circuit would have been converted from the retired J-10, and that the electromagnetic tanks and mech tanks, the prototypes of which are the Type 59 tanks that have begun to be gradually retired. Boy, something from the last century that turned out to have a second life in his hands? Don't even think about it. Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang sang in unison, expressing their approval for the big chief's proposal. On top of that, Comrade Xiao Lu is absolutely top-notch in terms of efficiency. Can you imagine? It only took him less than a month to transform the J-10 into a 6th generation aircraft, and the electromagnetic tanks, which also took only a short time. Other than that about the superparticle collider and whatnot, I think Lu Feng deserves the rights you've given him anyway, Wan Ziyi said with a serious face. Lu Guoliang, who was on the side, similarly nodded in affirmation. While listening to the two of them, Tang Jingye's face gradually became odd. Well, you guys are so familiar with this super genius called Lu Feng, you just won't introduce me, right? What with the Generation 6, the EM tanks, the mech tanks, the hypergolic particle colliders? Deng Jingye thought sourly, but all the same, it was an endorsement of the big chief's suggestion. Watch the reaction of the three. The Grand Chief nodded in satisfaction. The reason why the three were called over was because they were the people in the army who were most familiar with Lu Feng. As for Lu Feng's character, the style of doing things, Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang should also be the most knowledgeable in the military region. Seeing them all agree, there were no other concerns left in the mind of the great chief, and he directly slapped the matter down. Well, with that matter out of the way, next is business, he said, propping his elbows on the tabletop, his face growing serious. Remember I mentioned to you earlier about the Joint Global Council next year? Remember. The three nodded in unison, and their expressions grew serious. This is a big deal. This military competition. Our country took first place, which means that from now on, we have the qualifications to compete for the position of Joint Council President. So next, you have a heavy, very heavy task ahead of you. This position of President of the Joint Council. It's pretty important no matter what country it's for. Having this position is truly dominating the international scene. Previously, this position, which had been held by Eagle Sauce, naturally, it's because of their perennial domination of first place in military competitions. And now, the title of laureate of the military competition went to the rabbit. This position, naturally, should be fought over as well. To compete for this position, the most important thing is to have the military power that can look down on all countries, as well as diplomacy. The latter, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is now working on, and the task of military strength is going to fall on your shoulders, the Grand Chief said, looking to the three. Starting today, the number of armaments and weapons equipped for all the military branches under your responsibility must be increased. There's no cap on this increase. Build me as many as you can. Understood. The three agreed in unison. In fact, no amount of diplomacy can outweigh the strength of military power. If the rabbit was strong enough, even if the rabbit didn't go for the position of council president, other countries would give it up. That's why truth is always only within the range of a cannon. Fire is justice. You can never go wrong with those two sentences. And listening to the words of the Grand Chief, the three commanders also felt the determination from each other. There were nods of agreement. As for how to produce, naturally, it was given to Lu Feng. The current assembly lines for the rabbit's most advanced fighters and tanks could all be in Lu Feng's hands. Just at that previous rate, by the time we start running for the position of council president next year, the amount of these armaments will have doubled several times over. Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang swore, but Deng Jingye, on the other hand, is a little sad. Great Chief, Both of their armies are equipped with the latest in weaponry and are making their mark in international tournaments. We don't have one in the Navy. All this time, research on naval equipment has been stagnant, and the military weapons used are still a decade, if not decades, old. That isn't fair. Thinking of the purpose of coming to the Great Chief this time, Tang Jingye immediately became a bit aggravated and complained to the Great Chief. I'd like to apply to the Army and Air Force side to borrow that Comrade Lu for a while. At least help us upgrade our Navy's weapons. We can't be the one dragging our feet. The faces of Lu Guoliang and Wan Ziyi, who were on the sidelines, instantly became a bit odd, and listening to Deng Jingye's claims. For his part, the Grand Chief nodded. That's really what happened. Deng Jingye's face was delighted. But this matter, you have to personally go to find Comrade Xiao Lu to discuss, in addition to your previous set of style put up, not to force people, got it? Understood. Deng Jingye nodded. It didn't accomplish its purpose directly, but at the very least it opened a can of worms. But, how do I have to reach out to the other side? Deng Jingye thought and silently looked at the duo of Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang. Feeling his gaze, one of the two looked at the sky, the other at the ground. Who was it that called us names? Just as the crowd was at a standstill. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the room. Immediately following after a signal from the Grand Master, the guards walked in. Reporting to the chief, the Ministry of Military Industry called and said they have something important to report. The Ministry of Military Industry? Upon hearing this, the Grand Chief glanced at Wan Ziyi on the side, then spoke. Connect in. Yes. The call from the mic was quickly patched in. It was followed by an excited voice, which rang out from the receiver. Chief, this is the Military Engineering Department of the Southern Military Region. Just yesterday, we managed to make a controlled fusion reactor out of it, and with the help of Comrade Lu Feng, this controlled fusion reactor has successfully begun to operate at capacity. Hearing the other party's excited voice, the three commanders as well as the Grand Chiefs present were instantly dumbfounded. Controlled fusion. Produced? Are you sure it's a controlled fusion reactor? Sure. Now that we have electricity from controlled fusion reactors in our military engineering department. Hiss. Hear that? The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. You made it yesterday and used it today? What kind of divine speed is this? After a short silence, the big chief suddenly looked up. Arrange a trip for me. I'm going to personally go to the southern military region to meet this super genius. Chapter 152. How much the cost of construction? How much the labor costs? The great chief himself made the decision, and the people did not dare to delay. The guards immediately began to organize the trip. Special cars, special planes are ready, then rushed to Xiang province from the capital in great numbers. And in the meantime, Southern Theater, Ministry of Military Industry, unbeknownst to all, a guest was about to arrive. At this time in front of the uncontrolled fusion reactor, Sun Chengji and others remained on guard. Comrade Lu, Sun Lao and the others just stood from last night until now? Wang Lian looked at the trembling figures with a somewhat odd expression. Yeah, no amount of persuasion is going to make it go away. Lu Feng was similarly distressed. Sun Qingji, Li Daiyou, Zhao Kongping, Zhou Weimin. Which one isn't a grandpa in his old age? Even the group of experts in the nuclear field that Sun Qingji brought with him, the youngest were in their 40s and close to 50. This night stood. Young people can't handle it, let alone these old people. Standing like this again, sooner or later something will happen. Forget it, I will go and persuade it again. Lu Feng sighed and shook his head as he walked over. Elder son, this controlled fusion reactor has gone through my debugging. There will definitely not be any problems. It's better for you few to go back and rest first. Sun Chengji looked at him and nodded, and then remained where he stood, not moving his feet a bit. You're right, but I'm not changing. Lu Feng froze for a moment and turned his head to start persuading people like Li Daiyou and Zhao Kongping. But what he didn't expect was that these guys had the same reaction as Sun Chengji, not to mention all those experts in the nuclear field behind them. Directly ignoring Lu Feng, he just stared dead at the reactor not far away. This is useless for you guys to stand here even if there is really an accident. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched, not to mention that there will be no accidents with this reactor. And even if there is an accident, you can stop it from happening just by standing here? Superman came and couldn't stop it. Forget it. Seeing that the crowd was so insistent, Lu Feng didn't try to persuade them anymore. Yawning, he instructed Wang Lian, turned his head and went back to his room to rest. Controlled fusion has been tested since last night. He could be sleepy. Witnessing Lu Feng leaving, a crisp cell phone ringtone suddenly came out from the crowd of people. Ding 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 ding. In the crowd, Song Guoming leisurely slowed down and pulled out his cell phone to take a look. On the call screen, the caller is Commander 1. Why is Commander 1 calling me at this hour? Thinking, he picked up the phone. Commander 1. Well, Guoming, I'm in the capital now. You guys hurry up and get ready. The big chief will be arriving in a few minutes. Big chief? Hearing those 3 words, Song Guoming suddenly screamed. Although in the military region, Song Guoming has been very high, but that's a big chief. Even he was a character that he didn't see a few times a year. Also the scream of his. Straight away, the crowd's attention was drawn to all of them. Fine. I know. I'll get ready. Song Guoming hung up the phone and planned to leave. On the side, Wang Lian was asking, Political Commissar Song, what happened? What happened to the big chief? The big chief is coming. Song Guoming had a serious face. Just now Commander 1 called me, saying that the great chief is already on his way, and asked me to hurry up and get ready. What? Wang Lian was also viciously shocked. Go, I'm going to help you. It's a big deal. After saying that, the 2 of them left at a brisk pace, and the conversation between the 2 just now was heard clearly by the crowd in front of the controlled fusion reactor. The crowd looked at each other with disbelief. The big chief is coming here? The crowd that was originally sleepless because of their excitement. This made it even more difficult to sleep. All martial law. From now on, increase patrols, all soldiers stop training and enter a state of emergency. Remember, from today onward, you can't let anyone who doesn't belong to the military district come half a step closer to this place. Go back. Song Guoming immediately began to give orders. Organize all the soldiers that can be mobilized in the current military region. Rotate the watch and enter a state of emergency. It's not because of anything else. It's because the big chief will be here soon. If the big chief has an accident in his own place, even a hint of an accident, 5 minutes is short of being pulled out and shot yourself. The entire military district immediately went on alert, outside the military zone. But wherever there could be the slightest threat to the personal safety of the great chief, soldiers went to search, make sure there's no danger, then set up a perimeter there. Soon, the next day came. Song Guoming and the others hadn't slept a wink and came to the airport early to wait. Get in shape. The big chief will be here soon. Yes, Wang Lian answered. Hastily, he checked his grooming in the mirror. Then the whole thing stood up straight. Time passed bit by bit, and the crowd didn't dare to be the slightest bit lax. Finally, a transport plane came in from the distance and landed smoothly. The big chief is here. Song Guoming exclaimed in shock and led the crowd to immediately welcome them. Soon, the hatch opened. A man of majesty and solemnity, yet with some amiability, slowly stepped down from the hatch. Song Guoming's crowd immediately went up to greet him, but before they could speak, the Grand Chief immediately asked, "Where is Lu Feng now?" In the meantime, in front of the controlled fusion reactor, looking at Sun Xingji and the others who were still standing in place, Lu Feng had some headaches. Are these people really not sleepy? Can't you listen to me at your age? If you continue to stay up like this, won't it be your own body that's broken? Sun Xingji and the others, on the other hand, acted as if they hadn't seen Lu Feng, still staring deathly at the controlled fusion reactor in front of him. Nearly 2 days had passed since the device had been in operation. For 2 days, the crowd had been staring at the giant device with dead eyes. What makes it hard for them to understand is that the device, surprisingly, was more stable than they had expected. Not only was there not the slightest accident, none of the data on the detectors produced any fluctuations. Unbelievably stable. A few of you, if you keep on staying up like this, your body will really break down. Hurry back and rest. Lu Feng stepped forward to persuade, but Sun Xingji and the others, however, shook their heads decisively. They didn't have the heart to sleep now. But just then, the big chief is here. A low cry came. The crowd froze and turned their heads in a hurry. Immediately after that, he saw the big chief, whom he had only seen on TV before, was walking quickly towards the side surrounded by a crowd of people. Is it really the big chief? My goodness, how many surprises this mic has given me. It still seems to be coming our way. It's getting closer. The crowd was thrilled as they looked at the big chief who was coming this way. You're Lu Feng? The big chief walked over and quickly locked onto Lu Feng. He looked Lu Feng up and down, his expression calm, but there was shock flashing under his eyes. That's too young. This controlled fusion reactor, that's what you made? Exactly. In the face of the big chief's question, Lu Feng nodded his head, breezing through it. Follow closely. The big chief asked a few specialized questions, seeing Lu Feng answering one by one, and in a very natural manner. The Grand Chief was finally convinced that this controlled fusion reactor was produced by the young man in front of him. And there was one more piece of information that the Great Chief gained during the conversation. That is that this reactor is operating, completely normal and very stable. Seeing this, the Big Chief didn't beat around the bush and got right to the point. My purpose in coming to you this time is to purchase the reactor from you on behalf of the country. Don't worry, I've heard all the rules from Wan Ziyi and the others. We'll pay for the manpower and materials, and your labor will be whatever the cost build is this time. Hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. It's a no-brainer to agree. No problem. Chapter 153, can this thing be on the assembly line? No problem. Hearing the big chief's request, Lu Feng didn't hesitate and directly agreed. At the same time he was a little surprised. This controlled fusion reactor was made solely because of the old electrical system and the mic. When the superparticle collider is turned on, the power system of the Ministry of Military Industry often trips because it can't handle it. With controlled fusion reactors and new power systems, this problem can be solved naturally. After that, if Lu Feng wanted to do any more research, it wouldn't be a waste of time due to a power outage. But this stuff sells. It still took him by surprise. What surprised him most was, the Grand Chief had actually promised to give Lu Feng the same labor remuneration as the cost of building a controlled nuclear fusion. To know, previously, when he was modifying the 6th-generation aircraft for the military, electromagnetic tanks and other equipment, he was paid only 20% of the cost of the product for his labor. Now it's flipped straight to 10%. It's a straight quintuple. In front of the temptation of money, Lu Feng simply had no reason not to agree. After all, these are points for nothing. I'll take this mission. Lu Feng nodded his head, then looked at the big chief. May I ask how many controlled fusion reactors you are purchasing? Upon hearing this question, the Grand Chief did not answer directly. Instead, he beckoned. The guard at the side rushed forward and handed over an incomparably fine drawing. Here's a map of the distribution of power hubs across the country. And we don't know much about the extent of the radiation from the power generated by your controlled fusion reactors. Got it. Lu Feng nodded and took the drawings. Only on this drawing, the location of all the rabbits' power hubs is densely recorded. Based on this drawing, Lu Feng began to calculate in his mind just how many controlled fusion reactors would be needed to perfectly cover the entire country. Soon, he came up with an answer. 130 reactors would be enough if we need to cover the whole country. Okay. Listening to Lu Feng's calculations, the great chief did not doubt. The number was written directly on the contract that had been prepared long ago. Lu Feng didn't hesitate either. Take the contract and just sign it. Look at his dry movements. The people around them were a bit dumbfounded. Don't you want to think about it? That's too fast. Did you not even read the contract? And watching him move, the big chief was a little surprised and smiled. Comrade Lu, won't you take a good look at this contract, in case there are any conditions in it that you can't accept? Or what if I put hidden clauses in there that are unfavorable to you? If you act so rashly, you're going to suffer big losses later. Listening to his words, Lu Feng didn't answer immediately. Instead, after signing his name, he closed the contract and handed it to the other party before explaining. Because the offer you made was just too good for me to refuse. There's money to be had, and it strengthens the country. Either way it's good for me. Also as for the hidden clauses you mentioned later, you are here on behalf of your country. If I can't even trust my own country, then who else can I trust? Lu Feng said something extremely frankly. It's like telling something that's well known. And listen to the answer. The Grand Chief also froze slightly. Spinning around, he looked Lu Feng up and down, and after confirming that he wasn't lying, he couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha, yes, looking at it this way, it's me who's low on awareness. It's also a blessing for the country to have a new generation like you. Don't worry, if you trust the country so much, the country certainly can't let you suffer. To Lu Feng's answer, the Grand Chief was very pleased. The people around them were quite emotional as they listened. In the past, this kind of super talent would in all probability go into the arms of foreign countries. Not only because the level of technology abroad is far superior to that of rabbits, but the rewards offered are also very high. Although it is said, rabbits have now caught up with the level of scientific research and the economy. This notion, however, is still affecting a new generation of students. That was why Lu Feng's attitude was invaluable. After a short period of praise, the crowd also returned to business. I've heard that it took a total of 20 days or so to build this controlled fusion reactor now? The big chief looked at Lu Feng. The latter nodded. At that rate then, 130 controlled fusion reactors would take about 6 or 7 years, and that time should be reduced to about 5 or 6 years if resources are coordinated in advance. The big chief estimated in his mind, rather emotionally. 5 or 6 years for all of our country to use controlled nuclear fusion. It's simply divine. This answer was given by the Grand Chief using the speed of Lu Feng's construction of controlled fusion as opposed to the construction time of other defense fortifications. Most defense fortifications, the construction period is not short. They are usually around 2 or 3 years old, with the shortest being no less than a year. The main thing is that those defense fortifications usually just build one. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was now building 130 of them. If it only took 5 or 6 years, it was indeed a godsend. Hearing that conclusion, on the side, Sun Qingji and the others were equally excited. They didn't expect to see a real controlled fusion reactor in their lifetime, and they are expected to see controlled fusion reactors covering the whole country. It looks like it's going to take a while to get well in this next period of time, Sun Qingji said with a smile. I strive to witness the great changes in our nation's energy industry in my lifetime. Listen to his words. The surrounding experts in the nuclear field, as well as Zhou Weiman, Li Daiyou and the others also nodded their heads with great approval. Although the crowd is still considered old and strong now, but they have now reached the stage of advanced age. As time went on, the body deteriorated. If you don't take care of your health, it's kinda up in the air. But just then, after hearing the big chief's prediction, Lu Feng, however, did not express his approval, just a slow shake of his head. Are you kidding me? 5 or 6 years is enough time to cover the globe. It's just 130 controlled fusion reactors. 5 months tops. What? The crowd, who were originally excited and emotional, were dumbfounded when they heard Lu Feng's words. 5 months? What an international joke. While you build controlled fusion reactors fast, 5 months. I guess we can only do it to cover Xiang province, right? The great chief was equally shocked. Rabbits are such a large country that 5 or 6 years is counting down the clock. But looking at Lu Feng's confident appearance, for a moment, the big chief was at a loss as to how to retort. Comrade Lu, building 130 controlled fusion reactors in 5 or 6 months. Are you sure you're serious? Sure. In the face of the big chief's question, Lu Feng nodded. If the assembly line is unified to make the core parts and the basic construction is done at the same time, it is estimated that 5 months won't even be used. Nuclear fusion on the assembly line? Hearing Lu Feng's solution, the crowd was collectively dumbfounded. Is this thing assembly line capable? Chapter 154, The Golden Crow Project. Core components of a controlled fusion reactor. Is it also capable of being manufactured on an assembly line? Listening to Lu Feng's solution, everyone was dumbfounded, because in their minds, a controlled fusion reactor is a pretty sophisticated thing, and any little mistake can have endless horrific consequences, so be very careful when making them. But Lu Feng wants to put the most core components of controlled fusion into the assembly line? Comrade Xiao Lu, will this not be too good? On the side, Sun Qingji whispered, the production of the assembly line is not compared to manual labor. In case of a small error, the consequences are you and I cannot afford. Yeah, why don't we slow down and take our time? 5 or 6 years is a short time compared to how long it took for our rabbits to develop before. There's no rush for major changes. People around them also came up and suggested. While facing the suggestions of the crowd, Lu Feng shook his head. The assembly line I'm talking about may not be quite the same as the one you understand. I'm building an assembly line dedicated to the production of core components for controlled fusion reactors. Its precision and accuracy, naturally, are of the highest order. As for what you say about handmade, they say that people make mistakes. So how can you guarantee that handmade core components won't make mistakes? Lu Feng argued without giving way. But the crowd couldn't believe Lu Feng's claim for a while. For a while, both sides were at a standstill. And just then, okay, listen to me for a second. The Grand Chief suddenly spoke, drawing the attention of the crowd directly to him. It's said that you can't use a doubtful person without a doubt. Since we chose Comrade Xiao Lu, we have to trust him. With that, he pulled a cell phone out of his pocket. It's a very old-styled cell phone, kind of like an old man's phone from decades ago. But this phone was well cared for and looked like new. The big chief took this cell phone and handed it to Lu Feng. I've opened up all military access for you. This cell phone, from now on, is the way you'll use to contact and command the various military departments, as well as the research departments. As long as the calls made from the cell phone and the instructions sent out, whether manpower or supplies, can be supplied unconditionally and unlimitedly, and if there are problems that can't be solved, you can also use the cell phone to contact me directly without call blocking. Listen to the words of the great chief. The people present were instantly stunned. The great chief had actually opened up such a great privilege for Lu Feng? Unconditional, unlimited supply. Even Li Daiyou, or Zhou Weiman's and other people's research institutes don't have this right. Keep in mind that their 6th generation aircraft, as well as nuclear energy research, is a national priority. Even so, they have to go through layers of approval when applying for supplies and support. And this cell phone that the big chief pulled out was the key to being able to cross those thresholds and give orders to everyone. The crowd was envious for a while, and Lu Feng took the cell phone and nodded. Thank you, Chief. You're welcome. You're the future of our country. The great chief laughed. After chatting some more about the outlook after the controlled fusion reactor covered the country, the Grand Chief simply left. Send off the big chief. The crowd looked at Lu Feng, who was fiddling with that old man's machine, with somewhat complicated eyes. According to the big chief, with this cell phone, Lu Feng's status in the field of scientific research was already the same as that of a great chief. That is to say, their previous argument was directly invalidated. Well, without further delay, let's go and study the engineering program for deploying nuclear fusion across the country. After fiddling with his cell phone for a while, Lu Feng said to the crowd, the congregation is not self-evident. Soon, Sun Qingji, Li Daiyou, Zhao Kongping, Zhou Weiman, as well as a group of experts in the nuclear field, plus Wang Lian and other military personnel, gathered in a large conference room. Lu Feng stood at the front, clutching a marker. After some consideration, he wrote a large line on the whiteboard. Golden Crow Program. In ancient mythology, the sun was transformed from the Jade Emperor's sun, the Golden Crow, and another designation for controlled fusion is artificial sun. I named it after this one, with the intention of spreading this artificial sun all over the country, and that time is limited to 5 months. 5 months to make controlled fusion available to all of China. Listening to Lu Feng's words, the crowd in the room was thrilled. 5 months to get controlled fusion coverage across the country. This is a massive project of unprecedented proportions. It's also a huge change that has never been seen before. 5 months. Although the crowd did not dare to believe it, but looking at the way Lu Feng swore, the crowd also had to believe it. 5 months to achieve national coverage of controlled fusion sounds like a miracle. But during these 6 months together, were there fewer miracles created by Lu Feng? He is, in himself, a miracle. The engineering program was formulated, followed closely by Lu Feng marking the locations of each of the 130 controllable fusion reactors on the power hub map. The assembly line dedicated to the production of core components for controlled fusion began preparations. At the same time, Lu Feng had created an assembly line specialized in making giant engineering machines. Huge batches of giant engineering machines were produced and shipped all over the country. Various materials were also prepared quickly at his command. A fusion power station, rising out of the ground. The speed is jaw-dropping. Finally on track. In the office, looking at the happy reports coming in from all sides, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Now the Golden Crow program basically do not need him to participate. Giant engineering machines build prototypes, and core components are installed by experts in the nuclear field. It was stable and efficient, so much so that Lu Feng could now be a complete handful. He wasn't going to rest, though. The army side is talking about raising the order quantity and ordering a large number of mech tanks. It's time to get started after dragging it out for so long, Lu Feng said, once again returning to the long-lost laboratory. With the energy supply from the fusion reactor, the hypergolic particle collider is now ready to fire. Just 1 month. He then manufactured and lived 50 brand new mech tanks. Wan Ziyi was shocked at this speed, while Lu Feng wasn't very satisfied. Should we speed up the production line to fulfill the order early? Just as he was considering it, Chen Yiming suddenly came. Comrade Xiao Lu, our military engineering department has recently developed a brand new single soldier exoskeleton device, which is now on display. Do you have time to visit? A one-man exoskeleton device? Hearing this name, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Go! Chapter 155. Does this deserve to be called an exoskeleton device? An exoskeleton device? That's good stuff. Is the research capability of the Ministry of Military Industry now already this strong? Lu Feng was a bit surprised, but more than that, he was happy. The level of scientific research in the Ministry of Military Industry comes up, which means that more military equipment and devices can be produced. With good military equipment, the total level of rabbit forces goes up, and having good equipment also facilitates future research endeavors. So on any level, this is definitely a good thing. Okay, we'll go now. Lu Feng opened his mouth. Call Elder Li and Elder Lin and the others as well. Let's visit together. No problem. Chen Yiming was full of promise, followed closely by Finding Li Dao, Zhao Kongping, and Lin Zifu. The crowd, along with Lu Feng, followed Chen Yiming to the Warfighter Research and Development Laboratory of the Ministry of Military Industry. We're still a ways away from the R&D lab, so let me introduce a few of you to this one-man exoskeleton device of ours. Sitting in the car, Chen Yiming looked at the crowd rather excitedly. This one-man exoskeleton device, but there is no Lu Feng and other people involved. Completely by the Ministry of Military Industry Independent Research and Development. Produced. The gold content naturally goes without saying. Most of all, it is the role it can play on the battlefield. Just thinking about this made Chen Yiming very proud. This one-man exoskeleton device, we developed it specifically for use by Army Special Forces. This device is made of metal build throughout, which is equipped with an intelligent chip that can adapt to the soldier's movements and commands in various degrees. On top of that, it can be somewhat protective of the human body. Chen Yiming spoke at length. He had listed over a dozen benefits alone about this one-man exoskeleton device. It was very satisfying to hear Li Diwo and the others. This effect definitely sounds like it could boost the strength of our nation's army soldiers by several times. Not bad, not good. I didn't realize that our research department had this level of research and development. I'm looking forward to hearing about it. A few of the nationalists were very supportive, but a few people didn't tell lies. After all, man-portable exoskeleton devices have always been a fantasy among the military, because the human body is complex and diverse. Trying to perfectly fit soldiers of all shapes and sizes would have been a difficult task, not to mention the fact that the user's strength, Physical ability and all aspects of functionality are increased through this one-man exoskeleton device. There are many aspects involved. A little inattention can backfire. However, listening to Chen Yiming's introduction, the effects of this equipment were still quite good. Even Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction as he listened. Seeing the big boys was very satisfying. Chen Yiming also grew more and more excited. Soon the vehicle arrived at the Warfighter R&D lab. Here we are. The one-man exoskeleton unit is inside for the exhibit, so a few of you should follow me in. Lu Feng and the others were self-evident, followed Chen Yiming out of the car and into the R&D lab. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Feng saw a familiar figure. Captain Li? Lu Feng looked at Lian not far away with some surprise and greeted him. The other party had also spotted Lu Feng and came over in 3 steps. Comrade Lu. Liam was thrilled. On the last military competition field, he had made a name for himself by relying on the high-vibration particle knife invented by Lu Feng. Not only did they take the game, but they even almost scared the piss out of the Eagle Jam players. Why is Captain Li here as well? Are you here for technical guidance as well? Lu Feng was a bit puzzled. Instead, listening to his words, Liam shook his head. No way. It's Officer Chen who asked me to come here to take charge of this test of the man-portable exoskeleton device. Hear this. Lu Feng suddenly realized. Indeed. You can't tell if a one-man exoskeleton device is good or not just by displaying it. It has to be tested. The first to be equipped with this device were the special forces, so it makes perfect sense for Li Yan to conduct the test. The crowd waited a little while on the field while Li Yan was tugging on Lu Feng to talk in detail about that day's military competition several times. Finally, coming, Chen Yiming suddenly spoke out, standing up excitedly. The crowd followed his line of sight. A staff member of the R&D lab was seen walking quickly towards the side with a box. There was no doubt that the case contained a one-man exoskeleton device. The crowd rose in a hurry. Immediately after that, he saw the staff member, excitedly opening the box and taking out a device that looked like a metal frame from inside. This is a one-man exoskeleton device? Looking at what was in front of him, Li Dayo let out a sigh of admiration and reached out to take it. This is very lightweight, and it also covers all the joints and important parts of the human body, which can provide protection as well as correct the soldier's fighting movements. Exactly. Lin Zefu on the side also nodded in satisfaction. This exoskeleton device is lighter than I thought it would be. Indeed. Several other state officials, naturally, were in awe, and listening to the crowd's conversation, Lu Feng became more and more curious. Walking into the crowd to take a look, he ended up freezing his entire body. Looking at the single soldier exoskeleton device placed in front of the crowd, Lu Feng suddenly had a slot he wanted to spit. You call this stuff advanced equipment? Isn't that a bit less advanced? But Lu Feng didn't say anything after all. The crowd around them was so excited that they were embarrassed to spoil the fun themselves. The main thing was that this equipment was only on display right now, and the specific effects would have to be seen by wearing it. What if people have some kind of black technology inside? Thinking about it, Lu Feng was silent. Okay, start dressing and get ready for the test. Just then, Chen Yiming suddenly spoke. Liam cooperated by walking over and raising his hands. Immediately following that, he saw Chen Yiming and the staff member from earlier, each picking up a part of this single soldier exoskeleton device and starting to wear it on Lian's body. From arms, to thighs, then torso. What seemed like a very simple process went on for 10 minutes in a row before it was over. The two of them were so busy with their hands and feet that Lu Feng couldn't bear to look at them. Well, the next step is to test. After ascertaining that there was nothing wrong with the wear, Chen Yiming announced the start of the test program. First free movement, then punches and kicks, fighting arts, one test after another. Liam spoke with a sweaty head. This thing is really good. I feel like my combat power after wearing it is at least twice what I had before. Li Dayo and the others did not even mince words of praise. Double the combat power. Then the most basic purpose has all been achieved. There's also this metal case, which looks heavy but is unexpectedly lightweight and protective. I didn't realize there was a motion correction function. Is this the effect of the smart chip inside? Not bad, not bad. Your R&D lab has a high level of scientific research. As he listened to the crowd's incessant compliments, Lu Feng's face gradually became odd, until finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and spoke directly. You call this a one-man exoskeleton device? Chapter 156, this is the best in the world? You call this a one-man exoskeleton? Lu Feng couldn't stand it and opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but extremely abrupt, especially amongst the compliments from people like Li Dayo. It even stung a bit. The crowd subconsciously froze. Following the voice, the crowd saw Lu Feng, who shook his head inside with a helpless face. Lu, are you dissatisfied with this exoskeleton device? Li Dayo came over and asked in a small voice. Lu Feng just nodded and didn't say anything, and watching his reaction, the crowd was at a loss for words for a moment. In their opinion, it was already considered to be a very powerful one-man exoskeleton device. In Lu Feng's mouth, it was so difficult to speak. The atmosphere of the entire R&D lab immediately dropped to freezing point, and a bit of emotion was born in the hearts of the staff on the sidelines. After all, for this one-man exoskeleton device, their entire team had worked night and day for who knows how long to come up with this finished product. How can they take it honestly when they're being told that now? However, he looked at the several state officials who were all silent around him, and then he looked at Lu Feng. The fire in his heart was more than half gone. Controlled fusion reactor power supply is indispensable for this one-man exoskeleton device to be researched. The young man in front of him is the one who led a group of nationalists as well as scientific research gurus to develop the controlled fusion reactor. There are also Generation 6 machines, electromagnetic tanks, and mech tanks. Not to mention, the big chiefs had just greeted them a while back. In the field of scientific research, Lu Feng's status was the same as that of a great chief. With this in mind, the dissatisfaction in this staff member's heart dissipated into thin air. Still, he spoke in a whisper. This exoskeleton device was developed to be at the top of the world. No other country has it yet. Hearing him complain in a small voice, the corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched. Just this, and a world leader? No other country has one. So how wasted must they be? Sighing, Lu Feng looked at Chen Yiming. Please go ahead and take this exoskeleton down to my lab. After saying that, he swept a glance at Li Dayo and the others, as well as that staff member. Slowly, he said, let's show you what a real exoskeleton is. This statement was made. Everyone was quiet at once. Real exoskeletons. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Following closely behind, Chen Yiming also got excited. Don't worry. No problem. After expressing this, Chen Yiming immediately transformed into a dog's leg. Coming behind Liam, he quickly dismantled the exoskeleton on his body. You come and help too. Chen Yiming's hands were busy dismantling it, and he said to the staff at the side. A staff member on the sideline sighed at the sight, somewhat reluctantly. However, when he thought of the big chief's command earlier, he froze and suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. Very helplessly, he went up and helped Chen Yiming disassemble the exoskeleton device on Lian. This thing is slow to put on and even slower to take apart. The two of them moved carefully, afraid of accidents. A full 20 minutes, nearly half an hour later, the one-man exoskeleton unit was only removed and placed back into the case. Chen Yiming held the box and handed it to Lu Feng. Looking at the exoskeleton device in the box, Lu Feng was filled with disgust. Just holding it in his hand made him feel like it wasn't good. Li Dayo and the others boasted about the lightness of this thing, but Lu Feng felt like an extra pile of iron when he held it in his hand. Dead weight, not to mention defense. Just a few pieces of tin to protect the vital parts? What do you think the enemy's armor-piercing bullets are for? Not to mention other issues. Testing it for a while, more than half of the energy in it was consumed. The longevity of this thing is evident. Without energy, this so-called exoskeleton device would have no booster system and become a complete piece of scrap metal. And even with the power, this thing is bulky as hell. The cost of learning is enormous and the effect is only to double the combat effectiveness of the special forces. It's got no defense, no durability, and it's bulky as hell. How can you guys be proud to say what you just said with something like this? Looking at the exoskeleton device in his hand, Lu Feng was very disgusted, and listened to his words. The staffer was speechless for a moment. His face was suffocatingly red, but he froze, unable to say a single word in retort. Lu Feng's words just now directly pointed out all the pain points of this exoskeleton device. It's not as if they haven't noticed these places before, but there are so many difficult points to overcome. And in the opinion of their scientific team, these problems are not solved, but the flaws are there. Who would have thought that it would make Lu Feng, a super genius, so disliked? And listening to Lu Feng's words, Lian, who was on the side, was also red in the face. Just now, during the test, Liam yelled more than once. The whole thing was as shocked as no whatever. Excited as hell. What did I just? Liam scratched his hair, a little embarrassed. I've even seen high-vibration particle knives. How can I yell in this situation? He had experienced the effects of high-vibration particle knives firsthand. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like cutting through iron and steel pillars with a single slash. Results now. The thought made him more and more ashamed. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Seeing that they were all silent, Lu Feng sighed and closed the box. Seeing this, Chen Yiming, who was on the side, suddenly became excited. It's not just him. There was also the crowd of Li Dayo and Lin Zefu on the side, all excited. They've seen this scene more than once, and every time that happens, that means Comrade Lu is going to make a move. Among them, Li Dayo and the others were the most excited. This one-man exoskeleton device, it's powerful enough, but Comrade Xiao Lu still has to study. So what kind of a product will be produced? Anyway? No. In a moment we have to ask Comrade Xiao Lu if he needs to play a hand. I can't help with the nuclear field, but I guess I can still play a hand in this one. Makes sense. I'll apply for it later then. No grabbing from me, several of the state officials whispered. At the same time, the crowd was a little worried. In their opinion, this one-man exoskeleton mech was good enough. It really is at the top of the world. Lu Feng wanted to study it, and if he improved it, he would go in that direction? Is there any upside? Lu Feng didn't feel the crowd's thoughts. He closed the case, said hello and walked straight out of the R&D lab. Li Dayou and the others looked at each other and followed Lu Feng's footsteps closely. Comrade Xiao Lu, are you planning to research exoskeleton devices? Are you still short of beaters? What do you think of me? Chapter 157 Rally. Exoskeleton Modification. Leave the R&D lab. Lu Feng's breathless mood gradually calmed down. Sitting in his car, he placed the case with the single exoskeleton at his feet. Mindfulness. A panel that quickly unfolded in front of Lu Feng's eyes. The light blue panel is filled with various products and prices. As his eyes swept over, Lu Feng quickly found the classification of the single soldier exoskeleton mecha technology. Tap and look. One-man exoskeleton mech technology, 2E points. 200 million points. The price is certainly high compared to previously redeemed technologies. It's doubled several times, but Lu Feng didn't hesitate and bought it directly. Follow closely. All the technologies about the single soldier exoskeleton all came to Lu Feng's mind. From the first generation of single-armed exoskeletons, one level up. When Lu Feng finished browsing, Lu Feng's mind already had a model of the single soldier exoskeleton mech he was going to make. The reason why it hurt so much to take 2E worth of man-portable exoskeleton technology. One reason was because, with the accumulation of points over this period of time, Lu Feng's points had far exceeded 2E, and controlled fusion is still being built right now. According to the agreement made by the Grand Chief, when all these reactors were built, Lu Feng would be paid an amount equal to the cost of all the reactors. Definitely a lot of money and a lot of points. Compared to this, 2E points are just a sprinkle, and the most important reason. On the other hand, Lu Feng had made a decision in his mind after receiving this one-man exoskeleton device. Either you don't build it, or you must build the strongest, most terrifying mecha. Trying to accomplish this, what is needed most is the most comprehensive technical support. Proton alloy forging technology, nanocore technology theory, human body armor assembly, cold fusion core energy. An unbelievable technology flooded into Lu Feng's mind, quickly understood by him, absorbed, only for a moment. Lu Feng then went from a complete lack of understanding of mecha technology to a genius who was skilled in all kinds of technology regarding mecha. Also sitting in the car were Li Dayou and others, looking at Lu Feng who was sitting quietly as if he was wandering in the sky. Each and every one of them didn't dare to speak for fear of disturbing Lu Feng's thinking. Even the sound of breathing was much lighter, consciously. Soon, the vehicle stopped at the entrance of Lu Feng's laboratory. The crowd got out of the car, which took a deep breath. Finally, I can breathe freely. Lu Feng also got out of the car, but he didn't stop and directly walked into the office with his suitcase. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly followed. As soon as you walk in, the crowd then saw that Lu Feng had already placed the box on a side table. He, on the other hand, stood in front of the engineering whiteboard. With a marker in hand, he dragons over it. Soon a string of large letters was written. Nano-alloy mecha engineering project. Look at the words. The crowd froze, not reacting for a moment to what kind of project this was. But, it just looks so awesome. Unknown. Nano? Is Comrade Lu going to use nanotechnology? Have you noticed that what Comrade Lu wrote out is not an exoskeleton, but a mech? It's going to build a mech? And a wearable mech? I'm sure I didn't come for nothing. Does this kind of thing really exist? It feels like I've only seen it in movies and TV shows. Old fool. Right. Our 6th generation aircraft, electromagnetic tanks, mecha tanks, high vibration nano knife, which is not something that only appears in movies and TV dramas? Aren't they all produced by Comrade Xiao Lu? Yes. Oh. The crowd that reacted was thrilled, and after writing those words, Lu Feng closed his pen cap and turned his head to look at the few people who had just walked in. As you can see, this is the next project to be undertaken. It's still a lot of work and a new breakthrough in mecha technology, and it's still a bit difficult to make with just a few of us. So next, I want you guys to get me some help. No problem. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Dayou immediately patted his chest to assure him. Seeing this, Lin Zefu on the side also hastened to say that he was fine with it as well, and that no matter what kind of help Lu Feng needed, he would do his best to find it. Don't worry, Comrade Xiao Lu. I'll go find whoever you say. If he doesn't agree, I'll tie him up. That won't be necessary. Looking at the excited Lin Zefu, Lu Feng helplessly waved his hand. Immediately following him, he looked over at Li Diwu. Elder Li, do you know any talents in the field of nanotechnology? Nanotechnology? Li Dayou thought for a moment and immediately said, I happen to know the leader of the Nanotechnology Research Center. Do you need me to call him over? No need. Lu Feng shook his head. One is not enough. Bring them all if you can. Hiss. Hearing this, Lee Deo sucked in a breath of cool air. Pack it all up this is going to be a big one. Don't worry, I'm going now. Lee Deo patted his chest and assured him, followed closely by a fiery rush. Immediately after that, Lu Feng looked at Lin Zifu again. Elder Lin, I remember that you and Elder Shenini and Shin are quite close. Please help me contact the other team. I want to use it. No problem. Lin Zifu was busy nodding his head. That old guy Sheninian has been chanting about wanting to come over ever since he left last time, so I'll give him a call and he'll be here in no time. After saying that, Lin Zifu pulled out his cell phone and left the lab. After dispatching the two, Lu Feng looked at Sun Qingji again. Elder Sun, please gather the previous team and let's have a meeting together to discuss the issue of mecha core energy. Okay. Sun Qingji nodded his head and left while repeatedly reading Lu Feng's words. Mech core energy issues. This is about putting controlled fusion in a mech? This thought popped up in his mind, and Sun Qingji's eyes suddenly widened. Really? The technology would have to be revolutionized more than once. That's a big move. Thinking of this, Sun Qingji immediately pulled out his cell phone. Hello? Who? Right. Gather everyone, all of you to Comrade Xiaolu's lab. There's a new project, and it's a big one. Well, as soon as possible. Upon receiving Lu Feng's instructions, the crowd began to move. These old nationalists, all of them looked exuberant, obviously 70 or 80 years old and still running fast. Looking at this scene, Lian, who had followed along, was a bit confused. Only after seeing Lu Feng finish arranging everyone did he walk up and cautiously asked, Chapter 158 Mobilization Transfer Orders at the national level? No soon? Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lian froze for a moment. What's with the Riddler? But, Lian, who couldn't understand, subconsciously wanted to break the pot. But just then, oops, I understand everything, Comrade Lu said. Chan Yiming, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth, just to see him get excited from who knows when. The whole person was even now in a state of exuberance. He tapped Liam on the shoulder and said eagerly, if there's anything you don't understand in a while, just ask me. Let's not bother Comrade Xiaolu here. Hurry up and follow me out. Having said that, without waiting for Lian to react, Chen Yiming smiled at Lu Feng before pulling up Lian, who was still in a state of confusion, and hurriedly walked out. Come outside the lab. Chen Yiming was relieved. Lian, on the other hand, was still very confused. He looked at Chen Yiming and asked, Chief, what exactly is Comrade Xiaolu trying to do? Why am I a bit confused? Can't figure it out just right. Chen Yiming smiled. When I was in contact with Comrade Xiaolu before, I also always felt that he was godly and always said unrealistic things. But then again, he surprises us every time. When he finished speaking, he glanced at Lian and realized that the other party still had a puzzled look on his face. Chen Yiming simply stopped explaining and just opened his mouth in a pretense of sophistication. This mecha transformation, it was Comrade Xiaolu who took the plunge. There would be nothing to worry about. If there are still problems in scientific research that Comrade Xiaolu can't solve, then this matter is a huge problem for the entire world. So, just rest assured. In the meantime, Nanotechnology Research Center. After receiving Lu Feng's instruction, Li Deo immediately started to act and came here without stopping. In the office, Ma Yunjia, who was only in his 30s or 40s, was looking at Li Deo with a confused expression. Elder Li, did you just say that your national team has started a new program and wants our team to join? That's right. Li Dui nodded. Seeing the situation, Ma Yunjia was more than a little confused. Isn't your team in aerospace research? It has nothing to do with our nano team, and we've had some new research developments on our side recently, and I think we'd rather not, if we can help it. He was speaking when his voice ended abruptly. It was only because he saw Li Deo from his bosom, slowly pulling out a card-like object and placing it on the table. Look at this first. Li Deo put the card on the table. Ma Yunjia only felt that this thing looks familiar, but the result is to pick up a look. Mobilization transfer orders at the national level? Look at the writing on it, and the seals that are good enough to tell the difference between the real and the fake. Ma Wan stood in awe. It is well known that most researchers in the rabbit country have a fairly high degree of freedom, and this transfer order is only invited as a last resort. It is equivalent to an order from the big chief that all departments must cooperate unconditionally, also because of its role. In a normal program, there would never be this kind of transfer order. Now this national-level mobilization transfer order is being held out by Li Dui, and that means the new program that Derek Li is talking about is very important. It's even about the rise and fall of nations. Thinking of this, Ma Yunjia immediately retracted his earlier words. Elder Li, wait a moment. I'll immediately gather everyone together now. Let's set off immediately. And in the meantime, Lin Zifu found it difficult to make things clear over the phone, so he immediately found Shen Inian and talked to him face to face. Old Shen, you're blessed this time. In the office, Lin Zifu sat across from Shen Yinian and said with a face full of envy. What? Hearing Lin Zifu's words, Shen Yinian froze for a moment. What blessed? Ever since the last time he visited Lu Feng transforming the particle collider and making a brand new element, after coming back, Shen Yinian then felt like he had been opened up. The whimsical thoughts in his head couldn't stop springing up, but when he started experimenting he realized, I can't believe I can't do any of them. It sent him into self-doubt for a long period of time, and today Lin Zephyr came up to him and said something so strange. Shen Yinian was instantly a little puzzled. Seeing the situation, Lin Zifu didn't sell out either. Straightforward explanation. Today we went to visit the exoskeleton device independently developed by the Ministry of Military Industry, and as a result, Comrade Xiao Lu was so dissatisfied with their research results that he even planned to step into the field himself, so that they could see what a real single-soldier exoskeleton is. Then Comrade Lu wrote down a series of engineering plans and named you to come over and help. Call me by name? Hearing Lin Zifu's words, Shen Yinian's heart was delighted, but he quickly reacted. Man-portable exoskeletons and whatnot. Don't know anything about it myself. The only thing I know about it myself is the particle collision aspect. This one-man exoskeleton device, is it going to be a particle collider? Shen Yinian reacted and asked curiously, followed closely by wide eyes. I can't believe I have to use a particle collider? Could it be that what Comrade Xiao Lu is preparing to do this time is a big move? Subconsciously, he perked up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Aren't you going to pack your things? Looking at Shen Yinian who hurriedly rushed towards the door, Lin Zifu pulled the other party. I might have to stay over at the mic this time, for a long time. Pack what you want. The most important knowledge is in my head. Hurry up. Don't make Comrade Xiao Lu wait. Shen Yinian turned against the guest and dragged Lin Zifu out in a hurry. And in the meantime, many experts in the nuclear field, also summoned by Sun Xingji, all came to the Ministry of Military Industry. Negotiating mech core energy? Hearing Sun Xingji's words, the crowd scratched their heads a bit for a moment. What kind of energy source that needs to be negotiated with them? Experts in the nuclear field? Is it hard to stuff a piece of nuclear power inside a mech? We're not the only ones. Comrade Xiao Lu has also summoned the Dean of the Particle Collision Laboratory, as well as the leader of nanotechnology. This time, Comrade Xiao Lu is probably ready to make a big deal out of it. Sun Xingji looked at the slightly puzzled crowd and said with a rather exclamatory seeming, and listened to his words. The crowd froze instantly. Nanotechnology, particle collisions, and the nuclear field. What on earth is Comrade Lu trying to do with this thing? The crowd immediately shook off all their doubts and hurried towards Lu Feng's laboratory at a fast pace. Soon, everyone is here. Is this the Comrade Lu who you said invented the 6th generation machine? The electromagnetic tank, the mecha tank, the high vibration particle knife, modified the particle collider, and is popularizing the controlled fusion reactor? Seeing Lu Feng, Ma Yunjia was a bit stunned. How come you're so young and look like you're only in your 20s? And seeing this, Lu Feng came over to shake his hand. Hello, what's your name? Exempt from your surname. My name is Ma Yunchel. When he said this, he saw Lu Feng's expression subconsciously become odd. What's Ma's relationship to you? Chapter 159 Target, Nano Mecha. Ha? Hearing Lu Feng's words, Ma Yunjia froze for a moment. Just kidding. Looking at the confused Ma Yunjia, Lu Feng smiled and explained. Mainly because the crowd came in looking very excited. Lu Feng was worried that this state of affairs would make the crowd too exuberant and affect the rest of the meeting, so it was chosen as a way to lighten the mood. And listening to Lu Feng's words, the shock in Ma Yunjia's eyes intensified. He had heard of Lu Feng's deeds before. Now a meeting. It's really unusual. Even the way of greeting is different from the others. Is this the brain circuitry of a genius? Ma Yunjia was greatly shocked. However, during this period of time, he had also gained a deep understanding of Lu Feng's situation from Li Dao's mouth. Have to say, Lu Feng has been on the scene for half a year and his record can be said to be quite luxurious. Not only did it help the rabbits to crush a bunch of countries like Eagle Jam on the international scene, it's even helping rabbits and achieving full controlled fusion coverage. It's not an exaggeration to say that it changed the world, but the point that puzzles him is, Lu Feng's design this time required the use of nanotechnology, but among his previous inventions, it can be said that it has nothing to do with nanotechnology, but just when he wanted to prepare to open his mouth and learn about Lu Feng's knowledge in nanotechnology, instead, the other man took the lead. Only Lu Feng listed out a bunch of questions and threw them to Ma Yunjia. Looking at the questions, Ma Bunzel froze for a moment. These are all knowledge about nanotechnology, and they're not of the superficial homework variety. Being able to ask these questions is enough to show that the other party has a considerable degree of attainment at the level of nanotechnology, he thought to himself. Then compared to the questions given by Lu Feng, he answered them one by one. Very nice. Hearing Ma Yunjia's reply, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Not bad for the only person in the country researching nanotechnology. This expertise is quite enough. Lu Feng was quite satisfied with Ma Yunja's accumulated knowledge and turned his head to take out a drawing from the drawer. This is the drawing for the nanotechnology R&D part of the research I'm going to do next, so take a look at it. Hear that? The surrounding Li Dao, Lin Zifu and the others directly froze. You got the drawings out so fast? That's too fast. Keep in mind that less than half a day has now passed since the tour of the man-portable exoskeleton unit. Half a day? A drawing? The two men were greatly shocked. The unknown Ma Yunja, on the other hand, felt nothing. He thought that this drawing was prepared by Lu Feng a long time ago. Good. Taking the drawings from Lu Feng, he immediately flipped through them, but the more he looked on, the more shocked Ma Yunja's face became. When he saw the end, his whole body froze. Not, is this drawing really accessible to me? I study just the basic use of nanomaterials. This, Ma Yunja spat in his heart, and the shocked expression on his face could no longer be concealed. This drawing, too fine, and the use of nanotechnology was exaggerated for him. He had studied nanotechnology for more than a decade and had never imagined that the technology could be used in this way. After repeating the flip through several times, Ma Yunja raised his head somewhat numbly and looked at Lu Feng. Excuse me, Mr. Lu, what did you just ask me? Lu Feng froze. I asked what you know about nanotechnology. Sorry, re-answer. Ma Yunja's face was very ugly and even a little ashamed. I don't know anything about nanotechnology. Hear that? The people around them were confused. It is important to realize that even though Ma is only 30 or 40 years old, that is because the technology originally started late. A decade of research. He already had a fairly complete research team under him. It's no exaggeration to say that he was the first in nanotechnology. But what the crowd didn't expect was, in front of Lu Feng, Ma Yunja even said he didn't know anything? This is definitely not modesty. Rather, after seeing Lu Feng's drawings, Ma Yunja's heart collapsed. Look at the drawing in your hand. Ma Yunja only felt his scalp numb. Originally, I thought that with my knowledge and understanding of nanotechnology, it was completely sufficient to participate in this program. But looking at the drawings in his hand, he realized how ridiculous he really was. Lu Feng's use of nanotechnology was completely beyond his knowledge. It is completely out of the scope of the word's basic utilization. For a moment, Ma Yunja only felt that his knowledge in nanotechnology was lacking too much. And this drawing, too, is a little too over the top. Seeing him with that look on his face, Lu Feng also understood what the other party had in mind. But the program hasn't even started yet, so how can you get scared before the fight? It's okay if you don't understand. You'll have a chance to take your time later. He opened his mouth to reassure. After all, according to Li Dao, Ma Yunja was already the first person in nanotechnology in the rabbit country. If you kick the other guy out, then there's really no one left to use. And even if the other party didn't understand nanotechnology very well, to be able to sit in this position, the basic understanding must be there. It's a lot easier to teach when you have a foundation. After comforting Ma Yunja, Lu Feng swept his eyes over the remaining people one by one. All of the people from the nano field, the nuclear energy field, and the particle collision field had arrived. Ma Yunja, Shin Inian, and Li Dao each had a small team under them. All three teams combined. That's hundreds of people. With so many people hitting the ground running, the project can officially begin. From now on, the Alloy Mecha project is officially launched. Lu Feng said one sentence. The crowd was agitated. It's finally time to get to the point. Lu Feng didn't intend to delay. Time is short and the task is heavy, so there wasn't any voting or anything like that before the program started. Immediately, they began to assign tasks. This time, the project is divided into a total of 3 parts, which are the mecha material aspect, the nanotechnology aspect, and the energy technology aspect. The mecha material aspect is handled by me and Elder Shen's team. Yes. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Shen Inian nodded excitedly. It was finally time to visit Lu Feng's operation up close again. Make sure you learn something before you go back this time. For nanotechnology, it's Uncle Ma's team that's in charge, and on the energy technology side, Elder Sun is leading the charge. Good. No problem. Upon hearing Lu Feng's instruction, Ma Yunja and Sun Xingji nodded their heads in agreement. Seeing that the crowd was energized, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then it's going to be hard work for the next long time. Our goal this time is to build a super mecha battlesuit that fits perfectly with the human body. Chapter 160, Savings Battery? What the hell is that? Mech Warrior, and a perfect fit for the human body? Hearing Lu Feng's words, Ma Yunja and the others present froze for a moment, completely unable to react. What on earth was the thing that Lu Feng was going to do? Nuclear power for energy, enabling the hypergolic particle collider, and also utilizing nanotechnology. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The original vague plan suddenly had a simple generalization in his mind, and after the reaction, the crowd froze. only to feel some kind of mental trance. It turned out to be such a super mecha battlesuit that fits perfectly with the human body. Is it so exciting to play? Mayunja's eyes widened as his entire body was struck by lightning. He had come here expecting to just use nanotechnology to make some basic weapons or something, but after talking to Lu Feng for such a short while, he realized that it seemed to be something completely different from what he thought. Nanotech made mech battlesuits. What's it gonna take? Can it really be done? He was a bit confused, then looked at the drawing he had received from Lu Feng earlier. Seems like it could actually work, And in the meantime, after announcing the start of the project and assigning everyone their tasks, Lu Feng didn't delay either. Looking directly at the team he was responsible for leading, which was Shen Yinyan's team. Elder Shen, next I need you to lead the team to cooperate with me in my experiments. I intend to make a new metal element to be used in the mecha battlesuit this time. Good. Shen Yinyan nodded his head, but just as he finished, he froze. What the hell? Another new element? It's not. Looking at Lu Feng's serious expression, Shen Yinyan's entire body couldn't help but tremble. Developing new elements at the drop of a hat. Do you think new elements are winter cabbages? His whole body was confused, but just then, he suddenly thought of the previous mech tank. Before inventing that tank, Lu Feng seems to have messed with a new metal element to come, and then also modified their particle collider. So it's really possible to develop a new element out of this? Shen Yinyan thought, looked at Lu Feng, and nodded. Okay, we'll definitely cooperate fully. Seeing this, Lu Feng also nodded in satisfaction. Turning to the side, he looked at Sun Qingji. Feeling Lu Feng's gaze, this Sun Lao who had seen an unknown number of great worlds suddenly shivered. Being looked at by Lu Feng, he suddenly had the feeling of going to the torture chamber. Inside, Sun Qingji trembled out and asked carefully, for energy, are we going to use the latest technology in savings batteries? Savings batteries? Hearing Sun Qingji's words, Lu Feng also froze for a moment. What the hell was that? After thinking for a moment, Lu Feng then reacted to Sun Qingji's comment about a very basic energy-saving thing. Somewhat similar, the battery on the electric car. Thinking of this, Lu Feng felt a bit speechless. It's not. I'm all set to develop a super mech suit, and you're going to put a battery on top of my fighter? You think you're building an electric car? Seeing Lu Feng's speechless expression, Sun Qingji was also confused. He was tempted to say that the current latest technology in savings batteries was already small, mounted on a mech battlesuit. As long as the performance of the mech battlesuit wasn't too exaggerated, a day's worth of range was still completely sufficient. You can also just replace the batteries at a later time when they are recharged. But looking at Lu Feng's speechless look, Sun Qingji was suddenly too embarrassed to say anything, and on second thought, another thought popped into his head. Comrade Xiao Lu, you don't really want to engage in miniature controllable nuclear fusion, do you? Sun Qingji's face gradually became appalled. Even serious, very serious reminders. The technology in that thing, it's a tough one. While we have achieved controlled fusion and also made controlled fusion officially operational, but to fit on a mech the size of a human, this controlled fusion reactor would have to be made very small. To say miniaturized would be an understatement. The technology involved is difficult, even more so than if we were to develop controlled fusion. Sun Qingji had a serious face. And, the controlled fusion reactor also has a nickname, the artificial sun. That is to say, controlled fusion produces a lot of heat when it reacts, even comparable to a star. Words to put on people. Even if it's just a miniature one, doesn't it still have to cook the person? Then don't call it a mech battlesuit, just rename it an oven. In addition to these 2 points, in Sun Qingji's opinion, controlled fusion miniaturization does even more harm than good. And look at Sun Qingji. Lu Feng's eyes, however, got weird. He looked Sun Qingji up and down, his eyes gradually changing from his previous trust to suspicion. He didn't expect. He himself had led Sun Qingji and their research team to produce controlled fusion, and the other side was still so unprofessional. Gee, it's also thanks to the fact that these people are some of the rabbit's top experts in the nuclear field. Otherwise, Lu Feng would really have to consider replacing him. There was no avoiding people in the conversation between the two. Ma Yunjia, who was a first-timer on the side, gradually widened his eyes as he listened to the conversation between the two. The whole thing was as if they had heard something heavenly, a face full of disbelief. Old Li, what did Lu Gong say just now? You made a controlled fusion reactor? Seriously? Of course it's true. It was then that Li Dayo remembered that he hadn't explained to Ma Yunjia about the controlled fusion reactor. It's like this. Before, our military engineering department often suffered power outages due to the operation of ultra-high power equipment. So Comrade Xiaolu was planning to take us to make a controlled fusion reactor to be used for power generation. The first controlled fusion landed just over a month ago, right over there, he said, reaching out and pointing south. Mavunzel froze and twisted his head. In the extreme distance, It seemed that a reactor-shaped object could actually be seen. Is this really a controlled fusion reactor? Of course. Lee Dao smiled and pointed around. The entire mic is now powered by controlled fusion. Listening to Lee Dewey, Ma Yunja only felt some scalp numbness. Controlled fusion made? And it was applied successfully? What have you been missing out on? But when he was shocked, Lee Dao's words were not yet finished. He continued to gush about it. The core components of the controlled fusion device are now on the assembly line, and construction of the reactor prototype has begun. Our plan is to bring the nation into a new era of controlled fusion in 5 months. Hear this. Mavunzel's whole thing is falling apart. 5 months. The nation enters the age of controlled fusion? Chapter 161 Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Listening to Lee Dao's explanation, Ma Yunja felt like his 3 senses were about to explode. He had heard of Lu Feng since the military competition. After hearing that the 6th-generation airplanes, electromagnetic tanks and other military weapons in the military competition were made by a college student named Lu Feng, his whole being then fell into a long period of self-doubt. A college student who changed the international landscape with his own. It's too much. Especially when he saw those sci-fi to the extreme military weapons in the middle of the propaganda movie. Ma Yunja also sought out experts in the relevant fields and asked the other side just how difficult it would be to manufacture a military weapon like this. As a result, the other replied with a bitter smile. You might as well have asked me to make this weapon as to make controlled fusion. It's not going to materialize anyway. After that, Mavunzel broke down even more. He had thought that he was quite impressive to be in the position he was in today at the age of 30 or 40. As a result, Lu Feng directly made himself like a clown. It took a long time for him to get back in the mindset and be more resilient to stress. But I didn't expect this time in Lu Feng this super genius cooperation. But once again his self-confidence to the dry collapse. Controlled fusion. Still on the assembly line? Is that something that will make it to the assembly line? Ma Yunja's entire body collapsed, muttering to himself. 5 months for the whole of China to realize full coverage of controlled nuclear fusion. Why do I feel like I'm still awake? He spat in a low voice. And just then, hearing Lu Feng's words, Sun Chengji also reacted. The entire group trembled with excitement and let out an exclamation of surprise. Really? We're really going to get miniature controlled fusion? His eyes were wide with disbelief. It's not just him. The crowd that reacted to this also revealed unbelievable expressions. Though many of them don't know much about controlled fusion. But the difficulty of this technology is still known to the crowd. Countless countries have been studying it for I don't know how many years with no results. Now it was done by this young man, Lu Feng. Not only make it, but transform it into a miniature controlled fusion? It's important to realize that the size of a controlled fusion reactor is generally the size of a residential building. Shrinking it down to fit in close-fitting battle armor. Shrink it hundreds or thousands of times, and make sure it doesn't have any surprises. What a lot of technical force it would take to make it to the end. Is this really a field we can reach? Shou Weiman murmured out, his face very odd. After a short period of shock, Sun Qingji took a deep breath and calmed down, then looked at Lu Feng and slowly spoke. Comrade Xiaolu, it's not that I don't believe in your technology, but there's simply no way to control miniature nuclear fusion, especially when mounted on a close-fitting mech. The high temperatures it emits can cook a person in the first place. It's simply unattainable. Sun Chengji analyzed it very carefully and exhorted. And hearing Sun Chengji's words, Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the temperatures of thermonuclear fusion are not something humans can withstand. Hear that? Sun Chengji and the others subconsciously thought that Lu Feng was going to give up on this plan and secretly sighed in relief. Just as he was about to propose, once again, the use of storage batteries as a source of energy. Lu Feng was the first to speak. Hot fusion won't work, so I'm going to get cold fusion. Hearing the words cold fusion, Sun Chengji's words, which he was just about to say, were directly blocked in his throat. His eyes were so wide they almost fell to the floor, full of incredulity. It's not just him. When the people present heard this, they only felt their brains buzzing. It's as if there are countless bombers that are bombing their brains over and over again. Cold fusion? Sun Chengji exclaimed in shock. The look of astonishment on his face was several times that of before. His whole body froze. Cold fusion was not a word he hadn't heard before. Even before controlled fusion had been accomplished, they had made this vision. After discussing the research, it was found that cold fusion is more than thousands of times harder to make compared to a normal controlled fusion reactor. Because when an atom is emitting energy, the energy release is surely accompanied by the production of a lot of heat. And to solve this problem, you need to use the external environment to keep cooling. This also leads to the fact that controlled fusion reactors are all very large. Cold fusion, on the other hand, requires a reversal of this. Even Lu Feng came up with a miniature cold fusion. It's already extremely difficult to compress something to the size of a palm. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Sun Chengji lost his voice and exclaimed. The technical difficulties here are so great that it's simply not something that can be pulled off with the technology that humans have at their disposal. This statement was made. The crowd nodded in agreement. While listening to his words, Lu Feng bristled. Am I not human? Lu Feng's sentence instantly dried up and sobered up the crowd. Recall the previous project. Li Daiyou and others suddenly reacted. The technology mastered by Lu Feng seems to be really not human technology, huh? They even discussed whether Lu Feng was an alien visitor or not during one of their private gatherings. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Of course, these are just teasers. We are all in science. How can we believe in that nonsense? And listening to Lu Feng's words, the crowd gradually came to their senses. What previous study didn't they find mind-boggling? But Lu Feng did it all realistically. This one was quite difficult. But, what if? And seeing the crowd sober up a bit, Lu Feng then directly began to organize the work. In that case, I've distributed the experimental schedule to everyone. So all you need to do next is to follow what's in the schedule. Elder Shen, for example, led a team to work with me to develop the new element. San Lao, on the other hand, is leading your nuclear team to do research and development. As for Uncle Ma, this way, I will prepare a new nanotechnology textbook for you in a while, and take the team to relearn it. The crowd responded and went forward to catch up on their work. Lu Feng, on the other hand, came to the computer and opened a document. He said he wanted to give Ma Yunjia and the others a new textbook, but there was no way to buy this textbook, so he had to hand-type it. It was good that Lu Feng's hands were fast enough. Soon a simple version of the nanotechnology textbook, brand new. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Ma Yunjia somewhat embarrassed to receive, but when he turned the first page, the whole person was stunned. This is a basic textbook? How come it's all unreadable? His entire body was near collapse. Feel free to come to me if you don't understand anything. It was a good thing that Lu Feng had taken on the role of teacher. Over the next few days, Ma Yunjia led his own team, abandoning their original theories and not being ashamed to ask questions. After studying the entire material in a general way, Ma Yunjia was like an enlightenment, completely overturning his past perceptions. Even if this project is completed, I can't leave and beg to die to stay by Lu Gong's side, just like old Li and the others. Chapter 162, Converting a Whole Aircraft Carrier. 2 months passed quickly. During this time, the plan to cover the entire country with controlled nuclear fusion is still on track. The assembly line has almost never stopped since it was prepared. Every day, countless parts and components are produced from the assembly line. When they pass the test, they are shipped across the country on an emergency basis. Not only that, while these parts are being produced quickly, various giant engineering machines, too, were produced from another assembly line. Shipments were made to various locations responsible for the construction of individual controlled fusion reactor prototypes. So far, more than half of the 5 months had passed since Lu Feng signed the agreement with the Grand Chief and made the appointment. 70 or 80 controlled fusion reactors have also been built. These reactors are all in a state of completion, just waiting for the circuitry to be upgraded and ignited in unison. Sessions. The whole of China will then completely step into the age of nuclear fusion. And in the meantime, Lu Feng was also busy with his feet. Every day I get up earlier than a chicken and go to bed later than a dog. He, who had always scoffed at 996 blessings, almost turned into 007. It belongs to the boy who is a dragon slayer who has finally become an evil dragon. But there's a reason he's so busy. The deployment of nuclear fusion required his personal command, and the team of alloy mechs needed his personal leadership. It's really a distraction. But the good thing is that Li Dui's congregation had no complaints. Ma Yunjia even came earlier and left later than Lu Feng every day. The innate working saint body now belongs to Is. And in the meantime, the whole rabbit, in a state of extreme tension. Lu Feng promised the great chief that he would lead the rabbits into the era of controlled nuclear fusion in 5 months. This also leads to the fact that all departments must work closely together and no one should drag their feet. Lu Guoliang and Wan Zi, the two commanders, were also temporarily assigned to oversee the progress of the project and the organization of specific work. This day, just as the two were planning to personally inspect a couple of new fusion reactors that had just been inaugurated, an unexpected visitor to the two men's office. Old Deng? Looking at the person who walked into the office, Wan Zi froze for a moment. The person who came was none other than Navy Commander Deng Jingye. The last time I went to the big chief to complain, I was warned by the big chief. Deng Jingye had then been thinking about how to approach Lu Feng, the super genius. This is not just the end of the mission. He didn't even return to his office before coming directly to Wan Zi's side. Old one, I remember that the super genius who helped you transform your military equipment is in the military engineering department of your military region. Right, so help me introduce him? Deng Jingye sat down on his chair with his butt and directly stated his demands. Sure, no problem. Wan Zi agreed in one mouthful, then suddenly became a bit embarrassed. Just not for a while. Old Lu and I were planning to inspect the new reactor project. Tell you what, you wait first, after all the nuclear fusion reactors are completed, I will definitely take you to see Comrade Xiaolu. Ass. Hearing Wan Ziyi's words, Deng Jingye couldn't help but break into a rage. The time that Lu Feng and the Big Chief had agreed on before was 5 months. That means it will be at least 2 more months before the fusion is fully inaugurated. Obviously it's a matter of a little introduction, where it takes so much time. Deng Jingye grimaced and sized up both Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang. After working together for so many years, how could he not know what these two people had in mind? Anything you two want, just say so. As long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely do it. But the requirement is that you must take me to that super genius you're talking about right away. Hear this, Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang smiled at each other. Purpose achieved. I've heard that you have a few jars of Daughter's Red in your collection over there. More than 40 years old. Why don't you send me 2 jars? Wan Ziyi said with a smile. I ask for less than him. 1 altar is enough. Lu Guoliang also smiled and opened his mouth. Look at the 2 guys with the little man. Deng Jingye was furious, but when he thought about it, he couldn't reach Lu Feng without going through 2 people. He instantly went soft again. It took a long time before he gritted his teeth and agreed. Okay. During the 2 months out of the mission, Deng Jingye was suffocating. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't come back in the middle of the day, he would have definitely run over to Lu Feng a long time ago. Originally, I thought that they were all still on the same level in the air, land and sea, but now the Army and Air Force have their own secret weapon, your own Navy, but it's a big step behind. Alright, I'll agree to your demands, so you can go and take me to see Lu Feng, right? No problem. Wan Ziyi nodded in agreement. Anyway, the controlled fusion reactor hasn't officially ignited yet. There is no rush to inspect. Notify the orderly to arrange for a vehicle. The 3 quickly got into a jeep. Old Deng, I have to remind you, we only promised to take you to see Lu Feng, but we can't guarantee that he will definitely agree to your request. Sitting in the car, Wan Ziyi reminded seriously. You've seen the attitude of the Big Chief. When you see Lu Feng later, even if he doesn't agree to your request, your attitude must be good. Never force Lu Feng to do what he doesn't want to do. Got it? I know. Deng Jingye agreed with a serious face. When he went to meet the Great Chief before, the Great Chief had said that this kind of super talent should never flow to foreign countries, trying to keep the other guy in the rabbit. Then you must fulfill his various requests, not to mention not forcing the other person. After all, this kind of super genius would be a loss to the entire rabbit if it got out. He can't be the sinner of the ages. And seeing Deng Jingye's attitude, the 2 people, Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang, were also relieved. Follow closely. Wan Ziyi was also a bit curious. Old Deng, you're in such a hurry to meet Lu Feng. Have you already thought of the equipment you want to upgrade? Hearing this, Lu Guoliang also poked his head over curiously. Seeing that both were curious, Deng Jingye didn't intend to sell it. After all, it wasn't like it was a secret. I'm going to upgrade the carrier. An aircraft carrier? Hearing Deng Jingye's reply, the 2 did not find it strange. Since the beginning of the last century, aircraft carriers have been the absolute centerpiece of navies. After nearly a century of development, aircraft carriers have now even become a measure of a nation's strength. It would certainly be so much better than upgrading other equipment if you could upgrade the carrier. Well, sure enough, it's a carrier. Wan Ziyi nodded in agreement, followed by a curious question. So what aspect of the carrier are you upgrading? Radar, firepower, or something? Neither. Meeting the 2 men's puzzled gazes, Deng Jingye shook his head. Turning to the 2, he said with a serious expression, it's the aircraft carrier. The thing I'm going to ask this super genius to upgrade is an entire aircraft carrier. Chapter 163 Objective 1 cubic meter. A whole carrier? Hearing Deng Jingye's words, the 2 of them, Wan Ziyi and Lu Guoliang, were instantly confused. After all, aircraft carriers are not like airplanes and tanks. In terms of size alone, an aircraft carrier is going to be quite a bit larger than the first 2. Also, in modern warfare, aircraft carriers are arguably the central benchmark of military capability. An aircraft carrier can be more useful than even many conventional forces. Take the basics. The biggest application scenario for the vertical takeoff and landing capabilities of a 6th-generation aircraft is on an aircraft carrier. Because although the aircraft carrier is large in size, in order to allow the fighter jets to take off smoothly, a large space will certainly be left on it for the fighter jets to taxi and switch to vertical takeoff and landing. There would be no need for the so-called taxiway to be set up. This would result in a steep increase in the number of fighters on the carrier. It can be seen from this, while carriers are a military weapon of the Navy, they also possess a significant portion of air combat capability. But the problem is, today's aircraft carriers around the world are kept at a level above and below a baseline. There wasn't much of a power gap, so in the eyes of the 2, Deng Jingye's side only needed to make one of the carrier's functions reach full marks under Lu Feng's remodeling and upgrading. It would have exceeded the world's carrier standard. But what they both didn't expect was, this guy is so greedy that he wants to remodel an entire carrier? And look at the two men's surprised expressions. Deng Jingye was however getting more and more agitated. I've seen both your previous planes and tanks, and both of your weapons have undergone radical changes and full upgrades under Comrade Xiaolu's transformation. So I thought, if I can get a full upgrade, why not get a big one? I've been thinking about this upgrade for a long time. Get the carriers. And while the three were excited, the other side, in the middle of the lab, Sheninian and the others looked at the recently completed proton gravitational collapse experimental silo device in front of them with shocked faces. I can't believe, actually made it? It's incredible. This was originally just a vision, but I didn't think it was actually possible to realize it. With this device, we'll be able to do more experiments next, and we'll be able to imprint on many paths unexplored by our predecessors. It's horrible. I feel like I'm dreaming. Those 2 months were well spent. The staff of the particle collision field couldn't stop their voices from marveling, simply because the device in front of us is so shocking. They didn't expect it. It's amazing that a vision that is beyond practicality has the potential to actually be produced. They couldn't help but look at the lead of this experiment, Lu Feng. He's hands-on, leading Sheninian and the entire team. It took 2 months to finally produce this core device for proton alloy research. And next, it was time to test the results of the experiment. The crowd couldn't help but start to tense up and clench their fists. Only Lu Feng walked to the device and after some maneuvering, pressed the start button. Buzz. A hum of high-frequency vibration erupted, and a circle of circular maneuvers inside the device began to rotate around the core. The circle carried a strange color and spun faster and faster. The hearts of the crowd, too, hung in the air. Begin self-examination. Lu Feng murmured. Hands on the console. Quick clicks. Quickly enter all the parameter settings. Next, the device, which had begun its self-test mode. It's going to be a long process. Seeing this, Sheninian also looked at Lu Feng and asked with some curiosity, Comrade Lu, why are we still developing new metals? Isn't the deformed metal that was previously developed quite good? Just use it directly. Listen to his words. Lu Feng shook his head and explained, not really. Tanks made out of deformed metal are large combat units, and in such combat units, the first thing we need to ensure is the safety of the driver in the cockpit. That's why there's a high demand for the hardness of the deformed metal. But switch to a single mech battlesuit, and that requirement would obviously not quite fit. Due to the different structures, the situations faced by the users will be different, and we have to make trade-offs by taking into account the various situations that the users of the single-armed mech battlesuits will face. In order to consider the safety of the wearer, the requirements for all aspects of the material will be higher, and deformed metal obviously does not meet this condition. Lu Feng explained briefly, and listening to his words, Sheninian's crowd also had a dazed look on their faces. Accordingly, they began to look forward to it more and more. The various aspects of the performance of the deformation metal have already made it to the top of the world, but Comrade Xiaolu is now going to make a metal that far exceeds the performance of the deformation metal? How strong must that be? I'm already curious. It feels like we're going to break the material science ceiling again. It's curious to see what kind of metal we'll end up making, the crowd whispered. As a little bit of time passes, self-test completed. The voice of the intelligence system came out of the proton gravitational collapse experiment bin. Lu Feng checked it over and found that there were no problems afterward. The device is functioning normally and the experiment can begin. The crowd knew it by heart. The technician, who was on the sidelines, immediately began to operate. The giant metal arm began to operate, lifting a block of deformed metal steel that was more than a dozen meters square and slowly lowering it into the middle of the proton gravitationally collapsed experimental silo. Sheninian wasn't idle either. During this time he had mastered the basic operation of the device. Quickly step forward and activate the device. Next, the circle, which had stopped spinning, once again spun around the collapsed area at a high speed. A buzzing sound rang out, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 10-odd meter square block of deformed metal began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. As it collapsed, it also made a creepy sound of crunching. Hearing it gave the crowd goosebumps. Hint, the current collapse level is 3. After hearing the voice of this intelligence system, the surrounding crowd became excited. The unit ran smoothly, and the collapsed energy efficiency also reached level 3. And listen to this report. Lu Feng, however, frowned. Elder Shen now raised the collapse level to 7. Upon hearing these words, the people around them instantly froze, followed closely by a breath of cold air. Hiss. Level 7. It's just getting up and running, and it's about to go straight to collapsing level 7? The hearts of the crowd suddenly jolted. The same is true for Sheninian, but when he looked at Lu Feng, he saw that the other party had a confident look on his face. Good. Seeing this, Shin also stopped dawdling and directly began to operate. Hint, the current collapse level is 4. Hint, the current collapse level is 5. Hint, the current collapse level is 7. The voice of the intelligence system broadcasts frequently. Correspondingly, the speed at which the metal block collapsed increased wildly. The ear-splitting sound of crunching became more and more intense. The original dozen-meter square block of deformed metal was compressed to about 3 meters in a very short period of time. Great! The experiment worked. It shrunk to a fifth of what it was before. The surrounding staff exclaimed. Shin also had an excited look on his face as he looked towards Lu Feng, waiting for the other party to give the order to stop the device, and feel the stares of those around you. Lu Feng, however, shook his head. That's not enough. We're aiming for a cubic meter. Chapter 164, Energy Efficiency Exceeds 100 million. Hiss. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the crowd froze for a moment, followed by a breath of cool air. 1 cubic meter? Is it serious? The crowd's scalps instantly went numb. It just feels a little unrealistic. The chunks of metal they had just put into the collapsed area were over 10 meters long on each side, and it's also a warped metal that's super exaggerated in every index. This metal has passed many tests and can even do so without damage from shelling. I can say it's super strong and tough. Trying to compress it in the presence of such exaggerated exponents would have been a difficult task. To be able to compress it to a size of 3 meters square under the 7th level collapsing energy effect was already very exaggerated, but just when they thought they had it made, Lu Feng actually said that this was far from his goal. His goal was to compress the volume of this hunk of metal to 1 cubic meter. It's just heavenly. 1 cubic meter. That would mean taking this current hunk of metal, which has already been compressed by the 7th level of collapsing level, and shrinking it down to 1/9 of its previous size. No way. This can't be done at all. If this keeps up, there's probably going to be an accident. I think the deformation metal is already very strong now, completely capable of the next alloy mecha. There is no need for this. Yeah, the technicians around them flinched a bit. After all, the deformed metal block that had been compressed had far exceeded its previous indicators in every aspect. In their opinion, such a metal is more than enough for the purpose, even to the point of exponential overload. If you continue any further, in case of an accident, all the hard work we've done all this time will be for nothing. The crowd couldn't help but admonish Lu Feng. And just then, Lu Feng had looked at Shin. Elder Shin, raise the collapse level to 9. This statement was made. The crowd, who had just been ready to admonish, stared in disbelief. Level 9. This is the limit of this proton weight collapse device. You just built a device and you're going to run it at full power? Is it true that there are no accidents when you do this? The crowd could not help but feel a little panicked. And Shin, who was in charge of the operation, was even more panicked. He looked at Lu Feng, wanting to say something, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw the other man's firm gaze. Shin took a deep breath and looked at the operating table again. Trembling, he continued to raise the collapse level. Alert, the current collapse level has reached level 8. Alert, the current collapse level has reached level 9. By the end of the day, the rate of increase in the collapsed level of this device had begun to slow down. With every sound of the intelligent prompt, the crowd felt their hearts being clenched hard by a big hand. Until you reach level 9. It was as if the crowd had been strangled, almost as if they couldn't breathe. Nervous as hell, Shin was even more trembling. The collapse level was raised to 9, and that meant that he would have to be incredibly careful with every step he took next. If any little mishap occurs, proton collapse energy leaks. The crowd was expected to be crushed into mush directly on the spot. Even the entire laboratory would be instantly catapulted by this energy. Realizing this serious consequence, the crowd instantly didn't dare to breathe. The room was cool with the air conditioning on inside. Still, large patches of sweat oozed from the foreheads, palms, and backs of the crowd. Current collapsed energy efficiency, 8000 W. Current collapsed energy efficiency, 9000 W. After Shin finished operating, the display on the console then began to refresh itself. The voice of the intelligence system, too, sounded one after another. Every time it rang out, it was like a heavy hammer swinging hard on the hearts of the crowd. It's all been dumbfounded. Some of them even began to go limp in their legs, relying on the assistance of others to barely stabilize themselves. And look at the constantly refreshing and elevated numbers. Lu Feng, however, had a calm face. It was as if they were completely unaware of what the consequences would be if an accident occurred. He just looked faintly at the display in front of him. At the same time that the energy efficiency of the collapse increased, the numbers on the display showing the metal proton density began to rise wildly. In a matter of seconds, it was boosted to several or even a dozen times its previous level. Looking at this number, the crowd could no longer imagine the horror of the hunk of metal that appeared in the middle of the proton gravitational collapse device, accompanied by data enhancement. The humming sound accompanying the unit's operation also began to grow louder. To the ears of the crowd, it even sounded like a precursor to a near collapse. It's not really going to blow up. With the collapse energy efficiency now, if it explodes, this entire lab will be compressed into a pile of rubble. I'm not going to die here today. Trust Comrade Xiaolu. Trust Xinlao. Since Comrade Xiaolu dares to do it, there will definitely be no accidents. The crowd prayed that there would be no accidents. And just then, the voice of the intelligence system sounded again. Current collapse energy efficiency, 1E. Collapse energy efficiency exceeds 100 million. After hearing this prompt, some of the researchers were even so frightened that they sat down directly on the ground. Just when they thought that this proton gravitational collapse device was going to be on the verge of collapsing or even have an accident, suddenly, the original non-stop buzzing sound unexpectedly disappeared in an instant. And in the collapsed area, the violently trembling block of metal alloy gradually stabilized. The sound of crunching metal compressing also stopped. The sudden silence froze the crowd, which was still in a state of panic. Subconsciously, he looked toward the proton gravitational collapse device. In the next second, everyone's expressions became wonderful. Some shouted with excitement, some rejoiced, and some even hugged each other in excitement. I don't know if we are celebrating the success of the test or the aftermath of the hijacking. Shen Inian also looked over. Just see the original placed in the collapsed area. More than 10 meters square of metal block, but now only the size of a box. Really compressed to a cubic meter? Shen Inian's eyes widened. Unbelievably, he looked at the scene in front of him. It really worked. The crowd was excited for a moment and quickly quieted down again. Only Lu Feng was seen walking to the operating table. I'll run it next. Good. Shen Inian nodded and obediently stepped aside. Meeting the puzzled looks of the other technicians, he explained, the work isn't over yet. The next step is to compile the metal, which requires the use of extremely powerful tunneling proton beams. The only way to break the mold and become more than ordinary metal. Listening to Shen Inian's explanation, the crowd was somewhat confused, but their hearts were beating. Follow closely. Under the operation of Lu Feng, a proton beam continuously tunneled through the piece of metal, watching the crowd's heartbeat but not daring to make any noise. The process lasted about 5 minutes in total. Finally, as the last proton beam shot out, the voice of the intelligence system sounded again. Proton alloy forging complete. Chapter 165 Conservative estimate. 10,000 times more. With the voice of the intelligence system ringing out, the proton beams, which had been flickering just a moment ago, disappeared in a flash. The machine stopped. The violently trembling chunks of metal, too, gradually came to a halt and lay silently on the workbench in the collapsed area. The originally noisy laboratory was instantly plunged into silence. Chang, succeeded? Shen Inian looked at the piece of metal in the middle of the device that looked incomparably familiar, yet always made him feel that something was different. A small exclamation of surprise. It's not just him. Everyone in the room reacted. This experiment, it's over. And there were no accidents. The process of tunneling the beam through the metal block is thus fast and efficient. What lay before them now was no longer an ordinary piece of deformed metal. Instead, it was a piece of volume compressed an unknown number of times and recompiled by proton beam tunneling, far beyond the existence of ordinary metal. In other words, this piece of metal now placed in front of them, its various values are likely to no longer belong to this world. Comrade Xiaolu, thinking about all this, Shen Inian looked to Lu Feng who was at the side and trembled as he stated, "Can I run a test on the now deformed metal? I want to see how strong the metal is now after we've compressed it, transformed and recompiled it." Sure, Lu Feng nodded, flatly stating that there was no problem. Randomly press a button on the console. Huge metal arms reached inside the proton gravity collapse device and removed the piece of metal. Looking at this piece of metal that emitted an inexplicable luster, Shen Inian's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Quick, go get the ready instruments, he commanded loudly. The crowd behind them reacted and immediately carried over all the detection instruments that had been prepared before. Shen Inian took matters into his own hands. Attach the instrument's detector pin to this piece of metal. Drop. After a crisp ring, a number began to pop up on the probe's LCD screen. So high? Looking at this figure, Shen Inian's eyes widened. But that's not all. That number began to rise at a rate visible to the naked eye. It lasted a full half-minute or so before it slowly stopped. Look at the numbers on the screen and the long string of zeros after them. Shen Inian was completely stunned. How much has the data changed from the previous morphing metal? Do the math, he growled out low. The staff on the sidelines immediately began to calculate. A figure was quickly arrived at. Conservative estimate. Over 10,000 times. Hearing the staff's report, Shen Inian's eyes widened with disbelief. The hardness has increased 10,000 times. Immediately following this they began to measure the mass of the piece of metal. How can it be? Looking at the numbers displayed on the LCD screen, Shen Inian's entire body was about to collapse, simply because compared to what was put in before, A dozen-meter square block of deformed metal. The mass of the metal block, now, had actually gotten quite a bit lighter. You know, the proton gravity collapse device just now only compressed this piece of metal. It wasn't cut, so it's only right that the mass shouldn't have changed. But the mass has actually gotten smaller, and not by a fraction of a second. Shen Yinyan's entire body was confused. Half the time he came to a conclusion. It can happen. Then there must be a change in the molecular structure of this substance. He couldn't wait to start testing. But after seeing the results, Shen Yinyan completely froze. The entire molecular structure of the substance has changed and I can't even read it. Shen Yinyan was dumbfounded. No doubt about it. This is already a new element of technology. And realizing this, Shen Yinyan was instantly confused. The new, never-before-seen, super-metal element that's enough to crush all of physics. Surprisingly, that's how it was born? Thinking back to the experimental research that he had labored over for years without any results before coming to the Ministry of Military Industry, and then look at Lu Feng's easy to write, Shen Yinyan didn't know what to say for a moment. He felt like he'd taken a hit, and a descending one at that. Shen Yinyan even felt that all the knowledge he had learned for so many years was now being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly by this metal block. Okay. Just then, Lu Feng reminded, Elder Shen, hurry up and send the materials to the nanocore construction lab next door. Oh, good. Only after hearing Lu Feng's reminder did Shen Yinyan slowly react. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Lu Feng, but see each other's face, still so calm. Calmly, Shen Yinyan's face was a little complicated. How come Comrade Lu isn't excited at all? We're making a brand new, metal element that can hang the entire physical world. However, Shen Yinyan did not ask these words out, because he felt that if he asked, what was waiting for him would be mindless humiliation from Lu Feng. After reacting, Shen Yinyan immediately ordered the staff behind him to carry this brand new piece of metal to the nanolab next door. Lu Feng followed suit. Come to the nanolab. From the Nano Research Institute, many of the researchers who call themselves top-notch in this field, just finished a bit of a hustle, as they saw Lu Feng and the others coming over. The crowd, which had just breathed a sigh of relief, became excited, and just then, Ma Yunjia stepped out from the crowd and walked all the way to Lu Feng. He spoke excitedly. Mr. Lu, according to your instructions, all the machinery has finished its self-check. There are no problems. Feel free to start the experiment at any time. Yes. Lu Feng nodded and waved his big hand. Then from now on, the experiment is initiated. This statement was made. Everyone was suddenly excited. It's finally happening. That's the most central aspect. Everyone looked at the device in front of them. Immediately after that, he saw Lu Feng step forward and press a button. All that was heard was a snort dash. The pneumatic chamber opened, and a nanotech core compilation engineering machine appeared. Seeing the situation, everyone was in position instantly. All of them looked towards Lu Feng, waiting expectantly and nervously for the other party's next instruction. Seeing the situation, Lu Feng didn't intend to delay either. Raw material inputs. Raw material decomposition crews ready to take position. Yes, the crowd that received the order immediately began to move. The newly compressed, tunneled, and recompiled hunk of metal was thrown into the pneumatic chamber by the crowd with a robotic arm. Put it away smoothly. This was followed closely by the raw material breakdown crew, who quickly took their positions. They wore protective suits and nodded towards Lu Feng with a serious face, signaling that they were ready. Lu Feng also nodded and spoke directly. Commence nanodisintegration. Chapter 166. A whole new form of military equipment. Beginning nanodisintegration. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Lu Feng directly ordered. Hear his instructions. The staff, who were already prepared for this, tensed up. Nano-decomposition. This was the most crucial project in the manufacture of this alloy mech. The difficulty is not very high, but it is extremely critical. If there was the slightest accident, the previous preparations would have been wasted. Yes, the staff member responded loudly to Lu Feng. After taking repeated deep breaths and calming down his excitement, only then did he step forward and press the activation button for the nano device. Next, buzz. A high-frequency vibrating buzz sounded. The nano device is officially launched. In an instant, everyone tensed up. Hold your breath. Looking very seriously at the nano device, through the clear tempered glass hatch, the crowd could see the new alloy block, just carried from the lab next door, placed in the center of the operating silo. There were countless beam probes around the perimeter that began to rotate and scan the hunk of metal. The purpose of this step, it's about breaking down this full cubic meter hunk of metal into nanoforms. It feels a bit difficult, Shen Yinyan said in his heart. Just after the metal block was made, he tested the block. In every way, it was 10,000 times more than the original deformed metal, especially the hardness. Mind you, the original morphing metal stats were already pretty scary in every way. It belongs to the hardness of a piece of steel that would resist shelling, The hardness of this piece of metal was now more than 10,000 times higher. Undoubtedly it will add a lot of difficulties to the procedure of nano-decomposition. Let's hope there are no accidents. Shin-Inian sighed in his mind, nervous, fists clenched in death, sweat almost dripping from his palms, and the rest of the staff on the sidelines. It was just as tense. Look guys, that metal block is missing a corner. Just then, someone let out a gasp. His voice instantly attracted everyone's attention, and many pairs of eyes looked over in unison in the direction the man was pointing. It was seen that one of the corners of the metal block, which was still square, seemed to have become much more rounded. See this scene. The crowd perked up. A change in the shape of the metal block means that the nano device is already working. The missing corner of the metal block was the very thing that had been broken down into its nano form, but as excited as the crowd was, they weren't at the point of celebrating yet. And that's just the beginning. Only when the entire hunk of metal was all broken down to make a true nanoalloyed mech, it's what's worth celebrating. Over time, the trend of new proton alloys being disintegrated is starting to grow. At first it was just a corner, but under the invisible beams of the nano devices, the disintegrated area began to expand indefinitely. Even at a speed visible to the naked eye, it began to be broken down. Current decomposition progress, 23%. Current decomposition progress, 27%. Current decomposition progress, 39%. The voice system keeps sending out prompts. Soon the new proton alloy was half broken down. At this point, Shin-Inian subconsciously looked at the wristwatch on his wrist. It's only been 5 minutes. Shin-Inian's eyes were wide and full of disbelief. And while he was shocked, the chunks of metal are still getting smaller. Too. The crowd marveled as they watched this new proton alloy, gradually being broken down. It actually did break down into its nano form. In all my years in the military industry, I've never seen this kind of operation. This has broken our regular military production process to a whole new level. If this alloy mech can really be made, then all military weapons production from now on will be transformed. I never thought I would witness history. The staff talked and marveled. After all, in the past, among the military production, most of the process, too, stops at mold stamping, loading, and assembly. Even if there is a new type of military equipment, it's nothing more than these few projects. But now, the research and development that Lu Feng was leading the crowd, however, had nothing to do with this process. Plasmonic gravity collapse device develops new elements. Nano device breakdown. It looks just like a sci-fi movie. Same thing. The crowd marveled that it couldn't. Soon, another 4 or 5 minutes passed, only to see that the metal blocks that had just been put in the operation compartment of the nano device had now all disappeared. It turned into countless nano units and scattered on the ground. At first glance it looks like it. It was like a sprinkling of crystal and dots of light, magnificent and strange. These, however, were the most crucial ingredients for making nanomechs. Finally, I didn't think we could actually pull it off. Great! All these days of hard work have not been in vain. A whole new form of military equipment. The crowd celebrated. And just then, Lu Feng, however, slowly spoke. It's not over yet. The alloy metal being broken down is just the beginning. The metal in the chamber was now broken down into nanoparticles, but its essence was still the same plasmonic alloy as before. Next, activate the nanomecha compilation device, as well as the nano-element fusion device. Lu Feng slowly spoke. It took the crowd in the room to react. They're all too happy to open the champagne at halftime. With Lu Feng's command, the people present instantly became serious again, and the next operation, Lu Feng did not leave it to others. He was seen walking over to the console and began to operate it in an organized manner. Nanomecha compilation device activated. The intelligence system's beep sounded. The first mecha compilation work. Lu Feng also had to take it seriously. After all, this was something he had spent 200 million points on in the points mall. Of course it's going to work once and for all. Just see his fingers operating quickly on the console. The Mecha Core system has been completed. The Mecha Master Control system has been completed. Mecha Skeleton system has been completed. The intelligence system kept ringing. The program on the display finished, one after the other. The others, on the other hand, were staring intently at the hatch, only to see the original sprinkling of metal particles on the ground. In Lu Feng's operation, as if injected with life, began to wriggle like running water, slowly stacked from the bottom up. First the feet, then the legs, the torso. Soon, a beautifully crafted exoskeleton frame, as if supported in one piece, appeared before the eyes of the crowd. Watch this scene. The crowd just felt too sci-fi. It's almost like watching a movie. And just then, the voice of the intelligence system sounded again. Loading drivetrain, sensing system, control system, weapon system. Chapter 167 Guardsmen's Point Guards. The voice of the intelligence system kept ringing out. One by one, technical terms popped up. Hearing the crowd present, subconsciously all held their breath. not daring to gasp loudly. Until now, it was the most critical moment in the making of the alloy mech. If the nanometal particles could not be compiled perfectly, all the previous operations would be lost. This is also an extremely complex program. It was so complicated that Lu Feng didn't feel comfortable with others operating it and did it himself. The crowd also realized the importance of this procedure, and there was no dissatisfaction in anyone's mind, so they obediently stood not far away and watched. When they saw that the metal particles in the operation compartment began to wriggle like running water and slowly stacked up from the bottom up to form a perfect exoskeleton mech look, the crowd couldn't even help but let out a gasp. My god, what am I seeing? Mecha! A mecha made of a combination of nanometal particles. Is this the mecha Comrade Lu is going to make? Beautiful. So beautiful. Shoo! Ma Yunja glared at the crowd, who then realized that their voices were a bit loud and shut up in a hurry. And after this nanoparticle robot was molded, Lu Yu didn't stop operating. Instead his expression became more and more serious. The nanomechs were molded, and what came next was the most critical moment of compilation. He was seen tapping his hands quickly on the keyboard. Lines of compiled code, which appeared on the screen as if printed, were in turn topped by new code. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as they watched. That's too fast. Is it really not possible to go too fast and make a mistake? Just as they were worried, is that one the potential energy offset system? Just then, Sheninian saw a familiar string of codes on the rapidly flashing screen. After the reaction, he instantly widened his eyes and exclaimed in a small voice that tried not to affect Lu Feng. Comrade Lu actually compiled the potential energy counteracting system into it? Hearing his words, the surrounding crowd immediately cast curious gazes. Seeing this, Shen Yinian also explained for them. There are many types of potential energy, so I won't go over them all with you. If this nanomecha is worn on a person, and then you throw a punch towards the nanomecha, the potential energy between the mecha and the wearer will counteract the potential energy coming from the impact of the punch. The short answer is that counteracts all physical attacks. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened. Counteract all physical attacks? This is too much. However, this system has been in the research stage, and our military equipment at this stage that wants to resist impact is using technologies such as high-strength armor. I didn't realize that Comrade Xiao Lu had actually researched a real potential energy counteracting system, and it still looks like it's perfect. Shen Yinian was somewhat emotional, but that's just the beginning. Soon, they saw a series of unimaginable things that only existed in fantasy, such as the energy impact weapon system and energy lossless mobilization system among the codes that rapidly flashed past. Everyone's gradually getting numb when they see these. At the same time, the anticipation for the mech that was about to come out grew. For the next while, the entire lab was in dead silence. There was only the sound of Lu Feng rapidly tapping the keyboard, and the sound of the intelligence system ringing out from time to time. Everyone began to hold their breath, not daring to breathe. This went on for who knows how long. It's over. Finally, Lu Feng slowly opened his mouth while stopping his hand movements. Seeing this, the crowd was relieved. Comrade Lu, is the compilation finished? The crowd came up and scared at the mech in the operator's bin. Just then, Ma Yunja suddenly said, by the way, shouldn't this mech be named? With any military weapon, there is a series of designations. Examples include Type 59 tanks and J-10 fighter jets. This exoskeleton mech, on the other hand, was of no type before. That is to say, in the field of exoskeleton mechs, this mech made by Lu Feng was the first of its kind. Therefore, the naming right was naturally handed over to Lu Feng. And hearing the reminder from the crowd, Lu Feng fell into deep thought. Halfway through the day, he began tapping on the keyboard again. Write a line on the screen. Guard sharp SW1. Looking at the name, the crowd briefly froze. Spinning around, he applauded spontaneously. Excited. That's a great name. Not bad, not bad. Guarding the spikes is as much about guarding the users as it is about guarding our country. From now on, our country's first generation of exoskeleton mechs is out. And from now on the mechs can be called SW2, or SW3. The crowd was buzzing with excitement, very happy with the name, too. Now this alloy mech has been made for the most part. There's still the last of the energy core left. As long as the energy core is installed, the mech can be catalyzed. Until Lu Feng, who had completed a large portion of the task, let out a long breath at this moment. Immediately afterward he pressed a button on the console amidst the anticipation of the crowd. Thumbs down. The pneumatic door opened, followed by a conveyor table moving slowly out of it. On top of the transfer table was the very same nanomecha that had just been made. Silver-white exoskeleton. Since this exoskeleton is made with nanotechnology, it's very soft and can fit perfectly into the body. You can even wear it on your body and then put a layer of clothing over it. But just because it's slim, doesn't mean it's weak to withstand. After all, It has a potential energy canceling system written into it. Of course, the energy core isn't loaded yet. What excited the crowd the most was the appearance of this exoskeleton mech. So cool. Ma Yunja's eyes were glowing. And even the 70 to 80-year-old Shininian was also excited at this moment. Every man has a mech dream, not to mention such a handsome mecha. And looking at this nanoalloy exoskeleton mech, the staff of the Ministry of Military Industry then understood why Lu Feng couldn't see the exoskeleton they had developed in the first place. A comparison to the nanoalloy exoskeleton mech in front of me, whether it's looks or performance, what they invented before is just crap. The crowd was both thrilled and a little ashamed at the same time at the thought. Can I touch it? Looking at the mech that was close by, Chen Yiming asked out loud, and his eyes were also incredibly excited. And in the face of his request, Lu Feng just shook his head. There's still one last process left to complete. When he finished, the crowd suddenly understood what this last process was. The crowd couldn't wait and immediately followed Lu Feng's footsteps. The crowd swarmed towards the cold fusion reactor lab.